The Night of the Nine Tails. The sound of an explosion rent the night sky, a cacophony of crackling flames intertwined with the searing gusts of heat, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries that jolted Jiang Chinchuan from his slumber. Groggily, he opened his eyes. That's odd. Didn't I stay up late writing at home last night? How did I end up in the wilderness? As a struggling author, he had finally penned a bestseller. Excited by the readers clamoring for updates, Jiang Chinchuan had energetically traveled 800 kilometers. Upon returning, he had forwent rest and delved straight into a night of writing, only to unknowingly drift into sleep. As he blinked away the remnants of drowsiness, Jiang Chinchuan surveyed his surroundings, realizing this was not his moldy rented room. He found himself nestled in a swaddle, his tiny infant hands emerging before his eyes. What the hell? Why am I so small? Roar. A deafening roar pierced his ears, nearly causing Jiang Chinchuan's heart to stop. He stiffly turned his head towards the source of the sound, where an orange fox stood in an open area, its 9 robust tails waving menacingly in the air. With its head raised, the fox emitted an enraged growl, adorned with several golden chains that appeared somewhat dull and loosely draped over its body. At that moment, Jiang Chinchuan finally comprehended the situation. As a devoted fan of Huaying, this scene and the fox were all too familiar to him. What the hell? Isn't that the Nine Tails? Have I been transported? Or have I crossed over into the Night of the Nine Tails as Naruto? This is a joke. The Nine Tails swung its massive paw down towards Jiang Chinchuan, whose fury was palpable. Having escaped from Uzumaki Kushina, he had thought himself free. Yet, he was being controlled by the Sharingan, wreaking havoc under its ominous influence, which reminded him of a man from his past. For reasons unknown, the control of the Sharingan had suddenly vanished. The cursed Fourth Hokage had sealed half of his chakra within him, while Uzumaki Kushina had directly constrained him with the adamantine chains. Not only had he been sealed within the Fourth Hokage, but there were plans to seal the other half into the body of the infant before him. In his rage, he only wished to crush the Fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina, and that golden-haired brat before him. But oh no, I'm going to die. I need help. I can still be saved. Panic-stricken, Jiang Chinchuan watched as the giant paw approached him. Despite knowing the story's trajectory, the terror of facing death compelled him to cry out for assistance. Alas, his infant body rendered him incapable of any resistance, even his voice reduced to infantile babbling. Just as he believed he was about to be crushed, a red-haired figure appeared before him in an instant, followed by a golden flash that shielded the red figure. The sharp claws pierced through the overlapping forms of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, blood-staining Minato's Hokage cloak, while Kushina desperately grasped at the Nine Tails' claws. Warm blood splattered onto Jiang Chinchuan's face. He gazed in shock at the couple before him, a scene he had witnessed countless times in anime now unfolding right in front of him, the impact far more intense than any visual representation. Jiang Chinchuan strained to stretch out his hands, yearning to embrace the red-haired woman before him, his mouth producing only infantile coos. Uzumaki Kushina carefully cradled the still swaddled infant, her gentle gaze fixed on the child she held, murmuring softly, "Naruto, you must eat well and grow strong." Naruto. Jiang Chinchuan looked at the tender red-haired woman, tears dampening the edges of her crimson locks, clinging to her cheeks. Each word struck his heart heavily. As an orphan, he had never experienced the warmth of parental love. Although he had crossed over into the life of Uzumaki Naruto, he found himself orphaned once more at birth. I not deserve to have this? Why must my crossing over be treated this way? And that damned sycophant, Uchiha Obito, if I find you, I will surely end you. A sense of helplessness washed over Jiang Chinchuan, his eyes glistening as he focused on the face of the red-haired woman, wishing to etch that gentle visage into his memory. From this day forth, I shall be Uzumaki Naruto. I will undoubtedly save you all. The remaining half of the Nine Tails chakra surged into Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen, forming a sealing technique. The series of events left Uzumaki Naruto utterly fatigued, his eyelids gradually drooping as he succumbed to slumber. Beep. Host successfully transported. System binding in progress. The system's notification chimed, but the slumbering Uzumaki Naruto could not hear it. With the Nine Tails sealed within Uzumaki Naruto's body, the observing Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally took action. The barrier enveloping the battlefield dissipated, and Hiruzen approached the bodies of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, his gaze complex as he regarded their remains. At 56 years of age, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though his strength had waned, still possessed the might of a Kage. Once hailed as the ninja hero, he had recently retired and was not yet senile, swiftly making decisions. Minato, Kushina, I will take good care of Naruto. As the child of heroes, I will ensure he grows up healthy. Someone, preserve the bodies of Minato and Kushina properly and attend to the villagers. Compile the casualty report. Understood. The figures of the Umbu appeared silently beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, promptly departing after receiving their orders. That moment, Shimura Danzo approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, this child, as the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, is a weapon for the village and should be entrusted to Root for training. With Root's guidance, this child can become an ultimate weapon. There was no trace of emotion in his voice, only a ruthless determination to achieve his goals at any cost. Danzo, he is not a weapon. He is the child of Minato and Kushina, the child of Konoha's heroes. I will not allow you or Root to touch him. Hiruzen, you are too weak. As a ninja, one must obey orders, especially regarding a Jinchūriki, the village's most valuable asset. Danzo, keep your ambitions to yourself. Root must not approach Naruto. This is the command of the Hokage. The aura of the ninja hero erupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sharp gaze fixated on Shimura Danzo. The authority of the Hokage must not be challenged. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Humph. Regrettably, there were no doors in sight. Otherwise, Shimura Danzo would have certainly stormed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the direction in which his old comrade had departed, momentarily feeling overwhelmed. Given his knowledge of Shimura Danzo, it was clear he would resort to underhanded tactics. There was a distinct possibility he would dispatch Root personnel to seize Uzumaki Naruto. It appeared he could not afford to let his guard down. For now, he could only arrange for the Umbu to protect Naruto in secrecy. Chapter 2. The Universal Lottery System. When Uchiha Naruto awoke once more, he found himself lying in a dilapidated dwelling, the grumbling of his empty stomach echoing in his ears. Having consumed nothing since his birth, Naruto was now dizzy from hunger, and his vision blurred with double images. Could it be that as a transmigrator, he would meet his end in such a pitiable state? That would surely tarnish the reputation of his predecessors in the realm of transmigration. Naruto stared blankly at the cracked ceiling above him, the fissures starkly visible. The sparsely furnished room offered little comfort. Regardless of the presence of others, his desperation grew. He was on the brink of starvation and yearned for sustenance. As a mere infant, he could not articulate his plight, only emitting cries that echoed through the silence. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a ninja clad in Umbu attire entered, holding a bottle filled with warm milk. He positioned the nipple towards Naruto's mouth, and the scalding liquid slid down his throat. Cough, cough. Is this your first time preparing formula? Did you use boiling water? Are you unaware that an infant cannot drink such hot milk? Seeing Naruto wailing, the ninja hesitated, and just then, a more seasoned Umbu entered, inspecting the bottle. The milk is far too hot. He took the bottle to the sink, rinsing it under cold water for what seemed an eternity before returning to feed Naruto. Naruto clutched the bottle with his tiny hands, sucking on the still warm milk, too famished to care about the temperature. He had no desire to be a transmigrator who perished from hunger. Once Naruto had finished, the two Umbu departed, standing guard at the door like wooden statues. Ding. System binding successful. The Universal Lottery System is at your service. The delightful chime of the system resonated within Naruto's mind, and having satisfied his hunger, he felt drowsy. But his eyes fluttered open once more. The long-awaited boon for transmigrators had finally arrived. As a struggling author, he understood well that one could not traverse worlds without a golden finger. Without such a boon, what was the difference between crossing over and remaining in place? In a world as perilous as that of Hokage, while there would undoubtedly be dangers following the original plot, there was still potential to become Hokage. However, well-versed in the narrative, Naruto knew that the ninja world harbored threats beyond its borders. He was not the Naruto of the original story. He was a young man from the 21st century, a product of 9 years of compulsory education, nurtured under the red flag of his homeland. Now that he found himself in the ninja world, the decaying system must be overturned, and a unified ninja realm must be established to cultivate strength against the impending threat of the Akatsuki. Moreover, the system's name suggested a straightforward yet powerful mechanism, the Universal Lottery System. Naruto couldn't suppress a chuckle of delight. System, let me draw. Draw fiercely, and let me win big. Ding, currently no lottery draws available. Please recharge promptly to participate in the lottery. Reality dealt Naruto a harsh blow, crushing his invincible dreams mercilessly. What did this mean? He needed to spend money to draw? The unforgiving truth brought him back to his senses as he perused the system's manual. What? 1,000 Ryo for a single draw? A 10-draw package for 998 Ryo, and that was the discounted price? It appeared that to upgrade to the second-level lottery wheel, he needed to draw 100 times on the first level. Was this system akin to a penguin lottery, where one must pay to grow stronger? Ding. The universal lottery system, as the name implies, allows for the extraction of items from across the realms, but lottery draws are not free. Is there no beginner's gift pack? Ding, there is. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Naruto widened his eyes at the shameless system in his mind. So, if I don't ask, you have no intention of giving it to me? Are you trying to swallow my beginner's gift pack? Ding, please do not slander this system. Forget it. I am magnanimous and will overlook this once. Just remember to provide me with benefits in a timely manner in the future. Open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 lottery opportunities and a personal space. Naruto gazed at the number of remaining lottery chances with great excitement. He finally had the opportunity to draw, and his journey to becoming invincible in the ninja world began at this very moment. Drawing. In his mind, the wheel spun rapidly, adorned with segments of various colors, white, blue, green, and purple. Naruto recognized that these represented the odds of winning. The white segments occupied more than half of the wheel, while the purple was merely a small sliver. With bated breath, he watched the wheel whirl, the pointer gliding past the tiny purple segment, its speed increasing, mirroring the rapid beat of his heart. Unable to contain himself, he clasped his hands together. Great Taoist, Primordial Supreme, Heavenly Teacher, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, all deities, I beseech you, grant me good fortune. The wheel finally came to a halt, the sound of chimes resonating in his mind. As Naruto beheld the items materializing in his consciousness, disappointment washed over him. Most were merely images of blue skies and white clouds. Suddenly, a purple glow emerged amidst the blue skies and white clouds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Uchiha clan's chakra refinement technique. Kunai X10, Shuriken X10. Food Pills X3, Explosive Tag X1. Naruto's gaze fell upon the solitary purple item, the Uchiha clan's chakra refinement technique. Even though he would have learned the ordinary chakra refinement technique upon entering the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha variant promised something more, though as an infant, he could not yet utilize it. He would have to wait until he was old enough to cultivate. For now, his utmost priority was to conceal his identity, especially given the lurking presence of an old adversary within Konoha. He was still considerably weak and must proceed with caution. After careful consideration, Naruto resolved to adhere to the original plot's trajectory, taking measured steps forward. After all, before the Konoha collapse plan was set into motion, he believed his current circumstances were relatively safe, particularly with the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still alive. He understood well that as long as this esteemed Hokage remained, the conniving villain would not dare lay a hand on him. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the backbone of Konoha, and his existence undoubtedly provided Naruto with a substantial sense of security. Having stored all his belongings in his personal space, Naruto closed his eyes. As time flowed gently by, 3 years passed in this manner. Chapter 3, Malice 3 years later. In a stream within the Konoha training ground, Naruto stood as still as a statue. His posture was straight and regal, as if he were one with the surrounding natural world. Gripping a wooden spear tightly in his hand, the spearhead glimmered with a cold light. He focused intently on the stream, awaiting the appearance of his quarry. Suddenly, a flash of silver leaped from the water, swiftly attempting to evade Naruto's grasp. However, he had already anticipated its movement. With a swift motion of his arm, the wooden spear shot forth like lightning. Now, the spear struck true, and Naruto walked over to retrieve the lifeless fish. His actions were fluid and instinctive, a testament to the extensive training and practice he had undergone. Naruto Uzumaki skillfully approached the stream, placing the fish he held into the water. Gripping a kunai, he deftly prepared the fish, threading it onto a branch he found. He then positioned himself beside a fire pit, patiently awaiting the moment to cook his catch. The crackling sound of burning would resonate in his ears, yet Naruto remained oblivious, the flickering flames casting a somewhat grotesque and distorted shadow upon his face. Reflecting on the tribulations of the past 3 years, a profound hatred brewed within him. Since the disappearance of the Umbu who once guarded his door after he was weaned, Naruto sensed an unseen gaze still monitoring his every move. Subsequently, food would be delivered daily for a year, but at the tender age of 2, he was compelled to fend for himself. No one fathomed the struggles he endured. What could a 2-year-old accomplish? Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occasionally provided him with living expenses, yet he could not comprehend how the original Naruto managed to survive. As he contemplated using this allowance to buy food, he was met with hostility. Get lost, you beastly fox. I won't sell you anything. Not even if I have to throw it away. Though he possessed money, shopkeepers preferred to discard their goods rather than sell to him. Some even resorted to brandishing brooms and mops in his direction, and had he not evaded them in time, the consequences could have been dire. Here, I'll sell these to you for 1,000 ryo, a generous offer. Others attempted to sell him expired instant noodles and milk at exorbitant prices, demanding his entire monthly allowance for a box of spoiled goods. Mommy, what is wrong with that big brother? Why won't the uncle sell him anything? A sweet little girl observed Naruto's plight, feeling a pang of pity. She could not comprehend why so many despised him, only looking to the woman holding her hand. This woman hurriedly whisked the girl away, cautioning her, stay away from him. He brings misfortune. Never approach that demon fox. From an unknown origin. A rumor had spread throughout Konoha that Naruto was the terrifying Kyuubi that attacked the village 3 years prior. The ignorant villagers harbored nothing but contempt for him, wishing for his demise, even though he had committed no wrongdoing. The foolish townsfolk, brainwashed by the rumors, firmly believed he was merely the embodiment of the fox spirit, convinced that proximity to him would summon misfortune, even attributing the devastation caused by the Kyuubi to him. Little did they know, had it not been for Naruto's parents who thwarted that catastrophe, they would have perished in the Kyuubi's rampage. As the child of a hero, he was treated thusly, while the higher-ups of Konoha turned a blind eye, failing to leave him even a shred of his parents' legacy. He was forced to live alone in a dilapidated apartment, akin to a wounded lone wolf, nursing his wounds in solitude. The crackling fire interrupted Naruto's thoughts as sparks flew onto the pebbles beside the stream. Silently, he turned the fish, the cooked side emanating an enticing aroma. Aware of his inability to confront Konoha, Naruto chose to endure, embarking on a solitary journey of survival in the wilderness. Had he not discovered the method of chakra refinement, he might not have survived. The Uzumaki clan's chakra refinement technique was indeed a remarkable treasure, granting him immense vitality and recuperative abilities since his training commenced. It was this vitality that sustained him until now. One day, those ignorant villagers would pay for their prejudice. And as for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, I shall ensure their demise. In his azure eyes, an abyss of hatred churned, yet whenever he contemplated unleashing the Kyuubi, a gentle chakra would manifest within him. Azura's chakra? Alas, you are dead, and you cannot thwart my path. Everything you have done is a mistake. Only absolute power holds true authority. With that, Naruto took a bite of the roasted fish, chewing in silence. At that moment, a warm laughter reached his ears, and upon hearing that voice, Naruto's somber expression and cold gaze transformed into the innocent smile of a child. The experiences of 3 years had taught him the art of disguise. Without it, he would only invite endless scrutiny. Grandpa Third, you're here. An elderly man clad in Hokage robes, wearing a straw hat and holding an ancient pipe, approached Naruto with a kind smile. Naruto, are you here to catch fish again? Is there nothing to eat at home? Would you like Grandpa to bring you some? Naruto's expression shifted to one of feigned distress, tears welling in his eyes. Grandpa Third, I've run out of living expenses. I have no money to buy food, so I can only come here to catch some fish. Could you provide me with some more living expenses? Normally, Naruto's allowance barely sufficed for his needs, primarily spent on recharging his system for lottery draws or indulging in a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Konoha offered little else where he could spend his money. Only the Otsutsuki Ichiraku seemed unafraid of him. Even so, Naruto had only managed to draw prizes 20 times. Given that a bowl of ramen cost 60 ryo, and his monthly allowance was merely 1,000 ryo. Naruto, Grandpa isn't doing well either. You must be frugal with your living expenses, understand? I don't have much money. But, Grandpa Third, I'm so hungry. Naruto endeavored to maintain his innocent facade. All right, I'll give you some more, but remember to spend it wisely, okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved an envelope from his robe, and Naruto accepted it, guessing its contents without needing to count. Thank you, Grandpa Third. By the way, I have another request. What is it, Naruto? Please share your request with Grandpa Third. If it isn't too difficult, I shall grant it. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Naruto with a benevolent smile. His demeanor so amiable that one might mistake him for a kindly old man, were it not for the knowledge of his true nature. Naruto, however, was not deceived by the facade. With rumors circulating in the village that he was the Kyuubi, and no one intervening, it was evident that this elderly man tacitly approved. His intentions were clear, to use the villagers as scapegoats while he assumed the role of the benevolent figure, controlling Naruto through so-called affection, thereby securing his loyalty without the need for direct intervention or brainwashing, all while preserving his own good reputation. Grandpa Third, I wish to learn the method of chakra refinement. Upon hearing Naruto's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of enigmatic meaning flashing in his eyes. The seasoned Hokage swiftly concealed his emotions. Hehe. Naruto, why do you wish to learn the chakra refinement method? Because I aspire to become a ninja, a powerful ninja. I want to surpass all previous Hokage and protect Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Naruto's determination, erupted into hearty laughter. Good, Naruto. You are indeed a splendid child. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to provide you with the chakra refinement technique. Really? Thank you, Grandpa Third. Naruto Uzumaki, brimming with excitement, embraced Sarutobi Hiruzen, nuzzling into his embrace. Hiruzen affectionately ruffled Naruto's golden locks, reminiscent of the illustrious Minato Namikaze. All right, Naruto, it's time for your grandfather, the third Hokage, to leave. Okay, grandfather, goodbye. As Naruto released Sarutobi, he gazed in the direction of his departure, returning to sit by the fire, burying his face between his legs to conceal his current expression from prying eyes. Hypocritical old fool, just wait. I shall personally bring ruin to the Leaf Village you cherish. The thought disgusted him, and he marveled at how he had managed to endure the embrace. Tomorrow, with the acquisition of the chakra refining technique, he could commence his training openly. Stretching, Naruto rose and headed back to the dilapidated apartment. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi sat in his chair, puffing on his pipe, the swirling smoke enveloping the entire room. The door swung open with a crash, and without needing to look, Hiruzen knew who it was. Only Danzo Shimura would be so rude as to barge into the Hokage's office without restraint. Hiruzen, that brat with the nine tails is after the chakra refining technique. Have you actually agreed to it? Have you lost your wits? Danzo approached the Hokage's desk, tapping his cane. Your information is impressively swift, Danzo. I've only just returned to the Hokage Tower, and you already know. Hiruzen, you are growing old. A weapon must be wielded. Not allowed to become a ninja like that nine-tails brat. Do you not remember Uzumaki Kushina and Lord Uzumaki Mido? If that brat gains the power of the nine tails, he will rise above us. Hand him over to Root. We will mold him into an adequate weapon. Danzo understood that a weapon must never possess power. It must be held by those who wield it. Such a weapon is the most formidable. If a weapon possesses power, it will inevitably turn against its master. Enough, Danzo. Naruto is not a weapon. He deserves his own life. You and Root must not touch him. He will become a ninja and safeguard the Leaf Village. Influenced by the will of fire, Hiruzen tapped the ashes from his pipe, refilling it with tobacco and reigniting it. He then leisurely looked at his old friend. And what of the Uchiha? Since the Nine Tails incident, the voices calling for a coup from the Uchiha clan have grown louder. It is time to eradicate them. Danzo, the Uchiha are part of Konoha. How can you think this way? Realizing Danzo had shifted the topic back to the Uchiha, Hiruzen understood that his true target was not Naruto, but the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, have you forgotten your teacher's admonitions? The Uchiha are a malevolent clan. If another Madara Uchiha arises, the entire Leaf will face annihilation. Do you wish for your teacher's legacy to crumble in your hands? Enough, Danzo. You are not to lay a finger on either Naruto or the Uchiha. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. With that, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen, helpless, watched his old comrade leave, rubbing his temples, conflicted. Should the Uchiha initiate a coup, Konoha's strength would suffer a grievous blow, inviting other villages to exploit the opportunity for war, the consequences of which would be dire. With a heavy heart, he opened a drawer and retrieved a crystal ball, employing the telescope technique to gaze upon Naruto, who was already fast asleep. The scene shifted to the women's bathhouse in Konoha, and he chuckled. The next day, upon awakening, Naruto discovered a scroll on the table. Upon opening it, he found it contained the chakra refining technique, albeit the most basic version. Naruto sought this merely to mask the training commotion of the Uzumaki clan's chakra refining technique. Arriving at the stream from the previous day, after satisfying his hunger, Naruto began his training, this time able to train the Uzumaki clan's technique openly. The blue chakra flowed through him, continuously extracting energy from his cells. The formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan incessantly repaired damaged cells, repeating the cycle. He could sense the distinction between the Uzumaki clan's chakra refining technique and the ordinary one. The latter could only extract energy, while the former could mend injured cells. Was this the might of the Uzumaki bloodline? Truly remarkable. Regrettably, he was unaware of the whereabouts of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. As Naruto trained, a sinister, crimson chakra infiltrated his body, filling him with a chilling, violent, and malevolent sensation. Resolutely, Naruto ceased his training and returned to his dilapidated apartment. Immersing his consciousness within, accompanied by the sound of dripping water, he found himself in a dimly lit space. The water on the ground rose to his knees, and with each step deeper into the space, ripples spread outward. At the end of the path stood a massive metallic barrier, behind which lay a lazily sprawled orange fox. Chapter 5. The Initial Conversation with the Nine Tails. The substitute doll Naruto approached the metallic barrier, gazing upward at a piece of paper inscribed with a special sealing formula affixed to it. That must be the seal left by his father. If he tore it, he could presumably release the Nine Tails. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the absurd notion. At least for now, he could not tear it. He slapped the barrier and called out loudly, "Nine Tails, wake up. I know you can see what is happening outside." Humph. The Nine Tails scoffed, not even opening its eyes, exhaling a frigid gust of wind from its nostrils that sent Naruto flying several meters away. Fortunately, the sealing space would not cause him real harm. "This arrogant fox, I refuse to be deterred. Just wait and see how I handle you." Naruto scrambled back into the enclosure, but his body was still too weak. He stumbled and climbed along the Nine Tails' foreleg until he reached its head. Positioning himself near the Nine Tails' eyes, he prepared to lift its eyelid. Sensing someone on its head, the Nine Tails let out a deafening roar before Naruto could act. "You insufferable brat, get off me." Following the roar, the Nine Tails violently shook its massive head, attempting to dislodge Naruto. Dazed and confused, Naruto flailed his arms in the air, desperately grasping onto something. He had no idea what, and clung to it, refusing to let go. "You wretched brat, release my whiskers." "No, only if you stop while I let go." "You first." "You stop first." Neither party would yield. After over 20 minutes of vigorous shaking, the Nine Tails, seeing that Naruto still would not relent, finally ceased its thrashing. As the Nine Tails halted, Naruto, unable to maintain his grip, fell to the ground with a thud, retching. "Stupid fox, was that really necessary? With such a foul temper. You deserve to be locked up. You insufferable brat, what did you just say?" The Nine Tails glared with fury, wishing fervently that he could crush the wretched little brat before him, if not for the seal binding him within this child's body. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto had collected himself and approached the Nine Tails, gazing earnestly into its eyes. "I understand your resentment about being sealed within me, but the deed is done, and I cannot release you at this time. Child, do you comprehend my plight?" The Nine Tails retorted, its colossal eyes fixated on Naruto, nostrils flaring with indignation. "I have been imprisoned for decades. Can you fathom the depths of my anguish?" The creature, a mere fox once roaming the mountains and forests, had never encountered humans before being ensnared by a man afflicted with the curse of red eyes. Donned with a chakra armor, he was forced to battle another man, who summoned a wooden giant even larger than himself, mercilessly pummeling him with his fists. Captured in the grasp of that towering figure, the Nine Tails was condemned to a life of confinement that stretched on for years. Naruto patted the Nine Tails' paw, tilting his head to meet its gaze. "Since you reside within me, I do not wish to impose upon you. I only ask that you refrain from causing disturbances while I train. You must understand my situation. I, like you, endure a life shrouded in darkness in Konoha. However, if you agree to my terms, I promise that once I grow stronger, I will set you free. I will also grant you the chance for vengeance against Konoha. Otherwise, I will have to continuously suppress your chakra, which hinders my own progress." With a single breath, Naruto laid out his demands, not averse to the prospect of releasing the Nine Tails in the future. He believed that by reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths, even if he extracted the tailed beast, it would not perish. Moreover, he had various other means at his disposal. Do you think I would trust you? The Nine-Tails scoffed. Naruto remained silent, a gentle smile gracing his features as he gazed serenely into the Nine-Tails' eyes, conveying his sentiments clearly. The Nine-Tails felt a stir of emotion within. The previous hosts had shown him no respect, rendering him helpless in their ceiling spaces, bound like a turtle in a shell. Although this little brat might be deceiving him, he found himself willing to believe once more, though he would never voice this sentiment aloud. I do not require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Naruto understood the proud fox's nature. Whether you need it or not, it's up to you. He stepped away from the confines of the cage, but turned back. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Until we meet again, Kurama. With a wave, Naruto's consciousness gradually dissipated from the ceiling space. The Nine-Tails stared in astonishment, watching the spot where Naruto had vanished. After leaving the ceiling space, Naruto took a bath and reverently retrieved a homemade incense candle and a plaque from his spatial pocket. Bowing before it, the plaque bore the two characters that read, System. After his moment of reverence, he spoke, System, I wish to draw lots, 10 consecutive draws. He spent all the living expenses provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen, indifferent to life or death, for his primary goal was to enhance his strength swiftly. Naruto utilized all his accrued funds along with this living allowance for the draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Death Substitute Doll X3, Shadow Clone Technique, Kunai X5, Shuriken X5, and a set of original flavor underwear from Zhuan Qian Xiaochun. You, System, I demand an explanation. What purpose does this underwear serve? Original flavor, you say? Are you trying to disgust me? Upon seeing the underwear, Naruto felt nauseated, hastily retrieving it from his spatial pocket to incinerate it. Begone, foul things. Once the repugnant items had been completely burned, he turned his attention to the remaining loot, which flickered with a purple glow against the backdrop of a clear blue sky. What a stroke of luck. After 2 futile attempts filled with nothing but ninja tools, this time I finally hit the jackpot. Tears of joy streamed down Naruto's face as he grasped the item radiating purple light, instantly recognizing its significance. The so-called Death Substitute doll could resurrect the holder at any chosen moment within 3 days after their demise. However, once used, the doll would become ineffective, akin to a resurrection coin. The advantage lay in the ability to select the time of revival, but the limitation was the 3-day window. Failure to resurrect within that time frame would result in true death, rendering the doll useless. This item ignited a spark in Naruto, prompting thoughts of his plans. As for the Shadow Clone Technique, it was a straightforward skill taught in the Ninja Academy, encompassing transformation, substitution, and clone techniques. A wealth of knowledge on the usage of the Shadow Clone Technique flooded Naruto's mind, eliminating the need for extensive training in ninjutsu. He pondered whether he should develop a technique of seduction. It seemed particularly effective against Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man. Upon further reflection, he considered creating a reverse harem technique, which could potentially be useful against Akatsuki Kagaya, the naive one. Setting aside these musings, Naruto resolved to set his plans into motion to exact revenge. The most effective course of action would be to ruin the reputation of the fame-obsessed Sarutobi Hiruzen, ensuring that he would be remembered infamously throughout history. However, he understood that relying solely on his strength, even if it surpassed that of the Akatsuki clan, would be futile. The corrupt system of the ninja world required reform. The remnants of the old era needed to be discarded. Unifying the entire ninja world and launching a counteroffensive against the Akatsuki's planet was his ultimate objective. Naruto recognized the necessity of establishing his own power base. Currently, the most viable factions included the soon-to-be exterminated Uchiha clan and the branch family of the Hyuga clan. He would devise a way to eliminate the mark of the caged bird in due time, with Hinata Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga branch family, being his primary target. As for the main family, he dismissed them entirely, deeming them archaic and inflexible, a sentiment he had developed over the years. They languished in the glory of the past. Unwilling to evolve, the caged bird seal stripped them of their humanity, while the Uchiha clan, despite their coldness and madness, fiercely protected their Sharingan. In contrast, the Hyuga clan, in their quest to safeguard the Byakugan, displayed subservience to outsiders while striking hard within. Naruto was acutely aware that an event was on the verge of unfolding. Over the next few days, he diligently practiced the Shadow Clone Technique, while simultaneously applying the training methods stored in his memory. Eventually, the long-awaited day arrived when the Hidden Cloud Village sent an envoy to Konoha, causing a wave of jubilation throughout the village as citizens lined the streets to celebrate. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others arrived at the village gates to greet the visitors, their spirits high for reasons unknown. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto ventured into the streets of Konoha, having not mingled with the crowd for quite some time. The villagers remained oblivious to his presence as he observed the ninjas from the Hyuga clan. After searching for about 10 minutes, he finally spotted Hinata Hayashi. Among the throng, two individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. One had a perfectly smooth forehead, while the other was bandaged. One of them was leading a small boy, whose head was also wrapped in bandages, displaying a forlorn expression. Is that Niji Hyuga? Has the caged bird seal already been placed upon him? Naruto silently withdrew from the crowd, fully aware that the Umbu were likely monitoring him. And perhaps even Root was keeping an eye on his movements. His current strength was insufficient for confrontation. The only viable strategy was to deceive those ninjas with a misleading exterior. The next day, Naruto returned to the streets of Konoha, where a wave of malice greeted him. Oh, look who's back, the demon fox. We thought you had perished during your absence, yet here you stand, alive and well. Hasten away, do not obstruct my business. Depart at once. I shall not sell to you, regardless of the sum offered. As soon as the villagers laid eyes on Schwanwa Mingren, they began to unleash a torrent of vitriol, their mouths spewing forth a cacophony of foul language. Schwanwa Mingren lowered his head, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred. Revel in your fleeting triumph, for the day shall come when I will bring you to your demise. Within the confines of the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails sensed this malevolence and grinned with delight. In a hurried manner, Schwanwa Mingren appeared quite disheveled. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground but quickly rose again, brushing off his backside and uttering an apology before making a hasty exit. Are you all right? Hinata Richa was about to inquire about Schwanwa Mingren's well-being when he noticed that the boy had vanished, leaving only a note in his hand. The nearby young boy wore a puzzled expression, wondering how this golden-haired child could run so swiftly. In the dead of night, the Umbu and Root ninjas tasked with monitoring Schwanwa Mingren lay unconscious on the ground. Hinata Richa stealthily entered through a window, acutely aware of the scarcity of time. I have come as promised. Now you may speak your mind, Schwanwa Mingren said as he opened his eyes upon Hinata Richa's arrival. Sitting up in bed with a faint smile, the intentions of Yun-In village in visiting Konoha were far from pure. They had plans to manipulate the princess of the Hinata clan. Ultimately, Hinata Rizo would discover that by taking the life of a Yun-In ninja, the Third Hokage would opt for a peaceful resolution, acquiescing to Yun-In's demands for the culprit. Their true aim was to be a Kugen of the Hinata clan. Regardless of whom they surrendered, their goals would be achieved. What will you choose? To be your brother's substitute, to die in his stead, or to defect from Konoha? Schwanwa Mingren succinctly articulated his thoughts, noting the cold sweat that had drenched Hinata Richu's back. If this were indeed true, Hinata would be in peril, not to mention Niji. However, he did not readily believe Schwanwa Mingren's words, for the boy appeared merely to be a child, albeit with an unsettling maturity in his gaze. Where did you obtain this information? Believe it or not, it matters not. Time is of the essence. Hinata Richa was taken aback by this proclamation. What do you mean? Time is running out. Calculating the hours, he realized that Yun-In village should have already made their move. He immediately contemplated leaping out of the window to prevent his elder brother from danger, but hesitated, his body momentarily frozen. Since you are aware of what is to transpire, why not inform the Hokage? Why confide solely in me? What do you seek? Schwanwa Mingren erupted into a fit of manic laughter, tears streaming down his face by the end of it. What do I desire? I seek the defectors of the Hinata clan. As for why I do not inform the Hokage, consider that as a child, my words may not hold weight. Moreover, the death of a Yun-In ninja bears no consequence for me, nor does the demise of a Hinata ninja. What I want is for you. Should you truly choose to perish for Hinata Rizo, to submit to me, and I shall spare your life. Hinata Richa gazed at the now unhinged Schwanwa Mingren. His eyes filled with disbelief. He could not fathom why the Fourth Hokage's child harbored such intense animosity towards the village. Have you reached a decision? Schwanwa Mingren pressed. Hinata Richa, in a state of turmoil, ultimately nodded. Very well, you must depart. By the way, take this with you. Schwanwa Mingren tossed a substitute doll to Hinata Richa, urging him to leave. Holding the doll, Hinata Richa inquired, What is this? You will understand once you are dead. If you do indeed perish, remember to seek me out. Although he did not fully comprehend the significance of the doll in his grasp, time was of the essence. Without further hesitation, he leapt through the window, determined to thwart his elder brother. You would not want Niji to be left fatherless, would you? At these words, Hinata Richa tightened his grip on the doll. Chapter 7. All proceeding according to script within the territory of the Hinata clan, several stealthy Yin-In ninjas stealthily approached Hinata's room. One of the ninjas activated a Jinjutsu to prevent Hinata from awakening during their abduction, thus avoiding alerting the Hinata clan's ninjas. Another ninja cautiously opened the door to Hinata's chamber and lifted her into his arms. Withdraw. At the command of one of the ninjas, they swiftly retreated. As long as they could remove Hinata from Konoha, their mission would be accomplished. Meanwhile, Hinata Rizo, who had been deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes and hurried to Hinata's room. Upon discovering her absence, a heavy dread enveloped him. Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged, and he immediately pursued the fleeing Yunin ninjas. In mere seconds, the Yunin ninjas were struck down by Hinata Rizo's lethal blow. At that moment, Hinata Richo arrived on the scene, his heart sinking at the sight. Brother, how could you act so impulsively? These are Yunin ninjas. What? Hinata Rizo exclaimed in shock. Tearing off the masks of the fallen ninjas, revealing them to be among the very Yunin ninjas from earlier. The two swiftly returned to the Hinata clan's territory to convene with the clan members and devise a response strategy. The following day, Sarutobi Risen had just entered the Hokage's office when Umbu ninjas appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, Yunin ninjas request an audience. Sarutobi Risen had not yet ignited his pipe. He bit down a few times before replying, "Let them enter." After filling his pipe and taking a few puffs, the Yunin ninjas stormed into the office. Hokage, you must provide us with an explanation. We came to Konoha to establish an alliance. Yet your ninjas dared to assault our Yunin ninjas. Several of our comrades have perished. Are you intent on war? Sarutobi Risen, upon hearing this, dropped his pipe onto the desk. Impossible. I specifically instructed that no one would harm you. Is that so? Yet we discovered the corpses of our Yunin ninjas near the Hinata clan's territory. How do you intend to explain this? Do you possess evidence? You must understand the consequences of slandering Konoha's ninjas. The Yunin ninjas remained aggressive, while Sarutobi Risen struggled to believe that the Hinata clan would dare to act so brazenly. The Hinata clan was a prominent family in Konoha. If this matter was not handled properly, it could severely tarnish his reputation. The Yunin ninjas did not relent against Sarutobi Risen, treating him as though he were merely an ordinary ninja rather than a leader. The bodies are within our lodging. If you do not believe it, feel free to investigate. The fatal injuries were inflicted by the Hinata clan's jutsu. Konoha must provide us with an explanation. Sarutobi Risen could only temporarily pacify the Yunin ninjas. We will deliberate on how to proceed and will provide you with an account. You may take your leave for now. Weariness etched on Sarutobi Risen's face. Konoha was in a state of disarray, unable to withstand the ravages of war. He promptly summoned several high-ranking officials to discuss how to address the situation. Soon after, Sarutobi Risen arrived at the Hinata clan, and shortly thereafter, several ninjas emerged carrying a corpse. The Yunin ninjas had not anticipated that their intention to intimidate Konoha's Hokage would result in such actions. They had directly executed someone within the Hinata clan and presented the body for inspection. This transaction was immensely profitable. The Yunin ninjas rejoiced, knowing they would likely receive rewards upon returning to their village. Meanwhile, the Hinata clan hastily conducted a funeral, and all members departed, leaving only Hinata Niji kneeling before the gravestone. In the dimly lit sky, a gentle drizzle falls. Following the recent incident, the rift between the branches and the main family of the Hyuga clan has intensified. In the dead of night, an arm breaks through the earth, followed by the emergence of a complete body, and then two legs. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Hyuga Hizashi, who had perished during the day. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi is still in a state of bewilderment. Did I not die? After a brief moment of contemplation, he hastens towards the residence of Uzumaki Naruto. A few minutes later, the Umbu ninjas monitoring Uzumaki Naruto all collapse to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto opens his eyes and takes a seat on the only chair in the room. Have you truly died once? Hyuga Hizashi does not speak, but kneels on one knee, solemnly nodding his head. Do you have any thoughts? He remains silent, gently shaking his head. Well, discussing this is of little consequence. Your next task is to earn money, whether through exchanging at a gold exchange or by any means necessary. As long as you acquire funds and find a way to deliver them to me, it suffices. You are no longer suited to remain in Konoha. At this, Hyuga Hizashi raises his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto, his voice trembling as he inquires, "How will you treat Niji in the future? If given the chance, I will take him away from Konoha." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi silently stands and departs from Uzumaki Naruto's residence. Days later, Hyuga Hizashi presents Uzumaki Naruto with his first sum of money, 100,000 ryo. This amount is sufficient for Uzumaki Naruto to indulge in 100 draws. Adhering to the usual routine of bathing first and offering incense to the system tablet. System, let me draw all of it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 Shadow Level Power Experience cards. 05 Chakra, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release. Grand Fireball Technique. Body Flicker Technique, Kunai X20, Shuriken X20, Explosive Tags X10. Ding. The system detects that the host has completed 100 draws. System upgrade in progress. Upgraded? With another 30,000 ryo. I wonder how much it will cost to draw once after the upgrade. Furthermore, he has finally drawn Ninjutsu and Chakra, Shadow Level Power Experience cards. Although these are merely low-level fire release techniques, Uzumaki Naruto is not overly concerned, as he can utilize almost all ninjutsu due to his lack of Yin attribute. Drawing these cards means that with diligent practice, he can master them. Most importantly, possessing 3 Shadow Level Power Experience cards opens up a myriad of possibilities for him. Each card lasts for 5 minutes. While not top tier in Konoha, they are sufficient for dealing with ordinary foes. 3 years swiftly pass. Ding, system upgrade complete. Wow, system, you have finally completed the upgrade. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? There was money, but no place to spend it. After saying this, he examines the new drawing rules, which remain largely unchanged, aside from the altered cost of each draw. What? 10,000 ryo for a single draw? A 10-draw package for 998 ryo? So your discount is merely 2 ryo cheaper? You are truly heartless. With a sigh of despair, Uzumaki Naruto can only sit on his bed, lamenting his fate. Chapter 8. Enrollment, Serendipitous Encounter with Might Guy. Over the past 3 years of relentless training, Uzumaki Naruto's chakra has undergone remarkable changes. As he assesses his own chakra, he can surmise that Kakashi's chakra level is roughly equivalent to 5 cards. Given Uzumaki Naruto's current chakra, it approximates a quantity of 5 cards. Especially since he has frequently conversed with the Proud Fox in the ceiling space over the past 3 years. Although he often engages in monologues, the Proud Fox occasionally responds. Their relationship has improved, and the Ninetales no longer releases chakra to disturb Uzumaki Naruto. He can now effectively control his own chakra and withstand the strength of one of the Ninetales' tails. The chakra refining techniques of the Uzumaki clan have also enabled Uzumaki Naruto to awaken the Kagaya's Byakugan. This unexpected joy has left Uzumaki Naruto exhilarated, causing him to lose sleep for several days. Additionally, with the assistance of Hyuga Hizashi, Uzumaki Naruto no longer worries about food, having shed the emaciated appearance reminiscent of the young Namake's Minato. Even the facial stubble that once plagued him has vanished without the interference of the Ninetales chakra. As for the incident involving the Umbu ninjas suddenly fainting, investigations have not implicated him, and ultimately it was left unresolved. Notably, during the winter a year prior, Uzumaki Naruto fortuitously encountered Hyuga Hinata. The threads of fate were too strong. Uzumaki Naruto had initially planned to ignore her. After all, the Kagaya's Byakugan had detected nearby branch family ninjas protecting Hyuga Hinata. However, following Hyuga Hizashi's demise, the branch family's ninjas were no longer as diligent as before. Lives rested in the hands of the main family, who could discard them at their whim. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto could not restrain himself and intervened, delivering a beating to a few young bullies before taking Hyuga Hinata by the hand and escorting her back to the Hyuga clan's compound. To this day, he recalls the wary gaze of Hyuga Hayashi directed at him, as if he were a yellow-haired intruder, which greatly irked Uzumaki Naruto. Yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at Uzumaki Naruto's dilapidated abode, inquiring whether he wished to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Naruto feigned excitement and nodded, although he was not particularly keen on attending the academy, as he believed it would offer little in terms of education. However, he still had plans to fulfill, necessitating his continued presence in Konoha. Today marks the day of enrollment, and Uzumaki Naruto refrains from any ostentatious displays, waiting patiently for an opportunity to arise, at which point he will unhesitatingly choose to defect from Konoha. When the time is ripe, it will be his moment of vengeance against Konoha. Upon entering the classroom, Uzumaki Naruto selects a seat at the back near the window, indifferent to his classmates. Glancing around casually, he notes that 9 out of the 12 members of Team 7 are present in this class. This arrangement reeks of manipulation. Suddenly, a boy clad in a deep blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts, with a cold expression, enters the classroom. The back of his clothing bears the emblem of a ping-pong paddle. Uzumaki Naruto feels a jolt of chakra within him, his gaze fixating on the boy. Uchiha Sasuke? Is that the chakra of Indra? How chilling. However, the current Sasuke appears relatively normal, far from the extreme disposition of his original counterpart. It seems he has yet to experience the pain of his clan's annihilation, making him not difficult to interact with. Uchiha Sasuke also notices Uzumaki Naruto, yet he does not pay him much mind, quietly taking a seat in front of him. With the sound of the door opening, the commotion in the classroom abruptly ceases. Mizuki enters, his gaze briefly resting on Uzumaki Naruto, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes before he averts his gaze. I am Mizuki, your teacher for the next 6 years. Today, Lord Hokage is visiting the Ninja Academy, and everyone is to gather on the playground. With that, he turns and exits the classroom, prompting the students to rise and follow him, while Uzumaki Naruto lingers behind. Is Mizuki the homeroom teacher? What happened to Irika? Is he dead, or? Uzumaki Naruto pays little mind to these thoughts. Whether it be Irika or Mizuki, ultimately, it will not alter his resolve. Once outside on the playground, they wait for a while until the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrives fashionably late. Upon entry, he immediately begins to deliver a discourse on the will of fire from the podium. Below, Uzumaki Naruto finds himself drowsy, unable to discern what Sarutobi Hiruzen is articulating. After approximately an hour of listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally concludes his speech. The students return to the classroom, only to be lulled into a stupor by Mizuki's monotone lecture. After school, Schwanwa Mingren did not return home, but instead headed to the training ground to commence his rigorous training. He had long since completed the basic exercises of tree climbing and water walking that lingered in his memory. Now, his focus was primarily on physical and ninjutsu training. As his chakra increased, the range of his shinkagura was expanding as well. Schwanwa Mingren noticed that since enrolling in the Ninja Academy, the shadowy figures of the Umbu, who once monitored him, had vanished. It seemed his performance over the past few years had been commendable, raising no suspicions. As for the villagers' insults, they were merely the ramblings of the deceased. Why bother getting angry at them? While Schwanwa Mingren was honing his physical skills, a ninja clad in a tight green jumpsuit with bushy eyebrows approached him, walking on his hands. The sight was rather bizarre, and Schwanwa Mingren contemplated leaving, not wishing to associate with this individual. Among the few he feared the most, this ninja certainly ranked high on the list. However, Schwanwa Mingren was not quick enough to evade the oddly dressed ninja, who swiftly reached him, leaped into the air, and struck a flamboyant pose. He gave Schwanwa Mingren a thumbs up, flashing a wide grin that showcased his gleaming white teeth. Young man, it has been a long time since I have seen such a spirited youth like you. Join me in the Azure Beast of Konoha, Maite Kai, in training. Schwanwa Mingren awkwardly smiled, intending to decline, but he remembered something else and nodded instead. The reason for encountering Maite Kai here was likely because the third Hokage, Sanfei Risen, had sent him, aiming to strengthen his bonds with the village. All right, I will train with you. Maite Kai's eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed forward to embrace Schwanwa Mingren, who, taken aback, failed to react in time to evade. Such speed. But uncle, your snot and tears are dripping all over me. Schwanwa Mingren pushed Maite Kai away, discarding his clothes in disgust. Maite Kai, unfazed, pulled out another green jumpsuit to offer Schwanwa Mingren. No, I can train with you, but I would rather die than wear that outfit. Observing Maite Kai's disappointed expression, Schwanwa Mingren felt no emotional turmoil. He would never touch that suit, which only the eccentricities of Maite Kai and Liloaka could tolerate. Maite Kai, seeing Schwanwa Mingren's resolute refusal, decided not to press further. Then let us begin our passionate youth. First, we shall run 100 laps around Konoha, upside down. Chapter 9. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. Half a year later, Xuanhua Mingren had trained alongside Mai Kai for a full 6 months. He now bore weighted blocks on all 4 limbs. These weights were small, each weighing 10 kilograms, and his training with Mai Kai consisted primarily of basic punches, kicks, and push-ups to enhance his physical strength. After all, the punches were straightforward techniques, unlike the gentle fist which had the aid of Byakugan. Xuanhua Mingren's main aspiration was to master the 8 gates of Duanjia. Rather than waiting for the system's lottery, it was far more advantageous to learn directly from Mai Kai. Opening the 8 gates and delivering a kick to defeat Madara was not an issue for him. Xuanhua Mingren would not follow Mai Kai's method of striking the body. If he kicked, it would surely be aimed at the head. In the training grounds of Konoha, 2 figures engaged in fierce combat. Each collision resonated with a dull thud, and their strikes were perfectly synchronized. The training ground was filled with flying dust and shattered stones, remnants of broken trees. As their attacks intensified, their speed and strength escalated. Any ninja present would surely be astounded. It was hard to fathom that a child barely over 6 years old could exhibit such ferocity. Xuanhua Mingren had already mastered all of Mai Kai's techniques over the past 6 months, with the exception of the 8 gates of Duanjia. One day, after their routine training concluded, Xuanhua Mingren approached Mai Kai. "Teacher Kai, do you have any more powerful techniques? I have grown accustomed to these foundational exercises." Even the weight of the blocks. Mai Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never encountered such a remarkable talent before. "Well done, Mingren. You have truly ignited the flames of youth within me. Next, I will teach you my unique secret technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia." Opening the first gate. As Mai Kai's voice echoed, a surge of potent chakra erupted, roaring like a hurricane. "How formidable! Is this merely the first gate?" Xuanhua Mingren marveled, recognizing the unparalleled might of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Second gate, opening. With that declaration, an even more powerful chakra erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, forcing Xuanhua Mingren to unleash his own chakra to defend himself. 1 minute later, Mai Kai reined in his chakra and turned to Xuanhua Mingren with a smile. "What do you think? This is my 8 gates of Duanjia. Do you wish to learn?" "Yes." Xuanhua Mingren nodded vigorously. "Excellent, Mingren. I can feel your youthful spirit. Now, let me explain how to cultivate the 8 gates of Duanjia. First, you must understand the human body structure. There are 8 crucial acupuncture points, known as the 8 gates, which restrict our bodies. To learn the 8 gates of Duanjia, the first step is to break through these limitations. However, utilizing the 8 gates will place tremendous strain on your body, especially after opening the first gate. The pressure is not something an average person can withstand. Hence, possessing a robust physique is fundamental for employing the 8 gates. Furthermore, once you unlock these restrictions, your power will surge exponentially. When you open the final gate, the Death Gate, you will gain strength surpassing that of the Hokage. Lastly, unless it is an absolutely critical moment, you must never open the Death Gate. Do you understand? Xuanhua Mingren listened intently, realizing that the 8 gates of Duanjia were indeed profound. "Teacher Kai, I understand." Then, with determination, he shouted, "Open gate." His chakra surged toward the opening gate acupuncture point, effortlessly breaking through its limitations. Xuanhua Mingren felt as though movements previously restricted by his brain were now accessible, and even his reflexes had significantly improved. He charged toward the next gate. Meanwhile, Mai Kai stood in astonishment, eyes wide, watching Xuanhua Mingren's swift actions. "Did you learn that just from my demonstration and explanation? Such talent is truly extraordinary." Xuanhua Mingren halted his chakra, assessing his body. Reaching the first gate was already his limit. Continuing further would risk injury, which was unwise. After opening the first gate, he believed he could utilize subsequent techniques. Techniques like the Hiryu Shoden-ha and the Riryu Shoden-ha required the release of the 8 gates. However, these techniques were not suited for Xuanhua Mingren. What he truly needed was rapid mobility and powerful strikes. After all, as the story of the Hokage progressed, facing the Akatsuki clan would reveal that physical techniques had become more effective than ninjutsu. "Teacher Kai, how did I do with the 8 gates of Duanjia?" Xuanhua Mingren smiled at the astonished Mai Kai, relishing the rare sight of his expression. Mai Kai, momentarily taken aback, soon raised his iconic thumbs up in admiration. "Naruto, your youth truly ignites a fervor within me. Let us continue our inverted dash around Konoha for 20 laps." With those words, he placed his hands on the ground and sprinted towards the setting sun, his arms leaving behind fleeting shadows. The following day, Uzumaki Naruto maintained his transparent persona as he entered the classroom. He refrained from forming any bonds with the children from the prominent clans, wishing to avoid future hesitations when the time came to act. Inside the classroom, the girls were engaged in a lively discussion about which boy was the most handsome. Naruto had no inclination to partake in such frivolous romantic games. He took his seat, reserved for the king, and quietly awaited the commencement of class. As Mizuki entered the room, the dull monotony of the morning was about to resume. Having endured the tedious morning, the first practical lesson at the Ninja Academy finally commenced. The students gathered on the playground, lazily standing aside. Mizuki held up the battle chart. The first match, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Upon hearing their names, the two stepped forward and formed the necessary hand seals. It seemed that, for now, their friendship remained intact despite Sasuke's departure. "Sakura, I won't hold back," declared Ino. "Who needs you to hold back? Just give it your all," replied Sakura. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, delivering punches that landed with palpable force. However, Naruto found the spectacle rather dull. The academy primarily taught theoretical knowledge, basic jutsu, and chakra refinement. Only a select few from the noble families could learn a jutsu or two at this age. The commoners had to rely solely on their physical prowess. The only edge they had was the enhancement provided by chakra, which increased their damage output. Chapter 10. The first confrontation with Sasuke. Bang. Sakura staggered backward and fell to the ground. Ino rushed forward to help her up, grinning. "Sakura, I won." Though Sakura's face was a mask of frustration, she replied, "Next time, I will win. I'll be waiting." Ino chuckled, and the two returned to the crowd after forming a reconciliation seal. Mizuki diligently recorded their performances. Ino exhibited excellent chakra control and awareness in battle, while Sakura had great control but insufficient chakra reserves. After completing his notes, he called out. Second match, Inuzuka Kiba versus Yamashita Taro. Leaning against a nearby tree, Naruto smiled as he observed the upcoming match. This matchup seemed rather unfair, with the Inuzuka clan pitted against a commoner. As Kiba entered the arena, Taro's face paled. Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, exuded confidence, while Akamaru, albeit still young, could not yet perform jutsu. Nevertheless, Kiba's physical skills would prove too much for his opponent. Kiba assumed a beast-like stance and charged forward. With a single strike, his opponent was too frightened to dodge, collapsing to the ground. Mizuki shook his head, deeming the match unworthy of documentation due to the vast disparity in skill. Inuzuka Kiba wins. Naruto observed this farce, contemplating the grim fate awaiting these common children as they aspired to become ninjas. Most likely, they would meet their end on dangerous missions or serve as fodder in battle. After the two returned to the group, Mizuki continued. Third match, Aburame Shino versus Inoue Takeo. Standing in the center of the arena, Shino raised his hands, causing several black insects to crawl out from his sleeves. "My Kakechu will attack your chakra," Shino stated flatly. The insects flew towards Takeo, who immediately panicked and shouted, "I concede." He turned and fled back to the crowd, while Shino calmly called back his insects and returned to his team. "Ah, this one is formidable indeed. The only character in the original story to maintain an undefeated record. Facing off against another commoner?" To be honest, Naruto felt a tinge of pity for Takeo. Why did he have to face Shino? Before the match even began, the mere release of Shino's insects had already frightened his opponent to tears. The girls in the crowd were equally horrified. Naruto remained unfazed. Jutsu, after all, was merely a means to conquer one's enemy, regardless of its appearance. Naturally, if he were to harbor insects within his body, he would firmly refuse. The subsequent matches lacked significance, primarily featuring commoners being outmatched, as they were only in their first year. Even those with talent had yet to fully develop. Against the children from prestigious families, defeat was inevitable, except for one peculiar pineapple-headed individual. In the 10th match, Nara Shikamaru faced off against. Mizuki had yet to finish announcing. "I concede. This is such a hassle," Shikamaru declared, raising his hand in surrender as soon as his name was called. Naruto observed Shikamaru's annoyed expression and couldn't help but reflect, as expected of you. Mizuki, exasperated, shrugged. He had no recourse against the children of noble families. He continued announcing the next matchups. The final match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. "Sasuke, you can do it. You're the best. Sasuke, I love you. Sasuke, look over here." The girls erupted into squeals of excitement upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's name. Naruto felt a surge of energy. Here it came, the fateful confrontation. Regardless of the circumstances, the two were destined to clash. But now, Sasuke, can you keep up with me? The two stepped into the center of the playground and formed the necessary hand seals as the cold wind swept past them. The battle commenced. With Mizuki's command, Uchiha Sasuke made the first move, launching several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. In Naruto's eyes, the shuriken moved at an agonizingly slow pace. A stark contrast to the rigorous training he had undergone with Might Guy. Such sluggish projectiles posed no threat to him. Naruto merely infused chakra into his feet and executed the body flicker technique, effortlessly evading the shuriken's attack. As the shuriken flew through the air, Sasuke, manipulating nearly invisible threads, altered their trajectory. So, he employs the technique of manipulating shuriken? Truly, a testament to the genius of the Uchiha clan, possessing Indra's chakra. Naruto feigned reaching into his tool pouch to retrieve a kunai, casually swinging it with a clattering sound. All the shuriken redirected by Sasuke were swiftly struck down by Naruto. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals: rat, horse, monkey, dog, tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Naruto knocked down the shuriken, a fireball, roughly the size of a small adult, hurtled towards him. Flames engulfed Naruto instantly, prompting gasps from the surrounding spectators. Bang! Within the flames, Naruto vanished, leaving behind only a wooden log. Sasuke, realizing this, scanned the playground anxiously, wary of the now missing Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto had executed the body flicker technique, appearing behind Sasuke, kunai poised at his throat. The perpetually aloof Uchiha Sasuke finally displayed a change in expression, his face paling in shock. He had not noticed when Naruto had slipped behind him. At that moment, Sasuke was drenched in sweat, too intimidated to make a single move. Mizuki then announced, "The match is over. Uzumaki Naruto wins." The two formed a reconciliation seal. Naruto approached Sasuke, wearing a sunny, gentle smile reminiscent of a little son, extending his hand. "Sasuke, you're amazing." Sasuke huffed, visibly displeased, turning his head away. As a member of the Uchiha clan, losing to this transparent boy was unacceptable. He vowed to train harder and reclaim victory in the future. Naruto paid little mind to Sasuke's prideful demeanor. After all, wasn't that how they all behaved? Silently returning to the crowd, it seemed that this time, becoming a transparent person was no longer feasible. As for showcasing his strength, as long as he maintained a good attitude towards Sarutobi Hisashi, there was no need for excessive worry. Surrounding classmates flocked to Naruto, while Hinata Hyuga in the corner blushed and secretly watched, whispering to herself, "Naruto-kun is truly impressive. I must work harder and not stray too far from him." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hisashi was secretly using a technique to observe Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 11. Uchiha Itachi. The tedious school hours had finally come to an end, and Uzumaki Naruto made his way to his usual training ground. Although after acquiring the system, the ninjutsu he drew would directly be infused into his mind, some self-taught techniques, like the 8 gates, still required relentless practice. However, today Naruto unexpectedly encountered another person. Wasn't that Sasuke? It seemed he was spurred by today's battle. Naruto ignored Uchiha Sasuke and began his physical training at another spot, fully aware that he should not approach someone prideful. He must wait for them to relent first. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke repeatedly pulled out shuriken and kunai from his ninja tool pouch, practicing his throwing technique. Normally accurate throws seemed to evade the target today. The corner of his eye kept darting towards the blonde figure nearby, his mood growing increasingly irritable. Thus, the two trained in their own worlds until Sasuke could no longer contain himself and threw all his shurikens towards Naruto, stepping forward. "Hey, how did you become so strong?" Naruto shot him a sideways glance, thinking to himself how annoyingly similar this was to the original story. It was no wonder they said Sasuke could easily receive a beating if Naruto felt like it. Ignoring Sasuke, he continued with his physical training. "I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" Sasuke's impatience grew as Naruto remained unresponsive. "First of all, I do have a name. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Secondly, you are quite rude." Sasuke's face flushed red at being called rude for the first time by someone else. However, unable to retaliate, he could only look sheepish at Naruto. "Can you teach me to become stronger? Why do you want to become stronger?" Naruto's interest was piqued. After all, the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated yet. So why the sudden desire for strength? Was it because of that traitor? "I want to defeat that man and earn my father's praise." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto understood. It was indeed because of that traitor. However, being just a child, Sasuke likely cared more for his father's approval. Unfortunately, Naruto had never experienced a father's concern in either of his lives, and he sighed softly. All right, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? I can't tell you just yet. Naruto extended his palm, and Sasuke grasped his hand, setting their destinies in motion. At the Konoha training ground, the sun slowly descended, casting its golden rays over the two exhausted figures lying on the ground. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Upon hearing the voice, Sasuke sprang up, recognizing who had arrived. His previously bruised face, which had been beaten by Naruto, now broke into a smile. On Aizen, he excitedly rushed over to embrace Uchiha Itachi, who affectionately ruffled his hair, his eyes filled with a twisted love for his brother. Sasuke, it's time to go home for dinner. He then cast a wary glance at Naruto, fully aware that Konoha's higher-ups forbade Uchiha clan members from getting too close to the Nine Tails. If the higher-ups discovered Sasuke's proximity to Naruto, the consequences could be dire. The relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan had deteriorated significantly since the Nine Tails incident. Now, many within the clan were plotting a coup, which made things exceedingly complicated. After saying goodbye to Naruto, Sasuke followed Itachi as they departed. Naruto returned alone to his dilapidated apartment, lying on the bed and staring at the worn ceiling. Uchiha Itachi, huh? With his current strength, dealing with Itachi without the Mangekyo Sharingan should not pose a problem. Nevertheless, he still needed to grow stronger. After performing the ritual before the lottery, he initiated 10 consecutive draws. Ever since the system upgrade, Naruto had not drawn anything. He had 30,000 Ryo left from his last draw and had just added another 70,000. He gathered a total of 100,000 Ryo for a 10 consecutive draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Kunai X10, Shuriken X10, Food Pills X20, Explosive Tags X20. Another set of blue rewards. He refused to believe his luck could be this poor. He continued to draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Food Pills X10, Explosive Tags X10, a set of Tsunade's original underwear, a pair of Mei Terumi's original stockings, and a box of expired instant noodles. Seriously? Again with these? Naruto exclaimed in frustration. The ninja tools were piling up, and now he was getting underwear and stockings from the Mizukage? One more time, I'm going all in. I have 800,000 Ryo left, so let's do 80 consecutive draws. Naruto fixed his gaze on the spinning wheel. Since the system upgrade, the white area had disappeared, replaced by a small orange section. He knew that must signify the best prizes, but it was smaller than the previous purple area, resembling a mere line. The sound of the spinning wheel echoed in his mind, surrounded by blue light, with not a hint of purple to be seen. Surely, he couldn't be that unlucky. Was he destined to fail? Just as despair threatened to consume him, a few purple lights intertwined with an orange glow appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Shadow Clone Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan, and Adamant Sealing. Huh. I told you, one cannot be this unlucky. Waves of energy surged into Naruto's mind, and he grinned widely, his joy stretching from ear to ear. As he integrated the memories of the new jutsu, his consciousness sank into the ceiling space. Kyubi, let me show you something interesting. The Nine Tails lay lazily in the ceiling space, observing the ecstatic Naruto. Humph, brat, what are you up to now? Adamant Sealing. Naruto grinned wickedly as he approached the Nine Tails, channeling chakra, causing several chains to wrap around the Nine Tails, binding it securely. The Nine Tails, now bound in a humiliating position, felt both furious and embarrassed. It had never been treated this way before and roared in anger at Naruto. Brat, release me at once. Naruto, reveling in the sight of the restrained Nine Tails, chuckled even more. Kyubi, you often tease me. Now it's your turn to experience being subdued. The Nine Tails, infuriated, thrashed about. But the adamantine chains held firm, leaving it to emit furious roars. You little brat, if you have the guts, let me go, and we shall fight properly. Naruto crossed his arms, exuding pride. Once I practice more and can master this technique, I will have a proper battle with you. But for now, you should stay put. He reached out and playfully poked the Nine Tails on the head. Chapter 12. The Misfortunes of the Uchiha Clan at the Uchiha Clan Assembly Hall. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku looked sternly at all the gathered members. Within the hall, a sea of red eyes widened ominously, casting an eerie atmosphere. Have Shursui and Itachi still not arrived? Uchiha Fugaku gazed around the assembly hall, where Itachi's absence was palpable. His voice bore a note of gravity, yet no one responded. The clan leader had reached a point where failure could hardly encapsulate the gravity of the situation. Indecision and a lack of resolve had transformed the lives of his kin into mere trifles. Tragically, both prodigies of the Uchiha clan had aligned themselves with the Hokage's faction, one being the leader's own son. Leader, we can no longer afford to retreat. The upper echelons of Konoha demand we relocate to a more peripheral area. Many of our elders, devoid of chakra, rely solely on the clan's resources for survival. If we move to a more isolated place, we will not be able to sustain so many clansmen. Are we to abandon them? Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by the pressures from the higher-ups, the needs of his clansmen, and the betrayal of his children. Silence. His voice resonated, the weight of years spent in leadership pressing down on the clansmen, leaving them breathless. Uchiha Tetsubana, seated nearby, timely interjected. Leader, we can no longer endure this. The Uchiha clan was once one of the two founding families of Konoha, and now the Senju clan has vanished. Yet, we remain, while the higher-ups continue to suppress us. Even the compensation for our fallen ninjas has not been dispensed. Whenever war breaks out, the Uchiha clan finds itself in the most perilous battles. If we do not resist, we too shall fade from history like the Senju. We must prepare for a coup to secure our survival. Before Uchiha Fugaku could respond, a representative of the dovish faction could no longer contain himself. No, a coup is utterly inadvisable. How can we, as a single clan, stand against Konoha? Do not forget the multitude of ninjas in Konoha, while we have so few. With our current strength, resistance is futile. A coup would lead only to our demise. Inside the assembly hall, both sides engaged in fierce debate. Each convinced their path was the correct one. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his expression conflicted, eyes tightly shut. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and slammed his palm on the table. The arguing factions ceased their quarrels, turning to face Uchiha Fugaku. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui entered the assembly hall alongside Uchiha Itachi, who had just returned home after seeing his younger brother. Their arrival drew ire from all present, and Uchiha Fugaku made a decisive resolution. There was no longer a choice. The ambitions of Konoha's upper echelon had been fully revealed, and if the Uchiha clan did not resist now, they would truly be left with no opportunity. In 3 days, all would gather once more in the assembly hall to discuss the final plan, especially Shursui and Itachi. The two remained silent, turning to leave, which only heightened the ire of the Uchiha clansmen, who hurled various insults at them. Unfazed, the two departed the assembly hall quietly. Upon reaching one of Konoha's training grounds, Uchiha Shursui spoke first. Itachi, the rift between the village and our clan deepens. It seems we are the only ones capable of understanding both sides. If our clan goes to war with Konoha, many innocent lives will be lost. I cannot bear to witness such loss again. I will do everything in my power to prevent our clansmen from taking such actions. I will faithfully report the coup to Lord Hokage. Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of gratitude. Uchiha Shursui was like an older brother to him, guiding him steadfastly. Without him, Itachi could not fathom what he might become. Shursui, you are my dear friend. I will always stand by your side. Whatever may come, I shall face it with you. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, sensing that no one was watching, employed a shadow clone to create the illusion of training in his apartment. His original self activated the Kyuubi's eye to observe the two, listening to their conversation. He found it astonishing. When he had watched the anime, he thought these two were unhinged, but witnessing them in reality left him utterly astounded. Is there really a choice between clan and village? One would surely choose the clan, even without considering their current circumstances. And to plan a coup only to be betrayed, what a tragic fate. To be prudent, Naruto waited until the two had departed before stealthily returning home. In the dead of night, outside Sarutobi Hiruzen's chamber, an Umbu appeared quietly, whispering inside. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Shursui has urgent matters to report. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen donned his attire and made his way to the Hokage office, instructing that the other 3 members of Konoha's F4 be summoned. After all, Shursui's late-night visit indicated a connection to the Uchiha clan. Once everyone had assembled, Uchiha Shursui knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan is planning a coup. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, instantly dispelling any remnants of sleep from Konoha's F4. Is this truly the case? Narashikaku was the first to speak. Disbelief etched on his face. He could not fathom that the Uchiha clan possessed such audacity. Shimura Danzo paused, his expression darkening. Indeed, they are a treacherous clan. As a member of Konoha, they dare to instigate a coup. Let Root eliminate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, maintaining a semblance of calm, contemplated further. If the Uchiha did indeed attempt a coup, how should Konoha respond? Lighting his pipe, he addressed Shursui. As the bridge between the Uchiha and Konoha, what are your thoughts? You must understand that Konoha can ill afford another war. If the Uchiha were to stage a coup, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer the most. Uchiha Shursui raised his head, his black pupils transforming to red, three tomo swirling into view. The Sharingan's three tomo began to spin rapidly, forming a shuriken shape with 4 points, emitting a chilling aura. The members of Konoha's F4 gasped in unison, and the Umbu guards hidden in the shadows emerged, prepared for any eventuality. That eye belongs to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shursui, are you intending to assassinate us? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained composed. Hiruzen was merely surprised, while Danzo's eyes gleamed with greed. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. What do you mean by this, Shursui? Chapter 13, Kodoeme Tsukumi. The forceful seizure of the Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui closed his Sharingan, speaking solemnly. The ability of this eye is known as Kodoeme Tsukumi, capable of profoundly influencing the target's subconscious. It can permanently alter the target's values, beliefs, and personality, all unbeknownst to them. Upon hearing the capabilities of this Mangekyo Sharingan, Konoha's F4 grew increasingly alarmed. Mito Uzumaki pointed an accusatory finger at Uchiha Shursui. You have used your ocular jutsu on us? Uchiha Shursui remained on one knee, head bowed. I intend to use Kodoeme Tsukumi to modify Uchiha Fugaka's consciousness, instilling in him the subconscious choice to protect Konoha. This way, I can prevent the Uchiha clan's coup. No, a coup cannot be thwarted by merely altering Fugaku's consciousness. There are other Uchiha clan members who would support the coup. Merely modifying Fugaku's awareness does not guarantee that others will refrain from rebellion. We should dispatch Konoha's ninjas to suppress the Uchiha clan. Danzo fervently expressed his views, convinced that the malevolent Uchiha clan deserved total annihilation. Hiruzen took several drags from his pipe, eyes half closed, his gaze piercing into Uchiha Shursui. Jishui, the peace of my relies on you. Act according to your convictions. Yes. Yujibwa Jishui finished speaking and turned to leave the Hokage office. Inside, the Konoha F4 continued their heated debate. Rijan, at this moment, we must not show mercy. We should take action in advance and capture all the members of the Yujibwa clan. Jitsu Tuan Song, with his remaining eye fixed on Sarufii Rijan, lamented that the latter had grown old and far too weak. Tuan Song, I have stated numerous times that Konoha cannot withstand war. The best solution is to resolve matters with minimal cost. Sarufii Rijan rose, gazing through the glass at the darkened village of Konoha. Rijan, Yujibwa Jishui, as a genius of the Yujibwa clan, cannot be trusted. Tuan Song, Jishui is a descendant of Jing. You must believe in him. Rijan, you will regret this. Tuan Song, I am the Hokage. Bang. Jitsu and Tuan Song slammed the door and left. Unable to persuade Sarufii Rijan, he resolved to take action himself. The following evening, Yujibwa Jishui was preparing to unleash his Bitienshin upon Yujibwa Fuyue when several Umbu appeared beside him, blocking all avenues of escape. Although these ninjas were clad in Umbu attire, their killing intent was distinctly different from that of ordinary Umbu. It was evident they were members of the Kun. The leader stepped forward and addressed Yujibwa Jishui. Yujibwa Jishui, Lord Tuan Song wishes to see you. Come with us. With that, he turned and left, while Yujibwa Jishui followed the Kin ninja, closely guarded by others. They arrived at Nanhei Shrine, where Jitsu and Tuan Song had been waiting for some time, and in the shadows, Xuan Zhuomingren concealed himself beneath a cloak and mask. Finally, the day had come. Bitienshin, I must seize this ability. It is far too formidable. Jitsu and Tuan Song confronted Yujibwa Jishui, and in a bold move, he attacked, only to be countered by Yujibwa Jishui's Sharingan. Just as Yujibwa Jishui relaxed, the previously subdued Jitsu and Tuan Song vanished, reappearing before him to deliver a crushing blow to his abdomen, followed by a flurry of attacks that left Yujibwa Jishui dazed. With one hand, Tuan Song reached for Yujibwa Jishui's right eye, grasping the Sharingan in his hand and unraveling the bandages that had covered his head. It was then that Yuji Boaji Shui realized Tuan Song had mastered the Yuji Bo clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Yuji Boaji Shui swiftly retreated, and a few Kin ninjas appeared before Jitsu and Tuan Song, unleashing the Great Fireball technique and the Water Chaos technique to create a dense fog, allowing Yuji Boaji Shui to escape. The Kin ninjas pursued closely behind, leaving only Jitsu and Tuan Song. Meanwhile, Xuan Zhuomingren, who had been observing, finally saw his opportunity and unhesitatingly activated the Shadow Level Experience card. A torrent of chakra surged from his body. Assessing the chakra within, he found it to be approximately 200 units, with his physical strength increased several-fold. Xuan Zhuomingren clenched his fist. Is this the might of a shadow? He then shouted, QB. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales, surprised, gazed upon the young boy. What happened to make your strength surge so suddenly? This is my secret, and I shall tell you in due time. Hearing this, the Ninetales grinned, chakra pouring forth, enveloping Xuan Zhuomingren in deep crimson energy. A series of chakra tails emerged behind him, 1, 2, 3, until 7. This is your limit. That's enough. Xuan Zhuomingren smiled broadly. He then declared, Koken. Open. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, vaporizing upon contact with the Ninetales chakra. The searing pain in his muscles caused Xuan Zhuomingren's entire body to convulse. Yet there was no time to acclimate to this agony. He sensed that his chakra had surged to approximately 2,000 units. Extending his right hand, he formed a Rasengan in his palm, which, with the infusion of chakra, grew to the size of his entire body. The blue chakra enveloped in the Ninetales' deep crimson energy. As Jitsu and Tuan Song prepared to conceal the Sharingan, the body flicker technique activated, and Xuan Zhuomingren shot through the sky like a crimson bolt of lightning. Shuno Otama Rasengan. With a loud shout, Jitsu and Tuan Song had not anticipated the presence of others in ambush and, caught off guard by the overwhelming speed, had no time to react. Xuan Zhuomingren pressed the Rasengan against Tuan Song's head, uncertain of how many Sharingan he possessed. During Tuan Song's confrontation with Yuji Boasasu, he had an entire arm filled with Sharingan, yet that was due to the Yuji Bo clan's extermination, leaving so many eyes. Now that the Yuji Bo clan still existed, he had to end the battle within 5 minutes. As the Rasengan pressed against Jitsu and Tuan Song's head, Xuan Zhuomingren's left hand shot out like lightning, seizing Yuji Boaji Shui's Sharingan and tossing it into his spatial pocket. Jitsu and Tuan Song's figure slowly faded from view, reappearing elsewhere. Maintaining his core as hard eye, Xuan Zhuomingren did not hesitate to activate the shadow clone technique, creating dozens of clones. With swift hand seals, he executed the fire release, Great Fireball technique. Dozens of fireballs of about 10 meters in diameter surged towards the location where Jitsu and Tuan Song had just appeared, accompanied by deafening explosions. Xuan Zhuomingren had no intention of stopping, relying on the perception abilities of the core's hard eye, and continued to bombard for an entire minute. Jitsu and Tuan Song had no opportunity to retaliate. He barely vanished before a barrage of fireballs came flying at him. Chapter 14. The Susanoo of Yuji Boaji Shui. The cacophony of battle drew the attention of the Kin ninjas who had been pursuing Yuji Boaji Shui. This is bad. Lord Tuan Song is under attack. You continue pursuing Yuji Boaji Shui, while the rest return to support Lord Tuan Song. The pursuing Kin ninjas divided into two groups, one continuing the chase while the other returned to aid Jitsu and Tuan Song. Jitsu and Tuan Song reappeared in another location, utterly disheveled and caught off guard by Xuan Zhuomingren's sudden onslaught. The saturation of attacks left him with no chance to counter. His expression darkened, and the scar on his chin twisted in rage. The Ninetales, it's you. Xuan Zhuomingren. That wretched Ninetales brat. I should have captured you for the Kin back then. It's all Regent's fault for being soft-hearted. The inherently malevolent Ninetales should have been kept under control. Xuan Zhuomingren continued his barrage of shadow clones and great fireball techniques, relying on his abundant chakra. However, his demeanor grew serious. He had been attacking for 3 minutes now, and considering the initial use of his Izanagi, this old schemer had already activated it 4 times. The Yuji clan had not yet been exterminated, yet he had acquired so many Sharingan. The chakra of the Ninetales was also exposed. Hiding it was no longer an option. If he could not eliminate this old schemer today, he would have to consider an alternative. Feeling a surge of chakra signatures nearby, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, Xuan Zhuomingren's core as heart, I sensed the returning Kin ninjas. There was no time to hesitate. Steadying himself, he left a shadow clone behind, while his main body pursued the direction in which Yuji Shui had fled. Yuji Shui came to a halt, confronted by dozens of ninjas, all wielding kunai and short swords, surrounding him with lethal intent. The leading ninja stepped forward, his tone devoid of warmth. Yuji Shui, do not cling to your illusions, surrender. Return to Lord Tuansong and plead for mercy, and perhaps you will live a few more days. Uchiha Shirsui's right eye remained firmly shut, blood trickling from the corner. While his remaining left eye activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was acutely aware that he could not accompany the Root ninjas back. Moreover, even the news of the Root's ambush must not reach the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly initiate a coup, plunging Konoha into unprecedented turmoil. He vowed to protect both Konoha and his family. Uchiha Shirsui could no longer endure. He drew the short blade from his back. As a member of Konoha, I do not wish to take your lives. Leave this place, and I shall grant you a chance to survive. The leading Root ninja displayed no change in his demeanor. For a Root ninja, the orders of their leader, Shimura Danzo, were paramount. Attack together, but be careful not to harm his left eye. The encircling Root ninjas launched their assault, their intricate ninjutsu executed with remarkable precision, honed through years of teamwork. However, for Uchiha Shirsui, who had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and earned the moniker of Shunshin, his current strength rivaled that of a shadow-level ninja. The attacks from these subpar ninjas felt akin to a child's play. With unparalleled speed, he activated his Shunshin, blending it with the Jinjutsu of his left Mangekyo Sharingan. The battlefield was soon filled with a dozen apparitions of Uchiha Shirsui, each wielding a short sword glinting with lethal intent, swiftly severing the throats of several Root ninjas, claiming their lives in an instant. The attacks from the Root ninjas merely passed through Shirsui's phantasmal forms, as if slicing through mere illusions. Seeing this, the leading Root ninja broke into a cold sweat. Dozens of elite Root ninjas were unable to handle a single individual, and the tide of battle was overwhelmingly against them. He produced a signal flare, intending to launch it skyward. Sensing the motion, Uchiha Shirsui instantly appeared before the ninja, his short blade akin to the scythe of death, reaping the life of his opponent. A burst of green flames soared into the sky, blooming into a splendid firework. Having failed to prevent the signal flare's launch, Uchiha Shirsui realized it was too late. If he did not conclude the battle swiftly, more Root ninjas would soon arrive. There was no other option left. Susanoo. The remaining Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye pulsated with fine veins of blood, crimson streaks trailing down his face. Green chakra enveloped Uchiha Shirsui, forming a colossal skeletal figure composed of chakra. With only ribs, hand bones, and a skull, the ninjutsu of the Root ninjas could inflict no harm upon him. Subsequently, chakra manifested into muscle, layer upon layer of armor appearing on the surface. Is this the extent of my abilities? Uchiha Shirsui assessed, realizing that with only one Mangekyo Sharingan, this was the limit of the Susanoo he could summon. The remaining Root ninjas, their expressions concealed beneath masks, ceased their attacks, gazing up at the towering chakra manifestation resembling a divine being. Fearful whispers escaped from behind the masks. What is this? Is this truly ninjutsu? The Uchiha clan possesses such power? Is this the power of a deity? Can we defeat this demonic figure? Many Root ninjas dropped their weapons to the ground, and even those who clung to their weapons trembled uncontrollably. Uchiha Shirsui commanded his Susanoo to eliminate the Root ninjas who no longer dared to resist. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the training grounds of Uchiha Itachi. He intended to entrust his last Mangekyo Sharingan to Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto departed from the Nanha Shrine and encountered returning Root ninjas while pursuing Uchiha Shirsui, leading to a straightforward battle. Utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails and the Eighth Gate, combined with the limited time of his shadow-level experience card, he swiftly resolved the conflict. Just as the battle concluded, the sound of an explosion echoed from a distance. Uzumaki Naruto turned to see a massive green chakra armor rising into the sky. The green Susanoo belonged to Uchiha Shirsui. He had truly managed to summon a Susanoo with just one eye. Truly, he was the most formidable genius of the Uchiha clan in recent years. Though perhaps a bit too rigid in thought, there was no time for reflection, as the experience card's duration had ended. Uzumaki Naruto deactivated the Eighth Gate and the Nine Tails chakra, a wave of pain surging through him. Was this the after effect of the Eighth Gate? Yet, these pains paled in comparison to the malice he had endured over the years. Gritting his teeth, Uzumaki Naruto pressed onward toward the battlefield. Upon arriving at the site of the recently fought battle, he found it had long since concluded, leaving only a field strewn with the bodies of root ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto activated his Kagaya's Byakugan, searching for the chakra traces of Uchiha Shursui. At the edge of a cliff, he finally discovered Uchiha Shursui alongside Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 15. The Death of Shursui. Uchiha Itachi was practicing ninjutsu at the usual training ground, albeit with a lingering sense of unease. Suddenly, a familiar figure landed before him. Witnessing the bloodied Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi approached with concern. "Shursui, what happened? Your right eye?" Uchiha Shursui reached the cliff's edge, gazing down at the flowing river, before turning to face Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, as I was about to inform the Hokage of the impending coup by our clan, Danzo ambushed me at the Nana shrine and seized my right eye." "Why would Danzo take your right eye?" Uchiha Itachi exclaimed in disbelief. It was merely an ordinary Sharingan. Though not every Uchiha awakened their eyes, there were certainly many who had. "Behold my left eye." Uchiha Shursui opened his left eye, revealing the Sharingan. Its three tomo spinning rapidly, ultimately forming a shuriken-like shape with four corners. Uchiha Itachi stared in shock at the unique Sharingan and asked, "What is this? Why is it different from a typical Sharingan?" "This is the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan is called Kodo Amatsukami. The true power of Kodo Amatsukami allows one to unconsciously accept changes. I had intended to utilize this Mangekyo Sharingan's power to alter the outcome of the Uchiha coup. However, Danzo was overly wary of Kodo Amatsukami's abilities and sought to seize my Mangekyo Sharingan. He did not trust me and chose to act on his own accord. He likely will not spare even my left eye. Inadvertently, my right eye was taken, and now I am left with only this left eye." Uchiha Shursui recounted the events, then reached into his pocket and retrieved his remaining left eye, offering it to Uchiha Itachi. "Shursui, what are you doing?" Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Shursui, his heart heavy with sorrow. "I have grown weary of the tasks and the power struggles within the higher-ups. If this continues, the Uchiha clan has no future, and I do not wish to proceed down this path. Ninjas are the nameless ones who uphold peace in the darkness. But an order maintained through violence is not true peace. Regardless of how the village and clan have wronged me, I have always believed you can find genuine peace. My death may awaken the Uchiha clan to abandon the coup. The only one I can entrust this to is you, my dear friend. With this Mangekyo Sharingan, protect the village and uphold the name of the Uchiha." Uchiha Itachi solemnly accepted the Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Shursui. "I will take it. But what do you plan to do?" Uchiha Shursui retreated to the edge of the cliff. "Wait, Shursui." Uchiha Itachi discerned his intentions and sought to halt Uchiha Shursui's actions. "Do not stop me, Itachi." Uchiha Shursui raised his hand to prevent Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, you must become a light more radiant than anyone else, illuminating this dark village, and protect the honor of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shursui, eyes tightly shut, bore a gentle smile as he plummeted towards the river below the cliff. Uchiha Itachi arrived at the cliff's edge, only to witness the splashing water, with Shursui's figure already lost from sight. "Shursui," the Sharingan instinctively manifested in his eyes. Three tomo spinning rapidly. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes tightly, a chilling chakra converging towards them, sensing the transformation within. "So this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. I will protect Konoha at all costs." Suddenly, Itachi opened his eyes, blood tears streaming down. The three tomo vanished, replaced by three arcs of the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi's chakra surged. "Time is running out. I must hasten." Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, spectating, activated the Nine Tails chakra and the Eight Gates. Capable of harnessing only the strength of two tails, with the Eight Gates opened to the first gate. If not for the formidable physique of the Uzumaki clan, he would not have chosen to act at this moment. "What are you planning to do, kid? You've already exposed yourself. You can no longer remain in Konoha." The languid voice of the Nine Tails echoed, accustomed to the years of companionship. "Just watch." Just as Uchiha Itachi prepared to retrieve Shursui's eyes, Naruto seized the moment, appearing in an instant. His speed was so swift that even Itachi, who had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, could not react in time. Naruto snatched the eye imbued with the power of Kodo Amatsukami from Itachi's grasp and tossed it into his spatial pocket, extending his right hand towards Itachi's eye socket. He intended to extract Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan as well. Fire release, great fire destruction. Reacting swiftly, Itachi retreated rapidly, forming hand seals with such speed that his afterimage was barely visible, unleashing a sea of flames towards Naruto. What incredible reaction speed. By the way, is that seal formation serious? Damn it, you were so slow with Sasuke, yet so fast against me. Naruto evaded the inferno, the two facing off. Container of the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Naruto, what are your intentions? Naruto chuckled, finding the question redundant. What am I doing? Of course, I'm coming for you. Itachi regarded Naruto with grave seriousness. The earlier attack had been too swift, his Mangekyo Sharingan failed to perceive it. Had it not been for instinctive reflexes, he would have nearly lost his eye. The opponent was only 6 years old, yet so powerful and ruthless towards a fellow villager. What was his stance towards Konoha? I, who have inherited Shusui's will, shall never allow anyone to threaten Konoha. Failing to land a blow, Itachi retrieved countless shuriken and kunai from his ninja tool pouch, hurling them at Naruto to restrict his movements. Such an exquisite shuriken throwing technique, far superior to Sasuke. However, I am not that incompetent Sasuke. Empowered by the Nine Tails and the 8 Gates, Naruto enveloped his feet in chakra, launching himself towards Itachi with the body flicker technique. What astonishing speed. In an instant, Itachi lost sight of Naruto, instinctively sensing danger from behind. Turning, he saw Naruto wielding a Rasengan, infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Crimson Rasengan. Naruto thrust the Rasengan towards Itachi's head, blood flowing from Itachi's left eye. This is bad. It's Tsukuyomi. Kurama. Naruto's consciousness was transported to a dimly lit crimson space, his Rasengan vanishing as he realized he had fallen into a Jinjutsu. He quickly reached out to communicate with the Nine Tails sealed within him. Kid, you still need my help. The Nine Tails in the sealing space grinned, disrupting the flow of Naruto's chakra, just as Itachi believed he had succeeded. Chapter 16. Framing and frustration. In that moment of Itachi's relaxation, Naruto suddenly delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, the immense force causing Itachi to double over. Without hesitation, Naruto reached once more for Itachi's eye socket. Impossible, Tsukuyomi failed to affect him? Shocked, Itachi bore the intense pain in his abdomen. Watching as Naruto approached to extract his Mangekyo Sharingan, his right eye widening in alarm, blood trickling down the corner. A pitch-black flame appeared around Naruto. Amaterasu? Sorry. Your Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are completely countered by me. Naruto discarded the chakra of the Nine Tails engulfed in Amaterasu and charged towards Itachi again. Without employing ninjutsu, Naruto understood that typical jutsu would have little effect on Itachi. With his current limited skills in ninjutsu, he relied solely on speed and taijutsu to deliver blows. Itachi, meanwhile, was struggling to defend himself, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, his mind in turmoil. To wield the chakra of the Nine Tails to such an extent, combined with the boy's deep-seated hatred for Konoha, he could not be allowed to live. He must be brought before the Hokage. The excruciating pain in Itachi's abdomen made it hard for him to breathe. Naruto's earlier punch still reverberated within him. As he straightened, Naruto's elbow, slicing through the air, struck his face. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi barely managed to tilt his head aside, the elbow grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody mark. Hot blood splattering onto his collar. Is that the extent of the foresight granted by the Sharingan? Naruto sneered, gripping Itachi's wrist with his left hand while launching a fist towards his ribs with his right. Itachi's pupils constricted, twisting his body to avoid the blow, but still felt the shockwave that sent his blood surging to his throat. He dared not slacken his efforts, reaching for a kunai in his tool pouch, thrusting it towards Naruto, his only means of retaliation at that moment. Yet Naruto had anticipated this, sidestepping while delivering a powerful knee strike to Itachi's abdomen. Ugh! Itachi groaned as the kunai slipped from his grasp, his body stumbling uncontrollably backward. Naruto relentlessly pursued him, each step resonating with a force that trembled the ground, his fists raining down on Itachi like a storm. Itachi could only rely on the extraordinary dynamic vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan to barely block the strikes. His arms numbed from the impact, his chakra beginning to destabilize due to the pain. He looked into Naruto's fierce eyes, his heart sinking. This boy not only manipulated the chakra of the Nine Tails, but had also honed his taijutsu to such a level, fueled by hatred for Konoha. If he was not subdued today, Konoha would be in peril. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Naruto suddenly changed tactics. seizing Itachi's shoulder with his left hand and preparing to deliver a punch to his chest with his right. Itachi hastily crossed his arms to block, the resulting thud sending him hurtling backward, crashing into a tree trunk, his throat tasting blood that he could no longer suppress. Yet before he could regain his composure, Naruto was upon him once more, his right hand reaching for Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, a crystal ball on his desk revealing the scenes of the Konoha bathhouse. Watching the images, he chuckled heartily, neglecting to wipe away the blood trickling from his nose. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door burst open, and Shimura Danzo stormed in, cane in hand, his face ablaze with fury. He had never suffered such a significant loss, having lost several Sharingan, including Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to the Hokage's office. This matter could not be allowed to pass unpunished. Sarutobi Hiruzen, startled by the commotion, quickly stowed the crystal ball into his drawer, casting a helpless glance at his old comrade. Tuanzong, when will you learn to knock on the door? Do you still see me as the Hokage? Are you aspiring to become Hokage yourself? Jicun Tuanzong remained silent. Approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen, his cane nearly crushed in his grip. The investigation by the root revealed that the container of the Nine Tails had attacked Uchiha Shirsue, even seizing his Mangekyo Sharingan. You still have the leisure to sit in your office and puff on that wretched pipe, while the Nine Tails container has already defected from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jicun Tuanzong in disbelief, his pipe falling to the ground. What? Impossible. Naruto has been just fine, dutifully attending school every day. I believe the will of fire has already influenced him. He could not possibly betray us. I trust my judgment. It is absolutely impossible. I have been watching Naruto's behavior closely. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness, Jicun Tuanzong felt an urge to smash his cane against the man's face. Hiruzen, you are too weak. You have been deceived. The other side can now wield the chakra of the Nine Tails. What are you dreaming about? If you don't believe it, send the Umbu to investigate, and you will find out. I will dispatch Root to assist with the investigation. Sarutobi Hiruzen bent down to retrieve his fallen pipe, his wrinkled face darkening. If we are to investigate, it should be the Umbu who does so. They know the hidden corners of Konoha best and will not disturb the villagers. Umbu? Jicun Tuanzong suddenly scoffed, jabbing his cane into the ground, causing documents on the table to scatter. By the time the Umbu leisurely complete their investigation, that brat will have long fled with Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. We must mobilize Root as well. Once we locate the Nine Tails container, we will use the cursed seal to control him, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly raised his head, a flicker of intensity in his murky eyes. Tuanzong, Naruto has not been confirmed as a defector. You cannot act against him. He is the child of Minato, the embodiment of Konoha. A ticking time bomb. Jicun Tuanzong interrupted him, his cane striking the ground incessantly. Do you think it is a good thing for him to control the chakra of the Nine Tails? That is a hidden danger. Today he can harm Uchiha Shirsue. Tomorrow, he could destroy all of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the patina on his pipe. He understood Jicun Tuanzong's character, but could not let go of his obsession with the will of fire. He always hoped that Uzumaki Naruto could become a guardian of Konoha like Namake's Minato. Yet, Tuanzong's words pierced into the most anxious corners of his heart like a sharp thorn. Ultimately, he sighed. Come in. 3 shadowy figures instantly appeared in the corners of the room, kneeling on one knee. They were members of the Umbu. Immediately head to Naruto's apartment, the training grounds, and his frequent haunt, Ichiraku Ramen, to confirm his whereabouts. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice grew somber. If you find Uzumaki Naruto, arrest him immediately. Yes. The Umbu acknowledged and began to withdraw, but Jicun Tuanzong suddenly spoke up. Wait. He turned to the Umbu. If he is found in possession of Shirsue's Sharingan or shows any signs of resistance, Root will arrive simultaneously, and we will proceed according to Root's regulations. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, about to retort, but Jicun Tuanzong had already turned to leave. Hiruzen, do not wait until something truly disastrous occurs to regret not heeding my warning. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut by Jicun Tuanzong. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the empty office, tightening his grip on the pipe. He had a nagging feeling that this time, something was spiraling out of control. Chapter 17. The rescue of Uchiha Shirsue, just as Uzumaki Naruto was about to succeed. Dozens of kunai were hurled towards him, and in the distance, ninjas clad in umbu attire were relentlessly unleashing jutsu upon him. Uzumaki Naruto dodged all the attacks, retreating while casting a reluctant glance at Uchiha Itachi. What a pity, you are truly fortunate, as I have not yet taken your eyes. Uchiha Itachi, enduring the excruciating pain, looked up at Uzumaki Naruto. Surrender, you have no chance. The umbu are already on their way. You cannot escape this time. Uzumaki Naruto gazed deeply at Uchiha Itachi, thinking, very well, since I have not obtained Uchiha Itachi's eyes this time, I shall leave that for Sasuke to deal with later. He turned and leaped toward the cliff, swiftly following the river downstream. Uchiha Itachi intended to pursue but, due to his severe injuries, could only wait for the umbu to arrive. Itachi, are you alright? Where is Naruto? The arriving umbu seemed quite familiar with Uzumaki Naruto, their tone laced with concern. Uchiha Itachi closed his Mangekyo Sharingan and turned to see a ninja in umbu attire, their face concealed beneath a mask with a shock of silver hair. Captain, Uzumaki Naruto attacked me and just jumped off the cliff. I understand. You should return to your clan and rest. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, the umbu did not hesitate and jumped down the cliff, splitting the umbu into two groups, one searching upstream, the other heading towards the forest. Meanwhile, he remained in place, waiting for everyone to leave before biting his finger, tracing a pattern in the air. Hi, Su, Yu, Shun, Wei, pressing down onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. A summoning circle appeared on the ground, and with a loud bang, a puff of white smoke emerged, revealing a pug dog at its center. The umbu retrieved an item from Uzumaki Naruto's dilapidated apartment and presented it to the pug. Parker, find the owner of this scent. Parker sniffed, raising its head to the umbu. This is the scent of the Nine Tails. Is it the child of your master and mistress? What has happened? That child, what is wrong? Parker had previously interacted with Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, easily distinguishing their scent, yet the umbu remained silent, their tone heavy. Let us find him first. Parker nodded and dashed toward the river downstream. After jumping off the cliff, Uzumaki Naruto followed Uchiha Shirsue's faint chakra, discovering his body atop a massive boulder. Approaching him, he felt for the pulse in his neck, then leaned closer to listen to his heart. The chakra within was almost depleted, and even the heartbeat was fading. Uchiha Shirsue, you cannot die. I will expose myself to save you. You must survive. Why save this Uchiha brat? The Nine Tails sealed within the space questioned, bewildered that Uzumaki Naruto exerted such effort for a mere Uchiha child. He is different. As for the reason, let us say it is to make amends for the regrets in my heart. Uzumaki Naruto extracted all malice from the Nine Tails chakra, preserving only the purest chakra, and slowly infused it into Uchiha Shirsue's body. Upon hearing Shirsue's heartbeat grow stronger and stabilize, he hoisted the unconscious body away from the area. After a long journey, they arrived at a cave where Uzumaki Naruto ignited a fire, placing Uchiha Shirsue beside it. As Shirsue felt warmth returning to his body, he awakened, though his eyes remained tightly shut. Is this the Yellow Springs? Why does it feel so warm? Uzumaki Naruto, watching the boy with a donut-shaped nose awaken, spoke softly. You are not dead yet, Uchiha Shirsue. It was I who saved you. At this, Uchiha Shirsue instantly stood up, warily facing the source of the voice. Despite its youthful tone, there is no need for such wariness. Since I saved you, I definitely will not harm you. Moreover, without your Mangekyo Sharingan, you are no match for me. Naruto Uzumaki sat beside the flickering campfire, the flames casting shadows on his face, devoid of the innocence characteristic of childhood. His eyes were profound, lost in contemplation. Who are you? How do you know of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Are you here to confront the Uchiha clan or Konoha itself? Regardless of your intentions, I shall thwart you. Even if I am not your match, I would lay down my life to stop you. Uchiha Shirsue maintained a vigilant stance. Acutely aware of his dire situation, he was gravely injured, with little chakra remaining, yet he sought to extract information that could be relayed. Naruto regarded Uchiha Shirsue's probing demeanor with indifference and spoke in a calm tone. It is a long story. You should know me as Naruto Uzumaki. My identity as the Nine-Tails vessel, a Jinchūriki, or the child of the Fourth Hokage means little to me. Only I can define my essence. I am the one who knows everything. I am an avenger, seeking retribution against Konoha, against certain detestable individuals. And I shall unify the entire shinobi world in my own way. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui was struck with terror, realizing the audacity with which Naruto unveiled his ambitions and the depth of his hatred for Konoha. Furthermore, Naruto Uzumaki, the child of the Fourth Hokage, the Nine Tails. Why? As the son of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who sacrificed himself for the village, how can you seek vengeance against Konoha? Shouldn't you inherit your father's will to protect it? At this, Naruto erupted into maniacal laughter, the chakra of the Nine Tails surging uncontrollably, malevolence radiating from him. Yet, he had grown accustomed to such hostility from the villagers, it was too feeble to faze him. Ha! Protect? Who am I protecting? Konoha? Does it deserve such loyalty? Konoha has rotted to its core, resembling a towering tree that appears vibrant, yet is decaying at its roots. I shall overthrow this decaying system and establish a world where everyone thrives. I will eradicate darkness from this realm, ensuring that the elderly are cared for and the young are nurtured. There shall be no more war. However, before that, I must first destroy Konoha, the darkest of places, for all darkness emanates from it. To save, one must first destroy. An overwhelming malevolence emanated from Naruto. Even the Azura chakra within him could not be contained. In the Pure Land, an elderly man with white hair and circular eyes opened his eyes and murmured, Azura. Chapter 18. A conversation with Uchiha Shisui Naruto. If you wish to create a new world, why not save Konoha first? Must you destroy the village? Uchiha Shisui persisted, probing further into Naruto's motives. Have you not realized? The true rot lies within Konoha's upper echelons. Do you know how many shinobi the Sarutobi clan possesses? 3,000, possibly more. And what of your Uchiha clan? Can you muster 500 shinobi? Do you understand where the resources for training shinobi come from? How can one cultivate such numbers without resources? This is merely the Sarutobi clan. Consider the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Uchiha clan. They are the true parasites of Konoha. Even the legendary three, one has defected. Another scavenges outside the village, and the last is disheartened, unwilling to return. What do you think is the reason? As the founders of Konoha, the Senju clan has dwindled to a single heir, and the Uchiha clan is on the brink of annihilation. Your entrusted Uchiha Itachi is but a fool. His heart only for the village, not for the clan. Oh, and his brother. You have placed your trust in the wrong person. You are too weak. If you had revealed your Mangekyo Sharingan to your clan, the Uchiha would never face extermination. The higher-ups of Konoha are acutely aware of Uchiha Madara and are deeply fearful of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, you foolishly disclosed its capabilities to them. Without your Uchiha clan, if a coup were to be attempted, and with Uchiha Itachi working against you, the Uchiha would surely face destruction. Uchiha Shisui, upon hearing this, sank helplessly to the ground, an overwhelming chill gripping his heart. Impossible. I entrusted Itachi to protect both the village and the clan. How could he act otherwise? No, I must stop him. With this, Uchiha Shisui attempted to rush out of the cave to find Itachi. Sit down. Naruto's commanding voice halted Shisui's movements. Rest assured, I will devise a way to save the Uchiha clan. I will not forsake them. You must return to your clan, remain hidden in the shadows, and await the right moment to incite a coup. Only amidst chaos can I have the opportunity to rescue them. Very well, I shall take my leave. Remember, do not let Uchiha Fugaku or Itachi discover you are alive. Act as if you are dead. Seek out those within the Uchiha who steadfastly oppose Konoha. Protect the vulnerable among your clan. By the way, your eyes are with me. For now, I will not return them. Should you prove yourself in the future, I may reconsider. With that, Naruto rose, sensing someone approaching. Uchiha Shisui watched Naruto depart, his heart in turmoil, uncertain whether to trust him. However, he understood that he could not impede Naruto. He could only return to his clan and await his chance. Fortunately, his eyes had not been seized by Shimura Danzo. Although he no longer possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his power had diminished, he still retained strength at the Jonin level. The lack of sight would not greatly impede him. In the distance, a silver-haired Umbu followed a small dog into the cave. He has left. It hasn't been long. Should we pursue? Parker sniffed and turned to the Umbu. The Umbu nodded, and together, they continued their pursuit of Naruto's direction. Late at night, the villagers of Konoha witnessed numerous Umbu ninjas invading their homes, leaving them speechless. These ninjas exuded an air of lethal intent. Any villager daring to utter a word would undoubtedly face death at their hands. The prominent clans, upon seeing the Umbu, realized that something grave had occurred and hastily convened to discuss countermeasures. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Itachi returned home, injured. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the living room. His expression stern, arms crossed, eyes tightly shut. Upon hearing the noise, he finally spoke. Itachi, where have you been? Beside him, Uchiha Mikoto discreetly exited the living room, closing the door to give the father and son privacy. Uchiha Itachi knelt before Fugaku and spoke. The Nine-Tails vessel, the child of the Fourth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, has defected. At this, Uchiha Fugaku opened his previously closed eyes, his expression remaining unchanged. The child of the Fourth Hokage, if only the fourth had not perished. Perhaps the Uchiha clan would not be in this situation. Outside, Uchiha Mikoto covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Kushina's child. Once, she had visited the newly born Uchiha Sasuke, but due to the turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident, Konoha's scrutiny of the Uchiha clan had become excessively stringent. She had countless times wished to assist that child, yet found herself powerless to act. Hearing that Uchiha Sasuke had made a friend just yesterday filled her with joy and a desire to shower him with affection. Little did she anticipate that merely a day later, that child would choose to defect, at merely over 6 years of age, in such a perilous ninja world. How could he possibly survive? Kushina, I am sorry. Uchiha Mikoto could only sob softly outside the door. Inside, a heavy silence enveloped the room until Uchiha Fugaku broke it first. Itachi, remember to attend the clan meeting tomorrow. Yes, Uchiha Itachi replied, rising and departing towards the Hokage's office. He could no longer endure the narrow-mindedness of his family, their attempts to seize power through a coup d'etat, which had ultimately led to Uchiha Shirsue's death. Since Shirsue had entrusted his will to him, and peace between the clan and the village seemed unattainable, he was determined to protect Konoha in his own way. In the distance, a long-haired man wearing a mask with only a single hole observed Itachi's departure. How intriguing. The Uchiha clan, a lineage that need not exist. I shall personally obliterate you. He then turned his gaze skyward towards the moon. Rin, wait for me. I shall create a world with you in it. Chapter 19. The filial son Uchiha Itachi in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen donned his battle armor, setting aside his pipe, his face etched with solemnity. The remaining 3 members of Konoha F4 were present in the office, and the reports from the Umbu bore no good news. As of now, there was still no sign of Uzumaki Naruto. An Umbu appeared silently. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi requests an audience. Sarutobi nodded. Let him in. Uchiha Itachi entered the office, kneeling on one knee. As he entered, he cast a glance at Shimura Danzo, but said nothing, lowering his head thereafter. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto has chosen to defect. The other Mangekyo Sharingan belonging to Shirsue was also taken by Naruto. Given the current situation, it appears that Naruto has begun to harness a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is planning to initiate a coup d'etat. Shimura Danzo stepped forward, coldly stating, the Uchiha's rebellion should have been addressed long ago. Now that you have confirmed the coup, with an additional vessel possessing Shirsue's eyes, these 2 threats must be eliminated together. Uchiha Itachi replied coolly. Please allow me to handle the Uchiha clan. I will not permit them to harm the village. Do you believe you are still worthy of trust? Danzo formed hand seals, intending to deal with Itachi immediately. Stop, Danzo. Sarutobi interjected sharply. Itachi has merely proposed a prudent suggestion. Now is not the time for internal strife. He glanced at his advisors, Mito Gate-in and Tsunade, both of whom wore grave expressions. It was Mito who spoke first. Danzo, let us hear Itachi's perspective. Danzo resumed his seat, and Sarutobi's gaze softened as it fell upon Itachi. Itachi, you understand the situation within the Uchiha clan best. Can you stabilize Fugaku? As for Naruto, do you have any means to deduce his whereabouts? Uchiha Itachi lifted his head, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes. The members of Konoha F4 gasped in astonishment. Another pair of Mangekyo. Danzo was elated. Although they had lost Shirsue's eyes, acquiring Itachi's would somewhat compensate for the loss. Itachi's tone turned resolute. Yet his words sent chills down the spines of those present. I will personally eliminate every member of the Uchiha clan. In exchange, I hope Hokage-sama will spare Sasuke. As for Uzumaki Naruto, after exterminating the Uchiha clan, I will feign defection and then personally kill him. Even Sarutobi was taken aback by Itachi's intentions, killing his own clan and then Naruto. Such a mindset was truly a testament to the will of fire. Even the son of the Uchiha clan leader could be influenced by it, indicating the success of this ideology. Danzo's eyes gleamed with opportunity at the prospect of wiping out the Uchiha clan. It was hard to deny that Itachi appeared increasingly agreeable. The two advisors beside him were left speechless, their jaws agape. Sarutobi, concerned, inquired, "Itachi, do you have confidence in this? A few days ago, a mysterious individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara approached me. His strength is formidable, and he invited me to join his secret organization. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will ally with him to eliminate all members of the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi sprang to his feet. "Uchiha Madara? Impossible, he died long ago. He battled the first Hokage at the Valley of the End and was ultimately slain by him. He cannot possibly be alive." Danzo regarded Itachi, his gaze assessing him as a perfect tool. This person cannot be Uchiha Madara. The second Hokage dealt with Madara's corpse. Itachi concurred, stating, "Indeed. I also believe he cannot be Uchiha Madara. However, that mysterious organization seems poised to threaten Konoha, so I intend to join it to gather intelligence for the village." Mito Gaiden finally snapped out of his shock, rubbing his temples. "Hiruzen, this is too risky. If Uchiha Madara is truly alive, his power is beyond what Konoha can currently contend with. Should we reconsider?" Tsunade nodded in agreement. "And what of Uzumaki Naruto?" Itachi stated that he would kill him after the clan's extermination, but what if Naruto is found by Uchiha Madara during that time? Or if he causes a stir using Shirsue's eyes? Uchiha Itachi lowered his gaze, the patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan swirling ominously in his eyes as he spoke coldly. The individual who claims to be Uchiha Madara, his motives remain unclear, yet he harbors immense dissatisfaction with the Uchiha's betrayal. Allying with him is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. After the clan's extermination, I will join his organization. As for Uzumaki Naruto, I shall ensure he poses no threat to Konoha. Hokage-sama, my only condition is Sasuke. I will keep him away from the scene during the extermination and afterward. I implore you to guarantee his safety, allowing him to grow up peacefully in Konoha without revealing the truth to him." Sarutobi remained silent for a long time before finally making a decision, sighing deeply. "I promise you, Sasuke will be under my personal care, and the Umbu will secretly protect him. But you must agree that if that mysterious individual makes any moves against Konoha, you must relay the information immediately." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Itachi responded, pressing his forehead to the ground once more. "I will prove through my actions that I am forever a ninja of Konoha." Danzo suddenly stood, his tone commanding and uncompromising. "On the night of the extermination, the route will be deployed to the periphery to prevent any escapees. Should you dare to play tricks, such as deliberately allowing any clan members to escape aside from Sasuke, I will ensure both you and Sasuke vanish." Uchiha Itachi did not raise his head, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. "Yes." He then rose and exited the Hokage's office. Mito Gaiden observed the unfolding situation, ultimately adding, "Hiruzen, we must dispatch Umbu to monitor the movements of that mysterious individual. We cannot fully rely on Itachi. That fellow is too enigmatic. What if his target is the Nine Tails?" "I understand." Sarutobi nodded, his tone grave. "The Umbu will be divided into two groups. One will cooperate with Itachi's actions, while the other will secretly trace the movements of the mysterious individual. We cannot afford to lose this gamble." The air in the office suddenly grew stagnant, with the lanterns outside flickering in and out. No one dared to speak of the plan that exchanged the annihilation of a clan for stability, a scheme that would ultimately drag everyone into an unfathomable abyss. Only Uchiha Itachi understood that the contract he had just signed was a desperate agreement, forged with the blood of his entire clan, to secure a glimmer of hope for his younger brother. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared. "Hokage-sama, we have located Uzumaki Naruto." Chapter 20. The defection from Konoha in the dead of night. After 2 fierce battles and a prolonged escape, Uzumaki Naruto arrived near the gates of Konoha, which were now firmly guarded by Umbu and root ninjas. He understood that no matter how he attempted to flee, he would inevitably face a fierce confrontation. As the host of the Nine Tails, it was impossible for him to escape unnoticed. In the ceiling space, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed. "Kid, are you reluctant? Are you attached to this village?" Hiding in the shadows, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, his expression calm. He simply did not wish to confront certain individuals. At the gates of Konoha stood a ninja clad in Umbu attire with silver hair, alongside another wearing a green bodysuit. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward boldly. This battle was inevitable, and given his current strength, it was destined to be arduous. Naruto, return. Kakashi Hitaki's voice was devoid of fluctuation, yet it carried an undeniable command. The Hokage is waiting for you. We can discuss matters at length. Might Guy also stepped forward at the appropriate moment. He had been training in Konoha when he heard that Uzumaki Naruto intended to defect, and had immediately come to assist. Naruto, true youth is never about running away when faced with difficulties. I have seen you sweat in training every day, and I know you may feel wronged. But avoidance will not solve your problems. Listen, return with Gai-sensei. Kakashi Hitaki slowly removed his mask, yet he did not release his chakra, his tone softening slightly. Naruto, I understand you are in pain, but the word defection carries immense weight. Once you step out, there is no turning back. Come back with me. Uzumaki Naruto first bowed to Might Guy. Gai-sensei, thank you for training me. The 6 months I spent training with you have been the happiest times of my life. However, Uzumaki Naruto stood tall, his chakra erupting, shattering the ground beneath him, his gaze resolute. Please step aside. I do not wish to harm you. The Nine-Tails chakra enveloped him, and sensing Uzumaki Naruto's emotions, 3 deep crimson chakra tails swayed behind him. Enough chatter. The Hokage's order is to apprehend him immediately. Uzumaki Naruto, surrender at once, or do not blame us for taking action. One Umbu ninja advanced, kunai in hand, its cold blade glinting ominously. Several other Umbu ninjas were poised, ready to launch their jutsu. Before Uzumaki Naruto could speak, 3 root ninjas suddenly moved. The leader drew a short blade from his back, launching himself toward Naruto's back with a swift kick. You troublesome brat, there's no need to waste words with you. Uzumaki Naruto sidestepped the attack. But another root ninja had already completed their hand signs. Water release, water whip. Water surged forth from their mouth, sweeping toward Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, Might Guy stepped forward, his right leg striking the ground, causing the earth to fracture into shards that intercepted the water. Root ninja, how dare you attempt to harm Naruto? He crossed his arms in front of Uzumaki Naruto, his muscles taut under his green bodysuit, his eyes devoid of their usual brightness, replaced by a feral sharpness. Kakashi Hitaki also moved simultaneously, accurately predicting the actions of the third root ninja. The ninja had intended to flank Uzumaki Naruto with a sealing technique, but was forced back by a kunai thrown by Kakashi, which grazed his wrist, leaving a trail of blood. The Hokage's order is to apprehend, not to kill. Kakashi's voice grew colder. You have crossed the line. We only heed Danzo-sama's orders. The leader of the root ninjas gritted his teeth, pulling out the short blade he had planted in the ground and charging again, this time aiming for Might Guy's flank. Knowing he was protecting Uzumaki Naruto, deliberately employing a feint, Might Guy reacted swiftly, dodging while delivering a powerful elbow strike to the opponent's chest, forcing him to stagger backward. Uzumaki Naruto observed the chaotic scene before him, his fists clenched. He did not wish to engage with Kakashi or Might Guy, but the relentless assaults from Root left no room for delay, and prolonging this only complicated matters for both of them. A Rasengan formed in his hand, launching toward a Root ninja, sending him flying several meters, silenced. Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted, his grip on the kunai momentarily faltering. That blue Rasengan, adorned with dark red patterns, was all too familiar. It was a technique created with great effort by his master. How could a child of merely 6 years old possibly master such a technique that required precise chakra control? Naruto, where did you learn this jutsu? He couldn't help but ask, urgency creeping into his voice, but before he could finish, 2 root ninjas had already lunged at Uzumaki Naruto, their short blades aimed at his abdomen, seeking to exploit the brief opening after his Rasengan. Do not harm him, Might Guy shouted, rushing forward, sweeping his right leg to kick the 2 root ninjas away, but as he landed, he was struck from behind. Guy? Kakashi immediately turned to support him, a faint blue electricity sparking in his palm. Lightning blade. Kakashi repelled the root ninja attempting to ambush Might Guy, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the leader of the root ninjas pulling out a sealing scroll, preparing to affix it to Uzumaki Naruto. That scroll bore a seal specifically designed to suppress tailed beast chakra. Uzumaki Naruto sensed the impending danger. 3 chakra tails erupted behind him, and the deep red chakra swept toward the root ninja holding the scroll, slicing him in half. Another root ninja suddenly lunged, ensnaring one of Naruto's chakra tails with a chain imbued with a cursed seal, yanking it back forcefully. Kid, still trying to resist? The leader of the root ninjas sneered, seizing the opportunity to press the sealing scroll against Uzumaki Naruto's chest. Once this seal is applied, your tailed beast chakra will be rendered useless. Do not touch him. Might Guy, enduring the agony in his back, lunged forward, shouldering the root ninja aside, but his arm brushed against the edge of the scroll, sending a wave of paralysis through him. If the seal could suppress tailed beast chakra, it would certainly overpower a ninja. Uzumaki Naruto watched the darkened cursed seal marks spreading on Might Guy's arm, anger igniting within his eyes as the remaining 2 chakra tails struck down fiercely upon the root ninja holding the chain. With a resounding crash, the chakra tail slammed into the root ninja, who barely had time to spit blood before the chain snapped, and his body was crushed into the ground. A mere lifeless mass. Stop. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived on the scene. Naruto, come back with me. We can discuss any issues later. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto's chakra surged violently. Chapter 21. The 8th Tails emerges. The 7 gates break the enemy. Return? Return for what? Uzumaki Naruto's chakra was nearly solidified, his voice filled with an anger that threatened to shatter teeth. To continue being cursed at and branded a monster by those foolish villagers? He stepped forward, his presence cloaked in chakra, exuding a terrifying pressure. Or should I return like a fool, manipulated by you high-ranking officials? Do you truly believe I am ignorant of your schemes? Red veins appeared in his eyes as the chakra of the 9 tails surged ever higher, deliberately confining me to a dilapidated apartment, intentionally neglecting my basic needs, and waiting until I am nearly consumed by despair before you approach with false promises of hope, claiming that Naruto must grow up well. Do you truly believe that such actions would elicit my gratitude, binding me eternally as a mere pawn of Konoha, subject to your whims? The last words he uttered were almost a roar, imbued with a hopelessness unbefitting a child. The meager hope you provided was nothing more than a chain meant to ensnare me. Dare you deny this, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply, his previously gentle demeanor transforming into one of grim resolve. Naruto, there is still time to turn back. Do not force my hand. Uzumaki Naruto let out a cold laugh, his crimson chakra erupting violently around him, the 4th tail of the fox subtly taking shape behind him, causing the ground to crack further. Force your hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you truly believe I would be afraid? From the moment you allowed the villagers to deride me as a monster without intervention, from the moment you made me live alone in that crumbling apartment, I ceased to consider myself a citizen of Konoha. A flicker of malevolence crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Naruto, the 9 tails within you is vital for the safety of Konoha. I cannot allow you to leave. The safety of Konoha? Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. What concern is that of mine? He stepped back, the gust of chakra swirling around him causing his clothing to billow, his gaze sweeping over the prepared Anbu and root ninjas surrounding him. If you wish to stop me, then show your true abilities. Spare me your empty threats. I have long since severed any possibility of retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breath grew heavy. He struggled to form a response, only to be silenced by Naruto's next words. Do you not relish in offering hope to others? Then allow me to bestow you with despair. Uzumaki Naruto retrieved a second shadow-level experience card from his spatial pocket, his chakra surging dramatically, followed by the fusion of 9 tails chakra and the 8 gates. A roar erupted as crimson beast chakra exploded from within him, fissures splitting the ground outwards from his center. With increasing tails, the 8th tail lashed wildly behind him, and within the scarlet chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils transformed into slits, an overwhelming aura radiating that left all present ninjas trembling in fear. That is the 8 tails form of the 9 tails. How is this possible? He is barely over 6 years old. An Anbu ninja exclaimed in shock, dropping his kunai. The dread did not cease there. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly pressed both hands to the ground. Pale green chakra surged through his veins, distorting the air around him with intense heat, veins bulging on his forehead as his voice tore through the silence. 8th gate. The gate of shock. Open. Boom. The pale green chakra intertwined with the deep red beast chakra, forming a dual-colored spiral wave that hurled the surrounding Anbu ninjas away. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head sharply, his fist enveloped in dual-colored chakra striking down towards the nearest root ninja. The ninja attempted to form hand seals for defense, only to be met with a direct blow to his chest. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. The root ninja was sent soaring like a severed kite, crashing against the stone pillar of Konoha's gate, dying on impact. Stop him. Use sealing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in desperation, rapidly forming seals with his hands. Summoning technique. Monkey King. As the smoke cleared, just as the Monkey King appeared, he was met with Uzumaki Naruto's 8 tails, striking directly at his chest. The Monkey King was caught off guard, stumbling backward several steps. This power is even more terrifying than the 9 tails at full strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. He could not fathom that a child of little over 6 years could unleash such might. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto was consumed by fury, his 8 tails sweeping through, cleaving 3 ANBU ninjas in half. He leaped high, the dual-colored chakra coalescing into a Rasengan in his palm, crashing down upon a group of root ninjas. Boom! As the Rasengan detonated, a massive crater formed in the ground, dust swirling, and all ninjas caught within it were reduced to mere pulp. Sarutobi Hiruzen, did you not intend to strike me? Come forth. Uzumaki Naruto advanced over the rubble, 8 tails thrashing behind him, the dual-colored chakra making him resemble a hellish warrior. Do you not wish to control me? Behold, you and your men are but ants before me. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the lifeless bodies of the root and ANBU ninjas scattered around him, then turned to face the icy gaze of Uzumaki Naruto. Now imbued with the 9 tails chakra, his heart sank. He had lost, utterly. The vessel he believed he could control had transformed into a monster capable of obliterating Konoha. Enough. Truly enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed crimson as he beheld the devastation before him. He had never witnessed such a small child unleash such terrifying destruction. He suddenly raised his head, roaring at the Monkey King beside him. Monkey King, the golden staff. Even if it costs me my life today, I cannot allow Uzumaki Naruto to escape. Understood. The Monkey King's voice had barely faded when he transformed into a massive golden staff, crashing into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Gripping the staff tightly, his veins bulged as chakra surged into it, the staff expanding several times in size, whistling through the air as it swung towards Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, you have forced me to strike with lethal intent. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze hardened. All 8 tails lashed simultaneously, striking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest like steel whips. Clang! As the tails collided with the golden staff, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his arms go numb, being sent flying backward, crashing into a building. This power! How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced. He had exerted all his strength, yet found himself at a disadvantage against Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto wasted no time. Tilting his head back to open his mouth wide, deep red beast chakra rapidly condensing into a black energy sphere, distorting the air around him. That is, the prototype of the tailed beast ball. Tailed beast bomb. An ANBU ninja, still alive, screamed in horror. The time on the experience card was dwindling, and Uzumaki Naruto scoffed. This is the farewell gift. The tailed beast bomb was unleashed, racing towards Konoha. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Konoha. Every building caught in the blast crumbled, countless villagers perishing in the ensuing catastrophe. Uzumaki Naruto flicked his tails, paying no heed to the stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaping out of Konoha's gates. The dual-colored chakra left a dazzling afterimage in the night, vanishing into darkness, leaving behind a chilling proclamation echoing in the air. From this day forth, I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall have no ties with Konoha. Chapter 22, Surprise Attack, Encountering Uchiha Obito. Blood erupted from Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. The after-effects of the 9 tails and the 8 gates surged through him after the experience card expired, an excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. Coupled with the need to flee without respite after his betrayal, he could no longer endure. You brat, I do not know where your power comes from, but should you continue to wield it this way, you will surely perish. Within the ceiling space, the 9 tails recognized Uzumaki Naruto's condition had reached a critical low. 2 consecutive days of high-intensity combat were too much for even the strongest of bodies to withstand. Ha! Kurama, is this not rather splendid? If I die, then you shall be free. Uzumaki Naruto paused, the intense pain rendering him unable to move forward. Humph, you foolish child. If you seek death, then proceed. The 9 tails scoffed, ignoring Uzumaki Naruto and choosing to feign slumber in the ceiling space. A warmth enveloped the heart of Xuanhua Mingren as he continued on his journey. seeking a secluded spot to sit cross-legged and recuperate from his injuries. With the formidable vitality of the Xuanhua clan, he would be fully healed in approximately a day. Meanwhile, a dozen root ninjas breached the barrier of Konoha, hastening in the direction Xuanhua Mingren had fled. Their singular objective was to capture Xuanhua Mingren and return him to Konoha alive. As dawn broke, after several hours of recovery, Xuanhua Mingren had regained about 60% of his strength. Just as he was about to continue his recuperation, he opened his eyes. More from the roots? They truly are persistent. Since you seek death, do not blame me for what follows. Here they come. Xuanhua Mingren drew his kunai, preparing for the confrontation as the root ninjas surrounded him, sealing off all escape routes. The leader of the root ninjas raised his hand, signaling a complex gesture, prompting 4 ninjas to form seals in unison. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Water release, water barrier. 4 walls of water materialized around Xuanhua Mingren, while another 4 ninjas positioned themselves outside the walls, pressing their hands to the ground. Doton, Tsukido. Earth release, earth prison technique. Confined by the earthen walls, Xuanhua Mingren understood he could not sit idly by. With the chakra of the 9 tails enveloping him, he thrust a Rasengan against one of the earth walls. Boom. The debris exploded, a crimson chakra figure bursting forth from the encirclement, swiftly appearing behind one of the ninjas, his kunai slicing through the ninja's throat, who then fell to the ground, clutching his neck. Just as the ninja collapsed, the leader of the root ninjas made another signal, and the one who had just executed the water barrier appeared behind Xuanhua Mingren. Futon, Shinkaha. Wind release, vacuum wave. Katan, Hoka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The wind intensified the initially feeble flames, transforming them into a roaring inferno, while several other root ninjas advanced towards him, their short blades aimed at Xuanhua Mingren's heart. Do they dare to obstruct me? The Vajra chains burst forth from behind Xuanhua Mingren, entangling the ninjas behind him and hurling them towards the vigilant ninjas in the distance. He gathered chakra into a massive Rasengan aimed at the remaining ninjas. Boom. In an instant, the chakra shockwave sent the remaining ninjas flying into the rocks, extinguishing their lives without a sound. Allow me to demonstrate what true fire release is. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, instantly engulfed the remaining root ninjas, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning and the stench of singeing flesh. With a clap of his hands, a vortex suddenly appeared in the clearing ahead, revealing a long-haired man in a mask who emerged with the swirling motion. At merely 6 years of age, his power was already formidable, truly. He was the Jinchūriki of the 9 tails. The voice dripped with mockery. It's you. Xuanhua Mingren's voice was low, laced with an irrepressible hatred, as he hurled his kunai towards Uchiha Obito. You know me? Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted, the patterns of his Sharingan swirling as he absorbed the incoming kunai. A hint of surprise in his tone. He had never appeared before Xuanhua Mingren. There was no way the latter could recognize him. The only time they had crossed paths was on the day of Xuanhua Mingren's birth, but even then, he had been wearing a mask. Xuanhua Mingren realized he had acted too hastily, potentially revealing his knowledge of Uchiha Obito and feigned nonchalance. Humph, lurking in the shadows, it's clear you are no good. Taste my strike. He gathered chakra into a Rasengan aimed at Uchiha Obito, but it merely passed through the latter's body, just as the kunai had done. As Xuanhua Mingren passed through, Uchiha Obito swiftly turned, reaching out to grasp him. Anticipating this moment, Xuanhua Mingren had already prepared, channeling chakra into his feet to perform the body flicker technique, vanishing before Uchiha Obito's eyes. He gazed at Uchiha Obito with a grave expression. The cells of Senju Hashirama combined with Kimui are indeed overpowered. The time for this S-rank experience card is limited, only 1 remains. However, the duration of his single-eyed Kimui lasts a full 5 minutes. It will be challenging to eliminate this dog here. Uchiha Obito, too, scrutinized Xuanhua Mingren. What astonishing reflexes. This Xuanhua Mingren will undoubtedly become an obstacle to the Moon Eye plan. I must capture him before he grows stronger. Both sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate one another. Uchiha Obito withdrew a chain from his sleeve, while Xuanhua Mingren activated the 8 gates, disregarding his injuries, with chakra enveloping his body like flames. You intend to confront me, as you did my father? I shall fight back. Xuanhua Mingren roared, charging forward, his left hand drawing a kunai aimed at Uchiha Obito, which passed harmlessly through him. Anticipating this, he gathered chakra into a massive Rasengan aimed at Uchiha Obito's mask. Yet, as with the kunai, it merely passed through. Futile. Uchiha Obito smirked coldly, his lips curling beneath the mask. With a surge of strength, the chain swiftly pulled Schwanwa Mingren towards him, his right hand reaching out to seize Schwanwa Mingren. Just as Uchiha Obito believed he had succeeded, several Vajra chains emerged from Schwanwa Mingren's back, ensnaring Uchiha Obito, while his massive Rasengan pressed heavily against the mask. What? A mask made from the divine tree? A thunderous sound echoed as the mask shattered, revealing Uchiha Obito's scarred face. Upon seeing his visage, Schwanwa Mingren immediately utilized the body flicker technique to distance himself. You have provoked my ire, little brat. Uchiha Obito, having experienced humiliation for the first time since departing the mountainous graveyard, roared at Schwanwa Mingren, his face contorted in fury. Obito, is that you? A trembling voice echoed from afar. Chapter 23. Capturing Hatake Kakashi. The hurried footsteps resounded, and Hatake Kakashi's voice trembled with disbelief. Having secretly left Konoha in pursuit of Schwanwa Mingren during his defection, he fixed his gaze on the familiar yet strange face, his Sharingan spinning violently. Following the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Obito had been declared deceased. How could he appear in such a manner? Schwanwa Mingren distanced himself from the battlefield, leaving it to this pair of comrades, sitting cross-legged to recover from his injuries. He understood that a confrontation between these two friends was imminent. Uchiha Obito slowly turned his head, his crimson eyes landing on Hatake Kakashi, a complex wave of emotions flashing within, though his tone remained icy. Kakashi, you are still alive. Hatake Kakashi rushed forward, his voice filled with excitement and confusion. What truly transpired during the Battle of the Valley of the End? Why are you here? Come back to Konoha with me. We Konoha? Uchiha Obito suddenly scoffed, the scar on his face contorting with the cold smirk. Yet his gaze concealed a trace of barely perceptible pain. What is there in that decaying place worth my return? Rin before Hatake Kakashi could finish. Uchiha Obito interrupted him sharply, his voice brimming with repressed fury. Silence. You have no right to speak her name. You promised me you would protect Rin, yet she died. You killed her with your own hands. Having said this, Uchiha Obito rapidly formed hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, surging towards Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi's pupils constricted. He had never witnessed such a potent fire release from Uchiha Obito, and could only hastily form seals, relying on his Sharingan to track the trajectory of the flames. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Water release, water barrier. The pale blue wall of water rose abruptly, colliding with flames to create a dense mist. Amidst the swirling vapor, Chimu Kakashi gripped his shuriken tightly and dashed forward, utilizing the smoke as cover. Uchiha Obito's figure flickered and instantaneously appeared to Kakashi's left, his speed surpassing Kakashi's anticipation. Kakashi's heart raced as he hurriedly sidestepped to evade. Your reflexes remain as sluggish as ever, Obito taunted, his left hand suddenly unleashing chains that ensnared Kakashi's arm. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, gathering lightning chakra in his right hand. Raikiri, blue lightning pulsed in his palm, yet Obito's form abruptly dissipated, causing the Raikiri to pass directly through him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakashi's pupils constricted. He had never encountered such an ability that allowed one to phase through attacks, and for the first time, he felt a sense of helplessness. Before he could react, Obito abruptly returned to solidity, seizing his wrist and forcefully yanking him closer, driving his knee sharply into Kakashi's abdomen. Cough. Kakashi stifled a groan, attempting to struggle, but Obito had him firmly bound with chains, rendering him immobile. Yet, he could distinctly sense that Obito's strength consistently avoided his vital points, showing no intent to kill. Obito's voice whispered coldly near Kakashi's ear, though a complex emotion lurked within his gaze. Should you attempt to impede me again, I shall show no mercy. With that, he released Kakashi, pushing him aside and refraining from further assault. Kakashi lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen as he coughed violently, watching Obito's retreating silhouette. His Sharingan filled with anguish, confusion, and shock. He had not anticipated that Obito's current strength and ninjutsu had far surpassed his own understanding. This unfamiliarity proved more distressing than any attack could be. As Obito turned to vanish into the shadows, he cast one last glance at Kakashi, his eyes filled with resentment. Unwillingness, and a hint of concern he himself could scarcely acknowledge. As for Uzumaki Naruto, given the present circumstances, he could not be taken back, and the message would need to be relayed to Nagato for resolution. Naruto approached the prostrate Kakashi, disappointment evident in his eyes. Kakashi, as my father's disciple, I recall you became a Jonin at the tender age of 12, yet now, you have grown complacent. Abandon that Sharingan. It serves you no purpose and only hinders you. What you truly ought to master is the swordsmanship of the Chimu clan. Senior Shumo earned the title of Konoha White Fang through his prowess with the blade, and you. Naruto shook his head and sat beside Kakashi. Kakashi struggled to sit up, his Sharingan reflecting a tumultuous mix of emotions. As a teacher's disciple, he could no longer see clearly, only feeling guilt and self-reproach. For all these years, he had neglected to care for Naruto, even in moments when he should have acted. Naruto, you. Hold on, let me finish. Naruto interrupted. Senior Shumo's death was not as you imagine. Do you wish to know? Submit to me, and I shall reveal everything. Naruto began to tempt Kakashi like a demon. Kakashi lost control of his emotions upon hearing Naruto mention his father, Chimu Shumo. How could you know these things? What do you know? Naruto did not respond immediately, instead turning to leave. This is not the place for conversation. Follow me. Kakashi had no choice but to drag his injured body after Naruto. Once they arrived at a secure location, Naruto halted, turning to face Kakashi. It is time for you to decide. Submit to me, and I will divulge all. Otherwise, I shall say nothing. And do not even think of making a move against me. You will not be my match. Kakashi's expression was conflicted. For years, whenever Konoha mentioned his father, he was met with blame. His father had sacrificed the mission to save his comrades, leading to tremendous losses for Konoha. Only Kakashi knew that his father was not that kind of man. Yet he possessed no evidence, and no one would listen to him. This very reason had led him to abandon the swordsmanship passed down through the Chimu family. After much contemplation, Kakashi finally spoke. Naruto, what do you truly desire? I wish to dismantle the decaying Konoha and establish a new world. Kakashi's heart surged with turmoil at Naruto's words. The idea of destroying Konoha had never crossed his mind, let alone creating a new world. Naruto, you are mad. Do you intend to stand against the entire shinobi world? Do you realize that by uttering such words, you will make enemies of the entire shinobi realm? Naruto scoffed. I am not yet 7 years old. Do you think I can single-handedly confront the entire shinobi world in the future? Submit, and I shall lead them into a new world, revealing to them what true strength is. If you refuse to submit, then death awaits. At that moment, a powerful and unparalleled aura emanated from Naruto. Though his face appeared youthful, he exuded an overwhelming dominance that even Kakashi could not withstand, causing him to lower his gaze involuntarily. Moreover, the truth behind his father's death must be unveiled. As a family of samurai turned shinobi, he could not betray his allegiance after choosing a sovereign. Kakashi knelt on one knee, his voice resolute. I am willing to submit. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth as he spoke slowly. Indeed, Senior Shumo relinquished his mission to save his comrades. Yet why did rumors circulate in Konoha, and why did the higher-ups take no action to prevent it? It is because they feared Senior Shumo's accomplishments would overshadow their own. Do you not find this eerily reminiscent of my own situation? As the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, where do you think the information originated? And why did the higher-ups not intervene? Furthermore, the ninja, saved by Senior Shumo, bore the surname Sarutobi. Do you understand? Naruto articulated the reasoning, his voice growing stronger with each word until he erupted in indignation with the final proclamation. Kakashi's head snapped up. How could he not comprehend that the higher-ups in Konoha feared his father's prowess would threaten their positions? Had Konoha rotted to such an extent? For a moment, Kakashi felt despondent, contemplating abandoning his shinobi career, but the thought of Uchiha Obito stayed his hand. Naruto, what do you wish for me to do? Return to Konoha and keep an eye on Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Obito will soon ally with him to annihilate the Uchiha clan, which the higher-ups of Konoha tacitly approve. If possible, protect Sasuke. And there is also a girl named Uchiha Izumi. What? Annihilation of the Uchiha clan? That is hundreds of lives. Besides, the Uchiha clan has done nothing to deserve such a fate, because the Uchiha clan is deemed inherently evil. For such a ludicrous reason, they disregard the lives of hundreds. I understand, Kakashi replied. Well then, I must take my leave. Await my message. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo had shattered everything within reach. furious that not a single root ninja sent to hunt down Naruto had returned. It goes without saying, they are all dead. Enraged, he stormed into the Hokage's office, ready to unleash his wrath. Hiruzen, this is all your fault. Had you not been so weak and surrendered the vessel of the Nine Tails to Root from the outset, none of this would have transpired. The combined losses of the Umbu and Root ninjas amounted to over 100 lives, all his fault. Had he been willing to heed Danzo's counsel back then, today's calamity could have been averted. You should resign in disgrace and relinquish the Hokage position to me. Yunfei Rujan, holding a pipe, wore a grim expression. After so many years of life, he felt humiliated to have been outmaneuvered by a mere child. Even the benevolent facade he usually maintained could no longer be upheld. His old comrade, Truchin Tansong, could do nothing but covet the position of Hokage. If only he had been more resolute, perhaps his request would have been granted. Summoning several Umbu, he issued a bounty, declaring Thonian an S-rank rogue ninja. Upon discovery, he ordered immediate execution. Furthermore, he instructed to find Zhang and Gang, stating that he would resign if such matters continued, leaving the position of Hokage to one of them. The Umbu departed to execute their orders, and Jinchūriki, upon hearing Fan's reluctance to appoint him as Hokage, erupted in fury. A position of Hokage should be held by someone of great virtue. Dulai had been absent from the village for years, and Gangho had not returned in ages. How could they possibly assume such a role? Yunfei Rujan snorted, placing his pipe down. With your actions, do you still aspire to be Hokage? Not to mention Drichin Tansong's sordid past. With his assassination attempt on a Hokage, he shall never sit in that seat. If not for my magnanimity, he would remain imprisoned for the rest of his days. Drichin Tansong seethed, wishing he could smash Yunfei Rujan's head with his cane. You will regret not heeding my counsel, Rujan. Tansong, do not forget, I am still Hokage. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. At the Ninja Academy, Yujiro Bojuju discovered that Yun was absent from class today, causing him to struggle to focus. How dare he skip class without inviting me? I thought he was my friend, that insufferable brat. Even if he apologizes, I will not forgive him. Well, if he sincerely apologizes, I might consider it. Sitting at his desk, he ignored Su's fervent lecture, preoccupied with thoughts of that annoying blonde boy. Finally, the day concluded. Yujiro Bojuju rushed to the training ground from the previous day, only to find Yun was nowhere to be seen, leaving him disheartened as he made his way home. Where could that fool have gone? Upon returning home, he greeted, Father, Mother, I'm back, but found the house empty. Just as he was about to retreat to his room, he overheard hushed conversations. Shenhua, Ingrid. Treason, rogue ninja. S-rank. Unable to catch the rest, Yujiro Bojuju flung open the door, his face etched with urgency. What are you talking about? What happened to Mingren? What treason? Yujiro Bojuju remained stern, arms crossed, while Yujiro Bojuju held back tears, covering her mouth as she sobbed quietly. Juju, tell me, what has happened to Mingren? What is going on? Upon hearing those few words, Yujiro Bojuju felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had finally made a friend, someone who impacted him in ways he could not comprehend. Mingren has defected. The Hokage has issued a bounty for him as an S-rank rogue ninja. Upon sighting, kill him without hesitation. Impossible. You must be lying. That fool would never betray us. I refuse to believe it. I must find him. He must be wronged. Before he could finish, Yujiro Bojuju dashed off to search for Mingren. Yujiro Bojuju intercepted him, exclaiming, Jojo, where do you think you're going? With your current strength, how will you find him? I don't care, father. Move aside. I must find that fool. Yujiro Bojuju shouted. His face flushed, rebelling against his father for the first time. His eyes glared at Yujiro, turning crimson as the tomo in his eyes gradually solidified. A surge of chakra flooded his mind, sharpening his perception of the world, but his frail body could not withstand it, and he fainted. Yujiro Bojuju, just emerging from her room, witnessed the scene and rushed to embrace him. Jojo. Inside, Yujiro Bojuju was struck by the awakening of his son's abilities, triggered by Mingren. Whether this was a blessing or a curse for the Yujiro clan remained uncertain. Chapter 25. Farewell to Bojuju. Having parted ways with Jinchūriki, Mingren finally arrived at Danzo, the most renowned commercial street in the Land of Fire. It was indeed a paradise for the affluent, overflowing with a plethora of goods, alongside red light districts and casinos, enticing a multitude of visitors. Shenhua Mingren took 2 days to reach this destination, having spent excessive time healing on the way. Now, he donned a new appearance. As a rogue ninja, he still wished to maintain a semblance of respect for Miet. He wanted to avoid attracting too much unwanted attention, as although they posed no real threat. An abundance of flies could be quite bothersome. Arriving at a hot spring inn, he knocked on the door. The person inside opened it, rolling their eyes at Luo Mingrun. "Who are you?" Rushang Rucha, cautious and wrapped in black cloth, revealed only his eyes. "Your disguise is less convincing than a transformation jutsu. Anyone can tell you belong to the Rushang clan." Shenwo Mingren stepped inside, dispelling his transformation to reveal his true self, and took a seat at the table. "How much money do you have left? Hand it over. I have use for it." Rushang Rucha quickly retrieved the scant sum he possessed, around 6 million ryo, of which Shuo Mingrun took 600,000, leaving the remainder for Rushang Rucha. "Mingrun, are you really a defector now? What are your plans? Where is Ningsu? Isn't he with you?" Rushang Rucha could not suppress his curiosity about Ningsu's situation. "Do not worry. Ningsu is still too weak. I had no choice but to act. Revealing my strength was unavoidable. So I had to escape. Before I left, I gave on Fui that old man a good beating. After waiting a while, I will come back for Ningsu. All right, you keep watch outside. I need to enhance my strength." Rushang Rucha nodded, relieved as long as Ningsu was safe, placing his trust in Mingrun. Stepping outside, he stood guard. Shenwo Mingrun completed his preparations. System. Initiate the lottery. Spend all 5 million. Leave not a single coin. The sound of chimes filled the air, Yechonian's expression darkened. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained Special Kanai X200, Explosive Tags X100, all wind release jutsu below A rank, including A rank, Food Pills X100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Special Kanai X200. All Earth released jutsu below A rank, including A rank, Shuriken X100, and the bird in a cage sealed Chususure. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Special Kanai X200. All fire release jutsu below A rank, including A rank, and great strength. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Special Kanai X200. All water release jutsu below A rank, including A rank. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Special Kanai X200. All lightning release jutsu below A rank, including A rank, and its Jan. An abundance of jutsu knowledge flooded Yingwen's mind, mastering all A rank and below techniques of the 5 elemental natures. Simultaneously, he acquired the solution to the bird in a cage seal and the method to utilize great strength, which could enhance the power of his strikes. Yet, he lamented, "Why is my luck so poor? Is the second level roulette devoid of S-rank jutsu? Obtaining an S-rank ninjutsu is proving to be exceedingly arduous. Without any peculiarities, I retrieved a specially crafted kunai. Its appearance identical to that of the kunai wielded by Bo Feng Shui men, along with a Kusanagi sword. Precisely like the one belonging to Uchiha Sasuke in the original narrative." Uzumaki Naruto found himself at a loss for words. His consciousness delved into the ceiling space. Arriving before a barrier, he gazed upward at the ceiling talisman affixed to the barrier. There was no other option. "Kyubi, lend me a hand and elevate me to that talisman." Uzumaki Naruto appeared atop the claw of the Nine Tails. "Kid, what do you intend to do?" the Nine Tails queried. "Oh, just mind your own business. You will witness a spectacle shortly." The curious Nine Tails lifted its claw, presenting Uzumaki Naruto before the ceiling talisman, whereupon Naruto grasped a corner of the talisman, preparing to tear it away. As he tore a small portion, a gentle voice, radiant as the sun, resonated. "Naruto, you must not." Uzumaki Naruto was abruptly enveloped in a golden light and deposited below, where the Nine Tails, witnessing this figure, roared in anger. "Fourth Hokage, it is you. This is not the time for conversation." Bo Feng Shui Men was on the verge of relocating when Naruto, without hesitation, lunged at him, tackling him to the ground and sitting atop him. His fists rained down upon Bo Feng Shui Men's face like a relentless downpour. "Naruto, you." Bo Feng Shui Men attempted to speak, but his words were interrupted by a punch from Naruto. "Haha, Fourth Hokage, today is your day of reckoning." The Nine Tails observed with rapt attention. Uzumaki Naruto continued to unleash a flurry of punches, all the while shouting, "Why? Why did you seal Kyubi within me? Why did you all choose death? Do you have any idea what I have endured these past years? Do you know how envious I felt seeing other children with their parents? If only one of you had remained. Am I truly a harbinger of disaster? Am I unworthy of a father's or mother's love? I yearn for a joyful childhood. Yet, I possess nothing but Kyubi's companionship." His shouts gradually transformed into sobs, and the Nine-Tails' laughter faded away. Bo Feng Shui Min watched the weeping Uzumaki Naruto with a heart heavy with sorrow, refraining from interruption, and silently embraced him. Within the ceiling space, only Naruto's cries echoed. Once the sobs subsided, Bo Feng Shui Min gently stroked Naruto's hair. Gazing at the visage strikingly reminiscent of his own childhood, his face awash with guilt, remorse, and sorrow. Naruto, I am sorry for the suffering you have endured all these years. It is all my fault. I take full responsibility. Fourth Hokage, you are truly not a fit father. If you were aware of the existence Naruto has faced these years, you would be even angrier. The Nine-Tails remarked, fully aware of the hardships Naruto had endured. The malice of humanity far exceeded that of the tailed beasts. Well, I have grown accustomed to it. Uzumaki Naruto wiped his reddened eyes, choosing not to say more. Aware that Bo Feng Shui Min's chakra would not sustain much longer. After venting his emotions, his spirits lifted somewhat. Naruto, I will strive to make amends. Bo Feng Shui Min remained as gentle as the sun, filled with affection for Uzumaki Naruto. I desire the Flying Thunder God technique and the key to the 8 trigrams ceiling. Chapter 26, Flying Thunder God Technique, Elimination of the Caged Bird. I need you to impart the Flying Thunder God technique to me. It is of utmost importance. Also, I require the key to the 8 trigrams ceiling to unlock it. Uzumaki Naruto fixed his gaze upon Bo Feng Shui Min, feeling uncertain, for given his disposition, he might refuse. The Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden technique of Konoha and is not ordinarily bestowed upon others. As for the 8 trigram ceiling, it is specifically utilized to seal the Kyuubi. Unsealing it would signify the Kyuubi's release, akin to another upheaval in Konoha. Very well. Bo Feng Shui Min did not hesitate to acquiesce, responding immediately to Naruto's request. Aren't you going to think it over? This is, after all, a forbidden technique of Konoha, and it would release Kyuubi. Not to mention I have already defected from Konoha. Naruto was taken aback by Bo Feng Shui Min's prompt agreement. Yet he had already defected from Konoha and did not wish to conceal this from the man before him. Thus, he resolved to speak candidly. No matter where you are my child. As long as you desire it, I will teach you. Bo Feng Shui Min placed his hand atop Uzumaki Naruto's head. Recognizing him as his child, when a child expresses a need, a father should not refuse, especially considering he had lost the opportunity to be by Naruto's side. Now, he would do whatever it takes to make amends. A gentle smile graced Bo Feng Shui Min's face as he extended his right fist toward Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, understanding the gesture, and extended his own right fist in response. In that moment, all knowledge regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, its applications, the structure of the jutsu, and the flow of chakra surged into Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Along with Bo Feng Shui Min's insights and methods of improvement regarding this ninjutsu. With this knowledge, Uzumaki Naruto could learn the Flying Thunder God technique at an unparalleled speed. What he lacked the most was time. Furthermore, the key to the 8 trigrams ceiling appeared upon Uzumaki Naruto's arm, allowing him to unseal it and release the Kyuubi whenever he wished. Once the transmission of all knowledge concerning the Flying Thunder God technique concluded, Bo Feng Shui Min's figure began to fade. He understood that time was of the essence. He imparted his final words to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, you must live well and find happiness. Understood. Uzumaki Naruto nodded vigorously, watching Bo Feng Shui Min's figure dissipate before shifting his gaze toward the Nine-Tails. I can now unseal it. Having said this, he prepared to exit the ceiling space and undo the sealing on his abdomen. Wait, kid. The Nine-Tails urgently called out to Uzumaki Naruto, fearing that he might hastily leave the ceiling space and unseal the 8 trigrams ceiling without caution. If he did so, the immense chakra of the Nine-Tails could potentially overwhelm him. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Nine-Tails in confusion. What is it? Kid, do you wish to perish? Your body is far too weak. Even after training with that green-skinned watermelon head for so long, you would not be able to withstand my chakra. Once you unseal it, my chakra will shatter your body in an instant, and you will be doomed. Uzumaki Naruto broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that this crucial detail had not been mentioned in the original text, he was unaware that had he recklessly unsealed it moments ago, he would have faced certain death. You nearly scared me to death. Thankfully, your warning came just in time. Wait until your body matures before unsealing it. It won't take long. Uzumaki Naruto steadied his emotions. Exiting the ceiling space, calling out to Hinata Hayashi outside. Hayashi, come in for a moment. Uzumaki Naruto wished to attempt the elimination of the caged bird seal. According to the knowledge imparted by the system, this technique carried certain risks. He needed someone to test whether the seal could be removed. As this matter pertained to the power dynamics of the Hyuga clan's branch family, even if it was dangerous, it was imperative to find a way to eliminate the caged bird seal. Uzumaki Naruto regarded Hinata Hayashi with a serious expression. Hayashi, I have devised a method to break the caged bird seal, but it is perilous. If mishandled, you could die. Please consider it. Upon hearing that there was a way to eliminate the caged bird seal, Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened, involuntarily activating his Byakugan. However, upon learning of the danger and the possibility of death, he began to hesitate. Having already died once, he had only just returned to life and wished to stay by Niji's side. If he were to die again, what would become of Niji? Regarding the last resurrection of the ninjutsu tools, he did not plead, for those capable of revival must surely be precious. Hinata Hisashi's Byakugan trembled slightly within his eye sockets as he faced a pivotal choice, to continue living as he had or to embark on a new life. After a long moment of contemplation with his eyes tightly shut, he opened them once more, and the hesitation had vanished. I choose to liberate the caged bird. No matter the peril, I will endure. However, should I perish, I hope you will take good care of Niji. Certainly. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, prompting Hinata Hisashi to remove the black cloth from his head, revealing a distinctive green the 10th seal etched upon his forehead. Naruto formed hand signs, calling forth the chakra, Zi, Cho, Wu, Wei, Shun, with his right hand poised like a sword, the chakra converging at his fingertips and touching the X upon Hisashi's forehead. The chakra flowed into Hisashi's mind, and at that moment, Naruto could have easily extinguished his life if he so wished. With closed eyes, Hisashi concentrated, feeling the chakra stream into his consciousness like a gentle current. Just as the chakra reached the seal on his forehead, an intense, searing pain erupted within him, akin to a volcano's fury. The burning sensation felt as if a heated iron was pressed directly against his brain, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, the intensity of which only grew. Sweat poured from his forehead like a flood, each drop falling onto the tatami mat below. Hold on, otherwise, all will be in vain. Think of Niji. If you die, he will be left without a father. Just as Hisashi felt on the verge of being overwhelmed by the relentless agony, Naruto's voice resonated in his ears. This voice infused him with a surge of strength, helping him to steady himself and bear the excruciating pain that threatened to tear him apart, gritting his teeth in a desperate struggle. Time passed slowly, each second stretching like an eternity. After 10 minutes, the hellish torment gradually subsided. The caged bird seal, under the scorching influence of the chakra, melted away like snow in a raging fire, disappearing from his forehead. When Hisashi opened his eyes once more, he felt an unprecedented lightness. The shackles that had once bound his bloodline had vanished. The veins at the corners of his eyes bulged, and the Byakugan's vision expanded, revealing previously unseen corners of the world. Thank you, Naruto. From this day forth, my life shall belong to you. Hisashi knelt before Naruto, pressing his forehead to the ground. Such immense assistance warranted an offering of his life in return. Chapter 27. Uzumaki Karen in a dilapidated thatched hut. A gaunt woman with red hair, marked by bite marks, held a half-moldy piece of bread. Karen, here, this is today's bread. Hurry and eat. The red-haired woman offered the half-moldy bread to Uzumaki Karen, her maternal instincts driving her to make this sacrifice despite her own gnawing hunger. Karen tore the bread in half, handing the larger portion back to her mother, her dirty face adorned with a smile that seemed out of place in such dire circumstances. Mom, you eat too. I'm small. This is enough for me. Tears brimmed in the mother's eyes as she pushed the half piece of bread back. Be good. Mom has already eaten. Suddenly, the rickety door of the hut was violently kicked open by several ninjas adorned with the grass country headbands, their bodies wrapped in bandages stained with blood. Without a word, they forced the red-haired woman to the ground, intent on biting into her. Seeing her mother in distress, Karen dashed forward, fists clenched, striking at the nearest ninja. Let go of my mom. What do you want? Let her go? The ninja, irritated by her defiance, slapped Karen across the face, leaving a vivid imprint on her cherubic features. You little brat, you dare attack a ninja? Do you wish to die? If it weren't for your mother being on the brink of death and needing you as a healing vessel, I would have killed you already. the red-haired woman, witnessing her daughter being struck, clung to the ninja's leg. "Please don't hurt my daughter. You can do whatever you want. Just don't harm her." The ninja ignored Karen, continuing his aggressive advance toward the red-haired woman. A profound sadness washed over her. Ever since the destruction of Uzumaki village, the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan had scattered throughout the ninja world, lacking ninjutsu and strength. She had relied on her unique physique to exchange for meager sustenance since her husband's death. Her special physique allowed her to heal those who bit her. Yet she sensed her own vitality waning, her only concern being her daughter. Just as the grass country ninja was about to bite into the red-haired woman, a specially designed kunai sliced through the air, piercing the ninja's throat. The speed was so swift that the other ninjas failed to notice, and the slain ninja collapsed, clutching his throat in shock, eyes wide. The remaining ninjas drew their kunai, warily scanning the surroundings for further attacks. One ninja pulled out the distinctive kunai, shaped like a trident and engraved with the character for Emperor. Suddenly, a figure with golden hair appeared among them. 2 days prior, after Uzumaki Naruto removed the caged bird seal from Hinata Hizashi, he instructed him to wait for further orders and then hastened toward the grass country. Thanks to the training from Namikaze Minato, Naruto swiftly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. By the second day, he could already manifest the Flying Thunder God seal. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to inscribe the seal in Chinese characters onto the kunai while also proclaiming his ambitions. Thus, he chose the character for Emperor. With his first S-rank ninjutsu in hand, his spirits lifted considerably. On his journey to the grass country, stepping upon a tree trunk, Naruto inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Losing control of his chakra for a moment, he stumbled to the ground. "Impossible. I've gained so much time. How could I still be late?" His azure eyes transformed into blood-red slits, the chakra of the Nine Tails coalescing at his feet as he sprinted towards the grass country. Naruto dared not pause for even a second. The relentless travel took a toll on his body and spirit. As he entered the borders of the grass country, Kagura's Byakugan detected 2 faint chakra signatures, one weak, the other flickering like a dying candle. Yet, the chakra's essence made it clear that both were descendants of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto bit his lip, oblivious to the blood trickling into his mouth. "Damn it, hurry faster." Within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails, sensing Naruto's tumultuous emotions, anxiety, pain, sorrow, and anger, murmured, "Naruto, what do you sense? Why are you so troubled?" This was the first time the Nine Tails witnessed such a surge of emotions from Naruto. Through Kagura's Byakugan, several chakra signatures entered the thatched hut, and he sensed the emotional turmoil of the 2 chakra signatures. In a fit of rage, Naruto retrieved a specially crafted kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique and hurled it with all his might at one of the ninjas. Merely due to his recent mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and the insufficient range of its activation, Xuanhua Mingren arrived within a 20-meter radius of the kunai. Upon employing the technique, he materialized amidst a throng of ninjas from the land of grass. Cloaked in the chakra of the Nine Tails, for deep crimson tails danced behind him. His eyes gleaming a fierce red, his voice raspy. "You all deserve death. All of you must perish. Die." The furious chakra of the Nine Tails instantly obliterated the dilapidated thatched hut, sending several ninjas flying several dozen meters away. The deep red chakra enveloped the red-haired woman and Xuanhua Xianglin. With hands forming seals, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and in a cloud of white smoke, thousands of Xuanhua Mingren surrounded all the ninjas from the land of grass. Do not let them die too easily. The thousands of Xuanhua Mingren surged forward. The unfolding events harrowing and grim, a scene that defied description. Xuanhua Xianglin, witnessing the golden-haired figure wrapped in deep red chakra before her, felt a profound shock within her heart. She could sense the sadness and anger emanating from him. Yet, the young girl could not comprehend why he harbored such emotions. Xuanhua Mingren turned to the red-haired woman, gently infusing her with the pure chakra of the Nine Tails, stabilizing the waning energy within her. Tears fell onto the red-haired woman's face as he murmured, "I'm sorry. I have arrived too late." The red-haired woman felt her chakra beginning to recover. Her tightly closed eyes gradually opened, revealing only the golden-haired figure. She reached out to wipe the tears from Xuanhua Mingren's face. "Child, you must have suffered greatly." Chapter 28. Encounter. Orochimaru and Sasori. The sensation of a bloodline connection made her realize that he must be a descendant of the Xuanhua clan. Though his hair was not red, Moreover, the depth of experience reflected in his gaze belied his apparent youth, lacking the innocence typical of one his age. He must have endured much hardship. Child, it is enough. Do not waste any more chakra. The red-haired woman halted Xuanhua Mingren's continued infusion of chakra, understanding that, given the resilience of the Xuanhua clan, as long as one was not instantly killed, they could recover with a bit of rest. There was no need for the child before her to squander his chakra any further. Xuanhua Mingren ceased his actions and assisted the red-haired woman to sit up. Auntie, my name is Xuanhua Mingren, a descendant of the Xuanhua clan. From now on, you shall follow me. I will ensure your safety. Xuanhua Xianglin also approached Xuanhua Mingren. Her prolonged malnutrition left her shorter than him. Big brother, my name is Xuanhua Xianglin. You say you are of the Xuanhua clan? Why is your hair golden? Xuanhua Mingren gently ruffled her red hair, wiping her dirty little face with his hand, revealing a sincere smile for the first time. Xianglin, I am younger than you, so you may call me Mingren. As for this hair, well, my father is also golden-haired. Now, let us go. I will take care of you both. Xuanhua Xianglin covered her mouth with her small hands, her eyes wide open, her red pupils glimmering like gems. I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly. Xuanhua Mingren helped the red-haired woman up and, holding Xuanhua Xianglin's hand, prepared to depart. Two formidable chakras suddenly registered within his perception, forming seals with his hands. For shadow clones emerged, encircling the two women in a protective formation, before rushing towards the source of the two chakras. Do not move here. Two peculiar figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their heads concealed beneath straw hats, approached from afar. One had fair skin, while the other was hidden within a puppet. Orochimaru Sasori. Xuanhua Mingren recognized that if he did not eliminate the two, he could not safely escort Xuanhua Xianglin and her mother away. It would be difficult to use shadow clones to transport them. Should one engage him, the other could pursue. Thus, they would be in grave danger. He must repel the two here, for the time to recruit them had not yet come. Xuanhua Mingren understood that the members of the Akatsuki would not heed his words without first being defeated. To win them over, he must first conquer them. Upon seeing Xuanhua Mingren, Orochimaru licked his lips with a long tongue, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with malice. Oh, the little brat of the nine tails, how fortunate you are. Originally, they had no mission, but upon Uchiha Obito informing Nagato of Xuanhua Mingren's defection, it was expected that Nagato himself would come to apprehend him. However, with the Akatsuki in urgent need of personnel, he dispatched Orochimaru and Sasori to recruit powerful ninjas. After all, he was merely a child. Handling him was sufficient for the two of them. Sasori, concealed within his puppet, bore a look of disdain for Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I dislike waiting for others. With that, he manipulated his puppet to advance slowly, while a cold glimmer flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. If you like, then so be it. Yet internally, he pondered letting Sasori test Xuanhua Mingren's strength. Should it prove unfeasible, they would retreat. Sasori maneuvered his puppet to Xuanhua Mingren's front, the puppet's jaw suddenly snapping open, and dozens of poisoned steel needles shot forth towards him. Xuanhua Mingren formed seals with his hands. Doton, Dorihiki. A half-meter thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, the poison needles clattering against it. Taking advantage of the wall's cover, Xuanhua Mingren swiftly formed seals, summoning 3 shadow clones behind the wall. The shadow clones charged toward the puppet, while his true self readied a Daidama Rasengan with his right hand. Sasori reacted swiftly, as the shadow clones advanced. The tail stinger of the puppet attacked, causing 3 shadow clones to dissipate into white smoke. Seizing the moment when Sasori was occupied, Xuanhua Mingren hurled a specially crafted kunai. Sasori sneered, You think you can defeat me with a kunai? You are too naive, little brat. Just as the kunai was about to strike the puppet, Xuanhua Mingren appeared before Sasori, gripping the kunai with his left hand while slamming the Daidama Rasengan against the puppet's mechanism with his right hand. Daidama Rasengan. Orochimaru, watching the battle unfold, was taken aback. This is the flying thunder god technique. Where did this nine-tails brat learn it? Boom. The immense power of the Daidama Rasengan shattered the puppet, revealing Sasori's true form inside. He was a young man with red hair, still clad in the Akatsuki uniform. A puppet within a puppet. You truly have a knack for this. Upon witnessing his prized creation shattered and being mocked by Xuanhua Mingren, Sasori was filled with rage. Concentrating chakra into a thread on his fingertip, he withdrew a scroll from behind. Bang! A long-haired puppet emerged, Xuanhua Mingren recognized it as the puppet of the Third Hokage, possessing the bloodline limit known as Magnet Release. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Ring. The sky filled with iron sand, transforming into iron projectiles hurtling towards Xuanhua Mingren. He took out dozens of specially crafted kunai, hurling them onto the battlefield, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to weave through them. Simultaneously, he formed seals, his chest swelling dramatically. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Flames erupted from Xuanhua Mingren's mouth, creating a vast sea of fire, while he hurled several more specially crafted kunai, using the Flying Thunder God technique to condense a Daidama Rasengan aimed at Sasori. Anticipating the attack, Sasori drew the Third Hokage puppet in front of himself. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Defense. A wall of iron formed from the iron sand blocked the Daidama Rasengan, which then transformed into a flowing mass, enveloping Xuanhua Mingren. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Barrier. A colossal barrier formed, within which countless sharp iron spikes shot towards Xuanhua Mingren. Little brat, you are still too green. Huh. The truly green one is you. Trapped within the iron sand barrier, Xuanhua Mingren transformed into a plume of white smoke, vanishing within the barrier, only to reappear behind Sasori, unleashing the Daidama Rasengan towards his true form. Scorpion rigidly turned his head to gaze at the figure of Vortex Naruto behind him, finally realizing that the opponent had cleverly employed the Shadow Clone technique while executing the Great Fire Annihilation. Such terrifying combat awareness. Could this truly be a mere child? Just as Vortex Naruto was on the verge of triumph, Orochimaru, who had been merely spectating, finally made his move. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. A multitude of venomous snakes surged forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, slithering across the ground, providing Scorpion the opportunity to distance himself from Vortex Naruto. Aware of the impending danger, Vortex Naruto's Rasengan vanished as he formed hand seals, sending a fiery dragon towards the writhing mass of serpents. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. The crackling sound echoed as the snakes were engulfed, releasing an enticing aroma. Orochimaru, his face grim, spoke in a voice as hissing as a serpent. Scorpion, you nearly met your demise. Scorpion's mood soured. He could hardly believe he had almost been defeated by a child. Chapter 29, Fierce Battle with Orochimaru. Scorpion of the Red Sand. This is no ordinary child. Let us engage in battle. Orochimaru observed Vortex Naruto, who proved to be exceedingly troublesome even for Scorpion, and his cold voice resonated. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hands. Magnet Release, Sand Iron Ring. The two ninjutsu clashed instantaneously. Vortex Naruto, his blood boiling, was eager to test the limits of his current strength, unrestrained in his assault. Since you wish to fight, let us do so with fervor. 8 gates released. The injury gate, open. A deep crimson chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped him, 4 foxtails billowing behind as he unlocked the 4th gate of the 8 gates. The ferocious chakra surged skyward, transforming the foxtails into colossal hands that repelled all opposing ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, he teleported behind Orochimaru, delivering a powerful punch infused with chakra, launching Orochimaru away. One of the foxtails lashed out like a steel whip towards Scorpion's puppet, sending him sprawling to the side. Vortex Naruto understood that to defeat these two, he must separate them and strike them down one by one. Orochimaru's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that even in a joint effort, they would still struggle against Vortex Naruto, who remained expressionless in the distance. Damn it! The Nine-Tails brat is more formidable than I expected. Suddenly, Vortex Naruto appeared before Orochimaru, unleashing a massive Rasengan towards him. Oh no, it's Flying Thunder God. Caught off guard, Orochimaru was cleaved in two by the Rasengan. Vortex Naruto remained vigilant, his slit-pupiled eyes fixated on Orochimaru. He was well aware of this crafty serpent's extraordinary survival skills. Orochimaru's upper body split apart, his mouth stretching wide as pale hands emerged, forcibly prying his mouth open. Covered in mucus, Orochimaru slithered out in a grotesque manner. Witnessing Orochimaru's body replacement technique, Vortex Naruto felt a wave of physiological discomfort. No matter how many times he saw it, it was always repugnant. Vortex Naruto formed hand seals again, creating 5 shadow clones to engage Scorpion while he charged at Orochimaru. A powerful punch struck Orochimaru's abdomen, but upon contact, his body transformed into mud, and the real Orochimaru appeared behind Vortex Naruto, hurling shurikens. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A handful of shurikens instantly multiplied into thousands, attempting to cover every possible movement of Vortex Naruto. Truly, as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's combat experience was vast. However, such minor tricks were utterly ineffective against me. Water release, water barrier. Lightning release, lightning beast tracking fawn. Vortex Naruto quickly formed seals, and a massive water barrier emerged, blocking all shurikens. The power of his water release rivaling that of Senju Tobirama. Following that, he unleashed a lightning release technique. Several colossal lightning wolves surged forth, propelled by the currents of the water barrier, charging at Orochimaru. The synergy between water release and lightning release, coupled with the inherent speed of lightning, was astounding. In a mere blink, the enormous lightning wolves enveloped Orochimaru. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated, but unfortunately, it did not obliterate him. At the moment of the lightning wolf's detonation, Orochimaru transformed into liquid, vanishing from sight. Oh dear, my curiosity about you, Vortex Naruto, only deepens. Not only have you defected from Konoha, but you have also harnessed the power of the Nine Tails. Vortex Naruto, come to me. Whatever you desire, I can help you achieve. His cold voice echoed as Orochimaru utilized a water replacement technique to evade the previous lightning release attack, appearing to Vortex Naruto's left. He was increasingly intrigued by Vortex Naruto and, driven by a quest for truth, wished to bring him back to dissect his body and uncover its secrets. Vortex Naruto regarded Orochimaru with indifference, his body tense and poised for an attack. Orochimaru, the defector of Konoha, we share much in common. From our hatred of Konoha to our pursuit of our ideals. However, unlike you, I will not recklessly employ forbidden techniques. Your impure world reincarnation may prolong your life. But with each reincarnation, a portion of your soul is lost. With such inferior ninjutsu, you aspire to achieve immortality? The day your soul is entirely consumed will be your day of demise. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru could no longer maintain his cold demeanor, as a storm of emotions surged within him. How do you know of this technique? Vortex Naruto wore a playful smile. He had learned of Orochimaru's defection shortly after his birth, coupled with the chakra he had sensed earlier. There was no doubt Orochimaru had previously utilized the impure world reincarnation technique to switch bodies. If you wish to know, submit to me, and I shall reveal it, along with the path to true enlightenment. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his expression darkening with fury. You insufferable brat. You want me to submit to you? Without further hesitation, he resolved to defeat Vortex Naruto here and take him back to his base for dissection. Impure world reincarnation technique. 2 coffins rose from the earth. Seeing this, Vortex Naruto charged forward, denying Orochimaru the chance to open them. Even if it were merely the basic version of the impure world reincarnation, he wished to prevent Orochimaru from summoning them. Furthermore, summoning Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama would be exceedingly challenging for him at his current strength, facing 3 shadow-level experts simultaneously. Chakra gathered in front of Vortex Naruto, which he swallowed, causing the chakra ball to explode in his mouth, spraying forth like a laser cannon. Spirit gun. Orochimaru sensed the violent chakra contained within the spirit gun and did not dare to be complacent. He hastily bit his finger. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. 3 pillars adorned with menacing faces of demons obstructed the path of the spirit gun. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded as the 3 Rashomon gates were obliterated by the immense force of the attack. Had it not been for the 3 gates dampening the impact, that single blow would have surely sent Orochimaru to meet his end. At this moment, half of Orochimaru's body was buried in the ground, with only his legs visible. Vortex Naruto was preparing for another spirit gun. Suddenly, a head burst forth from the earth. Orochimaru's neck stretching over 20 meters before he began the grotesque process of Orochimaru spitting out snakes, and the snakes spitting out Orochimaru, culminating in him expelling a sword. The Kusanagi sword lodged against Vortex Naruto, but failed to pierce through the surface of his tailed beast cloak. Vortex Naruto seized the Kusanagi sword, utilizing his brute strength to pull Orochimaru closer, chakra enveloping his fist. With a powerful punch to Orochimaru's face, he caved in the facade, sending him flying several meters before crashing into the ground. Orochimaru emerged from his disfigured form, glaring hatefully at Vortex Naruto. The detestable little brat, the future is long, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Aware that today was not the day to capture Xuanhua Mingren, he had underestimated the strength of his opponent. After uttering a fierce remark, he vanished into flames. You slippery snake. Today you managed to escape, but when we meet again, I shall make you regret it. Xuanhua Mingren's disdainful voice echoed as he gazed at the spot where Dashuang had disappeared. Though the latter's strength was not particularly formidable, the myriad of forbidden techniques he wielded proved quite troublesome. The ninjutsu he possessed might even surpass that of the so-called doctor of ninjutsu, Sunfei Risen. Turning his attention to the beleaguered scorpion, who was being mercilessly pounded by 5 shadow clones, Xuanhua Mingren noted that the latter had already shed his Akatsuki garb, revealing the upper body of his true puppet form, even dismantling the Third Hokage puppet into shambles. Even the secret technique, Chimiji Baiji Tsaoyan, had been summoned. Yet against the overwhelming speed and strength of Xuanhua Mingren, the hundreds of puppets were dwindling in number, soon to be reduced to mere fragments. Xuanhua Mingren stood aside, observing as the shadow clones delivered a relentless beating to Scorpion's true form. The flaw of a puppet master lies in his vulnerability to enemies who possess knowledge of their secrets. Indeed, 10 minutes later, the last of the puppets was reduced to mere splinters, and even the chakra core of the true body was seized by the shadow clones and handed to Xuanhua Mingren. Taking the core from the shadow clone, Xuanhua Mingren marveled at its wonder. How astonishing it was that the technological prowess in the ninja world was so skewed. With biological technology being exceedingly advanced, other technologies seemed to linger in the era of the First Industrial Revolution, leaving him to ponder how such developments had come about. It was hard to fathom that a core, no larger than a palm and adorned with tiny tendrils, could contain such an immense amount of chakra and possess consciousness. Instead of crushing the core immediately, he approached the puppet he crafted with his own body and inserted the core within. A series of clicks sounded as the puppet stirred, and Scorpion's voice, still bearing the same expressionless face, emerged. You won't kill me? Xuanhua Mingren shook his head. To him, Scorpion was merely a pitiable soul, a victim of the war in the ninja world, having lost his parents in the conflict at a young age. Deprived of parental affection, he became obsessed with puppetry, ultimately creating puppets modeled after his parents in a misguided attempt to feel their love through the coldness of his creations. Yet, in the end, it was merely Scorpion's illusion. Chisha Jixia, submit to me, and I shall lead you to discover the true eternal art. Xuanhua Mingren initiated his entrapment scheme. Scorpion's youthful voice rang out, clearer than the hoarse tone of Hozuki Shomiai, as he awaited the revelation of this supposed eternal art. Xuanhua Mingren raised a finger before Scorpion, sensing the shift in his emotions despite the puppet's expressionless facade. No, no, no. Did you not hear the conditions? Submit to me, and I shall reveal it. The desire to receive without giving was futile. Scorpion, exhilarated, clicked eagerly, yearning to know what the true eternal art entailed. Yet the notion of submission was difficult for him to accept. Even if Xuanhua Mingren was stronger, he remained just a child. If the terms were unclear, he could feign ignorance, but Xuanhua Mingren had only disclosed half the truth. Unable to overpower him, there was no way to force him to divulge the secret. Xuanhua Mingren observed Scorpion's internal struggle with calm patience, believing that if he did not agree today, he would eventually relent. After a lengthy silence, Scorpion nodded. All right. As long as you tell me the true eternal art, I shall agree. Xuanhua Mingren felt a surge of joy, yet another had been ensnared. He then straightened his expression. Have you ever considered crafting a colossal mech entirely from metal? Scorpion appeared puzzled. What is a mech? He humbly sought Xuanhua Mingren's guidance, eagerly awaiting the answer. Think about it. If puppets made of wood are easily shattered, then why not construct one entirely from metal? Enlarge its size and conceal the core deep within, ensuring greater safety. As you increase its dimensions, the thickness of the metal will also rise, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Even when faced with foes of immense strength, you need not fear your puppets being reduced to mere fragments. Furthermore, design a chakra conversion device to utilize chakra as a power source to drive this massive mech. Transform your weaponry into laser cannons or similar, as such arms possess far superior attack speeds compared to your standard shuriken and kunai. Coupled with a high polymer vibrating blade for close combat, you would wield both melee and ranged capabilities, rendering the need for countless puppets obsolete. Unless the quantity reaches an astronomical figure, it is challenging to achieve a qualitative transformation. Thus, it is wiser to focus on quality from the outset. Xuanhua Mingren enthusiastically guided Scorpion, whose eyes sparkled brighter with each word. The vision of a new direction unfolded before him. Despite the many terms he did not comprehend, a brand new world emerged in his mind, and he felt an unparalleled sense of optimism for the future. Noticing that Scorpion was fully immersed in his dreams, Xuanhua Mingren waved a hand before him. Scorpion, snap out of it. Don't daze off. What did you say? Xuanhua Mingren sighed in exasperation, interrupting the one lost in a reverie. All right, now let us discuss your mission. You shall remain within the Akatsuki, aiding me in relaying intelligence, particularly regarding that masked individual. Scorpion regained his focus. The masked individual? There is no one with a mask in the Akatsuki. We are from Nagato's faction. Xuanhua Mingren rifled through his memories, recalling that Uchiha Obito had not yet joined the Akatsuki, operating from behind the scenes. However, it mattered not. This sycophant would inevitably join them. Fear not. A masked individual will eventually infiltrate the Akatsuki. Just keep an eye on him for me. With that, he returned to the side of Xuanhua Xianglin and her daughter, preparing to depart from the land of grass. His task had been accomplished, and it was time to move on to the next phase. Xuanhua Xianglin beamed with excitement, her eyes shimmering brightly as they fixed upon Xuanhua Mingren, as if he were a hero. Mingren, you are so impressive. Her voice brimmed with awe and admiration. I never imagined you would be so powerful. Her crimson hair danced in the breeze, harmonizing with her radiant smile, evoking an air of innocence and romance. The red-haired woman by her side cast a look of appreciation toward Xuanhua Mingren, smiling and nodding in recognition of his accomplishments. Sensing the admiration from both Xuanhua Xianglin and the red-haired woman, Xuanhua Mingren felt a tinge of bashfulness as he scratched the back of his head, gently stroking Xuanhua Xianglin's hair, smiling tenderly. Haha, you will become quite formidable in the future. Xuanhua Xianglin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Xuanhua Mingren. Is that true? Of course it is. As long as you diligently train and continuously enhance your abilities, you will undoubtedly become immensely powerful. Upon hearing Xuanhua Mingren's encouragement, Xuanhua Xianglin beamed with an even brighter smile, her heart brimming with confidence and motivation. Subsequently, the trio embarked on their journey away from the land of grass. Just before leaving, Xuanhua Mingren suddenly halted, turning to Xie and commanding, eliminate all the ninjas and the daimyo here. Then, find a trusted ally to develop this place into a stronghold. Be discreet about it. After receiving the order, Xie silently began to gather the puppets scattered on the ground, calculating how many he could piece together, his heart heavy with bitterness. Damn Orochimaru, he has fled alone. How infuriating. I must teach Orochimaru a lesson in front of Nagato. Thus, the village of Kusa faced its impending doom. Chapter 31. The Eve of the Coup. At the Onsen Inn in Duanzi Street. 3 days prior, Xuanhua Mingren had brought Xuanhua Xianglin and her mother to this place. Upon their arrival, Xuanhua Mingren entrusted a specially crafted kunai bearing the Flying Thunder God seal to Hinata Hisashi, urging him to find a way to bring it into Konoha. Simultaneously, he dispatched a shadow clone to accompany Hinata Hisashi on his journey to Konoha. Over the past few days, Xuanhua Mingren imparted all the ninjutsu he knew to the mother and daughter. He could not remain by their side indefinitely, and the ninja world was perilously dangerous. Without strength, their survival would be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the Xuanhua clan members possessed formidable talents, making rapid progress in their ninjutsu studies. At that moment, the three were indulging in a sumptuous feast. After 3 days of recuperation, the red-haired woman had regained her strength. Aunt Mei Su, eat more, don't be shy. If it's not enough, we can order more. Mingren, you should eat more as well, you are still growing. Xuanhua Xianglin pouted, swallowing her food and patting her still-developing chest with her small hand. Mingren, you want tea, let me eat more. Xuanhua Mingren cupped her face in his hands, playfully rubbing it up and down, turning her adorable face a bright shade of red. If you keep eating, you'll turn into a little chubby girl. By the way, have you mastered the ninjutsu I taught you? I'm almost there. Xuanhua Xianglin protested against his mischievous behavior, while Xuanhua Mei Su gazed tenderly at the two playfully sparring. In the dead of night, within Konoha, Uchiha Shisui had been restless these past few days, acutely aware that the tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha clan were escalating. Moreover, rumors had begun to circulate from unknown sources, revealing the entire history of the Nine-Tails incident, with fantastical claims. Some alleged that on the day of the Nine-Tails attack, the beast was controlled by the Sharingan, which was why it appeared in Konoha. It was said that the Uchiha clan, dissatisfied with the village's treatment of them, attempted to control the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha. Furthermore, countless ninjas had perished due to the Nine Tails incident, and the Fourth Hokage also lost his life during the chaos. All blame for the Nine Tails incident was cast upon the Uchiha clan, and the villagers of Konoha believed these rumors, leading to numerous conflicts with the Uchiha members of the Konoha police force. Whenever an Uchiha clan member walked down the street, villagers would hurl stones, rotten eggs, and decayed vegetable leaves at them, while cursing vehemently. Look, it's that bunch of Uchiha that caused the Nine Tails incident. Lord Hokage treats the Uchiha clan so well. Yet they are so ungrateful. If it weren't for the Uchiha, my parents wouldn't have died. It's all their fault. They deserve to be pushed to the outskirts. As part of Konoha, they should dedicate themselves and sacrifice for the village. If it weren't for the strongest Hokage, the third, we might have perished in the Nine Tails incident. In Konoha, where the flames of hope never extinguished, the Uchiha clan lacked the will of fire. As members of the Uchiha clan, their pride made it unbearable to accept such baseless accusations. Moreover, on the day of the Nine Tails incident, all Uchiha clan members were under surveillance by the Umbu and Root ninjas, unable to leave their compound. So how could they control the Nine Tails? Many members of the Uchiha clan contemplated fiercely teaching these foolish villagers a lesson. Murder. The Uchiha are killing. Indeed, they were a clan born of evil. How terrifying. Look at those with the red-eye disease, glaring with their crimson eyes. What are you looking at? Not convinced? Come at me. When conflicts arose, the Umbu would swiftly intervene, forcefully stopping the actions of the Uchiha clan members. Even villagers apprehended by the Konoha police force would be forcibly released by the Umbu. With the backing of the Umbu, the villagers of Konoha grew increasingly arrogant, their insults and curses toward the Uchiha clan becoming more excessive. The oppressed Uchiha clan could only swallow their indignation and sought out their clan leader to demand he negotiate with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the Hokage's office, intending to resolve the matter peacefully and avoid escalating tensions. However, he was met with Sarutobi Hiruzen's evasive responses. Fugaku, I have already dispatched someone to handle this matter. But I can't just deal with all the villagers, can I? They have their own mouths. There's little I can do. The announcements posted beneath the Hokage building have been made, but what can be done if the villagers refuse to believe them? Furthermore, the recent defection of Schwanwa Mirin has been a constant source of stress for me. Your Uchiha clan has not provided any assistance. Just endure a little longer. In time, the villagers will forget. This outcome was intolerable even for the moderate faction within the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the once neutral genius, Uchiha Shursui, had left a farewell letter at home and had been missing for several days. Members of the moderate faction began to rally behind the hardliners, clamoring for a coup to seize power. The Uchiha clan harbored growing dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Fugaku and his son, Uchiha Itachi, as one of the two founding families of Konoha. How could their clan leader be so cowardly? And how could his son side with the Hokage? Was this not betrayal? Schwanwa Mirin utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving in Konoha through a kunai concealed within the merchant caravan's goods. Activating his Kagura Shingon, he discovered Uchiha Shursui in a concealed area on the outskirts of Konoha. Stealthily approaching Uchiha Shursui, he sensed the turmoil in his chakra flow and asked, "What troubles you? You look so forlorn. Speak, let me bring a smile to your face." Uchiha Shursui, sensing someone behind him, instinctively prepared to unleash a jutsu towards the source. However, upon hearing the familiar voice, he joyfully exclaimed, "Mirin, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come, the Uchiha clan would have been doomed." Uchiha Shursui recounted everything he knew, and Schwanwa Mirin scoffed in response. Isn't this just the usual tactic of Konoha's upper echelons? First, they smear your reputation through public opinion, then they push you to act, thereby justifying the eradication of your clan. They can then claim righteousness and cast all the blame upon you. I've endured this for several years. And you can't withstand it for just a few days? Come, lead me to meet your hardline leaders. I have matters to discuss with them. Uchiha Shursui guided Schwanwa Mirin toward a residence of the Uchiha clan. Upon arriving, they refrained from knocking. It was better to slip in quietly from matters of secrecy. At that moment, Uchiha Taeho was in discussion with several elders of the Uchiha hardliners regarding their response to the upper echelons of Konoha. It wasn't until Schwanwa Mirin and Shursui entered the room that they noticed, and upon seeing the individuals present, they felt a sense of disappointment. The peace and comfort of their lives had dulled their vigilance. Your alertness is far too low. I've entered your room, and you only just noticed? Moreover, your strength is truly lacking. How dare you discuss a coup? Within the confines of the room, several individuals, all members of the Uchiha clan possessing the Sangoyu Sharingan, found themselves confronting a power that, while not excessively formidable to the likes of Uzumaki Naruto, could certainly contend with an ordinary jonin. Upon the arrival of the two, Uchiha Tiehua and his companions were struck with astonishment, clutching their kunai, ready to launch an attack. Who are you? What brings you to our Uchiha clan? Chapter 32. Conversations in the Dead of Night. As Uzumaki Naruto and his companion removed their hoods, revealing their true identities, Uchiha Tiehua gasped at the sight of the familiar visage and golden-haired figure. Shirzue, what has happened to your eyes? And you, are you not the vessel of the Nine Tails? Uzumaki Naruto, what brings you here? You are now an S-rank rogue ninja. Do you dare return to Konoha? Naruto casually approached a table and took a seat, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of the others, for this body was merely a shadow clone. Its destruction would bear no consequence. With cerulean eyes fixed upon them, Uchiha Shirzue stepped behind Naruto, exuding an air of authority as he began to explain. Tiehua-senpai, one of my eyes was taken by Danzo, and I entrusted the remaining one to Uchiha Itachi, hoping he would carry on my will to protect the glory of Konoha and our clan. Then, I leapt off a cliff, but Naruto saved me and even reclaimed both of my eyes. Upon hearing that Uchiha Shirzue's eye had been seized by Shimura Danzo, the group erupted with rage, ready to seek vengeance upon the old man. They turned their fierce gazes upon Naruto as they heard that he had reclaimed Shirzue's eyes. Regardless of your intentions, return Shirzue's eyes, or do not blame us for our hostility. Indeed, surrender them quickly, or you shall not leave here alive. We care not whether you are the vessel of the Nine Tails. To dare seize the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is to court death. Naruto, upon hearing their threats, merely curled his lips into a derisive smile, unabashedly retorting that these individuals were pathetically weak, unable to suppress a laugh. Why not go confront that old dog Danzo? He possesses a Sharingan as well, yet you choose to bark at a mere child? He can even use your clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Is this how you uphold the Uchiha's glory? If you have the capability, then come at me. A mere shadow clone of mine could leave you all toothless. Uchiha Tiehua and his companions exchanged furious glances, itching to eliminate Naruto, yet recognizing that a shadow clone, even if defeated, would not yield significant results. They dismissed Naruto's bravado as mere folly, not believing that a clone could possess such strength. Uchiha Tiehua, aware that this was not the time for bickering, knew they needed to address the dire situation facing the Uchiha clan. What do you truly desire? There is no need to be so aggressive. Seeing them calm down, Naruto poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table and spoke leisurely. I possess a means to save your Uchiha clan, but my condition is that you must submit to me. If you are willing to accept, I will lead you to the pinnacle of the ninja world. If not, prepare for your clan's extinction. One of the men pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, exclaiming loudly, by what right do you demand our clan's submission? Just because you are a mere child? Another echoed in agreement. Indeed, who could possibly annihilate the Uchiha clan? What gives you that authority? Simply put, it is because I am stronger than you. If anyone could bring about your clan's demise, it would be Uchiha Itachi, would it not? Upon hearing Itachi's name, the expressions of the men morphed into disdain. That boy from the Fugaku family, he is merely a wielder of the Sangoyu Sharingan. For him to wish for our annihilation is pure folly. But what if Uchiha Itachi were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Especially with the assistance of Konoha and another Mangekyo Uchiha? Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the room, as their previously dismissive expressions transformed into incredulity, fear, and anger. They were acutely aware that the higher-ups in Konoha had long desired to eliminate the Uchiha clan, yet they had not anticipated such shamelessness, colluding with the clan leader's son and outsiders. Moreover, the emergence of two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan was astonishing. For the evolution of the Sharingan into Mangekyo was an exceedingly rare feat. Mangekyo Sharingan? The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan? Impossible. How could that boy from the Fugaku family possess Mangekyo Sharingan? And who is this other Uchiha you speak of with a Mangekyo Sharingan? According to clan records, the most recent individuals to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan were Madara and Izuna. They had never heard of any other Uchiha awakening it. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at their dramatic reactions. You are astonished by merely two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Then what if I told you that the person behind me and and Uchiha Fugaku also awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Would you not be terrified? Uchiha Taihua and his companions turned to Shirzue, their faces painted with shock. Shirzue, you too awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Shirzue nodded, his eyes closed. After losing his Mangekyo Sharingan, he found no great loss. He no longer needed to see with his eyes, but could observe others with his heart. Indeed, I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was precisely because of that I was ambushed by Danzo, resulting in the loss of my eyes. He refrained from mentioning that it was due to his disclosure of the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities to Konoha's higher-ups that he became a target, omitting some critical details. Especially since the Mangekyo was no longer in his possession. Uchiha Taihua and his companions were filled with regret and sorrow. They knew that the Uchiha clan possessed immense power, particularly with those 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, which should have been a source of pride and security for the clan. However, they now faced the tragic fate of extinction. Had these individuals set aside their grievances and united, perhaps the Uchiha clan could have escaped their predicament and risen anew. They could have leveraged their clan's innate talents and strengths to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world, becoming a figure of awe and respect. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Taihua finally broke the stillness, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Uzumaki Naruto, do you truly possess the ability to avert our clan's destruction? A confident smile spread across Naruto's lips. He knew that these individuals had made a decision deep within their hearts. Of course, he answered without hesitation, his voice resolute and powerful. Uchiha Taihua and his companions exchanged glances, silently communicating, and then nodded in agreement. We can submit to you, but you must promise to lead our Uchiha clan back to the zenith of the ninja world, Uchiha Taihua stated gravely. Thus, within that room, a plan for the salvation of the Uchiha clan quietly unfolded, with fervent discussions and exclamations filling the air. Chapter 33, Hyuga Niji. After the plan was discussed, Naruto left behind his signature flying thunder god mark, astonishing the others once more. They had not anticipated that this young boy would master the renowned ninjutsu of the Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, at such a tender age. As Naruto and Uchiha Shirzue exited the room, preparing to dispel the shadow clone, Uchiha Shirzue spoke up. Naruto, may I be the last to leave? I wish to witness whether Itachi truly wields the blade against our clan as you claim. Naruto regarded the tenacious Uchiha Shirzue, dispelling the shadow clone, and left behind a final remark before vanishing. Very well, let us see the resolve of Uchiha Itachi. A surge of memories flooded into the mind of Uzumaki Naruto, who, upon receiving this influx, broke into a grin. At that moment, Uzumaki Karen, who was diligently training, approached him and playfully poked his cheek with her finger. Naruto, what's wrong? Do you have something to be happy about? Naruto took her small hand and led her back to the hot spring inn, addressing Uzumaki Mayo. Aunt Mayo, I have matters to attend to. These shadow clones will protect you here, and you can follow Rika when the time comes. Once I have dealt with these affairs, I will reunite with you. Upon hearing that he was leaving, a look of anxiety crossed Karen's delicate face. These past few days had been the happiest of her life. She felt safe and well-fed, and could be with her mother. Naruto, what are you going to do? How long will you be gone? Can't you take us with you? Naruto gently stroked her hair and spoke softly. Karen, this journey will be perilous. Focus on mastering the ninjutsu I have taught you. Once you have learned it well, I shall take you along. How does that sound? Okay, it's a promise. We must seal it with a pinky swear. You cannot deceive me. Karen lifted her small hand and extended her pinky. Seeing this, Naruto mirrored her gesture. All right, we have a pact. Uzumaki Mayo crouched down to embrace the two, her eyes glistening with tears. Naruto, please take care of yourself. No matter what happens, you must survive. She was acutely aware of the dangers in the ninja world. In a realm where lives are as insignificant as blades of grass, this young boy not only saved her and her daughter, but was now to face formidable enemies alone. I will, Aunt Mayo. Without hesitation, Naruto left 5 shadow clones behind and set off toward Konoha. A day later, Naruto found Hyuga Rika. Rika, your mission is complete. Next, return to Duan Sujie and bring Karen and the others to the land of hot water to wait for me. As for Niji, I will retrieve him. Naruto, I entrust Niji to you. Hyuga Rika solemnly entrusted Niji to Naruto before vanishing using the body flicker technique. It was now time to set the plan in motion. Standing atop a tree, Naruto gazed at the decaying Konoha and sought a concealed spot to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique. After completing the preliminary preparations, he stealthily infiltrated Konoha. In the training grounds, a young boy with a bandaged forehead and pronounced veins was relentlessly striking a wooden post, blue chakra enveloping his palms. Hyuga Niji, I have found you. The practicing Niji paused his gentle fist techniques, turning towards the source of the voice. He recognized the blond boy from a few years earlier, when he had been with his father, who had since perished, leaving him alone. What do you want? Nothing in particular. I must continue my training. Niji resumed his focus on the wooden post. Observing the forlorn expression on Niji's face, Naruto noted the intensity of each blow, seemingly treating the post as a mortal enemy. A free bird should soar in the sky, not be confined within a cage. A bird imprisoned yearns for freedom but cannot escape its confines. If that is the case, then shatter the cage and fly toward your aspirations. Niji, come with me. Soar through the sky and gaze upon this ninja world as a free bird. Niji struck the post with force, responding amidst the sounds of his gentle fist technique. A person's talents are determined from the moment of birth. No one can defy fate. A bird trapped in a cage is bound by its destiny. He tore off the bandage from his forehead, revealing the mark of a caged bird, turning to face Naruto with eyes filled with resentment. Resentment towards the caged bird. Resentment for being part of the branch family. Resentment against fate. From the day this mark was inscribed, my destiny was sealed. How can I break free from this cage? Do not spout nonsense here. My father died because of this mark. The moment I became a branch family member, death was the only outcome for this mark to vanish. You cannot understand the plight of one trapped in a cage. With a roar, Niji launched a palm strike towards Naruto's heart, chakra surging in blue around his hand. Naruto opened his arms, allowing Niji's attack to land. A sharp pain pierced his heart, but he embraced Niji, speaking softly in his ear. I understand the suffering you have endured. I will shatter your cage. I will help you soar in the sky, for you are a genius of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, your father is not dead. Come with me, and I will take you to meet him. Niji's earlier fury transformed into confusion, having lost control of his emotions. He struck Naruto, who did not defend himself against the gentle fist. Hearing that his father was still alive left him bewildered, and he struggled free from Naruto's embrace. I'm sorry, I lost control of my emotions just now. Are you hurt? And is it true that my father is still alive? I'm fine, really. Just a minor issue. As he spoke, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Naruto's mouth. He had not put up any defense and had taken the full force of Niji's gentle fist directly to his chest. If it weren't for his robust physique and Niji's youth, the outcome would have been far more severe. Seeing Naruto bleed only heightened Niji's panic as he rushed to support him, worry etched on his face, even causing him to inadvertently close his Byakugan. After all, only Naruto knew where his father was. What if he angered him? Are you really all right? You're bleeding. Naruto gently pushed Niji away and patted his chest, signaling that he was indeed unhurt. I have always been strong. Ordinary techniques are trivial for me. Rest assured. I will take you to find your father in a few days. The two then began discussing their next steps, with Naruto leading the conversation while Niji listened intently. 3 days later, Uchiha Itachi arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's home with several hawkish Uchiha clan members. Among them, a figure in a mask and black cloak concealed himself within the crowd. Uchiha Itachi knocked on the door, and upon opening it, Uchiha Makoto recognized the gathering and stepped aside to allow them entry, though she sensed something peculiar about one among them. The group arrived at Fugaku's room, standing guard at the door while Naruto entered alone. The perpetually stern-faced Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows in confusion, arms crossed. Who are you? What brings you to my home? Naruto removed his mask, revealing his true identity, startling Fugaku into an upright position. Naruto Uzumaki, you dare return to Konoha? Naruto's cerulean eyes locked onto Uchiha Fugaku, this being his first encounter with the man. It must be said that amid the Uchiha clan, known for their striking beauty, Fugaku was indeed an outlier in appearance. It is a pleasure to meet you, clan leader Fugaku. Besides, Konoha's defenses are as flimsy as paper. What is there to fear? Returning to Konoha is as effortless as returning home. They say that you are the fierce-eyed Fugaku, yet you resemble a mere dog. At least a dog is offered a bone to gnaw on, while you, it seems, have not even that. The Sharingan manifested in Fugaku's eyes as he glared ominously at Naruto, his voice low and menacing. Naruto Uzumaki, if you have come to insult me, I kindly ask you to leave. I shall not stoop to quarrel with a mere child. Given your lineage as the offspring of the Fourth Hokage, I shall refrain from reporting your actions to the higher-ups of Konoha. Naruto settled cross-legged before Uchiha Fugaku, resting his chin on his hand, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Truly, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, you possess remarkable patience. I certainly have no time to specifically insult you, for in my eyes, you are rather insignificant. The higher echelons of Konoha have forced the Uchiha clan into such a state, and you still manage to endure. I must admit, your forbearance is commendable. Are you perhaps the ninja tortoise? Uchiha Fugaku lowered his hands, seemingly poised to strike. As the clan leader, despite his grace, being taunted repeatedly by a child not yet 7 years old would provoke any parent, even if that child is the son of the Fourth Hokage. Just as he was about to act, Naruto's voice rang out once more. The Uchiha clan is on the brink of extinction. The higher-ups of Konoha have conspired with your son, Uchiha Itachi, to execute a plan for annihilation. I have come to rescue the members of the Uchiha clan, including Aunt Mikoto. As for you, if you choose not to leave, kindly hand over your Mangekyo Sharingan to me, and I shall bestow it upon Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku's hands, which were prepared to form a seal, froze in shock at this earth-shattering revelation. The patterns within his Sharingan began to shift, morphing into designs reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's, yet adorned with 3 additional tomo. How could you possibly know that I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Where did you acquire this information? And Itachi would never betray the clan. I refuse to believe it. You shall not deceive me. With that, Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals, a murderous intent emanating from him. The secret of his Mangekyo Sharingan must not be exposed, for it would spell disaster for the Uchiha clan. Sensing Uchiha Fugaku's killing intent, Naruto remained unfazed. He had long prepared for this moment. With his current strength, facing Uchiha Fugaku would indeed be challenging. However, with mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, his mobility was unparalleled, unlike the nefarious Senju Tobirama, who met his end unexpectedly in battle. Casually, he hurled a specially made kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, which Uchiha Fugaku caught effortlessly. Do not waste your efforts, Fugaku. With your current strength, you cannot kill me. Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled. The kunai's peculiar design bore no significant weight, yet upon noticing the seal, he realized Naruto's intent. This is the mark of the Flying Thunder God? You have mastered the technique? What do you intend to do? Do you understand that by attempting to take the Uchiha clan members, you are betraying Konoha? You will lead them all to ruin. Naruto scoffed, finding the reaction entirely predictable. What? Remaining in Konoha is not leading to ruin? You think staying in Konoha guarantees survival? Your beloved son has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the Umbu and Root join forces with him, none of the Uchiha clan, save for Sasuke, will escape with their lives. As the clan leader, you are the one dragging your people into devastation. For the sake of your beloved son, do you intend to bury the entire Uchiha clan alongside yourself? Does your conduct honor your position as a leader? Naruto's voice grew louder, his presence intensifying, almost overwhelming Uchiha Fugaku. By the end, he stood and approached Uchiha Fugaku directly. The weight of Naruto's aura forced Fugaku to retreat, his heart tumultuous. The child before him, despite his youth, exuded a strength surpassing that of the longtime clan leader. Silence enveloped the room, and after a lengthy pause, Uchiha Fugaku slumped into a seated position. He understood that the higher-ups in Konoha had long harbored discontent toward the Uchiha clan, and conflict was inevitable. Yet, for the sake of his son, he felt powerless. Caught between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, he had resolved to instigate a coup, though he knew its outcome was already predetermined. Naruto, can you truly protect the Uchiha clan? What about Itachi and Sasuke? Seeing the signs of compromise in Uchiha Fugaku, Naruto spoke. I will take Sasuke with me. However, I will not kill Uchiha Itachi. I shall leave him for Sasuke. Since he has chosen Konoha over his clan, he must face the consequences of that choice. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was conflicted. As the clan leader, he ought to safeguard his people, yet as a father, he was reluctant to turn against Uchiha Itachi. After much hesitation, he made a decision. He would allow his clan members to leave while he remained behind to face Konoha. He retrieved a scroll from a cabinet in the room and tossed it to Naruto. This contains the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan members who have perished in past wars. Take them and depart. I will remain here to accept the fate that awaits me. Naruto received the scroll, gazing at the despondent Uchiha Fugaku before turning to exit the room. How foolish. A faint voice echoed as Uchiha Mikoto was called into the room. Subtle conversations ensued. And after a little over 10 minutes, Uchiha Mikoto emerged, her eyes red-rimmed, holding a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. She handed the eyes to Naruto and embraced him. Naruto, you must save Sasuke. Do not worry, Aunt Mikoto. I shall take Sasuke with me. Naruto assured Uchiha Mikoto, guiding her away from this sorrowful place. Chapter 35. The curious thought process of the Uchiha. Inside the Uchiha Assembly Hall, all the non-combatants, the elderly, women, and children were gathered. A colossal sealing technique was inscribed within the hall. After departing from Uchiha Fugaku's residence, Naruto and his companions arrived here, where the previously bustling crowd fell silent. Naruto surveyed the nearly 600 Uchiha clan members in the assembly hall, furrowing his brows, and inquired of Uchiha Tetsuhan. Is everyone accounted for? Uchiha Tetsuhan instructed his subordinates to confirm the numbers and nodded at Naruto. All are present. Not a single one is missing. There are a total of 597 individuals. Excluding those capable of combat, Fugaku, Itachi, and Sasuke, the remainder are all here. Naruto felt a wave of concern. There were far too many non-combatants and too few with battle prowess. The original text did not specify how many remained during the Uchiha massacre, but the numbers in the assembly hall indicated fewer than 700 individuals. They were fewer than the remnants of the Sarutobi clan, yet they dared to instigate a coup. It was clear that the Uchiha clan was indeed a peculiar entity within the ninja world, as none among them possessed a semblance of normalcy. Moreover, the impending defection of the Uchiha clan would be fraught with peril, and with so many elderly, women, and children, many lives would undoubtedly be lost. How many combat-capable individuals do we have? Seeing Naruto remain silent, Uchiha Tetsuhan assumed Naruto was considering abandoning their clan. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, he snapped back to reality. There are 32 Jonin, 100 Shunin, and 50 Jinin, totaling 182 individuals. Naruto turned to scrutinize Uchiha Tetsuhan, his expression inscrutable. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He finally understood that there are times when laughter emerges from profound exasperation. Such a meager force against Konoha was tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, it was too late to reconsider. He could only devise ways to minimize the impending losses. Uchiha Tetsuhan, noticing Naruto's peculiar gaze, quietly inquired, Naruto, do you intend to abandon these clan members? Naruto looked at Uchiha Tetsuhan in disbelief, his mouth agape. How could the Uchiha clan possess such a curious thought process? Before he could respond, how could they even entertain such an idea? Moreover, he has proclaimed his intention to lead the Uchiha clan to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. How could he possibly betray that promise? What are you thinking? I have vowed to rescue your Uchiha clan, and I shall not abandon anyone. Very well. Explain the situation to them, and have all the Genin leave alongside you. It is too perilous for the Genin to remain. We need only the Jonin and Chunin. Subsequently, arrange for 5 Jonin to escort them and proceed according to plan. He then turned to the concerned Uchiha Mikoto and said, Aunt Mikoto, you should also depart with them. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Do not worry about his safety. With that, he pressed his palm against Uchiha Mikoto, leaving behind a flying thunder god seal. Uchiha Teiho stepped forward to relay the plan to everyone gathered in the assembly hall, and soon the room was filled with fervent discussions, with the crowd seething with indignation. Eager to confront Konoha, a 12-year-old girl with long, straight black hair and a striking appearance stepped forward. I cannot believe Itachi would do such a thing. I want to stay and fight for the Uchiha clan. I cannot simply leave. Furthermore, to let a child fight in our stead. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the girl. Recognizing her, but confirming her identity was prudent. What is your name? The girl approached Naruto, her expression tinged with anger, unable to accept the disparagement of Uchiha Itachi. She looked down at the blonde child. You are Uzumaki Naruto, right? I am Uchiha Izumi. I have known Itachi for a long time, and I do not believe he would commit such an act. Let me stay. I am also a genin and can contribute. Naruto did not refuse her. After all, the loss of the girl's fervent hopes would be devastating, potentially leading to unforeseen surprises. Very well, you may remain and witness the true nature of Uchiha Itachi. I assure you will not be disappointed. Everyone else, prepare to leave. Naruto activated the 8 gates. With his current chakra reserves, he could not transport so many people at once. If he were to tap into the Nine Tails chakra, it would surely attract the attention of the Umbu, making it too late to evacuate everyone. With several hours remaining until the operation commenced, There was ample time for them to distance themselves from Konoha. Flying Thunder God Technique. Uchiha Izumi stood behind Naruto, feeling the overwhelming chakra emanating from him, astonished by the sheer magnitude of his chakra. As everyone in the assembly hall vanished, she, despite her recent graduation from the Ninja Academy, recognized this as the signature technique of the Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Not only did the boy possess immense chakra, but he also wielded the Flying Thunder God Technique. Naruto retrieved all the ninja tools from his spatial pocket and handed them to Uchiha Taiho, keeping only the specially made Flying Thunder God Kunai. Distribute these kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags among the Uchiha clan members. Bring forth all the ninja tools from your clan. Do not hold back, for lives are more precious than tools. This battle will be far more challenging than you anticipate. He took a few soldier pills, sat cross-legged, and began to recover his depleted chakra. By the way, find Shursui and give him these 2 Sharingan. Locate a Jonin skilled in medical ninjutsu to implant the Sharingan. He must not remain hidden any longer. Naruto took out 2 3-tomo Sharingan from the scroll given by Uchiha Fugaku and placed them in Uchiha Taiho's hands. After losing his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui would likely only possess the strength of a Jonin. Bestowing him 2 3-tomo Sharingan would not grant him the power of a Kage, but at the very least, he could reach the level of an elite Jonin. This battle would be far more daunting than anticipated. To minimize casualties among the Uchiha, Shursui's intervention would be essential. Otherwise, it was likely that all 20 or more Jonin would perish in this conflict. In the dead of night, Uchiha Sasuke was racing home. Ever since Uzumaki Naruto's defection, he had been diligently training, hoping that one day he could bring Naruto back. However, today he had practiced late and, upon returning to the clan grounds, found it eerily silent, devoid of light or sound. How strange, it shouldn't be so quiet at this hour. It's all my brother's fault for not coming to find me today, humph. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was kneeling in the Hokage's office. The Konoha F4 were present. With Sarutobi Hiruzen continuously puffing on his pipe, a disingenuous smile plastered across his wrinkled face. Shimura Danzo stood before Uchiha Itachi, his cane planted firmly on the ground, his solitary eye scrutinizing the kneeling Uchiha. Mito Kamen and Tojo Kamachi sat impassively to the side, aware that they had no say in substantial matters, which were usually decided by Hiruzen and Danzo, while they merely needed to ensure that resources from the village flowed back to their clan. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was exceedingly tense. Chapter 36, Seizing the Book of Seals. Shimura Danzo tapped his cane, scrutinizing Uchiha Itachi, aware that the recent plan had intensified the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. It was time to initiate the extermination plan. Uchiha Itachi, it has been several days. How prepared is your plan? When will it be executed? The intricate patterns of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan swirled as his cold, emotionless voice echoed, akin to a venomous serpent. Tomorrow evening, I will collaborate with that mysterious individual to eradicate the Uchiha clan, leaving no survivors. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, his eye glinting with approval as he regarded Itachi. For a tool possessing such resolve, he was the sharpest of blades. Once the Uchiha clan was exterminated, it would undoubtedly provide an explanation to his mentor, and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan would surely become his prize. Excellent. It will be entrusted to you. The root ninjas will assist you when the time comes. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside his pipe, adjusting the Hokage hat to obscure his face, his voice tinged with sorrow. Itachi, do not harbor any doubts. Follow your instincts. I will arrange for the Umbu to protect Uchiha Sasuke. Boom. Just as they were deliberating their next steps, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The Konoha F4 sprang to their feet as an Umbu appeared silently in the Hokage's office, urgency in his voice. Hokage-sama, we face a grave situation. Several Uchiha Jonin have appeared throughout the village, wreaking havoc. The Konoha F4 stood alarmed, realizing that the Uchiha clan had initiated a coup d'etat. Danzo furiously crushed his cane, his face dark with rage. Indeed, the malevolent Uchiha clan. What are we waiting for? Dispatch forces to apprehend the Uchiha ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen shed his Hokage cloak, donning battle armor that exuded a commanding aura reminiscent of his youth, as he issued orders to the Umbu. All Umbu mobilize. Surround the Uchiha clan's territory. Prioritize civilian safety and spare not a single one. Yes, the Umbu departed the Hokage's office without a sound. Uchiha Itachi's mind raced. Now that his clan had launched a coup, To protect Uchiha Sasuke and the village, he needed to act swiftly. He could not allow his clan to harm a single person in Konoha. Hokage-sama, leave this matter to me. He then vanished from the Hokage's office. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others rushed towards the Uchiha clan's territory, intent on minimizing the fallout from this incident. They had to contain the event, ensuring that other clans within Konoha remained oblivious, while also guarding against spies from other villages. Trichin Tensong remained in the Hokage office, conferring with the root ninjas under his command. Extract all the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, leave not a single one. Understood. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at Hatake Kakashi's residence, where he found Kakashi chuckling on the bed, his visage obscured by a mask, yet his eyes exuded a rather lewd essence. With a twitch of his lips, he remarked, "Kakashi, if you can't do it, why not find a woman and marry her? You're still so young. It seems you've already started to wilt. Should I devise a way to resurrect Noera Rin so you two can experience a world together? Perhaps it would infuriate Uchiha Obito." Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Kakashi was startled and shot up from the bed, hastily shoving a book beneath his pillow. "Naruto, did you see that?" As a disciple of Minato Namikaze, being discovered in such a fervent situation by his child left even the highly intelligent Kakashi momentarily speechless. Naruto, however, refrained from further teasing. Time was of the essence, and such banter was no longer appropriate. "Enough of that. Have you found it? We don't have much time left." In the office opposite the Hokage building, there were numerous traps inside. "Naruto, are you truly resolved to do this?" Kakashi gazed at him with concern. This venture was undoubtedly perilous, and they might face a siege from all the ninjas of Konoha. Yet, once Naruto had made a decision, no one could alter his course. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Naruto concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for the Uchiha clan's actions to draw the Konoha F4 away. But he only spotted 3 of them, with no sign of Shimura Danzo. "Where's that old dog Danzo?" "Never mind, let's unleash a blast." The deep crimson chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped him as he activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of chakra. The dual-colored chakra spiraled upwards, and as Naruto pressed his hands to the ground, the raging chakra converged in his mouth. Fujitsu, Kyubi no Kasen. The ferocious chakra transformed into a beam, hurtling towards the Hokage building. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated, and within the Hokage office, Shimura Danzo had yet to react when a beam obliterated his right hand, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the searing pain. The Hokage building was reduced to ruins under the onslaught of the Fujitsu, and the ninjas inside were reduced to dust. Observing this, Naruto prepared to search for the Book of Seals within the wreckage when a figure leaped from the debris. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Danzo. "What luck! You've lost your right hand. Did you fail to activate Izanagi in time? Or was the Sharingan unavailable?" Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered an Otama Rasengan in his hands, chakra converging at his feet as he pierced through space, appearing before Shimura Danzo. Upon seeing Naruto, Danzo immediately surmised the truth behind the coup and roared in fury. "You, cursed Nine-Tails brat, Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you show your face in Konoha? You conspired with the Uchiha clan for this coup. Am I your target? Damn it, I cannot perish here before becoming Hokage." Aware of his disadvantage against Naruto, and with his right hand lost, Danzo turned to flee. Otama Rasengan. Naruto pursued the flustered Danzo, pressing the Otama Rasengan against his lower body. Boom! Another explosion resounded, and Danzo's lower half vanished beneath the might of the Rasengan, blood streaming from his upper body wounds. Using his remaining hand, Danzo crawled away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. His obsession with the position of Hokage ignited a fierce will to survive as he shouted, "Damn it! Where is everyone? Where have they all gone?" The consecutive explosions had awakened all the ninjas within the village, and the shinobi had already gathered near the Hokage building, yet they had not yet seen the third Hokage. So they chose to remain still. Naruto paid no heed to the writhing Danzo and formed hand seals. Futon de Tapa. A powerful gust of wind swept through the ruins of the Hokage building, and Naruto focused intently, locating and opening a scroll among the debris. Shadow clone, multiple shadow clones. Flying Thunder God technique, Edo Tensei, and explosive tags, corpse sealing technique. Indeed, this is it. He tossed the Book of Seals into his space and was preparing to depart when a loud voice rang out. "Naruto, you won't escape today." Naruto turned to the source of the voice, finding Sarutobi Hiruzen clad in his battle attire, brandishing a staff with a fierce glare directed at him. Chapter 37. A renewed battle. Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen had exited the Hokage building, an Umbu appeared beside him. Hokage-sama, it's bad. The traitor Uzumaki Naruto has appeared, and the Hokage building has been destroyed. What? How could this happen now? Could the Uchiha clan's coup be related to him? Without a moment's pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen dashed towards the Hokage building, summoning the Monkey King along the way. Upon his arrival, the Monkey King found no enemies and inquired, "Hiruzen, what has transpired?" No time for explanations. The Nine-Tails vessel, Uzumaki Naruto, has invaded Konoha. Transform into the staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly explained the dire situation. The Uchiha clan had instigated a coup, and Naruto had invaded Konoha, with his intentions still unclear. Konoha was likely facing unprecedented losses. What? The Nine-Tails vessel has returned? Upon hearing this, the Monkey King transformed into the staff without hesitation, landing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp. Upon reaching the Hokage building, he spotted Naruto retrieving the Book of Seals and preparing to leave. Uzumaki Naruto, you won't escape today. Sarutobi Hiruzen's staff elongated swiftly, and Naruto crossed his arms defensively before him. The immense force from the staff propelled him backwards several meters before he managed to steady himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. During the Nine-Tails incident, this technique had been sufficient to repel the Nine-Tails from Konoha, yet against Naruto, caught off guard, it had merely pushed him back a few dozen steps. However, as the Third Hokage, he quickly regained his composure, retrieved shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and formed hand seals, creating a flurry of afterimages. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Several shuriken transformed into thousands, shooting towards Naruto like meteors. Observing this, Naruto immediately employed his jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess was far beyond that of Shimura Danzo, who merely lurked in the shadows. With the title of Ninja Arts Doctor, he deserved the respect accorded to him. Doton, Dorihiki. A 10-meter-high, 2-meter-thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking all incoming shuriken. Naruto leaped atop the earthen wall, feigning mockery as he called out, "Hiruzen, it's been a few days. Have you grown so weak?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Naruto, his anger flaring. In just a few days, Naruto's strength had surged tremendously. If not dealt with today, he would surely become Konoha's greatest adversary in the future. The battlefield remained within Konoha, and it was imperative to resolve this swiftly. The village could not be allowed to fall to him. Raiton Nibari. Sarutobi Hiruzen expelled a bolt of lightning from his mouth, transforming it into a thunderous spear aimed at Naruto. Boom. The massive earthen wall shattered instantly under the assault of the lightning technique, crumbling into debris. As the thunderous spear shot towards him, Naruto leaped down from the earthen wall, maintaining his hand seals. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A surging inferno surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, engulfing a vast area, including the shops surrounding the Hokage building. In those shops, once resided the villagers who had insulted Schwanwa Mingren. He deliberately targeted the nearby establishments during his assault, showing no mercy to those who had scorned him, and he would not hold back. He aimed to eliminate as many as he could. The villagers, deep in slumber, awoke to the sound of explosions, cowering within the shops, too terrified to venture outside, until the surging inferno consumed them, leaving them unable to even utter a cry. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression turned grave, although his adversary was not employing advanced ninjutsu. The sheer magnitude of chakra infused into the technique rendered its power utterly terrifying, surpassing even that of elite jonin. Suetun, Swarando. The clash of water and flames transformed into a dense white mist, within which the incantation of the ninjutsu could be heard. Raiton Dado. Sarutobi Hizashi plunged his hands into the newly formed water flow, attempting to exploit a gap in his opponent's defenses with a lightning-based jutsu to deliver a decisive blow. After several battles, Schwanwa Mingren's combat experience had evolved significantly. Amidst the fog, he executed the shadow clone technique, causing multiple clones to propel him into the air. In midair, he locked onto Sarutobi Hizashi's position and unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. He cast the Great Fireball technique tenfold, directing the massive fireballs toward the shops that had thus far escaped the flames. Schwanwa Mingren unleashed his pent-up wrath, seizing this opportunity to retaliate against those foolish villagers. Sarutobi Hizashi, what will you do next? Your village is about to be ruined by my hand. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated. as Sarutobi Hizashi utilized shadow clones to intercept 4 of the fireballs, while 6 others obliterated the shops. The villagers hiding inside were filled with despair. Having once insulted the fox spirit, now it held dominion over their lives. Wails of anguish echoed through the shops, some even resorting to loud curses. Curse that fox spirit. It should have been killed back then. Indeed, the fox spirit was the source of all calamity. Trust in Lord Hokage. He will surely subdue the fox spirit. Xuanhua Mingren paid no heed to the foolish villagers' shouts. A strong individual does not hear the voices of the weak, and humanity does not concern itself with the cries of ants. To those insignificant creatures easily crushed underfoot, Xuanhua Mingren chose the most ruthless retaliation. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones unleashed the Hozenka technique, scattering massive fireballs toward the source of the loudest curses. With a series of violent explosions, the sound of bodies burning and the scent of charred flesh filled the air, drowning out the irritating voices. Xuanhua Mingren joyfully spread his arms. Finally peace. Sarutobi Hizashi gritted his teeth, his once kind visage now marred by fury, his voice emanating a chilling tone. Xuanhua Mingren, I will surely slay you. Gotan, Darandan no Jutsu. For shadow clones and the main body simultaneously expelled flames, lightning, water, earth, and wind toward Xuanhua Mingren. In retaliation, Xuanhua Mingren summoned dozens of shadow clones to counter Sarutobi Hizashi's ninjutsu with a magnitude far exceeding that of his opponent. Do you think you are the only one who can do this? Gotan, Darandan no Jutsu. In mere moments, Sarutobi Hizashi's clones were obliterated, and his main body was sent crashing into a building. Spitting blood, he rose to his feet, astonished by Xuanhua Mingren's strength, which exceeded his expectations. Compounded by the vast array of jutsu he had seemingly mastered, coupled with the chakra of the Nine Tails and the Eighth Gate, Xuanhua Mingren possessed a power that subtly overshadowed his own. Konoha was entrusted to him by his teacher. He could not allow it to be destroyed so recklessly. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that technique. With only a scant amount of chakra remaining and having fought for so long, he steeled his resolve. Observing from a distance, the gathered ninjas of the shinobi clan did not dare to intervene. The strength of the two had transcended that of ordinary ninjas, rendering their participation futile. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi prepared to risk his life to take down Xuanhua Mingren, a group of ANBU clad in dark attire materialized before him. Chapter 38. Defeat. The ANBU ninjas that appeared on the battlefield launched their assault on Xuanhua Mingren the moment they arrived, executing their jutsu with ruthless precision and perfect coordination. Xuanhua Mingren relied on his formidable physical prowess to evade their attacks, countering with his own ninjutsu when evasion proved impossible. As he assessed the Yanbiyu ninjas, he recognized that they were not from the Hokage's faction, but rather root ninjas masquerading as Yanbiyu. His deep-seated disdain for root ninjas surged within him. Their audacity to confront him warranted a fitting response, for he could not let Shimura Danzo's old dog go unpunished. Root? How delightful. Do you fancy a dance? Then perish. The cacophony of clashes reverberated as hundreds of shadow clones flooded the battlefield, spreading like a tide, each enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails. The multitude of clones coalesced spiraling Raisengans, propelled by the fierce speed of their physical techniques, hurtling toward the root ninjas. The overwhelming velocity left all but a handful of the root ninjas barely able to react, while the majority fell victim to the devastating assault of the Raisengans. How dare such pitiful wretches challenge me? Seeking death, the remaining root ninjas were drenched in sweat, terror gripping their hearts. Had they not reacted quickly, they would have met the same fate as their fallen comrades. Xuanhua Mingren's speed was beyond their comprehension. It cannot be. In just a few days. How has he grown so powerful? How old is he? Is this truly a strength we can contend with? The remaining individuals stood paralyzed, their legs trembling. A feeling of invincibility washing over them, reminiscent of their previous encounters with the Nine Tails. Xuanhua Mingren showed no concern for their plight, witnessing the root ninjas frozen in fear. He unleashed another wave of shadow clones, forming Raisengans to launch at them. The furious chakra collided with their bodies, obliterating both flesh and equipment, sending blood and entrails flying, reducing them to mere shards of meat. Turning to Sarutobi Hizashi, he laughed maniacally. Well then, the flies have been dealt with. Now, Sarutobi Hizashi, let us continue. Sarutobi Hizashi, witnessing the annihilation of the root ninjas in mere moments, felt a profound sorrow. These individuals had been cultivated at great expense, including several from the smaller clans of Konoha. Xuanhua Mingren, I will stake my life to eliminate you here today. With his golden staff in hand, Sarutobi Hizashi charged at Xuanhua Mingren, his chakra nearly depleted, leaving him with no choice but to rely on his physical prowess. Xuanhua Mingren stood firm. Since his opponent wished to engage in a contest of strength, he would oblige, clenching his fist with monstrous might to strike the golden staff. Clang! Sarutobi Hizashi felt an overwhelming force slam into him, shattering the grip on his staff. Blood oozing from the cracks in his palm. Even the monkey's spirit trembled under the might of this force, the eyes of the monkey's spirit appearing on the staff. Is this Tsunade's monstrous strength? Where did you learn it? Xuanhua Mingren's foxtail swept towards Sarutobi Hizashi, the sheer power sending him flying, expanding the battlefield to a radius of 100 meters around the Hokage building. When it comes to battle, where is the need for idle chatter? Did Senju Tobarama not teach you this? Save your words until after you've vanquished your opponent. With that, Xuanhua Mingren transformed his fox tails into a colossal chakra hand, engulfing Sarutobi Hizashi's position, erasing numerous buildings and the villagers within them under the assault of his enormous palm. The chakra hand grasped Sarutobi Hizashi from the ruins, tightening relentlessly, the immense force crushing his internal organs. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices of his body. Yun Feiverjan, you have aged yet still cling to your position as Hokage. Are you so enamored with power? A feeble voice emanated from the colossal chakra hand. As Hokage, one must protect the entire village. I will not allow you to destroy Konoha. Observing the pretense of righteousness from Yun Feiverjan, Xuanhua Mingren scoffed. You cannot hinder me, since you are so reluctant to relinquish this position. Let it vanish along with Konoha. The colossal chakra hand gripped Yun Feiverjan and crashed down upon the ground. The sound of Konoha's destruction and the anguished cries of its villagers echoed. And as Shang raised his arms in joyous embrace of the world, he felt elated. Since the commencement of their battle, the vicinity of the Hokage building had turned into ruins, with countless villagers perished. Yun Feiverjan, enduring the pain from his injuries, initiated a jutsu amidst the rising smoke. Jinjutsu, dark travel. An abyss enveloped the battlefield, and Yun Feiverjan suddenly appeared behind Jinchūriki. Diamond Prison. He attempted to ensnare Jinchūriki with a golden staff and used the Reaper Death Seal to seize his life. However, before he could ensnare him, he was sent flying by a sweeping foxtail. To employ dark travel against the Yunwa's clan? How foolish. Are you unaware of their innate talents? As Yun Feiverjan appeared behind Xuanhua Mingren, Senya sensed his presence. Well, the time is ripe. I shall no longer indulge you. After sending Yun Feiverjan flying, Xuanhua hurled several specially crafted kunai, which whizzed towards Yun Feiverjan, who could only wield his golden staff in a feeble defense. Xuanhua Mingren gathered a Danzo and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing beside Feijong with the kunai, launching the Danzo mercilessly at him. Yun Feiverjan, struck, felt a jolt of disbelief. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Impossible. No genius could learn it instantly after acquiring the sealing scroll. Could it be a contingency left by Thun? Yun Feiverjan was blasted over 100 meters away by the tremendous force of the Danzo, leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God on him upon contact. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived before Yun Feiverjan, placing a foot upon his head, gazing down at him with a smirk. Yun Feiverjan, do you wish to continue this struggle? I have said, you cannot stop me. At this moment, Yun Feiverjan was in a pitiful state, his organs ruptured, and his armor shattered. Xuanhua Mingren seized his head, lifting him up, and grasped Yun Feiverjan's right wrist, applying pressure until a crack resounded, reducing the joint to fragments. The agonizing cries from Yun Feiverjan's mouth sounded like a symphony to Xuanhua Mingren, who could not suppress a grin. After crushing the right wrist, he proceeded to the left, repeating the grim act. Crack! Crack! The sounds of shattering bones echoed as Shang meticulously crushed every joint of Yun Feiverjan. Yun Feiverjan's cries grew faint, barely audible even to Xuanhua Mingren, discarding Yun Feiverjan like a heap of refuse. He lay upon the ground, lifeless. Subsequently, Xuanhua Mingren executed the shadow clone technique, dispersing to the outskirts of Konoha. Once Shang vanished, the observing ninjas rushed forth. Medical ninjas swiftly attending to Yun Feiverjan. The remaining clan members hurried back to report the incidents at the Hokage building. Chapter 39. Forsaken by all, Ing pondered the knight's gains as he secured the sealing scroll. Truchen Tunsong, that old dog, rendered useless without Dathun's support, would likely be confined to a wheelchair. Surviving would be a miracle. The third Hokage, Benfei Rajan, gravely injured and unconscious. Konoha would soon descend into chaos. If Thulayet and Gangshu did not return, the Land of Fire might be devoured by the other three great ninja villages. The Linshin remained shrouded in its blood mist, of no concern for now. Soon, other villages' ninjas would intervene, allowing him to recuperate and secretly expand his influence. Shadow clones were dispatched to locate the battling Uchiha clan members and Shangito, followed by arranging for Juju to witness the infamous scene of Ujubyo's patricide. Upon learning of the Uchiha clan's coup, Ujubyo had exited the Hokage's office and discreetly contacted Daitu. This is bad. It's a trap. Finding no Uchiha members in the Konoha police department, Daitu instantly utilized his Kimui to escape, arriving at the predetermined location to await Ujubyo. Meanwhile, Ujubyo, after relaying the message, clenched his short blade, racing toward the Uchiha clan's territory, which now lay eerily silent, most houses abandoned. Gripping the blade tighter, anxiety surged within him. I must resolve this before Juju returns. I cannot allow anyone to harm Konoha. The mysterious individual will handle the other matters. I only need to deal with those within the clan. Upon returning home without encountering a single soul, even the Gunbu and Anbu ninjas were absent. A sense of unease gnawed at him. Ujubyo knelt, his back to Ujubyo, his voice tinged with sorrow. Yo, you have returned. It seems true, as Uoming stated, that Ujubyo betrayed the Uchiha clan, aligning entirely with the Hokage. He even resorted to personally slaughtering his kin. It is indeed a tragic fate for a clan leader. Ujubyo approached his father, tightening his grip on the short blade, his voice filled with anguish. Father, the perspective of our clan is too narrow. I cannot allow them to harm Konoha. I must protect Konoha. The power seized through violence will only yield more violence. I must stop you. I will not let Konoha be drenched in blood. Ujubyo, burdened with heavy emotions, reminisced about the past, realizing he had long forgotten to guide Ino, blinded by his prodigious talent. Yo, I do not blame you. This is your choice. As long as you follow your heart, that is enough, regardless of the path you choose. I hope you can discern your true self. Ujubyo aimed the blade at Inobu's back, his eyes wide open, the Mangekyo Sharingan shimmering within. I am sorry, father. Please forgive me. With a sudden force, he plunged the blade into Inobu's heart. Simultaneously, Shing and Shadow Clone located Ujubyo Jusui and others, bringing them to his main body, declaring, "Let me show you Inobu's resolve." Upon sinking in, Ujubyo Juju's face brightened, but then he recalled something, suppressing his smile. You big fool, where have you been these days? Shimwoming in, not indulging him, smacked the top of Ujubyo Juju's head. How do you speak? Who are you calling a big fool? Do you wish to fight? Chun, place your hand on my shoulder. Sheng and draped his arms around both of them, with Ujubyo joining him from behind, resting her hand on his shoulder. Shimwoming in employed the flying thunder god technique, transporting them to Ujubyo's chamber. However, the sight before them left them aghast. Knelt on the ground. Stood behind him, clutching a short blade, having thrust it into his back. Blood streamed from the blade to the floor. Ujubyo had already breathed his last, evidently deceased. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, the Sharingan unconsciously manifesting within his gaze. Brother, what are you doing? Have you killed father? Why? Uchiha Itachi, what have you done? Witnessing the infamous scene of Uchiha Itachi committing patricide, the young Uchiha Sasuke's heart was entirely consumed by rage. Reflecting on his past life, he simply yearned for a warm existence with his family to earn his father's praise. The intense emotional turmoil caused the tomo within his Sharingan to spin rapidly, only ceasing once the three tomo fully formed. Uzumaki Naruto felt a sense of regret, pondering how such a blow could fail to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, it was still better than the single tomo that had emerged on the night of the massacre. It appeared that illusion and reality held distinct differences. As the Sharingan evolved, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra surged swiftly. Unable to withstand the overwhelming impact, he fell unconscious. Observing this, Uzumaki Naruto supported him gently, placing him on a nearby tatami mat. Hearing the commotion, Uchiha Itachi turned to the group, his gaze filled with concern for Uchiha Sasuke. Upon spotting Uzumaki Naruto, he launched an attack, thrusting his short blade towards Naruto's heart, only to be intercepted by Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Shisui, having presumed him to be dead by suicide, yet was surprised to find him still alive, blocking his assault. Uchiha Shisui's face was filled with disappointment. He had believed that Uchiha Itachi, like himself, would protect Konoha and their clan, only to realize that Itachi's heart was solely devoted to Konoha, completely abandoning their family. Itachi, you have disappointed me greatly. I entrusted you with guarding the honor of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, yet you chose only Konoha. Where have you placed the glory of the Uchiha? You dare to turn your blade against your own kin, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. Are you even human? Uzumaki Naruto's derisive laughter echoed, as he had always detested those who preyed upon the weak. Humph, what good could come from mingling with the higher-ups of Konoha? Even Uchiha Izumi was taken aback, having believed that Uzumaki Naruto merely sought the support of the Uchiha clan, only to discover that his words were true. Itachi, how could you lay hands on your own father? That is your father. How have you become this way? Why do you side with Konoha? Why wield your blade against your own kin? Voices of reproach filled the air, while Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened, his fierce gaze resembling that of a predatory beast. Uzumaki Naruto, it is you. You incited the Uchiha clan to revolt? Do you realize that such actions will plunge Konoha into chaos? Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's eye as he activated Amaterasu against Uzumaki Naruto, but it was effortlessly repelled by Naruto's tailed beast chakra. Uchiha Shisui shouted, Uchiha Itachi, from this day forth, we sever ties. I will not allow you to harm Naruto. Uchiha Izumi stood helplessly to the side, wanting to intervene, but unable to bring herself to do so. A glint of malice flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Since he could not eliminate Uzumaki Naruto, he would target these two Uchiha clansmen instead. As long as Uchiha Sasuke survived, that would suffice. He gripped his short blade tightly and lunged toward Uchiha Izumi's heart, clearly intent on striking her down here. The disparity in strength left Uchiha Izumi with no means to react, helplessly watching as the blade approached her heart. Chapter 40. Mangekyo Sharingan. Despair enveloped Uchiha Izumi as she watched the blade draw closer to her heart, memories flashing through her mind like a revolving lantern. Scenes of her encounters with Uchiha Itachi surfacing one after another. Am I to die? How did it come to this? If I had not insisted on staying, would I still be alive? Uzumaki Naruto, noticing that Uchiha Izumi was completely unable to respond to Uchiha Itachi's attack, sprang into action, his palm imbued with Nine-Tails chakra intercepting Uchiha Itachi's short blade. His right leg, like a steel whip, struck toward Uchiha Itachi's chest. Boom! Uchiha Itachi was sent flying, crashing through the walls of the room, blood spilling from his mouth, his heart shaken. How could this be? In just a few days, how has he grown so strong? Is he a monster? Uchiha Izumi, who had just been teetering on the brink of life and death, finally reacted when Uchiha Itachi was sent flying by Uzumaki Naruto. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at Uchiha Itachi, who had just attempted to kill her. All her past admiration transformed into resentment. The girl's dreams were like a blank canvas, and Uchiha Itachi's responses were the brush. Once the act of destruction occurred, the once blank canvas would become tainted with color. A hoarse voice pierced the air. Uchiha Itachi, since you wish to kill me, I will not spare you either. Uzumaki Naruto sensed a chilling chakra surge directed at Uchiha Izumi's eyes, the Sharingan awakening within her, the tomo spinning rapidly, transforming into entwined vines resembling plants, connecting seamlessly. Her chakra surged, reaching levels comparable to Uchiha Itachi. Has she truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? How remarkable is Uchiha Izumi's talent? In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, appeared utterly inadequate. As Uchiha Izumi awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan, she became a blur, attacking Uchiha Itachi. The kunai in her hand thrust fiercely toward his heart, her intent lethal, completely at odds with her earlier helplessness, clearly aiming for a fatal blow. Uchiha Itachi, having been kicked away by Uzumaki Naruto, barely managed to stand, the intense pain forcing him to fend off her assault. Clang! The sound of kunai clashing with the short blade echoed as Uchiha Itachi seized the opportunity to kick Uchiha Izumi away. Uchiha Shisui, watching from the side, voiced his concern. Naruto, shouldn't you intervene? Izumi seems to be in a highly unstable emotional state. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes, feeling an urge to punch the clueless boy. Isn't that obvious? Izumi has always admired Uchiha Itachi, and now he seeks to kill her. How can her emotions remain stable? Moreover, She has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is only natural for her to be somewhat unhinged. The members of the Uchiha clan, the more they love someone, the more intense their emotional fluctuations become after being hurt. Uchiha Shursui clearly had never heard such a theory before. His own Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened during the Third Shinobi World War, and he had never shared it with anyone, thus unaware of this perspective. Naruto, why do you seem to understand the Sharingan better than the Uchiha clan? That is because you are foolish. Uzumaki Naruto certainly wouldn't divulge that this was a result of research by Senju Tobirama. Choosing to ignore Uchiha Shursui and focus intently on the battle between Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi. Fire style, great fireball technique. X22 colossal fireballs collided. Boom. A violent explosion ensued, shattering the entire residence of the Uchiha clan leader. As members of the Uchiha clan, with similar chakra affinities and jutsu, they both utilized the same techniques. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's combat experience vastly surpassed that of Uchiha Izumi. Coupled with his prolonged awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the inherent disparity in their strengths, Uchiha Izumi's ninjutsu paled in comparison to Uchiha Itachi's. After their techniques clashed, Uchiha Itachi appeared behind Uchiha Izumi, throwing several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch while simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Flames enveloped the spinning shuriken, hurtling toward Uchiha Izumi. With no time to cast a defensive jutsu, Uchiha Izumi could only throw a few shuriken to intercept his attack. But it was evident that she was no match for Uchiha Itachi's prowess, and she was still struck by several blazing shuriken. Bloodless wounds appeared on Uchiha Izumi's body, the intense heat preventing any blood from flowing from her injuries. A gaze of resentment was cast upon Uchiha Itachi, while Uchiha Izumi's expression bore a hint of ferocity. She realized that regardless of whether it be in taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, Uchiha Itachi's prowess evidently surpassed her own. At this moment, she could rely solely on the abilities of her recently awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuan Tong Tianjin Huijin In. Blood streamed from Uchiha Izumi's left eye as she activated her unique ocular technique. A faint ripple emanated from her, swiftly infiltrating Uchiha Itachi's body. The observing Naruto Uzumaki sensed this disturbance and was taken aback. What kind of ocular technique is this? It does not appear to belong to the Jinjutsu category, nor does it launch a direct attack. What was that subtle wave? Without an offensive from the Mangekyo Sharingan and no Jinjutsu deployed against Uchiha Itachi, Naruto Uzumaki could only continue to watch patiently. After unleashing the power of her Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi immediately lunged at Uchiha Itachi with her kunai. Initially, Uchiha Itachi intended to lift his short blade to defend, yet he could not withstand her assault. The kunai grazed his body, leaving a wound. Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted. He aimed to kick Uchiha Izumi away, but his foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. Impossible. How could I make such a basic mistake? Not only did I fail to defend against the attack, but I also misfired my own. Observing her opponent's blunder, Uchiha Izumi executed a body flicker technique. Appearing before Uchiha Itachi, her kunai aimed at his throat. In a narrow escape, Uchiha Itachi barely evaded the strike and promptly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Uchiha Itachi summoned chakra from within, preparing to use ninjutsu to repulse Uchiha Izumi. The hand seals had been completed, yet the chakra within him did not follow the proper pathways. A thin plume of smoke escaped from his mouth. How could this be? I am unable to even perform ninjutsu? What is happening? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi also recognized the anomaly. After Uchiha Izumi activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, he had been on guard against her attacks. Seeing no offensive and no Jinjutsu deployed, he initially planned to eliminate her. However, now not only had he made an error in taijutsu, but he was also incapable of executing ninjutsu. Therefore, Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan must be related to this predicament. Moreover, the thought of killing her began to wane. Whenever he contemplated an attack, his mind instinctively resisted the notion. Uchiha Shursui also discerned the clues, suspecting it to be Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Naruto, what do you think Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan power is? As Naruto Uzumaki was attempting to analyze Uchiha Izumi's capability from the unfolding battle, Uchiha Shursui's voice interrupted his thoughts. How would I know? The abilities of your Uchiha clan's Mangekyo are peculiar. Anything could awaken. Be quiet. You're distracting me from watching the show. Oh, after being chastised by Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Shursui fell silent, dutifully observing the deadly duel before them. Uchiha Itachi, recognizing his dire situation, resolved to utilize the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. He sought to incinerate Uchiha Izumi with flames that consume all. Uchiha Itachi channeled chakra within him, attempting to navigate the pathway used for activating Amaterasu. Yet the chakra flowed chaotically, deviating from his intentions. What manner of ability is this? So bizarre. Why can I not even activate the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan? After Uchiha Izumi unleashed her Mangekyo Sharingan ability, the dynamics of the battle had completely reversed. Uchiha Itachi, once in the advantageous position, now faced peril. Not only had he committed a grave error in taijutsu and failed to execute his ninjutsu, but he was also unable to use Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu. From the sidelines, Naruto Uzumaki felt through his sensory perception that Uchiha Itachi's chakra was a tangled mess, careening chaotically within him. Each time Uchiha Itachi attempted to mobilize his chakra, it seemed to possess a will of its own, refusing to flow along the correct pathways. What a terrifying ability. I wonder how many people it can affect simultaneously? If it can target multiple individuals at once, this power would be invincible. I wonder if it could be suppressed by higher beings. If not, it would certainly lead to victory against the Akatsuki. Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's mutterings, Uchiha Shursui turned to inquire, "Huh? Naruto? What did you say?" "Nothing. Just be quiet and watch." Oh. Once again, Uchiha Shursui was left speechless by Naruto Uzumaki's outburst. The battle between the two continued, with Uchiha Izumi firmly in the lead. Had it not been for her recent awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan and her lack of proficiency, coupled with insufficient combat experience, Uchiha Itachi would have long since met his demise. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi had positioned herself behind Uchiha Itachi, her kunai poised to strike at his vulnerable spot. Just as she was about to deliver a fatal blow, a masked man emerged from the vortex, intercepting Uchiha Izumi's lethal attack. Uchiha Obito had originally planned to eliminate all Uchiha clan members within the Konoha police force. Upon discovering that not a single Uchiha was present, he promptly fled the village. Waiting at the designated location for Uchiha Itachi, he realized that things had not gone as anticipated. They had been ensnared by someone. Not only had the Uchiha clan not been exterminated, but Uchiha Itachi was on the brink of death. Had he not arrived in time, he would have only been there to retrieve Uchiha Itachi's corpse. What a significant oversight. What on earth transpired? Uchiha Itachi, panting heavily, gazed at Uchiha Obito, his body riddled with wounds and blood flowing profusely, appearing utterly disheveled. "We've been outmaneuvered. Naruto Uzumaki has conspired with the Uchiha clan to instigate a coup, and the Root and Umbu ninjas have not appeared. Konoha is likely engulfed in chaos." At the instant Uchiha Obito appeared, Naruto Uzumaki shouted towards Uchiha Izumi, "Izumi, use your ocular technique on that masked man, quickly. Yuan Tong Tianjin Huijin Yin." After employing her Mangekyo Sharingan's ability against Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Izumi collapsed to the ground, clutching her left eye as blood seeped through her fingers. Observing this, Naruto Uzumaki instantly understood that the burden of this ability was too great for her. It seemed unlikely that she could control multiple individuals simultaneously. Thus, he needed to hasten the subjugation of Orochimaru. Without pondering other matters, Naruto Uzumaki instantly activated the Nine Tails and Eighth Gate mode, unleashing his monstrous strength, and hurled a punch towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito regarded the incoming Naruto Uzumaki with disdain hidden beneath his mask, a smirk gracing his lips. "Foolish vessel of the Nine Tails. Very well, I shall capture you first." Uchiha Obito activated Kimui, intending to evade Naruto Uzumaki's attack, but the chakra he was manipulating suddenly spiraled out of control. The contemptuous expression beneath his mask morphed into one of terror, his eyes widening. "Impossible. What have you done to me?" Boom. A tremendous force struck Uchiha Obito's mask, shattering it, and the scarred visage beneath contorted under the power of that punch. Accompanying this was the sound of several teeth flying from his mouth as his entire body was sent hurtling backward. Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing this, was filled with exhilaration, astonished that Uchiha Izumi's ocular technique could indeed counter Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, today marks your demise." Naruto Uzumaki gathered a Rasengan in his hand, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the air, ruthlessly descending upon the defenseless Uchiha Obito. Originally, Schwanwa Narain was pressing down with his head, and Uchiha Dado narrowly avoided a fatal blow at the last moment, evading the impact of the Daiyu Luoxuanwen. Consequently, the attack landed on the left side of his body, a part of Uchiha Dado that remained unscathed. The excruciating agony of his flesh tearing apart elicited a cry of anguish from him. As he retrieved the Kusanagi sword from his spatial pouch, he prepared to sever Uchiha Dado's head. However, Uchiha Itachi's intervention arrived just in time, blocking Schwanwa Narain's assault. Kagura, sensing the flow of chakras stabilizing, noticed that the intricate patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Izumi's eyes had completely faded. As she collapsed from the immense strain of her ocular prowess, falling upon Uchiha Shursui. Upon realizing that his chakra had returned to normal, Uchiha Dado taunted Schwanwa Narain, vowing that he would not let the Nine-Tails brat escape, threatening, "I will kill you." He then activated Kimui, departing with Uchiha Itachi. At this point, Uchiha Itachi's chakra was nearly depleted, while two adversaries still remained. Even without his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui was still an exceedingly formidable opponent, rendering it impossible for him to single-handedly defeat them. Schwanwa Narain, unfazed by this threat, lamented the lost opportunity to utterly vanquish Uchiha Dado. "Don't run. Let us see who will perish first." Uchiha Itachi wished to remain, for Uchiha Sasuke was still in their clutches. However, the situation was dire, and staying would lead to certain death, forcing him to follow Uchiha Dado's retreat. "Schwanwa Narain, I will kill you and reclaim Sasuke. You wished for Sasuke to protect Konoha, did you not? I shall reveal the truth to him, and together we will raise your beloved Konoha to the ground. Let us see what you will do then. I am eager to witness whether you choose to assist Sasuke or protect Konoha by killing him. A brotherly conflict would surely be exhilarating, wouldn't it, Uchiha Itachi?" Schwanwa Narain's wicked laughter echoed, his voice a devilish whisper that shattered Uchiha Itachi's resolve. "How dare you?" Uchiha Itachi, now utterly enraged, was forcibly pulled away by Uchiha Dado. Schwanwa Narain turned to survey the scene before him. Two unconscious figures, a lifeless body, and the peculiar Uchiha Shursui, who swiftly incinerated Uchiha Fugaka's corpse with a great fireball technique. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan no longer belongs to Konoha. Let us depart. It is time to leave. With that, he performed the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking the three of them away from Konoha. In the temporary conference hall of Konoha, representatives from various ninja clans gathered, including the Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka clans, along with representatives from smaller families. Currently, Konoha's upper echelon was in disarray. Shimura Danzo had become incapacitated and was receiving treatment at the Konoha hospital, his survival uncertain. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lay gravely injured and unconscious, still in the hospital, clinging to life. As for the other two high-ranking officials of Konoha, their whereabouts remained unknown. As the largest ninja clan in Konoha, aside from the Uchiha and Senju clans, Hyuga Hizashi spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the primary purpose of this meeting. We must swiftly elect a leader. Given the current events, it was clear that spies from other ninja villages would not be kept in the dark for long. We must brace ourselves for an impending assault from them." An elder from the Sarutobi clan could no longer contain his frustration and shouted at the assembled ninja. "Why did none of you offer assistance when the third Hokage was attacked? You were all present. Had you intervened, Schwanwa Narain would have certainly been captured. Moreover, with your formidable strength, had you all charged in, the third Hokage would not have been so gravely wounded by that Nine-Tails brat." Hyuga Hizashi, already harboring resentment towards the Sarutobi clan due to the incident involving Hyuga Hinata's abduction by the Cloud Village, was further incensed by the Sarutobi clan's inaction during his time of need. "You Sarutobi clan were the first to arrive on the scene. Why did you not take action? Do you consider your lives more precious than ours? Are our lives to be deemed worthless?" The Sarutobi elder flushed with anger, struggling to find words. Indeed, they had been the first to arrive, yet their fear of Schwanwa Narain's power had rendered them paralyzed. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they lacked combat experience. And despite their strength, confronting someone wielding the power of the Nine-Tails would have resulted in inevitable defeat. The assembled representatives exchanged knowing glances, harboring no willingness to assist the Sarutobi clan, given the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The ninja clans were not naive civilians. They were well aware of who Schwanwa Narain's parentage was and understood the hardships he had endured growing up. Invited to the meeting, Mike Guy glanced curiously at his companion, Hatake Kakashi. "Kakashi, Why did you prevent me from intervening against Narain? During the confrontation between Schwanwa Narain and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Might Guy had rushed to the scene, intending to stop Schwanwa Narain, but his friend had restrained him. Hatake Kakashi quietly replied to his dear friend, Guy, you acted too impulsively. Do not make hasty decisions. Observe how they proceed. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans engaged in hushed discussions, their gazes fixed upon Nara Shikaku, the brain behind their alliance since the Warring States period. Shikaku, what are your thoughts? Akimichi Choza opened a bag of chips, popping one into his mouth. Do not voice any opinions. Leave it to me. Nara Shikaku stood and surveyed the crowd with a serious expression. Now is not the time for such discussions. With the Third Hokage gravely injured and Danzo's fate uncertain, we urgently require an acting Hokage. Upon hearing that they were to elect an acting Hokage, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan were taken aback, for the position of Hokage had long been their clan leader's aspiration. Now, the role was to be filled by someone else. Albeit temporarily, they could not abide by this. I nominate Danzo as he is the former Hokage's advisor. He is the most suitable choice for acting Hokage. I oppose this. Not to mention that Danzo is currently in the hospital and his fate is unknown. Even if he survives, his lost legs and hand render him unfit for the position of Hokage. I nominate Jiraiya. I nominate Tsunade. As Nara Shikaku looked at the commotion, he addressed the assembly. I propose the Fourth Hokage's student, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, as the Fourth Hokage's pupil, and with his father Hatake Sakumo's illustrious legacy, had proven himself as a jonin at the age of 12 and had actively participated in the Third Great Ninja War, in terms of both identity and strength. He was indeed qualified to serve as acting Hokage. Initially, Kakashi believed he was merely present for formality. He was taken aback by the nomination and promptly declined. My strength and achievements pale in comparison to those of the esteemed seniors present. I suggest you choose someone else. I oppose this. Hatake Kakashi's abilities are insufficient, and moreover, the failure of Hatake Sakumo's mission caused Konoha significant losses. Indeed, many present were stronger than Hatake Kakashi, and in terms of seniority, they surpassed him as well. I nominate Sarutobi Asuma. As the son of the Third Hokage, he is more suited than Hatake Kakashi in terms of both strength and experience. Sarutobi Asuma has not returned to the village for many years. He is hardly qualified. As Nara Shikaku proposed Hatake Kakashi for the acting Hokage, dissenting voices erupted, particularly from the clans of Konoha F4. They certainly do not wish for the hard-won benefits to fall into the hands of others. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, their lives could be described as exceptionally prosperous. Not only were they affluent in wealth, but the resources necessary for training were readily provided by their clan upon mere request. The scene was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of disputes. Hyuga Hizashi exchanged a knowing glance with Nara Shikaku, and with a tacit understanding, they addressed the assembly. In that case, let us proceed with a vote. Those in favor of supporting Hatake Kakashi, please raise your hands. Almost all the ninjas present chose to endorse Hatake Kakashi, with only the families of Konoha's F4 and their vassals dissenting. At that moment, Hatake Kakashi wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend how he, merely an invitee to the meeting, had become the acting Hokage. He had no desire to inherit this troublesome mess. After choosing to submit to Uzumaki Naruto, he had begun to investigate certain matters from the past. He was acutely aware that Konoha had rotted to its core, and taking charge now was akin to grasping a hot potato. Nara Shikaku placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and winked at him. Kakashi, issue your first command. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, his gleaming white teeth shining in the moonlight. Kakashi, who would have thought that as lifelong rivals, you would become the acting Hokage? This is what youth is all about. Hatake Kakashi smiled wryly. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion? With no other recourse, Hatake Kakashi steeled himself and addressed the crowd. Umbu ninjas, go find Lord Jiraiya and inform him of Konoha's current situation. Urge him to return swiftly to assume the Hokage position. The rest of you, begin assessing the losses and prepare for potential assaults from other ninja villages. Chapter 43. To avoid being accused of bullying, you Uzumaki Naruto returned to the main forces with Uchiha Shisui and others. Uchiha Sasuke had just awakened, followed by a series of hoarse, anguished shouts. Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha Mikoto hurried forward to embrace him, softly comforting him. Sasuke, it's all right, you're safe now. Uchiha Sasuke clung tightly to his mother, his face contorted in rage and his eyes reddened. Mom, Itachi killed Dad. Dad is dead. I must avenge him. I will kill Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha Mikoto wept softly, not wishing to witness the fratricide. Yet she understood that the shinobi world was exceedingly cruel, once Itachi chose this path. A deadly confrontation between brothers was inevitable. She could only offer gentle reassurances to Uchiha Sasuke, hoping to alleviate some of his hatred. Uzumaki Naruto chose not to address the mother and son. It was not yet time to reveal the truth. Once Uchiha Sasuke grew stronger, he could disclose the reality, perhaps even triggering his awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, during last night's battle, the Uchiha clan had lost 3 upper ninjas and over 10 middle ninjas, leaving the group enveloped in sorrow. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, they were now forced to flee in disgrace. For the proud Uchiha, such an outcome was unacceptable, and some young ninjas clamored to return and fight against Konoha's ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto found himself in a predicament. He knew the Uchiha's thought processes were peculiar, but he never anticipated their intellect would sink so low. Stepping to the front of the group, he bellowed, "What makes you think you are worthy to challenge Konoha? This is not a fight, it is a death wish. When your strength cannot overpower the opponent, it is best to employ your wits. How many capable ninjas do you still possess? So many have already perished in this battle. What leverage do you have left to confront Konoha? Do you understand the saying, while the Green Mountain remains, one need not worry about firewood?" The young Uchiha ninjas glared at Uzumaki Naruto, their eyes filled with fury. Their pride made it intolerable to accept such humiliation, especially at their impetuous age. One bold young ninja stepped forward, his Sharingan activated, the 3 tomo slowly rotating. "Humph, aren't you just a brat with the 9 tails? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Why should we listen to you? I refuse. If you have the courage, let us fight. Whoever wins gets to call the shots." Uchiha Shursui, supporting the still unconscious Uchiha Izumi, regarded Uzumaki Naruto. Given the opponent's prowess, even without the Uchiha clan's assistance, once he matured, he could dominate the entire shinobi world and become a legendary ninja akin to the First Hokage. Were it not for Uzumaki Naruto, the Uchiha clan would have been obliterated that night, erased from the annals of shinobi history. "Naruto, leave this to me. I'll teach him a lesson." Uzumaki Naruto raised a hand to halt Uchiha Shursui. He understood that if he did not subdue this group, they would never heed his words. The Uchiha clan's nature dictated that they only obey those stronger than themselves. Furthermore, the opponent exhibited considerable talent, appearing to be merely 17 or 18, already having awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan. "What is your name?" "I am Uchiha Shana." Uzumaki Naruto observed the scars on his body, evidently the result of the night's battle, and nodded in satisfaction. "A promising prospect. However, your arrogant demeanor is quite displeasing. You possess courage and audacity, so I shall not bully you, lest you claim I am unfair." Bang, bang, bang. Uzumaki Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed the multi-shadow clone technique, thousands of shadow clones materializing around him, their fierce gazes fixed on the arrogant Uchiha youth. Upon seeing the multitude of shadow clones, Uchiha Shana instinctively took a step back. Most mid-level ninjas possessed this technique, including him, but with his chakra, he could only produce a few dozen clones. Gazing at the dense mass of shadow clones, he estimated their numbers to be at least in the thousands. Uchiha Shana's voice trembled as he struggled to speak. This is not bullying me?" The shadow clones spoke in unison, their voices merging into a resonant wave that stunned the onlookers. "Indeed, I utilized only my own chakra, not a single ounce from the 9 tails." "What? Are you afraid?" "Who said I am afraid? I am a Uchiha ninja." Stealing himself, Uchiha Shana launched an attack as the surrounding shadow clones surged forward, eliciting a mixture of sympathy and horror from the spectators. The scene was soon filled with the sounds of someone's anguished cries and the thuds of fists striking a sandbag. 20 minutes later, Uchiha Shana lay on the ground, bruised and battered, wishing he could weep, realizing too late that the gap in strength was insurmountable. He should never have acted so rashly. Uzumaki Naruto surveyed the crowd, his gaze sharp, taking in their expressions, and declared, "Is there anyone else who dares to defy me? Step forward, and I shall grant you a chance to challenge me." The surrounding crowd shook their heads, unwilling to end up like Uchiha Shana. "Very well, since no one has any objections, from now on, all must obey my orders. Or do not blame me for my lack of mercy." "Yes." The crowd bowed their heads, not daring to voice any dissent. 5 days later, Uzumaki Naruto and his companions arrived in the land of hot water, where Uzumaki Karen immediately rushed forward to embrace him. Naruto, you have finally returned. I am almost finished learning the ninjutsu you taught me. Isn't that impressive? Indeed, Karen, you are a genius. Hearing his praise, Uzumaki Karen beamed with joy, while Uchiha Sasuke, witnessing this, turned his face away. What is so great about that? A few days after awakening, Uchiha Sasuke learned that the Uchiha clan had completely severed ties with Konoha, and they now needed to seek a new place to survive. Upon meeting Uzumaki Naruto, he was filled with excitement and rushed to challenge him, resulting in a brutal battle and the unfortunate fate of Uchiha Shana. As the journey progressed, he dared not relax, fervently honing his skills, solely intent on catching up with Schwanwa Mingren. Upon seeing his father, Riing Richa, Yuri Ninji rushed forward, embracing him. The caged bird mark on his forehead had been lifted by Schwanwa Mingren merely days prior. Father, Riing Richa gently lifted Yuri Ninji, and upon confirming he was unharmed, turned to Schwanwa Mingren and spoke, "Thank you, Mingren." At that moment, 2 Uchiha ninjas entered, escorting a young girl. She had come to the Land of Fire to perform. Yet the 2 ninjas seized her without uttering a word, leaving her surrounded by mere ordinary samurai, who were utterly powerless against the ninjas. The girl struggled desperately in the grasp of the Uchiha ninjas, crying out, "Why are you capturing me? Who are you? This is the Land of Fire. Your actions will surely anger Konoha. Let me go?" Schwanwa Mingren could only helplessly rub his forehead upon witnessing the scene. "I asked you to invite her over, not to capture her outright." The 2 Uchiha ninjas exchanged awkward glances, scratching their heads as they stood there, unsure of what to do. Schwanwa Mingren waved his hand. "You may leave for now. I will speak with her." Once everyone had exited, the girl finally had the opportunity to lift her head. The previous group of ninjas had been fearsome, instilling terror within her, while the child before her had golden hair and azure eyes, as clear as the sky. However, she did not recognize him and was perplexed by his intentions. Chapter 44. Taking you for revenge. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Schwanwa Mingren, a rogue ninja from Konoha. With a gentlemanly smile, Schwanwa Mingren introduced himself to the girl, who was momentarily entranced by his appearance, perceiving him as a polite young boy. Her limited experience with ninjas led her to believe that such a small child could not possibly be among those ruthless assassins. However, his subsequent revelation left her aghast as she trembled, pointing a finger at Schwanwa Mingren. "What did you say? You are a rogue ninja from Konoha?" Indeed. As Fenghua Xiaoxua heard this disheartening confirmation, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down like pearls. She could not fathom the intentions behind the rogue ninja's actions. "It's over. I've heard rogue ninjas are merciless. Are they planning to kill me? But I am still so young. I do not wish to die. Is there no hero like those in storybooks to save me?" Schwanwa Mingren was taken aback by the girl's reaction, recalling his earlier words and realizing he had not said anything particularly wrong. He could only respond helplessly, "Miss Fenghua Xiaoxua, what are you doing? I never said I would kill you. Can you please stop crying? If you continue, I might actually consider doing so." Upon hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxua immediately composed herself, her clear gaze fixed upon Schwanwa Mingren, a look of confusion on her face. "Huh, you know me?" Schwanwa Mingren straightened his posture, feeling exhausted. It seemed there were hardly any normal individuals in the ninja world, where the focus was perpetually on killing or engaging in forbidden techniques. Particularly in Konoha. Examining the history of the ninja world, one could see that nearly all significant events were instigated by rogue ninjas from Konoha. They emphasized the cultivation of martial prowess while neglecting the development of thought. He addressed Fenghua Xiaoxua calmly. "Of course I know you, Miss Fenghua Xiaoxua, or rather, Princess of the Land of Snow." Upon hearing her true name, Fenghua Xiaoxua trembled uncontrollably. The name evoked painful memories buried deep within her. Once a princess of the Land of Snow, she had a beautiful family until her uncle, having learned of a treasure that could enhance strength, instigated a coup that resulted in her father's death. Her uncle had since relentlessly pursued her, dispatching ninjas to kill her and seize the key to the treasure. Had she not fled to the Land of Fire, she might have perished in the numerous assassination attempts. Schwanwa Mingren, perceiving the fear in her eyes, understood she was recalling those traumatic memories. He approached her, his azure gaze meeting hers, and gently spoke, "Do not be afraid. I am not sent by your uncle. I seek your 6-pointed crystal, and if you desire vengeance, I can assist you in that endeavor as well. Trust me, regardless of the circumstances, Fenghua Nuteo will undoubtedly perish." At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue came to her senses, observing the seemingly young Xuanhua Mingren before her. She could hardly believe he could contend with her uncle. Memories flooded back to her. Her uncle was an overwhelming force, capable of enduring assaults from hundreds. She shook her head in despair. Impossible. You cannot be his match. You are merely a child. He is too powerful. Even with 100 of you, you cannot defeat him. I refuse to believe it. It is an unachievable task. I cannot allow you to undertake such a suicidal venture. Xuanhua Mingren understood well the threat posed by Fenghua Nuteo. Given his current strength, he could easily overpower him without even resorting to the power of the Nine Tails. However, seeing the despair on Fenghua Xiaoxue's face, he knew he had to demonstrate his abilities. Otherwise, she would not willingly hand over the crystal. As for killing her to obtain the six-pointed crystal, Xuanhua Mingren was not inclined to do so, as he was no bloodthirsty monster. Thus, he cloaked himself in the deep crimson chakra of the Nine Tails. The ferocious energy ravaging the room, causing numerous cracks to splinter across the walls. The crimson chakra spiraled around Xuanhua Mingren, coiling upwards, ultimately manifesting as a formidable, fearsome fox above him. The chilling, violent aura assailed Fenghua Xiaoxue's spirit, the aura of slaughter crashing against her will like an unrelenting waterfall. Just as she felt she might succumb, Xuanhua Mingren retracted the Nine Tails chakra, smiling as he addressed her. So, Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue, do you believe Fenghua Nuteo can contend with me? Frankly speaking, I alone could annihilate everyone in the land of snow. Fenghua Xiaoxue, her nearly shattered resolve beginning to mend, stared blankly at Xuanhua Mingren, who, despite appearing a mere child, wielded such formidable power. Perhaps he truly could eliminate Fenghua Nuteo, but would he not become a second Fenghua Nuteo himself? His objective was the six-pointed crystal, which pertained to the land of snow. She could not permit anyone coveting the treasures of the land of snow to step foot within its borders. What do you want the six-pointed crystal for? Is your aim the land of snow? How will you treat the land of snow? Do you desire its treasures as well? Observing the incessant inquiries from Fenghua Xiaoxue, Xuanhua Mingren chuckled. My intention indeed involves the land of snow, but you have misinterpreted one thing. The so-called treasure of the land of snow does not exist. It is merely a geothermal generator your father prepared for you. With this geothermal generator, all the snow in the land of snow will melt, giving rise to resplendent blossoms. I desire the six-pointed crystal simply to escape the frigid, icy realm. Upon hearing this revelation, Fenghua Xiaoxue realized that the alleged treasure of the land of snow was not a means to enhance power at all. It was merely a gift her father intended to present to her on her birthday, stemming from a childhood remark she had made. However, before her birthday arrived, her father met his demise at the hands of her uncle. This ephemeral news led her to lose her father, forcing her to live a life of perpetual flight. Can you truly eliminate Fenghua Nuteo? Fear not. Dealing with him is a mere trifle. However, I require your guidance to locate the land of snow. With the promise made by Xuanhua Naruto, Fenghua Xiaoxue rose, her eyes filled with a blend of hatred and sorrow. She resolved to return to the land of snow, bearing the relics left by her father. Very well, I hope you keep your word. Fenghua Xiaoxue produced a necklace adorned with a hexagonal crystal from her bosom and handed it to Xuanhua Naruto. All right, let us embark. The ship is already prepared. Holding the hexagonal crystal, Xuanhua Naruto, accompanied by a group of Uchiha clansmen, made their way toward the port of the land of hot water. Chapter 45. Instantaneous wolf fang avalanche. Upon arriving at the port of the land of hot water, a massive wooden vessel loomed. At the sight of the ocean, many Uchiha clansmen gasped, for it was their first encounter with the sea. As ordinary citizens, they might have spent their entire lives in Konoha without such an experience. Now, having fled from Konoha, they harbored concerns about their future. Xuanhua Naruto instructed Uchiha Shursui to accompany Fenghua Xiaoxue in searching for a Samasantai, as they needed to find a route to the land of snow. He had a vague recollection of the land of snow's location, but the original work depicted these minor nations in a rather chaotic manner. It was unfeasible to traverse the land with so many defenseless Uchiha elders, women, and children, especially since the news of the Uchiha clan's defection must have spread throughout the ninja world. Without Konoha's protection, the Sharingan had become the coveted bloodline limit of every ninja village, with many coveting the Uchiha's eyes. Particularly, the frenzied Yunin village had become fanatical in their pursuit of bloodline limits. Should they encounter any Yunin ninjas, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Even if they were to retaliate later, Most ordinary people would perish in the ensuing pursuit, an outcome he wished to avoid. Although Xuanwu Naruto possessed the strength to protect them, doing so would stifle their ambition. He did not desire a group of weaklings who could only thrive under his protection. Thus, the only option was to take to the seas, as a single ship would suffice to safely transport the few hundred individuals aboard. As they boarded the vessel destined for the land of snow, Uchiha Shisui brought a Sema Santei before Xuanwu Naruto. Having played the role of Fenghua Xiaoshua's manager, he was once a subordinate of the feudal lord of the land of snow and possessed the most knowledge regarding its situation. Upon learning that they were headed to the land of snow for vengeance, he felt compelled to kneel and express his gratitude. However, unbeknownst to him, their intentions did not include aiding in the restoration of their nation. Xuanwu Naruto entered his quarters and retrieved several robes from his spatial pocket, offering them to Xuanwu Kairin and her mother. Kairin and Aunt May, the coming days will grow increasingly cold. Please wear this. Xuanwu Kairin accepted the robe and curiously inquired, Naruto, where shall we go next? We are bound for a snow-laden nation, but I have already taken care of everything. It will not be so cold once we arrive. As for the others, Xuanwu Naruto could not be bothered. He had already informed them to procure warm clothing. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the door, gritting his teeth as he watched the three, his fingers digging into the wooden frame, leaving deep marks. Damn it, Naruto. You did not prepare anything for me. I shall not forgive you. After donning the clothing prepared by his father, Hyuga Neji sought out Xuanwu Naruto, only to find Uchiha Sasuke sulking at the door. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure whether to interrupt them. At the port of the land of snow, a scene of prosperity unfolded before their eyes. As chakraless civilians tirelessly unloaded goods from the ships. As a nation ensconced in ice and snow, resources were scarce, necessitating the purchase of many items from other countries. Upon entering the land of snow, Xuanwu Naruto sensed several hostile intentions emanating from the port, glancing at Fenghua Xiaoshua. It appears they are targeting you, Princess Xiaoshua. Fenghua Xiaoshua's expression grew tense as she clutched Xuanwu Naruto's hand tightly. Naruto. Xuanwu Naruto patted her hand reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm, and turned to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, it is in your hands. Swiftly eliminate them without wasting too much time. Yes. Uchiha Shisui was preparing to lead the Uchiha clansmen to confront the adversaries when a train arrived along the tracks at the port. 3 ninjas clad in distinctive armor stood atop the train, and the lead ninja approached them. Princess Xiaoshua, it has been quite some time. I wonder if you have brought back the key? Uchiha Shana, seeing the adversaries blatantly ignoring them, stepped forward, nostrils flaring at the trio of ninjas from the land of snow. The ninjas of a minor nation lack experience. What audacity to disregard the Uchiha clan. Seeking death, Uchiha Shana charged towards them, blue chakra enveloping his feet, moving so swiftly that he left a trail of afterimages. As the Wolf Fong avalanche witnessed the incoming attack, he gestured for his subordinates, and the train opened its side, facing Uchiha Shana. Rather than empty compartments, it was laden with shuriken. Countless shuriken shot towards Uchiha Shana, who, facing the torrential barrage, activated his Sharingan. There was no trace of fear of death, only an overwhelming fervor for battle. Drawing a shuriken from his ninja pouch, he effortlessly deflected all the shuriken aimed at him. The Wolf Fong avalanche stared in disbelief. How could he so easily repel the shuriken, especially with those Sharingan eyes? There could be no mistake. He was a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and a 3-tomo Sharingan at that. How could they appear in the land of snow? Could it be that Fenghua Xiaoshua sought aid from Konoha? He dared not let his guard down, although he had never left the land of snow. The reputation of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan resonated throughout the ninja world. Rapidly forming hand seals, he exclaimed, Ice Release, Wolf Fong Avalanche Technique. The already frigid land of snow, combined with the enhancement of chakra armor, summoned gigantic wolves made of ice and snow to charge forth. Uchiha Shana, remaining composed, countered with his own hand seals. A mere ice ninjutsu? Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. 4 enormous fire dragons opened their jaws. An A-rank fire ninjutsu in the hands of a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. The flames blazed with such intensity that they swiftly broke free from the encirclement of the ice wolves and lunged toward the Wolf Fong avalanche. Ice Release, Swallowing Snow. Ice Release, Breaking Dragon and Fierce Tiger. Nearby, Tsubaki Sueisho and Dongyu Bingxiong unleashed their ninjutsu in an attempt to assist. sending a flurry of ice and snow swallows and gigantic ice tigers towards the 4 fire dragons. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fire extinguish. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shursui swiftly joined forces to counter the adversary's ninjutsu. Boom. The explosion reverberated as the wolf Fang avalanche, bereft of support from the two, was struck by the fire dragons, shattering the core of his chakra armor. In an instant, the outcome was sealed, even with the enhancement of chakra armor. The wolf Fang avalanche proved utterly feeble before Uchiha Shana. Flames engulfed his body, and anguished screams emanated from within the inferno. Tsubaki Sueisho gazed at the young girl before her, and even amidst the frigid landscape, a cold sweat began to flow involuntarily. The gaze in her eyes was not that of an ordinary Sharingan. The pressure emanating from her surpassed even that of Uchiha Shana. Do you intend for Konoha to interfere in the internal affairs of other nations? Uchiha Izumi scoffed at the question. Konoha? I am no longer a ninja of Konoha. Before I could finish my sentence, the kunai in my hand had already plunged towards the heart of my opponent. Chapter 46. Everything is a lie. Heiyu Chueishu barely unfolded the wings of the chakra armor behind her, narrowly dodging the kunai aimed at her heart. Relying on the wings, she soared through the sky, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at Uchiha Izumi. The opponent's strikes were decisive and ruthless, and the gaze from those eyes instilled a sense of foreboding within her. What kind of eyes are those? Chueishu, wake up, hurry and wake up. It felt as though she heard a faint voice in the sky, yet it was so subtle that she questioned if she had heard it at all. Dongyu Bingxiong anxiously shouted from the side, and seeing no reaction from her, he clenched his fists and struck towards Uchiha Shursui, only to be effortlessly blocked. Heiyu Chueishu turned her head towards the source of the faint voice, where Uchiha Shursui wielded a short blade, cutting through Dongyu Bingxiong. A crack instantly appeared in the chakra armor, and blood flowed down the fissure, staining the ground. Bingxiong, what are you doing? Hurry and finish off the opponent. Damn it. I have to take action myself. Unfolding her wings, she flew towards Uchiha Shursui, hurling a kunai made of ice at him, but it passed straight through. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha Shursui appeared behind Dongyu Bingxiong, his short blade aimed at his heart. Heiyu Chueishu dared not hesitate, increasing her chakra output. Swiftly crossing paths with Uchiha Shursui, her icy short blade leaving a deep gash across his throat. She then landed on the ground, gasping for breath. Watching as Uchiha Shursui clutched his throat, despair evident in his eyes as he collapsed. What is this Uchiha clan? They are not as formidable as I had imagined. Dongyu Bingxiong also approached her side. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have just died. Do not relax, there is still one more. Heiyu Chueishu found this somewhat peculiar. Dongyu Bingxiong was usually not so polite, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. With kunai in hand, she faced Uchiha Izumi, who obviously was far stronger than the recently fallen Uchiha. Strange, why does he show no reaction? Aren't they comrades? All her companions are dead. Yet there is not a hint of sorrow in his demeanor. Just as Heiyu Chueishu pondered this, Dongyu Bingxiong stood before her, his kunai piercing her heart. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her. Bingxiong, what are you doing? Why are you trying to kill me? You got the name wrong. I am Uchiha Izumi. Heiyu Chueishu looked in disbelief at her supposed companion, as the figure of Uchiha Izumi in the distance transformed into a phantom and vanished. While Dongyu Bingxiong morphed into Uchiha Izumi, she stared down at the kunai embedded in her heart. The recently deceased Uchiha Shursui stood calmly to the side, while her companion lay on the ground. Even the wound on his neck was inflicted by her. Jinjutsu? Impossible. I did not sense any chakra fluctuations. My chakra is flowing without issue. When did you cast Jinjutsu on me? Uchiha Izumi smiled slightly, but the smile appeared utterly terrifying. I cast it the moment you appeared. Heiyu Chueishu, clutching her heart in despair, felt the life within her swiftly fading. She had underestimated the Uchiha clan, and such underestimation only led to death. Fenghua Xiaoxue was utterly bewildered by the battlefield situation, having witnessed the female ninja strike down her comrade the moment she took flight. She turned to Uzumaki Naruto and asked, "What just happened? Why did she kill her comrade?" That was Jinjutsu. The female ninja fell victim to it the instant she appeared. Uzumaki Naruto felt increasingly satisfied with Uchiha Izumi. Ever since awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, her talent for Jinjutsu had become apparent. Even without direct eye contact, she could ensnare her opponent in illusion. However, Her personality had drastically changed, gradually evolving into a Yandere. The chaos brought by the Wolf Fang avalanche resulted in many perishing under the assault of the Uchiha clan, and the survivors began to clear the battlefield. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black chakra armor entered the battlefield, followed by dozens of ninjas. An angry voice resonated. "You have killed my 3 most prized subordinates. How do you intend to compensate me?" And Xiaoxue, welcome back to the land of snow. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Fenghua Xiaoxue trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror. Uzumaki Naruto gently patted her back, a soothing voice whispering in her ear, "Do not be afraid, leave it to me." He then activated the body flicker technique, appearing before Uchiha Izumi and gazing up at Fenghua Nuda. "Even with the enhancement of chakra armor, you barely reached the level of a jonin? How weak." Fenghua Nuda looked down at the previously confident Uzumaki Naruto, failing to sense any chakra within him, which led to his contempt. Yet the pressure exerted by the Uchiha ninjas before him was far greater than that posed by this mere child. "What? Is no one left? You send a child to die? Hand over Fenghua Xiaoxue, and I will spare you." Uchiha Izumi's veins throbbed as she heard such audacious claims, her expression turning fierce. "Who are you calling a child? Seeking death, are we?" Just as she prepared to act, Uzumaki Naruto intercepted her. "Since Fenghua Nuda looks down on him so much, he would teach him a lesson. Let me handle this." He stepped forward. "Come, dance to your heart's content. I want to see how you will entertain me." Fenghua Nuda, seeing the Uchiha clan belittling him, actually sent a child to face him, moved forward. He approached Uzumaki Naruto, his fist aimed directly at him. "Child, looking down on me will cost you dearly. You will die?" Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. The speed was far too slow, appearing as if in slow motion to him. He easily raised one hand to intercept the attack. Witnessing his powerful punch being effortlessly caught by this mere child, Fenghua Nuda felt disbelief. "You are no ordinary child. Who are you?" "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you are doomed today." As Fenghua Nuda felt anger rising, realizing the opponent could easily withstand his attack, he resolved, "If you wish to seek death, then I shall oblige." Ice release, Black Dragon Storm Kill. Chakra surged wildly into Fenghua Nuda's armor, and he formed hand seals. A gigantic black dragon of ice and snow, accompanied by a raging blizzard, enveloped the entire battlefield, forming a colossal ice storm. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the eye of the storm, allowing the onslaught to fall upon him without any defense. "It feels rather refreshing. Do you have any other techniques?" Fenghua Nuda gazed in disbelief at the child before him. Such a ferocious ice storm failed to inflict even the slightest harm. An unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Damn it, if that is the case. Ice release, Twin Dragon Storm Kill. Fenghua Nuda channeled all his remaining chakra, summoning 2 massive ice storms that encircled Uzumaki Naruto. Each was larger than the previous storm, covering an even wider area. Uzumaki Naruto remained rooted in place, hands in his pockets, while the furious blizzard whipped his golden hair and clothing. Uchiha Izumi, watching from behind Uzumaki Naruto, was entranced. After all, he was merely a few years younger than her. Ever since that detestable Uchiha Itachi decided to kill her, all her admiration had transformed into resentment. Now, gazing at the immensely powerful Uzumaki Naruto, her admiration had shifted to another. Fenghua Nuda gritted his teeth, realizing that ninjutsu had no effect on this child. In a fit of rage, he swung a fist toward Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto grinned, casually raising his left hand to effortlessly catch the opponent's fist. "Now it's my turn to strike." Chapter 47, The First Snow Shadow. Naruto Uzumaki effortlessly received the opponent's attack with one hand, his slender arm juxtaposed against the robust limb of his adversary. It resembled a fragile matchstick standing against a formidable steel beam. This sight appeared utterly absurd, yet none of the Uchiha clan members behind Naruto found it so. Having witnessed his prowess, they were already convinced. They knew that once he matured, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the new deity of the ninja world. Naruto's youthful voice resonated. "Are you ready?" As his words fell, a colossal surge of chakra erupted from within him, converging in his right hand to form a massive blue chakra sphere. Rasengan. With a resounding cry, Naruto pressed the Rasengan against the heart of his opponent, Fukunato. Instantly, a transparent barrier manifested around Nato's chakra armor, attempting to withstand the assault. However, it shattered in less than a second, and the immense force of the Rasengan penetrated the chakra armor, landing squarely on Nato's heart. As the Rasengan spun, Nato's body was sent spiraling backward, crashing through icebergs before finally coming to a halt on the ground, devoid of any breath. Observing the lifeless form of Fuka Nato, Naruto calmly declared, "You can handle the remaining trash." The Uchiha clan's ninjas surged toward the enemies brought by Nato, initiating a massacre filled with incessant cries of despair. Witnessing Naruto's effortless defeat of her uncle, Fuka Koyuki wept tears of joy. "Father, your vengeance has finally been avenged." It was only when Naruto approached her that she ceased her weeping, gazing up at him and embracing his petite frame. "Thank you. Thank you for helping me take my revenge." Naruto gently patted her back, his soft voice whispering in her ear, "It's all right. It's all over now. Whether you wish to be a princess or pursue your dreams, it matters not. Let us proceed. Only one step remains." Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan fixed its gaze upon Fuka Koyuki, as if contemplating her immediate demise. "Damn it. I have never even embraced Naruto. That wretched woman. Best not harbor any thoughts, or I shall end you." After the last of Nato's ninjas were vanquished, Naruto led everyone to a valley where 6 colossal prisms stood erect. Reflecting the sunlight, they were rendered ineffective against the perpetual ice of the land of snow. Naruto positioned himself at the center of the 6-sided prism, inserting a hexagonal crystal into the control panel and twisting the switch. A tremendous mist erupted from beneath the icy surface, enveloping the entire land of snow in a thick fog. As the mist ascended, the temperature began to rise gradually. The once biting cold air transformed into a warm embrace. The land, long cloaked in ice and snow, began to change under this newfound warmth. The rigid ice layers melted away, tender shoots breaking through the earth. Simultaneously, the snow began to dissolve, flowing as crystal-clear streams that converged to form a pristine river. The water gurgled and rushed downhill, ultimately flowing within the borders of the land of snow. Observing the revitalized land of snow, Naruto departed to the residence of the daimyo situated at the center of the nation. A platform loomed within the daimyo's estate, where he took the hands of Uzumaki Karui and her daughter Koyuki, leading them gently to the summit, where they seated themselves in the daimyo's position. His gaze fell upon the Uchiha clan members below, where Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi knelt, prompting the others to follow suit. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, feeling a swell of emotion. At last, we have reached this moment. His attention shifted to Uchiha Sasuke, who stood rigidly with a disgruntled expression. "This brat. Never mind. Today is a joyous occasion. I shall not hold it against him." Steadying his excitement, he began to issue his first decree. "From this day forth, the land of snow shall no longer have a daimyo." Before Naruto could complete his sentence, Asama Santai could no longer contain himself. "Thank you all for assisting Princess Koyuki in restoring her nation, but now that the restoration is successful, the daimyo should rightfully be Koyuki. For how can a nation exist without a daimyo? Moreover, Princess Koyuki is the daughter of the former daimyo, so her ascension is rightful." The Uchiha clan members exchanged furious glances, outraged that such a provocation would occur on this momentous day. Had Naruto not yet spoken, the assembled would surely have dispatched this fool without hesitation. Naruto's icy gaze fixed upon Santai. "Oh, so you believe the position of daimyo must necessarily exist? To govern the ninjas?" Feeling the weight of the collective gaze upon him, Santai faltered, a hint of trepidation creeping in. Even Koyuki shook her head at him, signaling him to cease his futile endeavors. Yet Santai persisted, defiantly asserting, "Indeed, since the establishment of the ninja village system, the daimyo has always ruled the ninjas, who are but mere tools. As tools, ninjas must obey the commands of the daimyo and not act on their own." Naruto's countenance remained calm after Santai finished speaking, indifferent to his arrogant words. After all, he was merely a mortal in this extraordinary world, akin to an ant, easily crushed. "Take him away, execute him." 2 Uchiha ninjas stood, escorting him out of the daimyo's estate. As Santai was led away, he shouted, "You cannot treat me this way. You are merely ninjas, tools of the state. While I am the former minister of the land of snow, you cannot kill me." As his voice faded, the 2 Uchiha ninjas returned to the daimyo's estate, their hands stained with blood. Naruto understood that certain notions were deeply ingrained in the minds of the ninjas, and to realize his vision, these beliefs must be shattered. "First, I demand you cast aside the concept of a daimyo. We must live for ourselves, not for others. Secondly, ninjas shall no longer be mere tools, but living beings. I want you to value your lives and never forsake them for the sake of so-called missions." Missions will always exist, but life is singular. Regardless of the circumstances, act within your limits, for life offers no second chances. Lastly, cherish your family, friends, and comrades. They are the ones to whom you can entrust your lives. I will not permit any actions that sacrifice a comrade's life for a mission. Do you all understand? At his concluding words, Naruto's voice rose in fury, and the Uchiha clan members looked up in unison, their expressions filled with confusion. The words they heard clashed severely with their teachings. Uchiha Shisui, his gaze clear, voiced his doubts, "But, Naruto, there are no buts. Since you have sworn allegiance to me, my command shall prevail. Do you understand?" Naruto did not allow Shisui to continue, recognizing that change was not an overnight endeavor but required sustained effort. Now, returning to the earlier topic, from this day forth, the land of snow shall no longer have a daimyo. I hereby appoint Fuka Koyuki as the princess of the land of snow. From this day on, Yuki Shinobi Village shall be established, and I shall be the first Snow Shadow. Chapter 48. The Mutual Suspicion of Two Chunins, the Snow Shadow. As the highest leader of the land of snow and Yuki Shinobi Village. Yes, the Uchiha clan responded in unison, their hearts brimming with excitement. As one of the founding families of Konoha, they now stood as the architects of another village. Moreover, compared to Chienwa Naruto's, Sarutobi Hiruzen is entirely a different sort of individual. I firmly believe they will thrive in the land of snow. However, the subsequent command from Chienwa Naruto left them blushing with embarrassment. The first task is to bear children. Anyone over the age of 18 with whom I share a fondness should hasten to the altar of matrimony and procreate vigorously. Your numbers are too few. To govern a nation, you cannot rely solely on your small group. Furthermore, you aspire to rule the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha clan members who have already married and started families gazed at the bewildered young ones, who had yet to experience the fruits of love, with lewd smiles. Little did they expect that the first task from the Yukikage would be so provocative. Uchiha Shana, lowering his nose-upturned face, shyly remarked, "Yukikage-sama, I do have someone I like, but isn't this task a bit. I feel rather embarrassed." Observing the bashful Uchiha Shana, Chienwa Naruto felt a tumult within. He never anticipated that Uchiha Shana had affections. He thought the individual was solely inclined towards combat. Nonetheless, the feigned modesty was quite distasteful to him. "Very well, you may decide for yourselves how to proceed. I shall not impose. Shirzue, Izumi, Shana, and Tetsuhan, remain here. The rest may leave. I will assign them further commands." Understood. The Uchiha clan members departed, leaving only the few who had been singled out moments ago. At the towering edifice of Yuin Village, Uchiha Obito arrived at the location where Nagato resided. Konan observed him warily. Both she and Nagato were acutely aware that this individual harbored ill intentions. Uchiha Obito paid no mind to their demeanor. His objective was to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, which necessitated capturing all tailed beasts to resurrect the Ten Tails. The pivotal Rinnegan, essential for reviving the Ten Tails, resided within Nagato. Were it not for the limitations of his current physical form, he would have long since seized the Rinnegan from Nagato. Nagato, too, recognized that the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara was up to no good, yet he also required the tailed beasts for his plans. Since their goals aligned, their so-called collaboration was merely a matter of mutual exploitation, with both calculating against one another in their hearts. Uchiha Obito concealed himself in the shadows. His body, severely injured from the last encounter, now relied on White Zetsu's unique form for recuperation. The white spiral mask obscured his visage, revealing only a single eye. Recalling his hasty escape from Konoha, Uchiha Obito's somber voice echoed, "Nagato, Itachi has defected from Konoha and has now arrived at Yuin Village. He will be joining the Akatsuki, and you shall assign his tasks." The emaciated Nagato fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Obito. Since summoning the Outer Path Golem, coupled with the Rinnegan continuously draining his life force, even he, endowed with the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan, was nearing the brink of becoming a mere husk. His legs had suffered injuries in battle, rendering him immobile, necessitating his confinement within a peculiar device. He manipulated the Six Paths puppets through the capabilities of the Rinnegan. "I will dispatch the Deva Path to meet Uchiha Itachi. His forthcoming mission will be to capture the Three Tails in the Mist Village. His partner has already been arranged. It would be the rogue member from the Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Kisame Hashigaki. With Kisame's assistance, this task should be effortless." Nagato was aware that Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi might forge some form of agreement, but he remained indifferent. As one possessing the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, he was confident in his ability to defeat anyone. Even should the legendary shinobi, Senju Hashirama, be resurrected, he would not pose a challenge. Judging from this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara before him, he appeared to be nothing more than a cowardly rat, likely living off the inflated reputation of Senju Hashirama. As the true wielder of the Sage of Six Paths eyes, he was the genuine Kamui. Uchiha Obito, puzzled by Nagato's thoughts, was unaware of the suspicions brewing within him, as the Rinnegan emitted an enigmatic glow. Furthermore, he had arranged for Uchiha Itachi to capture the Three Tails in the Mist Village. Could it be that Nagato was beginning to doubt him? Impossible. My acting skills are impeccable. I shall not be recognized. Uchiha Obito held confidence in his flawless performance, for he was Uchiha Madara. Previously, only Chien-Wen Naruto and Hatake Kakashi had glimpsed his true visage. He did not believe Nagato had any connections to Chien-Wen Naruto or had acquired his intelligence. If such connections existed, Nagato would have acted against him directly. As for the Three Tails in the Mist Village, the Blood Mist was his own creation, and if the Three Tails were to perish, so be it. He was no longer inclined to toy with the ninjas of the Mist Village. His current pressing concern was the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Chien-Wen Naruto twice, he dared not appear before him again. Moreover, the intelligence regarding Kamui might have been discerned by him. If that were the case, let Nagato handle that troublesome Chien-Wen Naruto. Thus, he altered his voice to mimic that of an elderly man. Nagato, the Nine Tails Jinchūriki has defected. Currently, his power is exceedingly formidable and will undoubtedly obstruct the Eye of the Moon plan. The abilities of the other Akatsuki members will not suffice against him. Only you stand a chance of capturing him. Uchiha Obito's voice interrupted Nagato, who was lost in dreams of beating Uchiha Madara and kicking Senju Hashirama. He regarded the man before him with displeasure, his eyes filled with suspicion, unable to comprehend why this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara had adopted such a hoarse timbre. The voice just moments ago was clearly different from the current one. Such a blatant flaw had led him to realize that this was not Uchiha Madara. Humph. To attempt to deceive one as astute as I, your acting is abysmal. Even a 3-year-old would not believe you. Though he harbored disdain for Uchiha Obito's performance, Nagato refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead calmly addressing him. Madara, you are too weak, unable to handle even a mere Nine Tails Jinchūriki. It seems I must personally take charge, for he is but a trivial Nine Tails Jinchūriki. Uchiha Obito's countenance, hidden beneath the mask, was frigid, his single eye gleaming with a chilling light. Very well. I entrust this to you. I hope you can swiftly capture the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. No one shall obstruct the Eye of the Moon plan. After concluding his words, Uchiha Obito activated Kamui and departed from the tower of Yuin Village. Since Nagato underestimated the Nine Tails Jinchūriki, he would let him witness the latter's true strength. Ideally, they would engage in a mutually destructive battle, providing him with an opportunity to seize the Rinnegan. Furthermore, Nagato's attitude displeased him. How dare he question his acting skills? Enraged, Uchiha Obito ascended to a cliff, gazing at the moon in the sky, murmuring, Lin, I shall not allow anyone to impede my plans. I must create a world with you in it. Await me, Lin. Success is imminent. Chapter 49. I am curious to see what lies within Uchiha's mind. Nagato, do you truly intend to go? That is the Nine Tails Jinchūriki, the most formidable tailed beast. Konan expressed her concerns, watching Nagato with worry. Ever since Yahiko's demise, Nagato had become obstinate, disregarding the voices of others. She yearned for a peaceful and tranquil life, devoid of anxiety. Yet war had stripped her of everything. Her family and friends had perished due to conflict, and even the Akatsuki she had helped establish had devolved into its current state. She feared losing Nagato, terrified that he might perish in this battle. Nagato observed the worried expression on Konan's face, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes before being thoroughly concealed. Xiaonan, all of this is for the sake of peace, for Yahiko's dream. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall not cease my advance. As long as I can capture all the tailed beasts and realize the plan for the ultimate weapon, the shinobi world will usher in true peace. Xiaonan understands that she cannot sway Nagato and thus chooses to silently accompany him, exerting her utmost effort to assist in any way she can. Yet, a tinge of sadness lingers within her, for as his last friend, he remains oblivious to her true feelings. At that moment, A creature resembling an aloe vera plant slowly rises from the ground. The aloe vera splits open, revealing a being with deep green hair, divided into black and white halves. The black side speaks first, its voice deep and hoarse. Nagato, I have located the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. A few days ago, he traveled from Konoha with the Uchiha clan to the Land of Snow. The white half, laughing boisterously, appears somewhat mentally unbalanced. Hello, Nagato. Will you immediately head to the Land of Snow to capture the Nine Tails Jinchūriki? Do you need to summon other Akatsuki members to assist you? Nagato, with an air of arrogance, responds as if consumed by a severe neurosis. No need, I am Kemida. I can manage alone. Xiaonan, let us depart. Nagato nods at Xiaonan, who unfurls a pair of wings made of paper and ascends into the sky, carrying Nagato on a peculiar device towards the Land of Snow. Zetsu employs the Shoto technique to follow the two, needing to document intelligence on the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. As the ultimate mastermind, Zetsu cannot allow anyone to thwart his plan to save his mother. It has been 3 days since the establishment of Yuki Shinobi Village. Uzumaki Naruto is instructing Uzumaki Hanabi in her training, while Uchiha Sasuke is under the tutelage of Uchiha Shisui. Although Sasuke has awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, his fundamentals are lacking. Being merely a 7-year-old child, it is essential for him to solidify his foundation if he ever hopes to confront Uchiha Itachi and decisively overwhelm him. Hyuga Niji is learning the gentle fist technique and advanced ninjutsu from Hyuga Hisashi, freed from the constraints of a caged bird and under Hisashi's guidance. Niji exhibits an even greater talent for the gentle fist than depicted in the original narrative. After the complete annihilation of the former loyalists of the Land of Snow, the region has become quite spacious. The Uchiha clan has settled in, and after a few days of acclimatization, they coexist harmoniously with the indigenous people of the Land of Snow, with everything in perfect order and flourishing. Indeed, the current Land of Snow bears no resemblance to its former icy landscape, apart from its name. The climate is now pleasant, the scenery picturesque. And under the influence of geothermal generators, the once frozen land has completely thawed. The verdant earth radiates vitality, with vibrant flowers blooming exuberantly across the fertile terrain. Notably, Kazahana Koyuki has decided to remain in the Land of Snow. With the burdens of her past hatred lifted, she has become more vivacious, shedding the fearful demeanor she once possessed. Uzumaki Naruto gazes at Uzumaki Hanabi, who is practicing ninjutsu, and gently pats her small head, exclaiming with exasperation, Hanabi, your sequence of hand seals is incorrect, and your chakra flow is wrong. Stay focused, or I might have to sweat your backside. Uzumaki Hanabi sticks out her tongue playfully and makes a cute face, tugging at Naruto's clothing, and with a pitiful expression, she pleads, Naruto, this ninjutsu training is too difficult. Can I take a break before continuing? Naruto, having grown wise to her tactics after previously allowing her to rest under similar pretenses, threatens, if you don't train properly. When I go out, I want to take you with me. Do you understand? Uchiha Izumi watches the two playfully teasing each other, filled with envy. Their intimate interactions make her wish to intervene, yet she finds no opportunity. Gritting her teeth and tugging at her clothing, she activates her Sharingan. Her crimson gaze fixated on Uzumaki Naruto. Just as Naruto is about to continue reprimanding Hanabi, Uchiha Shisui appears beside him and quietly informs, Naruto, the barrier has detected an intruder. Their chakra is immense, potentially several times stronger than the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Naruto extends his senses and, upon encountering the intruder's chakra, deduces their identity. This chakra surpasses even his own current reserves. He then turns to Uchiha Shisui, realizing they cannot intervene in this battle. Shisui, take everyone to safety. Izumi, you must escort Hanabi away. The enemy is my responsibility. They are not someone you can confront at your current level. The forthcoming battle may be exceedingly fierce, and he intends to draw the enemy far from the Land of Snow, urging them to protect its inhabitants. Uzumaki Hanabi gazes anxiously at Naruto, reaching out to grasp his hand. Naruto, is the opponent really that formidable? Am I utterly useless, unable to assist at all? I promise I will train hard in the future. Naruto gently strokes Hanabi's red hair, softly reassuring her, do not worry, I am the strongest. You must find a safe place and wait for my return. After saying this, he turns to leave, sensing the intruder's chakra drawing closer, compelling him to hasten. He does not wish for the ensuing battle to threaten the Land of Snow. Uchiha Shisui, observing Naruto's serious demeanor as he prepares to confront the enemy alone, cannot help but recall how the higher-ups in Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, lacked such resolve. During the Third Shinobi World War, it was always the village's shinobi charging into the fray, while the higher-ups remained safely in the rear. After the war, they merely offered hollow praise to the victorious shinobi, subsequently reaping the rewards of victory and claiming all the glory for themselves. Deeply moved yet aware of the dangers ahead, Uchiha Shursui steps forward to halt Naruto. Naruto, as the Hokage, your safety is paramount. Leave the enemy to us. Even at the cost of our lives, I will ensure the protection of Yuki Shinobi Village. Naruto, witnessing Uchiha Shusui's current state, feels a twitch in his eye, veins bulging, wishing to punch him and discover what he is thinking. Uchiha Izumi also approaches to block Naruto, unwilling to let him face the enemy alone, terrified of losing him. Naruto, Shursui is right. As Hokage, how can you confront the enemy alone? We will accompany you. Even if our contributions are minimal, at least we can shield you with our lives. Seeing the disobedience of the two before him, Uzumaki Naruto clenches his fists and fiercely admonishes them. Are you both out of your minds? Have you forgotten everything I previously told you? Do not be so quick to sacrifice your lives. I told you to value your lives. Yet not a word of it has registered, has it? And do you both think I am destined to perish in this battle? Am I that weak? Get to safety. No one is permitted to follow me. Otherwise, I will expel you from Yuki Shinobi Village. With that, Naruto grants them no further opportunity for descent, employing the body flicker technique to escape the area. Chapter 50. For the peace of the shinobi world, Uzumaki Naruto arrives before the chakra he sensed, where he encounters a man with long orange hair, clad in a black robe adorned with red cloud patterns. A black metal rod pierces through his face, and his eyes are encircled in purple. The creature known as the Animal Path speaks first, devoid of any emotion, sounding almost mechanical. Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. For the sake of peace in the shinobi world, I hereby arrest you. Naruto Uzumaki scoffed at the notion of peace in the ninja world, dismissing it as mere folly born from Yahiko's demise and the inability to withstand the resulting blow. This misguided attempt to threaten the entire ninja world with the Outer Path's Gedomazo, compelling all shinobi to adhere to their rules, was nothing short of absurd. The naive shinobi could only conceive such a plan, believing they could gather all-tailed beasts to resurrect the Ten Tails. The idea of achieving peace through a form of nuclear threat was the epitome of foolishness. Furthermore, with the power of the Rinnegan and the formidable life force of the Nagato Uzumaki clan, resurrecting Yahiko was entirely feasible. Yet, the reluctance to do so was palpable, for Nagato must have understood that Yahiko would undoubtedly intervene in his plans. As an idealist, Yahiko believed in achieving peace through communication, a notion that was, quite frankly, overly naive. Much like that lecherous white-haired sage, who foolishly believed in the prophecies spoken by a toad, tirelessly searching for the child of destiny. It was no wonder they could become master and apprentice. Their innocence mirrored each other. Naruto had initially planned to search for Nagato and Amigakure later on, but he was surprised to find Nagato had taken the initiative to come to the Land of Snow, likely a result of Uchiha Obito's machinations. Thus, he thought, I shall claim your eyes for myself. Within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails sensed the events unfolding outside, particularly the familiar chakra emanating from those eyes. A grave voice echoed in Naruto's mind, warning him, Naruto, those are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. Exercise caution, for the wielder possesses power far beyond any opponent you have faced before. Do not underestimate them, or I cannot save you. I understand, you can count on me. Naruto reassured the Nine Tails in the ceiling space, then shifted his gaze to the man before him, hands tucked into his pockets, feigning bravado. Is it just you? If so, you are hardly a match for me. Naruto refrained from revealing his knowledge about Nagato, understanding that battles among shinobi were fundamentally battles of information. With Akatsuki's dominance over the intelligence of the ninja world, he was certain Nagato had already gleaned his secrets. Therefore, by concealing what he knew, he could catch Nagato off guard and potentially eliminate him while also incapacitating Akatsuki. The Animal Realm puppet observed Naruto's lack of fear with intrigue, remarking, Oh? You dare not flee. It seems you are unaware of the strength of a god. Summoning technique. As white smoke billowed forth, 5 uniquely styled men emerged before the Animal Realm puppet, all clad in identical garb, each bearing black metal rods. The 6 paths of pain formed a formation, and the mechanical voice of the Deva Path puppet intoned, Naruto, the Jinchūriki of the 9 tails, we are the 6 paths of pain. Prepare to experience the might of a god. Naruto grimaced at the ostentatious display of the 6 paths of pain, feeling that their over-the-top theatrics were reminiscent of a juvenile fantasy. Nonetheless, their strength was undeniable. Naruto was acutely aware that if he and the 6 paths of pain engaged in a full-scale battle, the land of snow would undoubtedly be obliterated in the crossfire. Consequently, he resolved that they must not fight here. I do not wish for our battle to affect the land of snow. Follow me. He then turned and sprinted in another direction. The Deva Path puppet frowned. A mere Jinchūriki, upon encountering a god, dared to issue commands. However, since his opponent wished to relocate, he would oblige. After all, the Jinchūriki could be easily subdued, regardless of the location. The 6 paths of pain followed Naruto until they reached a desolate wilderness devoid of any onlookers or structures. Surrounding them were hills several dozen meters high, with a clear river flowing gently and vibrant flowers blooming across the slopes. In the distance lay the vast ocean, bordering the land of snow. Naruto halted, turning to face the 6 paths of pain. This will do. With that, he activated the 9 tails chakra and the 8th gate, unleashing a torrent of chakra that shattered the ground beneath him. Naruto understood the gravity of the situation, despite having mastered a portion of the 9 tails chakra. He was still young and needed to treat this confrontation with utmost seriousness. After all, aside from the deceased legendary shinobi and the hidden Akatsuki, the 6 paths of pain represented the most formidable shinobi in the present ninja world, far surpassing the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given his current strength, this battle would not be easy. Nagato, perceiving Naruto's immense chakra through the Deva Path puppet's vision, wore a grave expression. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, Naruto indeed possessed a measure of the 9 tails chakra, yet his inherent strength was lacking. Was he relying solely on the tailed beast chakra and the 8th gate? His prowess was commendable. It appeared Uchiha Madara had not lied. However, as a god, I will never be defeated. Faced with the imposing formation of the 6 paths of pain, Naruto chose not to engage in further dialogue, but instead initiated his assault. He hurled several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, while also leaving behind a few for contingencies. The kunai soared toward the incoming Azura Path puppet, as Naruto, well-versed in the intelligence of the 6 paths of pain, aimed to eliminate the Hell Path puppet first. However, the Hell Path puppet stood behind the Deva Path puppet, preventing any direct attack. The Azura Path puppet, unperturbed by the incoming kunai, raised its arms, revealing mechanisms at its wrists, from which several small missiles emerged, ignited and launched toward Naruto. Seeing the Azura Path puppet neglecting to defend against the Flying Thunder God kunai, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing before the Azura Path puppet. With a Rasengan forming in his hand, he aimed it at the Azura Path puppet. But just as the massive Rasengan was about to connect, the Human Path puppet's fist struck swiftly, forcing Naruto to defend with one hand, propelling him away with tremendous force. The small missiles from the Azura Path puppet detonated at Naruto's previous location, creating deep craters in the earth, while the explosion sent a fierce wind swirling around them. Naruto's expression darkened as he regarded the 6 paths of pain. Indeed, they had completely grasped his intelligence, even preemptively countering the Flying Thunder God technique. The 6 paths of pain did not relent in their assault. The Animal Path puppet formed hand seals and bellowed, summoning technique. With a series of resounding booms, massive summoned beasts materialized on the battlefield. Nagato observed Naruto through the Deva Path puppet's vision. You are the most talented ninja I have encountered, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique with such finesse at your age. However, today you shall not escape your fate of being captured. Likewise, you are the strongest ninja I have faced thus far. Naruto prepared to press his attack, but as he noticed the Deva Path puppet pointing a hand at him, he instinctively plunged his fox tail into the ground. Oh no. Chapter 51. Do you not admire my performance? Universal Pull. The Deva Path puppet unleashed the Universal Pull technique, generating an immense gravitational force that drew Naruto toward it. Even with his fox tail anchored to the ground, he could not resist the pull. What a powerful force. However, since you dare to use this technique, prepare to receive my blow. Giant Rasengan. Naruto concentrated once more, forming a giant Rasengan in his hand, intending to unleash it the moment he made contact with the Deva Path puppet. Just as they were about to collide, The hungry ghost path puppet appeared before the Deva path puppet, raising its hands to manifest a transparent barrier in front of Naruto. Sealing technique, absorption. In his hand, the colossal Deu Helix sphere was visibly absorbed by the hungry ghost path puppets. The summoned chameleon materialized, opening its massive maw and extending its tongue in an attempt to ensnare Uzumaki Naruto, while the hellhound revealed its chilling fangs, eager to rend him to pieces. The Deva path puppet produced a metallic black rod from its sleeve, thrusting it towards Naruto's heart. In this brief encounter, Naruto found himself entirely at a disadvantage. As he sensed the imminent attack, he swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing at the kunai he had previously discarded on the ground. The puppets coordinated their abilities with alarming synergy, and the Real Pain was far more formidable than he had remembered. Naruto understood that he must first eliminate the Hell Path puppet. Otherwise, no matter which puppet he dealt with next, they would ultimately be restored. He also needed to defeat the hungry ghost path puppet, or his jutsu would be rendered ineffective. As for luring the tiger away from its mountain lair, defeating them one by one would be exceptionally challenging due to the visual sharing among Pain's 6 paths. Nevertheless, Naruto remained undaunted, for he still possessed a trump card. At that moment, several enormous summoned beasts charged towards him. The hungry ghost path summoned creatures were predominantly robust meat shields. Observing these formidable beasts, Naruto formed hand seals. Having yet to master the summoning technique, confronting these summoned beasts was indeed quite tricky. Multiple shadow clone technique. Thousands of shadow clones appeared on the battlefield, collectively shouting. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. As a B-rank ninjutsu, the great fire extinguishing technique has a low lower limit, easily learned by any chunin. However, its upper limit is terrifying. The more chakra infused, the higher the temperature and larger the area of effect. Not to mention, Naruto chose to utilize thousands of shadow clones to execute this jutsu, creating a fiery sea that blotted out the sky, surging towards the summoned beasts. Naruto opted not to engage in a direct confrontation with the summoned beasts, especially the Hellhound, which would split into multiple entities upon being attacked. After unleashing the great fire extinguishing technique, numerous shadow clones rushed towards the Hellpath puppet. Since Pain had 6 puppets, Naruto would deploy thousands of shadow clones. Even if using a human wave tactic, he would drown the 6 paths of Pain. Seeing Naruto's shadow clones rushing forward, the Deva Path puppet moved to the forefront. Almighty push. A tremendous repulsive force surged toward Naruto, the sound of impacts echoing as hundreds of shadow clones dissipated under the pressure. However, as the shadow clones in front vanished, the Deva Path puppet became exposed, vulnerable during its 5-second interval. Time was of the essence. Since the Deva Path puppet had been revealed, it was imperative to eliminate it first. Naruto, empowered by tremendous force, hurled a punch at the Deva Path puppet. Meanwhile, the Azura Path puppet approached Naruto's side, its wrist mechanism activated to reveal glinting blades, aiming for Naruto's heart. Naruto barely managed to twist his body in midair, narrowly evading the deadly strike aimed at his heart. The blade grazed his nine-tails chakra, leaving a significant wound on his abdomen. He planted a foot on the puppet's wrist to distance himself, then assessed his injury. Fortunately, the wound was quickly healing under the influence of the nine-tails chakra. A tactical shift was necessary, otherwise, he would struggle to make an impact. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The remaining shadow clones collectively executed the Water Dragon Bullet Technique, sending hundreds of water dragons crashing toward Pain's 6 paths. Earth release, Inner Decapitation Technique. Naruto's main body, taking advantage of the cover provided by the water dragons, cast the Inner Decapitation Technique, burrowing underground and stealthily approaching the Hell Path puppet from behind. However, as he surfaced, a small missile from the Azura Path puppet flew toward him, startling Naruto. Had he been discovered? He hurriedly formed seals. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Boom. The Earth Flow Wall was instantly obliterated by the Azura Path puppet's missile, debris flying everywhere, concealing Naruto's position behind the wall. The Human Path puppet appeared behind Naruto, sweeping its leg like a steel whip, sending him flying. The chameleon ensnared Naruto with its tongue, while the hungry Ghost Path puppet approached from behind, tightly binding him while siphoning his chakra. The Deva Path puppet stood before Naruto, gazing at the now firmly restrained ninja. It is over, Uzumaki Naruto. A mere Jinchūriki of the 9 tails, easily subdued. Despair filled Naruto's eyes, his face etched with reluctance. Damn it, who are you? Not only are you outnumbering me, but you also wield overwhelming power. Just wait until I grow up to settle this. The Deva Path puppet, with its Rinnegan fixed on Naruto, spoke in an emotionless tone. We are the 6 paths of pain, the gods of the ninja world, striving for peace. Uzumaki Naruto, surrender the 9 tails within you. Upon hearing this, Naruto was taken aback, struggling desperately against the bindings of the hungry ghost path puppet. You came for the 9 tails? Damn it, I won't let you succeed. The Deva Path puppet, seeing Naruto's continued resistance, brandished a metallic black rod. If you refuse to cooperate, then perish. The rod pierced towards Naruto's heart, poised to inflict grave injury without killing him. As the metallic rod drew nearer to his heart, Naruto, sensing the approach of death, could only cry out in despair. Damn it! Am I really going to die so easily? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Someone, save me. The metallic rod of the Deva Path puppet pierced through Naruto's heart, a crimson spray erupting from the wound. The remaining shadow clones on the battlefield dissipated into white smoke as Naruto's heart was struck. Blood trickled from his lips, and as his strength waned, his head drooped, his eyes slowly closing. The Deva Path puppet, seeing Naruto unconscious, prepared to take him away, while Nagato turned to the worried Konan. Konan, the capture of the 9 tails Jinchūriki is a success. Let us depart. Nagato, already weakened after the fierce battle, bore a weary expression, but thankfully, the plan to capture the 9 tails Jinchūriki was now complete. Just as the hungry ghost path puppet grasped Naruto and prepared to leave, a seemingly inconspicuous pebble on the ground erupted with a bang, releasing white smoke. Seizing the moment of the 6 paths of pain's relaxation, Naruto gathered chakra in his legs and dashed towards the Hell Path puppet at incredible speed. Deyu Helix Sphere. The colossal Deyu Helix Sphere struck the back of the Hell Path puppet with precision, and under its immense power, the puppet disintegrated into a pile of parts, creating a deep crater in the ground. After neutralizing the Hell Path puppet, Naruto did not pause, without time to form seals. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the hungry ghost path puppet. The Deva Path puppet sensed Naruto's impending attack and, witnessing the destruction of the Hell Path puppet, realized the hungry ghost path puppet was also in jeopardy. Almighty Push. Instantly activating Almighty Push, a formidable repulsive force pressed against Naruto, causing excruciating pain throughout his body. While airborne, he could not help but spit out blood. The repulsion sent him flying over 100 meters before dissipating, landing heavily on the ground. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the devastation within a 100-meter radius, gasping in astonishment. That move was truly brutal. I nearly perished from that direct hit. Steadying himself, wiping the blood from his lips, Naruto sneered. So how was it? My shadow clone acting is quite impressive, isn't it? Aren't you going to praise my performance? Chapter 52. My strength is quite impressive. Regrettably, he had only managed to eliminate the Hell Path puppet, narrowly missing the opportunity to take down the hungry ghost path puppet as well. Nagato realized he had fallen into a trap, commanding the Deva Path puppet to advance. Glaring furiously at Naruto, the detestable Joei Renzali brat, when did you employ the shadow clone technique? And the transformation jutsu, how dare you mock the divine? Seeking death. Schwanya Naruto wore a brazen expression, grinning as he turned to face Pain Rokudo, patting his backside, astonished that this plan had actually succeeded. Oh, how can this be called mockery? This is strategy, do you understand? And you call yourself divine, falling for such a rudimentary tactic. You are nothing but ordinary. With a splutter, Nagato, infuriated by Schwanya Naruto's taunts, coughed up blood, his face flushed crimson, his emaciated body trembling with rage. It had been a long time since he felt such humiliation. The last time was when Yahiko perished. Damn Shimura Danzo conspired to kill his friend. The abduction of Konan, forcing Yahiko to take his own life. These tragic memories ignited a tempest of fury within Nagato. Seeing Nagato bleed, Konan hurried to wipe the blood from his lips, wishing to persuade him to retreat, unable to bear watching her only friend continue fighting. Nagato, what has happened? Did you not successfully capture the Joei Renzali? He was too cunning. The Joei Renzali has outsmarted us, and now the Gaki path has been destroyed. Hearing that the Gaki path puppet had been obliterated by Schwanya Naruto, Konan understood that as one of the most vital puppets of Pain Rokudo, the upcoming battle would be even more arduous, unable to refrain from urging him to stop. Nagato, do not continue fighting. The Gaki path has been destroyed. Do you wish to see Yahiko's body destroyed as well? Upon hearing Yahiko's name, Nagato briefly faltered, a flicker of hesitation crossing his mind, but the humiliation inflicted by Schwanya Naruto caused him to abandon that fleeting doubt. Ignoring Konan's pleas, he summoned the remaining puppets of Pain Rokudo, channeling chakra to charge towards Schwanya Naruto. He must capture this Valjoe Rinzali and torment him to the brink of despair. The Chikishoto puppet formed hand seals to unleash the summoning technique, calling forth the recently released summoning beast. A rhinoceros, bearing its massive horn, charged at Schwanya Naruto, who steadied himself, grounding his weight, gripping the enormous horn and roaring. "Get off me!" The tremendous force of the rhinoceros pushed Schwanya Naruto back several meters, carving deep grooves into the earth with his legs. Veins bulging, he hurled the thick-skinned beast into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the Yata no Kagami flapped its wings and rushed toward Schwanya Naruto. Just as it approached, Schwanya Naruto created a shadow clone, stepping off its shoulder with force, swiftly closing in on the Yata no Kagami and delivering a powerful stomp to its head. Suetun, Daisen no Kaze. His form shot skyward like a cannonball toward the rhinoceros, his hand enveloped in a torrent of blue water that spun rapidly into a water blade. Targeting the creature's soft underbelly, the blade pierced through, blood spiraling along the current. The rhinoceros let out a horrific wail of agony, and Schwanya Naruto channeled more chakra, piercing through its abdomen. After a few more agonized cries, the creature plummeted from the sky. The Yata no Kagami, having turned around, opened its massive mouth and continued its assault on Schwanya Naruto. The Chikishoto puppet must be dealt with. The interference from these summoned beasts is too troublesome. Schwanya Naruto attached chakra to his feet, standing inverted on the rhinoceros' body. Fingers forming seals. Raitun Raikiri. Silver-white lightning danced around his hand, and with a powerful push of his legs, he zipped past the incoming Yata no Kagami. His hand, imbued with silver lightning, cleaved through the air like a shooting star. Harnessing the momentum of his descent, the Raikiri struck the Chikishoto puppet. Just as it was about to connect, the Predapath puppet appeared before the Chikishoto, raising a transparent barrier. Fuinjutsu, Shirbari. Schwanya Naruto grinned, knowing the Predapath puppet was the weakest in terms of physical combat among Pain Rokudo. Its primary function was to absorb ninjutsu, protecting other puppets from attacks. However, since the Predapath dared to confront him directly, he welcomed the challenge. Dissipating the lightning chakra in his hand, Schwanya Naruto transformed his palm into a fist, delivering a crushing blow from above. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the other puppets failed to react in time. The Predapath puppet and the surrounding earth were smashed into a deep crater. The remaining Pain Rokudo puppets were flung away by the shockwave, leaving only shattered fragments scattered in the pit. The Ashura Path puppet shed its Akatsuki cloak mid-air, revealing its mechanical form. Even its smooth head gathering chakra to unleash a ray. Countless small missiles, trailing flames, soared toward Schwanya Naruto, while the laser beam from its head pierced through boulders aimed at him. The chakra ray pierced Schwanya Naruto almost instantaneously, erupting in sprays of blood, yet continued its relentless assault into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A nearby hill exploded under the barrage, the resulting whirlwind howling fiercely. Schwanya Naruto, pierced by the chakra rays, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, hastily employing the Hiraition no Jutsu to evade the remaining missiles. The missiles that grazed him soared toward a distant boulder. Boom, boom, boom. The boulder turned to ashes in the explosion, the shockwave sweeping Schwanya Naruto, who had activated Hiraition no Jutsu, into the air, struggling to regain balance midair. He had scarcely landed when the Chikishoto puppet's hellhound charged at him, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth glistening ominously. Schwanya Naruto could only exclaim, "Such white teeth," before being swallowed whole. Sliding down the hellhound's esophagus into its stomach, the acidic fluids began to corrode his body. Nagato, observing through the puppet's eyes, saw Schwanya Naruto consumed by the hellhound, yet remained wary. He had already lost both the Gaki Path and Predapath puppets. With only 4 puppets remaining, he refused to concede. For the peace of the ninja world, for Yahiko's dream, he must capture Schwanya Naruto here. Meanwhile, Schwanya Naruto, within the hellhound's stomach, utilized the chakra of the 9 tails to withstand the corrosive acid, feeling an eerie sense of déjà vu. He swiftly formed hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Countless Schwanya Narutos manifested, the confined stomach filled to capacity, producing a cacophony of noise. "Hey, don't squish me. I'm about to be crushed. Hey, Where did your hand go? Move it. Whose backside is in my face? Goodness, don't fart in my mouth. The hellhound, feeling its stomach churn, realized it had consumed only one being, yet felt as if it had ingested thousands. Opening its massive jaws, it began to regurgitate, and myriad Schwanya Narutos slid out. Ugh, that's disgusting. Schwanya Naruto wiped the slime off his body, observing the still puking hellhound. Katan, Ryu and Hoka no Jutsu. 8 flaming dragons, each stretching dozens of meters, entwined around the hellhound, the intense flames scorching it and the ground beneath. The flames roared as the hellhound howled in pain, the smell of charred flesh wafting through the battlefield. As the cries grew fainter, Schwanya Naruto turned his gaze towards the Tendo puppet. All right, let us continue. He launched dozens of Hiraishin Kanai toward the Ashura Path puppet, which immediately moved to shield the Ashura Path. Shinra Tensei, a colossal repulsive force, sent the Kanai flying, while Schwanya Naruto gathered chakra at his feet, activating the body flicker technique to dash toward the Ninjendo puppet. Raitun Raikiri. Silver lightning enveloped his palm as Schwanya Naruto aimed directly at the Ninjendo puppet before him. Although it had been enhanced for close combat, its speed still paled in comparison to Schwanya Naruto's. As the Tiandao puppet had just employed the Shinra Tensei, it was unable to provide assistance before the Ashura Path puppet. In that moment, it could only watch helplessly as Uzumaki Naruto's electrified hand pierced through the human path puppet. With a swift motion, Uzumaki Naruto followed up with a Rasengan, shattering it into fragments, and then turned his gaze towards the remaining members of the Pain's 6 paths. What do you think? My strength is quite formidable, isn't it? Now you are left with only 3. Will you continue to fight? Chapter 53. The so-called companions in the refuge of Yuki no Kuni, Uchiha Shursui, upon receiving Uzumaki Naruto's orders, led the Uchiha clan members into hiding. He refrained from disclosing Naruto's command, fearing that the impetuosity of his clan members would compel them to recklessly charge into battle. He wished to prevent further harm. Yet some Uchiha voiced their concerns. Shursui, why have you brought us to this refuge? The barrier has clearly sensed the enemy's intrusion. We must resist them. And where is Yukikage-sama? Why have we not seen him? As the leader of the village, he is of utmost importance. Seeing the fervor among the crowd, Shursui felt a sense of helplessness. Yukikage-sama has given orders. The village is under attack, and everyone must seek refuge. Disobeying this command will result in expulsion from Yuki no Kuni. As for Yukikage-sama, he has deemed the enemy too powerful and fears for our safety. He has gone alone to confront them. Shursui chose to convey Naruto's orders, knowing that if he did not, the clan members might rush out without a thought. This command instantly ignited a flurry of discussion among the Uchiha present. Yukikage-sama is facing the enemy alone, and we are to hide. Shursui, do you know the consequences of falsifying orders? Shursui, what nonsense are you spouting? Even if the enemy is strong, we must support Yukikage-sama. To have the Uchiha clan hide. Shursui, are you jesting? For the proud Uchiha, such an act of avoiding battle was a source of shame. They were never afraid of war. Each Uchiha was an ardent warrior. An increasing number of Uchiha stepped forward. In Konoha, they had never seen the Hokage rush to the battlefield, let alone face the enemy alone. They could scarcely fathom such a scenario. Yet all they desired was to fight alongside Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Neji gazed at his father, having matured beyond his years after the loss of his father. Understanding Naruto's background only deepened his pain. The agony of his father's death was already unbearable, and he could not imagine how Naruto had grown in an environment where nearly everyone despised him. His voice was resolute and powerful. Father, I must assist Naruto. I cannot let him fight alone. Hyuga Hayashi watched his son, who, despite his youth, exhibited remarkable maturity. A ripple of emotion stirred within him. Were it not for Uzumaki Naruto, he feared that father and son might have already been torn apart. Neji, whatever decision you make, I will support you. No matter what happens, I will stand in front of you. Tears streamed from Uchiha Mikoto's eyes as she mourned the loss of her husband and Itachi. Now, she had only Sasuke left. As a mother, she could not bear to lose her son and held tightly to the struggling Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, you are still too young. Do not go. I cannot lose you. The crimson tomo of the Sharingan emerged in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Mother, let go of me. That big idiot has gone to fight alone. I must help him. Please, let me go. That big idiot is my friend. Uzumaki Karui looked up at her mother, her eyes conveying a certain emotion. Uzumaki May gently nodded in silence, communicating only through her gaze. The two seemed to have reached a mutual resolve and stepped forward together. Uchiha Shana was incensed upon hearing that Uzumaki Naruto had gone to confront the enemy alone. Especially infuriating was Uchiha Shirsue's obedience in leading the clan members into hiding. With disdain, Uchiha Shana approached the entrance of the refuge, ready to assist Uzumaki Naruto, but was halted by Uchiha Shirsue. "Shana, what are you doing?" "Yukikage-sama ordered us to take refuge." The three tomo of the Sharingan glimmered in Uchiha Shana's eyes as she fixed a cold stare upon Uchiha Shirsue, her voice icy. "Shirsue, if you are cowardly, do not impede others. I am going to support Yukikage-sama. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I cannot abide hiding beneath Yukikage-sama's wings. If you try to stop me, I will eliminate you first." Uchiha Shirsue, too, manifested his Sharingan, standing firm at the doorway, refusing to yield in the face of Uchiha Shana's pressure. "As a part of Yuki no Kuni, we must obey orders. Moreover, Yukikage-sama has stated that anyone who dares to go after him will be expelled from the village. Do you wish to be cast out?" Uchiha Shana forcefully pushed Uchiha Shirsue aside and resolutely stepped out of the refuge without looking back. "Have you forgotten? Yukikage-sama said to cherish our clan, friends, and companions. Yukikage-sama is also my companion, my friend. I will never allow him to fight alone. No matter what enemy he faces, I will stand by his side. Even if it means being expelled from Yuki no Kuni, I will fight alongside Yukikage-sama, even if it costs me my life." The gentle sunlight bathed him, and the once youthful and naive Uchiha Shana seemed to transform, the rays highlighting his figure with an air of grandeur. His words resonated deeply with those present. Indeed, without Yukikage-sama, our Uchiha clan would have long since perished. As Uchiha, how can we cower in battle? We have fought since the Warring States period. Have you forgotten the glory of our clan? Indeed, we cannot forsake the honor of the Uchiha. We have never feared battle. Patterns of the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in Uchiha Izumi's gaze as she followed Uchiha Shana out of the refuge, leaving behind a poignant remark. "Shirsue, you bear no resemblance to an Uchiha. If you are afraid, remain here. I will use these eyes to help Naruto achieve his dreams." The combat-capable Uchiha clan members rose one after another, following Uchiha Shana as they departed, their meaningful glances piercing Uchiha Shirsue's heart. "Do you think I do not wish to support? Do you think I have forgotten the honor of the Uchiha? No, I have not forgotten. I simply do not wish to lose anything I seek to protect." A chilling chakra converged within Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, the speed at which his Sharingan spun increasing rapidly, as if it were to transform into another shape. Agonizing pain tore through his mind. Regrettably, those eyes were not his own, and thus the evolution remained unfulfilled. Those without combat ability must remain. With that, Uchiha Shirsue exited the refuge, pursuing the main forces ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds of explosions resounded, and Uchiha Shana, filled with urgency, realized that Uzumaki Naruto was clashing with the enemy. He could scarcely imagine what kind of battle could produce such a cacophony. He did not wish to lose this peaceful life, nor did he want to lose the friends and companions he had come to treasure. Ignoring the expenditure of chakra, he sprinted desperately toward the direction of the explosions. Chapter 54. Your artistic style surpasses mine. Nagato gazed solemnly at the remaining 3 of the 6 paths of pain. Now, only the animal path, the Asura path, and the Deva path remained. His chakra was significantly depleted, and his weakened body was overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue, encroaching upon his will. Observing the Jubi Jinchūriki before him, he sensed something amiss. Why did his opponent's chakra appear so abundant? It was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. After employing numerous shadow clones and ninjutsu, Uzumaki Naruto stood before him, remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of exhaustion. Aside from a somewhat disheveled appearance, the injuries he had sustained had long been mended by the chakra of the 9 tails. At that moment, Nagato felt a twinge of regret. Had he known this battle would prove so arduous, he would not have come alone. It was a grave oversight not to have brought Scorpion and Orochimaru along. However, what was done. Capturing the Jubi Jinchūriki was imperative. Suddenly, the Asura Path's mechanisms sprang to life, launching a barrage of small missiles, while chakra beams radiated a dazzling light from its head. Uzumaki Naruto disdainfully observed the Asura Path's frenzied onslaught, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Are you out of tricks? That same tactic will not work a second time against me. He swiftly maneuvered, deftly evading the missiles and beams, heading straight for the remaining trio. A chameleon summoned by the animal path extended its tongue, lying in wait along Naruto's path, while the Yata no Kagami flapped its wings, its formidable beak aimed at him. Analyzing the battlefield, Naruto hurled several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique towards the Azura path, forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless kunai streaked through the air like shooting stars, severing the chameleon's tongue. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before the Azura path. With the loss of the Hungry Ghost path, Naruto felt free to unleash his ninjutsu without reservation. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The Deva path materialized before the Azura path, and Nagato understood clearly that he could not afford to lose any more of the 6 paths of pain. Otherwise, the battle would become increasingly difficult. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The Inferno clashed with the repulsive force, vanishing without a trace under its might. Uzumaki Naruto crossed his arms to shield himself from the repulsion, a familiar pain radiating through his insides. This is truly no ordinary pain. Sent flying by the repulsion, Naruto faced the 6 paths of pain, a scornful grin deepening on his lips, though no sound escaped as he mouthed words. Adjusting his position in midair, he playfully winked at the Deva path. The Deva path instantly realized it had fallen into a trap. The target of the Jubi Jinchūriki was not the Azura path. Embarrassment and rage surged within. Having been toyed with multiple times in this battle, bewildered as to how such a young boy could possess such extensive combat experience. Alas, it was too late to intervene. Naruto formed seals in the air, his chest swelling. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A dragon of flames surged towards the animal path. With no remaining paths of pain available to assist, the Deva path stood before the Azura path. Witnessing the impending doom of the animal path as the Great Dragon Fire technique was about to engulf it, the animal path quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Accompanied by loud bangs, 2 figures emerged from the white smoke, with the Deva path at the forefront. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion struck once more, and the colossal fire dragon dissipated before making contact with the 6 paths of pain. Naruto sighed as he landed, having thought it a prime opportunity to eliminate the animal path, only to have it thwarted by a summoning technique. Universal pull. The Deva path struck decisively, a tremendous gravitational force drawing Naruto toward it. The Azura path advanced before the Deva path, its serrated blade aimed at Naruto's vital spots. Under the influence of the gravity, Naruto found himself unable to form seals. Since forming seals was no longer an option, he decided to unleash this technique. Let us see how you counter my 5-second interval. Raisin Shuriken. Naruto thrust the Raisin Shuriken toward the Azura path, shattering its blade, and the technique landed heavily upon it. As the Azura path disintegrated into fragments, a Vajra chain shot forth from behind, ensnaring the animal path tightly. Caught off guard, the Deva path had no time to react. Throughout the battle, Naruto had not utilized this particular ninjutsu. Oh no, it's too late. Naruto had not anticipated such efficacy from his ambush. Using the Vajra chain to draw the animal path closer, chakra coalesced in his fist, unleashing immense power that shattered the animal path into pieces. The summoned beast dissipated alongside the collapse of the animal path. Naruto beheld the remaining Deva path, excitement bubbling within him. Now, only you remain. Let us engage in a fair duel. At that moment, Nagato began to doubt himself. As a god, he had been driven into such a pitiful state by the Jubi Jinchūriki. Shinra Tensei. Naruto clenched his teeth, his entire body tensed. Disregarding the pain coursing through him as he braced against the repulsion, landing a powerful punch on the Deva path's face. The force of his blow twisted the Deva path's visage, sending it hurtling over 100 meters away, shattering distant boulders. A tempest of chakra gathered in his mouth, swelling dramatically before unleashing a devastating chakra beam toward the Deva path. Fuinjutsu, Shoten. Boom. The thunderous explosion echoed, a mushroom cloud rising from the earth, while the gale from the blast howled ferociously. The landscape was irrevocably altered. The once snowy terrain of the land of snow had vanished, revealing a 50-meter-deep pit. A tsunami, towering over 30 meters, surged back into the pit from the explosion. The Deva path, fortunate to survive the blast, floated upon the surface of the sea, its Akatsuki garb tattered and torn. Following the release of Fuinjutsu, Shoten, Naruto dashed forward, unwilling to grant the Deva path any opportunity, fully aware that it still had hidden cards. Shinra Tensei. Another wave of repulsion surged forth as Naruto soared upward, delivering a kick to the Devapath's face. With the force of the kick, the Devapath's face contorted as it was sent reeling back to the ground, its upper body embedded within the earth, leaving only its legs visible. Naruto approached the Devapath, grasping its leg in an attempt to lift it. Suddenly, a metallic black rod lunged toward Naruto, who reacted with remarkable speed, seizing the rod and snapping it in half. The Devapath abruptly sat up from the ground, throwing a punch at Naruto, who crossed his arms defensively. Simultaneously, he kicked out, propelling the Devapath swiftly away, its visage twisted in rage as it clasped its hands together. Planetary devastation. A pitch-black sphere ascended into the sky, its immense gravity pulling debris from the ground, including Naruto himself. This is bad. I messed up. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically as he darted between the rubble, desperately attempting to distance himself from the gravitational pull. Initially, only small fragments were affected. Utilizing his instantaneous technique, he evaded as best he could, gradually distancing himself from the gravitational center. As time passed, larger stones began to ascend into the sky. Soon, massive boulders, akin to small mountains, cracked from the earth, drawn upward by the force of gravity. As Naruto soared higher, he sensed the gravity intensifying, his speed diminishing, rendering him unable to evade the colossal stones that ensnared him, propelling him toward the dark sphere above. As the multitude of stones on the ground began to levitate into the sky, they coalesced into a sphere with a diameter of 200 meters, resembling a miniature planet. Nagato, having successfully sealed the Kyuubi Jinchūriki with the Daitapa technique, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had been exceedingly arduous, resulting in the loss of 5 of his puppets. His chakra was nearly depleted, yet he managed to maintain a faint smile as he addressed Konan. Konan, the plan to capture the Kyuubi Jinchūriki has concluded. Let us depart. Chapter 55, Godspeed and Shana. Uchiha Shana, after leaving the refuge, was consumed with urgency as he sprinted toward the battlefield. Along the way, he heard several earth-shattering explosions, followed by the sight of countless boulders soaring into the sky, forming a colossal sphere. Upon his arrival, he beheld the valley in utter ruin, the ground pockmarked with deep craters, and he couldn't fathom what kind of battle could have wrought such devastation. He spotted a ninja with tattered clothing and orange short hair, a peculiar black metal rod protruding from his face, yet he could not find Uzumaki Naruto. The Tendo puppet was preparing to depart with the sealed Kyuubi Jinchūriki when a figure suddenly appeared before him. Uchiha Shana's crimson eyes locked onto his opponent, rage evident within their depths as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Where's Lord Yukikage? What have you done to him?" The Tendo puppet regarded Uchiha Shana, perceiving him as merely an elite jonin and dismissing him as unworthy of a response. In past encounters, he had slain countless foes, and although his remaining chakra was scant, he nonetheless attacked with ferocity. A metallic black rod emerged from his sleeve, thrusting violently toward Uchiha Shana. The latter barely evaded the strike, yet the rod still grazed his face, leaving a painful wound. The Sharingan in Uchiha Shana's eyes whirled rapidly, his heart pounding in shock. Such speed! How can the attack be so swift? He instantly retreated, hands forming seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, he realized that in a battle of taijutsu, he was utterly outmatched by this individual. The Tendo puppet closed the distance in an instant, seizing Shana's hand that was forming seals. Uchiha Shana stared in disbelief at the man before him, unable to perceive how he had crossed the gap so swiftly. A speed beyond even his 3-tomo Sharingan's detection. Incredible. After thwarting Uchiha Shana's attempt to cast a jutsu, the Tendo puppet delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Shana to double over in agony. Blood erupted from his mouth, and a single blow left him convulsing. The Tendo puppet grasped Uchiha Shana's hair and forcefully drove his knee into Shana's face. The impact was deafening, teeth mingled with blood and tears streaming down his visage. So formidable. Is this the enemy Lord Yukikage is battling? A surge of indignation welled within him as he found himself at the mercy of the Tendo puppet, his Sharingan desperately gazing at his opponent. How can I be so weak? I cannot even discern the enemy's figure. What use am I in this state? As a young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, he had always believed that aside from Uzumaki Naruto, no one could rival him. Yet here he was, utterly humiliated. 3 strikes. Just 3 strikes, and he was rendered powerless, shattering his once proud heart into oblivion. He was filled with resentment and fury, clenching his fists, yearning to strike at his foe, yet no matter how he summoned his strength, he could not lift his arm. The Tendo puppet, sensing the lack of challenge, grew bored. This opponent was far too weak to provide any thrill of battle, failing to showcase the might of a god. Nonchalantly, he discarded Uchiha Shana to the ground, raising the metallic black rod to pierce his heart, poised to end his life. Uchiha Izumi, equally frantic, had been following Uchiha Shana closely but was taken aback when he charged into the fray. Before she could react, Uchiha Shana was swiftly defeated in just 3 moves. Now facing the brink of death, without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Izumi dashed in front of Uchiha Shana, using a kunai to block the metallic black rod. The ordinary kunai shattered effortlessly upon contact with the rod's assault. With no time to ponder, Uchiha Izumi hoisted Uchiha Shana in one arm and retreated wildly, distancing themselves from the Tendo puppet. What manner of weapon is that black rod? It is extraordinarily resilient. And Naruto, where is he? Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life as she swiftly formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled toward the Tendo puppet, who merely raised a hand. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force obliterated the fireball, and Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened in shock. What jutsu is that? How did the fireball vanish without a trace? As she prepared to launch another attack, the Tendo puppet appeared before her, the metallic black rod aimed at her heart. Such speed. But my eyes can perceive. Uchiha Izumi drew a kunai from her tool pouch, deflecting the Tendo puppet's strike. Recognizing the disparity in their weaponry, she began to distance herself from the Tendo puppet while defending herself. Following closely behind were Uchiha Shursui, who felt helpless as a master of Shunshin. His speed far exceeded that of the two. However, the pair had succumbed to desperation, disregarding their chakra reserves, while he needed to remain composed. He had to conserve chakra to face the enemy. When he arrived on the scene, Uchiha Shana lay on the ground, unconscious, while Uchiha Izumi was in a perilous state. Without time for contemplation, Uchiha Shursui dashed in front of Uchiha Izumi, blocking the Tendo puppet's assault. His Sharingan's 3 tomo spun wildly. Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. As a former wielder of the Kodo Amatsukami, Uchiha Shursui's mastery of Jinjutsu far surpassed that of Uchiha Itachi. He promptly initiated the Jinjutsu, aiming to control the Tendo puppet. Yet it appeared entirely unaffected. Realizing the Jinjutsu had failed, Uchiha Shursui discerned that the opponent could not even perceive the mental realm and urgently shouted to the others. Be cautious. That is not a living being. It is a puppet, and someone nearby must be controlling it. Through the Tendo puppet's vision, Nagato observed Uchiha Shursui swiftly deducing the essence of the 6 paths of pain, a desire to recruit him igniting within him. You are impressive. Worthy of becoming a disciple of the divine. Unmoved by the proposal, Uchiha Shursui replied solemnly, Who are you? What brings you to the land of snow? Where is Naruto? The Tendo puppet opened its arms, its face reflecting reverence. Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall graciously divulge. I am a god. The deity that governs the entire shinobi world. I have come to capture the Kyuubi Jinchūriki, and he is currently sealed behind me. He is likely dead by now. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi gazed skyward at the sphere composed of massive stones, approximately 200 meters in diameter. A profound sense of despair welled within them. What kind of jutsu is this? Is this truly a technique achievable by human effort? Are we capable of overcoming such an adversary? On the ground, Uchiha Shana, upon hearing of Uzumaki Naruto's demise, reflected on the moments they had shared, tears mingled with blood cascading down his cheeks to the earth. If only I could be a bit faster, a bit stronger. Would the outcome have been different? The chilling chakra surged into his eyes, and the 3 tomo spun rapidly. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi, upon sensing this chakra, turned in disbelief to gaze at Uchiha Shana on the ground. The fluctuation of this chakra was unmistakable, kaleidoscope Sharingan. As the tomo in Uchiha Shana's Sharingan completely vanished, it was replaced by a new kaleidoscope Sharingan formed by 3 lightning bolts manifesting in his eyes. Uchiha Shana softly uttered, Divine Speed. Chapter 56. The kaleidoscope Sharingan named after the divine is full of bugs. Uchiha Shana's faint voice, carried by the howling cold wind, echoed amidst the astonished gazes of the others as he vanished from his original position. The Heavenly Path puppet scanned the surroundings cautiously, bewildered by the unexpected change in the frail Uchiha, who had completely disappeared from view. Suddenly, Uchiha Shana appeared before the Heavenly Path puppet, his kunai thrusting toward it. The puppet barely managed to evade the kunai's assault, yet was still met with a gash across its face. Realizing his strike had not succeeded, Uchiha Shana's figure vanished once more. After this attack, the Heavenly Path puppet was more vigilant, its eyes darting around. What was happening? How could he have disappeared? Impossible. This cannot be happening. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi also sensed nothing of Uchiha Shana. Is this the power of Shana's kaleidoscope Sharingan? Completely undetectable. Such a terrifying ability. Uchiha Shursui was once again struck by a sense of déjà vu, his heart still shaken. Uchiha Shana's figure materialized like a ghost in front of the Heavenly Path puppet. And in that instant, he declared, Shinra Tensei. The Heavenly Path puppet, confident in its Rinnegan abilities, believed it could defeat any foe. However, as Uchiha Shana felt the repulsive force, he whispered, Shana. His form flickered, and the repulsion of Shinra Tensei swept through his ethereal figure, seemingly causing no impact. The Heavenly Path puppet was astounded, exclaiming that it was impossible for a god's abilities to be suppressed by mere kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was a disgrace to divinity. Unfazed by the puppet's thoughts, Uchiha Shana struck with a punch to its abdomen, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage. His rapid assault forced the Heavenly Path puppet to bend over. Grabbing its hair, Uchiha Shana pressed down hard, delivering a knee strike to the puppet's face. Observing this, Nagato was filled with rage, spitting blood as Konan rushed to his side to wipe away the crimson fluid, her eyes filled with concern. Nagato, what is wrong? What has happened? Nagato pushed Konan away, his face flushed with anger. He is humiliating me. He dares to use my own techniques against me. I am a god. How can I endure such indignity? Damn it, I must kill him. Seeing Uchiha Shana suppressing the enemy, Uchiha Shursui boldly took action, employing body flicker technique to dash to the side of the Heavenly Path puppet, wielding his short blade. Uchiha Izumi, meanwhile, positioned herself behind the puppet, throwing several shuriken while forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Flames accompanied the spinning shuriken as they shot toward the Heavenly Path puppet. As members of the Uchiha clan, their shuriken-throwing technique was renowned as the strongest in the ninja world. Avoiding Uchiha Shursui's ongoing attack, all shuriken targeted the vital points of the Heavenly Path puppet, ensuring that any assault would be met with their piercing projectiles. At this moment, Nagato felt unprecedented humiliation. He never imagined being forced into such a dire situation by a few Uchiha. Shinra Tensei. Upon witnessing the puppet perform the technique again, Uchiha Izumi shouted to Uchiha Shursui, "Be careful, this technique can repel all attacks." Upon hearing her, Uchiha Shursui immediately activated body flicker technique to escape, but the distance was too close. He was unable to retreat in time and was directly blasted away by Shinra Tensei, crashing to the ground. The intense pain surged through his insides as he glanced at Uchiha Izumi, who had also fallen. Only Uchiha Shana remained unaffected, his kunai carving several wounds into the puppet's body. Uchiha Shursui stood up, fully aware that only Uchiha Shana could withstand the puppet's assault unharmed. If that were the case, he had to cooperate with Shana's attack. He threw shuriken and kunai from his ninja tool pouch, entwined with string, wrapping them around the Heavenly Path puppet. Unexpectedly ensnaring the puppet, Uchiha Shursui's Sharingan's Tomo spun rapidly as he formed hand seals. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. Flames surged along the string toward the Heavenly Path puppet. Just as they were about to make contact, Shinra Tensei, the powerful repulsion caused the flames to dissipate instantly. Uchiha Shursui recalled the last time the puppet had unleashed this jutsu and shouted to the others, 5 seconds. The interval for its jutsu is 5 seconds. We must kill it during this window. Nagato, hidden in the shadows, recognized the dire situation and realized there was no time to waste, yet escaping was impossible. The Uchiha girl possessed kaleidoscope Sharingan, and although she had yet to use her ocular techniques, the other Uchiha youth's abilities were too peculiar. Whether it was Universal Pull or Shinra Tensei, they could not touch him, passing through Uchiha Shana, as if through air, rendering them ineffective. His abilities were a perfect counter to the Heavenly Path puppet. At this moment, the Heavenly Path puppet was utterly beleaguered. Uchiha Shana showed no mercy, intent on annihilating the foe before him. How dare mere mortals challenge a god? Die! The Heavenly Path puppet, no longer concerned about Uchiha Shana's assault, brandished a metallic black rod, aiming to eliminate Uchiha Izumi first. Cursed Eye, Tensei curse mark. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Izumi's eye as the heavenly path puppet felt a wave of energy surge within, but it had no effect on him. Just as Uchiha Izumi believed her ocular technique had succeeded, the metallic black rod showed no signs of stopping, poised to pierce her heart. Uchiha Shursui shouted urgently, "Izumi, dodge." Yet the heavenly path puppet was too swift. Uchiha Izumi, caught off guard, could not evade in time. Just as the rod approached her heart, Uchiha Shana appeared, executing a swift kick that sent the heavenly path puppet flying. At that moment, reinforcements finally arrived on the battlefield, approaching Uchiha Shursui from behind and inquiring about the situation. "Shursui, what is the state of the battle? Where is Yukikage?" Uchiha Shursui's expression turned somber. He hesitated to reveal the outcome. As the others noticed his sorrowful demeanor, they began to voice their disbelief. "It's impossible. Yukikage is so powerful. How could anything happen to him? I refuse to believe it. Yukikage will be fine. Soon." Their furious gazes fell upon the heavenly path puppet. "Kill him, avenge Yukikage. Is that the enemy? Let us attack together. We cannot allow him to leave the land of snow alive." Uchiha Shursui had no time to intervene as the crowd began forming seals, unleashing a barrage of fire-release jutsu upon the heavenly path puppet. The beleaguered heavenly path puppet, filled with rage, glared at the Uchiha, ascending into the sky. With a pious expression, it spread its arms wide, as if to embrace the heavens. Those who have never experienced pain will never understand suffering. How much can one carry on their shoulders? I have given too much. I have washed away so much dirt. Who gave me this burden? Super Shinra Tensei. A crimson arrow of blood erupted from Nagato's mouth as he clasped his hands together, intent on demonstrating the divine power to these insignificant beings. He would not tolerate such an affront to the divine. Blood streamed from Nagato's 7 orifices, while Konan looked on with deep concern. This jutsu was Nagato's most formidable technique, one that could inflict unpredictable harm upon him once unleashed. A vast reservoir of chakra gathered around the Deva Path puppet, radiating a blinding light that surged downward like a force capable of obliterating the world, directed at the Uchiha clan below. Chapter 57. Forcible Tailed Beast Transformation. The Uchiha clan stood resolutely on the ground, gazing at the figure in the sky without a hint of fear. Even in the face of death, they maintained their dignity. Uchiha Izumi, witnessing this, shouted at Uchiha Shana. "Shana, I know you have just awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan and are unfamiliar with that technique. However, we have no time to waste. Channel your Mangekyo Sharingan. It harbors immense power. It is called Susanoo. Quickly, protect our kin." In an instant, Uchiha Izumi positioned herself before the Uchiha clansmen, her dark red chakra forming a skeletal outline that enveloped a significant portion of them. With her current strength, she could only manifest Susanoo to this extent. Uchiha Shana, momentarily stunned, was roused by Izumi's voice and quickly joined her in front of the Uchiha clan. Chakra surged furiously towards his Mangekyo Sharingan, veins bulging on his forehead, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. "Hurry, faster. I must protect our kin. I will not let them come to harm." Boom. Silver-white skeletal chakra manifested around him, gradually expanding. Too slow. Accelerate. Uchiha Shana unleashed his ocular power, hastening Susanoo's expansion. Yet, even so, some Uchiha clansmen remained exposed. Meanwhile, sealed within the planetary devastation of the Earth explosion star, Uzumaki Naruto found himself in a heated argument with the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, exasperated, glared at the blonde youth before him. "In less than 7 years, you've managed to get yourself sealed. I warned you about the Sage of Six Paths eyes. What have you done? You promised to free me, yet here we are." Breathing heavily, the rush of air from his nostrils struck Naruto's face. The Nine Tails imagined a future where he could roam freely amidst towering mountains, but reality had taken a disheartening turn. Naruto, unwilling to concede, acknowledged his earlier carelessness in battle but insisted that escaping the Earth explosion star was a trivial matter. "Why are you so angry? It's not like we can't get out of here. Trust me, if I had the chance to unleash this jutsu, I'd find a way out." The Nine Tails remained skeptical, snorting in disbelief. "If you can get out, then do it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, or I will personally ensure your exit." Naruto glared defiantly at the Nine Tails, his fists clenched tightly as he shouted back. "Why shout so loudly? What's so impressive about being loud? Once I grow up, my voice will be even more powerful." He turned to leave the ceiling space, but halted after just a few steps. The Nine Tails, noticing Naruto's pause, inquired, What's wrong? Do you plan to stay here indefinitely? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I still have much life left in me. Naruto's expression turned grave as he turned to face the Nine Tails. He sensed that Uchiha Shana had arrived at the battlefield, and within moments, his chakra had diminished to the brink of disappearance. This is bad, Kurama. There's a serious problem. I told them not to come here and to seek refuge instead. Why did they still come? Though he found Uchiha Shana's arrogant demeanor hard to appreciate, he had enjoyed his time among the Uchiha clan. They greeted him amicably, offering delicious food with genuine smiles, and even the children would eagerly ask, Naruto and I, can we go out and play today? Naruto and I. This was given to me by my grandmother for you. It's so tasty. Naruto and I. Can you teach me jutsu? I want to be a strong ninja like you. Every encounter filled Naruto with warmth and joy, marking some of the happiest days of his life. He genuinely regarded these people as family, which was why he had urged them to seek shelter during Pain's invasion of the Land of Snow. He did not wish to lose this newfound tranquility, a life he had never experienced before, and he would do anything to protect those he cherished. From his spatial pocket, Naruto retrieved the last of his S-rank ninja experience cards. Just as he was about to utilize it, a chilling chakra invaded his senses, and he instantly recognized its owner. It's you. Shana, what has happened? The sorrow and anger within that chakra unsettled him, filling his heart with anxiety and fear. Although he sensed the chakra of his allies, he could not discern the events unfolding outside. Then, a colossal chakra began to accumulate in the sky, and if unleashed, the Uchiha clan below would undoubtedly perish. With no time to ponder further, Naruto activated the S-rank ninja experience card and gravely addressed the Nine Tails. Kurama, I'm sorry, but I must forcibly transform into a tailed beast. I need all your chakra. Ignoring the potential consequences, all he desired was to protect everything he held dear, even at the risk of his own life. The Nine Tails, taken aback by Naruto's determination, hesitated. He did not wish for Naruto to bear the full brunt of his power, as the youth's frail body could not withstand such an onslaught. Naruto, do you understand the consequences of using my full power? You will die? Naruto smiled at the Nine Tails, unperturbed by the specter of death. I understand, but those people are my family, my friends, my comrades. I cannot stand by and watch them perish. I must protect them. For that, I need your strength. Even death cannot deter me. The Nine Tails had never witnessed such sincerity in Naruto's smile, and he realized that Naruto had made his choice. Naruto. The Nine Tails clenched his massive paw into a fist, extending it through the metallic bars. Understanding the gesture, Naruto met the Nine Tails' fist with his own. A chakra, poised to obliterate everything, surged from the Nine Tails to Naruto. As this chakra rushed into him, Naruto's veins began to rupture, the rhythm of his heart echoing like an earthquake. The excruciating pain of his veins tearing made Naruto cry out, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing agony as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His frail form began to transform. Colossal bones enveloped him, muscles spreading between them, followed by fur and a tail sprouting from his flesh. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as a towering orange fox materialized within the Earth explosion star, its massive paw swiping with ease, causing the spherical seal to begin shattering. In just a few swift motions, Naruto broke free from his confinement, emerging onto the surface of the Earth explosion star. Activate the Flying Thunder God technique and instantaneously appear before the Uchiha clan members. Upon witnessing the colossal orange fox, with its 9 tails billowing behind, their hearts trembled with awe. It is the Kyuubi. It is Lord Yukikage. Lord Yukikage is still alive. I knew it. Lord Yukikage is the strongest. A wave of cheers erupted from the Uchiha clan below. They were unafraid of death, for dying with purpose was enough. As long as Uzumaki Naruto was alive, their families would not suffer unjustly. Lord Yukikage, hurry and escape. Don't worry about us. Lord Yukikage, leave the enemies to us. Please take care of yourself. Naruto, take Karui and leave. Listening to their heartfelt words, Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of emotion, yet time was of the essence. The annihilating repulsion was about to descend upon them, and Uzumaki Naruto enveloped all the Uchiha clan members with his tails. If death was inevitable, then let them experience it. 8 gates formation, open the death gate. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar resonated within Uzumaki Naruto, as chakra surged violently along the 8 gates pathways, shattering all 8 gates. Even when his meridians were severed, chakra surged forth like a raging beast, breaking through all obstacles. Upon reaching the heart, the chakra did not pause, but charged through the final gate, the death gate. The bones and muscles within his body began to fracture as he merely stood still. In this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's power surpassed everyone in the current ninja world. Chapter 58. Can you endure this kick? The agony of breaking muscles and bones relentlessly tore at Uzumaki Naruto's spirit, testing even his indomitable will. The terrifying and furious chakra within him threatened to escape his control, just as a formidable repulsion cascaded from the heavens. This immense force raised towering waves of earth, causing the ground to sink several meters. Uzumaki Naruto controlled his tailed beast form, lying on the ground to endure the damage from the repulsion. Why does this feel less painful than the 8 gates? He had expected to be launched by this force, but it seemed he was a bit too powerful now. Damn, does that mean I'm going to die in vain? What a tremendous loss. Uzumaki Naruto quietly awaited the cessation of this repulsion as the Deva Path puppet descended from the sky, its expression a mixture of shock, disbelief, and madness. The intelligence reports contained no information about Uzumaki Naruto achieving tailed beast transformation, indicating he had not become the perfect Jinchūriki. Moreover, he had somehow escaped from the Earth explosion star and remained unscathed against the final strike. This unprecedented blow compelled him to speak. How did you escape? Uzumaki Naruto released his tails, exposing the Uchiha clan members beneath. He opened his giant-tailed beast mouth, unleashing a deafening roar. Why do you care how I escaped? But next, you are certainly going to die? Recalling the memories in his mind, blood-red steam from the 8 gates emanated from the Kyuubi as Uzumaki Naruto assumed the stance of Night Guy, although he had never learned Night Guy's techniques. With Uzumaki Naruto's current strength, a mere kick would suffice to obliterate his opponent. Boom. The deep red Kyuubi chakra intertwined with the blood-red steam of the 8 gates. The rampant chakra surged upwards, sending the Uchiha clan members behind him flying 100 meters away. The Deva Path puppet faced Uzumaki Naruto's tailed beast form with a grave expression. This chakra was terrifying, surpassing even his own in perfect condition. Yet he knew he had to defend against this blow, or Yahiko's body would surely be obliterated. However, after utilizing the Shinra Tensei, Nagato could not muster a single drop of chakra. This technique had drained him completely. Therefore, he commanded the Deva Path puppet to turn and flee. Uzumaki Naruto's tailed beast form grinned, revealing his sharp, white fangs. Flee. Can you escape? Even Madara could not dodge this. It is a strike that distorts space. Prepare to savor this annihilating blow. Night Guy. With a thunderous roar, the tailed beast Uzumaki Naruto transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, warping space as he instantaneously appeared before the Deva Path puppet. The Deva Path puppet looked up in despair at the enormous paw of the Kyuubi, unable to evade. Uzumaki Naruto kicked the Deva Path puppet into a mist of blood. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, splitting the earth within a 1,000-meter radius. As molten lava flowed from the fissures, the sea vaporized upon contact with the lava, creating immense clouds that obscured everyone's vision. Uzumaki Naruto lay quietly within the deep crater created by the recent strike, the Kyuubi gradually shrinking to reveal his original form. Uchiha Shursui rushed to Uzumaki Naruto, who had returned to his original state, finding him covered in cracks, breathing weakly, clutching a peculiar doll. Uchiha Shursui dared not lift Uzumaki Naruto, fearing that any movement would shatter him into pieces. Hyuga, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shursui, Uzumaki Kirui, and Uchiha Sasuke all rushed to Uzumaki Naruto's side. Tear-filled eyes gazed at Uzumaki Naruto as Uzumaki Kirui collapsed onto him, extending her hand before his mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. Naruto, don't die. I promise I will train hard from now on. Please wake up. Just bite me. As long as you bite me, you can recover. Uchiha Izumi knelt on the ground. Her previous aspirations dissipated. Having finally found a new object of admiration, would it truly vanish? She wished to throw herself into Uzumaki Naruto's embrace, like Uzumaki Kirui, but she could not. She dared not express her feelings for Uzumaki Naruto. She merely wished to remain by his side forever. She resented this world profoundly, loathing it for attempting to take away her dreams, and even more so for its cruelty. Thus, she silently resolved. She must create a world where Uzumaki Naruto exists. The matured Hyuga softly approached Uzumaki Naruto, his Byakugan clearly revealing that the chakra within Uzumaki Naruto's heart flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Kyuga took Uzumaki Naruto's small hand and softly inquired, "Naruto, do you have anything you wish to say?" Uzumaki Naruto struggled to nod, his voice barely a whisper. Yet the words remained unspoken. Behind him, Uchiha Sasuke burst through the circle of people, sorrowfully gazing at the dying figure of Uzumaki Naruto. "You big fool. Why did you fight alone? You are my only friend. Why didn't you fight alongside me? Are you really going to abandon me like this?" Uzumaki Naruto had no energy left for retorts. He had exhausted all chakra, his failing heart nearing its final beat. He simply wished to utter his last words before departing. Yet no words escaped his lips. Moreover, it appeared Uchiha Sasuke was about to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto could face this moment with calmness. Having witnessed the awakening of a Manjikyu Sharingan for the third time, Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly with 3 tomo, and chakra surged wildly. Gradually, the 3 tomo faded, forming a 6-pointed star pattern. However, his body was still too weak to withstand the strain, and Uchiha Sasuke fell into unconsciousness. At this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the faint cries of Uzumaki Kirui and Uchiha Izumi. Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his mouth, yet even the slightest movement tore at his myriad of wounds. The excruciating pain made speaking an arduous task, and the words he uttered were barely audible. Uchiha Shisui could only lean closer to Uzumaki Naruto's lips, concentrating intently to hear Naruto's final words. "Shisui, you are too upright. You must change that in the future. Do not be so rigid. I entrust you with the village of Yuki. I never anticipated that this battle would culminate in such a manner, but I do not wish for you to suffer harm. You are my friends, my comrades. My sole desire is to protect you, yet I fear I may no longer be able to do so. You must strive diligently in your training. Safeguard your clan, as well as Ino and her mother. I hope you can look after them well. I beseech you. That is all I have to say. From now on, you shall be the second Yuki Shadow, and you must protect the village." Uchiha Shisui was moved to tears. He had never imagined that Uzumaki Naruto held him in such high regard, and he was at a loss as to how to repay Naruto's sentiments. He could only whisper softly in Naruto's ear, "I swear upon my life that I will safeguard all that you wish to protect." Naruto imperceptibly nodded, his eyes slowly closing as the rhythm of his heartbeat gradually ceased. The air was soon filled with the sounds of anguished weeping. Chapter 59. Your eyes do not belong to you. Just when everyone believed Uzumaki Naruto had perished, a peculiar puppet in his hand emitted a dazzling white light that enveloped him, and the cracks on his body began to mend. Thud, thud. The sound of a heartbeat echoed, initially faint, but growing stronger with the passage of time. His chest heaved rhythmically, and gentle breaths resonated in the ears of those present. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the prostrate form of Uzumaki Naruto, bewildered by the unfolding events. As the white light dissipated, what remained was the unscathed body of Uzumaki Naruto. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, a hint of regret etched upon his face. After his demise, his soul had entered the Pure Land. He had intended to seek out the Sage of Six Paths, but found no trace of him. Drifting in a state of spiritual existence, he was ejected by an unseen force, presumably that of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Shana was taken aback by this sudden turn of events and stumbled backward, shouting frantically, "He has returned from the dead. The Yuki Shadow has resurrected. Hurry! Burn the Yuki Shadow's body." Uzumaki Naruto, exasperated by Shana's commotion, summoned dozens of shadow clones to encircle her and began delivering relentless kicks. "You wished for my demise, did you not? You wished to incinerate me? Can you not discern whether I am alive or dead? It seems you are simply begging for a beating." The onlookers were ecstatic at Naruto's revival. Uzumaki Ino dashed into his embrace, her small face nuzzling against him. Crystal-clear tear streaks adorned her adorable, smooth visage. "Naruto, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Do you feel any discomfort? If anything is amiss, just bite me. That will ease the pain." Uzumaki Naruto held Ino close, gently stroking her silky red hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Ino, my dear, I am perfectly fine. My health is restored." Uchiha Izumi, witnessing this, could not contain herself and rushed to embrace Uzumaki Naruto. After this ordeal, she no longer wished to conceal her true feelings. Naruto, taken aback by Izumi's sudden display of affection, was momentarily lost in thought. Wasn't she usually so aloof? What could have prompted such a change? A chill crept down his spine. Was there something sinister lurking nearby? Struggling to extricate himself from their tight embrace, he exclaimed, Wait. I still have matters to attend to. Please give me a moment. Naruto made his way to the battlefield, searching for the intact bodies of the Pain's 6 paths. With a final, beast-infused kick, he obliterated the Deva Path puppet, its metallic black rods vanishing in the wake of his last assault. The power of that final strike exceeded his expectations, and the remaining puppets were nowhere to be found. Turning to Uchiha Shursui, he recalled sensing several chakras on the battlefield when he was sealed within the land of the stars. Surely they would know the whereabouts of the remaining puppets. Shursui, please assist me in locating that metallic black rod on the enemy's face. Find it for me. 2.5 minutes later, Uchiha Shursui returned, presenting the metallic black rod to Naruto, who remained uncertain of Naruto's intentions. Naruto inserted the rod into his left hand, closing his eyes to sense the chakra. During his revival, he had sensed Nagato's position, yet it was beyond his current range. It appeared that Nagato's control extended far beyond his initial assumptions. By inserting the rod into his hand, he could detect the direction from the chakra within. The rod acted much like an antenna, capable of directly transmitting chakra to command the Pain's 6 paths. I have found it, he declared, opening his eyes, only to find that everyone had followed him, eager to face the challenges alongside him. Yuki Shadow, allow us to accompany you. We, too, can protect you. Naruto, we are comrades. You need not face everything alone. Observing the determination etched on their faces, Naruto shook his head, deeming it unnecessary for them to follow. He anticipated no further battles ahead and addressed Shursui and the others. Shursui, take them back. I must meet with that individual. There is no need for you to follow. I do not foresee any further conflict. He then utilized the body flicker technique to depart. At that moment, Nagato appeared weary, his face marked with dried blood. Konan intended to hasten their departure, but was halted by him. Having been defeated, he wished to meet the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Naruto climbed to a small hill, marveling at the lifelike scenery crafted by Konan. Her paper art was astonishingly realistic, with even the flowers and trees appearing vividly alive. As he prepared to punch a pathway through the stone wall, it unexpectedly opened, revealing the interior scene. He strolled in leisurely, knowing that Nagato, stripped of the Pain's 6 paths, posed no threat to him, and Konan was even less of a challenge. The cave was dimly lit, illuminated only by a small opening at the top, through which a few rays of sunlight streamed. Using the faint light, Naruto discerned the situation within. A frail Nagato sat within a peculiar contraption, while the blue-haired Konan guarded him, warily observing Naruto. As one of the most renowned beauties in the ninja world, she was like a vibrant flower amidst an icy landscape. Possessing formidable strength and adeptly managing an entire village, she was precisely the talent he needed at this moment. It was undeniable that Nagato was exceedingly fortunate to have such a woman willing to sacrifice herself for him. Noticing that Naruto's gaze was fixed upon her, Konan could not help but speak up. Naruto, what is your intention in coming here? Malice surged towards Naruto like a tidal wave. However, such animosity was trivial in his eyes. He approached Nagato, assessing him. There is no need to be on guard. Together, you two are no match for me. And you, Nagato, reduced to this state, dare you still wield the Rinnegan? You truly are fearless. However, it is a pity that in death, Konan will likely follow you to the grave. Provoked by Naruto's taunts, Nagato erupted in fury, roaring at him. Who dares to call me a toy? I, who possess the Rinnegan, am a god. A god cannot be toyed with by mere mortals. Observing Nagato's delusions, Naruto resolved to shatter his fantasies completely. A god? Have you ever encountered a bloodline limit that can reduce a person to a desiccated corpse? Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan's physique cannot withstand your bloodline limit. Allow me to enlighten you. Your eyes do not belong to you. Chapter 60. The Awakening of the Rinnegan. Impossible. This pair of eyes has always been mine. It is my awakened Rinnegan. With the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, I am a god. You cannot deceive me. You are merely a Jinchūriki. And I refuse to believe you. Nagato was unable to accept this revelation. After receiving Jiraiya's teachings, he had always believed himself to be the destined child capable of altering the fate of this shinobi world, the savior of all the wretched souls in this realm. Only he could rescue this cruel shinobi world. Yet now, this illusion was shattered before him, the harsh truth laid bare. As he was informed that everything he believed was a fabrication, he was merely a pawn, toyed with by others, and even this pair of eyes was not his. He could not accept it, and his mind was driven to madness. Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the pitiable Nagato before him. After years of dreams and steadfastness, to suddenly be told it was all a lie. Even the Rinnegan he took pride in belonged to another. It was understandable that his spirit would shatter. Nevertheless, he had no intention of sparing Nagato. If he did not utterly dismantle his delusions, the tragedy would inevitably repeat. Moreover, Nagato was unaware of his own origins. Perhaps his parents had never revealed the truth to him. Your crimson hair is the most glaring characteristic. It signifies the Uzumaki clan. While the shinobi world is not devoid of red-haired individuals, only the Uzumaki clan possesses the vitality strong enough to sustain the Rinnegan. You likely awakened your Rinnegan upon the death of your parents, yet what you do not realize is that someone has implanted the Rinnegan within you. That individual merely sought to harness the Uzumaki clan's formidable life force to mature his Rinnegan and reclaim it at the opportune moment to execute his plan. You are but a pawn in his scheme. Nagato's breath quickened, memories flooded his mind. His parents' demise, the awakening of the Rinnegan, the emergence of Uchiha Madara, and the death of Yahiko caused by that old hound, Danzo. It all seemed to be a conspiracy. He coughed up blood, the Rinnegan losing focus. So it was. The so-called God is a mere illusion. Everything is a deception. I have never wielded control over my own destiny. No, there is one truth. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze was fixed upon Nagato's Rinnegan. That is Yahiko's dream. Upon hearing Yahiko's name, Nagato and Konan exchanged glances filled with longing and complexity. Why do you know of Yahiko and his dream? Because my dream mirrors Yahiko's. I aspire to create a peaceful shinobi world. A world devoid of war. Uzumaki Naruto's resolute voice resonated, causing Nagato and Konan's eyes to glisten with tears as they beheld Naruto's youthful visage, Yahiko's shadow melding with Naruto's form. What will you do? The 5 great shinobi nations stand tall, their military might unparalleled. Do you truly believe you can challenge them alone? An impulse surged within Nagato. A desire to believe in Uzumaki Naruto. He yearned to seize control of his destiny. Perhaps this was his only opportunity in life, and he did not wish to relinquish it. He desired to fulfill his dear friend's dream. For that, he would sacrifice everything. Uzumaki Naruto slowly extended his fist toward Nagato, his tone devoid of the previous coldness. Come, I shall share all that I know. After a moment's hesitation, Nagato extended his fist to meet Naruto's. In an instant, countless memories surged into Nagato's mind. After absorbing all the memories, Nagato remained silent for half a minute, finally opening his tightly shut eyes. So this is how it is? Naruto, you have endured much suffering, yet still cling to your dream? I understand. I hope you keep your word and do not betray these eyes. With a sudden motion, Nagato forcefully extracted the Rinnegan from his own eyes, cradling it in his palm. His eye sockets were hollow, yet they bore a gaze fixed intently upon Uzumaki Naruto, one mingled with hope, reluctance, and determination. Konan gasped, and countless pieces of paper swiftly coalesced into soft bandages, ready to rush to Nagato's aid. Nagato. Her voice trembled with tears, but Nagato raised a hand to halt her. Do not come closer. Nagato slowly extended his hand, offering the Rinnegan to Uzumaki Naruto. As Naruto beheld the Rinnegan emanating a faint glow from Nagato's palm, his heart constricted. After traversing through so many years, from being ostracized by Konoha to fleeing, establishing Yukigakure, he had envisioned countless scenarios of acquiring the Rinnegan. Yet he had never anticipated such a tragic and solemn moment. I swear upon my life and soul that I shall bring true peace to the entire shinobi world. Should I betray this oath, may I fall into hell and never be reborn. Uzumaki Naruto solemnly accepted the Rinnegan, casually tossing it into his dimensional space. In truth, he wished to suggest that there were medical ninjas in Yukigakure, rendering it unnecessary to extract the eyes directly. But this moment was hardly appropriate. By the way, your body is far too weak now, and having lost the Rinnegan, you should recuperate in Yukigakure. With the life force of the Uzumaki clan, you shall regain your strength in no time. Furthermore, I will arrange for you to receive another pair of eyes. Nagato was taken aback, his hollow eye sockets staring at Uzumaki Naruto, while Konan furrowed her brows. But Amigakure is our roots, and the Akatsuki's base is located there. I cannot abandon the people of Amigakure. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Konan. Leave the rest to me. It will not be long before I lead others to Amigakure to restore peace. Moreover, once the mastermind learns you have relinquished the Rinnegan, he will undoubtedly target you. Given your current strength, It is far too perilous. I will ensure everything is arranged for you. You merely need to live well in Yukigakure. As for the Akatsuki, I will become their new leader." Listening to Uzumaki Naruto's plans, Konan's eyes flickered. She too did not wish to continue living in fear, especially now that Nagato was no longer in danger. Nagato remained silent for a long while, his hollow eye sockets gazing towards the direction of Amigakure through the faint light in the cave. With the Rinnegan now entrusted to Uzumaki Naruto, it seemed he no longer possessed the strength to pursue further actions. Finally, he slowly nodded. He handed over the rings he shared with Konan to Uzumaki Naruto, speaking earnestly. "Naruto, the rest is in your hands. This is the Akatsuki's ring, capable of contacting everyone within the organization. As for the Akatsuki's attire, Konan will prepare it for you." Uzumaki Naruto curiously accepted the two rings inscribed with the symbols of 0 and white, turning to leave the cave. "Let us go. I will take you to Yukigakure." In the distance, the observing Zetsu sensed a calamity unfolding. Nagato had chosen to entrust the Rinnegan to Uzumaki Naruto. What of his plan to save his mother? No. The Rinnegan is lost. I must devise a way to reclaim it. Chapter 61. A birthday gift for you. Konan supported Nagato as they followed Uzumaki Naruto out of the cave. Half an hour later, Uzumaki Naruto entered Yukigakure, where the Uchiha clan gathered to welcome their Snow Shadow's return. However, upon seeing the two individuals behind him, their expressions darkened with anger. Uchiha Shana activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and approached Nagato, nose held high. "You are the enemy of our Snow Shadow? How dare you come to Yukigakure? Do you wish for death? Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" The crowd surrounding Uchiha Shana echoed his sentiments, enraged. "Indeed. Anyone who dared to harm the Snow Shadow must be eliminated. Let us all attack and ensure he does not leave alive." Uzumaki Naruto felt the veins on his forehead throb as his eye twitched, staring at the arrogant Uchiha Shana, who seemed even more arrogant after awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Didn't you notice he was still beside you?" A chain of indestructible steel emerged from behind, ensnaring Uchiha Shana in a binding technique, simultaneously sealing his mouth. Dragging Uchiha Shana before the crowd, he explained, "All right, since I am unscathed, there is no need for everyone to be so agitated. From today onwards, these two shall also be considered members of Yuki no Kuni, and I urge you all to treat them as comrades. Shizue, come here and take this disgraceful individual away for some proper education. If he isn't educated properly, I shall take it upon myself." Uchiha Shizue approached Uzumaki Naruto, trembling as he observed Uchiha Shana, bound and writhing on the ground, emitting muffled sounds, his eyes pleading for help. "At your command." Uchiha Shizue produced a rope and secured Uchiha Shana tightly, dragging him towards the inner village. The remaining Uchiha clan members, seeing that Yuki no Kuni had spoken, ceased their hostility towards the two and departed. "Let us go. The next order of business is to assign you your tasks." Uzumaki Naruto led the two to the Yuki no Kuni building, formerly the residence of the daimyo. Upon entering the office, he pressed Konan into a chair, placing his hands on her shoulders, gazing into her bright eyes, and solemnly declared, "Konan, you are the one I have the utmost faith in. The future of Yuki no Kuni rests upon your shoulders. Without you, we shall stagnate." Konan was taken aback by such recognition upon her immediate arrival in Yuki no Kuni. A wave of emotion surged within her. Had she known Naruto's true intentions, she might have acted with lethal intent. "Naruto, rest assured. I will fulfill any task assigned to me." Seeing Konan's eager acceptance, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "From this day forth, you are the secretary of Yuki no Kuni. Do you see all these documents? They are all entrusted to you. Unless something of great importance arises, you may handle the rest as you see fit. Good luck. I shall take my leave. Goodbye." With that, Uzumaki Naruto swiftly exited the office. As a competent leader, he believed in delegating responsibilities to his secretary, only needing to oversee the larger direction. Konan stared at the towering stack of documents, feeling overwhelmed, as if she had boarded a pirate ship. She could only cry out in despair, "Naruto, what kind of joke is this?" Having left the Yuki no Kuni building, Naruto, of course, did not hear Konan's outburst, as he had already arrived at Uchiha Sasuke's home. Politely knocking on the door, Uchiha Makoto opened it, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Naruto. "Naruto, you've come. Are you here to see Sasuke? Have you eaten yet? I made plenty of delicious food today." Inside, Uchiha Sasuke, who had just awoken, rushed to the door upon hearing Naruto's name. However, As he was about to get up, he hesitated, deciding against being too eager, and lay back down. Humph, you big idiot. Don't think I'll come to you first. Facing the warm welcome from Uchiha Mikoto, Naruto enjoyed the hospitality, but felt slightly awkward due to her excessive enthusiasm. Excuse my intrusion, haha. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly as he followed Uchiha Mikoto into the house. Naruto, go play with Sasuke first. Dinner can wait a bit. Understood. Aunt Mikoto, please go ahead with the cooking. Saying this, he sought out Uchiha Sasuke, remembering that before his demise, Sasuke had seemingly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, it was time to advance their plan against Uchiha Itachi. Arriving at Sasuke's room, he unceremoniously flung the door open and called out loudly, Sasuke, I'm here. Hurry up and come greet me. You big idiot, what are you doing? This is my room. Uchiha Sasuke sat up on his bed, glaring at Naruto with indignation. Naruto took a seat beside him and wrapped an arm around Sasuke. Oh come on, what's mine is yours. It's all the same, I senti it. In the next moment, his playful demeanor shifted to seriousness as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, haven't you? Noticing Naruto's grave expression, Sasuke nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of the conversation. Indeed, my left eye is Amaterasu, and my right eye is Kagutsuchi. Hearing this, Naruto felt a tinge of regret, knowing that Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shana had also awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, each with even more formidable abilities. Yet, Sasuke's Mangekyo abilities were consistent with the original narrative. What had he been thinking during his awakening? Perhaps it was influenced by Indra's chakra? Nonetheless, he needed to inquire for safety's sake. What are your thoughts on your brother, Uchiha Itachi? Upon hearing that name, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan involuntarily manifested, his youthful face contorting with rage. That scoundrel killed father. I will personally kill him. Satisfied with this response, Naruto nodded approvingly, as expected of someone I believe in. However, it's crucial to note that the Uchiha clan's tragedy is intertwined with Konoha's history. I'm unsure of Itachi's intentions, but the higher-ups in Konoha undoubtedly wished for the Uchiha clan's extermination. If that is the case, will you still harbor hatred towards your brother? Uchiha Sasuke hesitated, having never sensed any animosity from the village towards the Uchiha clan during his life in Konoha. It was only after arriving in the Land of Snow that he learned of Naruto's past experiences, never suspecting that the Uchiha incident was connected to Konoha's higher-ups. Naruto, what do you mean by that? Naruto succinctly conveyed the perspective of the villainous Senju Tobirama during the Warring States period and the targeting of the Uchiha clan by Konoha's elite. Upon discovering these previously unknown truths, Sasuke's expression darkened as he realized the dire circumstances faced by the Uchiha clan within Konoha. A hoarse voice emanated from Sasuke's youthful body. Even so, that does not justify my father's murder. I will kill him and annihilate Konoha. After hearing a satisfactory answer, Naruto retrieved Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan from his spatial pocket and handed it to him. Uchiha Sasuke gazed curiously at the Mangekyo Sharingan in Naruto's hand. Naruto, what is this? The Mangekyo Sharingan, if used excessively, will deplete its owner's ocular power, ultimately leading to blindness. This pair belonged to your father, and only by absorbing the Mangekyo Sharingan of one with a blood connection can you attain the true ultimate form of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Consider this your birthday gift. Absorb your father's eyes, and then pursue your desires. Chapter 62, The Sage Body of the Uzumaki Clan. This was the first time Uchiha Sasuke had heard such information, for since Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, no other Uchiha had been aware of this knowledge. Believing the Mangekyo Sharingan to be the pinnacle of the Sharingan, he solemnly accepted Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan from Naruto. Naruto, how do I absorb it? It's simple. Bring these eyes close to yours, activate your ocular power, sense the ocular power of these eyes, and then absorb them. However, there will be a few days of adjustment after absorption during which you might not see anything. Once the adjustment period concludes, your Mangekyo Sharingan will transform into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke followed Naruto's instructions, bringing Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan close to his own. Subsequently, he activated his dojutsu, perceiving the ocular prowess before him. A wisp of crimson energy flowed from Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan into Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. After approximately 5 minutes, Uchiha Sasuke had completely absorbed the dojutsu, and his own Mangekyo Sharingan had transformed into a grayish hue. His vision began to blur. and the Mangekyo Sharingan within his eyes started to undergo a transformation. Finally, his sight plunged into complete void, and sensing the disappearance of his vision, Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. Within the perception of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke's ocular power began to surge, and along with it, his chakra escalated rapidly. Sasuke, how do you feel? Carefully attuning to the sensations within his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke burst into laughter. I can feel it. My eyeballs are pulsating like a heartbeat, and my strength has increased. You are certainly no match for me now. Observing the eager Uchiha Sasuke, who was keen to duel, Uzumaki Naruto playfully smacked his forehead, retorting, "You wish to fight when you haven't fully adapted yet." Feeling the palm on his head, Uchiha Sasuke's face flushed crimson, preparing to challenge Uzumaki Naruto immediately. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to be schooled by Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Mikoto's voice rang out. "Sasuke, Naruto, come down and wash your hands for dinner. Coming right away. Stop playing and come eat." Uzumaki Naruto halted Uchiha Sasuke's impulse, guiding him downstairs to the dining area. Noticing Uchiha Sasuke's tightly shut eyes, Uchiha Mikoto approached them, her gaze filled with concern. "Sasuke, what happened to your eyes? Do you feel unwell?" Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and replied to Uchiha Mikoto, "Mom, I'm fine. I absorbed Dad's Mangekyo Sharingan." Uzumaki Naruto elaborated on the situation, alleviating Uchiha Mikoto's worries. Soon, the three of them joyfully began to indulge in their meal. Later that night, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his room, gazing at the stack of money he had acquired from Konan. Recalling his visit to Konan, he remembered her melancholy expression amidst the mountain of paperwork, silently protesting the overwhelming tasks assigned to her as a newcomer to the village. As for Nagato, Uzumaki Naruto had initially planned to transplant his eyes, but Nagato had firmly declined, spending the day enduring Konan's complaints. He dared not undergo the transplant. Being blind had its advantages, sparing him from the relentless toil that awaited once he regained his sight. In Amigakure, Nagato had never dealt with such documents, as most were handled by Konan. Now in Yukigakure, he decided to continue in the same manner. Uzumaki Naruto felt a pang of sympathy, but he realized that if Konan weren't managing those documents, he would be the one forced to work overtime. He quickly cast aside his feelings of guilt, and after collecting the money, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the Snow Shadow office. At this moment, he had completed the pre-lottery rituals. System. Commenced the lottery. 400 consecutive draws. Draw for me. The sound of chimes filled the air, and this time, Uzumaki Naruto's face beamed with joy. Incredible! I have defied fate. An orange item has appeared. Upon seeing the orange item, Uzumaki Naruto felt a sense of fulfillment, perhaps one of the happiest moments of his life. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, a plethora of special kunai, numerous explosive tags, and a substantial supply of soldier pills. Bloodline Disease Treatment Potion X10, a plethora of special kunai, numerous explosive tags, and a substantial supply of soldier pills. Painless Extraction Technique for Tailed Beasts. A plethora of special kunai, numerous explosive tags, and a substantial supply of soldier pills. Perfect Fusion Potion for Bloodline Limits X10, a plethora of special kunai, numerous explosive tags, and a substantial supply of soldier pills. Substitute Puppets X3, a plethora of special kunai, numerous explosive tags, and a substantial supply of soldier pills. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the original Tsunade's lingerie and Meiterumi's stockings in his spatial inventory, discarding them into the trash bin. He had forgotten to dispose of them last time, as a virtuous young man. It was best to rid himself of such items to avoid any potential embarrassment should they be discovered. Rubbing his chin, he surveyed the mountains of special kunai, explosive tags, and soldier pills in his inventory. It seems I could become an arms dealer. The quantity is sufficient to establish a ninja village. Next, he focused on the most critical items. The Bloodline Disease Treatment Potion was precisely what he needed to recruit someone, while the Painless Extraction Technique for Tailed Beasts would allow him to extract the tailed beasts from their hosts without harm. As for how to extract? Naturally, by defeating them into submission, then extracting. The substitute puppets, once infused with blood, could perfectly replicate the target, including their appearance, memories, chakra, and learned jutsu. This is quite an intriguing prospect. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled to himself, contemplating his plans. System has detected the host has completed 1,000 draws. The system will now upgrade. Have I already drawn 1,000 times? I wonder how long this upgrade will take. The system's prompt resonated, and Uzumaki Naruto was surprised by the swift upgrade. Yet he knew that his strength did not rely solely on the system. Without hesitation, he retrieved a card from his spatial inventory. Is this the sage body of the Uzumaki clan? I wonder what effects it holds. Crushing the card in his hand, an immense amount of chakra surged forth, rushing into Uzumaki Naruto's body. This chakra was beyond mere chakra. It was chakra of epic proportions. The unimaginable energy began to transform Uzumaki Naruto's physique, an exhilarating sensation compelling him to vocalize his delight. This feels incredible. His body radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight, and enveloped him in a colossal cocoon. 20 minutes later, the cocoon dissolved, and the final traces of chakra flowed into his being. As Chapter 63, Uzumaki Kushina, unfolded, Uzumaki Naruto meticulously sensed the changes within his body. With the enhancement of the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra capacity had escalated to 1,000 points, and his physical strength had significantly improved. He brandished a special kunai and thrust it forcefully towards his palm. The kunai merely left a white mark on his hand, prompting Uzumaki Naruto to gasp in astonishment. This strength was such that even a kunai could not pierce through. He could likely open the 7th gate of the 8 gates without injury. However, he wondered if opening the death gate would still result in death. I must test this. If it doesn't kill me, the possibilities would be endless. Then he relaxed his defenses and stabbed the kunai into his palm once more. With a sharp sound, he observed the translucent wound on both sides, fixating on it for 1 second, then 2. The cells around the wound began to stir and heal, and within 5 seconds, the once visible injury had completely mended. Astonished by such formidable regenerative capabilities, Uzumaki Naruto gasped again. This is almost akin to Senju Hashirama's passive abilities. As long as I am not killed instantly, I can recover from virtually any injury. The power of the sage body of the Uzumaki clan was truly astounding, not only enhancing his physical strength and chakra, but also dramatically amplifying his life force. Such potent regenerative abilities filled Uzumaki Naruto with uncontainable joy. He then immersed his consciousness into the ceiling space. Within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails gazed at Uzumaki Naruto in astonishment, unaware of what transpired outside, but sensing the rapid escalation of Uzumaki Naruto's chakra. His chakra now felt terrifying, roughly equivalent to 1/10 of Senju Hashirama's. Though still far from the prowess of Chinsho Jujien, Uzumaki Naruto is yet to reach the tender age of 7 this year. Naruto, what peculiar things have you employed this time? He exclaimed, playfully approaching the fence. Having made up his mind, it was time to reveal his secrets to the Kyuubi. Kyuubi, do you remember? I once promised to share my secrets with you, and now the moment has come. Uzumaki Naruto extended his fist, and the Kyuubi, grinning widely to expose its gleaming fangs, realized the sensation of being trusted. They collided fists, and Naruto transmitted all his memories from birth to the Kyuubi, concealing only the details of his journey and the system. Upon sensing Naruto's memories, the Kyuubi discovered that on the day of the Kyuubi's rampage, Naruto had already possessed memories and had witnessed the death of the Fourth Hokage and his wife with his own eyes. The Kyuubi gazed at Naruto with a complex expression. Naruto, do you not harbor hatred towards me, knowing that I am the one who killed your parents? Naruto climbed atop the Kyuubi's head, staring intently into its eyes. His countenance grave. I understand your plight. I do not blame you for my parents' demise. It was all due to some wretched individual. I shall avenge them. And you, Kyuubi, you have always been my friend. The Kyuubi looked at the earnest Naruto, tears welling in its eyes, larger than Naruto's own. Kyuubi, are you crying? Naruto's observation shattered the Kyuubi's moment of vulnerability, which shook its head vigorously, dismissing him with a huff. Humph, I am not some weeping child. Away with you. Rubbing his sore backside, Naruto mused, what a thunder a fox. Next, he summoned the key to the 8 trigram seal, pressing it against the seal on his abdomen. The dark seal bled like liquid, staining the entire 8 trigrams sealing technique. The Kyuubi gasped in astonishment. Naruto, what are you doing? As the seal unraveled, the seals on the fence began to crack open with a series of sounds, and Naruto beamed. Kyuubi, the seal is broken. You are free now. The 8 trigram seal was entirely lifted, leaving the Kyuubi unbound and free to depart at any moment. Yet, gazing at the golden-haired child with cerulean eyes and a laughing face, the Kyuubi couldn't help but reminisce about the sage of 6 paths prophecy. Even if worlds apart, you shall always be together. One day, you will become one again, bearing your respective names, in a manner entirely different from before. Unlike when you were within me. You shall receive the correct guidance on what true strength is. Until that time, you shall encounter the azure-eyed boy who calls upon the name of the Nine Tails and frolics with him. Watching Uzumaki Naruto, whose figure seemed to overlap with that of the Sage of Six Paths, the Kyuubi could no longer hold back its tears. It is too late, Sage of Six Paths. Turning away to conceal its emotions from Naruto, it huffed again. Humph, the seal is broken. I can leave at any time, so there is no need to rush. Just as Naruto was about to speak, the scene in the ceiling space shifted, and a red-haired figure appeared before him. With a gentle smile and eyes brimming with longing, she gazed at him. Naruto. Upon seeing Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto leaped forward, embracing the figure he had yearned for day and night. Mom. Uzumaki Kushina wrapped her arms around the small Naruto, stroking his silky golden hair, unaware of the turmoil in Konoha. She could hardly fathom that such a young child was tasked with breaking the Kyuubi's seal. All she knew was that this was her child. Naruto. You must have endured great hardships during this time. Listening to Kushina's soothing words, Naruto could no longer contain himself, tears cascading down like raindrops. Whenever he saw other children with their parents, he was filled with envy, yet he understood that his circumstances were different, enduring darkness and malice. Naruto had resolutely persevered through those arduous days. However, under the comforting embrace of his closest kin, all his pent-up grievances erupted forth. He too longed for parental love. He did not wish to bear such suffering. If given the choice, he would prefer to be an ordinary child. Yet he knew that in this distorted world, that was unattainable. Concealing his emotions, Naruto donned a gentle smile. Mom, I am not suffering. I have been quite happy during this time, and I have friends. I eat well too. Look at me, I am healthy now. I bathe every day, and I have done everything you told me to. Uzumaki Kushina observed the remnants of tears in Naruto's eyes, holding him tightly with a pained heart. Naruto, you have truly grown. Mother is very proud. She gently patted Naruto's back, her eyes filled with affection. The mother and son shared a warm moment together, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, Kushina's figure began to blur. Naruto realized that this was due to the dwindling chakra, and he continuously channeled chakra in an attempt to preserve her gentle presence. Naruto, do not waste your chakra. Mother has already passed. This is merely chakra left by the sealing technique. Come now, while there is still chakra left. Let me take you to seize the Kyuubi's chakra. Chapter 64. Kyuubi chakra mode. Before Naruto could respond, Kushina brought him before the Kyuubi. Upon seeing the familiar red-haired figure, the Kyuubi instantly erupted in fury, its deafening roar echoing throughout the ceiling space. Kushina, you wretched woman. You have, like the Fourth Hokage, left a contingency plan. Upon sighting Uzumaki Kushina, the Kyuubi sought to escape, but before it could act, 8 thick chains shot forth from Kushina's back, wrapping around the Kyuubi like a swift serpent, binding it tightly. In terms of utilizing the adamantine sealing chains, Uzumaki Kushina was far more formidable than Uzumaki Naruto. The power of the adamantine chains in suppressing tailed beasts was unparalleled, capable of restraining the complete Kyuubi even in a near-death state. Moreover, now the Kyuubi was only at half strength. Poor Kyuubi was bound like a dumpling the moment Uzumaki Kushina appeared. It couldn't even stir, and such a humiliating position reminded it of its past confinement within Kushina. Without comparison, there could be no sorrow. It was far better to be Uzumaki Naruto, who at least could lie down and sleep. Bound by the adamantine chains, the Kyuubi wished to weep, but was rendered too despondent even to struggle. Seeing the Kyuubi so compliant, Uzumaki Kushina refrained from employing further measures and turned to call out to Naruto. Naruto, come over and engage in a tug-of-war with the Kyuubi. If we succeed, we can harness the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto felt a pang of reluctance, having just witnessed Uzumaki Kushina's overwhelming excitement. He was lost in the embrace of maternal love and forgot to inform her that he had already reconciled with the Kyuubi. Consequently, the moment Kushina appeared, she subdued the Kyuubi and bound it up, showcasing a power so terrifying that it was hard to reconcile with the gentle woman he had seen moments ago. Naruto's perception of Kushina began to shift. Looking at the pitiful Kyuubi, Naruto steeled himself and approached. Mom, the Kyuubi's name is Kyuubi, and he is my friend. You need not treat him this way. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Uzumaki Kushina felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had thought that Naruto needed the Kyuubi's power to break the seal and had not realized that her child had already formed a friendship with the Kyuubi. The name Kyuubi seemed to have emerged since he became the Jinchūriki of the Kyuubi. The notion that the Kyuubi is exceedingly perilous has been incessantly instilled in me, and I never contemplated the idea of befriending the Kyuubi, nor did I even know its name. Uzumaki Kushina, with a playful grin, retracted the adamantine chains and approached the Kyuubi, boldly patting it. My apologies. I got a bit too excited, didn't I? Kyuubi, or rather, you were called Kurama, right? I didn't realize you had a name. The liberated Kyuubi wore a look of deep resentment, internally lamenting, how dare you say that? You and Mito constantly warn me of my danger, extracting my chakra at every opportunity. Who among you has ever cared for me? Can't I avoid confrontation? Turning its head away with a disdainful huff, it enveloped itself in its soft tails, choosing to ignore this boisterous woman. After employing the adamantine chains, Kushina's already indistinct form became increasingly ethereal, resembling a phantom that could vanish at any moment. Aware that time was of the essence, she approached Uzumaki Naruto, tightening her embrace around him, yearning to hold him just a little longer before fading away. Naruto, mommy is about to disappear. I can no longer protect you, so you must take care of yourself. Her voice, akin to celestial music, resonated with profound sorrow, seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. This is all the sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan that I can leave you. You must live happily. Her words brushed against Naruto's face like a gentle spring breeze, yet were tinged with an inextricable affection. There is so much more I want to say to you, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto silently accepted the sealing techniques transmitted by Kushina, gazing at his tearful mother, his heart swelling with anguish and helplessness. Mom, I will take care of myself. Just wait for me. I will revive you. His eyes blazed with a fiery determination. Kushina gazed tenderly at Naruto, her ephemeral figure dissipating like soap bubbles in the ceiling space. Feeling the warmth of her embrace vanish, Naruto knelt on the ground, his hands reaching out helplessly into the air, as if trying to hold on to that fleeting warmth. Alas, reality proved to be unbearably cruel. The Kyuubi sensed the disappearance of Kushina's chakra, revealing its eyes from beneath its tails. Observing the weeping Naruto with a tumultuous heart, it refrained from offering comfort, understanding that Naruto, overwhelmed with emotion, needed to vent. As Naruto's cries gradually softened, he wiped his tears and addressed Kurama. Kurama, I need your strength. Let us together transform this grotesque world. I do not wish for anyone else to endure a fate as tragic as mine. Slowly rising from the ground, the Kyuubi regarded Naruto. Naruto, since you have expressed such determination, let us commence. However, the extent of your mastery will depend on your own efforts. With that, the chakra within the Kyuubi began to surge, a formidable aura pervading the ceiling space. Naruto felt this power, taking a deep breath as his chakra resonated in response. In an instant, he was enveloped in a golden chakra, as a new chakra erupted from within him, no longer the violent crimson of the tailed beast, but a radiant golden brilliance that even tinted his hair with a warm golden sheen. His features became distinct in the golden light, his azure eyes transforming into slitted pupils. And behind him, a cloak of chakra flowed gracefully, surrounded by a faint golden aura. He felt an unprecedented surge of power, with every cell in his body rejoicing. Is this the Kyuubi chakra mode? Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists and relishing the sensation of power coursing through him. The Kyuubi observed Naruto with an unusual expression of satisfaction. Now, with your current strength, the tailed beast transformation can only last for 5 minutes. Our resonance is not yet sufficiently strong. You must familiarize yourself with this power. The Kyuubi's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Naruto nodded, his gaze resolute. With a flash of light, he returned to the real world. The morning sun bathed him in warmth as he gazed into the distance, ready to embark on a journey to reshape the world with the Kyuubi's power. Chapter 65. Fusion of the Ketsuryugen. Uzumaki Naruto dispelled the Kyuubi chakra mode, the dazzling golden light fading to reveal his true visage. From his spatial pocket, he produced another item resembling a syringe, filled with a pale blue liquid, speckled with twinkling starlight. Is this the perfect fusion serum for bloodline limits? Do I inject it directly into my body? However, the only bloodline I can currently fuse with is likely the Sharingan. Naruto retrieved Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, coveting the ability of Kotoeme Tsukumi for quite some time. Yet he was reluctant to undergo the same fate as Hatake Kakashi, who could not deactivate his transplanted Sharingan. This pair of eyes had merely gathered dust in his spatial pocket since it came into his possession. Now, with the opportunity to fuse with these eyes, he no longer hesitated, plunging the syringe into his body. Having already understood how to use the perfect fusion serum, he controlled the chakra within his eyes to envelop the Mangekyo Sharingan before him. Gradually, the Sharingan transformed into pure chakra, flowing into his own eyes. Feeling a refreshing sensation in his eyes, Naruto noticed a dramatic enhancement in his vision. Even the tiniest specks of dust in the air were clearly visible. As he gazed out the window at the distant bees collecting dew in the morning light, it seemed as if he were watching a slow-motion scene from a film. Touching the Mangekyo Sharingan within his eyes, he marveled, is this the world seen through the Sharingan? No wonder it is said that when facing a Uchiha with the three-tomo Sharingan, one is bound to lose in one-on-one combat. This dynamic observation ability is extraordinarily powerful, and the Mangekyo Sharingan is incomparably more formidable. Haha, with this ability, combined with Kurama's chakra mode, I can finally claim invincibility in the ninja world. However, he cautioned himself not to be overly arrogant, for some seasoned adversaries were far stronger than he was now. He needed to remain composed. Naruto took a moment to calm his excited heart, finding a mirror to scrutinize his new eyes, and then, with a thought, he concealed the patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan, revealing his original azure pupils. After several attempts, he discovered that he could not only activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, but also the three-tomo Sharingan. So this is the perfect fusion of bloodline limits? Although the eyes do not consume much chakra, maintaining the Sharingan all the time is not ideal. Now I can activate and deactivate it at will. The consumption of Koto Amatsukami for him was merely equivalent to 1 unit of chakra, with a cooldown reduced from 10 years to 1 day. As for Shursui, he could always find him another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan later. Moreover, the loss of ocular power was negligible, almost non-existent, likely due to his Uzumaki clan senjutsu. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yuki Shadow Building, the grievances of the working class filled the air. Xiaonan, a recent recruit to Yuki no Kuni, had been forced to work late into the night. Awakened from her dreams by the noise outside her door, she was soon dragged into the Yuki Shadow's office without even having breakfast, thrust into the day's tasks. As a newly established ninja village, there was much to be done. The paperwork left over from yesterday, combined with today's tasks, overwhelmed her. The only silver lining was that the Land of Snow had retained considerable assets, alleviating immediate financial concerns. However, these resources would only sustain the Yuki village for less than half a year. It is imperative to devise a plan to persuade the perspective, for the current finances are woefully inadequate to sustain Shuin village. Moreover, my dear friend Nagato is unwilling to undergo eye transplantation. Today, she has not even graced the place with her presence, leaving her to toil alone in a state of despair. Amidst her hectic schedule, she gazes through the glass window at the entirety of Shuin village, where the sun already hangs high in the sky. Taking advantage of the midday break, she casually nibbles on something to serve as her lunch. At this moment, the drowsy Uzumaki Naruto, with the fluffy red fox perched atop his head, ambles into the Shuing office. Upon witnessing Naruto's lethargic demeanor, Xiaonan's fury surges to her head as she bellows at him. Naruto, do you have any idea what time it is? Do you possess any sense of duty as a member of Shuing? You are utterly disinclined to work. Are you the one in charge here, or am I? And what is your intention in bringing a summoning beast to this place? The moment she refers to the creature as a summoning beast, the Kyuubi releases its chakra, coldly retorting, Woman, whom do you refer to as a summoning beast? Xiaonan, taken aback by the ominous chakra, collapses into her chair, gazing fearfully at the fox atop Naruto's head. Is this the Kyuubi? Observing her terror-stricken expression, Naruto approaches her to offer reassurance. Fear not, this is Kurama. I created a shadow clone and allowed Kurama to transfer his consciousness into it. After all, it is not ideal to keep him confined in the ceiling space. Xiaonan, striving to quell her inner dread, responds, Even so, you cannot offload all the work onto me. As Naruto gazes at the complaining Xiaonan, he reflects, I exerted considerable effort to bring you into Shuin village precisely because I wish to avoid labor. What purpose would it serve to involve you otherwise? Yet, he refrains from voicing this thought, opting instead to unfold his grand scheme to Xiaonan. Xiaonan, look at how small I am. I am hardly equipped to handle these matters. As the saying goes, let the professionals deal with professional tasks. Your experience undoubtedly surpasses mine, so I can only rely on you for a bit of hard work. Once Shuin Village flourishes, you will rise to a high position. As a member of the upper echelon, there will be no distinction between yours and mine. Wouldn't you agree? If you find it too taxing, you may recruit a few assistants. Those members from the Akatsuki organization would be quite fitting, especially Kakazu. I believe in your ability to persuade him to join. You must not betray my trust. You know that without you, the future of Shuin Village is at stake. You must persevere. At this moment, Xiaonan is completely bewitched by Naruto's persuasion, utterly oblivious to when he departed the office. Gazing at the empty Shuing office, she emits a roar akin to that of a tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto. Meanwhile, the fleeing Naruto stands still outside the Shuing office, attempting to calm his racing breaths. Phew, I nearly got caught. Thankfully, I ran fast. The Kyuubi, perched atop Naruto's head, observes the human's hasty retreat with a bemused expression. Naruto, I must admit, humans are indeed cunning. We-tailed beasts are not on the same level as you. Naruto, somewhat irked, removes the Kyuubi from his head and cradles it in his arms. Kurama, what manner of speech is this? I am not being cunning. I merely possess self-awareness. It would be chaos for someone as inexperienced as me to handle village matters. The Kyuubi forcefully escapes Naruto's embrace, indignantly declaring, "Do not mistake me for a child. I have experienced far more than you." Naruto, amused by the fox's pride, carries it above the sea. Chapter 66. Kyuubi Susanoo with his strength significantly augmented. Uzumaki Naruto is acutely aware that he is still insufficiently prepared to confront the battles that lie ahead. The forthcoming conflicts will feature adversaries of Akatsuki caliber, the weakest among them being at the Six Paths level, while the strongest have likely transcended that realm countless times. Attempting to engage such foes with his current prowess would be tantamount to folly. He understands the necessity of further enhancing his abilities. The system is currently upgrading, and he is uncertain when it will be completed. Aside from the sealing techniques within the Scroll of Seals in his spatial dimension, he has recently acquired the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, which he can begin to train in at his convenience. Additionally, having unlocked the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, the next step involves developing sage techniques, studying sealing arts, and mastering the ninjutsu contained within the Scroll of Seals. Upon awakening the sage body, Naruto distinctly senses a unique energy permeating the air, one that seems to yearn to penetrate his being. However, lacking knowledge of sage arts, he is hesitant to absorb such energy indiscriminately. It appears he must seek out the three great sage realms. With his current strength, he should be capable of handling whatever challenges they present. Subsequently, Naruto addresses the Kyuubi, now resting atop his head. Kurama, let us enter tailed beast mode. I wish to conduct an experiment. In his mind, he believes that his current abilities should suffice, as the Mangekyo Sharingan imposes minimal strain on his body. The Kyuubi, unaware of Naruto's intentions, allows its chakra to resonate with Naruto's as he integrates the Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom. An unstoppable force erupts from within Naruto, akin to a volcanic eruption. It converges upon his exterior, manifesting as a resplendent golden cloak that radiates a dazzling light, reminiscent of the sun. Within this brilliance, Naruto exudes an air of dominance. The golden glow is adorned with intricate black patterns that enhance his enigmatic allure. Without hesitation, he continues to unleash a greater torrent of chakra. Resonating with the Kyuubi's chakra, waves of golden chakra coalesce into a towering figure, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Unlike the forced-tailed beast transformation, which relies on the Kyuubi's true form, this new transformation comprises the Kyuubi's entire essence, constructed solely from pure golden chakra. 9 colossal, shimmering golden tails of chakra sway behind the Kyuubi's form, their majestic beauty accentuated by mysterious black markings that evoke an overwhelming sense of power and mystique, radiating an aura of divine authority. Simultaneously, the Mangekyo Sharingan quietly manifests within the depths of Naruto's eyes, a relentless flow of chakras surging forth like a torrent. Suddenly, an eerie green light ignites, swiftly enveloping the tailed beast form of the Kyuubi. With a mere thought, these green chakras begin to visibly entwine and envelop the Kyuubi's form, gradually constricting. Congeal. With a fierce shout, Naruto clenches his fists, causing the previously fluid chakra to solidify instantaneously. It swiftly crystallizes into an incredibly sturdy armor, snugly fitting upon the tailed beast form of the Kyuubi, enhancing its formidable presence. Haha, it worked, Kyuubi Susanoo. Standing atop the tailed beast form of the Kyuubi, Naruto's face flushes with excitement, for only moments ago. Upon realizing he had integrated the Mangekyo Sharingan, a remarkable idea surged into his mind. If this is the case, does it not imply that he too can wield the legendary Susanoo? After all, with the seal now lifted, even the tailed beast transformation is no longer constrained. Thus, embarking on the path of independently initiating the Kyuubi's Susanoo should not pose a significant challenge, and to my astonishment, it has indeed succeeded. However, the hue leaves much to be desired, an unappealing shade of green. Observing the verdant Susanoo enveloping the golden form of the Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't shake off the feeling of incongruity. The Kyuubi wielded not a katana, but rather a uniquely designed spiral spear. The transformation of the weapon seems to be intricately connected to the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, I have transplanted Shirsue's eyes. His Susanoo bore a green tint. As for mine, the color evokes a sense of discomfort. The Kyuubi curiously twirled the spiral spear in its grasp, reminiscing about the time it was controlled by Uchiha Madara. Devoid of any sensation, it was a time of reckless abandon, lacking control over its own body, unlike now when it could still maintain its rationality. The same Susanoo adorned its form, yet felt entirely different. Naruto, from whence did you acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the Kyuubi, which resembled a child gleefully playing with a new toy. These are Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. I have transplanted them into myself. By the way, Kyuubi, must the tailed beast release the tailed beast bomb solely from its mouth? The peculiar spiral spear in his hand sparked another thought. It seemed that tailed beast bombs were typically expelled through the mouth. However, the Kyuubi, now empowered by the Susanoo, stood upright. If it were to release the bomb from its mouth, it would feel rather odd. The Kyuubi recalled the process of releasing the tailed beast bomb, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the tailed beast bomb is formed through a mixture of yin and yang chakra, in a ratio of 2:8, necessitating the accumulation of vast amounts of chakra. It must then be compressed and adjusted through the mouth of the tailed beast before being unleashed. Uzumaki Naruto observed his tailed beast-imbued left hand, a new idea blossoming in his mind. Must the tailed beast bomb be compressed and adjusted within the mouth? Would it not be possible to compress it directly during the accumulation process, thereby slowing the formation of the tailed beast bomb? As long as the ratio remains intact, could this method potentially enhance the bomb's firing speed? Never mind, let us experiment. Unable to quell the thoughts swirling in his mind, Uzumaki Naruto resolved to give it a try. The Kyuubi sensed an unsettling notion emerging in Naruto's mind, a vague unease gripping its heart. Naruto, what are you contemplating? I advise you against acting impulsively. It is best to communicate clearly. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted the Kyuubi, assuring him, Kyuubi, fret not. All shall be well. Initiating a trial with the tailed beast bomb directly would be excessively perilous. Thus, he decided to commence with a spiral sphere modeled after the tailed beast bomb. If the spiral sphere could materialize as envisioned, he could subsequently apply this theory to the tailed beast bomb. Chapter 67. A new idea. Uzumaki Naruto raised his tailed beast-imbued right hand, channeling chakra to gather in his palm, commencing the rotation in the manner of a spiral sphere. The blue chakra gradually materialized in his hand, and Uzumaki Naruto focused intently on the spiral sphere, slowly increasing the chakra output. Under the influx of immense chakra, the spiral sphere expanded, yet it still fell short of his expectations. Consequently, Uzumaki Naruto released all restraint, pouring forth his full strength. In an instant, a colossal 20-meter spiral sphere manifested in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination as he cautiously manipulated the vast spiral sphere. The first step was complete. Controlling such a massive amount of chakra proved to be quite the challenge. The next step involved compression and adjustment. Uzumaki Naruto began to accelerate the rotation of the chakra within the colossal spiral sphere while maintaining the output of chakra. He endeavored to compress the enormous spiral sphere down to the size of a standard one. Suddenly, the chakra within the massive spiral sphere erupted violently, the sheer force toppling both Uzumaki Naruto and the tailed beast-imbued Kyuubi. It seemed that during the compression of the colossal spiral sphere, an anomaly occurred, drastically increasing the difficulty of control and amplifying its destructive power. Naruto, are you alright? The Kyuubi's anxious voice resonated, witnessing Uzumaki Naruto, who was developing a new ninjutsu, exhibiting power strong enough to toss even it aside, causing a surge of alarm within. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. Though his complexion was pale, His gaze remained resolute. I failed, yet I believe I have discerned the issue. The rotation speed of the chakra is excessively rapid to maintain stable control. An internal structure must be established to counteract the collapse of the spiral sphere due to the overwhelming rotation speed. Furthermore, as the rotation rate increases, so too does the power of the spiral sphere, far exceeding that of the current colossal one. He meticulously recalled the moment when the chakra had erupted, inhaling deeply, and once more manipulating the chakra to converge in his hand, reconstituting the colossal spiral sphere. If his hypothesis held true, he would need to simulate the structure of a planet or a star, potentially forming a counter-rotating sphere within. The rotation of the spiral sphere should not merely occur in a singular direction, but rather encompass multiple rotations. To stabilize the internal structure, smaller spiral spheres must rotate in synchronization in the opposite direction. This time, he must exercise even greater caution in controlling the chakra, compressing slowly yet steadily. The briny sea breeze whipped through the air, crashing against the figure suspended in the sky. Uzumaki Naruto raised his tailed beast-imbued right hand, golden chakra emanating with blue luminescence, rapidly converging in his palm. The chakra began to rotate along the trajectory of the spiral sphere. His slit pupils remained fixated on his palm as he gradually intensified the chakra output. The spiral sphere within his grasp expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Not yet sufficient. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his teeth, chakra flooding into his palm like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, the spiral sphere surged to half the size of the cube. This magnitude was adequate to encapsulate my vision. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination as the tailed beast-imbued hand firmly supported the colossal spiral sphere. The first step was accomplished. The next task was to construct a counter-rotating smaller spiral sphere within as compression commenced. He let out a low growl, reconstructing a standard spiral sphere that rotated in the opposite direction within the massive spiral sphere. However, the chakra density of this spiral sphere was staggering, almost tangible. The colossal spiral sphere within Uzumaki Naruto's palm began to shrink at a rapid pace. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, its rotation speed simultaneously escalating. The shrill sound of chakra slicing through the air drowned out the crashing waves, and even the sunlight was distorted by the turbulent air currents. Be cautious. The chakra density is approaching critical levels. The cube's roar echoed, its golden pupils fixated on the spiral sphere in Uzumaki Naruto's palm. Uzumaki Naruto's temples throbbed as the spiral sphere diminished to the size of a standard one, when suddenly, the pale blue chakra trembled violently. The surface patterns distorted in an instant. The ominous signs of another eruption re-emerged. Damn it, it's about to explode again. Uzumaki Naruto exerted force to stabilize it. Yet the outer layer of chakra was on the verge of disintegrating, akin to a fraying rope. Bam! Ultimately, the colossal spiral sphere in Uzumaki Naruto's palm emitted a faint sound before dissipating entirely. Even its power fell short of that of a standard spiral sphere, leaving Uzumaki Naruto perplexed as he stared at his palm. This shouldn't be. The power was so immense during the initial compression. How could it diminish this time? Planetary structure, counter-rotation, celestial bodies, stars. Suddenly, realization struck. There was no gravitational force, yet he had yet to master the concept of gravity. Must he face failure this way? The Kyuubi observed the unyielding expression on Uzumaki Naruto's face, unable to restrain itself. Naruto, what are you pondering? Kyuubi, do you understand what is meant by a planetary body? Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the Kyuubi, contemplating its wisdom accumulated over nearly a millennium in the world of shinobi. The Kyuubi, with its defiant demeanor, left Naruto feeling exasperated. He began to ponder deeply. Lacking the ability to manipulate gravity, he had no choice but to resort to a simplified concept. The structure of a planet. No, that was incorrect. The core should not rotate in reverse. Rather, it should drive the outer layers with a stable core. Since he could not harness gravity, he would compress the core to its utmost limit. As long as its mass was substantial enough, it would inevitably generate gravitational pull. Raising his right hand, Naruto commenced the formation of a standard-sized Rasengan, focusing on compression. He released an immense amount of chakra, causing the internal rotation to diminish progressively. After reducing it to a size smaller than an eyeball, he paused, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. It was exceedingly challenging to control. Nevertheless, the first step had succeeded. At that moment, the chakra in his palm began to spin at an astonishing speed, warping the surrounding space. causing sunlight to bend under the influence of gravity. This was not the same distortion as before. It was a genuine bending of light caused by gravitational forces. He then began to construct the outer layer of the Rasengan, which was immediately influenced by the rapidly spinning core. The light blue outer layer rotated at an alarming velocity, creating a piercing sound as it scraped against the air, far sharper than before. He had done it. It was truly stabilized. Naruto's eyes widened in joy, and his vertical pupils sparkled with exhilaration. The Rasengan in his palm caused the air around it to whirl violently, revealing patterns reminiscent of celestial trajectories. The swirling currents emanated an oppressive force, creating a hurricane on the sea's surface due to the Rasengan's power. Chapter 68. Star Core Rasengan next. He needed to infuse more chakra to enlarge the Rasengan. Carefully, he continued to channel chakra into his palm, remaining vigilant with every step. The Rasengan began to expand, and the rapid rotation summoned more than just a hurricane. The temperature around him surged dramatically due to the friction with the air, and ions in the atmosphere became electrified, generating thunder. The deafening roars of lightning erupted around him as the Rasengan swelled to half the size of the Kyuubi. Sensing the overwhelming power within and the gradual stabilization of the Rasengan, a heavy stone in Naruto's heart lifted, replaced by unbridled joy. Ha ha ha. I did it, Kurama. Did you see that? The power of this Rasengan is beyond your wildest imagination. Stop gloating and test its strength. Kurama's voice was laced with anticipation. Sensing the terrifying chakra that, if unleashed fully upon a tailed beast, could annihilate it in a single blow, Naruto grinned widely. His tailed beast form surged with energy, and he hurled the newly formed Rasengan towards the ocean. As the Rasengan touched the water, there was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, it sank instantly, creating a vortex in the sea. Boom! The sound of a colossal explosion followed, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The surface of the ocean within a 100-meter radius surged upwards, forming towering waves, interspersed with deep-sea creatures and sediment from the ocean floor. The underwater shockwave pushed Naruto back 100 meters, rippling through his tailed beast chakra form. Ha ha ha! I succeeded, Kurama! Naruto exclaimed, joyfully flicking his 9 tails, sending splashes of water into the air. I have decided, since it is based on celestial bodies, I shall name this technique Star Core Rasengan. Suddenly, Naruto clenched his fist, a sharp glint illuminating his vertical pupils. If he could stabilize the Star Core Rasengan with his hands, what about the tailed beast ball? Since its inception, the tailed beast ball relied on oral compression, using a ratio of yin to yang chakra of 2 to 8, which could only be harmonized within the mouth. It could not withstand the explosive force in his hands. Kurama's voice resonated in his ears throughout history. No tailed beast has ever altered the method of releasing the tailed beast ball. Without a word, Naruto raised his hand towards the sea, gathering tailed beast chakra into his palm. This time, it was not the light blue chakra of his own but the deep purple-black energy of the tailed beast, imbued with yin-yang attributes. Regardless of the outcome, he had to try. Naruto shouted, integrating the structure logic of the Star Core Rasengan. First, he would condense the Kyuubi's yin chakra into a core in his palm, and then wrap it with yang chakra, mimicking the yin-yang ratio of the tailed beast ball. However, as soon as the initial form was completed, the energy in his palm began to heat up drastically, and the purple-black chakra spiraled out of control. Not good. Kurama's urgent roar echoed, realizing that if Naruto's plan failed, the energy could obliterate him. The energy density of the tailed beast ball was hundreds of times that of the Rasengan. If it went awry, the consequences would be dire. The issue was not merely energy density. It was the structure of the tailed beast ball. He had initially used yin chakra as the core, but the ratio was far too low. Naruto began by condensing yang chakra from the tailed beast into a small core. Even this core exuded a gravitational force more intense than before. He compressed a significant amount of yang chakra down to the size of an eyeball, and even his tailed beast form began to feel the strain, striving to stabilize the yang chakra core. He waited until it was completely stable before releasing the yin chakra of the tailed beast. Yet, as soon as the yin chakra was released, the yang chakra core began to convulse. Not again, it's going to explode. Just as Naruto feared another failure, a miracle occurred. The chaotic purple-black chakra suddenly became docile, coalescing into a 10-centimeter diameter energy sphere in his palm, with yin-yang patterns swirling on its surface like celestial trajectories. This, Kurama's voice brimmed with astonishment. You've altered the compression mechanism of the tailed beast ball to match the rotational mechanism of the Star Core Rasengan? Not only that. Naruto's eyes shone brightly as tailed beast chakra surged into the tailed beast ball in his palm. Under this infusion, the tailed beast ball expanded to a diameter of 30 meters without showing any signs of disintegration. Although the speed of its formation from his mouth was slow, the blast radius was extensive. However, for those adept in space-time ninjutsu, there would be opportunities to escape the explosion's range. Moreover, the current tailed beast ball formed at a speed that was over 10 times faster than before. He hurled the tailed beast ball towards the recently calmed sea surface. The tailed beast ball dove into the water with a shrill wail, unleashing a swirling energy storm that churned the sea into a massive vortex with a diameter of a kilometer. The water at the vortex's center evaporated into white mist, even eroding the seabed into circular trenches. Then came the explosion, a sound more thunderous than the Star Core Rasengan erupted, swallowing all the water, including the land beneath. And the creatures of the sea vanished instantaneously upon contact with the explosion. The power exceeded that of a normal-tailed beast ball by at least tenfold. As Naruto gazed at the residual energy patterns in his palm, a broad smile spread across his face. I shall name this technique the Star Sphere-tailed beast ball. The Kyuubi, unusually silent, was utterly astonished by Naruto's ingenuity and actions. In a mere span of a day, such terrifying ninjutsu has been developed. What an astonishing talent. The chakra consumption is only twice that of an ordinary tailed beast bomb, yet its effectiveness has surged over tenfold. Uzumaki Naruto, having dispelled his tailed beast transformation, subsequently manifested a miniature Rasengan of yin-yang chakra in his palm. Gazing at the violet-black sphere within his hand, he sensed that its power was formidable enough to rival that of a regular tailed beast bomb. Surrounding the Rasengan were trails reminiscent of starry rings. Could this be the Rasengan? It feels quite promising. This revelation arose from his recent experimentation with the Xingxuan tailed beast bomb, after which he dispersed the chakra in his hand. The sea breeze tousled his golden hair, and in the distance, the vortex left by the Xingxuan tailed beast bomb continued to swirl gently. Chapter 69. The Embryo of War Konoha's Temporary Command Center. It has been half a month since Uzumaki Naruto's tumultuous upheaval in Konoha. Kakashi Hitaki, reluctantly assuming the mantle of acting Hokage, was engrossed in paperwork within the command center, while Nara Shikaku sat beside him, offering occasional insights. The Hokage building has begun its reconstruction, with workers bustling about, transporting timber and hammering away. The framework of the building is complete, leaving only the interior decoration pending. The shops destroyed during that fierce battle are being replanned. But for the villagers who perished, non-ninjas, they cannot claim the compensation from Konoha, compounded by the fact that most of the deceased were root ninjas. With Shimura Danzo still in a coma, the identities of the fallen ninjas remain unknown. Consequently, compensation does not need to be distributed, even though Kakashi Hitaki lacks authority over Konoha's treasury. While progress within Konoha is relatively smooth, external circumstances are dire. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki was discussing the next steps with Nara Shikaku when an ANBU member silently appeared in the command center, kneeling before Kakashi and reporting. Lord Hokage, Iwagakure, Himogakure, and Sunagakure have dispatched several ninjas into the Land of Fire upon learning of the Uchiha clan's defection. Numerous deceased civilians have been found in the villages bordering the Land of Fire, and Konoha's responding ninjas have suffered heavy casualties. After delivering the message, the ANBU member awaited further orders in silence. As an ANBU, they do not partake in decision-making, but merely execute commands. Kakashi rubbed his forehead and glanced at Nara Shikaku, questioning his own wisdom in this matter. He was merely a jonin and had suddenly been thrust into such a significant role, leaving him ill-prepared. Despite adapting over the past half-month, he still felt inadequate in both strength and strategy. Furthermore, with the onset of war, any mismanagement could lead to the Fourth Great Ninja War. Shikaku, what should we do now? With Konoha's current strength, tackling 3 major ninja villages simultaneously could result in substantial loss of life. Nara Shikaku regarded the ANBU member, the scar on his face appearing particularly menacing. Do we know who leads each ninja village? The ANBU first looked to Kakashi, receiving a nod before respectfully replying. The Iwagakure is led by Tsuchika Jinoki and his son, Karatsuchi. Himogakure is led by the Fourth Hokage and the Jinchūriki of the Eight Tails, Sunagakure is led by the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Upon hearing the names of the leading ninjas, Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, contemplating how to respond. Sunagakure is not a significant threat, as one of the weakest among the 5 great nations. Raza's power ranks low among the Kage. The most formidable opponent is Inoki of Iwagakure, a veteran ninja who has survived since the era of the First Hokage. His strength is undoubtedly among the top 2 of all Kage in the current ninja world. He is also astute and cunning, unlikely to relent without seeing a benefit. As for Kumogakure, the Fourth Hokage is possibly the strongest among all Kage, bolstered by the Jinchūriki of the Eight Tails. It is known that the current Eight Tails Jinchūriki is a perfect host, yet Konoha currently lacks any Jinchūriki to confront them. Kakashi, standing nearby, dared not interrupt Nara Shikaku, and a profound silence enveloped the temporary command center. Nara Shikaku conveyed a meaningful glance to Kakashi, who understood and addressed the ANBU. You may leave. Once the ANBU departed, Nara Shikaku quietly spoke to Kakashi. Kakashi, you should have some connection with Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Kakashi was taken aback by this statement, sweat trickling down as he widened his exposed right eye in astonishment. Shikaku, how did you know? Nara Shikaku produced a map, laying it on the table and marking the current situation, then spoke solemnly. The first time Naruto left Konoha, I saw you secretly follow him, only to return the next day. With your abilities, I believe you must have found Uzumaki Naruto. Your failure to bring him back indicates that you have either chosen him or been defeated by him. However, since Naruto did not choose to kill you, it suggests he harbors no hatred towards you. His actions against the root ninjas demonstrate that we have underestimated him. His hatred for Konoha runs deep, and his strength and patience are not those of an ordinary child. Nara Shikaku tapped the map on the table and continued. You have witnessed Konoha's current plight. Lacking high-level combat power, we are on the brink of disaster. Since you are connected to him, I hope you can seek assistance from Uzumaki Naruto. He wields the power of the Nine Tails and has taken the Uchiha clan with him. Without their strength on the battlefield, it is likely we will not endure much longer before Konoha is entirely divided among the 3 major ninja villages. Kakashi recalled Naruto's words from that day, pondering for a long moment before reluctantly replying. Naruto will not agree. His hatred for Konoha is not easily assuaged. He will not lend a hand to help Konoha. He may even exacerbate its demise upon witnessing its current state. Nara Shikaku observed Naruto's background, aware that they were constrained by the Third Hokage's orders. They could not approach Naruto, lest they be accused of harboring ill intentions toward the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. The root ninjas would take him to their base, making it difficult to escape. With thoughts spiraling in his mind, Nara Shikaku spoke gravely. What if we supported Uzumaki Naruto in becoming Hokage? Would he be willing to assist us? As he spoke, Nara Shikaku made a gesture across his throat, his eyes filled with malice. Kakashi could no longer conceal the fear in his gaze. He understood Nara Shikaku's intent. Nara Shikaku wished to eliminate the Third Hokage and place Uzumaki Naruto in control of Konoha, atop the Hokage seat. That is unfeasible. There are many ninjas loyal to the Third Hokage within the ANBU, not to mention the root ninjas. Your plan cannot succeed. Sighing heavily, Nara Shikaku had initially contemplated allowing Nara Shikamaru to connect with Uzumaki Naruto in the Ninja Academy, hoping they would become friends and establish a bond. However, he never anticipated Naruto's swift defection from Konoha. Plans often falter against the tides of change. Have the ANBU sent to search for Jiraiya-sama returned with news? Kakashi shook his head. He had dispatched several teams to locate Jiraiya, but no information had yet surfaced. Seeing no news of Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku stood and approached Kakashi, patting him on the shoulder. From here on, Konoha is in your hands. I will go to the front lines to command the battle. You must manage internal affairs well. Abandon the remaining 2 battlefields near Sha'in village and consolidate our positions. You should instruct my Teikai and the others to engage the enemy at Yunin village, delaying them as much as possible. Hold out until Lord Jiraiya returns. After speaking, Nara Shikaku left the temporary command post for the front lines. Hatake Kakashi watched his departing figure and murmured, I hope war does not erupt. Chapter 70. I must ascend to the position of Hokage in the intensive care unit of Konoha Hospital. Shimura Danzo lay quietly on the hospital bed, his face obscured by a breathing apparatus. The nearby monitoring equipment emitted a steady beeping sound, and the waveform on the screen displayed a stable heartbeat. Having lost his right arm and both legs in that battle and narrowly escaping death, He was finally pulled back from the brink by the diligent efforts of Konoha's medical personnel after days and nights of intensive care. His tenacious spirit, akin to that of a cockroach, enabled him to survive even in the face of fatal injuries. Now, he had completely evaded the clutches of death, with root ninjas guarding the intensive care unit vigilantly. This impenetrable security ensured that not even a fly could enter. With his eyes tightly shut, Danzo's eyeballs raced beneath his eyelids, replaying the haunting memories of that night's battle like a persistent nightmare. He exerted all his strength to move his legs, desperately attempting to flee, yearning to distance himself from the terrifying Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, adorned in the cloak of the tailed beast, approached slowly with a sinister smile. No matter how fast Danzo ran, he could never shake off Naruto. The power of the Nine Tails Jinchūriki was overwhelmingly malevolent, rendering him utterly outmatched. His grand aspirations remained unfulfilled. He could not succumb to death in silence. He must survive and ascend to that coveted position. Yet the Naruto of his dreams offered him no chance, advancing step by step until he stood behind him, sharp chakra claws piercing through his heart. Danzo could only watch as Naruto extracted his still-beating heart, the vibrant organ pulsating in the palm of his adversary, gazing into the void where his heart once resided. He turned, unwilling to accept defeat, his face etched with a desperate craving for life. Unfortunately, as Naruto crushed his heart, Danzo's consciousness plunged into darkness. No, I must survive. Suddenly, Danzo's tightly closed eyes shot open, taking in the pale sheets and blankets of the hospital bed, the stark ceiling, and the acrid scent of disinfectant filling the room. Was it a dream? Realizing his current predicament, Danzo's expression twisted in anguish. As a figure of darkness in the ninja world, how could he fall to a mere child of the Nine Tails? This was an immense humiliation, and he vowed to personally eliminate this ignorant Jinchūriki, imparting to him the true meaning of the ninja world's shadows. Upon witnessing Danzo awaken, the root ninjas in the room knelt respectfully before him. Danzo regarded them, attempting to sit up, but failing repeatedly, ultimately relinquishing that thought. He addressed one of the kneeling root ninjas. "Where is Sarutobi Hiruzen? Where is he now?" The root ninja lowered his head, bound by the cursed seal implanted upon entering root. Even if Danzo could easily eliminate them now, the brainwashed ninjas dared not act. Hearing Danzo's inquiry, the root ninja spoke with utmost respect. "Lord Third Hokage is currently in the intensive care unit of Konoha. He sustained severe injuries during that battle and remains in critical condition." Upon learning that Sarutobi was gravely wounded and still in danger, Danzo's mind did not first contemplate the well-being of his friend, but rather the position of Hokage. If Sarutobi was incapacitated, who was the Hokage now? How much time had passed since that day? It had already been half a month. Feeling a surge of urgency at the realization that half a month had elapsed, Danzo recognized this was the closest he had ever been to the Hokage position. He could not afford to give up, regardless of who stood in his way. He must seize the Hokage position. Who currently held the Hokage seat? Was it Tofu Kamaru or Mito Menji? Danzo's voice dripped with menace, laden with a palpable aura of killing intent, as if the mere inadequacy of the response could cost the ninja his life. The root ninja felt the chilling pressure, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Though terrified of death, he steeled himself to respond. "Report, Lord Danzo, neither of them. The Hokage position is still held by Lord Third Hokage, while Hatake Kakashi is temporarily serving as acting Hokage. This decision was made by a vote among Konoha's senior ninjas. Impossible. Even if Menji and Kamaru were unfit for the Hokage role, they could not allow a mere child from the Hatake clan to assume the position of acting Hokage. What had happened to them? Were they dead?" Upon hearing that Hatake Kakashi had become the acting Hokage, Danzo gritted his teeth in fury. The position he coveted had been usurped by the child of the Hatake clan. Reflecting on his past efforts to eliminate Hatake Tsukumo, he felt a burning rage. Despite his monumental efforts, the Hokage position still slipped from his grasp. What were those two useless individuals doing? Were they so easily willing to relinquish the acting Hokage position? Did they not consider that by doing so, they would jeopardize their own family's interests? The kneeling root ninja trembled uncontrollably, unsure whether to answer truthfully. When they found those two Konoha higher-ups, the root ninjas present could hardly believe their eyes. Danzo gazed at the quaking root ninja as though he were a mere harbinger of death, devoid of any emotion. "Speak. What happened to Menji and Kamaru? Are they dead or not?" The root ninja, fighting against the terror of death, stammered, his voice shaking. My lords, when we located them, they were hiding in a shelter in Konoha, too afraid to show themselves. On the night of Uzumaki Naruto's invasion, the Jonin convened an emergency meeting. And it was only after the meeting concluded that we found them. Danzo knew those two were incompetent, but did not anticipate their cowardice would lead them to hide in a shelter under the protection of the Umbu and Root ninjas. What threat did a member of the Uchiha clan and a mere child of the Nine Tails pose that warranted such fear? Their foolish actions cost them the acting Hokage position. Had they merely voiced their objections during the Jonin meeting, by the time he recovered, he could rightfully assume the role of Hokage. Damn it, two useless fools. Partnering with you has been the greatest misfortune of my life. Enraged, Danzo miraculously sat up in his hospital bed, intent on demolishing the room. However, as he raised his arms, he was reminded of his current state of disability. Gazing at the remnants of his arms and legs, he realized that unless he regained his strength, sitting in that position would be impossible. Alternatively, if he could find a way to heal Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could still achieve his ambitions. Presently, the only individuals capable of healing him were that woman or that man. Chapter 71. The perverse sage thinking of that woman. Danzo felt a seething hatred. Was it not because her brother and boyfriend sacrificed themselves for Konoha that she left and never returned? Was it not a war where casualties were inevitable? Anyone who sacrificed for Konoha was deemed great and honorable. To his astonishment, she harbored resentment towards Konoha and developed hemophobia. As a medical ninja plagued by hemophobia, she would effectively have to abandon her profession. A cure seemed impossible, and considering the need for regenerative limbs, only the cells of Senju Hashirama from Orochimaru could possibly achieve that. Druchen Tensong lowered his head, his expression ferocious, causing the scar on his chin to contort grotesquely due to his dark countenance. His visage, both repugnant and ominous, alone could instill terror in his enemies, leaving them haunted by nightmares. With a furtive gaze, Druchen Tensong addressed the Root ninja beside him. Go find Orochimaru and inform him that I concede to all his demands. But I require him to heal my body. This is my condition. Once I am restored, I can offer him anything, be it wealth, the cells of the First Hokage, or experimental subjects. Is that clear? As Jinchūriki spoke, the kneeling Root ninja, relieved to escape death, was nonetheless taken aback by the mention of Orochimaru's name. Yes, I understand. Upon receiving the command, he hastily departed from the infirmary towards the Root base to select candidates for the task. Fully aware that Orochimaru was not an easy ninja to deal with, he resolved to delegate this task to someone else, as he had no desire to escape one peril only to plunge into another. Meanwhile, at a hot spring inn in the Land of Fire, a middle-aged man with long white hair and an oil-etched forehead protector stealthily leaned against the wall. His mouth emitted an eerie chuckle, and his eyes sparkled with mischief as he peered through the mist of the hot spring, captivated by the alluring sights within. It was as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. His tongue lolled at the corner of his mouth, drooling as it trickled down the wall. Blood streamed from his nostrils towards his lips, oblivious to the impending drip. Ha ha ha, such creamy white skin. Those long legs are magnificent. How I wish to be ensnared by them. Lost in his reverie, he was startled when a member of the Umbu silently appeared behind him. Lord Jiraiya, we have finally located you. Please return to the village at once. Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis. The sudden voice broke Jiraiya's trance, causing him to flail his limbs in shock. With a loud crash, he tumbled from the wall, landing awkwardly on the ground. The women bathing in the hot spring screamed at the sound of his fall, hastily covering themselves with towels. Ah, a pervert. Someone come quickly. Capture the peeping Tom. Furious, the women charged out of the hot spring, wielding wooden basins and ladles, some even brandishing soap, eager to mete out punishment to the lecherous intruder. As Jiraiya observed their graceful forms in motion, he couldn't help but notice a few towels slipping from their grasp, leaving them momentarily exposed. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. They quickly retrieved their towels and continued their advance, weapons in hand. Jiraiya's nose bled profusely, gushing like a ruptured pipe, creating a pattern resembling a toad on the ground. Lord Jiraiya, wake up. The Umbu's urgent call jolted him back to reality. Grabbing the Umbu, he dashed away, his legs moving with blinding speed. We must flee. If I don't, my reputation as the Toad Sage will be ruined. As they ran, dust swirled in their wake. The Umbu, like a mere cloth, was swept along by Jiraiya's formidable strength. Despite his struggles, the Umbu could not escape Jiraiya's grip. Lord Jiraiya, please, stop for a moment. We cannot afford to dawdle. Your reputation is already well known throughout the ninja world. And besides, you were just seen. The Umbu continued. Even if you escape, those women will still track you down. Hearing this, Jiraiya abruptly halted, his feet carving two deep grooves into the earth as he released the Umbu. His expression fell, the light in his eyes extinguished. It's over. My reputation as the Toad Sage is ruined. Curse it. If not for you, I would not have been discovered. The Umbu wiped the sweat from his brow, having found no resistance in Jiraiya's grip. As a special jonin, he had heard much about Jiraiya, and his admiration for the legendary ninja only grew. Incredible, he is exceptionally powerful, though his demeanor leaves much to be desired. However, we must focus on the matter at hand. Lord Jiraiya, please return to the village immediately. War is on the horizon. The Third Hokage is gravely injured and currently unconscious. Konoha lacks formidable ninjas, as the three great villages, Hyomogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, are simultaneously launching attacks on the Land of Fire. You must return to Konoha to assume command. This is the order from the acting Hokage. The Umbu relayed the urgent message from Hatake Kakashi, emphasizing the dire situation in Konoha. Since Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya had been in pursuit of his former friend, and the thought of war breaking out again filled him with dread. Having endured the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, he had grown weary of conflict. Yet, upon hearing of his mentor, the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, being gravely injured and unconscious, Jiraiya immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. His countenance shifted to one of seriousness, his gaze fierce as he fixed it on the Umbu, the aura of the legendary Sannin emanating from him. The Third Hokage is injured? Unconscious? Who did this? Was it Orochimaru? The overwhelming presence he exuded nearly suffocated the Umbu with its intensity, leaving him shocked as if submerged in a sea of despair. This is the might of the legendary Sannin? The Umbu felt the weight of Jiraiya's aura pressing down on him, torn between loyalty to Konoha and the potential fallout of revealing the truth, which could tarnish the Third Hokage's reputation. Just as he hesitated, Jiraiya sensed that the matter was more complex than he had assumed, a wave of murderous intent surging forth. His eyes bore into the Umbu as if he were staring at a corpse. Speak. What has transpired in the village? Although Jiraiya had not returned to Konoha in a long time and felt disillusioned with it, he held complex feelings within. Regardless, he would not allow anyone to harm Konoha. The intense killing intent enveloped the Umbu, plunging him into an abyss of dread, struggling to breathe as he yearned for salvation. Just as the Umbu was on the brink of suffocation from Jiraiya's murderous intent, another Umbu appeared before him, shielding him from Jiraiya's wrath. Lord Jiraiya, please temper your killing intent. The voice was cold, and the long hair cascading down her back revealed her as a female Umbu. The rescued Umbu lay weakly on the ground, gasping for air, sweat soaking his attire. Jiraiya regarded the newly arrived female Umbu with appreciation, nodding in acknowledgement of her strength to withstand his murderous energy. He then reined in his aura and addressed her. Now, tell me, what has transpired in the village? Who has injured the Third Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto, having betrayed Konohagakure, subsequently returned to the village, taking the Uchiha clan with him. During their defection, Naruto severely injured the Third Hokage, who now lies in a coma in the intensive care unit of the Konoha hospital. A female Umbu, refusing to conceal the truth, recounted the events that transpired in Konohagakure in detail. As she departed the village, the acting Hokage had instructed her to withhold no information. She observed the fallen Umbu on the ground, likely a trusted aide of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this tense moment, concerns about trivial reputations were of little importance. Upon hearing Naruto's name, Jiraiya was reminded of his wise and gentle disciple, Namake's Minato, whose formidable strength was matched only by his kind demeanor. Minato treated his comrades as family, embracing them with warmth. Yet, the woman before him now claimed that Minato's child, Naruto, had betrayed the village. This was inconceivable. Jiraiya recalled his promise to care for Naruto and demanded that she clarify everything without omitting a single detail. After Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya left Konohagakure in search of him. Before his departure, he had made a special visit to Naruto. During the Ninetales incident, he had been on a mission, missing the birth of Minato's child. Had he been present, Minato might not have had to sacrifice himself. Upon his return to the village, he learned of Orochimaru's betrayal and had intended to stay and look after Naruto, unwilling to let his dear friend stray from the path. In his dilemma, he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss the situation, recalling how his teacher had vowed to take care of Naruto. Was this truly the care that led to his defection? The female Umbu understood that without a clear explanation, Jiraiya would likely not return to Konoha, and the higher-ups could not restrain him. With a calm voice, she began. Lord Jiraiya, the situation is as follows. She detailed Naruto's childhood experiences, the sudden rumors circulating in the village, the villagers' attitudes towards him, and the higher-ups' treatment of the Uchiha clan, ultimately leading to their betrayal and the combined assault from several ninja villages. She had once cared for Naruto, even feeding him, and was acutely aware of his identity. During his childhood, she had monitored him, noting his extraordinary maturity, survival skills, and innate talent for ninjutsu, as well as the villagers' inexplicable disdain. The hypocrisy displayed by the Third Hokage in his interactions with Naruto had also been under her watchful eye. It could be said that she had witnessed Naruto's growth firsthand. However, she chose not to report many of these observations, disliking the village's darkness. Instead, she selectively reported trivial matters, hiding the more peculiar occurrences, including 2 incidents where Umbu ninjas monitoring Naruto fell mysteriously unconscious, directing their investigations elsewhere. She was well aware of Naruto's plight and had her suspicions regarding the source of the village's rumors, yet as an Umbu, she had been conditioned to follow orders without question, merely executing them and offering Naruto what assistance she could within her means. She could also surmise the reasons behind his defection. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was filled with regret. He had not realized the extent of Naruto's suffering in the village. Had he known, he would never have left Konoha and would have cared for Naruto until he was grown before seeking out Orochimaru. Suddenly, he recalled something. As Hokage, Minato's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, held a position of great significance in Konoha. What had become of the wealth left behind by the Namikaze couple? Why had it not been passed on to Naruto? How could Naruto struggle so much despite such an inheritance? He was aware that Minato and Kushina's assets were substantial, especially since Kushina owned an entire thriving commercial street in Konoha. Regardless, Naruto's childhood should not have been so arduous. However, as he pondered the nature of Konoha's higher-ups, he feared that the entirety of Minato and Kushina's estate had been appropriated by their clansmen. Jiraiya sighed helplessly, uncertain when his mentor had begun to change in such a manner. Perhaps Orochimaru had chosen to leave upon recognizing the true nature of Konoha. With a heavy heart, Jiraiya addressed the female Umbu, saying, "Return to the acting Hokage and inform them that I will seek Tsunade to treat my teacher. As for me, I shall not return for the time being." He was indifferent to the identity of the acting Hokage, having no interest in that position, regardless of who occupied it. However, he needed to address the invading ninja villages. His disinterest in the Hokage title did not equate to tolerating harm against Konoha. The female Umbu, upon hearing Jiraiya's decision not to return, nodded calmly, as if she had anticipated this outcome. "Understood. I will convey your intentions to the acting Hokage," she replied before leaving with the unconscious Umbu. Jiraiya gazed towards the distant sunset and, employing the body flicker technique, departed in that direction. His immediate priority was to locate Tsunade and return to the village. Regarding Naruto, he would have to wait until their paths crossed again to persuade him to return. Chapter 73. The Dilemma of Yukigakure. Uzumaki Naruto sat in the office of Yukigakure, poring over documents, feeling overwhelmed. Do we truly have so little money? Are the people of Yukigakure relying on these assets to survive? This can only sustain us for a few more months at most. There are currently no missions for the ninjas. Indeed, how many tasks can a small nation like the Land of Snow provide? The Ninja Academy had taken shape, yet there was a dire shortage of teachers. What of the Uchiha clan's ninjas? Can't they serve as instructors? Naruto glanced at the individuals in the office, the beautiful yet solitary Konan, the blind Nagato, and the somewhat foolish Uchiha Shisui. Upon hearing the Uchiha name, Shisui stepped forward to explain the situation. "Naruto, you know that the Uchiha clan members can fight without issue, but asking them to teach, that could prove challenging. Furthermore, most of them specialize in fire-style ninjutsu, so teaching subjects outside their expertise would be quite difficult." Frustrated, Naruto rubbed his temples, fully aware of the complexities involved in managing a ninja village. However, as the harsh realities of his situation struck him, he felt utterly helpless. It seemed that time was of the essence, if he did not swiftly find a source of funding. Yukigakure could become the first ninja village to disband due to financial issues. He needed to make decisions quickly. Naruto issued orders to Shursui, Izumi, and Shursui. Shursui, Izumi, and Shursui, you are to go to the Land of Rain and take control of the entire country. Additionally, you should minimize the use of your Mangekyo Sharingan until I can find a solution to its side effects. Use it only in life or death situations or during critical events. Otherwise, refrain from activating it. As Naruto observed their increasingly blurred vision, anxiety gnawed at him. He needed to acquire the Senju Hashirama cells from Orochimaru without delay. He then tossed a ring inscribed with the Akatsuki symbol to Uchiha Shursui. This ring belongs to a member of the Akatsuki, and Shounen has also completed the Akatsuki uniform. It contains a ninjutsu known as Huandeng Shinji Shu. Should any issues arise, you can contact me remotely using this technique. I understand, Naruto. I will keep an eye on them. Uchiha Shursui accepted the ring, while Uchiha Izumi gazed lovingly at Uzumaki Naruto. If possible, she truly wished to remain by his side. But she understood that the current situation in Yukigakure did not permit such indulgence. The group received their orders and prepared to depart. Just as they reached the door, Uzumaki Naruto remembered another curse and quickly called out to them. Remember, no matter the battle, do not remove the Akatsuki uniform. Also, you three should stay together when fighting. Do not engage one by one, understood? Although Uchiha Shursui and the others did not grasp the significance of Naruto's words, they nodded in agreement. Once they left, Naruto turned to Shounen and said, Shounen, I must depart from Yukigakure. I entrust the village to you for the time being, as I go to bring back Kakao. As for the ninjas in the village without tasks, except for those guarding Yukigakure, send them all out to undertake bounty missions for me. Shounen expressed some concern. Although she knew Naruto was strong, the current ninja world was perilous, and he was still so young. Moreover, she did not wish to remain in the office handling paperwork. Naruto, let me go find Kakuzu. I assure you I can bring him back in just half a month. Observing Xiaonan's eager demeanor, Naruto easily discerned her intent. Want a vacation? That is not possible, and besides, he too did not wish to be confined to the office correcting documents. Uzumaki Naruto gazed at Xiaonan with deep affection, his eyes almost tangible. Xiaonan, surely you do not wish for Yukigakure to fall into ruin by my hand. My power exceeds yours, and if you venture out, the hidden hands of the Akatsuki may target you. Yukigakure cannot afford to lose you. You must devote yourself to the village. Faced with Naruto's resolute refusal, Shounen felt despondent. She understood all too well that Naruto was determined to enforce his policy of distancing himself from Yukigakure. She could only look at Naruto with a sorrowful expression. Naruto turned his gaze away from her and directed his ire towards Nagato, who had declined to implant his eyes. His frustration was palpable. Either he was idly wandering the village or tending to flowers and birds, living a prematurely retired life. He resolved to give Nagato some tasks. He could no longer afford to let him live so leisurely. He must become his workhorse. Nagato, you cannot remain idle. Your leisurely pace is rather excessive. I have decided that starting today, you shall be the principal, guidance director, teacher, and security officer of Yukigakure's Ninja Academy. Do you understand? Nagato raised a hand to point at his own face, his expression filled with confusion, seemingly questioning whether he was the one being addressed. Moreover, were these positions not a bit excessive? According to Naruto's intent, did this mean he was to assume all roles within the Ninja Academy? Naruto nodded affirmatively, and in an instant, the previously cheerful Nagato transformed into a state of dismay. The once easygoing retirement had been overshadowed by the task of saving the ninja world entrusted to Naruto. What business did he have in the Yukigakure office? The responsibility of teaching children now fell upon him, and he was not adept at interacting with children, Nagato lamented. Naruto, look at me. I am blind now, and it may prove quite difficult to accept this task. Perhaps you should seek someone else? Hearing Nagato's shameless excuse, Naruto smiled ominously. Although Nagato could not see, he sensed the chilling malice. Naruto approached Nagato, his voice resonating with a foreboding tone. What? I kindly offered to implant eyes for you, and you outright rejected me. Now you claim you are blind. Could you not find a more plausible excuse? Do you believe I would not forcibly arrange for your eyes to be implanted? Upon hearing this ominous tone, Nagato recognized that if he refused, he would likely meet a grim fate. He could only nod hastily. Naruto, I understand. You can rest assured and leave it to me. I shall cultivate a great many geniuses for Yukigakure. Satisfied with Nagato's response, Naruto nodded, took the QB resting on his desk, and departed from the Yukigakure office. By the time he returned home, the sun was setting. He called out into the darkness. "Hey Ju, come forth. I know you are here." The entity known as Ju, who had been utilizing the technique of Fuyo, emerged from the ground. Ever since the Rinnegan was taken by Naruto, Ju had been following him. Given his stealthy abilities, Naruto should have never discovered him. Moreover, how did Naruto know him? Having never seen him before? Had something occurred that he was unaware of? QB Jinchūriki, I must admit I underestimated you. I did not expect you to see through my disguise. The black half spoke first, his voice dark and hoarse. As the will of Uchiha Madara, come follow me, and I shall grant you the powerful strength you desire. Naruto gazed helplessly at the somewhat dim-witted half-black, half-white Jew, with a hand pressed to his forehead. Do you not wish to save your mother, Akatsuki Kagaya? Chapter 74. Recalling the past, the voice startled Jew, leaving him at a loss. Unable to even utter the carefully planned ruse to persuade Naruto to work for him. A sharp, hoarse scream escaped from Ju's mouth. Who are you? How do you know my mother's name? You are not Uzumaki Naruto. And how did you discover me? How did you learn of my plans? Upon hearing that piercing scream, Naruto covered his ears. He had initially planned to use the opportunity of feigned death to seek out the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land to acquire the methods for practicing yin-yang release. After implanting Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra attributes were completely balanced. Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang, all accounted for. Presently, he could easily vanquish the white Jew, but the sheer number of them made it troublesome to kill. As for the black Jew, without yin-yang release, he could not be eliminated. As a temporary creation of Akatsuki Kagaya before her sealing, black Jew relied on yin-yang release for his existence. Without the corresponding means, this old schemer would persist in the ninja world, and he had yet to discover a means for immortality. Acting rashly could lead to him hiding away, making future endeavors to find him exceedingly difficult. Naruto understood that overt enemies were not to be feared. The most terrifying were those who lurked in the shadows, masterminding schemes. No one knew what they were plotting, and one feared the sudden, ruthless actions of these conspirators, the consequences of which would be dire. Thus, rather than attempting to kill Black Jew, it would be wiser to seek to subdue him. Moreover, Black Jew's weakness lay in his mother, Akatsuki Kagaya. As one who loved his mother dearly, Naruto believed he could not be entirely malevolent. Although Naruto's saga has often been dubbed the tale of Black Jew saving his mother, nearly every event in the ninja world can be traced back to him. Enough with the screaming, it is deafening. As a being that has existed for millennia, could you not exhibit some composure? Observing the incessant screaming from Black Jew, Naruto spoke with exasperation. He genuinely wished to eliminate this old schemer, yet found himself unable. Jew also calmed down. His dark face revealed no expression, while the other half of White Jew had already fallen under his control. Speak, what is your true intention? And how did you discover me? Upon hearing this, Naruto chuckled and retorted with a taunt. What? Was it so difficult to discover you? Long before mastering part of the Kyuubi's chakra and awakening the Kagura Shingon, Naruto had already been able to sense others' malice towards him. In the process of developing the Shingha Luoshin pill, he had briefly retained the Nine-Tails chakra mode after severing the tail beast transformation. However, he sensed a wave of malevolence over the ocean. Logically, there should have been no other humans present besides him, making it impossible for this malevolence to emanate from any marine creature. This aura of malice was also present during his battle with Pain's Six Paths and intensified when Nagato handed him the Rinnegan. Upon returning to Yukigakure, this malevolence continued to follow him. Initially, he suspected that Uchiha Obito might be nearby, but he could not detect any fluctuations from Kimui. Given Obito's nature, it was unlikely he would appear without absolute certainty. Thus, the only remaining suspect from his memories was the cunning Kurizetsu. Undoubtedly, Uzumaki Naruto would keep this to himself, as he sought to maintain absolute control over the narrative. Like a demon, he began to softly tempt Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu, you must know that I am the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, and this time, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra is right beside me. If you still wish to rely on the reincarnated Uchiha Sasuke to rescue your mother, you shall be sorely disappointed. Furthermore, with the Rinnegan in my possession, even if you find a way to resurrect Uchiha Madara, you will be unable to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Moreover, have you not realized? I have been calling you Kurizetsu from the very beginning. I not only know that you are a product of Akatsuki Kagaya's Inyang release, but I am also aware of everything within the ninja world. Do you truly believe you have a chance to save your mother? Under Naruto's temptation, Kurizetsu finally calmed down, realizing that this incarnation of Ashura's chakra was unlike any he had encountered before. Previous incarnations had been brash and seemingly lacking in intelligence, akin to Senju Hashirama. However, the Uzumaki Naruto before him exuded an aura of profound wisdom and terrifying strength. Moreover, he had secretly met this latest incarnation of Indra's chakra, a 7-year-old with an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, surpassing even Uchiha Madara. Kurizetsu, regaining his composure, gazed at Naruto's inscrutable smile and coldly inquired, "Speak. What is your purpose? What do you intend to do?" Seeing Kurizetsu finally willing to engage in a friendly dialogue, Naruto began, "Kurizetsu, do you know the origins of Akatsuki Kagaya?" Kurizetsu shook his head, revealing that he was merely a product of Kagaya's Inyang release before her sealing. "Indeed, as I suspected, you know nothing. Not even the Akatsuki clan is aware of this." Upon hearing Naruto mention the Akatsuki clan, Kurizetsu felt incredulous. Having survived in the ninja world for so long, he had never heard of such a clan. If the Akatsuki clan truly existed, why had his mother been sealed away by her 2 ungrateful sons? Were there events in the ninja world that he was unaware of? What exactly had transpired in the past? Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Kurizetsu, and from the latter's complex and bewildered expression, he understood that Kurizetsu was likely lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Naruto decided to enlighten Kurizetsu with the entire story. In the nascent days of the ninja world, there was no chakra, only natural energy. It was only when Akatsuki Kagaya descended to this world and planted a mysterious divine tree that everything changed. As Naruto's narrative unfolded, a grand and legendary tale gradually emerged before Kurizetsu's eyes. The Akatsuki clan, relying on the divine tree's fruit to absorb the planet's energy to enhance their strength, was bound to sacrifice one of their members when the tree matured. However, Kagaya, unwilling to face her demise, unexpectedly attacked when the tree ripened, severely wounding Akatsuki Ishiki and successfully consuming the fruit imbued with boundless power. Subsequently, the clan members, aware that Ishiki had not returned, would undoubtedly send another member to the ninja world. Desperate not to die, Kagaya utilized the divine tree to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, attempting to create the White Zetsu army to resist future foes. However, at that moment, her 2 ungrateful sons, under the influence of a so-called prophecy from the toads of Myobokuzen, brazenly turned against their mother. These 2 sons would later become the Sage of 6 Paths, Akatsuki Hagoromo, and his brother Akatsuki Hamura, who, undeterred by Kagaya's formidable power, engaged her in a fierce battle. Despite the fierce conflict, after a harrowing struggle, Hagoromo and Hamura succeeded in sealing Kagaya away using the 6 Paths, Heavenly Life Star technique. In the aftermath, as you are likely aware, after Kagaya's sealing, Hamura chose to protect his mother, branching out on the moon, while the Sage of 6 Paths sealed the 10 Tails and became the 10 Tails Jinchūriki. He traveled the ninja world, establishing the ninja sect and teaching humanity how to wield chakra. Naruto took a sip from his teacup, observing the stunned Kurizetsu. For the first time hearing such secrets, Kurizetsu remained silent, absorbing the story Naruto had recounted. Having lived for a millennium in the ninja world as its greatest puppet master, he was astonished to learn of his mother's past. The subsequent events were more familiar to Kurizetsu than to Naruto. He had manipulated the young Indra in a bid to save his mother, yet the plan had failed when Indra was defeated by his brother Ashura. As Kurizetsu gazed at Naruto, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps he should have chosen the reincarnation of Ashura. The Sharingan was the key to evolving into the Rinnegan, leading him to always favor Indra's reincarnation at the start of each plan. With his abilities, would it not be simpler to manipulate the naive reincarnation of Ashura? After a prolonged silence, Kurizetsu finally spoke. "Why are you telling me all this?" Seeing that Kurizetsu was finally interested in his subsequent plans, Naruto's eyes gleamed with intensity as he replied solemnly, "Because I require the power of Akatsuki Kagaya, the only current 6 Paths level powerhouse and progenitor of chakra, the goddess of the moon. Her existence is irreplaceable, and I do not wish for the ninja world to be defenseless against an invasion from the Akatsuki clan in the future. Therefore, I will find a way to rescue Kagaya, so we can collectively resist those intruders." Listening to Naruto's resolute intentions, Kurizetsu contemplated that he should indeed choose the reincarnation of Ashura. Over the past millennium, all his decisions had been erroneous. Had he made the correct choice from the start, his mother would have long returned to his side from the moon. So, you plan to implant the Rinnegan yourself and execute the Eye of the Moon plan? Hearing Kurizetsu's suggestion about executing the Eye of the Moon plan, Naruto immediately spat out his tea. Kurizetsu awkwardly wiped his face, feeling regretful as he nearly forgot in his excitement that this incarnation of Ashura was not as easily deceived as previous ones. What do you intend to do? That seal belongs to the Sage of Six Paths. Apart from the Eye of the Moon plan, it is no easy feat to bring my mother down from the moon. Naruto set down his teacup and replied calmly, as long as you possess power surpassing that of the Sage of Six Paths, it will suffice. Moreover, now you have no choice but to assist me. Do you wish to rely on that Uchiha Obito? Kurizetsu pondered his options, realizing that relying on Uchiha Obito was implausible. He was too foolish, and now the Rinnegan was in Naruto's possession. It is currently impossible to resurrect Uchiha Madara, and even if he were brought back, he may not stand a chance against Vortex Naruto. Just a few days ago, the unique ninjutsu developed by the opponent still lingered in his memory. This extraordinary reincarnation of Ashura possesses an alarming talent. Vortex Naruto sat quietly, awaiting Kurizetsu's response, confident that the latter could not refuse him. After a considerable time, Kurizetsu finally lifted his head. I hope you will not deceive me. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. 10 days later. Since Kurizetsu's departure from Yuki Shinobi Village, Vortex Naruto had made his decision. It was time to leave and continue his quest for strength. As for Yuki Shinobi Village, he would temporarily entrust it to Konan. Vortex Shikurin, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Neji gathered in his home, accompanied by Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Mikoto, and Vortex Miku. Among them, the weakest were likely Vortex Shikurin and Hyuga Neji. Following Vortex Naruto's fake death, Vortex Shikurin had diligently devoted herself to training. With her current strength, she could swiftly defeat an average Chunin and could protect herself against ordinary Jonin. Hyuga Neji trained the hardest, and after breaking free from the caged bird seal, his talent surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. However, due to his age, the ninjutsu he could learn was still limited, and the chakra within him was insufficient, rendering his gentle fist technique less powerful. Nevertheless, in terms of physical prowess, he could easily serve as a special Jonin. As for Vortex Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, one was the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, a perfect Jinchūriki, wielding the mightiest tailed beast. He could even independently utilize the nine-tailed Susanoo, developing the Star Core Rasen Shuriken and Star Sphere Tailed Beast Bomb, treating the otherworldly divine technique as a mere conventional ninjutsu. The other, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, had opened his eyes, and at just over 7 years old, he was the possessor of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Aside from slightly less combat experience, his power was undoubtedly among the strongest in the current ninja world. Vortex Naruto looked at the individuals present, nodding in satisfaction. They would form his future foundation, with exceptional talent and formidable strength. Together with the two Mangekyo Sharingan users, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shana, Vortex Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. With their current strength continuing to grow, he was certain they would stand atop the ninja realm in due time. I am preparing to leave Yuki Shinobi Village, which will be entrusted to Hizashi and Konan. Hizashi, you must assist Konan in managing the internal affairs of Yuki Shinobi Village. Vortex Naruto gazed at Hyuga Hizashi, assigning his tasks before addressing the others. Who wishes to accompany me? Let us venture into the ninja world. Vortex Naruto intended to take a few individuals into the ninja world for training. Just days prior, news had reached him from Uchiha Shursui, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure had formally declared war on Konoha, igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. In this tumultuous time, he aimed to provide them with valuable combat experience. Vortex Shikurin rushed over to embrace Vortex Naruto, her bright eyes gazing up at him. Naruto, I want to go. Wherever you go, I want to follow you. Vortex Naruto looked tenderly at the girl in his arms. Very well, you may accompany me. He then turned to Vortex Miku, who wore a worried expression for her daughter's safety. Aunt Miku, do not worry. I will ensure Shikurin's safety. I will not allow her to come to harm. Observing the closeness between them, Uchiha Sasuke felt a pang of discomfort. He took hold of Uchiha Mikoto's arm, gazing at his beautiful mother. Mother, may I go with them? Although Uchiha Makoto was reluctant to have Uchiha Sasuke leave her side, she understood the harsh realities of the ninja world. In this realm, only the powerful held sway. And she knew that even if she tried to stop him, her son would secretly follow Vortex Naruto out of Yuki's shinobi village. Tears filled her eyes as she reluctantly addressed Vortex Naruto. Naruto, please, make sure to protect Sasuke. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting long shadows beneath her. She embraced Uchiha Sasuke tightly, tears falling like pearls onto his clothing. Chapter 76. The foolish Uchiha Obito Hyuga Niji's Byakugan radiated determination as he gazed at his father. His lips sealed in silence, yet his expression conveyed his thoughts. Hyuga Hisashi embraced Hyuga Niji, looking at the small yet mature boy in his arms, filled with sorrow. He felt he was not a suitable father. When Hinata was kidnapped, he chose to sacrifice himself for his elder brother, leaving young Hyuga Niji in the darkness of Konoha. He had not been present during Niji's childhood, and that regret lingered in his heart. However, Hisashi understood that a bird yearning for freedom would eventually leave its parents to soar in the sky. This was something he could not prevent. When Niji broke free from the caged bird seal, he realized that Niji was no longer the fragile fledgling. He had not anticipated this day would arrive so soon, and he had not yet found the opportunity to make up for Niji's lack of paternal love. Niji, please be careful. I understand, father. Always wearing a serious expression, Hyuga Niji now broke into a smile, as if he had finally reclaimed a fragment of his childhood innocence. All right, since the plan is settled, let us return to prepare. We depart tomorrow. Vortex Naruto waved his hand, addressing the group. The next morning, at the port of the Land of Snow, the group donned the Akatsuki uniforms prepared by Konan and boarded the ship bound for the Land of Hot Water. This time, they would act under the name of the Akatsuki, aiming to establish its reputation in the ninja world and recruit more members. Yuki Shinobi Village was still in dire need of talent. Upon learning that their Yuki shadow was departing, the Uchiha clan gathered at the port, waving their hands to bid farewell to their leader. Yuki Shadow, we will miss you. Please return safely. This is our prayer for your safe journey. May your martial prowess flourish. Uchiha Makoto and Vortex Miku's eyes were red-rimmed. Their children were still so young, yet they were to engage in this cruel ninja world. They felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, yet were powerless, as they chatted away with Uchiha Sasuke and Vortex Shakurin. Hyuga Hisashi watched Hyuga Niji silently, trusting in him. Particularly with Vortex Naruto accompanying him, he held no concerns for Niji's safety. Konan, bearing dark circles under her eyes, her beautiful yet weary face marred by fatigue, gazed at Naruto with a hint of hope. Naruto, you must bring some people back. I can hardly cope. If this continues, I fear I may not last much longer. Vortex Naruto, startled by her dark circles, wondered how such a small nation could be so terrifying as to wear Konan down to this state. He could hardly fathom what she had endured these past few days. He nodded resolutely, solemnly assuring her. Konan, do not worry. I will definitely bring back Kakazu. Hearing Vortex Naruto take her words to heart, Konan could no longer restrain herself and collapsed into Nagato's embrace, a faint snore escaping her lips. All right, it's time to go. At that moment, the ship emitted a horn, its chimney releasing a plume of black smoke into the sky. The crowd at the port watched the departing vessel, their hearts filled with a myriad of emotions. Meanwhile, within the mountain tomb, angry curses echoed through the cavern. Damn it! Damn it! Vortex Naruto, I will not let you live in peace. I will surely kill you. Even if I cannot slay you, I will make your life miserable. Originally a member of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito has now shed the organization's uniform, completely severing ties with it. Upon Black Zetsu's return from Yuki no Kuni, the news he brought plunged Obito into despair. Nagato had been defeated, the Rinnegan entrusted to Uzumaki Naruto, and even the Akatsuki was handed over to him. Upon hearing this news, Obito first thought that Black Zetsu was deceiving him. He could not believe that Naruto had become so powerful. It is important to note that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, a formidable force in the ninja world, and yet he had fallen to a mere Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, he had entrusted both the Rinnegan and the Akatsuki to Naruto. What would become of his Moon Eye plan? Black Zetsu, you are deceiving me, aren't you? Even now? He struggled to accept this reality, harboring a glimmer of hope that Black Zetsu was merely jesting. Observing Obito's descent into madness, Black Zetsu's disdain for him grew, echoing Naruto's sentiments. The Obito before him was not only foolish but also unworthy of responsibility. How could the Uchiha clan have chosen him? However, the truth could not be revealed to Obito just yet. It was essential to maintain his composure to avoid hindering the plan to save his mother. Currently, Obito was unreliable, and the only option was to place faith in Naruto. As for this fool, he would be left to Naruto to handle. A deep, raspy voice echoed. Obito, Nagato has been defeated. The Rinnegan and the Akatsuki are no longer under your control, understand? Stop deceiving yourself. Your Mangekyo Sharingan has also been taken. Will you abandon the Moon Eye plan? Think of Rin. Did you not wish to create a world where she exists? You must gather your resolve. The ninja world is vast. What are you afraid of? Go reclaim the Rinnegan from the Nine Tails, Jinchūriki. Upon hearing the name Noero Rin, Obito steadied himself. Indeed, he could not remain in despair. He must regain his spirit for Rin. He vowed to create a world with her in it. He would not give up. Obito caressed his right eye, which now bore only a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. His Mangekyo Sharingan had been lost in the land of rain, and recalling his experiences there darkened his expression. Just days ago, Obito had waited atop a tower in Aim no Kuni for Nagato to return with the Nine Tails Jinchūriki, believing the battle would yield no surprises. With the Rinnegan, Nagato could not lose to a mere Jinchūriki. Yet before Nagato returned, 3 Uchiha clan members arrived first. Clad in Akatsuki uniforms, 2 men and 1 woman, the Uchiha girl evoked a sense of familiarity in Obito. He scrutinized them, noticing the crimson glow of their Sharingan. However, apart from himself and Uchiha Itachi, there were no other Uchiha in the Akatsuki. Moreover, since Naruto had taken the Uchiha clan, these individuals must be connected to him. Yet, Obito was perplexed. If they were allied with Naruto, why were they wearing Akatsuki attire? Could it be that Nagato had defeated Naruto and recruited him into the Akatsuki in Yuki no Kuni? But why had Nagato not returned? With the limited capacity of his walnut-sized brain, Obito could not grasp the key to this situation. Regarding the Uchiha clan members, Obito was unconcerned. He was confident that anyone with the Kimyui would be unbeatable. Mere Uchiha clan members with 3-tomo Sharingan posed no threat before his Mangekyo Sharingan. In his youth, he had battled the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, with a power level that nearly allowed him to kill Minato, resulting in the death of Minato and his wife that fateful night. Obito did not believe that these Uchiha clan members could surpass Minato's prowess. However, upon recognizing the Uchiha girl's face, shock overtook him. He had seen her before. Her name was Uchiha Izumi, and her ocular technique was particularly effective against him, the nature of which remained an enigma. Yet, he did not panic, for he possessed not only Uchiha ninjutsu, but also would release. Even if her Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities countered him, Obito remained supremely confident. As for the young Uchiha named Shursui, he remembered him to be a genius of the Uchiha clan. But he was now without his Mangekyo Sharingan, rendering him insignificant. Obito believed his own strength was more than sufficient to dispatch them effortlessly. The Uchiha youth with an arrogant demeanor repulsed him physically, and judging by his expression, he seemed rather dim-witted, likely lacking in strength as well. Obito activated his Kimyui and appeared before them, looking down from his elevated position. Who are you? Why do you wear the Akatsuki uniform? What is your purpose in Aim no Kuni? He feigned a hoarse voice, realizing that his identity might have been compromised upon seeing Uchiha Izumi. Nevertheless, he decided to maintain the guise of an Akatsuki member, recalling that when he first encountered Izumi, his mask had been different, and his hair had been long. Now, it was cut short. His attire differed as well. His long robe was unlike the Akatsuki uniform he donned now. By merely adjusting his voice and pretending not to recognize them, he aimed to ascertain their intentions before deciding on a course of action. If they were indeed members recruited by Nagato into the Akatsuki, he would cultivate a good relationship with them, persuading them to contribute to the Moon Eye plan. Conversely, if they were not, he would have no qualms about eliminating them entirely. Uchiha Shursui regarded Obito with indifference, his emotions unperturbed. Before departing, Naruto had shared all relevant intelligence with them. The moment they laid eyes on Obito, they had made their decision, adhering to Naruto's instructions. First, they would not engage one at a time. If they could fight as a group, they would not venture alone. Second, they would never remove their Akatsuki uniforms during battle. Third, they would refrain from using their Mangekyo Sharingan unless absolutely necessary. However, upon encountering Obito, both Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shursui resolved to ensure his total defeat. As for whether their eyesight would suffer, they would deal with that after vanquishing Obito. If they could eliminate him, even blindness would be worthwhile. Uchiha Shursui gestured behind him, prompting Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shursui to tense up. Izumi was the first to launch an attack, her Sharingan transforming into Mangekyo Sharingan. Cursed Eye, Tenjin no Hozetsu. Blood trickled from the corner of her eyes, and a transparent ripple spread through the air as a unique power surged from her eyes into Obito's body. This is bad, Obito exclaimed, realizing the hostility in their approach upon witnessing Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan technique. The Uchiha clan members were targeting him, and he sought to summon his chakra to activate Kimui and escape. Unfortunately, his chakra seemed to have other intentions, remaining unresponsive. Just as anxiety gripped him, another voice echoed in his ears. Divine speed. Uchiha Obito gazed in shock toward the source of the sound. In his eyes, the seemingly inconspicuous Uchiha Shana had transformed his Sharingan into the kaleidoscopic variant. A tempest surged within him, another pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. How could this be? Is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan now so commonplace? Among the three individuals, two possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, including Uchiha Shursui. All three were members of the Uchiha clan, each endowed with this extraordinary eye. After unleashing his Shunshin technique, Uchiha Shana vanished from his original position, appearing before Uchiha Obito like a wraith. With disdain, he extended his right hand toward Obito's right eye. In the face of such speed, Obito was rendered incapable of any reaction, helplessly watching as Shana's hand approached to gouge out his eye. Time seemed to freeze for Obito in the presence of Shana's speed. What dreadful ability is this? There were no spatial fluctuations. What was transpiring? What manner of speed is this, that I have no time to react? With a sickening squelch, blood flowed from Obito's eye socket as, in an instant of confrontation, Uchiha Shana had extracted his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. That eye, essential to his very existence, bearing the space-time technique Kimui, was now seized by this audacious Uchiha. He could no longer even activate his intangibility. Clutching his bleeding eye socket, Obito struggled against the excruciating pain of having his eye ripped out, retreating frantically. He then produced a scroll from behind him, a vessel containing the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan that Uchiha Madara had taken when he departed from Konoha. Obito sought to unravel the spatial seal of the scroll, hoping to retrieve a spare Sharingan to reinsert into his eye. However, Uchiha Shursui would not grant him this opportunity. The moment Obito retreated, Shursui activated his Shunshin, closing in. He swung a short blade toward Obito's throat. Realizing he could not evade this strike, Obito summoned chakra to surge into his only remaining left eye, his heart racing with urgency. Move. Move quickly. With a chilling flash, Shursui's short blade slashed across Obito's throat, spraying blood. Obito clasped his hands around his throat, his expression obscured behind his mask, slowly collapsing to the ground. Breathless, his heart ceased to beat. Uchiha Izumi approached Shursui's side, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, her voice cold and resonant. Has he perished? Chapter 78. The three heroes battle. Obito Uchiha Shana carefully stowed away the precious kaleidoscopic Sharingan, recalling that Uzumaki Naruto had mentioned that if the opportunity arose, he must seize that eye. He then joined Uchiha Shursui, crouching down to prod at Obito with a kunai, checking for signs of life. Among them, only Uchiha Shursui remained composed, observing the corpse on the ground, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Obito's body. There was no sound of burning flesh. The body vanished like an illusion amidst the flames. Seeing this, Shursui warned the others. Be cautious. He has utilized his Anaji. He must still possess a spare Sharingan. They formed a defensive formation, backs to one another, their eyes scanning the surroundings. In the shadows, Obito understood he could not ambush them after using his Anaji. He had initially intended to exploit the opportunity to eliminate the arrogant Uchiha and reclaim his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, the ninja named Uchiha Shursui seemed to be aware of his Anaji, a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. It appeared that reclaiming his eye through stealth was a futile endeavor. Thus, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Obito's figure loomed in the distance, his fierce gaze fixated on the trio, contemplating how best to dispatch them. Shursui caught a glimpse of Izumi's rapidly blinking left eye and spoke gravely. Izumi, do not employ your kaleidoscopic Sharingan any longer. The opponent has lost his. The three of us possess sufficient strength to confront him, and Naruto has also stated that it is unnecessary to kill him. Both nodded in agreement. simultaneously deactivating their kaleidoscopic Sharingan. If they continued to use them, they risked complete blindness. Seeing the Uchiha clan members so dismissive of him, even choosing not to utilize their kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Obito's fury ignited, unleashing a furious roar. "Despicable Uchiha! How dare you underestimate me!" Shirsue's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly within its socket, the crimson light locking onto Obito with unwavering intensity. Clutching a kunai, chakra surged forth from his body. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shana flanked Obito, positioning themselves on either side to encircle him. Obito slowly raised his head, the Sharingan beneath his mask reinstalled. The three-tomo Sharingan emitted a blinding red light as he cautiously regarded his adversaries, refusing to let his guard down. With hands forming seals, chakra surged into the ground. Would release, hiding in the camouflage technique. Accompanied by the sound of earth fracturing, numerous sharp spikes erupted from the ground like serpents. The tips glinted with a chilling light, aimed at the trio's throats, hearts, and brains. The three Uchiha remained unfazed upon witnessing Obito deploy his would-release ninjutsu. They were already well-versed in his abilities, allowing them to seize his kaleidoscopic Sharingan in an instant. Compared to the formidable power of Kamui, the wood release posed significantly less of a threat. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shirsue and Izumi executed their hand seals with such speed that they appeared as mere phantoms. Two massive fireballs erupted from their mouths. Though Obito possessed cells of Senju Hashirama, enabling him to utilize wood release, his chakra reserves paled in comparison, rendering his ninjutsu considerably weaker. As the wooden spikes grazed the flames, a violent explosion ensued, scattering debris in all directions. In the moment that the fireballs obscured Obito's vision, Uchiha Shana surged forth like an arrow, his form parallel to the ground. His right arm tensed, the wind from his punch slicing through the air as he aimed for Obito's side. Obito's eyes narrowed, chakra erupting from his feet as he swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading Shana's powerful strike. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. 5 small fireballs erupted from his mouth, engulfing Uchiha Shana and forcing him to leap back to avoid the jutsu. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Obito revealed a chain between his hands, attempting to ensnare Shana's ankle. However, midway through his motion, the scene before him warped abruptly. Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Shirsue's Jinjutsu arrived silently, the mental assault released from his Sharingan crashing down like a tidal wave. Obito felt himself ensnared by countless unyielding vines, rendering his limbs immobile. In that moment of stillness, Uchiha Shana spun his body, evading the encroaching chain. Utilizing the momentum, he delivered a powerful kick to Obito's abdomen. As Obito doubled over in pain, a kunai sliced through his arm, carving a deep wound that bled profusely. "Damn you, Shirsue! How can your Jinjutsu be this potent?" Obito roared, channeling chakra to shatter the bindings of the illusion. He propelled himself from the ground with his left foot, executing a graceful 360-degree rotation in midair, while the speed of his right hand forming seals surged once more. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, engulfing the towering structure in searing heat, distorting the very air as it was consumed by the fire's intense temperature. Uchiha Izumi's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly formed her seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. She maximized her chakra, unleashing a colossal fireball that collided with the Gokaku no Jutsu. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that cracked the summit of the Rain Village's tower. Uchiha Obito was forced back by the blast, crashing against the wall and emitting a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the three of them launched their offensive simultaneously. Uchiha Shirsue positioned himself directly in front of Obito, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. Jinjutsu, Megan, Kyo Tenkitan. This technique could reflect the opponent's Jinjutsu back at them, utterly obliterating any chance for Uchiha Obito to retaliate with illusions. His three-tomo Sharingan meticulously tracked Obito's movements, every subtle shift in his body escaping not his keen observation. Uchiha Izumi maneuvered to the side, hastening the rhythm of her fire techniques, releasing 4 consecutive jutsu. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. X2 Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. X2 The techniques of Hozenka and Gokaku alternated in a barrage, the fireballs raining down upon Uchiha Obito like a meteor shower. forcing him to frequently deploy would-release techniques for defense. Chapter 79. The retreat of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Shursui continued his close-quarters assault. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had developed a particular fondness for the visceral experience of hand-to-hand combat. With his agile body flicker technique, he darted between the fireballs, each movement accompanied by precise taijutsu strikes. The relentless barrage made it increasingly difficult for Obito to maintain his defenses. His situation grew more precarious. Having just blocked Shursui's blade with his wood release, he was struck in the back by Izumi's Hozenka no Jutsu, the searing pain momentarily hindering his movements. Attempting to ensnare Izumi with the iron chains in his hands, he was met with Shursui's kick landing squarely on him. A sense of humiliation surged within Obito. It had been a long time since he faced such a challenging battle since his clash with Namikaze Minato. Chakra erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, causing the ground beneath to fracture. Mokuton, Juryu no Jutsu. With a deafening roar, a uniquely shaped wooden dragon burst forth from the earth. The dragon swung its massive head, forcing the three to retreat momentarily. Just as he repelled them, Obito could not suppress a cough of blood. Although the cells of Senju Hashirama granted him immense chakra, he was nearing the point of exhaustion, and his internal injuries were grave. His chakra was nearly depleted. Uchiha Shursui shouted, his three-tomo Sharingan keenly detecting the tremors of Obito's body. Shursui's Sharingan revolved at an unprecedented speed. Jinjutsu, Nara no Ken. An intangible mental assault surged toward Obito's consciousness, plunging him into darkness, rendering his body immobile, even halting the control of the wooden dragon. Seizing this opportunity, Shursui and the others pressed their attack once more. Izumi capitalized on this rare chance, her hands forming seals at a pace that broke the limits. Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu. She channeled all her chakra into the technique, a fire dragon roaring forth from her mouth. Shursui gathered his chakra at his feet, wielding kunai, and surged forward like an arrow, aiming directly for Obito's heart. Struggling against the Jinjutsu, Obito fought to regain clarity, but the fire dragon was already upon him. He summoned the last vestiges of his chakra to command the wooden dragon as a shield. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the wooden dragon, unleashing a cataclysmic sound, shattering the wooden dragon amidst the flames. The explosion propelled Obito backward, narrowly avoiding Shursui's lethal strike as he crashed against the wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the dust settled, the three charged forward like famished predators, the tip of the kunai mere half an inch from Obito's throat. Gazing into the determined eyes of his attackers, only one thought remained in Obito's mind: escape. He hurled the remnants of the wooden dragon at them, simultaneously forming seals with his hands, utilizing the little chakra left in his body to create two would-release clones. Mokuton, Mokubunshin no Jutsu. As the clones engaged the three, Obito smashed through the adjacent wall, stumbling into the rain-soaked streets of the Land of Rain. His arm continued to bleed profusely, leaving a distinct trail of crimson on the ground, while his clothes, singed and tattered, bore the marks of the flames. The impact had severely injured his left leg, causing him to limp as he fled. The once commanding presence of control and arrogance had dissipated, leaving only the pitiful figure of a fugitive. After days of evasion, Obito finally returned to the mountain graveyard, his injuries compounded by exhaustion from his escape. Upon arriving at the base, he succumbed to unconsciousness, awakening only 3 days later. He summoned a being named Akatsuki, utilizing its unique abilities to begin healing his wounds. Damn it, those three Uchiha must have been sent by Uzumaki Naruto. Their strikes were decisive and ruthless, and all my intelligence has been compromised. I have even lost Kamui. Must I seek Kakashi to reclaim the other eye? In this moment of reflection, Obito realized that all he had concealed had been laid bare before those three. After his defeat, the Rain Village had fallen into enemy hands. His Mangekyo Sharingan snatched away, and he had yet to receive any word from Kaguya. Nagato had likely been defeated by Uzumaki Naruto as well. He wondered if the Rinnegan remained in Nagato's possession. Alone in the mountain graveyard, Obito tended to his wounds, awaiting news from Kaguya. Furthermore, he could no longer return to the Akatsuki. It was likely that even the organization had been taken over by those three. 2 days later, Kaguya finally appeared at the mountain graveyard, bringing with him the worst of news. The scene mirrored the initial chaos, as Obito unleashed his inner fury upon Kaguya. You speak so easily, yet now I have lost my Mangekyo Sharingan. and the Rinnegan has been taken by Uzumaki Naruto. Tell me how I am to recover? Where do I recruit allies? Nagato has fallen into the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. Do you expect me to confront the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails with merely a 3-tomo Sharingan? Observing Obito's despair, Kagaya's somber voice resonated. Have you forgotten Uchiha Itachi? He possesses a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and Madara anticipated the possibility of our plan's failure. What of Kirigakure? The Mizukage is under your Jinjutsu. You can leverage Kirigakure to rise once more. Obito calmed himself, contemplating the likelihood of success for this plan. If not for the agreement they had reached, Uchiha Itachi would have been slain by Uzumaki Naruto on the day of his invasion into Konoha. He understood that Itachi had always been wary of him, making the prospect of seizing that Mangekyo Sharingan exceedingly challenging. As for Kirigakure, it lacked a substantial number of powerful shinobi, with the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, as the Jinchūriki of the Three Tails, possessing a strength that was somewhat acceptable. In the eyes of Heiju, the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen was still insufficient. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to rely on Wuin Village and Uchiha Itachi. Had Itachi and Shizo succeeded in their plan to capture the Three Tails? Heiju reminisced about that battle, unable to suppress his disdain. Uchiha Itachi was merely putting on an act. The power of his Mangekyo Sharingan could not possibly fail to control the Jinchūriki of the Three Tails. It was well known that Uchiha Madara could completely control the Nine Tails, and the Three Tails was significantly weaker. With the combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Shizo, capturing the Three Tails should have been a simple task, devoid of heavy casualties. This realization only intensified Heiju's frustration, prompting him to speak curtly to Uchiha Obito. The mission failed. Shizo is dead. The decapitating sword has been reclaimed by Wuin Village, and Itachi is severely injured on his way back. Upon hearing that the plan to capture the Three Tails Jinchūriki had failed and that a life had been lost, Uchiha Obito stood there, stunned. Damn it, everyone is playing me, cursed Uchiha Itachi. The news of the failed mission made Obito grit his teeth in anger. His gaze directed toward Konoha, seemingly plotting another scheme in his mind. Chapter 80. Ordinary people in war at the port of the Land of Hot Water. After days of travel, Uzumaki Naruto and his companions finally arrived in the Land of Hot Water. Renowned as a popular tourist destination in the ninja world, the Land of Hot Water once bustled with visitors. Many tourists sought to experience the famed hot springs. It was common to see male visitors embracing female workers, their faces flushed from drink, flirtatiously teasing the beauties, who responded with coy smiles to their advances. After satisfying the visitors' whims, they would tuck cash into their deep décolletage. However, the former vibrancy had long since faded, leaving only desolation. The absence of management and tourists rendered the streets littered with fallen leaves and refuse, while the hot spring inn stood shuttered. Signs announcing temporary closures hung on their doors, and the walls bore visible scars from various weapons. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the yellowed leaves and paper bags from the street, as a few hurried figures passed by Naruto and his companions. They clutched meager food wrapped in paper bags, their fingers gripping tightly enough to crumple the bags. Glancing nervously around, their expressions were filled with anxiety and fear. Upon noticing Naruto and the others, their trembling bodies reflected a palpable sense of dread. After a deep breath, they relaxed slightly and quickened their pace past Naruto and his group. As they passed, their lips moved, emitting faint sounds as if attempting to communicate something. Their expressions shifted from panic to pity as they cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and his companions before vanishing around a street corner. With Naruto's strength, it was easy to discern the plight of the child who had lost their parents and was uncertain how to survive. Regrettably, he could offer no assistance, as he too had a family to protect, and the food in his possession barely sufficed for survival. He could only wish them well. Uzumaki Kirui grasped Naruto's hand tightly. Her bright eyes dimmed with worry, softly speaking, "Naruto, why does this place seem so different from when we left? What has happened?" The desolate scene reflected in Naruto's azure eyes caused his chest to heave with suppressed rage. His gentle demeanor darkened, and the fire of indignation in his gaze threatened to erupt. Is this what war looks like? And this is not even the primary battlefield. How has it come to this? After hearing Kirui's voice, his somber expression quickly reverted to its usual warmth. He bore the weight of anger alone, unwilling to burden Kirui with the harsh truths. Forcing a smile, he reassured her, "It's all right. No matter what happens, I will protect you." Kirui examined his smile, which, while gentle as ever, betrayed a hidden fury. She tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, gazing into his eyes. I believe in you. Naruto turned to Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji, his heart wavering as he contemplated the dangers that lay ahead. If he continued to shield them both, it would contradict his intentions. The upcoming battles needed to be entrusted to them as much as possible. The forthcoming confrontations could swiftly escalate from the level of ordinary ninja to that of elite shinobi. He had no worries about Sasuke, for with his current strength, he was capable of surpassing even the highest ranks. His concern lay with Neji, whose abilities only equated to that of a special jonin. Recalling the original story's conclusion, he understood that the so-called forces of fate were beyond his current capacity to resist. Yet without experiencing life-or-death crises, they could never become true warriors. Neji sensed the worry in Naruto's eyes and recognized that he was likely the weakest among them. Grateful for Naruto's removal of the caged bird seal, he knew he could not rely on Naruto's protection indefinitely. Naruto, do not worry about me. You once said you would let me soar in the sky. But how can a bird that has not faced trials learn to spread its wings? From Neji's words, Naruto discerned his unwavering determination. Thus, he resolved to allow Neji to truly take flight. Observing the intimate exchange among the three, Sasuke felt like an outsider and turned his head away, scoffing. Humph, what are you whispering about? It's all unintelligible nonsense. Seeing Sasuke's lack of understanding, Naruto wished to enlighten him about the beauty of blooming flowers. However, he ultimately dismissed the idea, opting to avoid shattering Sasuke's resolve. The group continued down the street, seeking a place to rest. After 2.5 hours, they arrived at a sign reading Tozai Onsen, the largest hot spring inn in the land of hot water. Having visited several inns, they knocked on the door, but no one responded. If this one failed to respond as well, they would likely have to spend the night on the streets. Or perhaps they could sneak in. Naruto shook his head, casting the thought aside. He approached the door and knocked, waiting patiently until the tightly shut door finally opened a crack, revealing a single eye that nervously surveyed the outside. Not spotting anyone, the individual was about to close the door, fearing an unsavory encounter. Noticing that they seemed oblivious to their presence, Naruto pressed his hand against the door, exerting enough force to prevent it from closing. Hey, we're here. Look down. Upon hearing his voice, the person finally noticed the group of children outside, their demeanor relaxing. With a sigh of relief, the woman, her voice alluring, exclaimed, "Oh, what are you children doing here at this hour in the land of hot water? Don't you know a war is happening?" She hurriedly opened the door wider to welcome Naruto and his companions inside, then swiftly shut the door behind them, securing it with a wooden bolt. "Where are your parents? Did you get separated?" Naruto scrutinized the woman before him, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, her enchanting fox-like eyes exuding a captivating allure, and her high nose paired with cherry-like lips. Her voice was inherently seductive, enticing at every moment, as if she were accustomed to maintaining that allure even in front of children. Especially her figure, clad in a simple yukata that could hardly contain the surging waves of her bosom, with the hem of the garment split to the very roots of her thighs. Her long, slender legs, partially revealed, appeared like delicate jade, exuding a subtle blush. Chapter 81. A reflection of a distorted world. The sight rendered other women feeling inadequate. As Xuanwu Xianglin gazed at the voluptuous form before her, then glanced at her own meager physique, hastily covering the eyes of Xuanwu Naruto. "Naruto, do not look. She is a vixen." "Xianglin, where did you learn the term vixen?" Upon hearing the word, Xuanwu Naruto reprimanded Xuanwu Xianglin with a harsh tone. Xuanwu Xianglin, realizing her instinctive utterance of inappropriate words, blushed and stammered, "I saw it in those storybooks." Xuanwu Naruto, feeling a wave of exasperation, fell silent. "Do not misunderstand. Those are normal storybooks." The moment Xuanwu Xianglin attempted to clarify, Xuanwu Naruto understood all too well what kind of storybooks she had been reading. Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke had never encountered such alluring women. Their faces flushed deeply, nearly touching their chests, observing the charming figures before them. The woman approached Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. With delicate hands, she gently pinched their cheeks, teasing them playfully. "Hee, little brothers, how adorable you are. Do you have girlfriends? Would you like me to introduce a few?" Noticing the two speechless boys, Xuanwu Naruto, realizing their unreliability, decided to speak up. "Hello. May I ask if there are still rooms available here? We have been searching for quite some time and cannot find accommodation. All other inns are closed. Additionally, Allowing himself to introduce, he declared, I am Shuin Village's Yukikage, Xuanwu Naruto. As soon as the woman heard the name of Shuin Village, her fair and delicate features turned pale. Although she was unaware of where Shuin Village was, the name alone hinted at it being a ninja village. The children before her were, in fact, ninjas. According to common consensus, even children who are ninjas could easily take the lives of ordinary people. She froze, her hands still clutching Hyuga and Uchiha Sasuke, her eyes wide with terror, abandoning her previous allure. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the ground, frantically retreating as if faced with something horrifying. Tears filled her crimson eyes, streaming down her cheeks as she cried out in anguish. Please do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. Ninja-sama, you may take anything you desire, just spare me. After this desperate plea, the woman scrambled to her knees, pressing her palms to the ground, her forehead resting against the earth. Trembling, her delicate form quaked alongside her heart-wrenching sobs, causing her yukata to slip and reveal her tender skin beneath. Xuanwu Xianglin, unable to bear witnessing the woman's distress, was bewildered by the unfolding events. All Xuanwu Naruto had done was reveal their origins. The woman seemed to react as though confronted by a specter, prompting Xuanwu Xianglin to release her grip and approach the distressed figure. Supporting the woman's arm, she helped her rise, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes, soothing her fears with a tender voice. Sister, do not worry. We shall not harm you. The woman, still averted, dared only to raise her gaze upon hearing Xuanwu Xianglin's reassuring words. As she met Xuanwu Xianglin's sincere eyes, tears continued to flow, and her trembling form emitted a quivering voice. You truly will not kill me? The woman's reaction underscored the severe toll the war had taken on ordinary people. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xuanwu Naruto nodded and approached her, his azure eyes fixed upon her. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. Upon witnessing Xuanwu Naruto's gentle expression, the woman finally ceased her tears, her body no longer trembling. I am so sorry. I was simply overwhelmed with fear. You have yet to eat, correct? Please follow me. I will take you to a room. Now recovering her composure, the woman led Xuanwu Naruto and his companions deeper into the inn, swaying her enchanting figure as she guided them. Hello, my name is Mayurika, and I am the owner of this hot spring inn. You may find a few rooms to rest in. Aside from me, there is no one else here. As Mayurika introduced herself with a sorrowful expression, Xuanwu Naruto noted her mention of the absence of any other guests. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, Is it due to the war? I scarcely see anyone on the streets of Kuni. Have they all hidden away? Mayurika nodded sadly, kneeling to present a few pairs of indoor slippers for them to change into. Before continuing, many ninjas kill upon sight, robbing the common folk of their possessions and violating the women. After they had changed into the slippers, she led them toward the hot spring. The powerless civilians could not resist the ninjas, who were overwhelmingly powerful. Before them, civilians faced only a path to death. My parents were also slain by ninjas. This inn was originally managed by them, and that day, I was fortunate to be out purchasing ingredients. When I returned, my parents had already perished. The horrific memories of that day involuntarily resurfaced in her mind, causing her body to tremble once more, tears dripping onto the wooden floor. She had gone out to buy ingredients, only to find her parents lying in a pool of blood upon her return. A kunai pierced their hearts, a weapon she recognized as belonging to a ninja. In times of peace, their family's hot spring inn had served ninjas. She could not fathom how the kind ninjas of yesteryear could become so ruthless during wartime. Consequently, even now, the mere thought of ninjas sent her body into spasms. Xuanwu Naruto and his companions followed Mayurika, their hearts heavy as they listened to her tale. They soon reached a wooden door draped with a curtain, inscribed with the character for hot spring. Mayurika knelt, lowering her head to avoid letting Xuanwu Naruto and his friends see her face. This hot spring is a natural one. You may rest inside while I prepare your meal. With that, she turned and departed. Xuanwu Xianglin entered through the right door, feeling a pang of regret. If it were not for Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga, she could have enjoyed the hot spring with Xuanwu Naruto. Observing the somber expressions of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga, Xuanwu Naruto pondered that the ninja world lacked ideological education. He must ensure these two did not fall into darkness, lest they give rise to two more Orochimaru. Chapter 82, The Arrival of Kamui. You two, do not overthink it, just go in. I've been adrift at sea for countless days. I am utterly exhausted. Xuanwu Naruto's feigned lightheartedness echoed in their ears, yet their somber expressions remained unchanged. Seeing their demeanor, Xuanwu Naruto felt overwhelmed. The distorted world of the ninja, including the ninja villages, was fundamentally a breeding ground for assassins, indoctrinating children from a young age to prioritize missions, leading them to pursue only strength. He resolved to fundamentally alter their perceptions, ensuring they did not stray down a misguided path. Xuanwu Naruto opened his arms, grasping their shoulders as they entered the changing room. He was the first to shed his garments. His youthful form, though lacking in muscle, appeared remarkably sturdy. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji numbly removed their garments, their minds still consumed by the tale of Mayu Ryoka. They had not anticipated the profound suffering that war could inflict upon ordinary people, especially since they had yet to experience the brutal realities of battle. After cleansing themselves beneath the shower, the three of them entered the hot spring, enveloped in a misty white fog, the air tinged with a faint scent of sulfur. Uzumaki Naruto leaped into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. He submerged himself, leaving only his head above the surface, the slightly hot water prompting him to exclaim in delight. How exhilarating! In the land of snow, there had been no hot springs to indulge in, but now that they were in the land of hot water, he was determined to enjoy the experience to the fullest. The splashes drenched Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Observing the water droplets on his body, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly cast aside his heavy thoughts and yelled at Uzumaki Naruto, "You big fool! What are you doing? Don't just jump into the hot spring." Afterward, Uchiha Sasuke mimicked Naruto's actions, propelling himself into the hot spring like a cannonball, creating an even larger splash that cascaded toward Naruto's face. Hyuga Neji smiled, watching the lively duo as he descended the steps into the hot spring to sit down. "How about that? My splash is bigger than yours. You childish fool. You can't talk. You jumped down too. Look at Neji. Why don't you learn from him?" Humph. As Uchiha Sasuke imitated his actions and boasted about the size of the splashes, Naruto's sharp retort made Sasuke turn his head away, unwilling to engage with someone he found irritating. Naruto, now serious, addressed the two. "What are your thoughts on this war?" He specifically chose this moment to discuss the topic, hoping to alter their perspectives on warfare. Hyuga Neji, somewhat uncertain, replied, "Perhaps it is a war instigated by the ninja villages for their own interests?" Naruto looked at him in surprise, for he had not expected Neji to pinpoint the essence of the issue so acutely. Just as Naruto was about to commend Neji, Uchiha Sasuke interjected, "I don't care about that. I just want to kill Uchiha Itachi and destroy Konoha." Naruto turned to Sasuke, bewildered by the hatred etched on his face. Reflecting, there are only incorrect names, not incorrect nicknames. "Sasuke, I truly admire your consistency." Choosing not to engage further, Naruto solemnly continued, "Indeed, so-called wars are all about interests. Notions of hatred and justice are merely excuses. It is simply the higher-ups brainwashing the masses to justify their wars. Only wars waged for unification are absolutely justified. Remember what I told you? Ninjas are no longer tools, so I hope you can think for yourselves and not be easily brainwashed. Do not blindly pursue power. To protect what you cherish, you need strength, but you must not become slaves to power. Furthermore, do not resort to violence against ordinary people. As for the wicked, handle them as you see fit. Do you understand?" Hyuga Neji nodded thoughtfully, while Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto with confusion, seemingly having not comprehended the preceding words. In the dead of night, Uzumaki Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at Uzumaki Karui, who was clinging to him like an octopus, filled with helplessness. After the group enjoyed the hot spring and the sumptuous feast prepared by Mayu Ryoka, they practiced late into the evening before returning to their respective rooms to rest. At that moment, Uzumaki Karui entered Naruto's room, clutching a pillow and wearing a pitiful expression, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. "Naruto, I'm afraid of the dark. Can I sleep with you?" Naruto initially intended to refuse firmly, as he had long regarded Uzumaki Karui, the little girl under his care, as off-limits. Though her body was still small, her soul was that of an adult. He had no perverse thoughts about her. However, seeing her pitiful demeanor softened his heart. It was merely sleeping, after all. He would not do anything untoward. Naruto sat up, gently moving her small hand away. Karui, still half asleep, seemed to sense something and murmured groggily, "Is it morning?" She barely opened her eyes before surrendering once more to sleep. Naruto exhaled softly and quietly opened the window, slipping outside to meet Uchiha Shisui. Earlier that evening, Naruto had informed Uchiha Shursui of their arrival in the land of hot water using the Henge no Jutsu. Uchiha Shursui held a small glass vial containing a green liquid, which encased 2 special Manjikyu Sharingan. He respectfully handed the vial to Naruto, who inspected the Manjikyu Sharingan inside with great care. It seems you were successful. Has Kakashi not said anything? Did he just let you take his Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui recalled the circumstances back in Konoha, responding, Kakashi did not refuse. I left him a 3-tomo Sharingan in exchange for this one. Naruto nodded, reassured that Hatake Kakashi had not betrayed him, and inquired, what about Uchiha Obito? He must still be alive, right? He is alive. He has escaped from the land of rain. Reports from Kurizetsu indicate he is at the Graveyard of Mountains, seemingly preparing to head toward Kirigakure to seize Uchiha Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Upon hearing this news, Naruto was taken aback, despite being so severely injured. Uchiha Obito was still unwilling to give up. He intended to continue executing his Eye of the Moon plan. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Since he had not perished, Naruto would ultimately end Uchiha Obito's life himself. Very well, let them tear each other apart. You should return to the land of rain. Yes. With that, Uchiha Shursui used Shunshin no Jutsu to vanish as if he had never been there. Subsequently, Naruto stealthily returned to his room through the window. Chapter 83. The Village of Sound in the Land of Rice, the Village of Sound. While it was termed a ninja village, it was, in fact, smaller than the village hidden in snow. There were no ordinary people within the village. All were experimental subjects of Orochimaru. The so-called Village of Sound resembled more of a military organization. Within the underground base, Orochimaru, with his pale, ashen skin, seethed, damn Uchiha Itachi. Is it truly as that brat with the 9 tails has said? The Edo Tensei technique has failed? Each resurrection incurs a loss of part of the soul? No, that cannot be. The jutsu I created could never fail. Orochimaru sat beside the experimentation table, where a model of a hand was displayed, its fist clenched. Curiously, the middle finger was raised, adorned with a ring inscribed with the character for void. Orochimaru recalled the day when Uchiha Itachi had joined the Akatsuki and learned that he had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. He coveted Uchiha Itachi's body, the perfect bloodline limit, the formidable ocular power, the very essence of the Uchiha clan. That was the flawless body Orochimaru had long desired, and as the time for his body transfer approached, he attacked without hesitation. After all, he was merely a Uchiha brat, and as one of the legendary Sannin, victory was assured. Yet, just as Orochimaru struck, Uchiha Itachi suddenly turned his gaze, and with a mere glance from his Manjikyu Sharingan, Orochimaru lost control of his body. Even now, recalling that day, he broke into a cold sweat. What terrifying ocular power! The Jinjutsu of the Manjikyu Sharingan was astonishingly potent. Unable to move, one wonders if the disparity is indeed so vast. After taking action against Uchiha Itachi, he realized that he could no longer remain within the Akatsuki organization, leading him to resolutely defect. Upon returning to the Sound Village, he anticipated being pursued by the Akatsuki, yet to his surprise, the atmosphere remained tranquil. At that moment, a bespectacled youth entered, respectfully addressing Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, there is a root ninja outside seeking an audience. Would you like to meet him? Upon hearing the term root ninja, Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile, his elongated tongue flicking across them, as his slitted eyes gleamed with a cold light. He was aware of the heavy losses Konoha had suffered due to the invasion by that 9-tails brat. With Shimura Danzo and his mentor Sarutobi Hiruzen both gravely injured and unconscious. Now, a root ninja sought him out. It seemed that Danzo had awakened. Yet the purpose of his visit remained unclear. Ko, let him in. The glasses of Kabuto Yakushi glinted with a white light as he respectfully nodded and exited. Minutes later, Kabuto returned with a masked ninja clad in umbu attire, leading him into the base. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the root ninja trembled and knelt, lowering his head in fear, too intimidated to meet Orochimaru's gaze. Internally, he cursed his superior. Damn it, you coward. You send me in your stead. Is it such a crime to whisper a few words behind your back? If you wish for my demise, just say so. Why toy with me like this? The root ninja stammered. Lord Orochimaru, Danzo has awakened, but due to his severe injuries, he requires your assistance. Furthermore, everything you desire, Lord Orochimaru, Danzo can grant, including the cells of the First Hokage. He can also provide you with the experimental subjects you need, provided you heal him. The root ninja hastily conveyed all of Danzo's commands, anxiously awaiting his fate. He understood that this legendary Sannin of Konoha was not to be trifled with. A careless misstep could lead to his demise. As Orochimaru processed the news of Danzo's awakening, his cold, serpentine gaze swept over the root ninja. Contemplating the potential benefits of this collaboration, he casually inquired of Kabuto, "Ko, do you know the extent of Danzo's injuries?" Kabuto adjusted his sliding glasses with his middle finger, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as he respectfully replied, "Lord Orochimaru, Danzo has lost his right arm and both legs. Healing him will be quite challenging, as it involves limb regeneration, which may require our precious experimental materials." Upon learning that Danzo had survived such grave injuries, Orochimaru couldn't help but reflect on the tenacity of the man. It was remarkable that he still clung to life despite such wounds. Orochimaru was aware of the precious experimental materials Kabuto referred to. They were newly cultivated cells derived from Senju Hashirama's genetic material. These cells could significantly mitigate the bodily harm caused by bloodline limits, and were far less volatile than the original Senju cells. Unlike previous subjects, which either perished or turned to withered trees after injection, these cells could facilitate limb regeneration with far fewer side effects. This breakthrough had not been disclosed to Danzo, as their relationship was merely one of collaboration. The experimental results he had provided Danzo were inferior products from the past, and persuading him to assist with healing would not be a simple task. Considering that his supply of Senju Hashirama cells was dwindling and that Hashirama's remains were still preserved within Konoha, obtaining more cells would necessitate reliance on Danzo. Orochimaru's fingers rhythmically tapped on the experimental table, the sound resonating ominously in the hushed laboratory, akin to the countdown to the root ninja's demise. Just as the root ninja felt the end was near, Orochimaru's chilling voice broke the silence. "Ko, take the latest materials to Konoha and heal Danzo. Remember to present our demands, understood?" Orochimaru chose to heal Danzo, as his experiments required funding. The land of Rice was merely a small nation. Although he had exerted control over its lord, the scale of the land made it impossible to financially support a village of sound ninjas. Even if he sold every citizen, it would not suffice to cover the costs of the sound village. Currently, all funding for the sound village relied on root support. Should Danzo lose his power, Orochimaru's financial lifeline would be severed. His experiments had already consumed too much of his time, and he had no leisure to earn money. Thus, the ensuing choice appeared singular. "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto responded respectfully before bowing his head and exiting the laboratory to procure the necessary materials for treating Danzo. Following the root ninja, he departed the sound village, heading towards Konoha. Chapter 84. Limb regeneration in the intensive care unit of Konoha after regaining consciousness. Shimura Danzo ordered the root ninjas to seal all information. Upon learning that Konoha had appointed a temporary Hokage, he began to implement his plan. If he were to immediately pursue the impeachment of Hatake Kakashi upon waking, the outcome would undoubtedly be failure. He needed Orochimaru to heal his injuries while also tending to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the acting Hokage, Kakashi surely had garnered the support of most of Konoha's elite ninjas. Even if he managed to recover, his impeachment would not succeed. The optimal strategy was to heal his friend and leverage this favor to coerce Hiruzen, thereby acquiring more power from him. It was a pity. Had he not been injured and unconscious, the position of Hokage would undoubtedly have been his. Even if it meant eliminating Hiruzen, it would have been worth it. Danzo pondered over his forthcoming plans, unable to suppress the thoughts that spilled from his lips. The root ninja stationed outside his room, upon hearing his treasonous words, dared not speak, choosing to act as if they had not heard. At that moment, another root ninja approached Danzo, stating, "Lord Danzo, Orochimaru has sent his subordinate to Konoha." Danzo's singular eye scrutinized the root ninja, his authoritative aura enveloping the man. In a calm tone, he commanded, "Bring him in." Yes, the root ninja exited the infirmary, soon returning with a bespectacled youth. Danzo assessed the boy's features with a neutral expression, seemingly anticipating his arrival. "Indeed, it is you, Kabuto. It appears you have earned Lord Orochimaru's trust." Kabuto respectfully approached Danzo, opening a box in his hands. As the box was unveiled, a chilling mist emanated from within, revealing a syringe filled with a vibrant green liquid that seemed to pulsate with life. Kabuto lifted the syringe, his gaze sweeping over Danzo's severed limbs as he remarked, "You jest, Lord Danzo. Regardless, I am your most loyal subordinate, and I have brought the latest research results for your treatment. However, as you must understand, the costs associated with these experiments are not insignificant. Lord Orochimaru has made this explicitly clear. Danzo regarded the masked Kabuto with suspicion. He trusted not a word that escaped his lips. Kabuto, as a spy, possessed a unique talent for gathering intelligence and medical ninjutsu. Aware of the costs involved, Danzo recognized this as Orochimaru's attempt to extract benefits from him. Speak plainly, what does Orochimaru desire? Yao Shirdo picked up the syringe, his gaze concealed behind his glasses, a faint smile gracing his face. Lord Orochimaru requires a staggering sum of 1 billion ryo, along with a substantial quantity of Senju Hashirama cells and 100 test subjects. Upon hearing Yao Shirdo's brazen demands, Shimura Danzo's expression darkened instantaneously. Are you mocking me? If there is no sincerity in this negotiation, there is no need to continue. As a spy, Yao Shirdo was acutely aware of how to seize the initiative in conversation, especially since it was Danzo who was in need. He held no fear of Danzo's refusal, for the latter sought a remedy for his ailments. Danzo-sama, do you not wish to ascend to that esteemed position? This is the finest opportunity. Should you let it slip by, you may find it impossible to grasp that position in the future. Moreover, do you truly wish to remain bedridden for the rest of your life? Danzo glared at Yao Shirdo through gritted teeth, each of his words striking at Danzo's vulnerabilities. Aside from himself, it seemed that no one could fully heal his injuries. The shinobi of Konoha would never allow a cripple to become Hokage. And as for what Orochimaru desired, Danzo could procure it once he attained the title of Hokage. Tell Orochimaru that I will agree, but only after I have become Hokage. Of course, that is not a problem. I trust that Danzo-sama would not be unfaithful, as mutual trust is paramount for any future collaboration. Yao Shirdo casually discarded the syringe into a trash bin, retrieving a scroll from behind him and forming hand seals with both hands. Bang! A plume of white smoke erupted from the scroll, revealing a new syringe, this time filled with a pale, colorless liquid. Danzo's singular eye narrowed. Indeed, Yao Shirdo had come prepared. Had he chosen to eliminate Yao Shirdo earlier, he would have likely forfeited the true remedy. Holding the syringe, Yao Shirdo approached Danzo's severed limb and injected the fluid into his body. This was the latest experimental achievement of Lord Orochimaru, derived from the cells of Senju Hashirama. As he administered the entirety of the liquid into Danzo's body, Yao Shirdo adjusted his glasses, a flash of white light reflecting off the lenses. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. Danzo felt an itch emanating from the site of his severed limb, akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants. Compelling him to scratch, Yao Shirdo halted Danzo's movements. Danzo-sama, please bear with it for a moment longer. After the initial itch, Danzo was soon besieged by excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, Danzo stuffed a pillow into his mouth, biting down fiercely as if it could alleviate the torment. In his mind's eye, the flesh of his severed limb began to writhe, as though innumerable insects were squirming within him. The flesh bulged repeatedly, bursting with a pop, blood flowing onto the bed. The cycle of swelling and bursting continued, each occurrence accompanied by intense agony. With each rise and explosion of flesh, new blood and muscle began to grow on his severed limb, inch by inch. The pillow in Danzo's mouth was soon shredded, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Even he, who had weathered many storms, found it increasingly difficult to endure this pain. Just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness, the torment finally subsided, and his severed arm had completely regenerated. However, the pallid skin differed entirely from his previous complexion, yet he cared little for its color, as long as it functioned. The hue of the skin was trivial. Danzo gazed with elation at his newly formed arm, though an odd sensation lingered within him. At that moment, Yao Shirdo's voice resonated. Danzo-sama, your legs have yet to regenerate. Only then did Danzo realize, after enduring such pain, that he was to face it twice more. Yet, recalling the position of Hokage, he gritted his teeth and boldly declared, bring it on. 2.5 hours later, after Yao Shirdo had administered the remaining injections, Danzo endured the same excruciating pain twice more. His legs had fully regenerated, and he descended from the bed, standing on solid ground. Elation coursing through him from the sensations of his new limbs. The feeling of recovering what he had lost created ripples of joy within him. And he turned to Yao Shirdo, saying, let us proceed. Hiruzen's needs treatment. Danzo led Yao Shirdo to the entrance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's hospital room, where two members of the Umbu stationed outside were rendered incredulous upon witnessing Danzo in pristine condition. They were well aware of the grievous injuries he had sustained, even to the point of disability, yet here he stood, unscathed. Just as the Umbu ninjas prepared to inquire, Danzo waved his hand, and the root ninjas behind him sprang into action, swiftly eliminating the two Umbu. The Umbu ninja, clutching his throat, widened his eyes in disbelief at the betrayal from fellow Konoha shinobi. Danzo was determined to ensure that no one learned of his recovery. Only the dead could keep secrets eternally. He pushed open the door to the hospital room and stepped inside, gazing upon the unconscious Sarutobi Hiruzans, a murderous intent surging within him. This was the perfect moment to eliminate Hiruzans. However, considering the upcoming scheme, he still required Hiruzans' authority as Hokage. Yao Shirdo followed Danzo into the room, finally taking in Hiruzans' condition. The once mighty shinobi now resembled a frail, ailing elder, his body swathed in bandages. Supported by a framework on the hospital bed, Yao Shirdo sighed internally. Even those as powerful as the Hokage could not withstand the ravages of time. This realization further solidified his resolve to follow Orochimaru, for allegiance to Orochimaru was the eternal truth. Disregarding the thoughts swirling in his mind, Yao Shirdo produced another syringe and injected it into Hiruzans' body. After administering the liquid, he exited the hospital room and returned to Otogakure to report to Orochimaru. For now, it was prudent to avoid appearing before Hiruzans. As a spy, it was best that as few people as possible knew of his identity. Meanwhile, the others patiently awaited the outcome, and after another 2.5 hours, Hiruzans' heartbeat grew stronger, and he gradually opened his eyes, a faint, hoarse voice escaping his lips. "Is this the afterlife?" "Humph," Danzo scoffed beside the bed. Had it not been for Hiruzans' weakness in handing over the Nine-Tails container sooner, Konoha would not be facing such unwarranted calamity. If only Hiruzans had heeded his counsel, Konoha would have been the strongest shinobi village, unassailable by others. "Hiruzans, have you not yet awakened? Look at me." Upon hearing Danzo's voice, Hiruzans returned to his senses and looked at him, recalling the events leading to his unconscious state. Uzumaki Naruto. A voice filled with hatred emerged as he remembered Naruto's invasion of Konoha, their battle, and his subsequent defeat, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. But what of Konoha? Is it still standing? With Naruto's animosity towards Konoha, has it been destroyed? That was the Konoha left to him by his teacher. He could not bear to see it annihilated by others. Frustration and regret washed over him. If only he had listened to Danzo sooner, would things have been different? Alas, the disaster had already unfolded, and all he could do now was strive to mitigate the damage. "Tuanzong, how is Mai now? Has it perished? Are we still in Mai?" Recently awakened from his coma, Sarutobi Hiruzan remains oblivious to the current plight of Mai. He inquires of his old comrade, Shimizu Tuanzong, hoping to glean some favorable news. Mai still exists, yet now Suna, Humo, and IWA have formally declared war on Mai. A new Hokage has yet to be appointed, and the acting Hokage is that young boy from the Hitaki clan. Hearing that Mai still stands brings relief to Sarutobi Hiruzan. But upon learning of the simultaneous declarations of war from the major ninja villages, his relief quickly transforms into anxiety. He is still the Hokage, feeling the chakra within him. Although his body has recovered, his chakra reserves are diminished, and his strength has notably declined after sustaining severe injuries. He rises, his expression fraught with urgency. The foremost task now is how to contend with the impending war. He removes all the bandages, donning a hospital gown as he departs the ward for his home. In the newly constructed Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Hitaki Kakashi is diligently attending to documents. Curiously, at this hour, he usually receives reports from Umbu Ninja. Yet today there is an unusual silence. Not a single Umbu has arrived since morning. "Come in," he calls, but the office remains eerily quiet, devoid of the usual shadowy figures of Umbu. Kakashi furrows his brow, sensing that something unknown is amiss. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door is forcefully swung open. Shimizu Tuanzong, leaning on his cane, strides in with an air of arrogance, followed by the upper echelons of Mai, led by the so-called Mai F4. Witnessing the unscathed Shimizu Tuanzong and the recently revived Sarutobi Hiruzan, a tempest brews within Kakashi's heart. No one has informed him of their recovery, nor does he know when it occurred. It becomes clear he has been completely sidelined. Tuanzong approaches the dazed Kakashi, pointing his cane at him, and admonishes, "You The boy from the Hatake clan. Do you intend to usurp the Hokage position? Are you aware of your crimes? At the moment Tuanzong speaks, several root ninja surround Kakashi, armed with kunai and short blades, ready to strike him down at the slightest hint of resistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others follow Tuanzong into the office, draped in the robes of the Third Hokage, not intervening in their old comrade's actions. Clearly, they have tacitly accepted Kakashi's usurpation of power. With a pipe in hand, Hiruzen gazes through the smoke at Kakashi, seated in the Hokage chair. The position of Hokage is his. He may relinquish it, but he will not allow anyone to seize it. The obsession with power has long since corroded the ambitions of this once great shinobi. In a hoarse, aged voice, he declares, Kakashi, considering your past contributions to I shall overlook your transgressions this time. Kakashi, surrounded and wishing to speak, feels a chilling realization upon witnessing Hiruzen's actions. Has everything he has done been deemed so insignificant in the eyes of these my leaders? Chapter 86. Surrender the Sharingan. Hatake. Kakashi extends his hands, offering no resistance, and slowly approaches Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee. He utters not a word, knowing that anything he says now would be futile in the eyes of Hiruzen and the others. The surrounding root ninja, seeing Kakashi's lack of defiance, fade into the shadows, akin to venomous serpents poised to strike upon Tuanzang's command. Hiruzen gazes with satisfaction at the kneeling Kakashi, sensing that his authority as Hokage remains unchallenged. Puffing on his pipe, he ignores Kakashi, walking past him to reclaim his seat in the Hokage chair. Placing the Hokage hat on the desk, he finally addresses Kakashi. Kakashi, please report on the current situation. At Hiruzen's request, Kakashi rises, retrieving a map and laying it on the desk, avoiding the Hokage hat. He meticulously marks the current battle conditions on the map, bowing his head as he speaks to Hiruzen. Rokuji leads the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans in the northwest of the Land of Fire, defending against the assault from IWA. The current commander of IWA is Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi. Kakashi indicates the northwest region on the map, then shifts his finger to the northeast, continuing, Kai is in the northeast of the Land of Fire. Fending off the attack from Kyumo, whose main forces are led by the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchūriki. After a brief pause, Kakashi looks to Hiruzen for a response, but upon receiving none, he continues, as for the Western Front with Suna, the Fourth Hokage, Raza, is leading their forces against the Hyuga clan's branch family. Due to their limited numbers, the branch family is forced to retreat while engaging Suna's forces. They have already penetrated deep into the Land of Fire, and the Hyuga's casualties are steep. However, Kakashi refrains from mentioning the fact that none of the prominent families within Mai's F4 hierarchy have dispatched anyone to battle. When they were called upon to contribute, the families united and even brandished weapons against their own. Do you know who we are? How dare you summon us to the battlefield? You are merely an acting Hokage. We are of the Sarutobi clan. They declared that they would heed no orders besides those from the Third Hokage. If you have the courage, then strike us down. Otherwise, when the Third Hokage awakens, I shall recount your atrocities. All of Mai's shinobi stand united against the encroaching forces of other villages. Even the civilian ninjas fight valiantly on the front lines. Only the members of those few families hide in safety, enjoying the peace that Mai provides. Midogate In and Uchiha Komura also step forward, expressing their discontent. Since the onset of war, the overwhelming expenses of the logistics and medical departments have left them feeling drained. Those are the resources of their families. And due to the conflict, they have had to sacrifice them for the sake of other ninjas in Mai, akin to carving away their very flesh. Hiruzen's command is ineffectual. As the foremost village in the ninja world, Mai has been restrained by IWA, and resources are dwindling for this conflict. Midogate In nods in agreement with Komura, reflecting on the burdens that Mai has faced from the invasions of Uzumaki Naruto and the betrayal of the Uchiha clan. They need funds for numerous endeavors, and the resources of the logistics department are stretched thin. Indeed, we must bring this war to a swift conclusion. Kai's experience is insufficient to command the northeastern front. The Hyuga clan is clearly not contributing. They only sent their branch family to battle, leaving the main family absent from the fray. How can we withstand the onslaught from Suna when even the weakest village in the ninja world dares to strike at Mai? Listening to these outrageous comments, Kakashi feels his previous beliefs shaken to their core. Is this truly the will of fire? Why do these clan members exhibit no spirit of sacrifice? They are draining the life from Mai while simultaneously condemning the very ninjas who fight to preserve their peace. Enjoying the tranquility bestowed by Mai, they cast aspersions upon those who strive to maintain it. If not for Nara Shikaku's desperate negotiations, Iwagakure would have likely breached the gates of Konohagakure, yet in their words, his command capabilities were deemed inadequate. In the Western Front, only the Hyuga clan managed to fend off an entire Suna shinobi force, putting their lives on the line to entangle the enemy. It would be unthinkable to send every member of the Hyuga clan to the battlefield, risking their complete annihilation. As for Might Guy, though young, the northeastern region harbors no significant clans, predominantly comprising civilian ninjas, resulting in a dire situation. Moreover, due to the logistics and medical departments hoarding essential weapons, explosive tags, and medicinal herbs, the shinobi on the battlefield were fighting with their lives. They not only had to resist the enemy, but also spent precious time scavenging for herbs, with even kunai and shuriken being used with utmost reluctance. At that moment, he finally grasped why Uzumaki Naruto harbored such resentment towards Konoha. It turned out Naruto had perceived the truth about Konoha long before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the map before him, acutely aware of the precarious situation that necessitated an expedited conclusion to the war. For Konoha could no longer endure further flames of conflict. Kakashi, since I have returned, you shall temporarily relinquish your role as acting Hokage and proceed to the west to command the Hyuga clan's ninjas. You must find a way to drive Suna out of the land of fire. Understood. Having lost all faith in Konoha, Hatake Kakashi offered no resistance. The role of acting Hokage had been stripped from him. The outcome of this war was no longer his concern, and he merely needed to fulfill his duties. Taking the orders and preparing to depart. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, who had been intently watching him, suddenly interjected, "Wait, Kakashi, hand over your left Sharingan." Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi halted in disbelief, staring at Shimura Danzo. The entire Konoha knew that was the eye of his dear friend. Even the Uchiha clan had not sought its return. What business did Danzo have with that eye? Danzo paid no heed to Kakashi's internal turmoil. His own stock of Sharingan had long been exhausted, and the insufferable Uchiha clan was still alive. There was no means to replenish the Sharingan, and he could not utilize the Izanagi he had mastered. Presently, only Hatake Kakashi possessed a Sharingan in all of Konoha, and it must be kept under his control. Danzo's single eye fixated on Kakashi, while the root ninjas in the shadows stirred restlessly. Chapter 87. Sending Children to the Battlefield? Hatake Kakashi turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeking his reaction, but the latter remained silent. At that moment, he realized that refusing to hand over the Sharingan might cost him his life today. Sighing deeply, Kakashi retrieved a glass vial containing the Sharingan from his ninja tool pouch. He felt a sense of relief, having previously entrusted Uchiha Obito's eye to Uchiha Shursui. Otherwise, he would rather die than surrender his dear friend's eye to this shadow of the ninja world. Danzo accepted the Sharingan, albeit puzzled as to why Kakashi did not extract it from his own eye. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Having regained the Sharingan, he anticipated a restoration of his former strength. Observing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no further commands, Hatake Kakashi exited the Hokage building and stepped onto the bustling streets of Konoha. The streets were filled with people, their voices ringing out, as the war had not yet encroached upon their safety. Groups gathered to chat, though complaints occasionally broke the surface. A man, reeking of alcohol, clutched a bottle of sake, his face flushed, clearly intoxicated. Damn ninjas, it's all their fault for starting this war. Prices have soared. A woman resembling a matron, holding a basket filled with freshly purchased rice, lamented to the drunken man. Indeed, the money that used to buy 10 pounds of rice now only gets you one. Another matron glanced around, seemingly ensuring no ninjas were in sight before whispering to the others, "What can we do? They are ninja lords. They could kill us with a mere flick of their hands. Do you still wish to resist? The acting Hokage is no better. It's all due to his weakness. If only the acting Hokage were powerful, would there even be a war?" The matron, who had been scanning the surroundings, caught sight of Hatake Kakashi and, filled with trepidation, turned to the others. "Shoo, stop talking. The acting Hokage is here. Quiet." The drunken man, unfazed, declared, "They are merely villagers of Konoha. Which ninja would dare lay a hand on us? Haven't you all seen that the Uchiha clan has already defected from Konoha? Even the Konoha police department dares not arrest them. I fear not these so-called ninjas. What has to fear? I heard his father caused immense losses to Konoha by abandoning his mission. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." The drunken man's voice was particularly loud, seemingly intent on ensuring Hatake Kakashi heard him. Kakashi listened to the harsh ridicule and, disheartened, gazed at the villagers safe within Konoha, who complained about those fighting on the front lines and continued down the street, departing from the village. As he passed through the gates of Konoha, he turned back to gaze upon the flourishing village, akin to a towering tree, yet its roots buried in the soil had begun to rot. Inside the Hokage office, the Konoha F4 were engaged in a heated argument. With the doors firmly shut, the office housed only them, and even the root ninjas had vacated, standing guard outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, exhaled clouds of smoke as he looked towards his old comrades. Danzo, given our current manpower shortage and the dire state of the war, what do you propose we do? After the invasion by Uzumaki Naruto, he had come to understand the events of that fateful night in detail. He loathed his former weakness and regretted not heeding Danzo's counsel. He was also aware of Mito Kazumi and Uzumaki Koharu's retreat to the shelter and held no hope for them. If they were not his former comrades, he would have relished the chance to cast them aside. Now, he could only rely on Danzo, his old ally. Danzo's sinister visage, filled with ruthless determination, spoke with chilling coldness. Hiruzen, the situation is critical. We can no longer afford to endure. All available forces must be dispatched to the battlefield. With the Root and Umbu guarding Konoha, we must allow the students of the Ninja Academy to graduate early and join the fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. The Ninja Academy? Those children? They are not even genin. What use would they be on the battlefield? But, Danzo, how old are those children? Can they truly withstand the trials of war? Hiruzen felt a pang of compassion. Sending those children to battle seemed tantamount to a death sentence. Concerned about reputation, he was reluctant to deploy the students of the Ninja Academy. Observing Hiruzen's lingering softness, Danzo's fury ignited. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? During the First Shinobi World War, we were already on the battlefield at 6 years old. Uchiha Itachi participated in the Third Shinobi World War at merely 4 years of age. As he grew more impassioned, Danzo pointed an accusatory finger at Hiruzen. Even if we do not allow them to engage directly in combat, we can assign the students to patrol duties or logistical tasks. This would enable the more seasoned shinobi to join the fray. Mito Kazumi and Uzumaki Koharu nodded in agreement. To them, as long as their kin were spared from the battlefield, they would accept anyone else being sent. Indeed, Hiruzen, Danzo is right. You can no longer afford to hesitate. If you do, Konoha will be in peril. Indeed, Rijan, the paramount objective at present is to bring an end to the war. As for other matters, they may be addressed once the conflict has concluded. Listening to the exhortations of his two friends, Sarutobi Rijan found himself in a state of hesitation. If he were to truly send those children to the battlefield, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Observing Rijan's indecision, Shimura Danzo, consumed by rage, struck him across the face, sending his pipe flying. The ancient pipe clattered to the ground, scattering ash around it. The imprint of Danzo's hand marked Rijan's face, and as he looked at Danzo in disbelief, he was about to rebuke him when Danzo's voice thundered ahead of him, lashing out in anger. Rijan, what are you hesitating for? This is the Konoha that our teacher entrusted to you. Do you wish to see it perish at your hands? If you cannot summon the resolve, step down from the position of Hokage. Let me take that mantle. Rijan was jolted awake. Indeed, this was the village left to him by his teacher, and he could not allow it to fall into ruin for the sake of his own reputation. Otherwise, how could he face his teacher in death? Moreover, Danzo was not wrong. Had he heeded Danzo's counsel earlier, Konoha might not have descended into its current state. He regarded Danzo with a solemn expression and spoke in a chilling tone. Danzo, I understand. I shall send those children to the battlefield. Chapter 88. The Oath Ceremony. At the Ninja Academy, students from grades 1 to 6 gathered on the playground, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Hokage for a speech. Some students, filled with admiration for the Hokage, were particularly excited, as the will of fire resonated with them as a lifelong creed. Only the children of the shinobi clan sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy, having learned of the situation beforehand, leading them to suspect that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Many teachers from the Ninja Academy had departed for the battlefield, leaving only a few to instruct the remaining students. Yamanaka Ino observed Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Shikamaru's usual lethargy had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, while Choji remained his carefree self. Knowing Choji was unreliable, Ino turned to Shikamaru and inquired, Shikamaru, do you know what is happening? Why do I feel such unease? Shikamaru, serious in his gaze, replied, let us not discuss it now. We can talk after school. This isn't the time. Ino seemed to grasp the underlying tension, noting Shikamaru's unusual lack of complaints. She then glanced at Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Hinata, who had been listless since Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's defection from Konoha. Hinata, Sakura? Wake up. She waved her hands in front of them, calling their names, but they remained unresponsive, their eyes vacant as they murmured the names of Naruto and Sasuke. Frustrated, Ino slapped their backs, startling them awake. Sakura swatted Ino's hand away, scolding, Ino, what are you doing? Hinata, blushing and fidgeting with her clothing, apologized. I'm sorry, Ino, I didn't hear you. Ino sighed in exasperation. She understood their feelings, but felt it was not the time to discuss such matters. Concerned for their state, she dreaded what might transpire if her suspicions were correct. Just as she was about to speak, Sarutobi Rijan ascended the podium. The civilian students erupted in fervent applause upon seeing Rijan, their excitement palpable. It's the Hokage. Look, Hokage, can I have your autograph? Ah, we've seen the Hokage again. How can we die without regrets? Rijan gazed at the children below, his heart wavering momentarily. However, thoughts of Konoha dispelled his final vestiges of weakness. He raised his hand to quell the noise, and once the playground fell silent, he spoke with a booming voice, devoid of his usual fatigue. Children, I must convey some unfortunate news. The Ninja World War has erupted once more. Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis, as Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure seek to seize the Land of Fire. All of Konoha's ninja have been deployed to the front lines, suffering grievous casualties. Our strength is woefully insufficient. Thus, I am compelled to make a heavy decision. At this juncture, Rijan paused, surveying all the students of the Ninja Academy, which included both shinobi and civilian children. He donned an exaggeratedly sorrowful expression, feigning tears as he pretended to wipe them away. Most of the civilian children, observing their Hokage's display, felt a surge of empathy, their anger igniting within them. Hokage, let us go to the battlefield. We too shall slay the enemies. They cried. Indeed, they dare invade our homeland. They must be prepared to face our wrath. Hokage, please entrust the next steps to us. Await our triumphant return in Konoha. These children, untouched by the horrors of war, were oblivious to its brutality. They only understood Konoha was under threat, and their Hokage was troubled. For these reasons alone, they clamored to join the fray. Only the shinobi children present recognized that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. Listening to the rallying cries, Rijan, initially contemplating how to expedite the children's deployment to the battlefield, was pleasantly surprised by the ease with which matters unfolded. Satisfaction welled within him, for these were the fine seedlings nurtured under the will of fire. Maintaining his facade of sorrow, he continued his address. Where the leaves flutter, the fire endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. It is now your time to shine and illuminate the village, soon. You shall all graduate and proceed to the front lines to support the fight. Fear not, most of your tasks will involve logistical support and patrol duties. The actual combat will be entrusted to the true ninjas. Upon hearing that graduation was imminent, the students reacted with a spectrum of emotions. Some were elated, some indifferent, and others were expressions of dismay. This is fantastic. I will be a ninja too. My parents will be overjoyed when they hear, exclaimed a civilian child, whose academic performance had been lackluster, yet now found himself thrust into the role of a ninja due to the war. He had once thought it impossible to achieve this dream, and now resolved to share the news with his parents. What is so great about becoming a ninja? I could do it even without war, scoffed another child, whose grades were commendable, yet who remained stoic, concealing his joy. Nara Shikamaru muttered under his breath, observing the excited children, feeling only annoyance. Moreover, they were about to be thrust into war, and he dreaded how many would survive this conflict. It was likely that the entire Ninja Academy would face annihilation, and he feared he might not escape this fate. Rijan regarded the spirited children below with a sense of pride, offering a few encouraging words before departing the Ninja Academy with his hands clasped behind his back. He had other matters to attend to, entrusting the subsequent tasks to the Academy's teachers. The teachers of each class led the students back to the classroom, announcing the end of the school day and instructing them to prepare for tomorrow's assembly at the gates of Konoha. Nara Shikamaru subtly exchanged glances with Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji. Upon receiving the silent communication, both nodded discreetly. Chapter 89. The separated little warriors the following day. Several ninjas from the Sarutobi clan were jovially awaiting at the gates of Konoha. They were tasked with escorting the students of the Ninja Academy to the battlefield. Once they delivered these students to the front lines, they could return to Konoha without engaging in the combat. "Hey, when we get back, shall we grab a drink?" One bearded ninja queried his comrades. "Sure, but are you footing the bill?" He chuckled, observing his reluctant clan members. "No problem, I'll treat." "I can't. I have to oversee operations." "Me too." Two other ninjas from the Sarutobi clan were filling in for Nara Shikaku and Might Guy's commanding positions. They had no desire to be there, but with the Hokage's orders, they were left with no choice. At the gates of Konoha, the academy students were divided into groups. The children from shinobi families were headed to the battlefield against a Wagakure, where clans such as Inuzuka, Aburame, and others would be present. The civilian children were dispatched to the battlefield against Kumogakure, facing a brutal reality without the protection of shinobi. Only Hinata Hyuga was set to venture alone to the battlefield of Sunagakure, surrounded by several branch family ninjas for her protection. Originally, Hyuga Hayashi did not wish for Hinata to go to the battlefield. He confronted Sarutobi Hizashi, making a fervent argument. Yet Hizashi insisted that either the main family must fight or Hinata must go. Enraged, Hayashi contemplated challenging Hizashi to a duel. But the elders of the main family soon learned of the situation and pressured him, leaving him with no option but to comply. He arranged for several branch family ninjas to protect her, assuring that Hinata's tasks would be managed by them. Moreover, the battlefield in Sunagakure was predominantly occupied by Hyuga clan ninjas, with Hitaki Kakashi overseeing the command. Hayashi penned a letter for Hinata to deliver to Kakashi. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino anxiously observed Hinata and Haruno Sakura. As classmates, she shared a close bond with both. However, they were soon to part ways. Ino was heading to the battlefield against a Wagakure, where her father would be present, ensuring her safety. Yet, the battlefield against Kumogakure was exceedingly perilous, and she feared whether she would see Sakura again. Recalling Shikamaru's words after school yesterday, Ino reflected on the daunting challenges ahead, but reassured herself that their mission would not be perilous. "We are bound for the battlefield against a Wagakure, where our fathers will protect us. However, we must remain cautious as other ninja villages may target us, so we must follow orders and act carefully." She approached Sakura, her worried gaze locking onto her friend. "Sakura, please take care of yourself. The battlefield is nothing like Konoha." Sakura, filled with trepidation, looked back at Ino, realizing she had not anticipated being thrust into such a situation. As a mere second-year student, aside from her intellect, she lacked the experience that shinobi heirs had, who began training at a young age, mastering several clan techniques. Unlike the eager civilian students, she merely wished to become a ninja. Ino Sakura's voice faltered as tears welled up, overwhelmed by uncertainty regarding her survival and future. Ino stepped forward to embrace Sakura, offering comfort. "We should not be assigned to dangerous missions on the battlefield, so there's no need to worry. Just follow the orders given." Taking solace in Ino's reassurance, Sakura nodded, her tears subsiding. Hinata joined them, feeling somewhat flustered but reassured by the presence of her protectors. "Sakura, please stay safe." "I will." Despite her lingering uncertainty about the path ahead, the comfort from her two friends eased some of her fear. "All right, time to depart," a Sarutobi ninja announced, glancing at the sun. In the temporary command center in the northwest of the Land of Fire, Nara Shikaku was uncharacteristically irate, his face flushed, while Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza were at a loss for words. "This is madness. Sarutobi Hizashi has truly lost his senses. How could he send children to the battlefield? Does he not understand the dangers involved?" Shikaku fumed. Earlier that morning, he had received orders from Konoha, indicating that due to his incompetence, a Sarutobi ninja would replace him in command. Moreover, as the war progressed sluggishly, Konoha would dispatch additional forces to the conflict. He had anticipated Hizashi would send experienced ninjas from established clans, yet he was appalled to discover that children from the academy were being deployed. Inoichi wore a grim expression, knowing his daughter Ino was among those sent. However, he realized that venting his anger would serve no purpose. "Shikaku, remain calm. We can assign them to logistical support tasks." Avoiding direct combat, Shikaku, fueled by rage, retorted, "You want me to remain calm? Your daughter Ino is among them." He turned to glare at Inoichi. But upon seeing his somber visage, Shikaku's anger dissipated. Indeed, having received the orders, he recognized that he had lost his composure. Anger would solve nothing. I apologize. I was too hasty. Chozo approached, his demeanor light-hearted, yet laced with frustration. Fear not. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure our children are protected. The three men shared a profound sorrow, loyal supporters of the Hokage, only to feel betrayed by him, a sorrow they struggled to accept. At that moment, a ninja rushed in, urgency evident on his face. Commander, the ninjas from Awagakure have launched another attack. What should we do? Shikaku turned to his two friends, despite feeling betrayed. They could not afford to give up on the battlefield. Otherwise, with the Sarutobi replacement arriving, their situation would only worsen. Thus, he commanded, summon all the squad leaders immediately. Chapter 90. The patrol team of the Land of Lightning in the northeastern region of the Land of Fire, at the battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure. 8 Gates Formation, opening the Gate of Joy. A commanding voice rang out as a man clad in a tight green suit and Jonin vest leaped into the air, unleashing a rapid series of punches. Each strike created friction against the air, sending fireballs hurtling toward the Kumogakure ninjas before him. Behind him, several injured Konoha Chunin lay in pools of blood, having fallen victim to a surprise ambush by Kumogakure. In their final moments, they had launched a signal flare, seeking assistance. But the enemy's strength far surpassed theirs, incapacitating them in mere minutes. They fell amidst a pool of blood, fully aware of their injuries and the futility of hope. One by one, they urged, Lord Kai, flee swiftly. Do not linger on the battlefield. We are all too aware of our wounds. There is no salvation for us. Indeed, Lord Kai, do not concern yourself with us. You are the commander. You cannot afford to be injured here. Mato Kai stood resolutely against a dozen ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds, giving a thumbs up to the Konoha Chunin behind him. Youth does not permit me to forsake my comrades. As he spoke, a tempest of turbulent chakra erupted from within him, blue steam continuously rising from his form. The ninjas opposite him regarded Mato Kai with grave expressions, having anticipated that their ambush would lead to the demise of several Konoha ninjas. To their astonishment, a ninja clad in peculiar attire suddenly emerged. They had initially mocked his eccentric garb, but he swiftly unleashed a flurry of kicks, dispatching their comrades before they could even react. From a force of dozens, only a handful remained in the face of his onslaught, and the raging chakra emanating from him hinted at the unleashing of some terrifying technique. They hurled shurikens and kunai, activating lightning release ninjutsu. Yet before they could even reach him, they heard the resounding declaration, the 8 gates, opening of the first gate, the gate of opening. Boom. The violent chakra shattered the earth, sending their projectiles flying. Even ninjutsu could not approach him, and the leader of the Cloud Village ninjas broke into a cold sweat, while the Konoha Chunin stood in stunned silence. Is this truly Lord Kai? Such terrifying chakra. They marveled. What an imposing figure, albeit in such an odd outfit. Mato Kai's chakra reached its zenith, and with a sudden, explosive punch, he unleashed Daytime Tiger. In that instant, the air was compressed and then violently expanded, forming an air cannon in the shape of a white tiger. Roar! The tiger, born of compressed air, bared its fangs and lunged at several ninjas from the Cloud Village. Boom! As the air cannon collided with the remaining ninjas, it exploded violently, enveloping them in its fierce embrace. The earth trembled with the sound of destruction, as the cannon not only consumed the ninjas but also ravaged the ground for hundreds of meters, carving out a 5-meter deep, fan-shaped chasm. Exhaling deeply, Mato Kai deactivated the 8 gates and approached the stunned Konoha Chunin, his gleaming white teeth flashing in the light. Let us go. I shall escort you back to camp. The Konoha ninjas gazed in astonishment at the desolated earth behind Mato Kai, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sister Lu Hua, we must take our leave. We shall visit you again when opportunity permits. Uzumaki Karui waved goodbye to Mayu Lu Hua, her face radiating warmth and reluctance. Uzumaki Karui felt a deep sympathy for this woman, whose tragic past weighed heavily upon her. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto produced a thick stack of bills from his spatial pocket and presented them to Mayu Lu Hua, earnestly advising, consider this as compensation for our stay here. Moreover, be sure to find a safe place to conceal it. Until this brutal war concludes, do not reveal yourself recklessly. Mayu Lu Hua silently regarded these innocent children, warmth flooding her heart. Unlike ordinary ninjas, they retained a rare childlike innocence. After merely 2 days spent together, She had gradually let go of her deep-seated fear and suspicion of ninjas, unhesitatingly accepting the stack of cash presented by Uzumaki Naruto. "I am truly grateful to you," she said, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "I will remember your words. Until the war is completely over, I shall not open the door to anyone. Then, we bid you farewell." Uzumaki Naruto and his companions replied in unison before turning away to embark on their new journey, their figures gradually fading from sight on the distant horizon. Sunlight bathed the earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft whisper. Uzumaki Karui held tightly to Uzumaki Naruto's hand, her vibrant face aglow with a radiant smile. "Naruto, where shall we go next?" Uzumaki Naruto lifted his gaze to the distant skies, as if he could penetrate the clouds and glimpse the place he longed to reach. He turned to Uzumaki Karui and declared resolutely, "Our homeland, the land of whirlpools. There lies what I seek." Thus, the group resolutely set forth on their journey to the land of whirlpools. 2 days later, in the northeastern forests of the Land of Fire, a small team from the village hidden in the clouds was diligently performing their patrol duties, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Ever since the Cloud Village declared war on the Land of Fire, they had been plundering relentlessly. Currently, the most coveted patrol assignments were challenging to secure, as they offered the chance to avoid the battlefield while freely attacking civilians to acquire desired resources. At that moment, a young man with light brown hair and simple black goggles approached his captain. "Captain, my summoning beast has identified several targets," a red-haired girl. A boy with the Uchiha clan symbol on his back, a boy with pale eyes, and a blonde boy who bears a striking resemblance to the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki on the bounty notice. The captain, a robust man with dark skin and a scar crossing his brow, furrowed his brow in confusion upon hearing the report. "Yinja, are you saying you saw the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki?" Although perplexed by such an unusual combination appearing in the northeastern forests of the Land of Fire, a smile began to creep across his lips. This could be a monumental achievement. Chapter 91. The advancing ninjas of the Cloud Village. The news of the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki's defection from Konoha had spread throughout the ninja world. Yet no one had determined where he had fled. Moreover, upon learning of the Uchiha clan's betrayal, the Raikage had swiftly taken action against the Uchiha clan members guarding the Blood Pool clan in the Land of Lightning. However, by the time they arrived, the Uchiha clan members had seemingly received word in advance and vanished without a trace. It remained uncertain whether the young Uchiha had awakened his Sharingan, and the Uzumaki clan, regarded as the rarest treasure in the ninja world, was equally enigmatic. With their immense vitality and vast chakra reserves, they were hailed as the most suitable candidates to become Jinchūriki. Since the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, it had become exceedingly rare to find members of the Uzumaki clan within the ninja world. Deprived of protection, the Uzumaki clan was no longer regarded as human by anyone in the ninja world, but rather as mere commodities. This Cloud Village ninja understood the Raikage's obsession with bloodline limits, to the point of madness. If he could capture these children possessing unique bloodline limits, could he not earn a reward from the Raikage? As for the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, still a child, the bounty notice did not contain complete information on the mastery of the Nine-Tails chakra. What if they could bring him back? "Yinja, are you certain you are not mistaken? Could they be baits sent by Konoha?" The young man named Yinja scrutinized the group of children through the eyes of his summoning beast, carefully observing their details, before affirming, "Captain, I am certain. It is them." "Ha! Even the heavens favor me." Yinja immediately informed Denya and Lei Shi, "We shall proceed to capture them." Upon receiving confirmation, the middle-aged man was filled with ecstatic joy, believing that the gift bestowed by the heavens must not be disregarded. He promptly summoned Yunja to notify the other 2 members of the team. They needed to act swiftly, otherwise, if someone else seized the opportunity, the rewards from the village would no longer concern them. As Yunja relayed the news, 2 figures appeared on the scene. One was a muscular young man with a close-cropped black haircut, his coarse hair resembling steel needles, adorned with silver earrings. The other was a well-proportioned young woman, her gentle demeanor complemented by long black hair styled into 2 braids cascading down her chest, the tips tied with blue ribbons, her wheat-colored skin glowing softly. Both respectfully addressed the middle-aged man, calling him captain. In unison, the captain explained the situation to them and urged, "Let us proceed. We must secure this achievement swiftly, lest it be snatched away by others." "Understood," they replied in unison. The 4 of them, guided by the vision of a summoned beast, hastened towards the direction of Xian Wu-Ming Ren and his companions. Xian Wu-Ming Ren looked up at the thunderbird that circled above them. Since leaving the land of soup, they had entered the land of fire, intending to traverse it en route to the land of whirlpool. Crossing through the land of fire would provide a more direct route. Traveling from the land of soup would consume considerable time. However, yesterday, a thunderbird had suddenly appeared above them, and Xian Wu-Ming Ren recalled that this species seemed to originate from the land of thunder. Since its discovery of them yesterday, it had continued to hover overhead, showing no signs of departure. Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke also noticed the unusual behavior of Xian Wu-Ming Ren and similarly gazed skyward. Mingren, is there something wrong? What have you discovered? Xian Wu-Ming Ren pondered deeply, maintaining his pace without faltering, and solemnly addressed the trio. Neji, Sasuke, Xianglin. We are about to engage in battle. We may encounter numerous foes, so the forthcoming conflict will be entrusted to you three, unless you find yourselves in a life-threatening crisis. I will not intervene. Do you understand? Upon hearing that a battle was imminent, the trio felt no significant ripples of concern within. Byakugan. Hyuga Neji formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his eyes, the veins at the corners bulging as he activated his Byakugan, becoming alert to his surroundings. I understand, Ming-Run. Leave it to us. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan manifested with its 3 tomo, chakra within him exuding an excited pulse, his face adorned with a manic grin. Ha! Let those foolish ninjas witness the might of the Uchiha clan. Xian Wuxianglin's eyes betrayed a hint of unease. Despite training alongside Xian Wu-Ming Ren for an extended period, she had yet to experience battle, her small hands trembling slightly. Xian Wu-Ming Ren turned to the anxious Xianglin, grasping her trembling hand with a gentle smile. Xianglin, do not be afraid. You are strong, exceedingly strong. There is nothing to worry about, and I will ensure your safety. Encouraged by Xian Wu-Ming Ren, Xianglin felt her unease abate slightly, and she activated her Kagura heart-eye to sense the nearby enemies. It was then that Xian Wu-Ming Ren realized that their quartet consisted of 3 sensory ninjas. He began to feel a sense of compassion towards the impending adversaries. However, no matter who they were, any who dared to strike at them would surely meet their demise. Suddenly, Xian Wu-Ming Ren halted, standing atop a grand tree, his eyes tightly shut, prompting the others to stop and gather behind him. They held their breath, unwilling to disturb him, while within Xian Wu-Ming Ren's perception, the Kagura heart-eye scanned a 50-kilometer radius around him like a radar. Soon, several chakra signatures emerged within his sensing range, and he discerned the intensity of their fluctuations. Abruptly opening his eyes, he directed his gaze towards the southeast. 1 Jonin. 3 Chunin, barely sufficient. We shall wait for them here. 30 minutes later, a patrol team from the village of Cloud finally approached Xian Wu-Ming Ren and his companions. A playful smile graced Xian Wu-Ming Ren's face as he scrutinized the team of Cloud ninjas before him, 3 men and 1 woman. Faced with these individuals, he found himself feeling somewhat bored. Their strength was too feeble to pique his interest. Lazily addressing his companions, he remarked, "You're a bit slow. Who will come first?" Uchiha Sasuke disdainfully regarded the most formidable Jonin in the small team, his head tilted almost skyward. He had expected a worthy opponent, yet here stood merely an ordinary Jonin, whom he could easily crush beneath his feet, rendering them akin to ants. Leave that Jonin to me. Hyuga Neji, recognizing his current strength was still insufficient, prudently activated his Byakugan, considering the capabilities of Xian Wuxianglin. Acknowledging Uchiha Sasuke's temperament, he discerned the necessity of confronting 2 opponents. As he locked onto 2 male Chunin from the Cloud team, he said to Xian Wu-Ming Ren, "Ming-Run, allow me to handle those 2 male Chunin. Xianglin, the female Chunin is yours. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing the choices made by his companions, Xian Wu-Ming Ren turned to Xian Wuxianglin. Understanding that even if she declined, Xian Wu-Ming Ren would not be angered, she nevertheless sought to prove herself. She recognized that to follow in Xian Wu-Ming Ren's footsteps, she needed to grow stronger continuously. "I'm fine with that." The middle-aged man from the Cloud team observed the 4 young ninjas perched upon the tree trunk, confirming their identities as members of rare bloodline limit clans, including the Xianwu clan and the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, a manic smile spread across his face, and he burst into laughter. Hearing their captain's voice, the 3 Chunin behind him could not help but join in laughter, unsure why these 4 young ninjas chose not to flee. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Capturing them would earn them the reward from their raikage. The sound of their raucous laughter reached Uchiha Sasuke's ears, prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion regarding the source of the weakling's merriment. His expression remained cold and impatient as he uttered icily, "What are you laughing at?" The middle-aged captain's eyes glimmered with excitement, fixating on the rare young ninjas before him, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "Ha ha, little ones, surrender. You cannot resist us. Comply, and perhaps you will enjoy a life free from worry in the village of Cloud." In his fervor, he failed to notice the three tomo of Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, as his sole desire was to swiftly seize these young ninjas. Still within the borders of the Land of Fire, if they were discovered by the ninjas of Konoha, capturing these young ones would prove exceedingly troublesome. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to voice his thoughts, Xian Wu-Ming Run raised a hand to halt him. Fully aware that villains often perish due to their verbosity, anything he wished to say could wait until after they had dispatched their foes. "Sasuke, enough talk. Let us eliminate them first." Upon hearing that their opponents intended to kill them, the Cloud ninjas paused momentarily before their laughter grew even more boisterous, oblivious to the bravery exhibited by the young ninjas before them. The female Chunin placed one hand on her hip, derisively gazing at Xian Wu-Ming Ren and his companions as her mocking voice rang out. "Just a bunch of kids, and you think you can kill us?" The male Chunin, adorned with earrings, could not suppress his laughter, convinced that given their age, they were likely only just beginning their training as ninjas. He believed it unnecessary for their captain to intervene. He alone could effortlessly defeat these children. How truly arrogant. With your skills, you probably haven't even graduated from the Ninja Academy in Konoha. Desiring to eliminate us, you are decades premature. Perhaps it would be wise to devote several more years to your training before making such attempts. Only the youth named Yunja seems to sense something amiss, his entire being tense, with his hand clutching a kunai, quivering slightly. The few small figures before him are not quite normal. As the perceptive ninja of the team, he can discern that the chakra emanating from these little apparitions is far from ordinary. In particular, the child from the Uchiha clan and the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails radiate an immense chakra, akin to the depths of the ocean. Yet he is entirely unable to grasp the limits of their power. Something feels off. We should all exercise caution. Leishi approaches Yunja, linking her arm with his, and smiles gently. "Yunja, there is no need for concern. My brother is a jonin, and dealing with a few small fry is akin to bullying children." Dia, the one adorned with ear studs, disdainfully regards Yunja, irritated that this timid individual has captured Leishi's affections despite his own relentless pursuits proving fruitless. Now, witnessing the timid Yunja being comforted by Leishi, he grinds his teeth in frustration. "Oomph, if you're so cowardly, you might as well stay in Yunin village instead of taking on missions." The Jonin captain, seeing his sister's affection for such a spineless individual, shares his annoyance. Most of Yunin village comprises brutes, himself included, and he has always looked down upon those lacking fortitude. "Humph, Yunja, do you look down upon me? They are merely a few small fry. What do you have to fear?" Observing the disdainful attitude of the Yunin ninja, Uzumaki Naruto finds the situation rather amusing considering their arrogance in battle. Even small fry should not be underestimated. They ought to contemplate why they have chosen not to flee. Alas, arrogance will ultimately exact a toll. Since you refuse to act, allow me to initiate. Diamond locking barrier. Uzumaki Naruto claps his hands together and shouts, unleashing 8 robust diamond chains that erupt from his back. These chains first shoot skyward before crashing downwards with tremendous force. Centered upon himself, they encompass a 1-kilometer radius, forming a semi-transparent barrier that envelopes the group. This ninjutsu, learned from his mother, is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, manifesting as a barrier ninjutsu. The strength of the technique can scale with the user's prowess. However, at Naruto's current level, he lacks the power of a shadow-level ninja. Unless permitted by Naruto, none may escape this barrier, nor can outside ninjas breach it to enter. He then addresses his companions, Sasuke, Neji, Karen, it's time for your performance. Uchiha Sasuke leaps before the Jonin, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he forms hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. His chest expands, and a surging inferno erupts forth from his mouth. The roaring flames expand over dozens of meters, tearing apart the earth and crashing towards the ninjas of Yunin village. It is only at this moment that the Yunin ninjas realize the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails is, in fact, a member of the Uzumaki clan. as the bounty notice from Konoha had not listed the name of the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. Furthermore, he bears golden hair, and no one knows to which clan he belongs. The chakra fluctuations emanating from him rival that of their own Raikage. When Uchiha Sasuke appears before them, unleashing an extraordinarily terrifying fire ninjutsu, the middle-aged man finally notices the crimson eyes of the Uchiha child, who possesses the three-tomo Sharingan. The smile on his face vanishes instantly, his eyes widening in shock. A child so young has already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Recalling the ninja world's assessment of the three-tomo Sharingan, he bellows at Yunja, "Yunja, if we survive this, I will surely kill you. It is all your fault for failing to confirm the intelligence." Now, faced with such dire circumstances, it seems our only option is to flee for our lives. Chapter 93. Instant kill. Lightning chakra envelopes the middle-aged man, causing his hair to stand on end as the stimulation from the lightning chakra invigorates him. In a blur, he transforms into an afterimage, rushing towards Lei Shi and swiftly embracing her waist to escape the encroaching fire. Upon witnessing the inferno, Yunja activates the body flicker technique to evade the flames, which merely singes clothing. Unfortunately, the youth adorned with ear studs is not as fortunate, as he is completely engulfed by the raging fire. The flames engulfing his body cause Dia to roll on the ground in agony, the searing pain compelling him to cry out. The small fry he had underestimated has dispatched him in a single strike. His arrogance has led to a grievous cost, his life. The middle-aged man releases Lei Shi, glaring furiously at Yunja. Initially expecting to bask in glory, he now confronts the specter of death. As a jonin, he comprehends that the Uchiha child before him is no ordinary opponent. Cold sweat drenching his attire, he awkwardly smiles at Uchiha Sasuke. "Little one, can we not discuss this? Let us pretend we have not crossed paths." He merely hopes that these small fry will spare him, for he realizes he is no match for them. Disregarding his dignity, survival on the battlefield far outweighs the importance of pride. Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor remains cold. Upon seeing the opposing jonin channeling lightning chakra, he too activates the lightning chakra mode. This technique enhances his physical vitality and augments his speed. It was a skill taught to him by Naruto, along with the entire Chidori series of jutsu. In this lightning chakra mode, Sasuke's hair begins to stand on end, surrounded by flickering silver lightning. The middle-aged man, astonished by Sasuke's prowess, realizes this technique is a specialized taijutsu of Yunin village, only learnable by its ninjas. How could he possibly possess it, and moreover, appear more adept than him? Just as he contemplates where Sasuke acquired this technique, the Uchiha child vanishes from his sight. So fast, I can't see him. How is this possible? Is this truly the strength of a child? Sweat pours down his forehead as he realizes he is likely facing inevitable doom. "Captain, be careful. Brother, behind you." Uchiha Sasuke materializes behind the middle-aged man, silver lightning crackling in his grasp. Yunja and Lei Shi shout in alarm, their bodies moving simultaneously to aid their captain. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Niji appears before Yunja, blocking his path and striking a stance for the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The chakra points within Yunja's body become vividly visible to Niji's Byakugan, enveloped in blue chakra. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Niji's hands strike with precision, each attack landing deftly on the opponent's chakra points. His rapid-fire strikes conclude the 64 palms in mere seconds. Yunja is unable to comprehend Niji's movements, nor does he realize when Niji appeared before him. Upon receiving the first palm strike, his chakra becomes entirely sealed. Unable to summon his chakra, he can only watch helplessly as Niji's gentle fists rain down upon him, culminating in the final palm striking his heart's vital point. Pooh! A spray of fresh blood erupted, and Yunja fell weakly to the ground. His mind engulfed by profound regret as he pondered why he had been so foolishly drawn to seek these minor spirits. Never had he imagined he would meet his demise at the hands of mere children. His dreams remained unfulfilled. Seeing her beloved and brother both in peril, Lei Shi dashed towards Yunja without hesitation. However, as her body began to move, a swirling scent of phosphor appeared before her, and the golden chains extending from behind ensnared her tightly. Water release, great waterfall technique. Lei Shi gasped in horror as a red-haired girl loomed before her, conjuring a colossal waterfall. The tremendous chakra summoned a torrent that relentlessly battered her body. Her bones shattered under the overwhelming force, fragments piercing her internal organs. With a series of sickening sounds, broken bone shards erupted from her body, stained with blood and flesh. Her limbs, waist, and spine contorted at unnatural angles. Blood gushed from her 7 orifices. In this near-death state, Leishi's mind was consumed by remorse. Perhaps they should never have set foot here. Upon hearing Yunja and his sister's warning, a middle-aged man abruptly turned to face Uchiha Sasuke behind him. Yet despair washed over him as he realized his sister lay. She had succumbed to the devastating force of the water. "Damn it, you dare to kill my sister? Lord Raikage will not let you go," he shouted, unleashing Chidori. Silver lightning enveloped Uchiha Sasuke's palm, and upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, he scoffed. "Even your Raikage is no match for me." With tremendous force, he plunged his electrified hand into the man's heart, emerging from the front after piercing through his back. The middle-aged man looked down at the hand embedded in his chest, a wave of agony washing over him as Sasuke withdrew his hand, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. On the brink of death, his heart was filled with regret. He despised his own greed, which had led to his sister's demise. His loathing extended to the wretched children before him. Had they not feigned weakness, they might have survived. Alas, his avarice had cost them all their lives, leaving none to live. Feeling the strength within him rapidly fading, the middle-aged man struggled to retrieve a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch. He aimed it skyward, hoping to summon reinforcements from Yuin village. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew the golden ceiling barrier, allowing the signal flare to be launched. These individuals were far too weak, easily dispatched, providing no challenge for Hinata Niji and his companions. It would be preferable for more enemies to arrive for them to hone their skills. Moreover, with the outbreak of war, it was likely that the Fourth Hokage and the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchūriki were within the borders of the Land of Fire. If he could draw them in and eliminate them early, the resistance would diminish significantly in the quest for unification. Naruto gazed at the signal flare in the sky, whispering a silent wish for their swift arrival, imploring that he not be made to wait too long. Chapter 94. The imminent battle at the temporary command center of Yuin village. The Fourth Hokage, A, sat boldly in the central position, attentively listening to reports from the ninjas below. His muscular physique was striking, skin dark as night, adorned with 2 seemingly weighty metal bracelets. "Have we gathered intelligence on the ninja who calls himself the Konoha Azure Beast? That individual has single-handedly withstood the offensive of our entire Yuin village. He appears to be an insatiable monster. Is there any way to recruit him?" At his side stood a ninja clad in a secretary-like uniform, Mabu-e, holding a dossier. She placed the documents before the Fourth Hokage, respectfully stating, "Lord Raikage, the ninja's name is Might Guy. He wields a forbidden technique known as the 8 Gates. Upon opening the 8 Gates, his power multiplies several times over. I fear that, apart from you, Lord Mir and Lord Killer Bee, no one in Yuin village can defeat him. Moreover, Might Guy is fiercely loyal to Konoha. Enticing him to join our side seems impossible." Hearing Mabuyi's report, the Fourth Hokage furrowed his brows, realizing that only he could achieve results on the battlefield. Without further hesitation, he sprang from his seat, racing out of the command center towards the front lines. Mabu-e, accustomed to his impulsive and irritable nature, shook her head. Just as she was about to call for Yuin village's ninjas to follow the Fourth Hokage, a signal flare appeared in the distant sky. "That is our village's signal flare. A black one, indicating an extremely dangerous enemy requires assistance." Upon seeing the flare, the Fourth Hokage immediately altered his course towards it. Mabu-e hastened to seek out Mir and Killer Bee. Given that one of their own ninjas had issued an extreme danger signal, it was likely that even their Hokage might be in peril. Damn it, who could it be? Is it Konoha's reinforcements? Impossible. This war has dragged on for far too long. Any reinforcements should have arrived by now. We must have Mir and Killer Bee rush to provide aid. At that moment, the still youthful Mir was inside her tent in the camp, strumming a shamisen. The war had persisted for nearly a month, with the front lines locked in a stalemate. She had led troops to the front lines, but Konoha proved to be the ninja village with the deepest roots in the shinobi world. Even without the Nine Tails Jinchūriki and the Uchiha clan, their civilian ninjas managed to hold their ground, and a breakthrough in the battle line remained elusive. Seizing this brief respite, she took out her shamisen to ease her frayed nerves. Just then, Mabu-e burst into her tent, her expression fraught with urgency. "Lady Mir, it's terrible. The Fourth Hokage has seen our village's signal flare and has gone to provide support. The signal indicates an extremely dangerous enemy." The Fourth Hokage is heading to the battlefield alone. You must go quickly. Upon hearing of the grave danger posed by the enemy, Miur dropped her shamisen in shock. Rising abruptly. In which direction is the enemy? Mabu-e pointed to the direction the Fourth Hokage had departed. Without hesitation, Miur dashed off in that direction. Mabu-e stood momentarily stunned, feeling helpless as she watched Miur rush away, knowing that Yuin village was filled with such individuals who rarely listened to the entire message. With no other option, Mabu-e set off to find Killer Bee, who at that moment was in the camp, hosting a rap session. Yo, listen up. I'm Killer Bee, the bond of the Eight Tails. Rapping is my faith. My battles never lag. 7 swords in hand, moving to the rhythm. With Kyuki by my side, I dominate the ninja world. The winds of Yulei Gorge stir my heart. Tailed beast bombs explode. With an aura that weighs a ton. Chakra flows, my rap never ceases. No matter the trouble, all shall stand aside. With shades on, I care for no one. Only love for rhymes, unleashing all my might. The perfect Jinchūriki. My power is pure. Rapping and battling, this is my standard. Yeah, yo. The rhythm never stops, blood boiling. The power of the Eight Tails, none can confine. I'm Killer Bee. Forever a god. Peace. Killer Bee's lackluster rap echoed across the stage in the camp, and as the final crescendo concluded, he raised his hands in an unusual gesture. The fervent fans below erupted in thunderous cheers, while Mabu-e observed with a wry smile at Killer Bee's antics. Ignoring the ecstatic crowd, she approached him. Lord Shilabai, the Fourth Hokage has set forth to engage the enemy. Please expedite support for the Fourth Hokage. My elder brother AI is a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world. Lightning strikes the mountains, his fists shatter the heavens. Should the sky fall, he shall bear the weight. So there is no need to panic. Shilabai, while awkwardly executing his rap moves, recalled the formidable strength of the Fourth Hokage. Only the legendary Konoha's yellow flash, Bo Fengshui men, could match them equally in battle. However, Mabu-e's expression was fraught with anxiety. Currently, only the Fourth Hokage and the wooden figure were confronting the enemy. Should anything unforeseen occur, without time for lengthy explanations, Mabu-e forcefully dragged Shilabai away, with even his fervent fans following suit. Meanwhile, Vortex Xianglin and her companions gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, feeling a profound psychological discomfort, as it was their first experience with taking a life. Internally flustered, Vortex Naruto observed their bowed figures in silence, recognizing that such experiences are part of their journey. Only Hinata Niji maintained a slightly more composed demeanor, albeit still pale, as he approached Vortex Naruto. Naruto, why did you not prevent them from firing the signal flares? Vortex Naruto looked towards Uchiha Sasuke, who was still retching, then turned to the calm Hinata Niji. Niji, these individuals are far too weak to provide any real training benefit for you. Allowing them to fire the signal flares is merely a hope to attract stronger opponents. Do not fear the enemy's strength. The most formidable threats from Kumogakure are the Fourth Hokage and those 2 perfect Jinchūriki. With my presence, there is no need for fear. Hinata Niji comprehended Vortex Naruto's intentions. Indeed, the recent foes were no match for them, let alone against Uchiha Sasuke and Vortex Naruto. Battling stronger enemies would undoubtedly yield more significant growth. I understand. Vortex Naruto approached the Kumogakure ninjas, gathered the corpses, and executed the Great Fireball technique to obliterate the evidence. After completing this task, he distributed several soldier pills to the trio, urging them to consume them swiftly to restore their chakra. Meanwhile, he activated the Kagura Shingon, remaining vigilant of his surroundings amidst the chaos engulfing the ninja world. An hour later, Chapter 95, Fourth Hokage AI in the ceiling space, the Nine Tails awoke. Sensing the rapid approach of other tailed beasts, Naruto, I sensed the presence of another tailed beast. At that moment, Vortex Naruto also detected 2 immense chakra signatures entering his Kagura Shingon's perception range. These chakra levels were extraordinarily vast, starkly contrasting the earlier ninja squad from Kumogakure and even surpassing Sarutobi Hizen's chakra. He opened his eyes and roused Uchiha Sasuke and the others. Enemies are approaching, Niji. Xianglin, I fear this time you 2 may be unable to engage. This overwhelming chakra undoubtedly belonged to a shadow-level powerhouse, likely the Fourth Hokage and the 2 perfect Jinchūriki from Kumogakure. Such formidable opponents were far beyond the capabilities of Hinata Niji and Vortex Xianglin. He then turned to Uchiha Sasuke, recalling that in the original storyline, Sasuke had once attempted to use Jinjutsu on the Eight Tails Jinchūriki Chilabai. He felt it necessary to issue a warning. Be cautious, Sasuke. I must inform you that Jinjutsu is ineffective against perfect Jinchūriki. Uchiha Sasuke, bewildered, was unaware of what a perfect Jinchūriki entailed, only knowing of the terrifying entity residing within Vortex Naruto. Naruto, what exactly is a perfect Jinchūriki? Vortex Naruto facepalmed. Realizing he had yet to explain the concept of Jinchūriki to them, he began to elucidate the true nature of perfect Jinchūriki. Simultaneously, he created a shadow clone to allow the Nine Tails to communicate through it. It was then that the trio grasped the immense power of a perfect Jinchūriki. Consequently, they gained a glimpse of Vortex Naruto's true capabilities, leaving Uchiha Sasuke feeling disheartened. He had hoped to defeat Vortex Naruto using his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, only to discover that Naruto harbored such a powerful tailed beast within him. Feeling a sense of unfairness, he yearned for a tailed beast of his own. Naruto, is there a way for me to obtain a tailed beast? I desire such power. Vortex Xianglin gazed at Vortex Naruto with her bright eyes, her intentions unmistakable. To keep pace with Vortex Naruto, it would be ideal to host a tailed beast within her, especially since she belonged to the Vortex clan. Her physique was particularly suited for being a Jinchūriki. Once she mastered the tailed beast's power, her strength would undoubtedly increase. Hinata Niji observed the discussion without pressing. He held little interest in powers that did not belong to him. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he aspired to master the gentle fist technique, wishing to prove that even without being from the main family, he was not inferior to them. Vortex Naruto, feeling troubled by the desires of both individuals, realized that Uchiha Sasuke did not need to become a Jinchūriki. The Uchiha clan Susanoo was more formidable than most tailed beasts, with mastery over Susanoo. He could easily subdue a tailed beast. As for Vortex Xianglin, he had plans for her as well. Currently, Vortex Naruto was researching the abilities of bloodline limits, including bloodline elimination and bloodline acquisition. He had made some progress regarding the fusion of 2 chakra types for bloodline limits, though he had yet to achieve successful experiments. Once successful, he could utilize would-release techniques without the need for Senju Hashirama's cells. He merely awaited Vortex Xianglin's sage body to mature. He would then complete the development of the Vortex clan sage techniques, imparting both sage arts, and would release to her. With the vast chakra of the Vortex clan, Vortex Xianglin could potentially become the next Senju Hashirama. Furthermore, he did not wish to be a ninja who forcibly captured tailed beasts, as that would render him no different from the past Nagato. Meeting Vortex Xianglin's bright gaze, he softly spoke to her. Xianglin, I will teach you a more powerful ninjutsu in the future. Once you master it, you will be able to capture the Nine Tails with a single hand. The Nine Tails, perched atop Vortex Naruto's head, recalled some unpleasant memories upon hearing this statement. Its soft fur bristled, revealing its fangs, as it sensed a malicious intent directed at it. Vortex Xianglin chuckled at the agitated Nine Tails. All right, I will listen to you. Vortex Naruto then turned to Uchiha Sasuke, smacking him on the head, exclaiming irritably, What do you want? The Uchiha clan Susanoo is already incredibly overpowered. What need have you for a tailed beast? Have you forgotten what I told you? Do not blindly pursue power, and do not become a slave to it. Just as Uchiha Sasuke prepared to retort to Vortex Naruto, the Fourth Hokage AI arrived on the battlefield. It must be said, he was quite reckless, arriving alone without any Kumogakure ninjas. Upon spotting Vortex Naruto, the Fourth Hokage widened his eyes in astonishment at the figure before him. He had not anticipated encountering the Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchūriki. According to intelligence, the Nine Tails Jinchūriki had already defected from Konoha. Why was he here? Nine Tails Jinchūriki, did you attack the ninjas of Kumogakure? What have you done to our ninjas? Vortex Naruto rose slowly from the branch, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded the brash figure before him. He harbored no fondness for those leaders who delight in plundering the bloodline limits of others from different villages. Moreover, the village of Yunin had once kidnapped his mother, Xuanwujixingnai. Had it not been for Bluffing Shuamin rescuing her from the clutches of the ninjas of Yunin, one could only imagine the fate that awaited her. Even so, these incorrigible individuals dared to attempt the abduction of Rying Hina. Such a ninja village ought not to exist within his future plans. Fourth Hokage, you truly lack any semblance of intelligence. Emboldened by your formidable power, you dare to charge into battle? Can you not discern the obvious? The ninjas of your village have indeed perished. Your speed surpasses that of your incompetent subordinates by a considerable margin. It took merely 10 minutes from the moment I sensed your chakra to your arrival before me. Just as Xuanhua Mingren was about to finish his words, the figure of Fourth Hokage vanished from sight, accompanied by a thunderous roar beside him. You dare lay a hand on my subordinates? I will ensure your demise. Raijin Raime Sencho. Fourth Hokage instantly materialized before Xuanhua Mingren, his right hand forming a blade-like shape, gathering lightning-infused chakra atop it before striking downwards. Upon hearing that his subordinate had been slain, Fourth Hokage could no longer contain the fury surging within him. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, intent on slaying the detestable Jinchūriki before him as vengeance for his fallen comrade. Chapter 96, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Fourth Hokage. The speed of Fourth Hokage was utterly terrifying, reaching Xuanhua Mingren in the blink of an eye. Even Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan could scarcely discern the movement, causing the patterns in his eyes to transform into that of the kaleidoscope. Only in this state could he perceive the figure of Fourth Hokage. The sound of the blade slicing through the air created a deafening sonic boom in Xuanhua Mingren's ears. The very air trembled under the weight of this terrifying speed. However, a mocking smile spread across Xuanhua Mingren's face. He casually raised a hand, effortlessly intercepting the swift strike, while simultaneously dissipating the chaotic chakra emanating from it. You didn't even let me finish speaking, Fourth Hokage. Are you not a tad impulsive? Upon realizing his attack had failed, Fourth Hokage quickly distanced himself from Xuanhua Mingren, an inner tempest raging within him. That previous strike had been executed without reservation. After all, he had once severed the horn of the Eight Tails with it. Yet, the Jinchūriki before him had effortlessly received the blow. Fourth Hokage gazed at the Jinchūriki with a grave expression, unwilling to act recklessly again, his mind in turmoil. Damn it, Konoha! How dare you spread false intelligence? This Jinchūriki has truly only mastered a portion of the Nine Tails chakra? With such power, I would believe he is the very embodiment of the Nine Tails. Hyuga Niji and Xuanhua Xianglin, upon witnessing the clash between Xuanhua Mingren and Fourth Hokage, were struck by a sense of dread. They had not anticipated the vast disparity in strength between themselves and a Kage-level ninja. Had the target of that previous attack been either of them, they would likely have been instantly slain by Fourth Hokage. So this is what it means to be a Kage-level powerhouse. While they remained self-satisfied with their abilities, Xuanhua Mingren was already capable of engaging Kage-level foes without fear of defeat. Observing the expressions of the two, Xuanhua Mingren understood their thoughts and offered them words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. You are still too young. It is natural to be outmatched. As long as you train diligently, in time, you will surely surpass him. Uchiha Sasuke, seeing that the two could not even react to Fourth Hokage, felt a swell of pride within him. Indeed, only Xuanhua Mingren surpassed him. The others were no match. If that were the case, then this robust, dark-skinned brute would be his to handle. Mingren, allow me to deal with him. I wish to test the limits of my current strength. With that, Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward to confront Fourth Hokage. Xuanhua Mingren interposed himself, retrieving the Kusanagi sword from his spatial pocket. Sasuke, have you mastered the swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan? I have indeed, Sasuke replied. Upon hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren handed the Kusanagi sword to him. Here, this is the Kusanagi sword. Its hardness and sharpness are among the finest in this shinobi world. Take it, and use it well. Originally intended for his own use, Xuanhua Mingren found that after learning the Rasen Shuriken, he preferred its convenience over swordsmanship. He had not systematically studied sword techniques, nor possessed any lineage of such arts. Furthermore, the Kusanagi sword, resembling a straight blade rather than a traditional sword, did not suit him, leading him to leave it gathering dust in his spatial pocket. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to gift it to Uchiha Sasuke, as it was identical to the one in the original narrative. Mingren, are you truly giving this to me? Gazing at the Kusanagi sword in Xuanhua Mingren's hand, Uchiha Sasuke felt an inexplicable connection, as if the sword was destined to belong to him. Learning of its exceptional quality from Xuanhua Mingren only deepened his emotional response to the gesture. Very well, go forth and truly experience the strength of a Kage-level powerhouse. Xuanhua Mingren gave Uchiha Sasuke a hearty pat on the back, nearly causing him to stumble, prompting a resentful look from Sasuke. He then activated the Shunshin technique. Appearing before Fourth Hokage, the Kusanagi sword dancing in his grasp like a playful dragon. Fourth Hokage, initially wary of the Jinchūriki, found himself consumed by rage when he witnessed the disregard shown by the others, who seemed to be presenting gifts before him. The fact that the Jubi Jinchūriki was not personally taking action, instead sending a mere Uchiha brat to confront him, ignited an inferno of fury within him. How dare you look down upon me? You shall pay dearly for this. However, upon observing the unique patterns in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, distinct from the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, he regained his composure. He could not underestimate this young member of the Uchiha clan. After all, this was a Mangekyo Sharingan noted in the records of the village of Yunin. Curse it, how did this little brat awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age? What an astounding talent. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, activate. Without hesitation, Fourth Hokage refused to allow himself to relax, deciding to gauge the opponent's strength first. He channeled the lightning chakra within him, a torrent of energy enveloping his entire being, even causing his hair to stand on end, accompanied by his golden locks. Bolts of electricity crackled around him, prompting Xuanhua Mingren to reflect. He looks just like a Super Saiyan. Or perhaps a Super Saiyan 2. His already explosive muscles bulged under the stimulation of the lightning chakra, tightening like rock formations upon his body. Xuanhua Mingren observed that the chakra within Fourth Hokage rivaled that of the Ichibi Shikaku. Truly, as expected of the Hokage, this chakra was immense. He then turned his gaze to Uchiha Sasuke, who was also beginning to unleash the chakra from within. At just over 7 years of age, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra rivaled that of Fourth Hokage, perhaps even surpassing it. The reincarnation of Indra was indeed formidable. This chakra was already more powerful than that of a tailed beast. Coupled with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, defeating Fourth Hokage should be a mere formality. Hyuga Neji and Xuanhua Xianglin stared in astonishment at the display of Uchiha Sasuke's true strength. This was their first glimpse of the true power possessed by Uchiha Sasuke. As Uchiha Sasuke observed Fourth Hokage enter Lightning Release Chakra Mode, he too did not hesitate to activate his own Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Upon witnessing the young member of the Uchiha clan employing a technique identical to his own, the Fourth Hokage, could no longer contain his fury. This impudent child not only slaughtered his subordinates, but had the audacity to pilfer the ninjutsu of Kimogakure. How despicable! This is a technique exclusive to our village. From where did you acquire it, you insolent Uchiha brat? Uchiha Sasuke disdainfully curled his lip. It was merely a matter of utilizing lightning chakra to invigorate the body. Did such a technique truly warrant thievery? Seeing no hint of respect from his adversary, the Fourth Hokage let out a cold snort and initiated his assault. Lightning Release, Lightning Quake. Allow me to impart a lesson on how to respect the elders of the shinobi world. Chapter 97. The sky clears, the rain stops. And Erzo is again defeated. Relying on the stimulation of lightning chakra, the Fourth Hokage's speed surged once more. He shot forth like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him as he slashed towards Uchiha Sasuke's neck with a chakra-imbued hand. His attack was merciless. He intended to eliminate this arrogant child in one fell swoop. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, discerned the trajectory of his opponent's movement. He swung his Kusanagi sword, channeling lightning chakra into it, aiming for the heart of the Fourth Hokage. Uchiha-style, sword technique. The Fourth Hokage smirked at this display. If this technique were to be used against a typical Jonin, it might yield results. However, attempting to employ it against him revealed the naivety of this Uchiha brat. He retracted his hand and, with a single fist, struck towards the Kusanagi sword, his gauntlet absorbing the attack. Then, with a thunderous shout, he unleashed Lightning Release, Heavy Flowing Rage. Having deflected the Kusanagi sword, the Fourth Hokage gathered chakra at his elbow and struck Uchiha Sasuke's abdomen with a force that was nothing short of a thunderclap. The terrifying impact bent Sasuke over, nearly popping his Sharingan from its socket. Gasping, he coughed up blood, his young body sent soaring through the air by the Hokage's elbow. The Kusanagi sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as the excruciating pain in his abdomen caused his body to convulse. How could this be happening? Watching from the sidelines, Uzumaki Naruto held his head in his hands. He had just warned Sasuke, yet the boy remained so reckless. However, Naruto refrained from intervening. Although the situation appeared dire, it had not yet escalated to a life-threatening crisis. Suspended in midair, Uchiha Sasuke sought to maneuver his body to evade the Fourth Hokage's next strike, but the agony coursing through him rendered him incapable of movement. He struggled to form hand seals. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the Fourth Hokage, the searing heat making it difficult to breathe. Yet, to the Hokage, the Great Fireball was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. He charged directly into the fireball without flinching. Such a trivial fire technique is utterly ineffective against me. With a resounding crack, the lightning surged beneath his feet as he propelled himself through the flames. Enveloped in blue lightning chakra, the Great Fireball not only failed to harm him, but was instead obliterated into a shower of sparks. Cursed be this man's formidable physique. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. He had thought this technique would force his opponent back, only to realize that the Fourth Hokage's mastery of lightning was unparalleled. Coupled with his robust form, the Great Fireball had inflicted no damage whatsoever, allowing him to swiftly close the distance. The Hokage's figure pierced through the blaze, his legs charged with even more ferocious lightning, descending like a meteor. Lightning release, Raging Thunder Axe. This strike bore a momentum capable of rending the heavens. Uchiha Sasuke could even see the ferocity in the Hokage's eyes. He attempted to evade, but the pain rendered him unable to even raise his arms, and the chaos within his chakra made it impossible to form seals. The Sharingan clearly tracked the Hokage's movements, yet his body lagged behind his mind's commands. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke raised his hands to shield his chest, bracing for the impending blow. Bang! The Fourth Hokage's leg, akin to a war blade, struck solidly against Sasuke's arms. Boom! Uchiha Sasuke plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, the impact creating a nearly 2-meter-deep crater, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, staining the earth beneath him. He felt as though every bone in his body had shattered under the force of the blow. Uzumaki Karen gazed at the crater where Uchiha Sasuke lay. Had she been in his position, she would have been utterly incapable of withstanding such a violent assault. She anxiously inquired, "Naruto, shouldn't you help Sasuke?" Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, casting a glance at Sasuke, who lay in the pit, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Perhaps it was better for him to endure this beating. He had already warned him, yet he still found himself in this predicament. With Naruto nearby, even a thorough beating would not pose a life-threatening risk. However, should Sasuke remain so careless when facing the Akatsuki, it would not simply be a matter of withstanding a beating. The Fourth Hokage loomed over the edge of the pit, looking down with palpable derision. The genius of the Uchiha? Hardly impressive. As Sasuke lay at the center of the crater, the Hokage's mocking voice echoed in his ears. Having regarded the honor of the Uchiha clan as paramount, he could no longer endure the humiliation. Clenching his teeth, he activated his lightning chakra mode to its utmost potential. Leaping from the depths of the crater, his hair stood on end, silver lightning coiling around him like serpents. The terrifying lightning chakra surged through his body, stimulating his flesh, numbing his cells while alleviating the pain of his wounds. With his Sharingan fixed upon the Fourth Hokage, he rapidly formed hand seals. Lightning release, Thousand Birds, Sharp Spear. A 5-meter-long blue lightning spear materialized, striking towards the Hokage's chest like a venomous serpent. The Fourth Hokage, taken aback by Sasuke's ability to execute such a potent technique despite his injuries, hastily raised his gauntlet to block. Clang! The gauntlet shattered under the force of the lightning spear, which continued unabated, leaving a gaping wound that spilled blood from his chest. Clutching his injury, the Hokage's expression darkened. He had not anticipated being wounded by a mere child of the Uchiha clan. His mocking demeanor shifted to one of fury, his voice dripping with rage. "You have truly provoked my ire." Lightning Chakra Mode, Level 3. The lightning surrounding him surged violently, his hair standing on end as he entered the full-powered state of Lightning Chakra Mode, reaching its zenith. Lightning Release, Lightning Plow Heat Blade. The silver lightning erupted once more, propelling the Fourth Hokage towards Uchiha Sasuke at blinding speed. This time, Sasuke was far from careless. His Sharingan meticulously tracked the Hokage, recording every movement. Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. Uchiha Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, summoning a torrent of flames to erect a firewall, obstructing the Hokage's advance. As the Fourth Hokage burst through the flames, Sasuke's figure materialized at his flank, grasping the Kusanagi sword, which shimmered with intertwined red and silver light. He aimed for the Hokage's neck. Uchiha-style sword technique, Thunder Flame Slash. The Fourth Hokage's pupils constricted, and he quickly turned to defend. The blade collided with his fist, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of lightning and fire, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Chapter 98. The turn of events upon realizing his initial strike had failed. Uchiha Sasuke charged forward once more, his Mangekyo Sharingan gradually acclimating to the unparalleled speed of the Fourth Hokage. A. Uchiha-style sword art. Fire Flame Slash. The Kusanagi sword blazed with a ferocious fire, the intense heat distorting the very space around it. With a firm grip on the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke thrust towards the heart of the Fourth Hokage. In the face of this lethal blow, the Fourth Hokage remained composed, extending his left hand to grasp the searing Kusanagi sword. Even as the blade singed his palm, emitting the acrid scent of burning flesh, he remained undeterred. Gathering a formidable amount of lightning chakra in his right hand, bellowing, lightning release, lightning cutter. This technique represented his most potent melee strike, and at this distance, the Uchiha brat had no chance of evading. Under this onslaught, the Uchiha boy was doomed. Die. Suddenly, silver-white lightning coalesced in Sasuke's left hand, emitting a piercing sound. Lightning release, Chidori. At that moment, Sasuke seemed to transcend his limits, unleashing chakra without restraint. The power of the Chidori in his hand far exceeded the typical capacity of this jutsu. Both lightning cutter and Chidori were thrusting techniques, and both combatants had relinquished defense, intent only on delivering their most potent attacks to vanquish one another. In this moment, the outcome hinged solely on the might of their techniques. Whoever faltered first would inevitably meet defeat. Yet neither retreated. Resolute in their deadly resolve, their hands collided with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The violent clash of lightning chakra sent both combatants hurtling backwards, the immense power of their techniques creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. This wave spread outward from their confrontation, uprooting the surrounding earth and trees. The Fourth Hokage rose from the ground, gazing somberly at the distant Uchiha Sasuke. The weight of urgency pressed upon him. This Uchiha boy must be eliminated here. Possessing such formidable strength at such a young age posed a dire threat for the future of Kumogakure. Moreover, the presence of a Jinchūriki with the Nine Tails remained unengaged. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan met the Fourth Hokage's gaze, recognizing that a confrontation of physical combat and ninjutsu might be an insurmountable challenge. With this realization, Sasuke focused the vision of his left eye upon the Fourth Hokage. Amaterasu. The Fourth Hokage sensed the chakra emanating from Sasuke's left eye and instinctively reacted, knowing that he could not face this jutsu head-on. As he moved away, black flames erupted from the spot he had just vacated, consuming the ground beneath him. Nothing remained. Not even ash, as everything caught in the Amaterasu's fire was reduced to nothingness. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan? Such a terrifying ability to unleash a jutsu without hand seals. This black flame left not a trace behind. Anything touched by it was utterly incinerated. Sasuke regarded the Fourth Hokage with a hint of regret. His opponent's speed made it challenging to ensnare him in the flames of Amaterasu. As the two faced each other, the Jinchūriki of the Two Tails, Yukimaru, arrived at the battlefield. Upon witnessing her Hokage confronting a mere child, she approached his side, softly inquiring, "Hokage-sama, what is the situation? Why engage with a child?" Before the Fourth Hokage could respond, the voice of the Two Tails echoed within Yukimaru. "Yukimaru, do not let your guard down. I sense the chakra of the Nine Tails. Proceed with caution." At this point, Yukimaru began assessing the individuals present and noticed that her Hokage was facing only children. When her gaze landed on Uzumaki Naruto, she sensed the chakra of the Nine Tails emanating from him. Naruto, noticing Yukimaru's attention, flashed a warm smile and, in an instant, appeared before her. In her astonished expression, golden chains shot forth from his back, ensnaring Yukimaru before he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the side of Uzumaki Karui. The speed was so blinding that even the Fourth Hokage failed to perceive it until Naruto had whisked Yukimaru away. Damn it, Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, release Yukimaru at once. Yukimaru, too, was oblivious to when Naruto had bound her. By the time she realized, she found herself transported to another location. The chains constricting her body rendered her chakra unusable, and their tightness inhibited her ability to execute any martial arts. "Let me go? Release me at once, you insufferable brat. How about a fair fight one-on-one?" The Two Tails within her couldn't help but cover her feline visage, comprised purely of flames, in embarrassment, unable to face Yukimaru. Having been forewarned, She had been swiftly captured by the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. How could she endure the ridicule to come? Yukimaru, cease your outcry. Even if you were freed, you would not stand a chance against the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Do you not comprehend the extent of his power? Naruto replied gently, not intending any harm. This is Sasuke's battle. I cannot allow you to disrupt it. At this, Yukimaru paused, standing there begrudgingly, casting an innocent glance at her Hokage. The Fourth Hokage, upon hearing this, understood that unless he defeated the Uchiha boy before him, rescuing Yukimaru would be impossible. With no other option, he resolved to launch another attack at Uchiha Sasuke, but this time, Sasuke had no intention of meeting him in physical combat. The Fourth Hokage dashed toward Sasuke, unleashing his final lightning release, Lightning Scythe, aiming for Sasuke's neck. At the moment of impact, a purple chakra skeleton appeared between them, withstanding the attack without a scratch. The chakra skeleton enveloped Sasuke's small frame, and through it, he gazed at the astonished Fourth Hokage. Seeing this intriguing scene, Sasuke couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. Do you see? This is the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. A power beyond your wildest imagination. Perish beneath it. Sasuke, looking down upon the Fourth Hokage in the pit, reveled in his triumph, his previous misgivings vanishing, leaving only unrestrained laughter. He commanded the chakra hands formed by Susanoo to rain down blows upon the Fourth Hokage. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed from the pit, where the Hokage, once holding a slight advantage, now curled into a ball, desperately attempting to withstand the onslaught of strikes. However, the force of Susanoo surpassed his limits. With each impact, he felt the bones within him crack. Chapter 99. Nine Tails versus Eight Tails. The pit beneath him deepened with each strike, the tremendous force causing the ground to fracture inch by inch. Blood continuously surged from his mouth and nose, his breaths growing weaker, drawing him ever closer to the brink of death. Bound, the Yumu-run observed the Uchiha brat as he relentlessly pounded their Hokage with chakra-infused strikes. She yearned to break free from the adamantine chains. She could not bear to watch her Hokage perish in such a manner, and she roared in fury at Uzumaki Naruto. Stop! Do not harm the Hokage any further. Release me at once. I must save him. Yet, with each struggle, the chains tightened their grip. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto remained unmoved, Yumu-run could not contain herself any longer and called out to the two tails sealed within. Uri, lend me your strength. Hurry, or the Hokage will die. The two tails, also feeling the pressure of the situation, lamented, Yumu-run, cease your struggles. These are the adamantine chains of the Uzumaki clan. It is impossible for you to break free. Not even I can resist them. Uzumaki Naruto coldly gazed at the dying Fourth Hokage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Any ninja village that dared to strike at his mother must pay the ultimate price. Just as the Fourth Hokage hovered on the precipice of death, a furious shout echoed. Brother, release my brother. Lightning release, lightning plow. The tardy Killer Bee arrived on the scene to find his elder brother on the brink of demise. In an instant, Killer Bee transformed into his tailed beast form, deep crimson chakra enveloping him, as a skeletal bull formed from chakra surged toward Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto sensed Killer Bee's presence the moment he entered his range, dispatching a shadow clone to restrain Yumu-run, while his true body entered the Nine Tails chakra mode. Standing before Killer Bee, he unleashed his immense strength, colliding head-on with Killer Bee's lightning plow. The impact sent Killer Bee hurtling backward at an alarming speed, toppling towering trees along his path. Struggling to regain his footing, he refrained from uttering the peculiar rhymes or performing the odd movements. His deep crimson-tailed beast cloak billowing behind him. Inside the ceiling space, the Eight Tails sensed Killer Bee's impulsiveness and voiced concern. B, that is the Nine Tails Jinchūriki. He is also a perfect Jinchūriki. Be cautious. Anxious, Killer Bee knew his brother, the Fourth Hokage, was in dire peril. He had no time for prolonged engagement. Nine Tails Jinchūriki. Step aside. Uzumaki Naruto wore a cold smirk, blocking Killer Bee's path to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, continue. No one shall interrupt you. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke turned to the two. Knowing that Naruto's declaration meant no one could breach his defenses, he resumed controlling his Susanoo to strike the Fourth Hokage, who lay in the pit. Blood gushing from his wounds, his limbs twisted and unrecognizable. Damn it, it appears I have no choice. Desperately, Killer Bee gazed at the radiant Uzumaki Naruto. Realizing that in his current tailed beast cloak form, he could not breach Naruto's defenses. Moreover, his elder brother's voice grew weaker. If he did not act swiftly, his brother might be crushed to death. Killer Bee addressed the 8 tails within him. Little 8, transform into your tailed beast form. All right, let us go. A torrent of chakra erupted from Killer Bee's being as the deep crimson-tailed beast cloak dissipated. In its place appeared a colossal figure, towering at 50 meters, adorned with 8 octopus-like tentacles and bull horns. Upon witnessing Killer Bee's transformation, Uzumaki Naruto clapped his palms together and commanded the 9 tails within him. Kurama, let them witness our power. Humph. Be careful not to kill the bull demon. A torrent of golden chakra surged from Uzumaki Naruto, resonating with his own chakra, swiftly manifesting into a towering golden 9 tails. Uzumaki Naruto stood atop the 9 tails head, enveloping Hinata, Niji, and the others within his chakra. The ensuing battle would transcend the realm of ordinary ninja confrontations, escalating to a tailed beast-level clash, where a moment's lapse could spell disaster for them all. The Sharingan-esque kaleidoscope manifested in his eyes, as green chakra enveloped the 9 tails. Uzumaki Naruto bellowed, "Congeal." The fluid chakra abruptly solidified, transforming into plates of chakra armor that adorned the 9 tails moments later. The 9 tails rose from its crouched position, grasping a spiraled spear, gazing down upon the 8 tails. Now, let us enjoy ourselves. Killer Bee gazed up at the Susanoo-enhanced 9 tails, towering over him, causing his scalp to tingle. He addressed the 8 tails within him. Little 8, can your tailed beast form also stand? And why does it have armor? Can you transform like that too? And why is the opponent so tall? It must be at least 100 meters. This was his first encounter with a 9 tails clad in Susanoo, and it would also be his last. The 8 tails widened its eyes in astonishment, pondering why, after a millennium, the 9 tails, sharing its nature as a tailed beast, was so overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, that armor was truly magnificent. It wished to wield it as well. I have never seen such a thing. I cannot transform like that. That armor in that form. Be cautious. We must give it our all. Otherwise, we may all perish. Listening to the 8 tails, despair surged within Killer Bee's heart. Just from their size comparison, the 9 tails chakra was already double his own. Coupled with the armor adorning the 9 tails, it was likely several times stronger than him. He could only wonder if he could triumph by exhausting all his strength. Chapter 100, Haruno Sakura and Tenten. At the command center in the northeastern part of the Land of Fire, the Sarutobi clan's ninja led the students from the Ninja Academy who had just arrived. The civilian students, exhausted and disregarding their image, sat on the ground. They had not rested for a moment during their grueling journey, which felt like a race against time. Traveling day and night toward the battlefield, they felt an overwhelming fatigue, yearning for a brief respite. The Sarutobi ninja looked disdainfully at the students sitting listlessly on the ground, his expression cold. In his eyes, the civilian students in wartime were no different from cannon fodder. Geniuses like Namikaze Minato were a rarity, seen only once in decades. However, he did not let these thoughts show on his face, instead coldly stating, "Wait here. Someone will come to take you to where you need to go." He then walked towards the center of the camp, preparing to assume command of the battlefield. Haruno Sakura felt as if her legs were losing sensation after running for over 50 hours. The Jonin showed no regard for them as students. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary leaf ninja approached the students, devoid of any distinguishing features, his face expressionless. His eyes appeared unfocused, lacking any glimmer, and his voice was mechanical. "I am Inoue Miho. I will be responsible for guiding you in your tasks. You do not need to engage in battle for now, but the future is uncertain. Now, follow me." After uttering these words, the Jonin turned and left without a hint of hesitation, his movements as mechanical as his speech. Haruno Sakura and the others exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden appearance of this Jonin, who issued commands and departed. They stood up, yet her legs trembled, making it difficult to maintain her balance. As she was on the verge of falling, a girl with her hair tied in a bun caught her, her eyes sparkling with a lively essence. "Hey, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Haruno Sakura gently grasped the other girl's arm, striving to regain her balance before finally turning her gaze towards her. Internally, she couldn't help but marvel at the girl's beauty. Her eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Suddenly, Haruno Sakura realized that staring at someone for too long might be considered impolite. She averted her gaze, momentarily unsure of where to look, and awkwardly scratched her head while saying, "I'm fine, thank you. By the way, My name is Haruno Sakura. What about you? The girl with the bun, though weary from the long journey, maintained a cheerful smile. Hello, I'm Tian. Those people have left, and we need to hurry and catch up. At that moment, Haruno Sakura realized that the main group had already departed, leaving just the two of them behind. They quickly followed the larger group, arriving at the entrance of a tent where a lower-ranked ninja stood before the others. However, the intermittent wails emanating from within the tent sent chills down the spines of the students. They were left wondering what horrors lay inside until the middle-ranked ninja spoke. Your next task is to care for the injured and search for medicinal herbs. Our camp is running low on supplies. All right, everyone, come inside. Upon hearing this, the group followed the lower-ranked ninja into the tent, but as they entered, some students rushed out, finding a large tree to vomit against. Witnessing this scene, Haruno Sakura and Tian hesitated to enter, yet they felt they had no right to resist and slowly made their way inside. The moment they stepped into the tent, they understood why the other students had fled. The air was thick with the putrid stench of decaying meat mixed with rotten eggs, combined with the acrid aroma of charred flesh and the metallic scent of rust. This overwhelming amalgamation of odors assaulted their senses, inducing nausea. Inside the tent were hundreds of single beds, nearly filled with ninjas who had lost limbs. The white sheets beneath them were soaked with blood, and they lay there, moaning in agony. Due to a lack of medical ninjas and herbs, most of the injured could only receive rudimentary treatment. The methods employed were clumsy, merely wrapping bandages around wounds. Blood continued to seep through these makeshift dressings, dripping onto the floor. Though Haruno Sakura and Tian did not rush out of the tent, they were not faring much better. Standing in place, they could feel their bodies trembling, their youthful faces pale as death. Stop daydreaming. Come over here and pay close attention. The initial lower-ranked ninja called out, recalling how she too had once stood in their place when she first arrived. However, there was no time for the students to acclimate. After beckoning them closer, she grabbed a roll of bandages and approached a recently admitted ninja whose right arm had been severed by an explosive tag. The wound on this ninja's arm was charred from the explosion, the bone shattered into tiny fragments. Exposed yellowed bones still bore remnants of flesh and blood vessels. The pale pink muscle twitched in response to the excruciating pain. Observe closely. This is how you treat such a wound. The lower-ranked ninja's eyes revealed no emotion. Her tone calm and detached. She dipped the gauze into clean water, gently cleaning the wound and removing the bits of shattered flesh before applying a medicinal powder. Miraculously, the profuse bleeding ceased under the effects of the powder. After applying the powder, she wrapped the injury with a fresh roll of bandages. The injured ninja, lacking anesthesia, had to endure the agonizing pain of the treatment, grinding his teeth until they shattered. Ultimately, he could withstand no more and lost consciousness from the excruciating agony. Haruno Sakura and Tian watched this brutal scene, their hearts quaking with fear. They could only do their utmost to memorize the steps. Observing the lower-ranked female ninja methodically wrap the bandages. All right, did you understand? If you did, begin treating the other injured ninjas in the same manner. The lower-ranked ninja said calmly after tending to the injured ninja. At that moment, Haruno Sakura and Tian realized that despite her status as a lower-ranked ninja, she approached the treatment with the cold efficiency of a machine. Regardless of the chaos surrounding her, she remained unaffected, completing her duties with quiet resolve. Exchanging a glance filled with determination, Haruno Sakura and Tian picked up gauze and bandages, beginning to assist the injured ninjas in their treatment. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the tent, the sounds of ninjas rushing about and calling out to one another. Chapter 101. The Clash of Tailed Beasts. In the command tent at the center of operations, Might Guy sat at the head of the table, surrounded by several upper-ranked ninjas as they discussed their next course of action. Guy, Konoha has sent word that reinforcements will be arriving. Things should become much easier from here on out. What reinforcements? Konoha has sent students from the Ninja Academy to the battlefield ahead of their graduation. Is this what they call reinforcements? I truly cannot fathom what those adults are thinking, a young ninja at the table complained. Just as Might Guy was about to admonish him to complain less, a ninja from the Sarutobi clan entered the tent, lifting the fabric of the entrance and stepping inside. Casting a casual glance at those present, he approached the main seat and unceremoniously pushed Might Guy aside to take his place. The others, witnessing his arrogant demeanor, exchanged furious glances, with the young upper-ranked ninja exclaiming, "Who are you? What do you want? were it not for the fact that he bore the Konoha headband. His actions would have warranted immediate hostility from the assembled ninjas. The Sarutobi clan ninja leaned back, crossing his legs and regarding those present with disdain, before slowly stating, "I am Sarutobi Keisuke, here to assume command from Might Guy. From this day forth, you will all follow my orders, understood? Furthermore, the Third Hokage has awakened and is resuming his duties. The ongoing war will now be under his command. Is that clear?" The enraged group, upon hearing his name, dismissed it with indifference. The Third Hokage was currently incapacitated. However, their anger deflated as they learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had regained consciousness. They were forced to suppress their indignation, as he was indeed a member of the clan of the Third Hokage. The newfound awareness of Sarutobi Hiruzen's revival rendered their fury impotent. The others regarded Might Guy with sympathy, having witnessed his abilities in the battles that had unfolded since the war began, only to see his command usurped by another. Yet, Might Guy himself seemed unfazed. He understood his strengths lay in combat on the front lines, and commanding was not a role suited for him. Just as Sarutobi Keisuke was preparing to further assert his superiority, a middle-ranked ninja burst in. Taking in the scene before him, he momentarily froze, then hurried to Might Guy's side. "Lord Guy, this is bad. The sensing team has detected two massive chakra signatures 150 kilometers to the east, but they are too far away to accurately identify their owners. What should we do next, Lord Guy?" The gathered crowd ignored Sarutobi Keisuke. Their attention focused entirely on Might Guy. After enduring so many battles together, their trust in him was evidently greater than their regard for the newly arrived Sarutobi Keisuke. Yen Fei Jisi, upon realizing that everyone was disregarding him, gritted his teeth in anger, his face flushed. He slammed his hand on the table with such force that it resonated loudly, leaving his palm reddened. Feeling that his authority as the commander was being challenged, he approached Might Guy, glaring at him fiercely but refraining from physical confrontation. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Might Guy's prowess, and thus, coldly commanded, "Might Guy, I order you to lead a team to investigate immediately, at once." "Yes," Might Guy responded calmly, recognizing the need to prioritize the situation and ascertain the identities of the two chakra sources. Following the order, he promptly headed towards the direction sensed by the perception team. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails, Kurabi understood that time was of the essence. The Fourth Hokage was on the brink of life and death, and if he did not expedite the rescue of his elder brother, it would truly be too late. A deep purple-black chakra began to coalesce before the Ushioni, its terrifying presence trembling the very fabric of space, resonating with a low hum. Vortex Naruto, seeing the opponent initiate with a tailed beast ball, showed no hesitation. Since the adversary had chosen to wield a tailed beast ball, he would demonstrate his latest development, the Star Sphere Tailed Beast Ball. Susanu's Nine Tails raised the spiral spear in hand, its tip aimed at the Eight Tails. Just as the Eight Tails pondered why the Nine Tails was brandishing a weapon, the purple-black chakra began to gather at the spear's tip, its accumulation far surpassing his own. The tailed beast ball at the spear's tip was entirely different from his merely compressed and expelled tailed beast chakra. However, what was that inexplicable gravitational fluctuation emanating from Susanu's tailed beast ball? Even his own tailed beast chakra seemed to be drawn towards it. Accompanied by sizzling sounds, fierce winds, and lightning encircled the spiral spear. And the Nine-Tail Star Sphere tailed beast ball had already taken form, while the Eight Tails ball was still in the process of gathering chakra. With a swift motion, the Nine Tails unleashed the Star Sphere tailed beast ball from the spear's tip. The Eight Tails, seeing a ball nearly his size, shouted to Kurabi within. Be careful. That's no ordinary tailed beast ball. Defend yourself." The Star Sphere tailed beast ball reached the Eight Tails in an instant, whereupon he placed his 8 octopus-like tentacles before him. The ball pressed firmly against the Eight Tails' tentacles, its terrifying gravitational pull rendering him unable to escape, relentlessly pushing him backward. Even with all his might, he could not withstand the force of the tailed beast ball, being forced back 5 kilometers. Leaving a deep trench 10 meters wide and 5 kilometers long in his wake. The debris and earth displaced behind him formed a mound taller than himself. Subsequently, the Star Sphere-tailed beast ball erupted with blinding radiance. The tumultuous chakra within began to boil like high-pressure steam. Sensing the terrifying chakra fluctuation, the Eight Tails could no longer hold back, releasing all his chakra without reservation. A singular thought consumed him. What had this fox experienced over the millennia? This technique was not merely a tailed beast's move. Its power was several times stronger than that of a tailed beast ball. Boom. Following the brilliance, a catastrophic explosion ensued, sending a column of light soaring into the heavens, scattering the clouds above. Suddenly, the space fractured with minute cracks, only to swiftly close, while silver lightning streaked across the sky. The howling winds lifted boulders and trees from the outskirts of the explosion, multiple tornadoes spiraling around the light column. The cacophony of thunder accompanied by the crackling of lightning struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying, while the winds continued to whirl the boulders. Vortex Naruto, witnessing the apocalyptic scene from afar, felt an exhilarating thrill. This time, he had condensed the star sphere-tailed beast ball to a size of 50 meters. It was his first time employing this technique in battle, and he was astonished by its terrifying effectiveness. Even the three companions behind him stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the existence of any ninjutsu capable of achieving such magnitude, their imaginations falling short of the reality before them. After a considerable time, the raging tornadoes and the deluge of lightning subsided. The towering light column vanished, leaving a 2-kilometer radius devoid of all existence. Upon the shattered earth lay the damaged form of the Eight Tails, its 8 tentacles entirely gone, and its body now a mere shadow. Vortex Naruto, controlling Susanu's 9 tails, descended before the 8 tails, gazing down at the remaining bull head. He grasped it firmly. The bare bull head, stripped of its horns due to the explosion, revealed the remnants of chakra within were perilously low. It seemed that in withstanding that cataclysmic strike, the 8 tails had exhausted its chakra reserve. Within the ceiling space, the 8 tails gazed enviously at Susanu's 9 tails, his consciousness shifting to the gravely injured Kurabi within, lamenting, "I'm sorry, bye. I have given my all." Recalling the horrifying technique, he realized that despite his utmost effort, he could not withstand the explosive force. He had no choice but to channel all his chakra into Kurabi's body, sustaining his life to prevent Kurabi's immediate death from such a blow. However, it now appeared to be a futile effort. In the grasp of the 9 tails Jinchūriki, Kurabi would likely not survive. Vortex Naruto observed the bull head in his hand. As the 8 tails chakra dissipated, Kurabi materialized in his grasp. Thanks to the protection of the 8 tails, his body remained intact, devoid of any missing parts. However, due to extensive burns from the explosion, the chakra within flickered like a dying ember, threatening to extinguish entirely. It was imperative to hasten the process. Otherwise, Kurabi's death would also mean the 8 tails' demise. Vortex Naruto separated a shadow clone, rushing to Kurabi's side, swiftly forming hand seals. Placing his hands on Kurabi's abdomen, he initiated the tailed beast extraction technique, drawing the remaining chakra of the 8 tails from Kurabi's body. As the final vestige of the 8 tails chakra was extracted, the weak chakra within Kurabi faded, and his breathing gradually ceased. Vortex Naruto cast the 8 tails chakra onto the ground, where it rapidly expanded, reconstituting into a towering entity of 50 meters. Vortex Naruto marveled at the spectacle, perplexed that such a minimal amount of chakra could still form such a colossal beast. Nevertheless, none of that mattered now. He had accomplished what needed to be done. With a clap of his hands, adamantine chains shot forth from his back, ensnaring the 8 tails firmly in place. The 8 tails, trapped beneath the chains, found himself unable to move, realizing that he was likely to be sealed once again. Oh no, just when I escaped from one Jinchūriki, I am to be confined in another. The 8 tails lamented the fate of tailed beasts at the hands of humans. Just as he braced himself for an impending seal, he noticed that the adamantine chains only extracted a fraction of his chakra. Initially fearing loss of freedom, he was surprised to find the reality diverged from his expectations, a puzzled expression gracing his bovine face. Huh. 9 tails Jinchūriki, are you not sealing me? Vortex Naruto chuckled upon hearing this, bemused that he appeared so intimidating. No need for that. I already have a Kyuubi within me. Ushioni, you need not enter. He then marked the Ushioni with a flying thunder god seal upon its head. Now you are free. I have extracted merely 1/10 of your chakra to construct a tailed beast space within me. The mark upon your forehead is my flying thunder god seal. Should you ever find yourself in peril, you can activate the seal with your chakra or summon me from the tailed beast space, and I shall sense your call and come to your aid. Upon hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, the Hachibi widened its bovine eyes, observing him with astonishment. Unlike any human it had encountered before, Naruto coveted not its power, granted it freedom, and even knew its true name. You truly will not seal me? How do you know my name? Did Kyuubi tell you? Before Naruto could respond, the Susanoo of the Kyuubi moved first, coiling its tail around the Hachibi and lifting it before him. Humph. Do you think I am the type of fox that indulges in idle chatter? I am the mightiest of all tailed beasts. One of me within Naruto is sufficient. Furthermore, Naruto is the prophesied child foretold by the Sage of Six Paths. When the sage separated the chakra of the 10 tails, the chakra that he received was the most abundant. Now, with Uzumaki Naruto resonating with his tailed beast chakra, his strength has grown considerably. Even the Hachibi, standing beneath him, would not stand a chance against him. Nevertheless, those tailed beasts remained defiant. Previously, they had not acknowledged him, and he had been too indifferent to confront them. One day, he would ensure that all tailed beasts felt his might, especially that insufferable raccoon. Naruto gazed at the proud fox without speaking, turning his attention to Yamuki. Now that Killer Bee was deceased, it was her turn. Yamuki looked at Naruto with trepidation, the memory of that terrifying technique vivid in her mind. With just one strike, Killer Bee had perished. Though she was merely 18 or 19 years old, a perfect Jinchūriki, she felt as helpless as a kitten before Naruto. What do you intend to do with me? Yamuki stammered, fearing that Naruto might slay her on the spot. Naruto smiled gently at her, swiftly forming hand seals and pressing his hands against her abdomen. As his palms withdrew, a deep blue flame-like chakra was extracted from her body. Subsequently, a massive entity, comparable in size to the Hachibi and composed of deep blue flames, appeared beside it. In a similar manner, Naruto extracted 1/10 of the chakra from the Nibi, integrating it into himself and leaving his flying thunder god seal upon the Nibi's head. Yuri, from this day forth, you two are free. The Nibi's 2 tails swayed behind it, its immense pupils fixed upon Naruto, astonished that it could regain its freedom. With a complex expression, it had long given up hope of liberation after being sealed within a Jinchūriki. Now, liberated, it found itself at a loss as to where to go. After a long silence, it finally spoke. Kyuubi's Jinchūriki, may I accompany you? The Nibi understood all too well that the powerful ninja villages within the shinobi world coveted the power of tailed beasts. If it left alone, it would undoubtedly be captured again and sealed within another Jinchūriki, losing its freedom once more. It preferred to cling to the strongest ally. Chapter 103. Clinging to the thickest thigh. Having come to this realization, the Uzumaki Naruto, as the Kyuubi's Jinchūriki, was already immensely powerful at this age. In the future, he would undoubtedly reach the heights of the Sage of Six Paths. This golden-haired, blue-eyed Kyuubi's Jinchūriki was the thickest, strongest thigh to hold on to. It was imperative to grasp it tightly and never let go. By doing so, he would no longer need to fear being captured by other humans or sealed within a Jinchūriki. Yamuki, who had been controlling the Nibi, looked at it in disbelief. As a ninja from Kumogakure, she had always regarded the Nibi as a possession of the village. She had never considered what the Nibi truly needed. The power she wielded was merely due to the duration of her companionship with the Nibi, which allowed her to become a perfect Jinchūriki. Yet even so, the seal within her had not been completely undone. Yuri, you cannot leave Kumogakure. You belong to the village. Are you attempting to defect? The Nibi's Byakugan eyes glared at Yamuki with a hint of hatred, its fangs bared as deep blue flames erupted around it, its entire form bristling with fury. Yamuki, I once believed you could understand me, but it seems you are no different from those other humans, merely viewing me as property. You know nothing of tailed beasts. We are not the possessions of humans. We possess emotions. Do you know what it feels like to be trapped in a seal devoid of light? Have you ever experienced the sensation of losing your freedom forever? You know nothing. You have never regarded me as a companion. In your eyes, what am I? What gives you the right to confine us tailed beasts within your bodies? We are sentient beings. I have never harmed you humans. Must we be reduced to your possessions simply because of our power? Answer me. With a furious roar, the Nibi opened its enormous maw, longing to devour Yamuki on the spot. It was unexpected that the one who had spent the most time with it could not comprehend its plight. Ever since the tailed beasts had been separated from the 10 tails, they had lived in seclusion, never once harming humans. Merely due to their immense power, one fateful day, a colossal wooden figure known as Senju Hashirama proclaimed, "You are too dangerous," and with a mere hand, captured it. Subsequently, they were distributed to various ninja, who utilized sealing techniques to imprison the tailed beasts within them. Since that moment, the tailed beasts had lost their freedom, ensnared in a perpetual darkness. They did not yield. They harbored resentment towards humanity, wishing to escape from the Jinchūriki. Yet, the ninjas persisted. For every Jinchūriki that perished, another was sealed within the next. Until it was sealed within Yamuki's body, the Nibi, seeing the young girl, felt reluctant to harm her. She was too small, so it began to bond with her, lending her its power, believing she would understand it. However, it soon realized that she did not regard it as a companion, but merely as property belonging to Kumogakure. Beside them, the Hachibi and Kyubi fell silent upon hearing the Nibi's roar. The Nibi's words echoed their own sentiments. They had done nothing wrong, yet were viewed as dangerous by the ninjas. The ninjas were hypocrites, coveting their power while casting unfounded accusations upon them. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, who possessed a profound understanding of humanity's flaws, spoke. Humans will never accept a power they cannot control in this world. Once such power emerges, it is deemed a threat. Unless they can harness that power, they will seek to eradicate it. While not all humans are like this, the majority cannot abide the existence of such formidable power roaming freely. The Hachibi widened its eyes, contemplating whether to leave. If it departed, it too might be captured by ninjas and sealed within a Jinchūriki once more. Even with its strength, facing a multitude of ninjas would likely deplete its chakra. Perhaps only by following Uzumaki Naruto could it evade the fate of being sealed. Kyubi-Rinzu, may I accompany you? Uzumaki Naruto gazed in astonishment at the choice made by the two-tailed beasts, never anticipating that both would opt to leave with him. Very well, then. You shall follow me. By the way, there is no need to refer to me as Kyubi-Rinzu. I am Uzumaki Naruto. With a gentle smile, Uzumaki Naruto regarded the Nibi and Hachibi, then abruptly turned to face Yumujin, his expression instantly turning icy. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he summoned silver lightning in his grasp. Now, Yumujin, I present you with two choices, submit or perish. Begin your decision. Yumujin, observing the ninjutsu in Naruto's hand, wore a conflicted expression. Although there were two choices presented, what alternative existed apart from submission? Yet, considering that Kumogakure was the village that had nurtured her, choosing submission would signify betrayal. However, refusing to submit would only lead to death, and she was still young, unwilling to embrace such a fate so readily. Ultimately, she resolved her decision. Kyubi-Rinzu, my choice is. At that moment, the Kumogakure ninja, who had followed Killer Bee, finally arrived at the scene. Those ninjas, upon spotting the terrifying tornado, the flashes of lightning, and the towering beam of light from a distance, were struck by a profound sense of dread. Even at a distance of 30 kilometers, they could distinctly feel the terrifying chakra fluctuations. It was feared that their own Fourth Hokage, Yumujin, and Lord Killer Bee had encountered an exceptionally powerful ninja. They dared not delay any longer and rushed towards the battlefield of Uzumaki Naruto and his companions, only to arrive after the battle concluded, when Killer Bee had perished. They did not witness the body of Killer Bee in the grasp of Susanoo Kyubi, nor did they see Yumujin within the head of Susanoo Kyubi. Instead, they beheld the tailed beast forms of Nibi and Hachibi, along with a young boy ensconced in purple chakra bones. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke had ceased his attacks. The Fourth Hokage, now reduced to an unrecognizable form in a deep pit, left only a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Upon seeing Nibi and Hachibi, the Kumogakure ninjas came to a halt, their faces etched with fear. Despite their awareness that both Jinchūriki from Kumogakure were perfect hosts, they remained paralyzed by dread. Unwilling to advance, particularly with a monstrous entity looming larger than both Nibi and Hachibi. Chapter 104, Slaughter. What are you afraid of? That is Lord Killer Bee and Lord Yumujin. It is time to showcase the strength of Kumogakure. Everyone, follow me and support our two esteemed leaders. The foremost Kumogakure Jonin, witnessing the apprehensive ninjas frozen before the ravaged battlefield, bellowed. His roar roused those Kumogakure ninjas still ensnared in terror, yet even so, upon beholding the towering Susanoo Kyubi clad in green armor, standing 100 meters high, they remained too frightened to advance. What manner of beast is that? Is such a height truly attainable by a ninja? The chakra fluctuations emanating from it are countless times more terrifying than those of Lord Killer Bee. Can we genuinely prevail against it? The colossal form of Susanoo Kyubi loomed like a mountain, suffocating the air around them. Its fierce aura resembled that of an ancient behemoth, seemingly poised to devour all. Despite some voices encouraging action, none dared to strike, for in their line of sight, neither Nibi nor Hachibi moved, instead quietly remaining at the periphery. Mabui approached the gathered crowd. Though she too was puzzled as to why Nibi and Hachibi refrained from engaging that golden giant and why their Raikage was absent. However, she understood the necessity for someone to step forth. Otherwise, the oppressive atmosphere would shatter the resolve of those present. Do not hesitate. Unleash your strongest attacks and support Lord Raikage. In a moment, the Kumogakure ninjas brandished their weapons, hurling an array of kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags towards Susanoo Kyubi. The Jonin from Kumogakure unleashed their village's ninjutsu, bombarding Susanoo Kyubi with techniques imbued with lightning, water, and flames. Uzumaki Naruto felt the attacks akin to mere tickles, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Such feeble assaults lacked even the potential to breach the outer defenses of Susanoo. He turned to Nibi and Hachibi, stating, "Look, the Kumogakure ninjas have arrived. If you seek vengeance, now is your moment." Nibi and Hachibi simultaneously gazed down at the Kumogakure ninjas, their hearts brimming with rage. For it was this very group that had imprisoned them, seeking to control their power and exploit their chakra, treating them as mere weapons. "No, you cannot. Those are Kumogakure ninjas. You must not act against them. They are my comrades." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Yumujin looked at Nibi in terror, desperate to dissuade her from attacking. Unwilling to witness the Kumogakure ninjas perish at Nibi's hands. Seeing that Yumujin preferred to hinder her rather than stand beside her in battle, and incessantly referred to those as her comrades, Nibi's fury intensified. "What of me? After all these years together, how do you perceive me?" The flames of anger surged uncontrollably within her. Yumujin had never regarded her as a comrade, yet she sought to prevent her vengeance. Nibi hesitated no longer, charging forth to unleash her assault, determined to make Yumujin witness the demise of her comrades. As Nibi plunged into the throng, she moved like a dragon through the sea, each swipe of her claws inflicting tremendous devastation, every pounce sending tremors through the ground. Limbs and torsos flew in all directions, blood cascading like snowflakes, while Nibi unleashed colossal fireballs, claiming the lives of countless ninjas. The battlefield was soon filled with the agonizing wails of the fallen, as the Kumogakure ninjas struggled to comprehend why Yumujin had turned against them. Under Nibi's rampage, they found themselves lacking any means of resistance. While elite shinobi might contend with a tailed beast, the three current elite ninjas of Kumogakure had either fallen or were captured. With their existing strength, Kumogakure possessed virtually no capability to counter Nibi. The number of Kumogakure ninjas diminished visibly, and they could no longer restrain their outrage. "Yumujin, have you betrayed Kumogakure? Why do you attack your fellow villagers? Cease this at once. If you continue, all the Kumogakure ninjas will perish." Mabui narrowly evaded Nibi's onslaught, calling out to the rear, "Where are the Sealing Squad ninjas? Quickly, seal Yumujin." As her words fell, the Sealing Squad ninjas, armed with sealing scrolls, approached, relying on the Jonin to distract Nibi, inching ever closer to execute the sealing. Just as the Sealing Squad ninjas neared Nibi, Hachibi's tentacles descended from above, sweeping across the battlefield. Those seeking to seal Nibi were reduced to blood mist under the onslaught of Hachibi's appendages. With Hachibi's arrival, the already disadvantaged Kumogakure ninjas plunged into despair. "Why must even Lord Killer Bee turn against us? Lord Killer Bee, it is us. We are your fans." Indeed, the Jinchūriki cannot be trusted. How infuriating. Where is Lord Raikage? At this moment, Mabui could no longer muster words of encouragement. With the fourth Raikage vanished and Yumujin alongside Killer Bee in betrayal, all that remained for her was despair. She weakly knelt upon the ground, shouting at Nibi, "Why? Why betray us? Yumujin, Killer Bee, do you not see? You are now slaying your own comrades." And the controlled Yumujin, witnessing her comrades fall one by one, felt helpless and despairing, her voice trembling as she spoke to Uzumaki Naruto. "Kyubi Jinchūriki, I implore you, do not let them continue their slaughter. Please, hasten to halt them." "Humph." Xuanhua Mingren let out a cold snort, refraining from stopping the assault of the Two Tails and Eight Tails. Instead addressing Yumurin, when one wields powers that are beyond their control, they must be prepared for the backlash. You, the villagers of Yunin, have recklessly manipulated the power of the tailed beasts. Now, facing the retribution of those very beasts, you can only blame yourselves. His icy words shattered Yumurin's spirit. But as if struck by a thought, she hastily declared, "Kyubi Jinchūriki, I am willing to submit. If you spare the ninjas of Yunin, I shall pledge my allegiance to you. I beg you, do not allow them to be slaughtered any longer." Driven by her impulsiveness, which led to the massacre of the ninjas from Yunin. Yomurin had already resigned herself to death, intending to atone for her sins. Yet now, in a bid to save the ninjas of Yunin, she was compelled to make this decision, choosing to submit to Xuanhua Mingren. Regrettably, had Yomurin's submission been resolute, Xuanhua Mingren might have felt a sense of satisfaction and chosen to spare them. However, at this moment, Yomurin was forced to yield out of compassion for the ninjas of Yunin being slaughtered. Yomurin, you overestimate yourself. Xuanhua Mingren's chakra surged wildly into his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tianxin. The power from Xuanhua Mingren's eyes surged into Yomurin's mind, altering her subconscious. Within her subconscious, an order was inscribed to offer everything to Xuanhua Mingren. Moments later, Yomurin ceased her tears, her legs giving way as she knelt. Bowing her proud head and softly uttering, Yomurin pays homage to my master. Chapter 105. Spare you this time at this moment. The Two Tails and Eight Tails continued their carnage among the ninjas of Yunin. The two-tailed beasts simultaneously unleashed tailed beast balls, massive purple-black orbs of chakra, each measuring 30 meters in diameter, hurtling towards the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves generated by the explosions engulfed the surroundings. Echoing with the anguished cries of Yunin ninjas, many were sent flying by the overwhelming force, landing lifelessly on the ground. Amidst the smoke and debris, the bodies of numerous ninjas lay mangled and bloodied, painting the earth crimson. The Two Tails leaped high, resembling a bolt of lightning as it descended upon the ninjas of Yunin, its razor-sharp claws slicing through them mercilessly. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails swung its tentacles violently, crashing down upon the crowd. Blood, severed limbs, and wails filled the battlefield, resembling a living hell. The two-tailed beasts occasionally unleashed more tailed beast balls, resulting in countless ninjas from Yunin perishing under their relentless attacks. Xuanhua Mingren observed the kneeling Yomurin with satisfaction, then addressed the two-tailed beasts. Enough, Yolu. Nyogoe, cease your onslaught. By the time the two-tailed beasts halted, the surviving ninjas of Yunin had dwindled to a mere fraction. Those who remained stood in despair, their weapons clattering to the ground. They exchanged glances, relieved to have survived this massacre. Mabui gasped for breath, surveying the remaining ninjas, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She then gazed up at the two colossal beasts, uncertain why they had ceased their attack. If they continued, Yunin's strength would plummet to the bottom among the 5 great shinobi villages. It is known that Yunin had deployed over 10,000 ninjas for this war, which had already persisted for nearly a month. The losses in this conflict exceeded 4,000, and apart from those guarding the encampment, all remaining ninjas had rushed here. Yet, they had fallen victim to the two-tailed beasts, losing at least 6,000. If this carnage continued, the future of Yunin would vanish. Xuanhua Mingren released the Susanoo of the Kyubi, maintaining the Kyubi chakra mode, and slowly approached the two-tailed beasts, gazing at the wrathful ninjas of Yunin as if an emperor surveying his subjects. He scanned the battlefield, not spotting any familiar faces from the original tale, before shifting his gaze to Mabui, observing the striking young woman before him, with her white hair and dark skin. He recalled her exceptional administrative abilities from the original story. He harbored thoughts of bringing her back to Shuain, yet now was not the time. You are Mabui, correct? Mabui beheld the golden-haired child stepping down from the Susanoo. Despite his body being enveloped in golden chakra, she instantly recalled the image from the Konoha bounty notice. Her heart raced in fear. Was this not the Kyubi Jinchūriki? Was the golden chakra monster clad in green armor just now the Kyubi? Why did the transformation of the Kyubi Jinchūriki differ from that of the Two Tails and Eight Tails? Had the Fourth Hokage perished at his hands? Then noticing Yomurin bound behind Xuanhua Mingren, her momentary daze was replaced by a gaze directed at the Two Tails. Yomurin, has the tailed beast within you been extracted? You did not perish? At this moment, she comprehended that the Two Tails was not under Yomurin's control, but had been forcibly extracted, subsequently launching an assault on the villagers of Yunin. The absence of their Hokage and Kira sent a wave of panic through her. Seemingly struck by a thought, Mabui glared at Xuanhua Mingren with a vengeful gaze. Where are Lord Hokage and Kira? What have you done to them? Xuanhua Mingren approached Mabui, forcefully gripping her chin to lift her head, his emotionless vertical pupils locking onto her vengeful glare as a chilling voice echoed. They were killed. You despicable bastard. With her chakra nearly depleted, Mabui could no longer muster any effective counterattack. She glared at the golden glowing Xuanhua Mingren. hurling futile insults. In her eyes, there was no fear of death, only an endless well of hatred. Xuanhua Mingren regarded Ma Bu with disdain. Her meager hatred paled in comparison to the intensity he had experienced in Konoha. With a light chuckle, he mused that no matter how potent her hatred, the entirety of Yun was no match for him. Today I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you. However, should you dare provoke me again, I will annihilate Yun. Ma Bui stood in stunned silence before the Kyubi Jinchūriki, questioning if she had suffered a concussion during the battle, which led to hallucinations. As for his threat of annihilating Yun, she chose to selectively ignore it. She understood that the Kyubi Jinchūriki was not one to make idle threats. He genuinely possessed the power to obliterate Yun. Judging by the actions of the Two Tails and Eight Tails, it seemed they were also following the orders of the Kyubi Jinchūriki. Are you speaking the truth? Will you truly spare us? Of course, I speak not in jest. Although she did not grasp the meaning of Xuanhua Mingren's words, the glimmer of hope allowed Ma Bui's tense demeanor to finally relax. Struggling, she rose and approached the surviving ninjas of Yun, leading them to begin clearing the battlefield. Yet, some ninjas from Yun cast hateful glances at Xuanhua Mingren, with a few exhibiting particularly intense animosity. Detecting their hatred, Xuanhua Mingren transformed his golden chakra into a hand and precisely crushed those with the strongest malice. This act immediately provoked the ire of the Yun ninjas. Bastard! What are you doing? We have already ceased our attack. Why do you continue to kill them? Observing the outcry of the Yun ninjas, he unleashed his chakra hand once more. Crack! The ninja crumbled beneath the force of the giant hand, blood flowing from beneath the chakra-infused palm. As the ninjas of Yun village prepared to fight to the death, Ma Bu stepped forward, intervening to halt the impending chaos. Jiu Biao Renjuli, you have already taken so many lives. Is that not enough for you? I warned you, provoke me again, and I shall annihilate your village. Do you dismiss my words so easily? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act if necessary? Ma Bu found herself at a loss for words. Stifled by the presence of Vortex Naruto, and turned to Yu Mu Run beside her, hoping for assistance. At this moment, vengeance was not the priority. If she angered Vortex Naruto, the ninjas present would surely perish. She wished to avoid such a catastrophe and only sought to return these ninjas to Yun village. For only by surviving could they contemplate revenge. Yu Mu Rin shook her head at Ma Bu, signaling her to remain silent before respectfully standing beside Vortex Naruto. Master, please leave the forthcoming matters to me. I will fulfill the task and ensure the proper management of Yun village. Chapter 106. While so adorable, remember your mission. Find a way to secure the position of Raikage and await my grand unification. Vortex Naruto gazed at the respectful Yu Mu Run, his heart brimming with satisfaction. It was his first time employing the technique of Tian Shan, and its effects surpassed his expectations. Yu Mu Rin nodded respectfully and approached Ma Bu, softly advising. Ma Bu, do not provoke him further, otherwise, all the ninjas present will perish. Let us discuss this upon our return to Yun village. I understand. I will keep a close eye on them, Ma Bu reassured, moving before the anxious ninjas of Yun village to calm them, clearing the battlefield and taking what they could salvage. Hinata Niji approached Vortex Naruto, having gained a broader perspective after the almost cataclysmic battle. He had transitioned from the trivial scuffles of Chunin and Jonin to confrontations among the powerful shadows. This drastic leap ignited within him an eagerness to begin training immediately. He did not wish to hinder Vortex Naruto and desired to fight alongside him. Naruto, shall we depart now? Vortex Naruto shook his head, sensing a familiar chakra approaching from a distance. Due to the vast space between them, he could not ascertain the identity of its owner. It seemed they might encounter several acquaintances soon, and he had inadvertently assisted Konoha in alleviating the battlefield situation. He wished to see if he could recruit some individuals for Konoha, placing them strategically within the village. Let us wait a moment. We should soon encounter some familiar faces from Konoha. Vortex Naruto released the Jiu Biao Chakra mode, carrying the lifeless body of Karabi to the deep pit where the Fourth Hokage lay, casually tossing Karabi's remains into the abyss and summoning Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, use your Amaterasu to incinerate these two corpses, leaving no trace behind. Naruto, killing is one thing, but there is no need to go to such cruel lengths to erase their remains, Uchiha Sasuke remarked, perplexed by Vortex Naruto's intentions. However, Vortex Naruto understood the gravity of the situation. The forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, devised by the malevolent Senju Tobarama, was perilously flawed. Although he possessed the Book of Seals, he was aware that only Orochimaru had currently mastered such jutsu. Yet, to be cautious of others who might have learned it, especially those from Konoha, was imperative. Should these two be resurrected through that jutsu, he was not particularly fearful of them himself, but the implications for others could be disastrous. Do you know there exists a technique that can summon the deceased using their flesh and blood? While their strength may not match their former selves, the summoned individual is immortal and can only be sealed away. If these two were to be summoned through that technique, most of the Uchiha clan would not stand a chance against them. Upon hearing this revelation, Neji and the others expressed their astonishment, having never encountered such a technique before. Uchiha Sasuke too recognized the seriousness of the matter. The Uchiha clan was his Achilles heel, and he would never permit anyone to harm his kin. Without hesitation, he activated Amaterasu, dark flames engulfing the bodies of Kurabi and the Raikage. The Eight Tails watched as Kurabi gradually transformed into ashes, feeling a pang of sorrow at the sudden separation after years spent together. Kurabi, rest in peace. I will live on. Yet, contemplating the vastness of the world ahead alleviated his grief. Despite their harmonious bond, they had always been confined within the ceiling space. That dark, claustrophobic realm was something he truly loathed. Once the two bodies were reduced to ashes, Vortex Naruto turned to the Two Tails and Eight Tails. Though the tailed beasts had chosen to accompany him, their massive sizes posed a challenge. He looked up at them and inquired, "Can you both reduce your size? Your dimensions are quite cumbersome, making it inconvenient to enter human towns." The Two Tails and Eight Tails exchanged glances, having resolved to follow Vortex Naruto, thus agreeing to abide by his wishes. "Certainly," they replied in unison. Subsequently, the colossal figures began to compress, shrinking from 50 meters to 30, 20, 10, and finally down a half a meter. The once formidable tailed beasts transformed into endearing, miniature creatures. Vortex Naruto meticulously sensed the chakra within the two-tailed beasts, astonished to find that despite their reduced size, their chakra remained undiminished. "Kurama, can you do the same?" The former ceiling space had now been transformed by Vortex Naruto into a realm for the tailed beasts, revitalized to reflect Kurama's preferences. Since breaking the 8 trigram seal, he had modified the interior to suit Kurama's liking, creating an environment of towering mountains where the Nine Tails could leisurely repose without concern for battle or safety. Except for the occasional need for Naruto to utilize his chakra, Kurama spent most of his time in slumber. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, he lazily opened his eyes to regard the two newly reduced tailed beasts. "I can, but my Yin chakra resides within the Fourth Hokage's body. I am not yet a complete entity. To achieve a form like theirs will require some chakra, hence I will rely on your shadow clone. Once you merge my Yin chakra, I will be able to manifest in the outside world like them. Moreover, you are different. Unlike the perfect Jinchūriki known as the Kyubi and Gyuki, their bodies still contain seals that have not been completely unlocked. There are no barriers between us. Your body also possesses Ashura's chakra, which is why our tailed beast transformations are so unique." "I see." At this moment, Vortex Naruto comprehended entirely why his tailed beast transformation differed so significantly from other Jinchūriki. It was indeed due to this reason. He sensed the special chakra deep within him and murmured, "Ashura's chakra? I will consume you eventually." Upon witnessing the newly transformed Two Tails, Vortex Karui's eyes sparkled with radiant joy as she dashed towards the Two Tails, embracing it with unrestrained affection and playfully ruffling its fur. "Wow, so adorable. Gyuki, I never expected you to be this cute after shrinking." Vortex Naruto withdrew his awareness from the tailed beast space, gazing tenderly at Vortex Karui, a smile gracing his lips. The two-tailed beasts, now diminutive in stature, had shed their fierce and intimidating appearances, taking on a charmingly soft and endearing quality akin to delightful plush toys that would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of young girls. "You little rascal, let go of me at once. Do you not realize that I am a tailed beast?" Chapter 107. A reunion with Might Guy Erway struggled in the embrace of Vortex Xianglin, cautious not to exert too much force. He recognized the red-haired girl as a member of the Vortex clan, and her close ties to Vortex Naruto made him wary. A careless move could endanger his life, considering Naruto's formidable strength. Meanwhile, Hachibi gazed enviously at Erway, lamenting that he was not a cat, but rather a combination of a bull and an octopus, longing to be held as well. Observing the scene, Hachibi hesitated for a moment before choosing to leap onto Hinata Niji's head, intimidated by the terrifying gaze of Uchiha Sasuke, which deterred him from landing on Sasuke instead. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke too cast a jealous glance at Hinata Niji and Vortex Xianglin. In this quartet, three possessed tailed beasts, though neither Niji nor Xianglin were Jinchūriki. Sasuke felt an underlying sense of alienation, as he was the only one without such a bond. TCH, what is so impressive about that? I'm not interested in those things. Sasuke turned his head away, unwilling to witness this heart-wrenching scene. If he lacked a tailed beast, so be it. At worst, he would rely on Susanoo to conquer the ninja world. Vortex Naruto observed the solitary, sorrowful Sasuke and smiled without uttering a word. Hinata Niji, possessing a more mature disposition than Sasuke, felt a sense of helplessness. However, Hachibi seemed to have made a firm decision to stay perched on his head, regardless of Niji's futile attempts to dislodge him. Although it did not hinder his movements, it felt rather odd, with Hachibi's 8 tentacles draping behind him like a bizarre octopus hat. The four engaged in playful banter, while the Cloud Village ninjas nearby glared at this quartet with clenched teeth. An hour later, the Cloud Village ninjas had already cleared the battlefield and departed for their camp in the Land of Fire. It was likely that, after sustaining heavy casualties in this battle, they would withdraw from the Land of Fire and the ongoing war entirely. Vortex Naruto turned to the west, aware of who was approaching as soon as they fell within his precise sensory range. The sound of rushing wind heralded the arrival of Might Guy, clad in a green bodysuit and a Jonin vest, who appeared before him, followed by over 100 civilian Jonin and Chunin. Vortex Naruto stepped forward, surveying the crowd. Aside from the longing evident in Might Guy's eyes, the remaining Jonin and Chunin were filled with nothing but endless disdain and hatred. When Naruto stood 20 paces from Might Guy, he captured the expressions of the onlookers before smirking. Kai-sensei, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Uchiha Sasuke and the others sensed the hostility emanating from the Leaf Ninjas and promptly moved to stand behind Naruto, except for Vortex Xianglin, who likely bore no grudge against the Leaf Ninjas. The other two could hardly restrain their urge to strike down the Leaf Ninjas before them. It was these very ninjas who had forced the Uchiha clan to leave the Leaf and caused Niji the pain of losing his father. However, without Naruto's command, they refrained from taking action. Sensing her beloved's subtle emotional shift, Vortex Xianglin too harbored murderous intent toward the Leaf Ninjas. Ever since Naruto had rescued her and her mother, they had regarded him as their closest kin, vowing to never let anyone who sought to harm him go unpunished. Might Guy gazed at the seemingly taller Vortex Naruto, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Naruto was the most diligent, gifted, and hard-working child he had ever seen, and upon learning of his background, he felt a profound sympathy for him. He recalled the words of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, when he received the task. Guy, Naruto's bond with the village is still too shallow. You must guide him as best as you can to prevent him from straying. He had not overthought it, merely hoping to train alongside Naruto. However, when he learned of Naruto's identity from Kakashi Hatake, he remembered Kakashi's earnest plea. Guy, Naruto is the child of my mentors. He is the son of the Fourth Hokage and harbors the Nine Tails within him. You are my lifelong friend. I implore you to protect him. It was then that he understood the hardships Naruto faced within the village, and from that point onward, he resolved to impart all his knowledge to Naruto. When Naruto defected, he regretted not having provided enough care, which may have led to Naruto's departure from Konoha. If he had arrived sooner, perhaps Naruto's choices would have been different. Naruto, come back to Konoha with Kai-sensei. No matter what happens, Kai-sensei will always be your most steadfast support. Feeling the sincerity in those words warmed Naruto's heart. Might Guy remained as he had always been, standing before him regardless of circumstances. Yet alas, time offered no chance for a do-over. Before Naruto could respond, several civilian Leaf Ninjas could no longer contain themselves. Kaidano, that is the Nine-Tails Fox, the very scourge that ravaged our village. How can such a calamity be brought back to Konoha? Furthermore, the Hokage has decreed that upon sighting the Nine-Tails Fox, it must be eliminated on the spot. One particularly observant ninja, upon noticing the Uchiha clan crest on Sasuke, added, and that is a brat from the Uchiha clan. Danzo-sama has ordered the immediate capture of any Uchiha ninja to prevent the Sharingan bloodline from leaking outside. Upon hearing the command for execution without hesitation, Might Guy abruptly turned, his gaze fierce as he fixed it on the ninja who had spoken. His tone, once vibrant, now bore a chilling edge. Whoever dares to utter the words kill on the spot again, I shall be the one to eliminate them. Though intimidated by Might Guy's fierce gaze, several ninjas persisted in voicing their concerns. But silence. Before the ninja could finish, Vortex Naruto's murderous glare swept over all the civilian ninjas behind Might Guy. Instantly, he activated the Ninetales chakra mode, golden chakra manifesting as a massive hand that enveloped all the Leaf Ninjas. This furious chakra descended upon the Leaf Ninjas like a vengeful deity, rendering them devoid of the courage to retaliate. Just as Naruto's chakra hand was about to strike down the Leaf Ninjas, a surge of blue steam erupted from Might Guy. 8 gates open. The first gate. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Chapter 108. A new eye technique. The furious chakra of the 8 gates coalesced beneath Might Guy's feet as he spun his body, launching a powerful kick that sent Naruto's chakra hand flying in another direction. The sound of destruction echoed as the displaced chakra swept through the earth and towering trees, annihilating 20-meter-high trees along with their roots. Might Guy locked eyes with Vortex Naruto, feeling the intense pain in his legs while internally shocked at Naruto's astonishing strength after such a brief period. Vortex Naruto, witnessing Might Guy's technique, felt a warmth in his heart. Even with Guy unleashing the 7th gate of the 8 gates, it was not enough to counter him. The Leaf Ninjas who had narrowly escaped began to curse in anger after recovering from their initial shock. It's truly the evil Ninetales Fox. He actually tried to kill us. Damn that Ninetales Fox. I will not let you escape. Might Kai, do you still wish to protect the Kyuubi no Yoko? Do not forget, you are a ninja of Konoha. Were it not for you, Konoha would not have faced the assaults of the other major ninja villages. You should atone for your sins with your life. It is all your fault, causing us to fight on the battlefield and losing so many ninjas, even in death. You cannot atone for your transgressions. Hearing the scornful taunts of the Konoha ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto could not help but laugh maniacally. Haha, Teacher Kai, do you still want me to return to Konoha? Why not come with me and join the Akatsuki, and together we can overturn this distorted world. Might Kai stood firm, his fists clenched, muscles bulging like steel, blue steam rising from his form, and his raging chakra manifesting as blue flames that shattered the earth around him. On one side lay Konoha, which his father had fought to protect, and on the other, his seemingly misguided disciple. Might Kai lowered his head, his mind in turmoil, as if wrestling with an important decision, placing his thumb over his heart. Upon witnessing this gesture, Uzumaki Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his scalp tingling, yet his expression remained calm. He understood what Might Kai intended to do and quickly interjected. Teacher Kai, are you planning to open the death gate of the 8 gates? Have you forgotten? I can perform that technique too, even if you open the death gate. You cannot kill me. Have you truly considered this? Is it worth sacrificing your life for such a Konoha? He did not want Might Kai, in a moment of heated impulse, to open the death gate. Instead, he retracted the Kyuubi chakra mode and shouted in anger. 8th gate, the opening gate. Open. Even more ferocious than Might Kai, a torrent of chakra surged from Uzumaki Naruto, blue steam enveloping him like a colossal dragon. The raging chakra provoked a howling wind, causing even Uchiha Sasuke and others behind him to instinctively step back. Might Kai abruptly lifted his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto, unable to hide his astonishment at the immense talent and terrifying chakra he possessed. It was larger than his own, a power far surpassing what he had witnessed from Uzumaki Naruto previously. Naruto, you truly are my most proud disciple. Might Kai gazed at Uzumaki Naruto with envy. It had taken him nearly a decade to cultivate the 8 gates to such a level. Yet here was Uzumaki Naruto, having mastered it at such a young age, reaching heights beyond his own capabilities. The Konoha ninjas behind them exchanged worried glances, noting Might Kai's hesitance to act. They nodded in tacit agreement. Might Kai, what are you still discussing with that Kyuubi? Hurry and kill him. Have you forgotten the Kyuubi incident? Might Kai, quickly eliminate the Kyuubi. Do not forget who trained you. Without Konoha, there would be no Might Kai. The Konoha ninjas called out, fully aware of Might Kai's character and his relationship with Uzumaki Naruto. However, among those present, only Might Kai stood a chance against Uzumaki Naruto. They dared not confront him, having been terrified by the earlier display of that frightening golden chakra. The only way to defeat Uzumaki Naruto was to compel Might Kai to act. The Konoha crowd did not believe Might Kai would truly kill them unless he wished to defect from Konoha. Yet, they overlooked another individual. Uzumaki Naruto turned to the furious Uchiha Sasuke behind him and commanded, "Sasuke, eliminate them. Leave no one alive." Uchiha Sasuke had long been dissatisfied with the actions of the Konoha ninjas, who had sought to eliminate Uzumaki Naruto since their arrival. The Two Tails and Eight Tails were also astonished. The deep-seated killing intent from the Konoha ninjas was something they had not felt in years. Although they too were isolated in Kimogakure, they had not faced the same level of disdain and hatred that Uzumaki Naruto endured. Ha ha ha, Naruto, those Konoha ninjas truly resemble rats in a sewer. Leave them to me. Uchiha Sasuke approached Uzumaki Naruto, looking at the Konoha ninjas with a wicked grin. The killing intent in his eyes could no longer be contained. Since it was not yet time to destroy Konoha, he would first eliminate these Konoha ninjas to collect some interest. Chakra surged violently into his Sharingan as he prepared to attempt a new ocular technique with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke leaped forward, positioning himself before the crowd, closing his eyes momentarily. And upon reopening them, the three-tomo Sharingan had vanished, replaced by a six-pointed star pattern. Maite Kai noticed Uchiha Sasuke's sudden movement, his leg muscles tensing as he sought to intercept him. However, Uzumaki Naruto was faster. In the instant Maite Kai attempted to move, he appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "Teacher Kai, allow me to entertain you in the upcoming battle." Maite Kai regarded Uzumaki Naruto, who had reached him in an instant, and gave him a thumbs up. "Naruto, your prowess in taijutsu has surpassed mine, yet I will not allow you to harm a single soul from Konoha, Konoha's great whirlwind." Maite Kai shouted, executing a spinning kick infused with a fierce whirlwind aimed at Uzumaki Naruto. Understanding the nature of Maite Kai's technique, Uzumaki Naruto responded in kind, and as their battle ensued, they gradually distanced themselves from the main force. The remaining Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Uzumaki Naruto move away, only to witness that Uchiha brat standing arrogantly before them. One hand covering his eye, he laughed maniacally, inciting their faces to flush with anger. "Uchiha brat, do not be so arrogant. As a rogue ninja of Konoha, how dare you speak so boldly? Stop wasting time with him. Let us take him down and present him to Danzo-sama." Chapter 109. Four types of eye techniques. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas encircled Uchiha Sasuke, their murderous intent palpable and ready to strike with deadly precision. The Two Tails nestled in Uzumaki Karui's embrace, observing the petite figure of Uchiha Sasuke, feeling the chakra emanating from him that surpassed their own. "Karui, should we not assist him?" Uzumaki Karui gently stroked the Two Tails' head, her soft touch causing her to squint her eyes in delight. "No need. Sasuke is very strong. Aside from Naruto, he is stronger than anyone else." Standing at the center of the encirclement, Uchiha Sasuke's black hair danced in the wind, his outfit of black and red swirling softly, producing a rustling sound. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rotated beneath his eyelids, suddenly revealing the flame patterns of Amaterasu and mysterious golden light traces. Infernal Eye, Future Scorch. The intangible ocular power swept across the Konoha ninjas, causing the front row of 10 ninjas to emit simultaneous, anguished screams. "Ah, help me. Someone save me." Black flames erupted spontaneously from their bodies, clinging to them like maggots, unquenchable regardless of their frantic attempts to extinguish the fire. In less than 5 seconds, those 10 ninjas were consumed alive, the scent of charred flesh permeating the air. "What on earth are these black flames? Quick, use Suiton." A Konoha Jonin shouted in despair as they witnessed the death of their comrades, yet the black flames continued to burn. "Water release, water wave." X-17. Upon hearing the desperate cries, the Konoha ninjas, who had been pondering the nature of Uchiha Sasuke's technique, suddenly snapped back to reality. A dozen Konoha ninjas rapidly formed hand seals, conjuring a 10-meter-high wave of water that surged toward the black flames. The anticipated scene of the flames being mercilessly extinguished by the water did not unfold in the eyes of the Konoha ninjas. The water collided with the black flames. A hissing sound erupted as a thick plume of white smoke ascended, while the inky flames not only remained unextinguished, but also consumed the torrents of water entirely. What a wretched phenomenon. What kind of flame was this, that even the Suiton technique could not quench it? The initial Jonin, witnessing the persistent black flames, felt a surge of panic within, for this jutsu transcended his understanding. Before he could devise a countermeasure, Uchiha Sasuke's ocular technique had already locked onto him. Sensing the chakra fluctuations in the air, the Jonin attempted to activate the body flicker technique to escape, But before he could act, a chilling voice akin to a malevolent specter reverberated. Enshrouded flame, future scorch. The black flames ignited upon him, and the horrific heat swiftly engulfed him, leading both him and his comrades to a grim fate. The Suetun technique proved futile. Scatter, that is the ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. Do not let him see you. It is a jutsu that activates through sight. Obstruct their line of vision with ninjutsu. A seasoned jonin, sharp in perception, discerned the principle behind the technique and shouted to the remaining Konoha ninja. A dozen or so Konoha ninja reacted in unison, commencing hand seals. Doton, earth flow wall. 15 robust earth walls rose between them and Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, at that very moment of their formation, Sasuke had already pinpointed their fleeting vulnerability. The black flames penetrated through the gaps in the earth walls, striking precisely at the ninja behind them who were still forming seals. What an abhorrent jutsu! How could it attack despite obstructing vision? Observing his comrades, who were still being scorched by the black flames behind the earth walls, the perceptive jonin could no longer suppress his rage. This technique was far too overpowered, utterly indefensible. He could only be relieved that the black flames had not yet spread to himself. His taut body relaxed momentarily amidst the intense emotional turmoil. Yet that fleeting relaxation tolling the bell of death. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan had already noted the instant of his relaxation, appearing before the jonin once more to unleash his ocular technique. Enshrouded flame, future scorch. The jonin gazed in despair as the black flames ignited upon him. Foreseeing his demise, he would be entirely consumed by these flames, leaving no trace of his existence, until the blazing target was utterly reduced to nothingness. These black flames would never extinguish. He ceased to resist, allowing the dark fire to engulf him, resigned to the fate of his inevitable obliteration. In a mere few minutes, chaos reigned supreme. Hundreds of ninja surrounded Uchiha Sasuke. Not only was he unharmed, but in the tumult, Sasuke had already dispatched over 30 Konoha ninja. The remaining Konoha ninja retreated involuntarily, gripped by profound fear of this bizarre ocular technique. No longer did they aspire to capture any member of the Uchiha clan. Their only desire was to survive. Amidst the disarray, over 30 ninja, in a state of panic, frantically formed seals. Futon, great breakthrough. Instantly, a fierce wind swept across the battlefield, causing the disoriented ninja to forget even their elemental weaknesses. Not only did it fail to extinguish the black flames, but it further fueled their ferocity. 5 Konoha ninja positioned downwind could not evade in time, instantly ensnared by the black flames. They writhed on the ground, screaming in agony, desperately hoping to extinguish the flames consuming them. Alas, it was a futile wish. In their final moments, their eyes reflected resentment, gazing at their comrades casting the futon jutsu, their lips moving yet producing no sound. Ha! Do you see? This is the power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, an invincible force you cannot resist. Uchiha Sasuke, covering his eyes, laughed maniacally, while the two tails glanced anxiously at the frenzied Sasuke. Xianglin, how long has he been like this? Is there any hope for him? I don't know. You should ask Naruto. He usually handles such situations, replied Uzumaki Xianglin, squinting her eyes, enjoying the company of the cat in her arms, while the 8 tails, perched on Hinata Niji's head, looked enviously at the 2 tails. Upon perceiving the 8 tails' gaze, Hinata Niji fervently shook his head. Sigh. The 8 tails sighed, then turned its attention back to Sasuke on the battlefield. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes shone with a crimson glow as he softly commanded, Illusionary Flame, Fate's Inferno. The ninja who had just unleashed the futon technique suddenly found themselves confronted with a 6-pointed star emblem of the Mangekyo Sharingan in their vision. The black flames swiftly enveloped them, the searing pain driving them into a frenzy as they rolled on the ground, wailing. However, this horrifying spectacle left the remaining Konoha ninja petrified. They watched their comrades writhing in torment. What are you doing? Get up and attack now. In the eyes of the remaining Konoha ninja, those rolling on the ground appeared unscathed. Yet those ninja continued to writhe, the tangible sensation of burning driving them to struggle relentlessly. When they finally ceased their movements, their bodies were already charred beyond recognition, lying lifeless on the ground. This bizarre scene prompted the remaining Konoha ninja to involuntarily gasp in shock. Though those ninja bore no visible wounds, their deaths resembled that of being consumed by flames. What jutsu could this possibly be? The remaining Konoha ninja finally comprehended that even this young member of the Uchiha clan was beyond their capacity to confront. They retreated in terror, without a moment's hesitation, fleeing in disarray. Yotan, causality shaping. Sasuke unleashed his third ocular technique, and the black flames instantaneously transformed into a myriad of flaming Senbon, each seeming to possess a life of its own. They accurately targeted the fleeing Konoha ninja. Regardless of the ninjutsu they attempted to cast, the flaming Senbon navigated effortlessly through the gaps created by their techniques. Upon contact, the Senbon expanded violently, engulfing the Konoha ninja in black flames. Simultaneously, dozens of fiery chains erupted, ensnaring the surrounding Konoha ninja tightly. The chains then constricted abruptly, incinerating those ninja into ashes in an instant. Within mere minutes, over 80% of the Konoha ninja had perished, leaving fewer than 40 remaining. They gazed in despair at Uchiha Sasuke, their bodies trembling, even their hands faltering in forming seals. The eerie and terrifying ocular technique rendered them utterly defenseless. In their desperation, they roared and launched their final assault. Katon, Great Fireball Technique. X8 Katon, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. X7 Doton, Earth Flow Great River. X9 Doton, Earth Dragon Bomb Technique. X6 Fire and Earth collided, merging into a torrent of fiery mud that surged towards Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, even more despairing was the emergence of a shield formed from black flames surrounding Sasuke. As the fiery mud touched the flame shield, it merely sparked momentarily before dissipating into nothingness. Konoha scum, it is time to end this. Prepare to meet your final demise. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes gleamed with intensity, cold chakra surging forth from his being. The black flames began to spread from beneath him, forming a barrier with a diameter of 100 meters, enveloping the remaining Konoha ninja. Forbidden technique, Infernal Realm. Within the black flame barrier, the flames erupted violently, morphing into a colossal fire dragon that consumed the remaining Konoha ninja within the barrier. The Konoha ninja, gazing at the towering fire dragon, unleashed their jutsu, driven by an overwhelming desire to survive, releasing a chakra far exceeding their previous limits. However, the ninjutsu dissipated instantaneously upon contact with the flaming dragon, as if it had never existed. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the heart of the infernal barrier, witnessing the demise of all the Konoha ninjas, while the intricate patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan faded. With the vanishing of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the fiery barrier began to dissipate, leaving behind nothing but scorched earth, as the bodies of the Konoha ninjas had long since turned to ashes. At this moment, away from the battleground, Might Guy and Uzumaki Naruto finally returned to the scene. Observing that apart from Uchiha Sasuke and the corpses of the Konoha ninjas felled by Jinjutsu, there were no other remains of the Konoha ninjas, Might Guy remained unusually calm. When these ninjas compelled him to confront Uzumaki Naruto, he had already condemned them to death. Even if Uchiha Sasuke and the others refrained from taking action, he would have still moved to eliminate them, for in his heart, the value of Uzumaki Naruto outweighed that of Konoha. Naruto, where do you plan to go next? Teacher Guy, will you truly not leave Konoha to join the Akatsuki? Uzumaki Naruto once more extended an invitation to Might Guy. Upon hearing Naruto's entreaty, Might Guy shook his head. He could not leave just yet. Konoha was the village his father had fought valiantly to protect, and he did not wish to abandon it. Especially with Hatake Kakashi still present in Konoha, leaving him uneasy. Seeing Might Guy refuse, Uzumaki Naruto ceased his invitation, instead inquiring, "How is the situation in Konoha?" "I believe Kumobikure is preparing to withdraw from the war." Upon hearing Naruto's question regarding Konoha's condition, Might Guy's fury ignited instantaneously, his eyes ablaze. The village had permitted students of the Ninja Academy to graduate early and dispatched them to various battlefronts. Those students had already arrived at the camps. Students from the Ninja Academy? Uzumaki Naruto pondered, perplexed, reasoning that Hatake Kakashi would not be so foolish as to send Academy students to the battlefield. If Hatake Kakashi had truly descended to such folly, he would have to step in and teach him a lesson. "Teacher Guy, what has happened? Why would students from the Ninja Academy be sent to the battlefield?" Reflecting on the cause, Might Guy felt despondent, despite believing it was a misguided decision. He could only adhere to orders. The Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo had awakened, and Kakashi's position as acting Hokage had been stripped by the Third Hokage. The command on the battlefield between Kumogakure and Konoha had also been seized by the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto finally grasped the situation. Although he had deliberately spared Sarutobi Hisashi, he had not anticipated that Shimura Danzo could survive such injuries. Coming to this realization, he understood that only the higher-ups of Konoha could engage in such actions. Even sending students from the Ninja Academy onto the battlefield was unnecessary, especially in their own homeland. Where were the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, the Mito clan, the Shimura clan, and the Uchiha clan? Surely they must not have been absent from the battlefield? Might Guy nodded with difficulty. He had intended to preserve the dwindling dignity of Konoha, but upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. As Uzumaki Naruto was a renegade who had defected from Konoha. Ha ha ha, these wretched fools are truly remarkable. They aren't even showing up on the battlefield? Let us go? Teacher Guy, I will accompany you to the camp. Upon learning that the Konoha F4 clan's ninjas had indeed not engaged in battle, Uzumaki Naruto could not help but laugh heartily. He then considered the fact that the battlefield command had been seized by the Sarutobi clan's ninjas and desired to see what they were truly made of. After incinerating the bodies of the fallen Konoha ninjas, the group followed Might Guy towards the Konoha camp. Chapter 111. In a fit of rage in the northeastern command post of the Land of Fire's Konoha, after an hour and a half of relentless travel, Uzumaki Naruto and the others arrived at the Konoha camp alongside Might Guy. The ninjas stationed at the watchtower attempted to greet Might Guy upon spotting him, but their expression turned to one of terror upon recognizing the individuals accompanying him. Although they were unfamiliar with the group, the distinctive Byakugan and the clan symbol now deemed taboo in Konoha unmistakably indicated the presence of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. As for the Uzumaki clan, common ninjas had no access to information about them. Nevertheless, upon seeing the golden-haired child, they recognized the gravity of the situation. On Konoha's wanted list, the S-rank renegade, the Nine-Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. He immediately signaled, and the surrounding Konoha ninjas, upon seeing the signal, swiftly encircled Naruto and his companions, a throng of ninjas enveloping them. Yet, upon seeing Uzumaki Naruto's visage, they could not tear their gaze away. Faced with the encirclement of thousands of ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto remained unperturbed, no matter the numbers. They were merely ordinary ninjas. With his strength alone, he could easily subdue the entire Konoha camp. As the Konoha ninjas witnessed Might Guy entering the camp openly with the Nine-Tails, a dozen impulsive ninjas drew their kunai and shuriken, launching them at the group while simultaneously forming hand seals to execute ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. X12 wind release, great breakthrough. X13 fire release, great fireball technique. X22 earth release, earth flow bullet technique. X16 in an instant, a myriad of ninjutsu and weapons surged toward Uzumaki Naruto and his companions. Uzumaki Naruto contemptuously regarded the onslaught, instantly activating his tailed beast transformation to shield his companions, deflecting all incoming kunai, shuriken, and ninjutsu. Simultaneously, the golden chakra of the Nine-Tails manifested as a colossal hand, obliterating the attacking Konoha ninjas. Witnessing Uzumaki Naruto ruthlessly slay their fellow villagers, the remaining Konoha ninjas erupted in outrage. Might Guy, how dare you betray the village and collude with the renegade Uzumaki Naruto? What are your intentions? Do you plan to forsake Konoha and follow in Uzumaki Naruto's footsteps as a renegade? They lamented, we still held you in high regard as our commander, and yet you conspire with the Nine-Tails to invade the Konoha camp. Observing those who dared to shout yet hesitated to strike, Uzumaki Naruto scoffed. Trash. If you have the guts, come at me. Let us see if I can eliminate you today. Provoked by his taunt, many Konoha ninjas felt the urge to retaliate. But memories of their recently fallen comrades dampened their resolve. They were unwilling to perish so recklessly against such a formidable Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Kakazu lounged lazily in the commander's seat, having done nothing since dispatching Might Guy. Currently, Kumogakure had not initiated an attack. As long as the situation on the battlefield remained stagnant, he would gain credit for his efforts, even if he had not achieved any remarkable feats. Upon returning to Konoha, he would embellish the tale of his valiant command, depicting a fierce battle between Konoha and Kumogakure under his extraordinary guidance. Ultimately, the credit for the victory against Kumogakure would rest entirely upon him. Just as he contemplated his return to Konoha and the accolades that awaited him, a cacophony of discord erupted outside the tent. Growing increasingly impatient with the noise, Sarutobi Kakuzu lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. There, he beheld over 3,000 Konoha ninjas encircling Might Guy and his companions. Sarutobi Kakuzu approached the perimeter, demanding, "What is all this commotion? What is happening? Why are you all gathered here?" Upon hearing his voice and realizing it was the newly arrived commander, the Konoha ninjas parted to create a path. Sarutobi Kakuzu proceeded down the corridor, but upon seeing the individuals within the encirclement, his face turned ashen. That was the vessel of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. Beside him stood members of the Uchiha clan, as well as those from the Hyuga clan. Was that red-haired figure a member of the Uzumaki clan? Faced with this peculiar assembly, Sarutobi Kage felt an imminent sense of doom. He was acutely aware of the transgressions his clan, the Sarutobi, had committed against Uzumaki Naruto. Moreover, even the Third Hokage was no match for Uzumaki Naruto. Given his prowess, it was unlikely he could withstand even a single strike from him. Having seemingly made a decision, he turned to flee, for he still had a bright future ahead of him and could not afford to perish here. Just as Uzumaki Naruto contemplated eliminating everyone present, he suddenly noticed a path opening in the encirclement. A ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector stepped forward, but, upon seeing the situation, hesitated not a moment before retreating. Uzumaki Naruto locked onto that Konoha ninja, and a colossal golden chakra hand seized him. Struggling desperately, Sarutobi Kage found himself powerless to escape the grasp of Uzumaki Naruto. In his panic, he shouted, "Uzumaki Naruto, let me go. I am a ninja of the Sarutobi clan. If you treat me this way, Konoha will surely dispatch a force to hunt you down. What are you all waiting for? That's the Nine-Tails Fox. Attack him." A cold chuckle escaped Uzumaki Naruto's lips as he dragged Sarutobi Kage before him, addressing the crowd. "Is this man your commander? What is his name?" He refrained from inquiring about Might Guy, knowing that aside from Kakashi Hatake and a few others, he could hardly remember the names of most Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas surrounding Uzumaki Naruto were incensed. They had witnessed him ruthlessly eliminate dozens of their comrades and seize their commander, leaving their faces flushed with anger. Yet, fear of Uzumaki Naruto's strength restrained their actions. They had observed his earlier display of power, effortlessly dispatching numerous ninjas. The assembled Konoha ninjas remained silent, their eyes filled with fury as they regarded Uzumaki Naruto. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Kage, feeling increasingly vulnerable, felt the grip of the chakra hand tightening around him. Realizing death was drawing near, he shouted frantically, "Uzumaki Naruto, I am Sarutobi Kage, a ninja of the Sarutobi clan. Release me, and I will speak favorably of you before the Third Hokage. If you let me go, I will plead for you and have the bounty against you rescinded." In that moment, desperate and incoherent, Sarutobi Kage was merely a common ninja from the Sarutobi clan, lacking any authority in Konoha's decisions, but willing to promise anything for his own salvation. Uzumaki Naruto regarded him with derision, a smirk playing on his lips. "You truly bring shame to Sarutobi Hisashi. This is the best your clan can muster for battlefield command. Is your Hokage's mind damaged from a prolonged state of unconsciousness, leaving him so utterly confused?" Seeing Sarutobi Kage unable to muster even a semblance of resistance, Uzumaki Naruto grew bored, incrementally increasing the pressure of his golden chakra hand. As the crushing force intensified, Sarutobi Kage's internal organs began to suffer, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson as blood seeped from his orifices, splattering onto the nearby Konoha ninjas. Chapter 112. Ertzizi. What are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto surveyed the Konoha ninjas, who seethed with rage yet remained paralyzed by fear, and felt disappointment wash over him. These uninspired ninjas lacked the spirit to fight. He recalled that in the original tale, aside from Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Might Guy, and a select few, the true powerhouses hailed from esteemed clans. Disheartened by the sight of these timid ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. He had murdered their comrades and their commander before their very eyes, yet they did not retaliate, nor did they even voice their indignation. "You truly disappoint me. Since you lack the courage to fight, then step aside." With that, Uzumaki Naruto's aura erupted, overwhelming the Konoha ninjas with an intensity they could scarcely bear. Under the weight of his presence, the surrounding Konoha ninjas instinctively shifted, parting to create a path. Uzumaki Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed the multiple shadow clone technique. The air filled with the sounds of popping as countless white smoke clouds billowed forth. As the smoke dissipated, 5, clones of Uzumaki Naruto materialized, fanning out to encircle the entire camp. Having accomplished this, Uzumaki Naruto led a few companions through the path opened by the Konoha ninjas. The sight of so many clones drained the color from the faces of the Konoha ninjas. If they could not defeat one, how could they possibly contend with 5,000? What do we do? Should we charge out? Are you insane? Don't drag me down with you. Did you not see how many clones there are? How do you expect to break through? Are you seeking death? They're just clones. If we all charge in one direction, we might just make it out. Seemingly attuned to the thoughts of the Konoha ninjas, all of Uzumaki Naruto's clones erupted with golden nine-tails chakra. Seeing this, the remaining Konoha ninjas felt their hopes extinguish. They had already faced the terror of this 4 moments prior. The overwhelming chakra that had slaughtered dozens of ninjas had sown a seed of fear within their hearts. It's over. I barely escaped the battlefield, and now I'm to die here? Do you think I want to die? I don't want to. But what can I do? I can't fight. Who fired that signal flare? Show yourself, and I promise not to harm you. The atmosphere was thick with despair. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as Uzumaki Naruto exited the encirclement, he had yet to decide how to handle them. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka had arrived outside the medical tent amidst the commotion, bewildered by the gathering of ninjas. A flurry of jutsu was unleashed, and soon a colossal golden chakra hand emerged from the center of the crowd, obliterating those who had initiated the techniques. The ninja who had brought them to this point stepped outside the encirclement, only to be crushed by the golden chakra hand moments later, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Having never witnessed such gruesome scenes before, the 2 girls were unable to suppress their nausea and began to vomit. Ino's lively eyes lost their sparkle as she turned to Sakura. Sakura, do you think the Yunin from the Cloud Village have invaded the camp? Are we going to die? I don't want to die yet. I'm still so young. I haven't experienced anything, and now I'm going to die. Sakura straightened her previously hunched posture, preparing to respond when countless shadow clones appeared. The familiar visage momentarily eluded her memory, but after a moment's reflection, she recalled the quiet yet impactful presence that had once stunned everyone during a match with Uchiha Sasuke in the Ninja Academy before disappearing from her life. She had heard the adults in Konoha speak of him, mentioning his defection and the subsequent bounty placed upon him, and shortly thereafter, her beloved Sasuke had also left. That is Uzumaki Naruto. How could it be him? Hasn't he defected from Konoha? Why is he here? As Sakura gazed at Uzumaki Naruto, suddenly, a figure she had longed to see appeared within her sight. It was Sasuke. How could he also be here? As she gazed upon the familiar figure she yearned for day and night, Haruno Sakura could no longer restrain herself and dashed towards it. At that moment, Tintin also noticed Uzumaki Naruto and his companions, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, that blonde boy and the one with black hair are so handsome. Huh. Why does that boy with the Byakugan have an octopus on his head? How peculiar. And that little girl with red hair is simply adorable. Especially with her charming deep blue cat. Hey, Sakura, look at those people. Where's Sakura? Tintin turned to find Haruno Sakura had vanished. When she finally spotted her, she realized Sakura was racing towards Uzumaki Naruto and his friends. Anxiously, she recalled how she had just witnessed the blonde boy mercilessly take lives without batting an eye. To her dismay, Sakura had run straight towards them. What if she provoked those handsome boys? Tintin worried that Sakura might meet a dire fate. In her concern for Sakura's safety, she stamped her foot. Never mind. If I plead with them, they should spare Sakura, right? Sakura, wait for me. With that, Tintin hurried to follow Haruno Sakura. Sasuke, where have you gone? I miss you. Uchiha Sasuke was following Uzumaki Naruto when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned towards the source of the voice and saw a girl clad in cherry blossom-colored clothes, her hair mirroring the hue, running towards him with open arms. Is this an attack? How absurd. Such a weakling dares to confront me. In an instant, his Mangekyo Sharingan manifested, focusing intently on Haruno Sakura, prepared to unleash Amaterasu to eliminate this oblivious girl before him. Uzumaki Naruto also heard the voice and, upon recognizing it, turned to look in that direction, confirming his suspicions. Suddenly, he sensed the chakra within Uchiha Sasuke begin to surge, as the energy concentrated in Sasuke's eyes. Naruto's heart raced with dread upon seeing the patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Inside, he screamed in panic, Sasuke, what are you doing? Stop it right now. With no time to reason with Sasuke, Naruto swiftly kicked him away, sending him crashing into a row of tents, causing dust to billow throughout the campsite. Under Naruto's influence, Sasuke's focus wavered, and the black flames of Amaterasu ignited one of the tents. The fierce fire consumed it in an instant, and all that could be heard were a few cries of despair before silence fell. Suspended in midair, Haruno Sakura caught only a fleeting glimpse of Uchiha Sasuke before he vanished from her sight, unable to halt her momentum as she tumbled to the ground, sliding several meters. In the tailed beast's realm, the Nine Tails lazily opened its eyes, observing the chaotic scene unfold before closing them again, a slight smirk forming at the corners of its mouth. Chapter 113. Do you want a wife? Surrounded by shadow clones, the Konoha ninjas watched the inexplicable conflict among Uzumaki Naruto and his companions, unable to contain their curiosity. What caused this internal strife? Did something happen? I don't know. That girl rushed in, and then the Nine Tails kicked that Uchiha brat away. Could it be a love triangle? How outrageous. Shoo, keep your voices down. Those shadow clones seem to have heard us. As they noticed the unfriendly expressions of the surrounding shadow clones, the Konoha ninjas fell silent, not wanting to become casualties of this senseless turmoil. Uchiha Sasuke, having picked himself up, charged towards Uzumaki Naruto, glaring at him. Naruto, what are you doing? Do you want a duel? If you wish to duel, just say so. What else with the sneak attack? Naruto, exasperated by Sasuke's fury, thought to himself that if he hadn't intervened, Sakura would have been killed by Sasuke. What were you trying to do just now? Were you really going to unleash Amaterasu on a little girl? How can you question me about this? Have you forgotten who she is? She was your classmate. If I hadn't stopped you, she would have been dead. At that moment, Sasuke realized his previous actions had indeed been excessive, but he would never admit it. How was I to know she wasn't going to attack me? My reaction was merely instinctive, too quick to control. If she hadn't rushed at me, I wouldn't have reacted that way. Naruto stared at Sasuke, utterly frustrated with his stubbornness, wanting nothing more than to give him a good beating. What nonsense are you spouting? What power do you possess? What power does she possess? Even if she were to attack, wouldn't you have been able to evade or counter with your strength? Must you resort to Amaterasu? If a dog happened to pass by, would you also use Amaterasu on it? If you keep misusing Amaterasu like this, once I return to Yukigakure, I will inform Aunt Mikoto. Now, go and apologize properly. Humph. Sasuke recognized his error but remained defiant against Naruto's reprimand. With a huff, he silently approached Haruno Sakura, his mood soured from being chastised, his expression cold. Hey, are you alright? Why did you charge at me? Also, Naruto said you were my former classmate. What is your name? Haruno Sakura stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Upon hearing her crush refer to her leap as a sneak attack and realizing he didn't even know her name, her face fell, and tears began to stream down like pearls onto the ground. The joy had arrived too swiftly, only to fade just as quickly. Nevertheless, Haruno Sakura, feeling utterly wronged, replied, My name is Haruno Sakura, Sakura as in cherry blossom. Uchiha Sasuke watched the tearful Haruno Sakura, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had never encountered a girl crying before, nor had anyone taught him how to react. He turned to Naruto, his eyes pleading for help. Naruto sighed, exasperated by Sasuke's obliviousness. Just then, Ten arrived at Naruto's side, having witnessed Sakura's earlier actions and frightened to the core. If they had angered the boys before them, their lives might very well be forfeit. She bowed repeatedly, looking apprehensively at Naruto. I'm so sorry. Sakura was too impulsive. Naruto stared incredulously at the girl with the bun hairstyle and nudged Hinata Niji beside him, whispering, Niji, do you want a wife? If so, this one right here is for you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Niji's face turned a bright shade of red as he glared at Naruto in annoyance. Naruto, what are you talking about? I'm only 8. Naruto smirked mischievously, recalling memories from the original story as he playfully removed the 8 tails from the shy Niji's head. It's fine. You can nurture a wife from a young age. Just spend some time with her. With that, Naruto shoved Niji towards Ten, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling into her embrace. Observing the amusing scene, Naruto smiled slightly as he entered the central tent with Uzumaki Karin and Might Guy, leaving a blushing Niji and a flustered Uchiha Sasuke outside. Once inside the tent, Naruto took his place at the head seat, his expression darkening. Upon entering the camp, most of the Konoha ninjas regarded him with deep-seated animosity. If not for the lack of strength, those ninjas would have undoubtedly acted to eliminate him, and his intention to recruit some ninjas to infiltrate Konoha would have been utterly thwarted. At this moment, he hesitated, contemplating whether he should truly subdue those ninjas or simply eliminate them. Thousands of ninjas, if he wished to kill them, none of Konoha's ninjas would escape. Vortex Xianglin sensed the complex emotions swirling within Vortex Naruto and approached him, wrapping her arms around his. Her bright eyes gazed intently at his profile. Naruto, what troubles you? Is there something that makes you unhappy? Upon hearing Vortex Xianglin's voice, Vortex Naruto repressed his murderous intent and turned to her with a gentle smile. Xianglin, I'm fine. I was just pondering some matters. You're lying. You've never shown that kind of expression before. You don't have to bear everything alone. I can help you. Vortex Xianglin reached out to smooth the slight furrow in Vortex Naruto's brow. Her gaze filled with concern as she looked into his azure eyes. She wished to share the burdens he carried, not wanting him to shoulder all the weight alone. She did not want to be a mere ornament. She wanted to stand by Vortex Naruto until the end of the world. Naruto, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Even if you stand against this world, I will stand by your side. Listening to the girl's heartfelt declaration, a ripple stirred within Vortex Naruto's heart. It was precisely because of her pure affection that he wished to shield Vortex Xianglin from the darkness. What if I wished to destroy this world? Would you still accompany me? Yes, regardless of what you wish to do, I will be by your side, even if it means the destruction of this world. Vortex Naruto stared in astonishment at Vortex Xianglin. He intended to make a jest to alleviate her worries, but instead received a response from her devoid of hesitation. The steadfastness in her gaze left him astounded, and he could not help but embrace Vortex Xianglin tightly, whispering, "Thank you." Subsequently, he inwardly vowed with his life, "I will protect you with my life, and I shall not allow anyone to harm you." Chapter 114. Descendants of Heroes. Vortex Xianglin wrapped her arms around Vortex Naruto's neck, burying her face in his embrace. Nearby, the two-tailed beast, with its yin-yang eye, looked on in confusion as they embraced, swishing its tail against the head of the eight-tailed beast. What are those two doing? You'd be better off asking that peculiar watermelon-headed fellow next to you, replied the eight-tailed beast, equally perplexed. As tailed beasts, they lack the rich emotional understanding of humans. However, Mato Guy, witnessing the profound feelings between the boy and girl, was moved to tears, his face a mess of tears and snot. This is youth, so fervent, like a blazing flame. I've made my decision, Kakashi. I, too, wish to forge such a bond with you. Mato Guy's sudden shout startled the two in their heartfelt embrace, causing Vortex Xianglin's youthful face to flush crimson as she hid in Vortex Naruto's arms, too shy to look up. Vortex Naruto paused, glancing at Mato Guy, who had interrupted, suddenly reminded of the presence of others. The entire tent fell silent, save for Mato Guy's excited cries of youth, passion, and Hatake Kakashi. Embarrassed, Vortex Naruto could only feign nonchalance and cleared his throat. Guy-sensei, let us discuss serious matters. As you can see, the Konoha ninjas harbor too much hostility towards me. I cannot simply let them return. Feeling Vortex Naruto's murderous intent, Mato Guy composed himself, understanding the gravity of Vortex Naruto's words. However, he could not allow Vortex Naruto to act upon such thoughts. The Konoha ninjas were not merely members of Konoha. They were lives, thousands of them. If Vortex Naruto truly decided to kill them, and he did not intervene, it would be a dereliction of duty as a teacher. Naruto, you cannot do this. The battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure still needs them. Moreover, I am already aware of your identity, and I will vouch for you. Inform those ninjas of your identity. Once they know who you are, their hostility will surely dissipate. Vortex Naruto smirked coldly. He was all too aware of the nature of those Konoha ninjas. Even if they were to learn of his identity, their animosity might not vanish. Furthermore, they remained oblivious to the devastating losses Kumogakure had suffered, leaving them unable to participate in the ongoing war. They would soon return to Konoha. However, since it was Mato Guy's persuasion, he could consider sparing those Konoha ninjas. It would depend on whether they still harbored animosity after learning his identity. If they remained hostile, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Guy-sensei, you need not worry about Kumogakure anymore. The Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchūriki are both dead. Kumogakure has suffered severe losses. They have likely retreated to the land of lightning by now. The tailed beasts have been extracted, and before you are the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. Upon hearing of the Fourth Hokage and Eight Tails Jinchūriki's demise, and seeing the two small creatures on the table, Mato Guy's jaw dropped in shock. Naruto, is what you say true? And these two are tailed beasts? He had assumed these were merely Vortex Naruto's summoned beasts. As one lay nestled in Vortex Xianglin's arms while the other rested atop Hyuga Niji's head, they seemed far from being the dangerous tailed beasts. Yet Vortex Naruto claimed they were the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. Hearing Mato Guy's skepticism, the Two Tails and the Eight Tails began to sway their tails, glaring menacingly at him. Human, are you questioning me? Believe it or not, I could incinerate you. The Eight Tails extended its tentacles toward Mato Guy, pointing at him. Underestimating tailed beasts will cost you dearly. Do you understand? All right, you two, stop scaring Guy-sensei. Let's go meet those Konoha ninjas. Observing the two-tailed beasts intimidating Mato Guy, Vortex Naruto halted their antics and took Vortex Xianglin's hand, leading her outside. Upon exiting the tent, they found Uchiha Sasuke standing there with a cold demeanor, while Haruno Sakura whispered something beside him. Hyuga Neji was practicing his gentle fist technique, occasionally glancing irritably at Haruno Sakura, who sat on the ground sulking in frustration. Naturally vivacious, she had hoped to make more friends, but the boy with the wide eyes before her was as unresponsive as a stone. As Vortex Naruto appeared, everyone paused their actions. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji both moved behind Vortex Naruto. Mato Guy gathered everyone from the camp before Vortex Naruto and addressed them. The Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchūriki from Kumogakure have fallen. Kumogakure has suffered heavy losses and should have retreated from the Land of Fire, which means the war is over. The Konoha ninjas present gasped in astonishment upon hearing that the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchūriki had perished and that Kumogakure had retreated. Does this mean we can return to Konoha? Wonderful. Finally, no more fighting, and we won't have to fear dying in our sleep. Humph. Who knows if that is true or not? Did you not see Mato Guy with the Nine Tails? The commotion interrupted Mato Guy's speech. He observed the Konoha ninjas gazing at him. Once the chatter quieted, he continued, it was Vortex Naruto and his companions who defeated the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchūriki. Additionally, I must inform you all that Vortex Naruto is not the Nine Tails. He is the child of the Fourth Hokage, a descendant of heroes. The atmosphere, having settled, erupted once more in disbelief at this astonishing revelation. Impossible. How could the Nine Tails be the child of the Fourth Hokage? I refuse to believe it. Indeed, if he is truly the child of the Fourth Hokage, why does Lord Third Hokage not reveal it to us? Might Guy, have you been deceived by the Kyuubi no Yoko? If so, blink once. These Konoha ninjas are utterly unable to believe that the Kyuubi no Yoko, whom they once despised and loathed, could be the offspring of the Fourth Hokage, a guardian who sacrificed himself during the Nine Tails War, a descendant of a hero. They even disregarded the news that the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchūriki fell at the hands of Uzumaki Naruto, as stated by Might Guy. If Might Guy has not deceived them, they cannot fathom the deeds they have committed over the years. However, among the crowd, a few individuals exhibited emotions distinct from the rest. They gazed in shock at Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, several Konoha ninjas stepped forward, fixating their stares on Uzumaki Naruto, whose golden hair and azure eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the Fourth Hokage. Despite having found the answer within themselves, they were reluctant to acknowledge it, as they had once bullied Uzumaki Naruto. Acknowledging him as the child of the Fourth Hokage would lead them to envision their own grim fate. Might Guy, have you truly been deceived by the Kyuubi no Yoko? Just because you claim he is the child of the Fourth Hokage, does that make it so? By that logic, I am the Fifth Hokage as well. Do you not agree? Indeed, unless the Kyuubi no Yoko provides evidence, we shall not believe him. Chapter 115. It truly seems so. Might Guy stood dumbfounded, lacking any evidence to substantiate Uzumaki Naruto's claim as the child of the Fourth Hokage. In Konoha, apart from the higher-ups and certain ninja clans privy to the truth, no one else possessed the means to validate Uzumaki Naruto's identity. Unless the Fourth Hokage were to be resurrected, of which he had never heard any jutsu capable of doing so. As he grappled with this dilemma, Uzumaki Naruto approached the crowd, scrutinizing the prominent ninjas. Memories of his past in Konoha flashed in his mind, and the faces of those who had once tormented him began to merge with those he now recognized. He could not help but let out a cold laugh. Oh, I see. So that is why you all have jumped out so quickly. You had such intentions, did you? Since you seek evidence, allow me to provide it. Uzumaki Naruto retrieved a specially crafted kunai from his storage space and casually hurled it at a female ninja with twin ponytails. The female ninja gazed in horror at the kunai speeding toward her. She intended to dodge, but its velocity was too great, leaving her helpless to escape. In the blink of an eye, the kunai lodged itself firmly in her forehead, piercing her skull deeply. The instantly slain female ninja fell backward, her eyes wide open in death. Those ninjas who had been exposed by Uzumaki Naruto feigned anger at his decisive action. Kyuubi no Yoko, is your evidence the intent to kill us? What sort of evidence is this? Do you believe that by taking our lives, you can prove you are the child of the Fourth Hokage? The more you act this way, the more you reveal your own insecurity. You are forcing us to acknowledge your identity. If you have the guts, then kill me. But I shall never admit your identity, even in death. They feigned righteous indignation, vocally rebuking Uzumaki Naruto, attempting to cast him as a brutal image of the Kyuubi no Yoko. In doing so, they sought to occupy the moral high ground, believing that if they acted first, they could certainly prove that the Kyuubi no Yoko was not the child of the Fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto's icy gaze turned toward those who had spoken, a cold smile gracing his features. When did I claim this was my evidence? The moment his words fell, Uzumaki Naruto vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the female ninja's corpse, extracting the specially crafted kunai and toying with it in his hand. The ninjas who had spoken could only watch in astonishment as Uzumaki Naruto's figure disappeared, unable to discern the methods he had employed. It was only after he spoke again that they realized he had materialized beside them. This elusive technique sent waves of terror through them. If he wished to eliminate them, it would be effortless, and they pointed at him as if they had seen a ghost. What did you just do? What was that ninjutsu? That must be the Kyuubi no Yoko's technique. Am I wrong? They insisted. You are not Uzumaki Naruto. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko. Uzumaki Naruto felt a pang of disappointment, not expecting them to be unfamiliar even with the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Just as he was about to speak, an older ninja suddenly emerged from the crowd, fixating intently on the kunai in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. It was identical to one he had seen before. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at the kunai. That is the Hiraishin no Jutsu. It belongs to the Fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head toward the source of the voice, intrigued by the ninja's knowledge of the technique. Oh, I did not expect someone to know of the Hiraishin no Jutsu. What is your name? The older ninja, tears glistening in his eyes, recalled memories that played like vivid images in his mind. I am Yamazaki Isamu. I participated in the Third Shinobi World War during the battle against Iwagakure. We were surrounded. And just when we believed we were doomed, it was the Fourth Hokage who single-handedly decimated hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas encircling us. I could never be mistaken. That was the Hiraishin no Jutsu of the Fourth Hokage. Those who had experienced the Third Shinobi World War also recalled that battle. For it was then that the tale of the man who illuminated the battlefield with golden flashes began to circulate. The man who single-handedly altered the course of the war. But even so, what of it? Just because one can use the Hiraishin no Jutsu, does that mean they are the descendant of the Fourth Hokage? Who knows if the Kyuubi no Yoko learned it from elsewhere? Have you forgotten the attack on the village? The second Hokage could also perform the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Does that mean the Kyuubi no Yoko is the descendant of the second Hokage as well? Uzumaki Naruto gazed at those ninjas still clinging to their defiance, chakra surging to his right hand. If you are so oblivious to your impending demise, then perish. Rasen Shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto shouted as he pressed the Rasen Shuriken against the head of one ninja. Boom. The ninja's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Fragments of skull and brain matter scattering everywhere. Rasen Shuriken. This was the Rasen Shuriken of the Fourth Hokage, a jutsu born from his own ingenuity. No one aside from the Fourth Hokage had ever mastered it. How could you wield such a jutsu? A female ninja with short gray hair stepped forward, gazing at Uzumaki Naruto's familiar technique, and then at his face, unable to hold back her tears. It is truly uncanny. That golden hair, those azure eyes. They are a perfect replica of the youthful Fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto observed the female ninja, her trembling eyes slowly approaching him as she gently embraced him. Uzumaki Naruto. I should have realized sooner. It was the Third Hokage who concealed this information from us. They told me that the Fourth Hokage, along with Lady Kushina and their child, had perished. Forgive me. It is my fault for not finding you. The female ninja wept uncontrollably as she held Uzumaki Naruto close, while another ninja with waist-length light brown hair tied in a low ponytail approached them. Yakina. Is he truly the child of Brother Minato and Sister Kushina? May indeed, I would never mistake him. The ninja named May gazed tenderly at Uzumaki Naruto, tears cascading down her cheeks and falling upon his face. As the warm tears trickled down his face, Xuanhua Miran felt a profound stirring within his heart. Who are you? He asked. I am Sentian Mei, but you may call me Meijia. This is Qianchuan Shuina, We were once handmaidens to Jioshin Naijia. With gentle affection, Tianmei caressed Xuanhua Miran's face, seemingly reminiscing about the ever-smiling figure that radiated warmth like the sun. Slowly, she knelt down and enveloped the two in her embrace. Chapter 116. I bear a grudge. With the acknowledgement from the two former handmaidens of Jioshin Nai, no one dared to question Xuanhua Miran's identity any longer. Regret and guilt filled the hearts of those present, as they had not anticipated that the boy known as the Nine Tails, Xuanhua Miran, was indeed the child of the Fourth Hokage, a true descendant of a hero. Feeling the sincerity of Qianchuan Xuanna and Tianmei, warmth spread through Xuanhua Miran's heart. However, this was not the time for nostalgia. All right, Xuanajia, Meijia, I am perfectly fine. There is no need for such sorrow. Let us catch up later, shall we? There are still matters to attend to. Xuanhua Miran spoke tenderly, always responding to kindness with gentleness. Conversely, he met malice with unrestrained ferocity. Once Qianchuan Xuanna and Tianmei released him, a chilling smile graced Xuanhua Miran's face as he regarded the audacious ninjas. Heh, you insolent fools, it's time to settle our grievances. Prepare to meet your demise. Xuanhua Miran bellowed at the few bold ninjas. Aware that their scheme had unraveled, the ninjas faced only the grim specter of death. In abject terror, they hastily bowed before Xuanhua Miran, pleading for mercy. Xuanhua Miran, we were wrong. Entirely in the wrong. Please, do not kill me. One cried. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child. I am the sole pillar of my family. If I perish, they will not survive. Spare me, I beg you. I have a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother in the ninja academy. I truly understand my mistakes. Xuanhua Miran gazed at the kneeling ninjas of Konoha, his heart devoid of mercy. With a surge of chakra, he clapped his hands and shouted, Die? From his back erupted dozens of adamantine chains. Qianchuan Xuanna and Tianmei gasped as they witnessed the chains bursting forth. It's Jioshin Naijia's adamantine chains. Mei, did you see that? Indeed, Xuanna. I never imagined I would witness this ninjutsu again in my lifetime. They recalled the familiar red-haired figure, having been defeated countless times by this technique. Since the Nine Tails incident, they had not seen this jutsu again, and they deeply missed the sisterly figure who once regarded them as her own. Alas, they could no longer behold that red-haired visage. Yet, they were grateful to have found Xuanhua Miran, whom they would cherish as a younger brother. With mastery over the unleashed adamantine chains, Xuanhua Miran wielded them as instruments of sealing, now akin to the grim chains of a reaper. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as the sharp chains, like a mighty dragon, pierced the hearts of the ninjas, spilling forth vibrant blood. As they felt the life force ebbing from their bodies, they resigned themselves to the despair of their impending demise. The ninjas of Konoha, having witnessed Xuanhua Miran's wrath upon those ninjas, could not help but applaud. Now enlightened to the circumstances, they understood all too well the motives of the fallen adversaries. To dare insult the descendant of a hero, one could only conclude that Xuanhua Miran had shown remarkable mercy, allowing them a swift end. Yet, there remained a few brave souls, foolish enough to believe they could control the situation, daring to do what others would not. Xuanhua Miran, even if you are the offspring of the Fourth Hokage, you cannot slaughter the ninjas of Konoha. One warrior proclaimed. Your parents died protecting Konoha, yet you inflict harm upon its ninjas. Do you honor your parents with such actions? I see you have been possessed by the Nine Tails. The true Xuanhua Miran has perished, and you are now merely the Nine Tails. All of you, join me in vanquishing the Nine Tails and avenging our fallen comrades. As they spoke, the brazen ninjas drew their kunai, preparing to strike Xuanhua Miran down. However, they remained rooted in place, realizing that the other ninjas of Konoha had retreated several meters, leaving them exposed. The warriors turned to the Konoha ninjas, a sense of panic rising within them. Why are you not advancing? He has killed our comrades. What are you hesitating for? Are you siding with him in defection from Konoha? Your comrades have been slain. Why do you remain indifferent? Are you even ninjas of Konoha? The Konoha ninjas gazed at the warriors with pity, for they knew Xuanhua Miran had already dealt with the bold ninjas and now stood before them. The previously vocal ninja felt an icy dread as he sensed Xuanhua Miran's chilling intent. He stiffly turned to Xuanhua Miran, forcing a smile. That was merely a jest, trying to lighten the mood. Could you spare me? I speak rather bluntly. Perhaps you could pretend you didn't hear me? Me too. I often speak without thinking. I will change. I promise to be more considerate in the future. Observing the Konoha ninjas who had attempted to morally bind him, Schwanwa Miran's cold visage twisted into a sardonic smirk. Oh, you wish to play the moral card? Go repent in the afterlife. With that, the adamantine chains pierced through the heads of those warriors, and thus, all those who questioned his identity or sought to morally bind him met their demise. Gazing upon the field of corpses, the surviving ninjas of Konoha could not help but gasp in shock, relieved that they had not stepped forward, lest they share the same fate as the lifeless bodies strewn about. Yet, a portion of the ninjas, including the newly arrived students from the academy, huddled together in fear. What shall we do? The Ninetales is the child of the Fourth Hokage. I once threw stones at him. Surely he wouldn't strike again. He has already killed so many. How much more rage could he possibly harbor? I once insulted him. I do not wish to die. Do you think pleading for mercy would be of any use? Would he forgive me? These fearful ninjas stared in confusion at Schwanwa Miran, who stood with his eyes tightly shut, their dread threatening to consume their resolve. Schwanwa Miran, with his eyes closed, activated his divine eye, sensing the chakra of those present. He meticulously sifted through the memories of those who had once humiliated him, as well as the students from the academy. Having committed their faces and chakra to memory during his time in Konoha, a cruel smile graced Schwanwa Miran's lips. I hold a grudge. Upon sensing their chakra, Schwanwa Miran opened his eyes, unleashing the adamantine chains that ensnared the ninjas, dragging them toward him. Chapter 117. I shall establish a new order. Schwanwa Miran. What are you doing? I said nothing. One of them protested. Let me go. I haven't done anything. You cannot treat me this way. I am truly sorry. I understand my mistakes. Please, spare me. Do not kill me. As the adamantine chains coiled around hundreds of ninjas and academy students, Maitakai approached Schwanwa Miran's side. Naruto, do you intend to kill them despite their inaction? Some of them are children. Uzumaki Naruto has already taken too many lives. He does not wish to descend into the abyss of slaughter. Aikawa Yakaina and Morita may understand that Uzumaki Naruto would never kill indiscriminately. If the adversaries were truly that brutal, there would be no need for such elaborate efforts to prove their identities. They approached Mato Guy, saying, Master Guy, although we are unaware of the nature of your relationship with Naruto, we have faith in him. He would never engage in senseless slaughter. If he has been chosen, it signifies that they have subjected him to suffering beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Please, do not hinder him. Upon hearing this, Mato Guy recalled the life Naruto had once led in Konoha and refrained from persuading him further. As a teacher, if his student had done no wrong, he had no authority to intervene. The remaining Konoha ninjas, having witnessed the brutal methods of Uzumaki Naruto, dared not voice their objections. With no one to deter him, a cruel smile adorned Naruto's face as his cold gaze fell upon the still begging ninjas and students of the Ninja Academy. Do not worry, it will not be painful. It will end swiftly, he declared, as he tightened the golden chains, a tremendous force rendering them incapable of even the slightest struggle. Their chakra could not be summoned, and they wailed in desperation, hoping for mercy from Uzumaki Naruto. Yet, he remained unmoved, and they could only watch helplessly as the chains crushed their bones and entrails. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, their cries gradually weakened until they ceased altogether. Uzumaki Naruto nonchalantly discarded the corpses upon the ground, and then turned his gaze to the remaining Konoha ninjas. Feeling the intensity of his stare, the surviving ninjas trembled involuntarily, hastily lowering their heads to avoid meeting his eyes. In their perception, Uzumaki Naruto resembled a madman, his aura of violence more terrifying than that of those seasoned in battle. They felt a profound sense of regret, so young yet so ruthless, destined for greatness. Even though they were impressed by Naruto's methods, they still feared drawing his attention. They did not wish to perish due to this unexpected calamity. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the ninjas with disappointment, having sensed their lack of resolve from the very beginning. Rather than being so spineless, he would prefer them to fight him with all they had. Compared to the Uchiha clan, the Konoha civilian ninjas had lived too long in a peaceful environment, their edges long smoothed by tranquility. Recalling his battle with pain, even under his command, the Uchiha clan rushed into battle knowing they were outmatched. They would never retreat, even in the face of insurmountable enemies or death. You worthless fools, raise your heads. At Naruto's rebuke, the Konoha ninjas shamefully looked up at the small, golden-haired child. Being chastised by such a young child felt akin to having one's face ground into the dirt, yet they dared not speak or act. Observing the cowardice of the Konoha ninjas, Uzumaki Naruto could not help but ask, Master Guy, how have you led this band of weaklings against Kumogakure for so long? I merely kicked a few of them to death. I have not really commanded them. As you know, I lack that experience, Mato Guy replied. At that moment, Naruto realized that throughout this time, it had been Mato Guy who bore the brunt of the conflict with Kumogakure. It seemed that to unify the ninja world, he would need to rely on the clan's ninjas, for depending on these civilian ninjas was ultimately unrealistic. Aside from a few talented individuals, the Konoha ninjas primarily bullied the weak and feared the strong. Uchiha Sasuke, watching Naruto's display of power from the rear, felt a surge of eagerness to join in. Naruto, why do you keep these people alive? Allow me to kill them all. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas gazed at Uchiha Sasuke in terror, bewildered by the murderous intent of these young children. Did they truly regard human life as so insignificant? At this moment, a ninja named Yamazaki Isamu stepped forward, understanding that since Uzumaki Naruto had not slain them, he must have a purpose. Uzumaki Naruto, as the child of the Fourth Hokage, what is your intent? Speak freely. I aim to transform this warped ninja world and eliminate the upper echelons of Konoha led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I wish to establish a new order within the ninja world. The crowd was taken aback by Naruto's declaration. They had not anticipated such grand aspirations. While they admired his ideals, they were not naive enough to be easily swayed by mere words. In their minds, Konoha was the most powerful ninja village in the world, and no matter how strong Naruto was, he could not stand against the entirety of Konoha alone. Uzumaki Naruto, ideals cannot be realized through mere rhetoric. What is needed is strength. Moreover, we have devoted followers of the Third Hokage among us, and they will obstruct you. Listening to the voices from the crowd, Naruto grinned. Since these Konoha ninjas doubted his strength, he would show them. He then entered his tailed beast transformation, the towering chakra of the nine tails manifesting before the Konoha ninjas. The overwhelming chakra pressure forcing everyone present to the ground. Strength? This is my strength. As for those who follow Sarutobi Hiruzen, look at this battle. Has anyone from the Sarutobi clan graced the battlefield? He even sends academy students to war. How shameless. How can any of you still follow him? Overpowered by Naruto's terrifying chakra, the followers of Sarutobi Hiruzen found themselves at a loss for words, unable to counter his disparaging remarks. As Naruto retracted his tailed beast transformation, the silence that enveloped the scene was shattered by his thunderous reprimand. You have all believed that this war began because of me. But have you ever considered that if the Third Hokage had died instead of my father during the Kyuubi incident, would they still have dared to wage war? And what was the reason behind Hatake Tsukumo's death? Where did those rumors originate? Why did your Third Hokage not put a stop to them? Even Tsunade, one of the legendary three, a member of the Senju clan, has been reluctant to return to Konoha for so long? Chapter 118. The illusionary sealing command returns to the void. The so-called will of fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen incessantly preached was merely a means to control your minds. If the will of fire truly existed, then why did Sarutobi Hiruzen not incinerate himself? Why did the Sarutobi clan not burn themselves to illuminate the village? Tell me. Upon hearing Naruto's thunderous voice, even as he withdrew his overwhelming pressure, the crowd felt too ashamed to lift their heads. They had never contemplated the profound implications behind those events, yet upon reflection, a sense of fear began to take root within them. Suddenly, a ninja academy student, his head wrapped in cloth, stood up, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Oh, well said. I can feel my youth igniting. Looking at the child who had suddenly spoken, Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. Was that not Rock Lee, known for his unyielding spirit and unwavering determination? Observing the fiery effects around Mato Guy, it seemed this time he would not face another ban. Immediately, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in the eyes of Schwanjua Mingrun, who addressed Uchiha Sasuke and his companions. Sasuke, you all wait for me outside the camp. Uchiha Sasuke and the others nodded and departed from the camp. Upon witnessing Sasuke's departure, Haruno Sakura, having regained her composure from the earlier shock, longed to follow her beloved. Swiftly, Schwanjua Mingrun seized Haruno Sakura and cast her to the ground. Your strength is too feeble. It is not yet suitable for you to accompany us. Strive to grow stronger first. To catch up with Sasuke, your current abilities are insufficient. It dawned on Haruno Sakura that she was merely a student at the Ninja Academy, while her beloved's strength far surpassed hers. Observing Sakura's despondent expression, Schwanjua Mingrun felt no emotional stir. He would no longer have any further interactions with her. Unlike the original Xuanzhou Mingren, he would not become a mere sycophant, ultimately left with nothing. Beside them, Asakawa Yuki and Morita Mei gazed with pleading eyes, understanding their intent. Xuanzhou Mingren initially wished to decline, but reconsidered the current circumstances in Konoha. Sister Yuki, Sister Mei, you should also wait for me outside the camp. Expecting rejection. They excitedly nodded and disappeared from the camp using the body flicker technique. Once all those who needed to leave had departed, Xuanzhou Mingren turned to Might Guy and said, Teacher Guy, you should also go. Might Guy did not refuse, but looked at Xuanzhou Mingren with concern, realizing that his disciple was shouldering burdens heavier than he had imagined. Mingren, stay safe. Having said that, he joined the crowd. Xuanzhou Mingren then began forming hand seals, preparing to execute a jutsu that combined the kaleidoscope Sharingan with the sealing techniques of the Xuanzhou clan, a technique of his own creation. As he formed the seals, the shadows of his hands flickered, and after a total of 108 seals, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in Xuanzhou Mingren's eyes radiated a crimson glare. Illusory sealing command. Return to the void. The onlookers felt a surge of scarlet light, and under its influence, they all succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito stood breathless in the forest outside Konoha, having fled from the Rain Village. He had intended to return to Konoha to reclaim the eye left with Hitaki Kakashi. Upon arriving at Konoha, he received news from Black Zetsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had awakened and stripped Hitaki Kakashi of his position as acting Hokage. They also attempted to condemn Kakashi, but considering Konoha's current wartime status, they dispatched him to the battlefield in Sunagakure instead. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Obito hastily made his way to the western region of the Land of Fire. After 2 days of arduous travel, Uchiha Obito finally encountered Hitaki Kakashi, who was currently leading the Hyuga clan in a desperate resistance against the shinobi from Sunagakure. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of various ninjutsu. Now, without the burden of the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra had returned to normal. Yet, lacking proficiency in the sword techniques of the Hyuga, he was still no match for Raza, and his neglect of training put him in peril, leaving Uchiha Obito anxious as he observed from the shadows. Kakashi, what are you doing? Where is your Sharingan? Why aren't you using it? As Raza was about to deliver a fatal blow to Kakashi, Uchiha Obito could no longer contain himself and acted recklessly, though his diminished powers rendered him less formidable. Fortunately, remnants of Senju Hashirama's cells within him allowed him to surpass Raza in chakra volume, enabling him to utilize wood release techniques to restrain Raza. Upon witnessing the wood release technique, Raza instinctively sought to retreat, fully aware of its terrifying nature and its association with the legendary Senju Hashirama, known as the god of shinobi, whose wood release was said to possess earth-shattering power. However, as the battle progressed, Raza realized that though his opponent could wield wood release, its potency was not as fearsome as he had anticipated. Who are you? Are you a reinforcement from Konoha? Why have I never seen you before? Uchiha Obito, maintaining a stoic demeanor, ignored Raza and continued his assault. As Raza found himself unable to gain the upper hand against his adversary, he decided to withdraw, leading the Sunagakure shinobi in retreat. After the Sunagakure shinobi had retreated, Uchiha Obito approached Hitaki Kakashi. Gazing at the now-disguised Uchiha Obito, Kakashi recognized him immediately. Obito, have you finally returned to Konoha? Uchiha Obito glared at Kakashi, rage boiling within him as he advanced and struck Kakashi to the ground with a single blow. Kakashi, are you seeking death? Why aren't you using the Sharingan? What happened to the eye I left you? Hearing Uchiha Obito's furious shouts, Kakashi felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had not expected that upon reuniting with his dear friend, Obito's only concern would be his eye. He lifted his forehead protector, revealing his hollow eye socket. I no longer possess the Sharingan. Uchiha Obito stood frozen, staring at the empty socket. Kakashi, where's your eye? What on earth happened? Kakashi, not dwelling on the gravity of the situation, merely wished to voice his grievances to his friend. The Sharingan was taken by Danzo, but you need not worry, that's Sharingan. Before he could finish, Kakashi heard a rush of wind and turned to see that Uchiha Obito had already vanished. Struggling to stand, he attempted to pursue Obito, but the recent battle had depleted his chakra, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. A nearby Hyuga clan ninja rushed to support Kakashi, concern etched on their face. Lord Kakashi, are you alright? Kakashi remained silent, his remaining eye fixed on the direction in which Uchiha Obito had departed. Order everyone to retreat, assess the damages. and record the names of the fallen shinobi. Chapter 119. The Quest for Kamui by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito sought to confront Shimura Danzo, unwilling to let the one who dared to take his eye go unpunished. After hastily making his way back, he returned to the periphery of Konoha after 3 days of arduous travel. Standing atop a great tree, he gazed into the distance at Konoha, which, in its wartime state, appeared utterly desolate in the darkness. Konoha was at its most vulnerable, yet without Kamui, he dared not recklessly enter. Coupled with 5 consecutive days of relentless travel, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Black Zetsu, can you find a weakness in Konoha's barrier? Where is Danzo? We can have White Zetsu infiltrate Konoha, but it will require time. Furthermore, Danzo is mostly at the root base. If you want to retrieve your Sharingan, you will likely need to go there. With your current strength, are you sure you want to proceed to the root base? Black Zetsu materialized from a nearby tree trunk, his beady eyes fixed on Uchiha Obito. Now that he had lost his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Obito was at considerable risk of perishing in Konoha due to carelessness. Then let White Zetsu infiltrate first. I must recover my chakra. With that, Uchiha Obito found a secluded cave, seated himself, and began to replenish his waning chakra. A battle was likely imminent, and he needed to maintain his physical condition. After 2.5 hours had passed, Black Zetsu's figure silently emerged from the ground, his raspy voice resonating beside Uchiha Obito. Obito, I have located the root base, and Danzo is currently inside. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes. At this moment, his chakra had nearly fully restored. Stepping outside the cave, he gazed at the star-studded sky. Let us proceed, Kurizetsu, and reclaim my eyes. After uttering these words, Uchiha Obito advanced towards Konoha with an aura reminiscent of a returning sovereign. Meanwhile, within the depths of Konoha's root base, Shimura Danzo sat seething with rage upon his throne, while several root ninjas knelt before him, trembling in fear. His cold, singular eye radiated a venomous glint. For during the incident involving Uzumaki Naruto, the root had suffered grievously. Today he sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen to replenish the dwindling numbers of root ninjas. Yet Konoha was amidst a war. Most of the village's ninjas had been dispatched to the battlefield, leaving scant few to assist him. Thus, he turned his attention to the children from the ninja clans. Shimura Danzo approached the Hokage's office and cast a scroll onto the table, outlining his intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen unfurled the scroll and was taken aback by the multitude of names inscribed within, causing his pipe to clatter to the floor. The scroll listed no fewer than 1,000 names, all belonging to talented children of the ninja clans. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen outright rejected Danzo's request. Danzo, you are well aware of Konoha's precarious situation. The war necessitates the support of the ninja clans. You are attempting to exhaust the talented children of the clans. Do you not fear a rebellion should the frontline ninjas discover this? Danzo scoffed, and if they rebel, what of it? Konoha is the strongest village in the ninja world and possesses the strength to suppress them. If they dare to act thus, we shall brand them as rogue ninjas and eliminate them on the spot. No, the war at the front requires those ninjas. Konoha must maintain internal stability. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly refused. The majority of those children belong to his faction as Hokage. Should all fall under Danzo's control, he might as well resign his position. Hiruzen, you must understand that the formation of root is solely for the benefit of Konoha. Absolutely not. Do not even entertain the thought. Remain obediently within root. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute refusal, Danzo seethed, you will come to regret this. Without waiting for Hiruzen to utter a retort, Danzo turned and departed. Just as he pondered how to replenish the root ninjas, a figure clad in a mask and dark robe materialized within the root base. The root ninjas, upon spotting Uchiha Obito, brandished their kunai, guarding Danzo and watching him warily. Protect Lord Danzo. Who are you? Where are the guards outside? Uchiha Obito's Sharingan scrutinized the root ninjas, noting their comparable strength to the external guards. Mokuton, Kansatsu no Jutsu. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from Obito's hands, piercing through the root ninjas, who stood powerless against his assault. The wooden spikes swiftly penetrated the ninjas, causing Danzo to rise abruptly. His cold gaze fixated upon the peculiar figure before him. Particularly, the Sharingan visible beneath the mask caused his pupils to constrict. You are a ninja of the Uchiha clan? What business do you have here en route? Uchiha Obito, observing the shadows of the ninja world, feigned a hoarse voice. I am Uchiha Madara, and I have come to seek you out. Yet before Obito could finish, Danzo interjected, "Are you mocking me? Uchiha Madara has long since perished. Cease your childish tricks and state your purpose." Unmasked, Uchiha Obito found himself questioning his life choices. He could not fathom why his performance, so masterfully executed, was continually unraveled. During the Nine-Tails incident, even his teacher, the Fourth Hokage, had failed to recognize him. Resolving to discard the guise of Uchiha Madara, he coldly declared, "Hand over Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan." Upon hearing Hatake Kakashi's name, Danzo instinctively touched the bandages covering his eye. Upon acquiring that Sharingan, he had been eager to implant it within himself. Now, with an unidentified ninja demanding it, especially one from the Uchiha clan, was there something amiss with that eye? Humph. As the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan is the property of Konoha. Since you are also of the Uchiha lineage, why not seek it from your own clan? Uchiha Obito, perceiving Danzo's cunning, felt an inner fury. Everyone knew that the Uchiha clan had allied with Uzumaki Naruto, and Kakashi's eye was far from an ordinary Sharingan. Obito contemplated seizing the eye directly, but realized that, given his current strength, swiftly neutralizing Danzo in Konoha was nearly impossible. If he attracted the attention of other Konoha ninjas, he might very well perish. Considering his own safety, Uchiha Obito spoke in a low voice. "What if I offer 2 Sharingan in exchange for Hatake Kakashi's?" 20. Danzo declared boldly, hearing Obito's offer. Despite being unaware of the stranger's true identity, Danzo would not easily acquiesce to such a bargain. He made a bold demand, even if that eye bore a secret. He could not divine it. Rather than keeping it for himself, he would prefer to exchange for more Sharingan, thereby greatly enhancing his own survival capabilities. Uchiha Obito suppressed his anger. He had anticipated Danzo would haggle, but this was a ludicrously steep price, demanding 20 Sharingan. 3, 18, 5, 15. Final offer, 10. Otherwise, I shall risk my life to kill you and seize the eye. Deal. Danzo recognized this as the final price. Should he continue to raise it, he might end up with nothing. He removed the bandages from his head and plucked the Sharingan from his eye, holding it in his hand. Uchiha Obito retrieved 5 glass vials containing Sharingan from his sealing scroll. Gazing at the Sharingan in his hand, he felt a pang of pain. The Sharingan left to him by Uchiha Madara was already limited, and now he had to part with 10. His remaining eyes were scarce. Danzo, on the other hand, was exhilarated. Although unaware of the secrets held within the Sharingan he now possessed, such a trade of 1 for 10 was a lucrative venture he wished to pursue indefinitely. After the exchange, Uchiha Obito swiftly departed the root base, eager to implant the new eye. He intended to find Uchiha Itachi and seize his eye as well, while Danzo, observing Obito's departure, implanted the Sharingan into his own eye and on his arm. Gazing at his arm adorned with Sharingan, Danzo could no longer contain his ecstatic glee. "Ha ha ha! The Nine-Tails vessel, with these Sharingan, I wonder where you shall flee now?" Upon leaving Konoha, Uchiha Obito returned to the cave and eagerly removed his mask. Pressing the Sharingan into his eye, he channeled his chakra towards the eye, feeling its pulsation, and could not resist unleashing a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha! Uzumaki Naruto, with this Sharingan, you shall no longer be my match. I shall personally end your life." As time passed, the pulsation of the Sharingan seemed to cease its transformations. The once cackling Uchiha Obito gradually regained his composure, realizing he felt no fluctuation from Kamui. "What is happening? Is this not my eye? Where is Kamui? Why is this eye unresponsive?" In an instant, the cave fell into a profound silence as Heiju emerged from the depths, gazing at Uchiha Obito, who had just been laughing maniacally. "Obito, do you have a problem?" Uchiha Obito finally grasped the gravity of the situation, gouging out his Sharingan and crushing it in his hand, unleashing a deafening roar. "Shimura Danzo, damn you! How dare you deceive me with a counterfeit Sharingan? I must avenge this grievance." That terrifying roar reverberated throughout the cave, nearly shattering it to pieces. In a flash, Uchiha Obito burst forth from the cave, racing towards the root base. "Danzo, I swear, I will tear you apart limb by limb." Even in his fury, Uchiha Obito chose not to exit through the main entrance, but instead infiltrated Konoha through a weakness in the barrier. Shimura Danzo, still cackling at the root base, raised an eyebrow as he saw Uchiha Obito return. "My lord, do you have other matters at hand?" Seeing Danzo feigning ignorance only fueled Uchiha Obito's rage. "You old dog, what are you pretending for? You dare deceive me." Fire release, great fireball technique. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Obito unleashed a massive fireball towards Danzo. Humph. Do you think I am easy to bully? Water release. Water wall. Danzo conjured a water wall to block the enormous fireball, then swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind surged towards Uchiha Obito, who utilized the body flicker technique to evade and appeared next to Danzo. That eye is not Hatake Kakashi's. How dare you deceive me? Die. Wood release. Wood spike technique. Countless wooden spikes shot towards Danzo, who swiftly formed hand seals to counter. That eye was personally handed to me by Kakashi. I have no need for such lowly tactics. Wind release. Wind cutter. The fine wind blade sliced the wooden spikes into fragments, revealing Danzo's Sharingan, realizing the formidable nature of his adversary. Humph, since you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. As Danzo began to utilize his Sharingan, Uchiha Obito unleashed his full power. The clash of their respective techniques echoed throughout the root base, resonating even within Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, the root base is under attack. Please advise. An Umbu appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen, and upon hearing of the invasion, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Konoha currently lacked sufficient manpower, and with the root base under siege, he lamented, "What a troublesome autumn. Who could the invaders be? Mobilize all Umbu and encircle the root base. Remember, just surround it. Do not engage." Sarutobi Hiruzen opted not to support Danzo, recalling the significant losses from the Naruto Uzumaki incident. Moreover, this was a matter for the root. He did not wish to intervene, but simply to seal off the area and prevent the village's ninjas from learning of it, should they become aware. The crisis for Konoha could escalate, as the village could not withstand further turmoil. Inside the root base, upon learning that the Umbu were approaching, Heiju emerged from the ground. "Obito, hurry and leave. The Konoha Umbu are coming." After uttering this, Heiju immediately employed the Kajiro technique and abandoned Uchiha Obito, not wishing to be discovered. Realizing the Umbu's arrival, Uchiha Obito calmed himself, understanding that he could not eliminate Danzo today. However, since he dared to deceive him, he would endure relentless retribution. "Danzo, one day, I will surely take your life." Leaving behind a fierce declaration, Uchiha Obito fled the root base in disarray, racing towards the outskirts of Konoha. It was only after distancing himself from Konoha that he finally halted, gasping for breath, seemingly recollecting something, and promptly sprinted towards the western region of the Land of Fire. By the time he arrived in the western region, for days had passed, and Uchiha Obito's heart was filled with anxiety. For that Sharingan, he had expended nearly 10 days and wasted 10 Sharingan. Reflecting on this made Uchiha Obito spit out a mouthful of blood, even causing several strands of white hair to appear among his black locks. Chapter 121. The rift caused by the Sharingan. Kakashi, I am truly exasperated with you. That Sharingan should never have been entrusted to you. In the dark forest, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he roared. He concealed himself in the shadows of the trees, his crimson Sharingan fixated intently on the brightly lit Konoha camp ahead. Within the camp, members of the Hyuga clan patrolled in an orderly manner. There be a Kugan casting an invisible net that shrouded the area completely. Without Kimui, he had to tread carefully even approaching the camp, let alone infiltrating it silently. Uchiha Obito turned back, addressing Heiju behind him. "Heiju, find a way to lure Kakashi out." Heiju's face twisted in the shadows. He had long since lost patience with this fool consumed by hatred and obsession. Were it not for Naruto Uzumaki's orders, he would have dealt with him swiftly. "Damn it, you coward. You won't go in yourself, yet you want me to do it." Heiju silently cursed in his heart, though his expression remained impassive as he responded softly. Channeling chakra and employing the Kajiro technique, stealthily burrowing towards the camp like a shadow merging with the earth. Inside the command tent of the Konoha camp, Hatake Kakashi leaned against the edge of his bed, resting with his eyes closed. His long years of executing Umbu missions had made him acutely sensitive to his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a faint movement in the soil beneath him. He opened his eyes wide, seeing a black head slowly protruding from a crack in the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi swiftly drew a short blade from beneath his pillow, the blade gleaming coldly, and struck down upon that black head. The blade clanged against the black head, as if striking steel, shattering into several pieces. "Obito is waiting for you outside the camp." Heiju shouted this, instantly merging into the ground and slipping away. Kakashi held half of the blade, his brow furrowed. This knife was a specially crafted shinobi tool. Its quality could not be so poor. What truly startled him was the mention of Obito. The encounter from 7 days prior was still fresh in his mind. At that time, Uchiha Obito had learned that the Sharingan fell into Danzo's hands and, without hearing the rest of Kakashi's explanation, had hurried off towards Konoha. He had expected Uchiha Obito to cause a commotion in Konoha, but little did he know he had turned back. Kakashi's heart tightened. With no time to alert the camp's guards, he dashed out of the tent, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, racing towards the camp's perimeter. It was not long before Uchiha Obito's silhouette emerged from the darkness, appearing 10 kilometers outside the camp. Before Kakashi could steady himself, Uchiha Obito closed the distance. Gripping Kakashi's Jonin vest tightly, his crimson Sharingan swirling with fury. "Kakashi, where's the eye I gave you? Where have you taken it? The one in Danzo's hands is not the Sharingan I left for you. What have you done?" A fleeting look of unnoticeable disappointment crossed Kakashi's face, reminiscent of their last encounter. He could not fathom why Uchiha Obito was fixated solely on that Sharingan now, yet he bore no resentment. It was the eye that Uchiha Obito had entrusted to him, a testament to their bond, and he felt an inherent guilt. "I wanted to explain to you last time." Kakashi pried Uchiha Obito's hand away, his voice low. "I did not give your eye to Danzo. I entrusted it to Uchiha Shursui." "You entrusted it to Uchiha Shursui." Uchiha Obito shuddered, realizing why the Sharingan he had retrieved from Shimura Danzo was devoid of Kimui. It had fallen into the hands of Uchiha Shursui. However, who among them was unaware that Uchiha Shursui had long since mingled with Uzumaki Naruto? This was no different from directly handing the eyes over to Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, it could be said that his dual Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan had entirely been placed into Uzumaki Naruto's possession. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Obito expelled a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Hatake Kakashi's mask. "Those are my eyes. By what right do you decide to give them to another? Kakashi, you have truly disappointed me." Gazing upon Uchiha Obito's contorted face, Hatake Kakashi felt a sharp pang in his heart. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the bitterness in his throat, and explained each word carefully. Danzo had set a deadly trap. Had he not entrusted the eyes to Uchiha Shursui, Danzo would have resorted to forceful means to seize them, possibly even silencing me to keep it confidential. Rather than allowing the eyes to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it was better to entrust them to someone who could realize their potential. He gently placed a hand on Uchiha Obito's shoulder, his single eye filled with sincerity and concern. "Obito, return to Konohagakure with me. Naruto and the others are transforming this shinobi world. The world they wish to create is devoid of war and loss. You may find redemption there." Uchiha Obito howled, interrupting Hatake Kakashi's persuasion. "You don't understand at all. You know nothing. What I desire is not a brand new world. I want a world with Rin." Uchiha Obito raised his hand, pressing it firmly against where his heart beat, the place where longing surged most fiercely. "Without Rin, no matter how beautiful the world, it is merely a desolate hell to me." Uchiha Obito's body trembled violently from his agitation, his crimson Sharingan brimming with despair. "From this day forth, our bond is severed." With those words, he abruptly released his hand, merging into the shadows, vanishing deep within the forest. Hatake Kakashi staggered backward a few steps, his back colliding heavily against a tree trunk. He gazed in the direction where Uchiha Obito had disappeared, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. He felt hatred for his own helplessness, hatred for his inability to pull back his dear friend who had fallen into the abyss, and even more hatred for this cruel shinobi world that ensnared everyone. "Father, what should I do?" He looked up at the pitch-black sky, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder echoed. A bolt of silver lightning tore through the heavens, followed closely by a torrential downpour. At that moment, Uchiha Obito found himself perched upon a cliffside, the cold rain soaking his dark hair, clinging to his pallid cheeks. The earlier fury and determination ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving only an inescapable nostalgia and confusion in his eyes. "Rin, what should I do? I truly have no way out." Uchiha Obito knelt in the rain, his voice choked with emotion. "Obito has always tried so hard, hasn't he? I have seen it with my own eyes." A gentle feminine voice suddenly resounded in his ear, identical to the voice in his memories. "I will always be by your side, watching over you. Did you not say that saving you is akin to saving the world? With me watching over you, you cannot hide anything from me. Keep going, Obito, Let me see you become Hokage and save the world. Let me see your handsome self. Rin? Is that you? Rin, where are you? Uchiha Obito abruptly raised his head, scanning the surroundings with his crimson Sharingan, yet only the vast curtain of rain met his gaze. He ran frantically across the hillside, shouting the name of Noera Rin, tears mingling with the rain as they traced two crimson paths down his face. In the shadows not far away, Kurizetsu quietly observed the frenzied Obito, feeling a sense of helplessness within. He had long understood that this fool was incapable of realizing his plans. Now, the only one who could save his mother was Uzumaki Naruto. Kurizetsu lifted his gaze to the night sky obscured by dark clouds, where his millennia-long hope lay hidden. He clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination starkly contrasting that of Uchiha Obito. Mother, wait for me. This fool has lost hope, but I have found new hope. That is the reincarnation of Ashura. He promised me that this time, he will definitely save you. Mother, I miss you so much. You must wait for me. The sound of the torrential rain completely buried the whispers of this dutiful son of the shinobi world. Chapter 122. The actions of Bashuzwang in the southeastern region of the Land of Fire. After more than 10 days of arduous travel, Uzumaki Naruto and his companions finally arrived in a small town called Bashuzwang. This was the final stop before reaching the Land of Whirlpools, and continuing east would lead them to its territory. The original 5-member team had now expanded to 9, fortunately, 2 of whom were the Two Tails and the Eight Tails, rendering the group not too unwieldy. The Two Tails lazily lounged in Uzumaki Karen's embrace. He had rebelled countless times, ultimately failing each time. Thus he understood one truth. If resistance was futile, one might as well try to enjoy it. The Eight Tails remained perched atop Hyuga Niji's head, having attempted to climb onto either Akatsuki Yuki or Morita Mei's head. Just as he was about to put his plan into action, Uzumaki Naruto's murderous gaze made him shudder involuntarily. Hyuga Niji wept silently, just as helpless as the Two Tails. Uzumaki Naruto walked ahead, surveying the small town, which, having not been affected by the Shinobi World War, was unusually prosperous. The cobblestone streets were bustling with people, with shops located every few meters. However, those shops bore no signs and displayed no goods, merely emblazoned with the large character for gamble. What are these places? Uzumaki Karen clutched the hem of Uzumaki Naruto's clothing tightly, her small face filled with confusion as she listened to the cacophony emanating from within the shops. Before Uzumaki Naruto could explain, the door of a nearby casino burst open. 3 burly men clad in black samurai attire dragged a tattered man, throwing him brutally onto the cobblestone road. The man, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, crawled back, desperately clinging to the leader's leg, his face smeared with tears and snot. Please, lend me just a little more money. Just a bit. I swear I can turn it around. His voice was hoarse and twisted, eyes filled with a pathological madness. The leading samurai stepped on his hand, grinding his boot down coldly. Turn it around? Your property has already been wagered here. You owe a total of 5 million ryo, both principal and interest. What else do you have to mortgage? I have something. I have my wife and kids. The man's madness had reached a frenzied point. He was even willing to put his wife and children on the line. At that moment, a woman accompanied by a small boy approached the man from the end of the street. Upon seeing this mother and child, the man lunged toward them. This is my wife and child. I'll mortgage them. Can you lend me just a bit more? Several samurai scrutinized the pair, seizing them and sneering at the man. Perfect, your wife and child will serve as collateral. The woman had come out searching for her husband, only to find herself sold off instead. She slapped the man across the face. How could you do this? I am your wife, and Taro is only 5 years old. The samurai, uninterested in such matters, were merely responsible for collecting and lending debts. They prepared to separate the mother and child. Yet, no matter what, the woman clung tightly to her child, refusing to let go. Watching the mother and child struggle to remain together, the samurai grew impatient, one of them drawing his sword. Just as he was about to strike the woman down, an indignant voice suddenly rang out. Stop! The onlookers turned to see Uzumaki Karen, her face flushed, tears welling in her eyes. She charged forward recklessly, only to be halted by Uzumaki Naruto's firm grip. Naruto, can we save that mother and child? They look so pitiful. Her voice trembled with emotion, reflecting the tears she fought to hold back, as she gazed pleadingly at Uzumaki Naruto. Once, she too had been like that mother and child. Uzumaki Naruto's expression darkened. He was well aware of the deceptive tactics employed in gambling establishments, where the odds were heavily stacked against the unwary. The renowned Tsunade, one of the legendary sannin of the shinobi world, had nearly squandered the wealth of the Senju clan due to her unfortunate luck. However, this also served as a stark reminder of the ruin that gambling could bring, broken families and lives shattered by addiction. Uzumaki Naruto vowed to himself that he would never be complicit in such vices. He glanced at the man slumped on the ground with contempt. Such a wretch, who would forsake his family for the sake of gambling, was hardly worthy of pity. Yet, the mother and child were innocent. Observing the warriors around him, it was evident that they had engaged in numerous heinous acts. A surge of murderous intent roiled within Uzumaki Naruto's gaze. But he also recognized that killing them would offer no solace. Hearing Uzumaki Karui's plea, he suppressed his fury and held her small hand firmly, providing her with a sense of warmth and security. "Do not worry. Leave it to me," he declared with unwavering resolve. He turned to Hyuga Neji, whose forehead was taut with suppressed anger. Uzumaki Naruto flashed a sly smile and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Neji, are you unable to tolerate this?" Hyuga Neji nodded, his expression fierce. The man was unworthy of fatherhood, and the actions of those warriors were despicable, preying on the weak as if they were no better than beasts. Uzumaki Naruto clapped a hand on his shoulder, a wicked grin playing on his lips. "Come, let us show them what it means to be a gambling god and bring this establishment down." He gestured toward Asakura Yukaina and Morita Mei, who exchanged a glance before swiftly incapacitating several warriors. Their cries for help drew the attention of other warriors within the casino, who, upon witnessing their comrades fall, shouted in anger, "Who are you? Here to cause trouble?" Uzumaki Naruto let out a cold laugh, stepping forward and pointing at the mother and child. "I have vowed to protect this pair. Who is in favor? Who is against? Kid, do not be so arrogant. Who do you think you are?" The warriors who had just emerged were oblivious to the swift actions of Asakura Yukaina and Morita Mei, brandishing their swords and preparing to confront Uzumaki Naruto. However, before they could even approach him, Asakura Yukaina and Morita Mei struck with precision, dispatching them effortlessly. The prowess of these two elite jonin rendered the warriors utterly helpless. They required no ninjutsu, as their physical skills alone were more than sufficient to overpower their foes. The onlookers had never witnessed such ferocity in women. The defeated warriors, now broken and trembling, gazed up at the delicate beauties in fear. Uzumaki Naruto approached the fallen warriors, placing his hand near his ear. "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat." The warriors, dragging their injured limbs, crawled backward in terror, their eyes wide with dread as they shook their heads frantically. "We didn't say anything. We were blind to the heights of your greatness. Please, show mercy." Uzumaki Naruto nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand dismissively to clear the path and leading his companions into the casino. As they stepped inside, a pungent mixture of smoke, alcohol, and sweat assaulted their senses, reminiscent of a stifling pair of boots worn for months without respite. The odor nearly made them gag. Despite Uzumaki Naruto and his companions managing to endure this assault on their senses due to their ninja training, the mother and child were overwhelmed, retreating and retching uncontrollably. Uzumaki Naruto fanned his face, his golden hair fluttering in the noxious air, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "This stench is unbearable. Have these people sacrificed their sense of smell?" He surveyed the smoke-filled hall and called out, "Hey, do you have private rooms? We can't possibly gamble in this toxic chamber." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sultry voice, smooth as silk, emerged from the crowd. "Oh dear, little one. Don't be so hasty." The crowd turned to see a woman clad in a striking crimson off-shoulder gown gliding towards them. The scant fabric barely concealed her voluptuous curves, and the neckline dipped dangerously low, teasing the eye. Her long legs became visible with each step, moving with a serpentine grace that captivated the onlookers. Uzumaki Karui recoiled slightly, retreating behind Uzumaki Naruto, muttering, "Another vixen." The woman appeared unfazed by the remark, approaching Uzumaki Naruto with an alluring gaze that sparkled with intentional seduction. Yet, beneath her enchanting facade, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, scrutinizing Uzumaki Naruto as if weighing the worth of her prey. "Come with me to our casino's best VIP room. I guarantee it will be peaceful." Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes, despite the woman's enticing tone. He could not ignore the underlying chill that accompanied her charm, reminiscent of a beautiful but deadly serpent. Observing his calm demeanor, The woman's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly returning to her practiced smile. She led the way, her silver serpent-shaped hairpin glinting in the light. As they traversed the bustling hall, many gamblers were drawn in by the spectacle, eyeing the youthful Uzumaki Naruto and his companions with disdain. Who is this blonde brat, thinking he can demand a VIP room? He probably doesn't even understand the rules of the game. He'll be stripped of his trousers in no time. Uchiha Sasuke felt the urge to unleash his Amaterasu upon those mocking them, but before he could act, Uzumaki Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "That woman is toxic. She carries a scent that can cloud the mind. Do not fall for her tricks." Following the woman into the VIP room, she opened the door with a flourish, gesturing for them to enter. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto stepped inside, immediately sensing something amiss. The room was devoid of windows, lacking even a clock, and the oxygen levels were unnaturally high. Playing these games, huh? Soon you will learn what it means to be a gambling god. The woman in the crimson dress had already approached the gambling table, casually playing with the dice cup, her eyes gleaming with seduction. As Uzumaki Naruto pulled out a chair to sit, she scrutinized him with a sly smile, her tone dripping with condescension. "Little one, do not blame me for not warning you. This place is no child's play. If you lose, I cannot guarantee your tears will be comforted." Uzumaki Naruto fixed his gaze on her alluring visage, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had to deliver a crushing blow to these people. "I hope you will still be smiling after this. Let us see the show." He then turned to Hyuga Neji and quietly instructed, "Neji, activate your Byakugan and check the dice." Hyuga Neji understood instantly, his Byakugan activating with a flicker. Meanwhile, the pattern of the Sharingan appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Locked onto the woman, should she attempt any deceit, he would not hesitate to destroy the casino. The woman felt a shiver run down her spine under Uzumaki Naruto's intense gaze, unable to fathom the source of such overwhelming pressure from a mere child. However, she had indeed experienced numerous grand occasions. Calmly, she picked up the dice cup, which danced gracefully in her hand like a butterfly fluttering among the flowers. The dice collided within the cup, producing a crisp sound, while Xuanwen Narain pricked up his ears to listen closely, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Indeed. The films he had watched in the past were all misleading. Could one truly hear anything from this? As the cup turned, the lady in the crimson skirt seemed to gradually regain her confidence, even deliberately slowing her movements, as if teasing Xuanwen Narain. With a resounding thud, the dice cup was heavily placed on the gambling table, and the lady's gaze swept over the crowd, her laughter ringing out. "Betting is final. Narain, 1-2-2. At that moment, Riang Nungtse whispered to Xuanwen Narain, and upon learning the value within the cup, Xuanwen Narain instantly understood. He retrieved a wooden box from his spatial storage and opened it to reveal neatly stacked new banknotes, estimated to be at least 5 million taels. 5 million taels. Betting small. With a flourish, Xuanwen Narain dumped all the cash from the box onto the table, placing his bet on the small. The crowd was astonished by Xuanwen Narain's audacity, marveling at this child, considering that the bets of others at the table ranged from 50,000 to 100,000 taels. Yet this child boldly wagered 5 million taels, causing even the lady in the crimson skirt to tremble slightly. She knew the points she had rolled, and if the cup were indeed opened, she would have to pay out 5 million taels. The lady's gaze subtly shifted towards a red button beneath the table, which was the mechanism for this gambling table. However, such a subtle movement did not escape the keen observation of Xuanwen Narain's Sharingan. "Do not attempt any tricks. Every action of yours is laid bare before my eyes." The lady, who had initially composed herself, suddenly noticed the intensity of Xuanwen Narain's gaze, which was both captivating and terrifying. She wanted to reach for the switch below, but found herself paralyzed under the pressure of Xuanwen Narain's presence. If she made any small move, it might be detected by him. Biting her lip, she slowly opened the dice cup and glanced at the points inside. Taking a deep breath, 1-2-2, 5 points small. Instantly, the entire VIP room erupted in commotion, with some gamblers scrutinizing Xuanwen Narain, eager to discern whether he possessed genuine skill or was merely a fortunate fluke. Chapter 124, The Legendary Big Fat Sheep. Xuanwen Narain disregarded the surrounding uproar and stacked the winnings before him. Let us continue. The lady in the crimson skirt was now visibly flustered. Her once casual shaking of the cup no longer relaxed. As the call for final bets echoed, the crowd began to wager, with Xuanwen Narain pushing all his cash forward. "I bet 10 million taels, big." The lady trembled as she opened the cup, her eyes no longer enchanting but filled with panic as she examined the points within. 5, 6, 6, 17 points, big. A nearby maid respectfully presented the cash to Xuanwen Narain, feeling a tinge of envy, for in mere minutes. This child had earned more than she would in a lifetime. 2, 3, 3, 8 points, small. 4, 5, 5, 14 points, big. 4, 4, 5, 15 points, big. As the gambling continued, Xuanwen Narain opted for all-in bets, transforming the initial 5 million taels into a staggering 160 million taels, as the casino's funds flowed into his possession like a rushing river. Meanwhile, the casino owner could no longer contain himself. He had anticipated that this child would know when to cease, yet the child showed no signs of restraint. He had already learned of the events unfolding at the entrance of the casino and deduced that these individuals were likely ninjas in a town devoid of them. He thought that since ninjas were involved, he might as well let them win a little to send them on their way. However, that child seemed entirely uninterested in stopping. And if he did not act soon, the casino's money would be entirely depleted. Approaching Xuanwen Narain, he wore a sycophantic grin. Esteemed ninjas, you have already won quite a bit. You see, this is a small business for me. Could you please show some mercy? And what if I refuse? The casino owner, whose face had been marked by a facade of humility, hardened upon hearing Xuanwen Narain's dismissal, revealing a sinister demeanor. Child, do you not know whom you are dealing with? You are merely ninjas. Even avenging ordinary people must have its limits. Xuanwen Narain was taken aback, observing the man's newfound bravado, wondering if his backing was the Sage of Six Paths. Oh, do enlighten me. I am quite curious. You would be terrified to hear it. My backer is none other than the Minister of Finance of the Land of Fire. Believe me, with a single word. Your ninjas will no longer receive financial support from the Land of Fire. The casino owner boasted arrogantly, akin to a dog relying on its master's name, his tail almost spinning like a propeller. Xuanwen Narain and his companions could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing the man's claims. Humph, do not think that just because you are a minister of the Land of Fire, it has any bearing on me. At this moment, the casino owner, seeing that his backing was being dismissed, finally lost all sense of reason. Child, since you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me. Bring them in. Suddenly, dozens of warriors stormed into the room, their swords drawn towards Xuanwen Narain and his companions. Asakawa Shuina and Morita May stepped forward, ready to teach them a lesson. Just then, the door to the VIP room was forcefully shoved open by a delicate hand, and before the owner could enter, a bold voice boomed. Ha ha. Today, I must win big. The owner of the voice had not yet entered the room, but her strikingly bold presence, with an impressive figure that could only be described as unparalleled in the ninja world, caught everyone's attention. Even though she was clad in a snug gray sleeveless top, it could not conceal her breathtaking curves, and her loosely draped green coat added an air of nonchalance. Once she fully entered the room, the crowd could see her youthful visage, appearing no older than 18, with golden hair tied back in a low ponytail cascading casually behind her. Her bright brown eyes surveyed the occupants of the room, followed by a young woman in black, cradling a pink piglet in one arm and carrying a wooden box in the other. Darren Tsunade, this is the last of our funds. If you lose again, we won't even have money for lodging tonight. The women behind Xuanwen Narain cast their eyes towards Tsunade, their gazes lingering on her figure before they lowered their heads to compare, simultaneously muttering, "What an indecent size." Hearing their remarks, Xuanwen Narain found himself both amused and exasperated, never expecting to encounter Tsunade in this place. Gazing at her supple skin and rosy lips, he could not help but marvel at the benefits of the Yin seal. The reactions of those in the room varied, as the earlier panic evaporated, replaced by an exhilarating fervor. Hey, that silhouette is unmistakable. It must be her. Indeed, you are not mistaken. It surely is her. The legendary big fat sheep of the ninja world. Tsunade's brown eyes narrowed at the tense atmosphere, unable to suppress her frown. Hey, what is going on? Why are there so many warriors? The casino owner, with a face marked by malice, scrambled to approach Tsunade, wearing a smile akin to that of a petty merchant trying to curry favor. He dared not provoke her, for both her strength and status were far beyond his ability to handle. Lady Tsunade, there's no need to worry. It's merely a trivial matter. Just enjoy yourself. As he spoke, the casino owner gestured behind his back, urging the samurai to leave promptly. Once all the samurai had departed, Tsunade approached the gambling table and settled down. her gaze fixated on the pile of cash in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Her brown eyes instantaneously transformed into symbols of wealth, captivated by the sheer abundance of money. Little brat, luck seems to be on your side. Do you have the audacity to gamble with me one-on-one? Upon hearing such an outrageous proposition, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not bullying a child? Come on, whoever backs down is a coward. How shall we wager? Tsunade turned her attention to the flustered woman in the red skirt, showing no intention of letting her off the hook. You shall roll the dice. She then addressed Naruto. We will bet on odd or even. Let us see if the number rolled is odd or even. Naruto gave an okay gesture, indicating his consent, while behind him, Kuganiji was preparing to activate his Byakugan. Tsunade unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra, suppressing Naruto and his companions. Under the weight of this chakra, only Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and the two-tailed beasts remained unaffected. The others looked on in terror, astonished by the formidable chakra emanating from such a young woman. Tsunade was equally astonished by Naruto and Sasuke's resilience, and those two peculiar summoned beasts looked strangely familiar. Little brat, are you cheating with Byakugan? How has the Hyuga clan fallen to such depths? Chapter 125. The plan unfolds. Uzumaki Naruto spread his hands, his azure eyes gleaming with mischief as he deliberately raised an eyebrow and turned to Neji beside him. Neji, there's no need for the Byakugan against her. After all, this is a legendary fat sheep. We mustn't let this opportunity slip away. Neji nodded slightly and quietly deactivated his Byakugan. Who do you call a fat sheep? Tsunade's furious roar reverberated through the room, her already fiery temper flaring further. Even her light golden ponytail seemed to bristle. Little brat, don't be too arrogant, otherwise you'll regret it later. In the face of Tsunade's wrath, the woman in the red skirt was too frightened to breathe. She pressed her hands against the dice cup, casting a furtive glance at the enraged Tsunade, then at the smug Naruto, and nervously shook the cup. The sound of the dice clattering in the silent room was startling, each noise resonating in the hearts of those present. She cautiously placed the cup on the table, her fingers trembling incessantly. Naruto disregarded Tsunade's threat entirely, instead extending a gentlemanly hand, making a gesture for her to proceed. Ladies first. Tsunade took the hefty wooden box from Shizune and slammed it down on the gambling table with a resounding thud. She forcefully opened the box, drawing the attention of everyone in the room, their eyes wide with anticipation. Inside the box lay neatly arranged stacks of brand new bills, with at least 300 million ryo in total. I bet odd. Tsunade swiftly pulled out a stack of cash, slamming it onto the table without even counting it. Little brat, it's your turn. Since you bet odd, I shall bet even. Naruto casually grabbed a stack from the pile in front of him and tossed it onto the gambling table. Let us begin. The woman in the red skirt took a deep breath and nervously lifted the cup, her face paling as she revealed the numbers, her voice trembling with despair. 2, 4, 6, even. How can this be? Tsunade exclaimed. Continue. This round was merely a stroke of bad luck. I will surely win next time. An hour later, the atmosphere in the room had grown unbearably tense. Tsunade's brown eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury, as if she were on the verge of awakening her Sharingan. Her nostrils flared as she breathed heavily, her hands gripping the gambling table with bulging veins, her blood-red gaze fixated on the pile of cash in front of Naruto. This is it, the final round. Little brat, let us gamble one last time. Tsunade trembled as she retrieved the last stack of bills from the box, her excitement causing saliva to spray onto Naruto's face, clearly having lost all rationality and completely gone mad. Lady Tsunade, we cannot gamble any further. Shizune, unable to bear the sight any longer, rushed forward with the round little tauntaun, desperately clinging to Tsunade's arm. Tauntaun sensed the tension and nestled in Shizune's embrace, whimpering, its little eyes filled with apprehension. Shizune's voice quivered with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. We haven't eaten yet today. If we lose again, we'll truly have nowhere to sleep. Please, leave some money. We cannot gamble any longer. Shizune, stop talking. This is the final round. I will definitely win this time. If I win, we can directly stay in a luxurious hot spring hotel. Tsunade pushed Shizune away and fixed her gaze on Naruto. Little brat, do you dare to gamble? Naruto expressionlessly wiped the saliva from his face, his eyes filled with disdain. He motioned to the woman in the red skirt to roll the dice. I bet even. I bet odd. Tsunade, having lost all reason, slammed her last stack of bills onto the table, leaning forward, her eyes glued to the dice cup, shouting frantically. Odd, odd, odd. It must be odd. The woman in the red skirt closed her eyes and lifted the cup, not daring to look at the result. 4, 6, 6 even. The numbers in the cup were like the last straw for Tsunade, sending her plummeting off the precipice. In the next moment, it was as if all her strength had been drained. She collapsed into her chair with a thud. Hee, ha, ha. She emitted incomprehensible sounds. Her gaze hollow as she stared at the ceiling. 60 rounds, a full 60 rounds, and she hadn't won a single one. Still want to gamble? Naruto approached Tsunade, hands inserted in his pockets, swaggering with audacity. The sight of his infuriating face made Tsunade want to deliver a powerful punch right there. Yet deep down, she knew he had won every round fair and square, leaving her with no outlet for her anger. To make matters worse, she was left with not a single Ryo. Even if she wished to win back her losses, she needed capital. Naruto saw through Tsunade's predicament, finding her disheartened demeanor particularly amusing. He leaned closer, a devilish smile playing on his lips, and began to tempt her with a low voice. Do you wish to win? Perhaps you'll win the next round. In the gambler's dictionary, there is no such word as give up. Take a chance. If you win, all this money will be yours. I can offer you a chance to turn things around. Will you take it? I have no interest in your money. After all, you're bereft of funds right now. What do you desire? Tsunade snapped back to reality, warily scrutinizing Naruto. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This little brat had ulterior motives. It's quite simple. If you win, all this money in front of me will be yours. If you lose, I will sign my name on the slug's summoning scroll. What? Tsunade, who had just been despondent, instantly sprang up from her chair. The slug was the summoning beast contracted by the Senju clan. How could this little brat possibly know? Who are you? She fixed her gaze intently on Naruto. How do you know about the slug? What do you intend to do? You don't need to concern yourself with who I am. This is merely a wager. Will you gamble or not? Naruto did not respond to Tsunade's inquiries. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, revealing his identity would only invite trouble, and there was no need to create unnecessary issues. Who on earth are you? Shizune, more agitated than Tsunade, rushed to stand before her, her poisoned kunai glistening with a ghostly blue light. Her icy gaze was firmly locked onto Schwanwa Mingren, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. You are acquainted with Lord Tsunade, and also with Lord Gamma. What exactly are your intentions? Speak quickly. The tone of Jinnin was frigid and piercing. She sensed that this young boy was far from ordinary and posed a significant threat to Tsunade. Schwanwa Mingren paid no heed to Jinnin's inquiries. In his eyes, her threats were inconsequential. He merely regarded Tsunade with a faint smile, awaiting her response, confident that she would never refuse such a temptation. Very well. I shall agree to your terms. A glimmer flashed in Tsunade's eyes. When she released her chakra earlier, he remained completely unfazed, and she was curious to discover who he truly was. Lord Tsunade, you mustn't, Jinnin exclaimed, her face as pale as a sheet, desperately tugging at Tsunade's arm in protest. The unknown origins of Schwanwa Mingren raised alarm. What if he harbored ulterior motives? Jinnin, do not impede me. Tsunade waved her hand, her tone resolute and undeniable. I am eager to ascertain the true nature of this young man who dares to challenge me. As the final gamble commenced, a dramatic background score filled the air, and Schwanwa Mingren appeared as though possessed by the spirit of a gambling deity. The woman in the crimson dress had descended into despair. She now understood that she was merely a puppet, incapable of making any decisions, like a mechanical device shaking dice. Her eyes were void of emotion as she began to rattle the dice cup. Schwanwa Mingren sat leisurely in his chair, exuding an unwavering confidence in his victory. Failure was simply not an option for him. In stark contrast, Tsunade's eyes widened as she fixated on the dice cup held by the woman, seemingly attempting to discern the numbers within it through sheer will. As the woman slammed the dice cup onto the gambling table, the stakes reached their zenith. Ladies first, Schwanwa Mingren maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, allowing Tsunade to place her bet first. However, Tsunade, now completely unhinged, deviated from her routine. Instead of initiating the betting, she turned to Schwanwa Mingren and declared, I have always gone first. This time, you shall place your bet first, and only after you have bet will I follow suit. Schwanwa Mingren looked at her in surprise, realizing she had become somewhat shrewd, yet the legendary big fish was destined to fall to defeat. He shrugged. Since Tsunade was unwilling to bet first, he would simply choose one at random. I bet on odd. Then I shall bet on even. Tsunade eagerly announced her wager. The woman in the crimson dress, Having recorded both bets, mechanically opened the dice cup and recited the numbers 1, 3, 3, odd. After announcing the results, she darted out of the VIP room as though propelled into flight, deciding to resign. She could no longer remain, lest she meet her doom within those walls. Earning merely a few $100,000 a month was not worth risking her life. Upon hearing the numbers, Tsunade stared blankly at the dice, her heart turning to ice. Lost, I have lost again, how could this be? Unable to fathom the outcome, Tsunade released a furious roar, a fiery beam erupting from her mouth, piercing through the ceiling and soaring into the sky, even penetrating the clouds above. Once her rage had been fully vented, Tsunade seemed to arrive at a decision, turning on her heel and departing without a moment's hesitation. Xuanhua Mingren, witnessing her actions, swiftly blocked her path. Astonished that one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha would attempt to flee and evade her debts. Can't afford to lose? You wish to run away? Are you even human? Deceiving a child, does your conscience not ache? Tsunade's previously calm demeanor was reignited by his words, her temples throbbing as she glared fiercely at Xuanhua Mingren. The summoning scroll of the slug is not with me. Come with me to the inn. With that, Tsunade strode toward the entrance, with Jinnin closely trailing behind. After collecting his winnings, Xuanhua Mingren beckoned everyone to follow Tsunade, and even the guards at the casino dared not intervene. Once they distanced themselves from the casino, Xuanhua Mingren retrieved 2 million ryo from his space and handed it to the mother and child. Find a safe place to live. This money will suffice to raise your child to adulthood. Thank you, truly thank you. Thank you so much. I am eternally grateful. May I ask your name? I will certainly repay you in the future. The mother and child had initially thought Xuanhua Mingren was merely speaking, yet they were astonished that he genuinely assisted them. She accepted the cash from his hands, unsure how to repay him, but could only repeatedly express her gratitude. Xuanhua Mingren halted her thanks, gazing at the boy in her arms with envious eyes, yet he said nothing, simply gesturing for them to depart swiftly. He did not perceive his actions as particularly noble or worthy of gratitude. He merely performed a minor act within his capabilities. The golden hues of the setting sun cast long shadows of the mother and child as she cradled her son, walking into the warm embrace of twilight. Xuanhua Mingren observed their retreating figures, lost in thought. He then instructed Qianchuan Xuana and Sentian Mei, there are rats trailing behind. Eliminate every last one of them, including those from the casino. None shall escape. With an intense and frenzied aura, his voice was laced with unrestrained fury. Yes, following the command, Qianchuan Xuana and Sentian Mei, their eyes gleaming with the same murderous intent as Xuanhua Mingren, vanished from sight. Let us proceed. Xuanhua Mingren concealed his inner emotions as he walked toward Tsunade. Upon reaching the hot spring inn, he found Tsunade standing at the entrance, arms crossed, casting a displeased glare in his direction. Xuanhua Mingren was perplexed. He had not provoked her, so why this expression? He glanced inside and noticed Jinnin conversing with what appeared to be the innkeeper, a pile of luggage beside her. I apologize. Could we please stay for one night? We will certainly make up for the lodging expenses tomorrow. I am truly sorry. Please. We must have somewhere to stay tonight, or we will have to sleep on the streets. The figure bowing incessantly, displaying such a humble demeanor, elicited a sense of pity from Xuanhua Mingren. He looked at Tsunade, his expression strained, realizing that she had indeed lost all her money and was now unable to pay for her accommodation. Under the scrutiny of a child, Tsunade felt a twinge of embarrassment and scoffed, diverting her gaze. Xuanhua Xianglin regarded Tsunade with disdain, whispering to Xuanhua Mingren, Mingren, this big sister has such thick skin. She hasn't even paid for her lodging. Xuanhua Mingren turned to Xuanhua Xianglin, resting his chin in thought for a moment before deciding to speak. Xianglin, the big sister you refer to is Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a renowned ninja in the shinobi world. Though she appears only 18, she is nearly 50 and could easily be your grandmother. Of course, his voice was hushed, but among ninjas, how could it go unheard? Xuanhua Xianglin, Riing Neji, and Yuzibo Zhuji all stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Tsunade's true age. They had not anticipated that someone so youthful in appearance could be old enough to be their grandmother. Tsunade, infuriated by his statement, felt the veins on her forehead throb, her eyes blazing with fury. Seeing that Tsunade was about to erupt, Xuanhua Mingren hurriedly dashed into the inn, approaching Jinnin. Innkeeper, I will cover their lodging expenses. How much is it in total? The gaze of the hot spring and staff disdainfully shifted towards the source of the sound below, and she contemptuously inquired, "Little brat, do you have any money?" "They owe half a month's accommodation fees, totaling 5 million taels." "How much? Did you say 500,000? Did I hear that correctly?" A shrill scream pierced the air as Uzumaki Naruto turned to look at Shizune, then back at Tsunade, his gaze darting between the two. Chapter 127. Is she a pig? Shizune felt a tinge of embarrassment under Naruto's scrutinizing gaze, her pale face tinged with a faint blush. She lowered her head, unable to meet Naruto's eyes, pondering how, as an adult and a ninja, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, could require a child to settle the payment. She murmured, I apologize. Tsunade-sama has quite a large appetite. She tends to eat a lot. Even if she has a large appetite, can she consume 5 million? Is she a voracious eater? I suspect she is akin to a pig. By the way, when I say pig, I refer to that cute little piglet in your hands. Perhaps you should consider selling it. That way, you could offset some of the accommodation costs. Upon hearing such an excuse, Naruto yelled at Shizune, asserting that the 9 of them had not spent nearly that much money on their journey. They could have feasted on 8,000 servings at Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha. The piglet in Shizune's arms, unaware of the calamity it faced, squirmed and squeaked, seemingly pleading not to be sold, insisting it was not tasty. Shizune clutched the piglet tightly, fearing that the blonde child before her might truly decide to sell it. Sigh. Fine, I will pay, Naruto sighed, recalling his past experiences watching Naruto, which had unveiled Tsunade's true character and broadened his horizons. Moreover, his previous encounters with spirited anime had masked the darker, underlying conspiracies he had come to understand through his years in the ninja world. He retrieved 600,000 in cash from his spatial pocket and handed it to the innkeeper. I will cover their accommodation fees. Also, please prepare a few more rooms and some food. The innkeeper gleefully accepted the money, her voice high-pitched and raspy, akin to that of a eunuch. Ah, esteemed guest. You are too kind. Please come in. Naruto ushered everyone into the hot spring inn and approached Tsunade's room. Tsunade looked at the group of children in the room, her expression somewhat exasperated. Little brats, have them all leave, and Shizune, you as well. Tsunade-sama, this child's identity is unknown. I cannot allow you to be alone with him. Please permit me to remain by your side. Shizune could not help but reject Tsunade's command, unwilling to let an unfamiliar child be alone with her most respected mentor. Although ninjas possess formidable power, their bodies are inherently fragile. Even a kunai could kill a ninja. What if this child were to poison her? However, Tsunade suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, her previous disinterest fading as she waved Shizune away. You may step outside. If he truly intends to make a move, you are not his match, and he will not harm me. Reluctantly, Shizune exited the room, and Hinata Niji and the others glanced at Naruto. You all should leave as well. Regardless of what happens, do not enter. They nodded and departed, taking the 2 tails and 8 tails with them. Once everyone had exited, Tsunade finally spoke. Little brat, state your name. Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing his name, Tsunade's eyes widened. Uzumaki Naruto. The 9 tails, Jinchūriki. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon our first meeting. He resembled the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, as if he were cast from the same mold. The room fell silent, and Tsunade seemed lost in thought, while Naruto remained unobtrusive. After 10 minutes, Tsunade finally murmured, You truly resemble Minato. Those children by your side must belong to the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Uzumaki clan, right? Logically, my teacher would not allow you to leave the village. And your attire does not resemble any formal uniform. In that case, you must have defected from Konoha, correct? And what about those 2 summoning beasts? Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze continuously scanned Naruto, her chakra pulsating with anticipation. Naruto maintained a calm demeanor, as one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade was among the most formidable and knowledgeable figures in the ninja world. The ability to deduce so much information from a mere name was, to him, a basic skill. If she could not determine more from knowing his name, he would think less of her. Indeed, I have defected from Konoha. The moment Naruto uttered this, Tsunade's chakra surged violently towards him. Uzumaki Naruto, since you have admitted it, I will personally take care of you here. Despite being suppressed by her chakra, Naruto remained unperturbed, as he sensed no murderous intent from Tsunade, indicating she merely sought to test him. Noticing his lack of reaction, Tsunade withdrew her chakra, reverting to her previous demeanor. Speak. Why do you desire the summoning technique of the slug? Do you not already possess summoning beasts? Naruto shook his finger in front of Tsunade. What he sought extended beyond just the slug summoning technique. Furthermore, the 2 tails and 8 tails were not his summoning beasts. He had never regarded them as tailed beasts, but rather as true companions. First, I must clarify that they are not summoning beasts. They are my comrades, the 2 tails and the 8 tails, as you refer to them. Secondly, what I desire is not merely the summoning technique, but the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest. The sage arts of Shikatsu Forest are my true goal. No summoning technique, no matter how powerful, can surpass my current strength. Upon hearing Naruto's intentions and the mention of the 2-tailed beasts, Tsunade felt her mind spinning. A series of question marks floating above her head. The 2 tails and 8 tails. Those 2 are tailed beasts? What about the Jinchūriki? As far as I know, those 2-tailed beasts were given to the village of Kumogakure by my great-grandfather. You haven't killed both Jinchūriki, have you? And how do you know about the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest? What do you want with that technique? It is a skill that even my great-grandfather could not master. A smile crept across Naruto's lips. Just because Senju Hashirama could not master the sage arts does not mean he cannot. As a reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, he believed his talent far surpassed that of Senju Hashirama. As for the Jinchūriki, unless the tailed beasts willingly agreed, he would never allow such a thing to happen again in the ninja world. Moreover, from Tsunade's tone, it seemed she had not returned to Konoha in a long time. Naruto regarded Tsunade with curiosity. The tailed beasts were extracted, so the Jinchūriki must have died. By the way, you're not telling me that Konoha is currently in a state of war, are you? As for how I know about the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest, that is of no concern to you. I need the power of sage arts, and not just from Shikatsu Forest. I also require the sage arts of Mayaboku Mountain and Ryuchi Cave. Chapter 128. Take me as your master and become my disciple. Upon learning that Konoha was once again embroiled in war, Tsunade lazily settled into a backrest, her indifference apparent. She was no longer concerned with such matters. Her boyfriend and brother had perished because of war. The Konoha she once cherished, with her great-grandfather, grandfather, Mito, her father, and mother, was no longer present. The current Konoha felt utterly foreign to her. However, she had long since come to terms with it. Whatever transpired in Mai was of no concern to her. She merely wished to traverse this shinobi world and engage in a bit of gambling. When her time came to depart from this world, she would return to the ancestral grounds of the Chinsho clan for her final resting place. With this thought in mind, Tsunade inquired, "What purpose do you have in gathering so many sage techniques? Is it merely for those tiresome wars?" Sighing, she pondered if this shinobi world would ever free itself from conflict. Aside from the time when her great-grandfather was alive, when peace reigned in the shinobi world, wars had erupted incessantly since his passing. In her memories, war seemed to be the theme song of the shinobi world, with each ninja village waging battles over resources solely to empower themselves. It appeared that aside from the path of war, no other alternatives existed. Uzumaki Naruto wore a grave expression. He knew far more than Tsunade could fathom. His ambitions were not centered around trivial conflicts, but rather the unification of the entire shinobi world. He sought to resist the Akatsuki clan and even launch a counterattack against them. I collect sage techniques because I require immense power that can end all wars and unify the shinobi world, as well as defend against enemies beyond it. This shinobi world is far from the simplicity you envision, and everything that transpires is beyond the comprehension of its inhabitants. For this purpose, I must gather all the power I can to safeguard my shinobi world and bring about true peace, creating a unified realm. With that, Uzumaki Naruto rose to his feet. Activating his Nine-Tails chakra mode as golden chakra surged into his body. The Akatsuki uniform was torn apart by the chakra, forming a magnificent golden cloak behind him, exuding an air of mystery and splendor. This is the power I possess, the power I share with Kurama. Tsunade felt the familiar chakra, yet its unfamiliar form was completely different from her recollections. Is this chakra from the Nine-Tails? Why does your form differ entirely from Mito's Nine-Tails appearance? This chakra lacked the ferocity and brutality she remembered. Instead, it emanated a divine and serene aura. Rising from her cushion, her eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized Uzumaki Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra form. The strength was astounding, terrifying even, surpassing her own chakra reserves. Naruto wore a gentle smile that radiated warmth like the sun. His state with the Nine-Tails was the true embodiment of the perfect Jinchūriki. Unlike the flawed versions represented by the likes of Mu and Killer Bee. As a chakra entity, a true perfect Jinchūriki's transformation should not merely result in becoming a tailed beast, but should resonate with the beast, allowing their chakra to collide and transcend, forming a power greater than that of any tailed beast. This is the power of the bond one share with Kurama, the true form of a perfect Jinchūriki, he said with a smile. Suddenly, Tsunade stood up, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This power had long surpassed her understanding. Perhaps only her great-grandfather could rival it. Moreover, the notion of unifying the shinobi world, something she had never considered possible since the founding of Mai, now seemed plausible through Uzumaki Naruto. And the enemies beyond the shinobi world, what could they possibly be? This information, unknown to her, made her wonder how Naruto had come by it. Yet, none of this mattered now. She resolved to place her trust in Uzumaki Naruto. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she said, "If you wish to inscribe your name on the slug summoning scroll, it is not impossible, but I have a condition. You must become my apprentice." What are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto questioned, suspecting he might have misheard something strange. Tsunade chuckled at the comical scene and repeated, "You will become my apprentice, and I shall teach you the slug summoning technique." Realization dawned on Naruto. It was not his hearing that had failed him, but rather this woman's audacity. "Tsunade, as one of the legendary three of Mai, you have already lost that wager. It is time for you to fulfill your bet. And now you expect me to become your apprentice? Do you not think that is utterly shameless? Deceiving a child, have you no shame? Fearless." Tsunade merely tapped her ear and blew into her palm, unfazed by Naruto's indignation. "If you refuse to become my apprentice, then you must kill me. If you kill me, you will not acquire the slug summoning scroll. Besides, I see you are not a cruel person. You saved that mother and child, did you not? The two kunoichi who accompanied you have also vanished, and it seems everyone in that casino has met their end." Tsunade observed everything. She recognized that Naruto possessed both cunning and a sense of justice, with a balance between good and evil in his heart. Furthermore, his connection with the Nine Tails and his incredible chakra control at his age was astounding. Even she could not help but admire his talent, wishing to pass on her legacy. She desired to guide Uzumaki Naruto onto a righteous path and witness the world of true peace, devoid of war, that he spoke of. Watching Uzumaki Naruto hesitate, her excitement grew. This boy was the perfect disciple she had envisioned. Naruto gazed into Tsunade's eyes, uttering words that weighed heavily on her. "You may not understand the life I have lived, but know this, Mai will surely be destroyed by my hand. The village founded by your great-grandfather and second grandfather will fall to me, and I will certainly kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even so, will you still accept me as your apprentice?" Chapter 129. Forced to become an apprentice, Tsunade's expression of joy froze on her face. Having been away from Mai for so long, she had not returned to that place that had once caused her so much sorrow. In her state of excitement, she overlooked the implications of Uzumaki Naruto becoming a rogue ninja. Such a status must stem from a suffering that even he could not bear. To endure the terrifying malice of the Nine Tails, this boy's resilience was undoubtedly beyond the ordinary, yet the pain he could not withstand was unimaginable to her. What kind of life could cause a gifted child to harbor such hatred for Mai? Perhaps it was due to her own master, Tsunade thought with a self-deprecating smile. Realizing that Mai was no longer the familiar village she once knew, and that accursed ninja village system, perhaps her great-grandfather was indeed mistaken. The system of ninja villages might not suit the shinobi world. With this thought, Tsunade's eyes suddenly sparkled. That's right. Naruto wishes to change this shinobi world, does he not? He aims to unify it. What was she hesitating for? Uzumaki Naruto observed the shifting expressions on Tsunade's face, initially believing she had abandoned her idea of making him her apprentice. The dimness in her eyes brought him some comfort. However, the spark that ignited within them alerted him to impending trouble. With a mischievous grin, Tsunade addressed Uzumaki Naruto. "Little ghost, I shall pose 3 questions to you, and you must answer truthfully. Deceit will render you forever devoid of the slug's summoning scroll." Before Uzumaki Naruto could refuse, Tsunade's first question emerged. The first inquiry: "If you seek revenge against Konoha, do not utter the word destroy, for I shall not believe you. From the moment I laid eyes upon you. If your intention were truly to annihilate Konoha, you would not have amassed such a following of rogue ninjas who once hailed from there. Therefore, I implore you to answer honestly. If you desire vengeance, aside from your enemies, will you indiscriminately slaughter the innocent?" Naruto initially contemplated affirming, Yet the sincerity in Tsunade's gaze compelled him to reconsider. Should he embark on a path of wanton violence, his ambitions would undoubtedly falter. Moreover, from the perspective of his conscience, he indeed could not bring himself to slay the innocent, provided they were not among those who had tormented him. However, to achieve his aims, it would require the demise of at least 80% of the civilian population, for he had meticulously catalogued each of those who had wronged him. I will not. As long as they bear no grudge against me, I shall never engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction at his response and proceeded with her second question. The second inquiry: if you were to unify the ninja world, would you become a tyrant? She wished for Naruto to avoid becoming a leader who disregards all counsel. Should such a day arrive, she would risk her life to eliminate him. Regardless of how Naruto responded, her conviction would not waver. Whether or not he became a despot, she would assist him in unifying the ninja realm. I intend to unify this ninja world and become its sole emperor. All systems and laws shall be determined by me. Upon hearing this declaration, Tsunade felt a chilling disillusionment. Reality and her fantasies lay in a chasm too vast to bridge. A sense of despair washed over her. Was it truly so difficult to desire a world of peace? At that moment, Naruto's voice resounded once more. However, an emperor is not a dictator. The distinction is monumental. I shall heed valuable advice, whilst disregarding the feudal. I will establish a comprehensive system for this ninja world, enabling all to live in happiness. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes, once devoid of hope, regained their brilliance. Although she was unclear about the nature of an emperor, as long as he did not become a leader who dismissed all counsel, she felt a sense of relief. Very well. Then for the third question: what means will you employ to unify the ninja world? Unification must inevitably be achieved through war. Once unified, the ninja world will witness no more conflict. Tsunade could not contain herself upon hearing Naruto's views on unification. Is there truly no alternative to war? Do you comprehend the multitude of lives that will be lost? Will you merely stand by and witness their demise? As a medical ninja who had participated in the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had witnessed far too many lives extinguished on the battlefield. The composition of Konoha's teams was her proposal, mandating that each squad be accompanied by a medical ninja, significantly reducing the death toll among ninjas during war. Yet now Naruto, in pursuit of unification, still sought to instigate war. What, then, did her ideals amount to? You misunderstand. For unification, necessary sacrifices are inevitable, but the loss of life will not be excessive. With absolute strength, I can suppress the entire ninja world in the face of such power. Any resistance is futile and worthless, and I possess that absolute strength. Gazing upon Naruto's unwavering confidence and radiant spirit, Tsunade found herself momentarily entranced, given his current capabilities. With time, he might indeed become the strongest in the ninja world, much like her great-grandfather, who single-handedly quelled the entire ninja realm, instilling fear that even war would not be contemplated. With this thought, Tsunade smiled, genuinely pleased. If so, then her concerns were alleviated. Perhaps, after razing that decaying place called Konoha, it could be reborn anew. Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied with your 3 answers. Now, come forth and become my disciple. Naruto stared, dumbfounded, at the audacious woman before him. Despite all he had conveyed, she still clung to the notion of him becoming her apprentice. Tsunade, observing his expression, reveled in her triumph. Hurry, why do you linger? Is it so difficult to call me teacher? Naruto found himself torn, hesitating. He had never formally accepted a mentor. His relationship with Might Guy was merely one of training together, while verbally addressing him as Teacher Guy. Having traversed into this world, the belief that once a student, forever a father was his steadfast conviction. He was not one to indulge in the treachery of slaying one's master. To formally take Tsunade as his teacher, a figure he would respect above all else aside from his parents, felt an insurmountable burden. After much contemplation, he ultimately distilled his myriad thoughts into a singular expression. Damn! Naruto gritted his teeth and uttered the 2 words. Teacher. Just as he prepared to kneel and perform the customary bow of respect, Tsunade laughed heartily, preventing him. She patted his shoulder with exuberance. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, and I shall impart all my knowledge unto you. Chapter 130, An Unexpected Senior Sister. Naruto scoffed. What could this shameless woman possibly teach him? He had no desire to learn medical ninjutsu, and he had already mastered her monstrous strength through the system. The only techniques Tsunade could impart were the sealing technique, creation rebirth, and the 100 healings technique. However, these jutsu held little significance for him. His chakra reserves were already immense, and at his age, as long as he remained diligent in his training, he would eventually surpass Senju Hashirama. The sealing technique would be unnecessary for him to accumulate chakra. As for creation rebirth and the 100 healings technique, these techniques merely paralleled the passive abilities of Sage Mode. Given his Uzumaki lineage, even without studying these jutsu, his wounds would heal naturally without seals, and the speed of healing would far surpass that of either technique. Yet, upon reflection, he had already taken the step to accept her as a mentor. Even if he learned nothing, he could not betray his teacher. Naruto could not help but let out a sigh, his tone laced with resignation. "Teacher, may I now receive the slug scroll?" A faint smile graced Tsunade's lips as she retrieved a compact scroll from her satchel and handed it to him. "Since you are already aware of the slug, I trust you understand the protocols for signing a contract, so I shall not elaborate." Naruto accepted the scroll and unfurled it. At the end, the words Senju Rope Tree were boldly inscribed, with preceding names including Senju Tsunade, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama. Further up, a myriad of names from the Senju clan were listed, mingled with several from the Uzumaki clan. He had anticipated that only Tsunade's name would appear, yet he was taken aback to find so many names recorded. Tsunade gazed at the names on the scroll, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. The names inscribed were those of her once closest companions, yet now, she alone remained among the living. After a brief moment, Tsunade regained her composure, suppressing her melancholy, and spoke with a solemn tone. "Now, sign your name." Naruto bit his fingertip, and a drop of crimson ink inscribed his name at the bottom of the scroll. Without waiting for Tsunade to remind him of the hand seals for the summoning technique, he swiftly performed the signs. Inu, Tori, Saru Ushi. Summoning technique. With a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, a palm-sized slug adorned with blue and white stripes materialized in its place. Gansho's eyes were filled with astonishment. Before she could utter a word, Xuanhua Mingren had already flawlessly completed the summoning. The slug, utilizing its delicate tentacles to sense its surroundings, confirmed the absence of danger before slowly inching its way toward Gao, emitting a voice as gentle as that of a caring elder sister. "Gangshu Darun, it has been a long time. What can I do for you?" Gangshu shook off her surprise and raised her chin. "It was not I who summoned you, but Xuanhua Mingren behind you." The slug twisted its indistinguishable body, turning toward Xuanhua Mingren, its tone laced with a hint of apology. "Private Masai. Red Bean Paste Private Masai. Mingren Darun. Do not call me Darun, just call me Mingren," Xuanhua Mingren replied, feeling somewhat awkward at the title, and waved his hand dismissively. He extended his hand for the slug to crawl onto it, using minimal chakra, merely wishing to observe the creature. Feeling the coolness of the slug's body on his palm, he noted the absence of the anticipated sliminess. Instead, its transparent membrane glistened under the light. The slug's two tentacles swayed gently, and a soft voice emerged. "Very well, Mingren Darun. May I inquire what you need from me?" The slug stubbornly maintained the honorific, its gentle demeanor contrasting with the other two summoning beasts from the sacred lands. Xuanhua Mingren shook his head in resignation. Since the creature was unwilling to change its form of address, he decided to let it be. "There is nothing urgent at the moment. You may return for now, and I will summon you again later." After speaking, Xuanhua Mingren dispelled the summoning technique, as it was not yet the time to learn sage arts. He still needed to journey to the country of whirlpools. He then turned to his shameless teacher. "Let us go eat." The two spent nearly an hour conversing in the room, and when they emerged, they were immediately surrounded by the waiting crowd. Jingyin was the first to approach, her gaze fixated on Gangsho, scrutinizing her expression and demeanor. Once assured of no abnormalities, her anxious heart finally settled. Just as she was about to speak, Gangshu pulled her in, draping an arm over her shoulder with a tone both hearty and indisputable. "Jingyin, from today onward, he shall be your junior brother." Then, Gangshu turned to Mingren and nodded slightly. "Mingren, address her as sister." Xuanhua Mingren approached Jingyin with a resigned demeanor and respectfully called out, "Sister." The sudden address left Jingyin momentarily stunned. She instinctively covered her mouth, her pupils dilating in disbelief. How could a junior brother appear out of nowhere in just an hour? The abruptness of this change was too much for her usually calm and meticulous self to process. At that moment, she was uncertain how to interact with this newly acquired junior brother. Xuanhua Mingren, Noticing the worried expression of Xuanhua, Xianglin beside him suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, with the Yin sealing technique, regeneration, and the Baika no Jutsu, I do not require them. Perhaps I can have Xianglin learn them. After all, whether he took 1 or 2 disciples made little difference. He might as well encourage Gangshu to accept more. Xuanhua Mingren pulled Xuanhua Xianglin closer and said to Gangshu, "Teacher, since you have already accepted a disciple, why not consider taking Xianglin as well?" Observing the red-haired girl beside Xuanhua Mingren, Gangshu inspected her closely. Red-haired, part of the Xuanhua clan, related to Mizuho's clan, and her chakra levels were impressive. However, she was uncertain about her control over chakra. Since she had already taken on 1 disciple, accepting another was no issue, she agreed. At this moment, Xuanhua Xianglin was still somewhat bewildered. She had intended to express concern for Xuanhua Mingren, fearing he might be harmed by that old woman. Yet, Xuanhua Mingren had unexpectedly become the disciple of that very woman and was now urging her to do the same. Xuanhua Mingren whispered to Xuanhua Xianglin, "Hurry and accept the apprenticeship. Look at our teacher. Even at nearly 50, she still appears so youthful. Once you master her ninjutsu, you too could maintain a youthful appearance." Really? Xuanhua Xianglin, despite her initial disdain for the old woman, felt a flicker of excitement at the thought of retaining the freshness of 18 forever. Her bright eyes turned to Xuanhua Mingren, revealing her burgeoning interest. She approached Gangshu and respectfully declared, "Teacher, I look forward to your guidance." Gangshu nodded in satisfaction, leading both students to the dining hall. Having acquired 2 exceptionally gifted disciples today, she was eager to indulge. "Owner, bring me the finest wine you have." At that moment, Jingyin stood frozen, at a loss. Not only had she gained a junior brother, but now a junior sister as well. Watching Gangshu's departing figure, she felt utterly at a loss. Chapter 131. The beauty of morning. The following morning, Xuanhua Mingren sat on the corridor outside, basking in the gentle sunlight that bathed him. While the air shimmered with a faint golden glow, he held a book on medical ninjutsu, which meticulously detailed human anatomy, the distribution of blood vessels, and the positioning of bones and muscles. The book was somewhat yellowed, suggesting it was of considerable age, and was filled with dense notes, presumably penned by Gao. Recalling the scene from that morning, he felt a pang of frustration. He had intended to bid farewell to Gangshu before departing for the country of whirlpools. However, upon entering the room, he found Gangshu, who had indulged in excessive drinking the previous night, sprawled on the bed in a most unrefined manner. The blanket had been kicked aside, and her sleepwear hung loosely, exposing her fair skin and alabaster thighs, leaving her soft form regrettably unveiled. The sight made Xuanhua Mingren avert his gaze, furrowing his brow at the unladylike display. He lifted the blanket and placed it over her, pinching her nose and covering her mouth. Struggling for air, Gangshu flailed about, causing the blanket to slip further down, revealing her entire form. Her impressive figure now glaringly exposed to Xuanhua Mingren. Stunned, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to such an overwhelming sight. In their playful tussle, Xuanhua Mingren suddenly collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath, and struggled frantically. Almost suffocating, he could only gasp for the scant air remaining, but was instead engulfed by an intoxicating fragrance. Feeling the movement beneath her, Gangshu groggily opened her eyes, sitting up on her knees. Through her blurred vision, she vaguely recognized the silhouette beneath her. Upon realizing who it was, she made no further attempts to conceal herself, simply gazing at Xuanhua Mingren, seemingly still trapped in a haze of drunkenness. In her drowsy state, instead of covering herself, she looked at him with a perplexed expression and remarked, "What a lecherous little brat. At such a young age, are you already interested in women's bodies?" Without caring for modesty, she stood up, retrieved a book from her bag, and handed it to Xuanhua Mingren. In her eyes, he was merely a child, incapable of doing anything beyond drooling over her. From Xuanhua Mingren's perspective, the blinding light nearly blinded him. Gangshu walked to her bag, retrieved a book, handed it to him, and then lay back down on the bed, carelessly drifting back to sleep. She scratched at an itch on her chest and inadvertently wiped away the drool that had pooled at the corner of her mouth, allowing it to drip onto the bed. Naruto Uzumaki gazed helplessly at the woman before him, whose appearance bore no semblance of decorum. Under his nearly Hokage-level vision, every detail of Tsunade was vividly imprinted in his mind. The alluring scene was one that lingered long after, causing his blood to race. With a resigned sigh, Naruto covered Tsunade with a blanket and exited the room, making his way to the corridor where he began perusing a book. Time passed until the sun reached its zenith. When the sounds of battle echoed from the courtyard behind the hot spring inn, shadows clashed and separated, only to engage once more. Having dealt with the casino patrons the previous night, Asakawa Yukaina and Morita Mei were now sparring with Hyuga Niji and Uzumaki Hanabi. Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms targeted Yukina's chakra points, yet each strike was effortlessly deflected. Hanabi's ninjutsu was equally countered by Mei, who skillfully neutralized her techniques with elemental superiority. With both girls at the level of Jonin, it was exceedingly difficult for Niji and Hanabi to gain any advantage. Were it not for the leniency shown by the two girls, Niji and Hanabi would have succumbed within 2.5 minutes. Breathless and sweaty, the duo stood in the courtyard, searching for any opening in their opponent's defenses, while droplets of perspiration fell from their dampened clothes. In stark contrast, Yukaina and Mei remained composed, hands in pockets, showing no signs of exertion except for slightly soiled hems. Disheartened, Niji and Hanabi realized that despite Yukaina and Mei's lack of bloodline limits and formidable techniques, their years of combat experience and fundamental ninjutsu had forced them to the brink. Through Niji's Byakugan, the chakra within the two girls was laid bare, revealing an abundance that made him question their true identities. Were they truly mere maids of Uzumaki Kushina? Just how formidable was Naruto's mother? And what of the Fourth Hokage, Naruto's father? As Hanabi felt the sweat trickle into her eyes, she blinked, remaining vigilant towards the two girls. Her ninjutsu was utterly ineffective. Their hand signs were executed with such speed that even when she initiated her technique first, they could swiftly counter with elemental superiority. Conversely, Yukaina and Mei were equally astonished by the capabilities of Niji and Hanabi, considering their ages. Although they were once maids of Uzumaki Kushina, they had also been trained by Minato and Kushina. At the Jonin level, they were among the elite, while Niji and Hanabi's strength exceeded what was typical for their age. Their abilities now approached that of Jonin, whereas Yukaina and Mei had been mere students at the Ninja Academy during their age, not even Chunin yet. They turned to observe Naruto, who was engrossed in his book, sensing the warm chakra radiating from him like the sun. If others were to discover that the strongest among them was this seemingly harmless blonde boy, they would likely be left agape in disbelief. Having witnessed Naruto's prowess at the Konoha camp, they had foolishly challenged him, only to be swiftly defeated by a mere shadow clone. Their gaze shifted to Uchiha Sasuke, who had once bested them with a single Jinjutsu, leaving them apprehensive. Their strength might have already surpassed that of previous Hokages. And Yukaina and Mei could hardly fathom the heights they might eventually reach. Naruto glanced at the sparring individuals in the courtyard, then at the sleeping Nibi and Hachibi sprawled on the corridor floor. He also noted the stoic figure of Sasuke, who stood in the shadow of the eaves, his Kusanagi sword at his side, addressing the group. All right, let us take a break and have lunch. Chapter 132. A temporary farewell, just as everyone was preparing for lunch. An untimely boisterous female voice rang out behind Naruto. Oh hail! Upon hearing this voice, a vein throbbed on Naruto's forehead as he turned to roar at its owner. What the hell? Do you even know what time it is? Where's the semblance of a teacher in you? What kind of teacher sleeps until noon? Tsunade yawned. Her light golden hair tousled behind her, looking as if she had just awakened, still wearing yesterday's attire. Behind Tsunade, Shizune hung her head in shame, knowing that when Tsunade got drunk, she would remain unconscious until well past noon, no matter how much one called her. Unfazed by Naruto's outburst, Tsunade approached him with a mischievous glint in her eye. She leaned in, her lips brushing his ear, whispering in a tone audible only to them. So, what do you think? Isn't the teacher's figure quite splendid? How does it feel? Is it soft? Upon waking, Tsunade, recalling her unclothed state, found herself contemplating how to tease Naruto about the morning's events. To her, he was merely a lecherous little brat. She intended to keep this as their little secret, one that she would relish for a lifetime. The fragrant breeze from Tsunade's breath sent a shiver down Naruto's spine, and hearing her words ignited his fury, his face turning crimson from embarrassment. He could scarcely believe Tsunade's audacity to use such an incident to provoke him, treating him as if he were an ignorant child. He glared fiercely at her. If you mention this again, I won't hesitate to take you down with me. Watching Naruto's flustered and enraged expression, Tsunade found him utterly different from the Naruto she remembered from last night. His awkward demeanor brought her a sense of amusement. Ha ha, little brat, I will never forget this. With that, She ceased her teasing and turned to walk towards the dining hall with Shizune, her stomach growling from the lack of food after a night of heavy drinking. Boss, bring out more dishes, and don't forget a few bottles of sake. Witnessing Tsunade's intent to drink in broad daylight, Naruto shot her a disdainful glance before turning to the innkeeper. Let her pay for the alcohol. I refused to cover her tab. Tsunade was taken aback. How could she be expected to foot the bill? She had already lost all the money she brought with her. Planting a foot on the table and resting her hands on her knees, she glared at Naruto. Hey, brat, what's wrong with a little drink? As your teacher, shouldn't you respect my hobbies? In response to Tsunade's challenge, Naruto stood his ground, pointing at her nose as he retorted, what kind of teacher drinks during the day? Are you an alcoholic? You're both a gambler and a drinker. Don't forget, I paid for your lodging. Just yesterday, you drank 30,000 ryo worth of sake. And I covered that too. How can I respect your hobbies when they are nothing but vices? Shizune watched the two argue, gently tugging at Tsunade's sleeve, reminding her that one must lower their head when under a roof. Uzumaki Naruto is currently their benefactor. Their survival in these recent days heavily relies on his support. If he were to become upset and leave, it would take them a considerable time to secure funds. Lady Tsunade, drinking during the day is indeed rather inappropriate. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until the evening to indulge. Tsunade turned around, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Shizune, astonished that the girl she had raised since childhood would betray her trust. Humph, boss, order more dishes. Realizing that alcohol was off the table for lunch, Tsunade scoffed and crossed her arms defiantly, deciding to retaliate by indulging in an abundance of food instead. As the first dish was served, Tsunade immediately entered a fierce eating mode, ravenously devouring the food before her. In mere seconds, an exquisite platter had vanished into her mouth. Onlookers were left in disbelief, their chopsticks frozen midair, while Shizune buried her face in her hands, unable to bear the embarrassment. Her thoughts consumed by one notion. Lady Tsunade was truly a source of shame. After finishing her meal, Tsunade casually wiped her mouth and provocatively glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. Faced with his shameless mentor, Naruto found himself at a loss, opting not to engage in further argument with her. Sensei, I plan to take Sasuke away for a few days. Please train Karen, Niji, and both Yakaina and Mei for me. Upon hearing that Naruto intended to take Uchiha Sasuke away, Karen clutched at Naruto's sleeve, her eyes filled with a pitiful longing. Naruto, where are you going? Can't you take me with you? Naruto gently stroked Karen's hair, receiving word from White Zetsu that Uchiha Itachi was heading back from the village hidden in the mist to the land of fire. He intended to accompany Uchiha Sasuke to initiate their fateful confrontation and seize Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Had he not encountered Tsunade, he would have chosen to take Karen along. But since she was present, he decided they should focus on training first. Karen, be good and train diligently with Sensei. I must go to the land of waves, but will return soon. Here are 5 million ryo. Take care not to let Sensei swindle you out of it. Also, keep an eye on her. Do not allow her to start drinking at noon. With that, Naruto produced a stack of bills from his dimensional pocket, cautioning the young girl to be wary of certain unscrupulous teachers, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade. Tsunade's temper flared at his words. What kind of person did he think she was? One of the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha. Would she stoop to such deceit? Hey, you brat. What do you take me for? Would I ever cheat a child out of her money? Whether or not you would, you know all too well. Naruto scoffed at her retort. Based on his understanding of the legendary 3, he was fully aware of their indulgences in vice and vice. He then turned his gaze to Shizune, Yakaina, and Mei, recognizing them as the most reliable among the adults present. Sister, I leave it to you these days. And Yakaina. Mei, I trust you as well. The girls nodded in unison. Yakaina and Mei regarded Naruto as a younger brother, and they would never refuse his requests. As for Shizune, wherever Tsunade was, she would be there too. Having lost her family, Tsunade had become her closest companion. Hyuga Niji also nodded at Naruto. He understood his current limitations and the urgency of his training, determined to draw closer to Naruto, even if he might never catch up to him. Uchiha Sasuke wore a cool expression, seemingly indifferent to everything. As long as Naruto made the decisions, he would not oppose them. Karen's face was clouded with reluctance, her gaze tinged with affection before it quickly faded. She too yearned to grow stronger and keep pace with her beloved. Tsunade looked at Naruto with indignation. She was not concerned about his safety. With his prowess, few in the ninja world could rival him. Yet, the disbelief in his gaze saddened her. She never expected to be perceived in such a light by her disciple. However, when the second dish arrived, she pushed her sorrow aside, quickly seizing her plate. She devoured the food with haste. Naruto watched Tsunade transform her anger into appetite, shaking his head in resignation. "Sasuke, let's go." He stood up and left the hot spring inn. Everything that needed to be addressed had been covered, and he decided to leave the two tails and eight tails behind. With their combined strengths, along with the tailed beasts, they should be able to face any danger that might arise. Uchiha Sasuke, observing Naruto's departure, stood up as well, following him away from their temporary refuge. A day later, the two finally arrived within the borders of the Land of Waves, where not a single trace of life was to be found, only endless ruins. Countless walls lay in ruins, crumbled upon the earth, while streams of water flowed through the remnants, sprouting new grass and flowers from the cracks. The once reinforced red bricks of the Uzumaki clan now appeared like skin drained of blood, mottled and peeling, revealing the deep gray wounds beneath. A tattered flag bearing the Uzumaki clan emblem was half stuck in the breach of the wall, its edges clearly singed by fire. The emblem itself faded over time. Uchiha Sasuke surveyed the desolate scene, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Naruto, what brings you here?" There isn't even a shadow of a person in sight. Uzumaki Naruto inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the sight before him. The Uzumaki clan, once renowned for their sealing techniques, was now reduced to this desolate state, and the fate of its members remained uncertain. "I seek the Mask of Death, a mask capable of unraveling the Shiki Fujin technique." The Uzumaki clan excelled in sealing arts, and such artifacts would not be carelessly placed. They were likely hidden in the clan's sacred grounds or ancestral halls. "Let us proceed. We are still on the outskirts. We must explore further within." Naruto's voice was hoarse as he swept his gaze across the wooden beams in the rivers and the crumbled walls, swiftly making his way toward the heart of the town. Uchiha Sasuke followed closely behind him. They passed through the collapsed gates, where a charred flag fluttered eerily in the wind, resembling the whispers of the departed. The center of the town was now mostly destroyed, with only half of the structure remaining above the ground, the emblem of the Uzumaki clan barely visible. Uzumaki Naruto stood still, closing his eyes, his Kagura Shingon activated, beginning to sense his surroundings. Uchiha Sasuke stood quietly beside him, surveying the desolate cityscape, filled with the wreckage of collapsed buildings. The emotions within him were overwhelming. He knew Naruto's backstory, but had not anticipated the devastation wrought upon the Uzumaki's homeland. Naruto's past was far more tragic than he had imagined. Even he had grown up enveloped in the love of his parents, being the son of the Uchiha clan's leader, cherished by his kin. Uchiha Sasuke fixated on Naruto's profile. As his first friend, he could not help but feel stirred by the resilience Naruto displayed, even after such a harrowing childhood. "Naruto, I will always stand by your side. No matter what enemies we face, I will fight alongside you." The Kagura Shingon scanned a 50-kilometer radius like a radar. Yet Naruto could not detect even the faintest trace of chakra. He was somewhat perplexed. Logically, a place designated for the safekeeping of significant items, endowed with the capabilities of the Schwanwa clan, would undoubtedly have established various barriers and seals to protect these treasures. Any location possessing such barriers or seals would be imperceptible to him, given his abilities. Thus, the only plausible explanations for their absence would be that they had been destroyed during warfare or had fallen into disrepair over the years, losing their chakra supply and consequently becoming ineffective. With a hint of disappointment, he opened his eyes, preparing to search through the dilapidated structures one by one. Just as Schwanwa Mingren was about to take action, the blood within him began to heat up rapidly, causing the veins beneath his skin to bulge. His once pristine skin cracked with numerous fissures, and the blood beneath resembled molten lava, writhing beneath the surface. This sudden upheaval caught Schwanwa Mingren off guard. He was unaware of what was transpiring, but the blood within him felt as though it were flames, searing his very being. The sensation of burning pain far exceeded the agony experienced after opening the eighth gate. This torment was pushing him beyond his limits of endurance. Groans escaped his lips as he knelt on the ground, his muscles convulsing violently, veins writhing beneath the skin like worms. The beads of sweat on his forehead evaporated instantaneously due to the overwhelming heat. Uchiha Zusu also sensed Schwanwa Mingren's distress. He attempted to support him, but as soon as his hand made contact, a hissing sound erupted. The terrifying heat scalded his palm, and he stared at the charred skin in horror. "What is happening? Why is it so hot?" Mingren, are you alright? Xuanhua Mingren gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them in the process, overwhelmed by a singular sensation, pain. Exquisite pain. Even Uchiha Zusu's voice was reduced to muffled syllables. He was too weak to respond. As he sensed the turmoil within, Xuanhua Mingren could not fathom why his blood was suddenly boiling. All he knew was that his body was on the verge of destruction due to the intense heat. At that moment, he could only focus on channeling his chakra to repair the damaged cells and muscle tissue within. Two forces clashed violently, and Xuanhua Mingren felt as if he were a red-hot iron, with moisture rapidly evaporating from his body. At this juncture, the intense heat emanating from Xuanhua Mingren began to affect the surrounding environment. Even he found it increasingly difficult to endure the horrific temperature. His clothing disintegrated into ashes as his body glowed like a heated iron. The extreme heat surpassed that of his fire release techniques, and even his golden hair threatened to catch flame. The unbearable temperature forced Uchiha Zusu to retreat beyond a 10-meter radius, the patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. He anxiously observed Xuanhua Mingren's form, where the rising heat began to warp the very fabric of space around him, as if a transparent flame ignited within a 10-meter radius of Xuanhua Mingren. This transparent fire formed a barrier. Anyone approaching would be consumed by its flames. Mingren! Uchiha Zusu shouted desperately, yet his voice could not penetrate the fiery barrier. Use water release. He intended to cool Xuanhua Mingren with water release techniques. But just as he was about to form the necessary hand seals, he froze in mid-motion. How could I? I don't know water release. Wait, there's a river nearby. Summoning his Susanoo, Uchiha Zusu activated his complete form. The purple chakra transformed into a towering Susanoo, wings unfurling to unleash a fierce storm as it soared into the sky. Controlling the complete Susanoo, he made his way to the river, cupping water in his hands and bringing it back to Xuanhua Mingren, pouring it over him. A white mist suddenly erupted. The water evaporated before reaching Xuanhua Mingren, dissipating into vapor when it came within 20 meters of him. What in the world is this? Uchiha Zusu thought, realizing the river water could not even approach Xuanhua Mingren due to the terrifying transparent flames. Gritting his teeth, he maneuvered the Susanoo's hand closer to Xuanhua Mingren. If the water could not touch him, then he would have to throw Xuanhua Mingren into the river. However, as the colossal chakra hand neared within 10 meters of Xuanhua Mingren, it transformed into a fluid state, akin to molten iron. Seeing this method yield no results, Uchiha Zusu retracted the Susanoo. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could perceive every detail of Xuanhua Mingren's state with terrifying clarity. Cracks had spread across every inch of Xuanhua Mingren's body. Even his radiant golden hair was marred by fine fissures. Blood, resembling magma, coursed beneath the cracks. It was no longer the vibrant red of life, but rather a harbinger of annihilation. Muscles spasmed in agony, teeth crumbled under pressure, and his azure eyes transformed into a dark crimson, veins pulsating beneath the surface, while his anguished cries shattered Uchiha Zusu's resolve. Mingren, I will save you. Witnessing Xuanhua Mingren endure such horrific suffering, Uchiha Zusu approached him. If chakra could not reach Xuanhua Mingren, then he would have to physically lift him. However, as he stepped within 10 meters, Uchiha Zusu's body emitted sounds akin to flesh meeting a scorching iron, his skin contracting and cracking due to the intense heat. The muscle beneath his skin darkened instantly, losing sensation. It hurts so much. Just the periphery is this terrifying. What is Mingren enduring? The moment he neared the edge of that transparent flame, the terrifying heat scorched Uchiha Zusu's body, causing it to crack all over. His clothing became ashes, and the charred muscle tissue exuded a burnt odor, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to stop trembling. Yet, even so, Uchiha Zusu pressed on, unwavering in his determination to reach Xuanhua Mingren. The pain compelled him to cry out, but his increasingly blurred vision remained locked onto Xuanhua Mingren. In his fading consciousness, Xuanhua Mingren heard Uchiha Zusu's anguished scream and turned toward the sound, barely able to discern a small figure. His clothing had nearly vanished, and his once pure skin began to char. Even his hair was reduced to ashes. Xuanhua Mingren realized that if Uchiha Zusu continued to approach, he would surely perish. Zusu, don't come any closer. Hearing the desperate roar, Uchiha Zusu gritted his teeth and echoed the cry. What a torment. Each step he took was laborious, requiring immense willpower as the agony tore at his resolve. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Until he reached the final meter separating him from Schwanwa Mingren, Uchiha Zusu could no longer endure and collapsed before him. In his blurred vision, he saw Schwanwa Mingren still suffering immense pain, feeling the concern radiating from him. Uchiha Zusu whispered his final words, "What a torment. Don't die." His small hands fell short of Schwanwa Mingren, yearning to bridge the distance, to come closer. "Zusu, no." Schwanwa Mingren let out a heart-wrenching, despairing cry, lava-like tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He bore the excruciating pain of his torn body, howling into the tailed beast's space, Jalama. In the realm of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails gazed upon the cataclysmic chaos of the tailed beast space and fled in panic. He had been enjoying a delightful midday slumber when, suddenly, a colossal thunderbolt struck the tailed beast space. The forest, towering like the majestic Songshan Mountains, was instantly engulfed in flames, followed by a howling gale that caused the inferno to spread uncontrollably. The Nine Tails sprang to his feet, his fur bristling with alarm. As the visible flames rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire tailed beast space in the blink of an eye, the searing heat, which was almost unbearable, clung to him, transforming the orange fox into a dark red fire fox. "Naruto, what has happened?" The Nine Tails roared, his voice echoing through the tailed beast space. Yet he received no response from Uzumaki Naruto. As he stared into the towering flames, the Nine Tails assumed that the calamity would soon subside, despite the flames being excruciating. However, as a chakra conglomerate, he knew that this fire would not be fatal. Moreover, under the scorching blaze, he discovered that the quality of his chakra was rapidly enhancing. Not only the quality but the quantity of chakra was also increasing swiftly, a revelation that filled the Nine Tails with immense joy. It had been a long time since his power had grown. If enduring this scorching flame could elevate his strength, he welcomed more of it. Just as the Nine Tails reveled in the prospect of empowerment, a more terrifying disaster approached stealthily. Chapter 135. The Nine Tails faces tribulation. The wildfires consumed the entire tailed beast space, distorting its very essence. The flames scorched the Nine Tails, who gritted his teeth against the searing pain while joyfully sensing the rapid enhancement of his chakra. As time passed, amidst the flames, he felt a seal within him shatter with a thunderous explosion. The Nine Tails widened his eyes, sensing the shattered seal within him, and let out an enraged roar. "How dare you, Uchiha Madara? You have left a summoning seal within me," he bellowed. "Just you wait. I shall deliver a thorough beating to you." With a resounding roar from the Nine Tails, dark red lightning flashed through the sky, seemingly responding to his fury. The terrifying dark red lightning, akin to the wrath of the heavens, reignited the previously calm Nine Tails. He cautiously surveyed the dark red lightning in the sky, and his roar echoed once more within the tailed beast space. "Naruto, what on earth are you doing?" Yet, within the tailed beast space, apart from the crackling flames and thundering roars, the Nine Tails heard no reply. Finally, he realized something was amiss, since Uzumaki Naruto had unsealed him. Such a phenomenon had never occurred. No matter the moment, Naruto had always responded promptly to his calls. But now, there was silence, and what was that? The Nine Tails' eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the distant scene, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. The earth began to fracture and tremble. As the towering trees ablaze were devoured by the tumultuous ground, lava surged forth like a raging torrent from the cracked earth, and countless volcanoes erupted like giants from the ground. The molten rock spewed forth like a fiery dragon, erupting continuously, intertwining with volcanic ash to form a thick black shroud that enveloped the entire tailed beast space. Boulders propelled into the sky by the volcanic eruptions rained down like world-ending meteors, crashing violently into the tailed beast space. The initially faint dark red lightning descended like a fearsome dragon, transforming into torrential rain, relentlessly bombarding the tailed beast space without offering the Nine Tails a single escape. The swirling tornadoes that rose around him resembled ferocious beasts, clawing and gnashing as they swept up lava, trees, and debris, rampaging through the tailed beast space. The Nine Tails could no longer savor the initial pleasure. The red lightning struck him, instantly threatening to turn his fur to cinders. The erupting molten rock fell upon him, and the lava rolling from the earth's fissures compelled him to leap in agony within the tailed beast space. "What madness is this, Naruto? What are you doing?" He gazed at the tumultuous tailed beast space, witnessing meteor showers, volcanic eruptions, and howling hurricanes. The Nine Tails, at a loss, no longer hesitated and began to flee desperately within the tailed beast space. This was an onslaught he could not withstand, an apocalyptic disaster. Suddenly, amidst his frantic escape, the Nine Tails heard a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing roar. It was Naruto's voice. Naruto. The Nine Tails halted abruptly, forcing himself to endure the pain within the tailed beast space, unleashing his chakra, now tinged with dark red amidst its original golden hue. The intertwining gold and dark red chakra surged upwards, yet it could not break through the confines of the tailed beast space. Yearning to resonate with Uzumaki Naruto's chakra, the Nine Tails gazed skyward. Why? Why can my chakra not even breach the tailed beast space? At that moment, the tailed beast space felt utterly sealed, and no matter how the Nine Tails erupted, he could not escape. Despair washed over him as the cataclysmic disasters began to tear apart the tailed beast space. Should it be entirely destroyed, he too would perish. The Nine Tails was unperturbed by his own demise, for he could revive, but Uzumaki Naruto would likely never rise again. He stood quietly, allowing the calamities to descend upon him, awaiting the arrival of death. After releasing his roar, Uzumaki Naruto fell into a deep unconsciousness, the transparent flames still ablaze, consuming his cracked body. Uchiha Sasuke lay nearby, his form already reduced to ashes. Within the unconscious Naruto, chakra began to circulate as if it possessed consciousness, flowing between him and Uchiha Sasuke, stabilizing their fading lives. In the distance, four ethereal figures materialized, and upon closer inspection, one would find that these four lacked even shadows, silently floating in the air. One figure, stunningly beautiful with long wine-red hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, possessed luminous red eyes with subtly upturned corners, exuding an enchanting allure. Her delicate nose and full red lips framed a tall, slender figure as she exclaimed, "Huh, that little brat must be from the Uzumaki clan. But why is his hair golden? By the way, isn't he on the brink of death? Are you not going to save him? And that black-haired boy, was that not the Susanoo? He must belong to the Uchiha clan, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a tender age. They appear quite close. That Uchiha boy is unafraid of death as he approaches the crimson fiery blaze to save the golden-haired child. Their bond is truly enviable." Another figure, tall and slender with gentle and handsome features, sported light red hair tied with a wooden hairpin, with a few strands framing his face. His elongated eyes glimmered with warmth, and a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke softly. "Ah, Fei Yao, do not say such things. That golden-haired boy has just activated his Kagura Shingon. He is indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and likely possesses a powerful lineage from either parent. Thus, the hair is golden. Yet it is peculiar that I have never heard of any renowned ninja clan in the shinobi world known for their golden hair. Moreover, the Chimai Ranhun ceremony is nearing its completion. If we intervene now, all the suffering he has endured would be for naught. There is no need for us to interfere at this point, as only a few clan members are capable of enduring this ceremony, and once they do, they undergo a profound transformation." Chapter 136, The Ancestor of the Uzumaki Clan. I am indeed quite curious. I wonder how much this golden-haired boy will ascend. He has already persisted for half an hour, has he not? It is my first time witnessing a clan member endure for such a duration. Manxiong, how long did you manage to hold out? Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a robust physique, his muscles are sharply defined like stone. His crimson short hair stands erect like steel needles, and a beard covers his chin, with prominent brow ridges and a high nose bridge. A scar runs from the corner of his left eye down to his chin as he lets out a cold snort. "Humph, Chingha, you only lasted 10 minutes at most. Although I exceeded you by 2.5 minutes, in terms of strength, you may not be my match. If you disagree, shall we practice now?" Uzumaki Chingha wears a faint smile, having grown accustomed to the fiery temperament of Uzumaki Manxiong over the years. "Well, there is no need to be angry. I apologize." Uzumaki Manxiong snorts again, turning his head away. He detests this ever-smiling fellow. In life, whenever he sought a duel, he would always flatly refuse, showing no spirit. However, out of respect for his sacrifice in protecting the clan, he refrains from arguing with this cheerful individual. Tall and upright, his hair completely white but thick. A red seal pattern representing the Uzumaki clan's heritage is etched on his forehead. Clad in a deep red robe adorned with black Uzumaki totems. The cuffs are embellished with silver rune tassels, and his hands bear the thin calluses left by years of hand seals. His eyes are as deep as an ancient well, with wrinkles at the corners hinting at the authority of age as the elder speaks. Enough of the quarrel. Yes, clan leader. The three stop their bickering upon hearing the elder's voice and quietly await the conclusion of the ceremony. After 10 minutes, the transparent Hokage aura surrounding Uzumaki Naruto finally dissipates, and the chakra within him retracts, yet the fissures on his body remain unhealed. His heart beats weakly, and the magma-like blood beneath the cracks turns back to a vibrant red, infused with a hint of mysterious crimson-golden runes. Hayu, please administer treatment. Certainly, clan leader. Upon receiving the order from her clan leader, Uzumaki Hayu approaches the charred body of Uchiha Sasuke. TSK, this young man of the Uchiha clan is truly unfortunate, reduced to this state. However, fear not. Even if you perish, I can bring you back. Uzumaki Hayu's chakra erupts as she claps her hands. Chihun Luin Hui Jinsheng. Her chakra transforms into crimson flames, enveloping a 2-meter radius around Uzumaki Naruto, forming a small barrier. Within this barrier, the crimson chakra circulates between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, harboring unimaginable life energy. The crimson chakra encases their bodies, forming a massive cocoon, as life energy seems to find its vessel, surging wildly into their bodies. The fissures on Uzumaki Naruto begin to heal at a visible pace, and his weak heartbeat gradually becomes strong and vigorous. Uchiha Sasuke's charred body sees the charred exterior flake away as new skin regenerates beneath, and the lost hair grows back, returning to its original state. In less than a minute, both near-death individuals have fully recovered, though they remain unconscious. Uzumaki Hayu gazes at the naked forms of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke lying on the ground. A mischievous smile graces her face as she squats down and flicks their private parts with her chakra. TSK, not very big, huh? The others turn their heads away, unwilling to witness the antics of this bold woman, allowing Uzumaki Hayu to amuse herself with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Slowly, Uzumaki Naruto opens his eyes, his azure pupils flashing a hint of crimson. His newly awakened body has yet to fully react. Suddenly sensing something amiss below, he raises his gaze only to behold a stunningly beautiful woman, her fair hand reaching towards his vulnerable area. Ah! The boy's startled scream erupts, causing Uzumaki Naruto to spring up from the ground as if propelled by springs. He hurriedly covers himself with his left hand while retrieving a spare Akatsuki uniform from his spatial pouch, hastily donning it. His swift movements create afterimages as his face flushes with anger, his azure eyes fixed on the woman, who is laughing heartily and exuding unparalleled beauty. You, what are you doing? Uzumaki Hayu straightens, dusting off non-existent dirt from her hands, arching an eyebrow with a smile. You're awake? Look at your reaction. It's just a few flicks, what's the fuss? I merely wish to see if the little one who could endure for 45 minutes in the Chi-My-Ran-Hun ceremony is different in that regard. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitches as he attempts to retort against the beautiful woman before him, but his gaze shifts to the equally naked and still unconscious Uchiha Sasuke beside him. He quickly retrieves another spare uniform from his spatial pouch and covers Uchiha Sasuke with it. Once he has completed this, he turns to face the four figures, who appear as mere shadows floating in the air from his perspective. They lack physical form, suggesting they are spirits. He can discern from their chakra and appearance that they are members of the Uzumaki clan. The elder, with completely white hair and a steady aura, clearly of high status, should be the clan leader, Uzumaki looming. However, he has no recollection of the other three, and his eyes reflect confusion. Who are you? Hiya. I am Uzumaki Hayu. It was I who performed the Chihun Luin Hui Jinsheng on you just now. So what do you think? Am I pretty? Uzumaki Hayu floats before him, pointing to her gorgeous face and loudly introducing herself. Uzumaki Naruto is momentarily caught off guard by her blunt question, unsure how to respond, and can only stiffly avert his gaze. Uzumaki Hayu is unfazed by his reaction, turning to the other three, first pointing to the man with a gentle smile. This is Uzumaki Chingha. Don't be fooled by his constant smile. He is actually quite devious and cunning. Many in the clan have fallen victim to his schemes in organizing the records. Uzumaki Chingha offers an awkward smile, nodding helplessly at Uzumaki Naruto. Hello, young one. Don't listen to Hayu's nonsense. I merely excel in coordinating clan affairs. Despite his gentle demeanor, it is unclear why the members of the Uzumaki clan do not favor him, leaving him bewildered. Next is this fierce fellow. Uzumaki Hayu pulls over the scowling Uzumaki Manshio. This is Uzumaki Manshio, the clan's combat captain. He is exceptionally skilled at fighting, though perhaps not the brightest, with no interest aside from dueling. Chapter 137. The True Power of the Uzumaki Clan. Who are you calling dim-witted? Uzumaki Manshio's roar shakes the remaining half of the central building. His crimson hair standing on end. All right. Manshio is the smartest. He is the smartest person in the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Hayu coos like soothing a child, effortlessly calming the furious Uzumaki Manshio. At last, she floated to the side of Yuzu no Akira, her tone considerably subdued. After all, she was the clan leader and could not afford to be too casual. This esteemed individual is the leader of the Yuzu no clan, Lord Yuzu no Akira, the most formidable person of the Yuzu no clan. After speaking, Yuzu no Hayu drifted to the side of Yuzu no Naruto, warmly draping an arm over his shoulder. Hello. Now that we've all been introduced, what about you? What is your name? Why is your hair golden? Please tell me. I am genuinely curious. Our Yuzu no clan has never had a member with golden hair. By the way, whose descendant are you? Listening to Yuzu no Hayu's rapid-fire questions, Yuzu no Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of ease. Although it was their first meeting, the sensation of their blood connection filled him with warmth, and he slightly bowed. I am Yuzu no Naruto. My father is the Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and my mother is Yuzu no Kushina. The moment he uttered the name Kushina, the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Yuzu no Akira's profound gaze fixed upon him. Yuzu no Kiyoshi's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and Yuzu no Manyu's clenched fists bulged with tension. The three's gazes turned to Yuzu no Hayu, their expressions laden with complexity. All too aware of what the name Kushina signified for her, they silently drifted away, leaving the two behind. Yuzu no Naruto followed their gaze, and his heart suddenly tightened. Just moments ago, Yuzu no Hayu had been playfully teasing him, but now she appeared utterly drained, her hands pressed firmly against her small mouth, her once beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Crystal droplets rolled down her translucent cheeks, splattering upon the ground without leaving a trace. Kushina, my Kushina. Yuzu no Hayu repeatedly called out the name of Yuzu no Kushina, her voice fractured like leaves rustling in the autumn wind, each utterance laden with profound longing. Before Yuzu no Naruto could respond, Yuzu no Hayu's chakra form had already enveloped him. The embrace, though intangible, was extraordinarily warm, reminiscent of the warmth his mother once bestowed upon him in the ceiling space. That longed-for warmth enveloped him gently, embodying the temperature he had yearned for in dreams. Yuzu no Naruto stood frozen, inexplicably feeling a twinge in his nose. You, Naruto, is it? You are called Naruto, yes? I am your grandmother. Kushina is my daughter. Yuzu no Hayu's voice whispered into Yuzu no Naruto's ear, interrupting his desire to inquire further. Tears fell upon his shoulder as Yuzu no Hayu's trembling voice resounded once more in his ear. Where is Kushina now? Is she well? I miss her so much. I truly miss my Kushina. Yuzu no Hayu reached out her transparent hand to touch Yuzu no Naruto's cheek, her features strikingly similar to those of her daughter. Naruto. Has Kushina found happiness? Has she ever mentioned me? A barrage of questions struck Yuzu no Naruto like heavy blows, and he felt Yuzu no Hayu's eagerness and anticipation, an attachment that transcended life and death. Yet, the truth felt like a merciless blade, piercing his heart and lodging in his throat, each breath accompanied by sharp pain. He recalled his mother's last words, the lingering chakra that remained within him before it faded, and the incident that left him an orphan, the Ninetales rampage. How could he possibly articulate that his mother had sealed hope within him at the moment of her demise to protect the village? He could not find the words. Yuzu no Naruto bit down hard on his lip, the faint metallic taste flooding his mouth. He gently raised his hand to embrace Yuzu no Hayu's chakra form. His throat felt as if it were clogged with a sharp blade, rendering him mute. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, falling onto Yuzu no Hayu's arm. All the words he wished to express ultimately condensed into a deep sigh. This silent exhalation carried with it all the news that no one wished to hear, and they all understood the weight of its meaning. The sigh echoed in his ears like the grim pronouncement of death, striking at Yuzu no Hayu's heart. Yuzu no Naruto could feel her body tremble, her mournful wails filling the air. Kushina, my Kushina. The silence was terrifying, leaving only the sound of Yuzu no Hayu's weeping. Yuzu no Akira turned away, reminiscing about the little girl who once trailed behind him, calling him Grandfather Akira. He never imagined that the next news he would receive about her would be one of sorrowful demise. Yuzu no Kiyoshi wiped away the moisture from his eyes. The little girl who used to help him organize texts would never be seen again. Yuzu no Manu slammed a fist against the stone wall beside him. Sparks of chakra flying. Who killed Kushina? I must avenge her. That little girl, who never accepted defeat, who would rise resiliently even after countless falls. He refused to believe that Yuzu no Kushina could have perished so easily. She must have been schemed against, leading to her demise. As Yuzu no Hayu's cries gradually faded, she cradled Yuzu no Naruto's face, her sorrowful gaze locking onto him, as if wishing to etch his image deeply into her memory. Naruto, son of Kushina. Yuzu no Akira floated before Yuzu no Naruto, his voice tinged with sorrow, yet as the clan leader, he understood the gravity of the situation. The four of them had long been deceased, leaving behind only the remnants of chakra sealed before their passing. They had been in slumber, now awakened by Yuzu no Naruto. He needed to impart the legacy of the Yuzu no clan swiftly. Time was no longer on their side. What you just experienced was the legacy ceremony of our Yuzu no clan, the Akabana and Rai rite. This ceremony is the key to fully awakening our Yuzu no clan's bloodline. And it was triggered because you utilized the Kagura Shingon. Kagura Shingon? Yuzu no Naruto paused, recalling the purpose of his presence here, to seek the Shinigami mask. He had indeed performed the Kagura Shingon in front of the building moments ago. The agony he had just endured made him shudder with fear. It was only now that he understood what he had experienced was called the Akabana and Rai rite. However, what was the significance of this Akabana and Rai rite? Do you understand where the true strength of the Yuzu no clan lies? Yuzu no Akira did not answer immediately, but countered with a question. Yuzu no Naruto hesitated, instinctively responding, is it immense vitality and sealing techniques? That is merely the surface, Yuzu no Akira replied. You must know that the Yuzu no clan is renowned alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans. If the Yuzu no clan were solely adept in sealing techniques, how could they stand on equal footing with those two clans? Yuzu no Akira shook his head, gathering a strand of crimson chakra at his fingertips, within which faint golden runes shimmered. Our Yuzu no clan's advantage lies in the runes within our bloodline, also known as Akabana. This is the unique energy flowing through the veins of the Yuzu no clan, the source of life and the foundation of our sealing arts. The Akabana remains in a semi-dormant state during the childhood of our clan members, akin to seeds buried in the soil, requiring external force to awaken. Only those clan members who awaken the Kagura Shingon and possess the sage body of the Yuzu no clan are eligible to perform the Akabana and Rai rite. Yuzu no Akira pointed towards Yuzu no Naruto's heart, his gaze imbued with appreciation for talent. Recognizing the extraordinary gift of having awakened the sage body at such a young age. The moment you arrived here, I sensed that your sage body had already awakened. When you activated the Kagura Shingon, it was I who used the ancestral seal to stimulate the Akabana within you, allowing you to awaken the true power of the Yuzu no clan. The function of the Chimai Ranhan rite lies in its ability to harness the ancestral seal of the Uzumaki clan to awaken the latent power within the bloodline of the Uzumaki people. Coupled with the Chimai energy from the Earth's core, it forces the dormant Chimai within you to surface. The excruciating pain you just experienced was the process of complete integration with your Chimai. The true might of the Uzumaki clan resides in their bloodline. Only by thoroughly activating it can their innate talents be fully revealed. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized that the formidable warriors of the shinobi world, who stand alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans, are certainly not ordinary beings. As descendants of Ashura, the Senju clan possesses immense chakra and remarkable regenerative abilities, along with an unparalleled mastery of ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan, descended from Indra, wields the Sharingan's insight and illusion techniques, even attaining the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo. Relying solely on sealing techniques and vitality would not suffice to uphold such a grand reputation. Thus, it became clear to Naruto why he had always felt something was amiss after awakening his sage body. He murmured to himself, tracing his fingertips across his arm. When he first activated his sage body, he only felt an increase in chakra, yet he never sensed the terrifying abilities attributed to the legendary Senju Hashirama. It turns out I was missing the bloodline awakening ritual. Only by fully activating the bloodline can I truly master the Uzumaki sage body. He closed his eyes, Focusing on the changes within, he recalled that when awakening his sage body, his chakra had reached 1,000 calories. Yet, at this moment, a torrent of overwhelming power surged within him, akin to a floodgate bursting open, each circulation filling his limbs with strength. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes. His azure pupils flashing with a crimson glow, an unmistakable excitement etched across his face. 5,000 calories. An astonishing quadrupling of his chakra. How far was he from Hashirama now? Before he could finish his thought, he instinctively channeled his chakra. The once ethereal blue chakra that had surrounded him vanished, replaced by a searing red chakra, akin to molten lava. The moment he unleashed it, a tempest erupted, causing the flags of the nearby buildings to flutter wildly. As the storm subsided, the crimson chakra did not dissipate but instead coalesced into a translucent flame barrier enveloping his body. The surface of the barrier shimmered with mysterious crimson gold runes, exuding an unsettling pressure. What is this? Uzumaki Naruto reached out to touch the barrier, feeling a warm sensation at his fingertips without any searing pain. Moreover, he sensed an extraordinary defensive capability within it, likely capable of withstanding even S-rank ninjutsu. The eternal flame of the red lattice. For astonished voices broke the silence of the scene. Uzumaki Hayu floated before Naruto, her transparent hand pausing in front of the barrier, disbelief filling her eyes. How is this possible? You just awakened your Chimai and have already mastered it? Uzumaki Manyo's mouth hung agape, the scars on his cheeks contorting in shock. After awakening my Chimai, it took me a grueling 2.5 years to barely form its rudimentary shape. Yet how could you display it so soon after awakening? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback by their reactions, gazing at the translucent flame barrier enveloping him. Is this so-called eternal flame of the red lattice truly remarkable? I simply felt more comfortable with my chakra flowing this way, and it naturally formed. The others looked at Naruto with a sense of pride. Such talent had never been recorded in the annals of the Uzumaki clan's history. Not only did he endure the bloodline awakening ritual longer than anyone else, but he also grasped the eternal flame of the red lattice without a teacher right after awakening. Naruto, you are not just impressive. The strength of this ability surpasses your imagination. Uzumaki Chingha's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a grave tone. This is the Uzumaki clan's ultimate defensive secret technique. Compressing and condensing Chimai energy to form a chakra barrier that encompasses defense, purification, and attack. It can not only withstand physical assaults, but also counter malevolent entities, such as the Shinigami. The Uzumaki clan's Shiki Fujin relies on this ability to forcibly contract with the Shinigami. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils constricted. Is the Shinigami truly that pitiful? Toyed with by the Uzumaki clan. He had previously thought that the Uzumaki clan must have made some sort of deal with the Shinigami to utilize the Shiki Fujin technique, only to learn that they had forcibly contracted with the Shinigami. Wait, the Shinigami mask. Uzumaki Namikaze, I wish to inquire, after employing the Shiki Fujin, can the souls devoured by the Shinigami be released? In his recollection, the Shiki Fujin could deceive the Shinigami to free the souls encapsulated within. Since the Uzumaki clan's Chimai inherently suppresses the Shinigami, is it possible to demand the Shinigami release the souls? Uzumaki Namikaze stroked his beard, leaning slightly forward with a gentle smile in his eyes as he regarded Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, but it must be done through a special means to deceive the Shinigami. Only then can the souls within be released. However, this method is perilous. If executed poorly, the practitioner risks being consumed by the Shinigami. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. Are those in the shinobi world too benevolent? They can restrain the Shinigami, yet still follow the Shinigami's rules? Fists are the rules, as long as one is strong enough. Their rules become the rules of the shinobi world. Why must we resort to special means to deceive the Shinigami? If the Chimai can restrain the Shinigami, why can't we summon the Shinigami and force them to release the souls within? Chapter 139, Underworld Shinigami. Upon hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, the others were momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. Uzumaki Hayu laughed so hard that she nearly fell over, her transparent form trembling slightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she suddenly embraced Uzumaki Naruto, planting several affectionate kisses on his flushed cheeks, her eyes brimming with love and satisfaction. Truly, my dear grandson, your fearless nature is just like mine in my youth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their laughter, Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head, his azure pupils filled with confusion. He did not perceive anything wrong with his thoughts. If possible, he truly wished to drag that Shinigami out and give them a good beating, then threaten them to release the souls within. Observing his bewildered expression, Uzumaki Chingha suppressed his laughter and stepped forward, his tone gentle yet serious. According to the records, the Shinigami does not belong to the shinobi world but is a deity within the underworld. Although the talents of the Uzumaki clan can restrain him, the Shinigami contracted with our clan is merely a manifestation and not his true form. It is akin to a pre-programmed sequence. Performing the Shiki Fujin is the key to activating this sequence. The sequence will only adhere to its inherent operational rules, and with your current strength, it is exceedingly difficult to break this rule. In the future, when you become stronger, you may seek out the Shinigami in the underworld, but for now, it is not feasible. Upon hearing Uzumaki Chingha's explanation, Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. Underworld. Deity. What is the Pure Land mentioned in the original story? The shinobi world actually possesses an underworld? And that world has deities? How powerful is the Shinigami within the underworld? Is my current strength insufficient to confront them? The four exchanged glances. Judging by the chakra Naruto had just displayed, his strength had already surpassed all four of them. Such talent was even more formidable than his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, yet they still did not believe that Naruto's current strength was sufficient to challenge a deity. I am uncertain about the extent of the power possessed by the Grim Reaper of the underworld, yet it is evident that, based on the Reaper's avatars, they are far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. The opponent is a deity, and when confronting a divine being, one can never be overly cautious. Vortex Saika cautioned Vortex Naruto, expressing his reluctance to see the hopes of the Vortex clan recklessly challenge a god. The Vortex clan has already faced annihilation, and he remains unaware of how many of their kin still exist in the ninja world. He does not wish to witness further loss among them. Even Vortex Menkyo, who often opposed Vortex Saika, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Naruto, you are the hope of our Vortex clan. You must not take anything lightly in the face of adversity. Vortex Rumina approached Vortex Naruto with a serious demeanor, gazing intently into his eyes, and solemnly declared, Naruto, the Vortex clan has been eradicated, and I am unsure if any of our kin remain in the ninja world. We have been here for quite some time without sensing the presence of any Vortex clan members. It is likely that the entirety of our clan has vanished, and you are the first of our kin to arrive here in many years. As he spoke, tears welled up in the eyes of the elderly man with white hair. Vortex Naruto, observing the sorrowful elder, felt a shared grief stemming from their bloodline connection. Elder Rumina, I have already located 3 members of the Vortex clan. I vow to you that I will find every last one in the ninja world. Upon hearing that there are still members of the Vortex clan existing, the dignified elder could no longer contain his tears. Wonderful. As long as they are alive, you must take good care of them. Moreover, you must remember that your mother, Kushina, was one of the most gifted among us. Your talents surpass hers by countless measures, but you must keep in mind that every meal is consumed bite by bite, and every journey is taken step by step. Do not aspire for greatness too hastily. Vortex Rumina, embodying the role of a wise elder, began to impart his counsel to the talented younger generation. As a seasoned member of the clan, he understood the harsh realities of the ninja world. The careless actions of the young could yield unforeseen consequences, and he did not wish for Vortex Naruto to tread such a path. Listening to this stern admonition, Vortex Naruto was abruptly awakened. His newfound strength had obscured his vision, leading him to mistakenly believe he could challenge a deity. He quickly reined in his overly ambitious thoughts. Besides, his original plan was never to confront the Grim Reaper. Vortex Naruto respectfully bowed to Vortex Rumina, affirming, Elder Rumina, I will heed your teachings. I shall not entertain such arrogant thoughts. The earnest expression of Vortex Naruto resonated with Vortex Rumina, who nodded with satisfaction while stroking his beard. The Vortex Naruto before him not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also exhibited remarkable composure. He found it difficult to identify any flaws in him. However, gazing at his increasingly ethereal form, he realized that their time together was limited, and he could no longer remain by Vortex Naruto's side to witness his growth. Vortex Rumina addressed Vortex Feiyao and the others with gravity. Let us proceed. Our time is fleeting, and we must ensure the legacy of the Vortex clan endures. With that, Vortex Rumina glided towards the rear of the building. The eyes of Vortex Feiyao and the others were filled with sorrow, But this sadness was fleeting, quickly concealed within their depths, vanishing entirely. They had already departed from the mortal realm, and their existence now served solely to transmit the legacy of the Vortex clan to their descendants. With their mission accomplished, they could depart this ninja world without any lingering regrets. Vortex Mankyo hoisted the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke onto his shoulder and followed in the direction of Vortex Rumina. Vortex Feiyao cradled Vortex Naruto in her arms, keeping pace with Vortex Rumina. Realizing that their time was limited, Vortex Naruto understood that these ancestors of the Vortex clan would soon vanish. This thought filled him with a sense of loss. Having finally encountered fellow clan members in the ninja world, one of whom was even his relative, he lamented the brevity of their time together. He yearned to prolong the warmth of their shared moments. "Grandmother, is there any flesh left of you? If there is any, I can find a way to bring you back." Upon hearing Vortex Naruto's words about reviving them, Vortex Feiyao gazed into his cerulean eyes and smiled brightly. "Naruto, seeing you brings me immense joy. I have no other wishes, as long as you are happy. But I truly have a way to bring you back. I only want you to live." Vortex Naruto could not hold back his tears. He wished to protect those he cherished and to mend the regrets etched in his memory. As he looked at the serious Vortex Naruto in his embrace, Vortex Feiyao felt her heart stir. She too longed to be with her family. "Naruto, I do not know what means you possess to revive us, but alas, our bodies have long since perished in the war. Not even our remains have endured the passage of time. Nothing remains of us, and your hopes may be in vain." Hearing that even their flesh had vanished, Vortex Naruto felt a surge of panic. In his memory, the methods of revival were limited to a few. If not even a trace of flesh remained, how could he possibly resurrect his loved ones? Was it that even his modest wish could not be fulfilled? Is there truly nothing left? If only there were a tiny remnant. Vortex Naruto, cradled in Vortex Feiyao's arms, spoke in a flurry. Since his arrival in this world, after enduring so much darkness, his childhood experiences, the disdain of villagers, and the conspiracies of Konoha's elite, he had not developed deep feelings for the world of Naruto. His actions had been driven solely by a desire to compensate for the small regrets in his heart. He had even closed himself off, methodically adhering to his plans. He believed his heart could remain as unyielding as ancient ice, cold and detached. However, upon encountering Vortex Corinne and her daughter, as well as his father, Namikaze Minato, his mother, Vortex Kushina, and the warm greetings from the Uchiha clan members, the icy fortress of his heart began to thaw. He was no longer the naive and carefree Vortex Naruto from the original story. He had become a person of flesh and blood, possessing genuine emotions, impervious even to the chakra of Ashura. The familial bonds he had longed for but could not attain had been his enduring dream. Yet this cruel ninja world had only granted him countless regrets. Sensing the intense emotional turmoil emanating from Vortex Naruto, Vortex Feiyao gazed at him with tender, compassionate eyes. "Naruto, you are my pride. Yet, alas, your grandmother has already passed away. To see you before my departure is a scene I never imagined. Just being able to meet you fills my heart with contentment. As long as you grow up healthy and strong, your grandmother will die without regrets." Floating ahead, Vortex Rumina and the others listened to the exchange between Vortex Feiyao and Vortex Naruto, their faces etched with expressions of discontent. It was unfortunate that their weakness had led to this separation between kin. Had they been stronger, the outcome would surely have been different. All the sorrow in the world stems from the inadequacy of those involved. At that moment, Vortex Rumina's authoritative voice broke through their thoughts. "Naruto, come here." Upon hearing this sound, the despondent Naraton emerged from his sorrowful reverie. The gentle Vortex Feiyao placed him softly on the ground, smiling as she spoke. "Naraton, go forth." At that moment, Naraton realized they had arrived before a shrine, its vermilion gate now in ruins. The red wooden pillars that once supported the gate were askew in the earth, their paint weathered away by time, flaking off into hard, brittle shards that revealed the decayed wood beneath. Naraton looked up, and besides the collapsed gate, he noticed a transparent barrier above the shrine. Curiously, he gazed at the barrier as the voice of Vortex Lumine echoed in his ears. "Naraton, this is the ancestral hall of our Vortex clan, housing the most crucial volume of the clan, the Chi Mai Baodian. This tome contains the abilities awakened by our bloodline and the methods for enhancing them." As she spoke, Vortex Lumine produced a crimson emblem of the Vortex clan from her bosom and pressed it gently against the barrier. Upon contact, The transparent barrier began to tremble faintly. With the passage of time, the tremors intensified until, with a pop, the barrier burst like a bubble and vanished entirely. Once the barrier dissipated, Vortex Lumine solemnly handed the crimson emblem to Naruto. Naruto, this is the ancestral seal of the Vortex clan. You must keep it safe. This seal is a precious item used to activate the bloodline talents of the Vortex clan members. Do not lose it. As Naruto gazed at the emblem, he felt the blood within him begin to pulse. He earnestly accepted the crimson emblem from Vortex Lumine, lifting his gaze to meet hers. I understand. I will safeguard this ancestral seal. Vortex Lumine regarded the astute child before her. Though not a pure-blooded member of the Vortex clan, his talents were nonetheless astonishing. She believed that the Vortex clan would surely flourish once more under Naruto's stewardship. Subsequently, Vortex Lumine pointed toward a high platform within the shrine, where an ancient tome lay. Go forth. That is the Chi Mai Baodian, which records 5 powerful secret techniques, one of which is the Chi Yin Lu Li Bu Mie Shen you just employed. Following Vortex Lumine's gesture, Naruto approached the Chi Mai Baodian. He noticed that the ancient tome was covered in dust, and he gently lifted it, brushing away the dust that clung to its surface. As he casually flipped open a page, he found the yellowed parchment inscribed with dense, archaic characters that seemed not of this era. Naruto read each word with utmost care, fearing he might miss a single letter. As he perused the 5 secret techniques, his astonishment grew, compelling him to exclaim, "Is this truly the powerful secret of the Vortex clan? Can such techniques really be conceived by mortals? I had thought that the sealing techniques, the Kagura Shinai, and the King Kong chains were already exceedingly formidable. To think there are even more outrageous techniques. Truly, there is no limit to the extremes. No wonder the Vortex clan stands alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans. If these abilities can be mastered, one could easily surpass Senju Hashirama." Listening to Naruto's awe, the faces of the 4 others broke into smiles, for as members of the Vortex clan, its glory was their unwavering faith. However, the subsequent words that escaped Naruto's lips caused their expressions to falter, their smiles freezing in place like those of jesters. Wait. How could such formidable abilities lead to the downfall of the land of the Vortex? If I possessed such power, I could single-handedly subdue the 5 great nations. Those nations would find themselves at my mercy, silenced in fear, and they would even express gratitude for my leniency. Chapter 141. Do not speak recklessly. As Naruto's words shattered Vortex Lumine and the others' composure, they wore awkward smiles. Hee. Naruto approached Vortex Lumine. Observing the elder with a bemused expression, his hand suspended in the air, lost for words. Elder Lumine, I have a question that has long piqued my curiosity, especially after seeing this Chi Mai Baodian. How did the land of the Vortex meet its demise? According to the secrets inscribed in the Chi Mai Baodian, it contains the Chi Yin Lu Li Bu Mie Shen, forbidden resurrection techniques, sealing techniques that can completely subdue enemies, world-destroying attack techniques, and domain techniques for sharing abilities. How could a clan possessing such techniques have been annihilated? This. Faced with Naruto's inquiries, Vortex Lumine faltered, and Naruto understood he would not receive answers from him. He turned his gaze toward the perpetually smiling Vortex Chingha. Sensing Naruto's stare, Vortex Chingha swiftly averted his gaze, whistling aimlessly, though his whistling was far from professional. All right, if no one will speak, then Senior Manxiong, you tell us. Naruto's voice rang out, his gaze like that of a judge, directed at Vortex Manxiong. Chingha, could you perhaps let one slip? The embarrassed Vortex Manxiong shifted his sturdy frame awkwardly, struggling to articulate a response. Ultimately, he abandoned all pretense and bellowed at Vortex Chingha. Puffed. Upon hearing Vortex Chingha actually pass gas, and consecutively at that, Vortex Manxiong roared in frustration. Chingha, I shall take your life. He charged forward, grappling with Vortex Chingha. Yet their struggle appeared more like a performance intended for Naruto's amusement. Vortex Feiyao observed the flustered Vortex Lumine and the scuffling Vortex Manxiong and Vortex Chingha with exasperation. Floating before Naruto, she cradled him once more, her boisterous personality seemingly restored, though a hint of nostalgia lingered in her eyes. You lot are truly something. What is there to be ashamed of? If no one speaks, I shall. No. The others cried in unison, reaching out to halt Vortex Feiyao. Despite their formidable strength, they were but a fraction compared to Naruto, and they did not wish to lose face before him. even if he was their junior. Yet, they could not stop Vortex Feiyao and her uncontainable tongue. Naruto. Let me share with you that it was actually the combined attack of the Mist Village and the Cloud Village that led to our downfall. At that time, we sought aid from Konoha, sending dozens of distress signals, yet Konoha did not respond. By the way, didn't you mention your father is the Fourth Hokage? Have you been well in Konoha? Realizing she had digressed, Vortex Feiyao paused, pondering where she had left off. After a moment, she continued, look at me. Straying off topic. During our calls for help, Konoha was not embroiled in conflict, yet they still did not assist us. We thought there might be issues within Konoha, believing that if we held on a little longer, help would arrive. In the end, we waited in vain until our demise. With no choice but to employ forbidden techniques to preserve our souls and chakra. The clan's people have been displaced due to this war, and the children have been forced to leave the country of the Uo. They are merely children. How can they possibly survive in the world of shinobi? As the memories of those adorable faces flooded back, Uo Feiyao could not help but break down in tears, her sorrow etched upon her features. Uo Naruto gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and softly whispered in her ear, "Grandma, I am doing quite well in Konoha. You need not worry. I have many friends. I eat well, dress nicely, and I am happy every day." Uo Feiyao ceased her weeping, gazing tenderly at Uo Naruto, fully aware that he was merely trying to comfort her. Having lost his mother at a young age, how could Uo Naruto truly be happy? And what of his father? As the Fourth Hokage, he must be exceedingly busy. Does he have time to care for Uo Naruto? Naruto, your father, let me think. His name is Bluffing Shuemen, right? Is he good to you? If not, you can tell Grandma. I will teach him a lesson. My father. He has always been very good to me, Uo Naruto replied, a fleeting hesitation evident in his eyes. Uo Feiyao pouted in displeasure. Naruto, you are deceiving me. Speak the truth. Is your father unkind to you? Tell Grandma, and I shall take care of it. Why do you feel the need to uphold Konoha's reputation at this point? Did your father not sacrifice himself on the day of your birth? Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Sasuke had awakened, observing the four figures hovering in the air, nearly unleashing a Tsukuyami upon them. However, upon sensing their lack of hostility, he refrained, only to hear Uo Naruto continuing to defend Konoha, which irked him. The moment he heard Sasuke's voice, Uo Naruto realized something was amiss. That fool Sasuke was unaware of the context of the situation and spoke without consideration. But this was not the time for such discussions. Uo Naruto struggled to extricate himself from Uo Feiyao's embrace, attempting to silence Uchiha Sasuke. He dared not exert too much force, yet Uo Feiyao held him tightly, preventing any escape. Little boy, what is your name? What do you mean when you say Naruto's father sacrificed himself on the day of his birth? Upon hearing the news of Naruto's father's demise, Uo Feiyao's fury ignited, her voice laced with anger. Her wine-red hair began to billow, and crimson chakra erupted from her being. The moment the chakra burst forth, a tempest was unleashed, directed toward Uchiha Sasuke. Sensing this chakra, Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan manifesting. Chakra surged from within him, forming a purple skeletal Susanoo. The first stage of Susanoo. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? Uo Feiyao snorted dismissively, as the adamantine chains erupted from her back, each imbued with crimson chakra and inscribed with mysterious scarlet gold runes. The adamantine chains ensnared the Susanoo's skeletal form, and with a series of cracking sounds, the purple chakra began to fracture under their immense pressure. Chapter 142, Uchiha Sasuke. Defeated in an instant, Uchiha Sasuke stared in terror at the fissures forming on his Susanoo. As the strongest power of the Uchiha clan, it began to crumble against the overwhelming might of the adamantine chains. This was something he had never anticipated. Even in battle against the Fourth Hokage, he had emerged unscathed. Yet now, facing this woman, he seemed utterly vulnerable. How can this be? Susanoo has barely held for less than a second before fracturing? Who is this woman? Frustration welled within him as he realized the flow of his chakra had slowed. Uchiha Sasuke recognized he had underestimated the woman before him. He attempted to amplify his chakra output, only to find it sluggish and hindered. Moreover, the stunning woman with wine-red hair possessed chakra of an unusual hue. Her crimson chakra exhibited a corrosive effect on his, causing his Susanoo to begin melting away, akin to molten iron dripping to the ground. How dare you force my hand? Uchiha Sasuke, seeing defeat imminent, ceased holding back and unleashed the full force of his chakra. The torrent coursed into his Mangekyo Sharingan as he sought to bypass all preceding stages and attain the complete form of Susanoo. Sensing Uchiha Sasuke's intentions, Yuo Feiyao's chakra surged wildly, even absorbing the chakra from Yuo Lumine and the others. She then clapped her hands and shouted, "Crimson Seal of the Soul Lock." A scarlet whirlpool crest appeared in her palm, causing the adamantine chains behind her to expand exponentially. Each chain gleamed with radiant scarlet gold runes, culminating in a sealing array with a radius of 50 meters. Within this array, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra came to an abrupt halt, rendering him utterly incapable of mobilization. Even his Susanoo vanished. The semi-transparent crimson fire of the red pulse began to scorch Uchiha Sasuke's consciousness, the terrifying heat incinerating even the freshly donned spare uniform he wore. Humph, the Uchiha clan is nothing more than this. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, you are ultimately just a child. Yuo Feiyao regarded the audacious boy before her with disdain. Incredulous that he dared to challenge her, it was a fool's errand. Meanwhile, in Yuo Feiyao's embrace, Yuo Naruto helplessly observed the brief confrontation. As Uchiha Sasuke was swiftly defeated by Yuo Feiyao, he rested his forehead on his hand, torn between whom to assist, ultimately resigning himself to exclaim, "Grandma, let him go. If this continues, Sasuke will die? All right, whatever Naruto says goes." Yuo Feiyao replied indulgently, retracting the crimson seal of the soul lock while leaving the adamantine chains intact. She wrapped Uchiha Sasuke tightly, silencing him completely, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Uchiha Sasuke could only glare in indignation at the woman with wine-red hair, lamenting his fate as the wielder of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Since his debut, he had been met with defeat in nearly every battle, and this time was no exception. The adamantine chains bound him so tightly that he could scarcely stand, reduced to wriggling like a worm upon the ground. Yuo Lumine and the others could hardly bear to witness this. Yuo Feiyao's temperament was excessively fiery. To treat a mere child so harshly was excessive. They wished to persuade her to spare this young Uchiha, yet none dared approach her, exchanging glances of uncertainty. Yuo Naruto also wished for Yuo Feiyao to release Uchiha Sasuke, but, recalling her volatile nature, he ultimately chose to remain silent. "Naruto, could you explain how your father met his end?" Upon hearing Yuo Feiyao's sudden inquiry, Yuo Naruto's scalp prickled as he considered Uchiha Sasuke's plight. Gazing into Yuo Feiyao's smiling eyes, he intended to preserve his father's dignity, but, under her scrutinizing gaze, he found himself stammering, I believe my father. He died while sealing the tailed beast, and then was killed by the Shiki Fujin." Upon hearing such a bizarre fate, Yuo Feiyao and the others could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. They had never imagined that sealing a tailed beast could lead to death. Yuo Feiyao, ever blunt, immediately began to voice her incredulity. "What? How did he die?" "Died while sealing a tailed beast?" Sealing the tailed beasts is not merely a matter of binding them with a Vajra chain, is it? Once they are restrained with such a chain, wouldn't it suffice to leisurely perform the sealing technique? Why resort to the Shiki Fujin? With so many sealing techniques at their disposal, any of them could suffice. Why must one risk mutual destruction with the tailed beasts? The incessant questions from Xuanhua Feiyao rained upon Xuanhua Mingren, nearly overwhelming him. He was uncertain and could only hope to clarify things after reviving his father. As Xuanhua Mingren pondered how to restore Bluffing Schumann, Xuanhua Feiyao's voice resounded once more with confusion. "What of the tailed beast? Is it within the belly of the Shinigami? Thus, you seek the Shinigami's mask to release the tailed beast, intending to seal it within yourself? That is the Kyubi, also known as Kyubi no Yoko. Half of it was drawn into my father's body and sealed within the Shinigami, with the other half residing within me." Having spoken the truth, Xuanhua Mingren decided to abandon any pretense of shielding Bluffing Schumann, revealing the entire reality. From the outset, Xuanhua Feiyao and the others had diminished their regard for Bluffing Schumann, who had chosen to sacrifice himself for his wife, leaving behind a newborn, entrusted to the care of the treacherous scoundrels of Konoha. This ignited their ire, for they were well aware of the nature of those in Konoha. When Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were still alive, Konoha was united with the land of whirlpools. However, after Senju Tobarama's demise, Konoha had shamelessly strayed from its principles. When allies faced peril, Konoha sought excuses rather than providing support, resulting in the deaths and dispersions of the members of the Xuanhua clan. Xuanhua Feiyao and her companions vented their frustrations vehemently. Good riddance. That inept husband. Had I not perished, I would have ensured he faced the consequences. Indeed, how pitiful our little Mingren is, having been deprived of his parents since infancy. Curse Konoha, come. Mingren, let us teach them a lesson together. How could such a person be appointed Hokage? Are the selections for Hokage now so deplorable? And that despicable Sarutobi Hiruzen along with the old wretch Shimura Danzo. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Let us go? Let us go to Konoha and deliver a fiery display. Observing their righteous indignation, Xuanhua Mingren silently mourned for his father, hoping that when he finally emerged into the light, he could endure the teachings of these ancestors who loved him. At that moment, a thought flickered through his mind. Chapter 143, The Substitute Puppet. Once this idea took root, it could not be quelled. Xuanhua Mingren gazed with excitement at the chakra-formed figures of Xuanhua Feiyao and the others. If this notion could come to fruition. Grandmother, you mentioned that you preserved both your souls and chakra with a secret technique. This implies that the body formed of chakra possesses a soul, does it not? Hearing this, Xuanhua Feiyao was perplexed regarding Xuanhua Mingren's intentions. They were left with only a scant amount of chakra, and their souls were indeed preserved. However, their chakra had already diminished, especially after suppressing Uchiha Sasuke, leaving them with even less. Indeed, we possess souls, but what do you intend to do, Mingren? Receiving Xuanhua Feiyao's affirmation, Xuanhua Mingren trembled with excitement. He retrieved a pure white puppet from his spatial pocket, a prize from his last draw. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain, but if it failed, he would have to devise another plan. As for this item, he hoped it would prove useful. Xuanhua Mingren murmured, slightly disdainful of the pure white puppet. Had it not been a product of the system, he would have discarded it long ago. The puppet, roughly the size of an adult's palm, was sewn from pristine white linen, with untrimmed threads at the edges. The puppet bore no patterns or lines. Its blank white visage lacking discernible features, rendering it impossible to identify its front from its back. The interior appeared to be filled with sponge, and when Xuanhua Mingren squeezed it, he found it soft and elastic, albeit crudely made, likely something that would not attract a second glance if abandoned by the roadside. Xuanhua Mingren recalled the description of this item. He had only glanced at it during the draw and had not thoroughly understood how to utilize it. If his memory served him correctly, he needed to drip blood upon the puppet, which would then transform to resemble him. However, the duration seemed limited to 24 hours. Yet that was sufficient. He only required it to perform one jutsu. Xuanhua Feiyao and the others regarded Xuanhua Mingren with curiosity, observing him as he spoke and laughed to himself, their concern growing as they feared for his mental state. Watching Xuanhua Mingren oscillate between excitement and laughter, they hesitated to interrupt, knowing that disturbing him in a fragile state might lead to a complete mental breakdown. They could only wait patiently for Xuanhua Mingren to regain his composure. Uchiha Sasuke stared vacantly at the sky. Initially, he resisted, attempting to break free from the Vajra chain. After a few futile struggles, he resigned himself to glaring at Xuanhua Mingren, noticing his lack of response, and thus opted to languidly recline on the ground, gazing skyward. Unwilling to move, the sunlight was blinding. Xuanhua Mingren bit his finger, drawing blood to drip onto the white puppet, awaiting the transformation. Almost instantaneously, the puppet absorbed the blood. And then it began to change. The pure white linen shifted to a flesh tone. The featureless face began to sprout golden hair, and features gradually emerged, ultimately revealing the visage of Xuanhua Mingren. Simultaneously, the white puppet swiftly grew to match Xuanhua Mingren's height, even donning an identical uniform. Xuanhua Mingren observed with curiosity, noting the azure eyes of the puppet. Can you speak? Yes. Is there an issue? Then you must understand my intentions, correct? Understood. Following a brief exchange, the puppet, now resembling Xuanhua Mingren, reached up and removed its own eyes, holding them in its hands. Upon witnessing this, Xuanhua Mingren retrieved another pair of eyes from his spatial pocket and handed them over. The puppet accepted the eyes, placing them into its eye sockets. A faint green light flickered in its eyes as it blinked, acclimating to the new orbs. Xuanhua Mingren scrutinized the puppet, noting that the once azure eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan. Can that jutsu be utilized? No problem. It can be used, but we are in the realm of reality. Have you prepared clothing for them? What if they find themselves exposed after performing the jutsu? Oh right, I nearly forgot. Upon reflection, Xuanhua Mingren remembered that Uchiha Sasuke's clothing had likely been incinerated once more. Oh no, where is Sasuke? In his excitement, he had completely forgotten. He abruptly turned to see Uchiha Sasuke, bound in Vajra chains, gazing at him with a forlorn expression, still unclothed. Ah, this. Grandmother, could you please release the Vajra chains? Grandmother? Grandmother. Seeing that Xuanhua Feiyao did not respond, he called out a few more times, yet received no reply. He glanced back at the others, tossing a spare uniform to Uchiha Sasuke before approaching Xuanhua Feiyao. Grandmother, what is the matter? At this moment, the individuals surrounding Xuanhua Feiyao gazed wide-eyed, fixated on the white doll-like embodiment of Xuanhua Naren. Those eyes. Xuanhua Qinghe pinched Xuanhua Manqiong's thigh with great force, eliciting a sharp cry from him. That is the Rinnegan, isn't it? I cannot be mistaken. It is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths as recorded in ancient texts. The most knowledgeable among them, Xuanhua Luanming, nodded affirmatively, clutching a few strands of plucked beard. Indeed, it is the Rinnegan, the fabled eye that governs life and death. Xuanhua Feiyao leaned closer to the white doll-like Xuanhua Naren, extending a finger to touch the mesmerizing eyes. The chill that emanated from her fingertip, the mysterious luminescence of the circles, and the soul-piercing gaze conveyed an unfathomable power merely by being observed. Naren, where did you acquire the Rinnegan? Surely, you did not unearth the grave of the Sage of Six Paths? Have you defiled his remains? Did you extract his eyes? What treasures lie within his tomb? Did you bring only a pair of eyes? Where is his tomb? Can you take Grandma to see it? Listening to Xuanhua Feiyao's barrage of questions, Xuanhua Naren found himself admiring her imaginative spirit. How could he possibly partake in such grave robbing? He was no archaeologist, intent on excavating graves under the pretense of scholarly inquiry, only to claim such treasures as his own. With a resigned sigh, Xuanhua Naren retrieved several spare uniforms from the Akatsuki organization from his spatial pocket and handed them to Xuanhua Feiyao and the others. Grandma, those are the eyes of a certain schemer. Although they are Rinnegan, they do not belong to the Sage of Six Paths. Please don these garments. I am about to commence. Chapter 144, The Outer Path, Reincarnation Technique. In front of the shrine at the ruins of the Country of Waves, Xuanhua Naren awaited as Xuanhua Feiyao and the others donned their uniforms. He turned towards the doll-like figure and spoke softly. Let us begin. The white doll nodded, and the chakra within it erupted, crimson energy swirling around its form. The Rinnegan in its eyes flickered with a captivating purple light, an invisible wave enveloping the surroundings. The doll, sensing the power within its gaze, clapped its hands and bellowed fiercely, Outer Path, Reincarnation Technique. The purple light of the Rinnegan intensified, forming a colossal spectral figure of Yama behind it. The Yama specter, clad in a white robe, bore Rinnegan eyes that shimmered with the same purple radiance as the doll's. The specter's enormous mouth opened wide, releasing four pale green orbs of light that soared towards the chakra-infused bodies of Xuanhua Feiyao and her companions. The pale green orbs contained boundless vitality and the power to transcend the boundaries of life and death. There was no dazzling light, no peculiar fluctuations. It was as though nothing had occurred. Upon contact with the bodies of the group, the orbs melted into them like wax. Immediately, a faint green glow enveloped their forms, circulating within their chakra-infused bodies. Xuanhua Feiyao raised her translucent hand, the originally ethereal outline coalescing at a visible pace. The delicate pink bones solidified within her spectral palm, followed closely by the intertwining of muscles and nerves. Blood vessels wove through the muscles, ultimately enveloped by soft, fair skin that encased all the tissues. This is the sensation of flesh and blood. Xuanhua Feiyao's fingers grazed her cheek, the genuine touch bringing tears to her eyes. I have been revived? Truly revived. She then clutched her chest. Aside from the uniform, it was entirely vacuous. A bit chilly. Ha. She dashed towards Xuanhua Naren, embracing him and showering his face with kisses, leaving him drenched in saliva. Feeling the warmth of Xuanhua Naren in her arms. No longer the illusory touch of a chakra body. Naren, Grandma has come back to life. Let us go, let us go. I will seek vengeance for you. Beside them, Xuanhua Qinghe flexed his fingers and joints, relishing the solid sensation of the earth beneath his feet, feeling the rough texture of the fabric of the uniform against his skin. I have truly been revived. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Can it truly resurrect those who have been dead for decades? How terrifying. Naren said this is the eye of a certain schemer. Could that schemer be plotting resurrection as well? Reflecting on this, Xuanhua Qinghe regained his composure amidst the astonishment of revival. If his suspicions held any truth, they must exercise extreme caution. To orchestrate a resurrection plot surely harbors ulterior motives. He glanced toward Schwanwa. Never mind. Now is not the time for such inquiries. It is best not to disturb them. The brash Schwanwa was even more direct. Clenching his fists and swinging them into the air, the force of his punch ripping through the space ahead with a piercing sound. Ha! I am alive again. Then he touched his face, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Where's my scar? My proof of manhood? How has it vanished? Schwanwa turned to the boorish fellow. Noticing that the scar had indeed disappeared from his cheek, which no longer bore the fierce appearance it once had, but rather exhibited a newfound resoluteness. Sensing Schwanwa's gaze, Schwanwa felt provoked and charged at him with his fists raised. Qinghe, prepare yourself. What are you doing, you oaf? Stop. I apologize. Observing the furious Schwanwa Qinghe understood that engaging him would be futile, so he hurriedly offered his apology. Yet Schwanwa continued unabated. Without his scar, he felt compelled to prove his manhood by other means. How unfortunate that Schwanwa would provoke him, for he need not blame his fists for being too strong. The composed Schwanwa watched with a sense of satisfaction as Schwanwa lay nestled in Schwanwa Feiyao's embrace, his fingers twirling his deep red beard, a subtle smile gracing his features. He had never anticipated that they would witness a day of revival. They had merely been lingering souls, clinging to the legacy of the Schwanwa clan, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet Schwanwa revelation was astounding. Not only was he remarkably gifted, but he also possessed the Rinnegan, allowing them to be resurrected. His peripheral vision caught sight of the beard he was twisting, and his hand suddenly froze mid-air. Deep red? What is this? Suetun, Mizu Kagami no Jutsu. The flowing water in the air transformed into a smooth mirror, and Schwanwa marveled at his reflection. His youthful visage, devoid of deep-set wrinkles, hair, and beard reverted to the vibrant deep red of his youth. The chakra within him no longer bore the lethargy of old age, but instead brimmed with vitality. Excellent, excellent, excellent. His excited heart raced. Trembling hands fixed upon the youthful countenance in the mirror, reluctant to divert his gaze. Schwanwa, nestled in Schwanwa Feiyao's embrace, observed the four with his azure eyes, acutely aware through his chakra that their souls were rapidly merging with their corporeal forms. The hidden injuries within their bodies dissolved under the influence of the Rinnegan's power to govern the laws of life and death. Their bodies were restored to their peak condition, the surging chakra within them rivaling that of a Kaga-level powerhouse. Uchiha Sasuke gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. The four phantoms had now been fully resurrected. The authenticity of their bodies and the chakra coursing through them was unmistakable, devoid of any illusion. Approaching Schwanwa, he looked at him with hopeful eyes and asked, Naren, can you resurrect my father? He longed for his father's approval. Now that he had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, surely his father would commend him. Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow, feeling reluctant to resurrect Uchiha Fugaku, the inept husband who was the architect of the Uchiha clan's tragic demise. To accomplish resurrection, one must first summon the soul, which is a prerequisite for invoking the outer path, samsara technique. Moreover, this jutsu is not without its toll. He glanced back at the white puppet, knowing that after executing the outer path, samsara technique, the shadow of the king of hell would emit a low hum, its purple glow gradually dimming into scattered specks of light. The chakra within the white puppet had been entirely depleted, along with its life force, rendering its voice hoarse. Even with chakra at its current level, its vitality rivaled that of the tailed beasts. Yet, after performing this technique, I too shall cease to exist. Indeed, the power that transcends the boundaries of life and death is not something one can bear at this moment. Naruto nodded and descended from the embrace of Uzumaki Haya, the puppet having reverted to its original form. Its power had dissipated, reduced to ashes that floated away. Is this the price of resurrection? Nonetheless, regarding Sasuke's request, Naruto retrieved the Rinnegan resting on the ground into his spatial dimension and turned to Uchiha Sasuke. Are you certain you wish to resurrect your father? I can facilitate a meeting with Uchiha Fugaku through alternative means. Uchiha Sasuke fell silent. Given Naruto's current strength, though he was unaware of the nature of that ninjutsu, he had observed everything during its execution. The puppet possessed chakra identical to Naruto's, along with its life force. To resurrect merely 4 individuals would drain all of his chakra and vitality. Contemplating the price required for resurrection, he shook his head. Naruto, What do you mean by an alternative method? You will know in due time. At that moment, a figure clad in pure white materialized before Naruto. Naruto. I have found it. Chapter 145, The Mask of Death. The onlookers gazed curiously at the white Zetsu before Naruto, yet none dared to inquire. For they understood that this was a secret belonging to Naruto. As Naruto's elders, their duty was to protect the children of the Uzumaki clan, ensuring their healthy and unharmed growth. I understand, you may withdraw for now. The appearance of Zetsu signified something significant to Naruto. He waved his hand for the entity to retreat and turned to Uzumaki Rumina. Rumina, I require the Mask of Death. Where is it? Come, I shall lead you there. Uzumaki Rumina, with her solid youthful form, turned and walked towards the rear of the shrine. The back of the shrine was already shrouded in ruins and debris. Weeds sprouted through the cracks in the stone, and the ground was littered with fragments. Uzumaki Rumina treaded over the rubble, leading the way to a wooden structure. Half of the building had collapsed, with only the remaining half still standing. At its apex hung the emblem of the Uzumaki clan, beneath which was a plaque inscribed with the words Namendu. Naruto followed Rumina into the room, which was vast and empty, save for a wooden rack at its center, upon which hung 27 grotesque masks. Each mask bore a unique design, yet they all shared an extreme fierceness. Uzumaki Rumina took down all the masks and presented one with 2 sharp horns, pale skin, and a sinister smile filled with sharp teeth to Naruto. Naruto, every mask in our Uzumaki clan's Namendu serves a crucial purpose. This one is the mask used to forge a pact with the King of Death. You intend to release your father's soul, do you not? Knowing that Naruto's father had sealed the tailed beasts with the corpse demon technique, Rumina surmised the purpose of the Mask of Death. Naruto received the mask from Rumina and examined it closely. The mask possessed no aesthetic appeal. In fact, it was rather hideous. He then gathered all the masks Rumina had offered and stored them in his spatial dimension before addressing her. Indeed, I wish to release my father's soul, along with the other half of Kyubi. Kyubi, come forth and meet my kin. Naruto created a shadow clone and called out to the Nine Tails in the tailed beast space. However, after waiting a considerable time, silence reigned within the tailed beast space, leaving Naruto perplexed. Typically, upon his call, the Nine Tails would respond, yet now there was only silence. Concerned for the Nine Tails' well-being, he plunged his consciousness into the tailed beast space. The instant he entered, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. The landscape, once majestic with mountains, had been utterly ravaged, leaving behind only endless pits and distant volcanoes. The volcanoes in the distance continued to emit black smoke, with cooled lava forming hard black stones that blanketed the entire tailed beast space. The once verdant, towering trees had been charred to a crisp black, lying scattered upon the ashen earth, with flames still flickering atop their trunks. Volcanic ash obscured the sky, plunging the tailed beast space into darkness, with only the weak glow of the flames providing light. Witnessing the devastation of the tailed beast space, Naruto clapped his hands, channeling chakra to disperse the ash in the sky and rejuvenate the charred trees. One by one, the volcanoes sank back into the ground, and soon, the tailed beast space was revitalized, restored to its former glory. Once the restoration was complete, Naruto turned to the direction of the Nine Tails, who appeared like a frightened puppy, trembling in the tailed beast space. Its orange fur had transformed into a deep crimson, floating as if enveloped in flames, rendering it even more majestic than before. Naruto approached the Nine Tails and gently patted its massive paw. Suddenly, as if triggered by something, the Nine Tails howled, leaping up with its fur bristling, the crimson hue becoming even more vibrant. Upon recognizing Naruto, the Nine Tails calmed down, looking up at him with a pitiful gaze. Naruto, you have no idea. Just a moment ago, I nearly perished. The memory of the previous scene in the tailed beast space filled the Nine Tails with dread. It bounded towards Naruto with its enormous paws, prompting Naruto to leap aside, landing atop its head. Feeling the evolved chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. This chakra, how does it resemble mine? Could it be that my awakened bloodline has led to the Nine Tails evolution? Standing atop the Nine Tails, Naruto stroked its fur. It is all right now. Kyubi, would you like to come out and meet my clan? The Nine Tails nodded, having resolved not to remain alone in the tailed beast space after the recent calamity. From this moment forth, no matter what happens, I shall remain by Naruto's side. Naruto withdrew his consciousness from the tailed beast space, and the Nine Tails followed suit. Descending into the shadow clone, the Nine Tails formed hand seals and transformed into a cute, soft version of itself, its original orange fur now a vivid crimson. Uzumaki Haya gazed at the fluffy little Nine Tails, her eyes sparkling with delight as she scooped it up, the softness of its fur leaving her utterly enamored. Wow, is this Kyubi? How adorable. As he witnessed a woman with long wine-red hair embracing him, the Kyubi was instantly engulfed in rage. He was the most formidable of tailed beasts. When had he ever been treated this way by a mere human, especially a maternal one? How dare you? Release me at once, he bellowed. Observing the Kyubi's violent struggles, Xuanhua Feiyao's smile faltered, replaced by a menacing glint in her eyes. I have heard that you were responsible for the death of Joshinai. Do you still dare to resist? Her voice dripped with murderous intent. While the others cast disdainful glances at the Kyubi, their chakra began to surge, a crimson hue emanating from them. Massive adamantine chains shot forth from behind, adorned with mysterious golden runes, each chain stretching several dozen meters in length. Dozens of these chains danced before the Kyubi like colossal serpents, exuding an aura of death. As he recognized the familiar red hair and the adamantine chains, the Kyubi halted his struggles, sensing the impending doom. These were members of the Xuanhua clan, each one stronger than Xuanhua Joshinai. Merely one of Joshinai's adamantine chains could entirely seal him, let alone 4 clan members who surpassed her. He cast a pleading glance at Xuanhua Naren, hoping he would come to his aid. Those clan members were far too terrifying. Xuanhua Naren looked at the humbled Kyubi, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward to take the Kyubi from Xuanhua Feiyao's arms and placed him atop his head. All right, grandmother. Let us not frighten Kyubama any longer. Come, we must proceed to our next destination. All matters here have been resolved. Chapter 146. An early arrival of life and death duel at the border of the Land of Water in Duanlong Valley. Uchiha Itachi concealed his weary form within a hidden cave, his vacant gaze fixated on the waterfall cascading from the valley, weariness etched on his face from prolonged evasion. His mind drifted into memories, beginning with the capture of the Sanbai, which spiraled into an uncontrollable situation following its transformation into a tailed beast. He and his companion, Hozuki Shozo, infiltrated Kirigakure, the operation proceeding smoothly under the leadership of the former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. They first assassinated the higher-ups of Kirigakure, intending to locate the Sanbai's Jinchūriki, the 4th Mizukage. However, before they could act, the Jinchūriki had already sensed their presence. Itachi intended to use Genjutsu to control the Jinchūriki, only to detect the ripple of Genjutsu emanating from within. The caster's skill exceeded what could be unraveled by his 3-tomo Sharingan. Yet he realized that utilizing his Mangekyo Sharingan could forcibly dispel the opposing Genjutsu. However, the toll on his body was immense, and as he hesitated to proceed, the Jinchūriki unleashed a tailed beast bomb directly at him. Just as he braced for demise beneath the tailed beast bomb, his companion, Hozuki Shozo, wielding a beheading sword, placed himself before him, intercepting the attack with brute force. With the prowess of an elite jonin, Hozuki Shozo faced the tailed beast bomb head-on, the outcome tragically predestined. Resigned, Itachi activated Amaterasu and fled the scene, yet the ANBU of Kirigakure relentlessly pursued him. After enduring months of relentless evasion and a battle of wits against the pursuing ninjas, Itachi finally reached the border of the Land of Water, murmuring to himself in the cave. Konoha was engulfed in warfare. He must return swiftly to protect the village. He could not allow Konoha to fall prey to invaders. It was imperative to safeguard it. Upon realizing Konoha was amidst conflict, the yearning Uchiha Itachi's already blurred vision turned towards its direction. Despite being in peril, the will of fire compelled him to remain concerned for his beloved Konoha. You have no chance left, Uchiha Itachi. A sudden voice echoed within the silent cave, causing Itachi's relaxed form to tense. Who goes there? He scanned his surroundings warily, attempting to discern the source of the voice. Suddenly, at the cave's entrance, 6 figures clad in Akatsuki garb appeared. Upon recognizing the face of the leader, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, accompanied by a frenzied roar. It's you, Xuanhua Naren. As he beheld the black and red cloud attire, disbelief flooded Itachi's voice. Why are you wearing the Akatsuki uniform? Have you joined them? Xuanhua Naren regarded the battered and fatigued Itachi with a mocking smile. It seems you have not fared well lately, Uchiha Itachi. After some time apart, you appear rather worse for wear. What? Did Konoha fail to provide you with reinforcements? He taunted the man who had attempted to annihilate his entire clan. Observing the rage twisting Itachi's features, he casually remarked, "But today as protagonist is not me. Wouldn't you agree, Sasuke?" He stepped aside, revealing Uchiha Sasuke behind him. "Ah, you are correct, Naren. Allow me to end his life." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes gleamed with his own Mangekyo Sharingan, his gaze filled with hatred directed at Itachi. Memories of his father kneeling, struck down by this man, surged within him, rekindling an uncontrollable fury. From that night onward, he vowed to take his father's life with his own hands, his youthful voice resonating coldly. "Uchiha Itachi, I wonder if you still remember me, you parasital wretch." Amaterasu. As his words fell, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of black flames towards Itachi, who swiftly evaded in response. The stone upon which he had sat was engulfed in dark flames, consumed within moments. Itachi stared incredulously at Sasuke, realizing that his eyes possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, exponentially more powerful than his own. This brief clash made it evident that Sasuke's eyes were not mere Mangekyo, but the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "Sasuke, what have you done?" Itachi exclaimed, urgency coloring his voice. "Is that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? How did you acquire another pair of Mangekyo?" Sasuke, concealing his face with one hand, peered at the evading Itachi with one eye, laughing maniacally. "Do not call me Sasuke. You are unworthy, Uchiha Itachi. My eyes inherit my father's will, embodying his resolve to protect our family. And with these eyes, I shall see your demise clearly. Your fate is singular, death." Sasuke's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression turning icy as he hurled several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. The shuriken whistled through the air towards Itachi, whose earlier joy vanished as he retaliated with shuriken of his own to intercept them. Just as he knocked the shuriken aside, a larger windmill shuriken hurtled toward him. Itachi bent low, narrowly evading the projectile. Sasuke, witnessing this, smirked, pulling taut a transparent wire in his grasp, causing the four blades of the windmill shuriken to detach and rush toward Itachi's back. "This is bad." Itachi gasped internally, realizing it was too late to evade. He attempted to sidestep the blades, but their speed was too great, leaving wounds upon his limbs. Upon confirming his strike had landed, Sasuke's cold voice rang out. "Uchiha Itachi, do you still recall the words our father imparted to us while teaching the shuriken? The weapons of the Uchiha clan should be aimed at the hearts of our enemies. Yet you dare to direct them towards your own kin. You intend to massacre the entire Uchiha clan, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. Are you even human?" Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted in shock. He never anticipated that Uchiha Sasuke would so steadfastly remember their father's words. This younger sibling, whom he had overlooked, harbored such profound feelings for the Uchiha clan. "Sasuke, the Uchiha clan is on the brink of insurrection. I am compelled to act. If I do not, Konoha will descend into chaos, leading to even more deaths." Upon hearing this justification, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flared with fiery intensity. Disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at Uchiha Itachi, his fury surging uncontrollably. "More deaths? The so-called more deaths you speak of refer to those wretched souls in Konoha, do they not? For the sake of Konoha, you wield the blade against your own clan. Those are your kin. Have you forgotten grandmother Haru, who brought you breakfast every day and cared for you as if you were her own grandson? Have you forgotten Uncle Yasi, who personally taught you the Uchiha swordsmanship? How could you even contemplate using the techniques he taught you to kill him? And what of Sister Izumi, who has always looked up to you? You would betray her hopes. You have aimed your blade at them, and were it not for Naruto, they would all be dead." Uchiha-style sword technique, fire slash. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword from his back, flames enveloping the blade as he transformed into a blur, charging towards Uchiha Itachi. With the fiery sword aimed at Itachi's neck, he was determined to sever his head in one strike. Itachi's pupils shrank at the sudden burst of flames. He had never forgotten the kindness of his clan. Yet, regardless of emotional ties, the safety of Konoha remained paramount. He had witnessed the horrors of war at a young age and understood the fragility of life amidst conflict. He could not allow his beloved Konoha to be endangered, nor would he permit the Uchiha clan to harm it. The flames of the Kusanagi sword drew near, and Uchiha Itachi swiftly sidestepped, drawing a kunai to parry Sasuke's assault with the same technique. His Sharingan locked onto Sasuke's eyes as Itachi's frenzied voice echoed. "I have not forgotten, but I am a ninja of Konoha. Its safety surpasses all else. I will fulfill any task to protect Konoha." Do not speak of slaughtering the Uchiha clan. Even if it means raising my blade against my parents, I would do it. I will not allow them to drag Konoha into the flames of war. For the peace of Konoha, every sacrifice they make is worthwhile. These defiant words rendered the cave silent, while Uzumaki Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief at this Uchiha youth. What? Has this person lost his mind? Kill his parents? How could he utter such words? They say the Uchiha clan is mad, and I have truly witnessed it. In contrast, Sasuke seems somewhat endearing. Uzumaki Rumi stroked his beard, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Uchiha Itachi. He would not spare any ninja who wielded a blade against their kin. Better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. Should he encounter them, he would eliminate them all. This youth is even more deranged than the Uchiha Madara of old. Back then, Madara never contemplated slaughtering the Senju clan. To think he would even consider turning against his parents. Such a person deserves no pity. Uzumaki Monshion was direct, his anger boiling over at Itachi's warped worldview. Wishing to personally strike him down. Had it not been for Naruto's prior warning that this was Sasuke's battle, he would have acted already. If I were his father, I would have pinned him to the wall instead of allowing this wretch to be born. Uzumaki Kaiharu remained silent, yet the chill in his gaze could not be concealed. Even the smile that usually adorned his face vanished. He had died protecting his kin. In his mind, family was everything. Any foe daring to harm the Uzumaki clan would meet his death, even at the cost of his own life. Well, one can only say that Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old dog, has educated them well. The will of fire truly is a powerful brainwashing tool. I find myself almost admiring that old dog. Uzumaki Naruto mused, genuinely impressed by the will of fire's capacity to brainwash individuals to such an extent, more terrifying than any cult he had previously encountered. Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed with crimson brilliance as he swiftly pivoted, drawing his sword. The Kusanagi blade was now not only enveloped in flames, but also crackled with lightning. Uchiha-style sword technique, Thunderfire Slash. You parasital lunatic, you do not deserve to bear the Uchiha name. The Kusanagi, infused with thunder and fire, was far beyond the kunai in Itachi's hand, and in an instant, the kunai was cleaved in two. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi gathered chakra beneath his feet and dashed towards the cave's entrance, forming hand seals at a speed that left afterimages, 6 seals in a second. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged from the cave's entrance towards Uchiha Sasuke. However, even the swiftest hand seals appeared to Sasuke, as if they were in slow motion. Unhurriedly, Sasuke sheathed his Kusanagi and began forming hand seals at an even faster pace. A trivial technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. 2 massive fireballs collided within the cave, the resulting shockwave sending debris flying, scorching the cave's interior black. Utilizing the backlash from the explosion, Uchiha Sasuke propelled himself off the cave walls, his body shooting forth like an arrow. Lightning release, chakra mode. As he burst from the cave, Sasuke shouted, his body instantly enveloped in lightning chakra. His hair stood on end, surrounded by silvery lightning. He soared through the sky. The Kusanagi sword glowing with an even more intense radiance of thunder and fire. Uchiha-style sword technique, Thunderfire Dragon Spiral. A colossal fire dragon, crackling with silver lightning, surged forth, unleashing a tempest towards Uchiha Itachi. The speed was so great that even Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan could not discern it, only catching a fleeting shadow of thunder and fire. Driven by instinct, Uchiha Itachi evaded the fatal strike, his body twisting at an impossible angle. The Thunderfire Dragon Spiral grazed Itachi's chest, the flames and lightning crashing against the cliff of the Dragon Valley. With a thunderous roar, the entire cliff crumbled under the impact. Massive boulders tumbling like raindrops into the sea below, causing waves to surge. Uchiha Sasuke stood atop the precipice, sword pointed at Uchiha Itachi, his cold voice echoing across the cliff. Uchiha Itachi, I will kill you. Then I shall personally trample Konoha, piece by piece. Since you can choose to slaughter the Uchiha clan for the sake of Konoha, I will annihilate Konoha for the sake of the Uchiha clan. Today, you shall not escape. Itachi's chest bore the burn of the Thunderfire Dragon Spiral's residual force, blood spilling from his mouth as he clasped the wound. After days of relentless battles, he was already weary, and this intense confrontation exacerbated his injuries. However, his gaze was unwavering and resolute. He was determined to thwart Uchiha Sasuke here, refusing to allow him to inflict harm upon Konoha. In Chapter 148, The Root of All Sin, Uzumaki Naruto and his companions stood atop a cliff, observing the intense clash between the two brothers, acutely aware that this confrontation was a battle of ideologies. One of the brothers was destined to perish. Yet their confidence in Uchiha Sasuke was unshakable. He possessed an overwhelming advantage in both the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and chakra capacity. Furthermore, with their collective presence, even if Uchiha Sasuke were to fall, they would personally ensure the demise of Uchiha Itachi. Despite the resurgence of his old wounds, causing him to cough blood, Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained firmly locked on Sasuke, his voice tremulous yet resolute. Sasuke, do not be blinded by hatred. Everything I have done is for Konoha and for you. At that time, the only way to protect you was to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Silence. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Itachi, blue chakra surging from his body, enveloping him. Protect me? Do not deceive me with such excuses. I am not a mere child. Is your so-called protection simply allowing me to live in the agony of having lost everything? What kind of protection is that? You do not understand what I truly desire. You merely bind me with your own ideals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Dozens of extremely high-temperature fireballs rained down upon Uchiha Itachi like meteors, the orange-red flames illuminating his pale visage. Though he covered the wound on his hand seals showed no signs of slowing. Fire release, Great Firewall. A towering wall of flames surged forth, blocking the fireballs of the Phoenix Fire Technique entirely. Itachi's voice pierced through the flames. Sasuke, the news of the Uchiha clan's coup has already reached the higher-ups in Konoha, who have laid a trap. If I had not chosen this path, you would not survive. Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, his movements unceasing, his chest swelling as chakra surged within him. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted, sweeping forth like a flood, uprooting earth and stone, distorting the very space around it. Uchiha Itachi's countenance shifted dramatically. The terrifying power of this inferno exceeded the capabilities of the technique itself, its destructive potential rivaling that of S-rank jutsu. Water release, Water Chaos Wave. Itachi summoned what little chakra remained within him. Though he was not adept at water techniques, he resorted to this elemental countermeasure to combat the raging inferno. Boom. Water clashed with fire, a thick mist billowing upwards, enveloping the entire battlefield. Itachi struggled against the overwhelming force of the flames. Sasuke's strength surpassed his expectations. His chakra reserves vastly more abundant. At that moment, Sasuke's voice cut through the misty battlefield, reaching Itachi's ears. Uchiha Itachi, do you think I am unaware of the truth? Everything originates from you. Naruto has revealed the entire truth to me. You betrayed the Uchiha clan. You informed the higher-ups in Konoha about our coup. Father sent you to the Umbu to protect our clan, yet you chose to become Konoha's dog. If it weren't for you, the Uchiha clan would not have been scattered. It is all your fault. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's gaze snapped towards Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes brimming with resentment. He increased his chakra output, momentarily overpowering the flames with water, then decisively abandoned his standoff with Sasuke and charged towards Naruto, intent on eliminating the true instigator. However, before he could reach Naruto, Sasuke swiftly positioned himself in front of him, obstructing Itachi's advance. Itachi glared at his younger brother, gritting his teeth in fury, wishing to tear Naruto apart. Uzumaki Naruto, you are the root of all this chaos. I should have killed you at the very first opportunity. If you perish, none of this would occur. If it weren't for you, Konoha would not be engulfed in flames. How can you be so ruthless? That is your home, the very place that nurtured you. Are you truly willing to destroy everything your parents sought to protect? Uzumaki Hayo glared at Uchiha Itachi, crimson chakra emanating from her body. The chains of the Vajra behind her stirring with anticipation. Her fierce gaze was fixed on Itachi, yearning to eliminate him herself, yet she was restrained by Naruto. Naruto, let me finish him off. He has completely lost his mind. Such madness is a calamity. I have never encountered someone so shameless. No, this is Sasuke's battle. Let him handle it. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head at Hayo, then narrowed his eyes at Itachi, speaking softly. Uchiha Itachi, surely you know who my parents are? Have you ever considered how I left Konoha? It was the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, can you guess who taught me that technique? And if my parents were aware of my plight, do you think they would wish to destroy Konoha or prevent me from doing so? Though uncertain of the Fourth Hokage and his wife's true natures, Itachi had heard tales of their kindness towards comrades and their mercilessness towards enemies. Few could escape their wrath. Nevertheless, he resolved to eliminate Naruto, refusing to allow him to obliterate Konoha. The words spoken by Naruto underscored the immense danger he posed. For the sake of Konoha, he could not afford to hold back any longer. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames ignited with a will of their own, the mightiest of Itachi's ocular techniques. Anyone touched by them was doomed to perish. Moreover, Naruto's arrogance was evident, as he made no attempt to defend against such an assault. Just as Itachi believed he had succeeded, Amaterasu. Sasuke invoked his own Amaterasu, the two streams of black flames colliding, their extreme heat melting the surrounding rocks. An invisible energy field expanding, culminating in a violent explosion. Boom. Dust and heat engulfed the entire Broken Dragon Valley. The towering cliffs shattering into countless boulders that plunged into the sea, sending forth a flurry of waves. Utilizing the cover of the explosion's smoke, Sasuke enveloped himself in silver lightning, dashing towards Itachi like a bolt of lightning in the lightning release chakra mode. Lightning release, Chidori. The silver lightning chakra coalesced into a dense sphere in his left hand, the brilliance of Chidori piercing through the smoke. A piercing sound cutting through the remnants of the Amaterasu explosion, aimed directly at Itachi's heart. Itachi stabilized himself against the shockwave of the explosion, his gaze piercing through the smoke to lock onto Sasuke's trajectory, chakra surging wildly into his left eye. His left eye was veined with blood, crimson droplets trailing down his cheek to the ground. As Sasuke's Chidori was about to strike, he and Itachi locked eyes. Tsukuyami. In Chapter 149. You are not desperate enough. Sasuke's forward momentum abruptly halted, his Chidori poised just an inch from Itachi's heart. The silver lightning brushed against Itachi's clothing before dissipating into motes of light. The scene before Sasuke shifted dramatically. The smoke and battlefield receded like a tide, replaced by a blood-red space enveloping him. Before my eyes, a sky of blood-red hue unfurls, accompanied by a sanguine sun and crimson edifices, with even the earth awash in this sinister shade. Is this an illusion? Uchiha Itachi, I must admit, you have truly disappointed me by daring to employ Jinjutsu before my very eyes. The silhouette of Uchiha Itachi hovers in midair, appearing almost ethereal. His upper body contorted while his lower half is a phantasmal form comprised of crows. Even his voice resonates with an ephemeral quality, as if he were but a wraith, seemingly non-existent in this realm. This is my Suki no Mi space, a sanctum solely belonging to me, where you are utterly powerless to resist. Sasuke, relinquish your quest for vengeance against Konoha. With your current prowess, you stand no chance against them. Powerless? No match. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly lets out a low chuckle, covering one eye, his laughter echoing through the Suki no Mi space. The laughter swells, morphing into a frenzied cackle. Then, his eyes snap wide open, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan erupting with a brilliance more blinding than the very Suki no Mi space itself. Uchiha Itachi, you are aware of the power of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, yet you still dare to conjure Jinjutsu before me. I must say, you are indeed foolish. Have you forgotten the essence of the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu? It is a contest of ocular prowess, and mine far surpasses yours. Jinjutsu, Magic Mirror, World Turn. This technique, utilized to counteract illusions, is unleashed by Uchiha Sasuke with a terrifying intensity of ocular power, causing the blood-red Suki no Mi space to tremble violently. The mental essence Uchiha Itachi used to construct the Jinjutsu is forcibly torn asunder and reversed, resulting in the catastrophic collapse of the Crimson Realm. Originally, Uchiha Sasuke, bound to a cross, and Uchiha Itachi, suspended in the air, are inverted, with Itachi now ensnared upon the cross. Bound, Uchiha Itachi attempts to summon his ocular power to reshape the space, only to discover that his abilities feel as if they have plunged into an ocean, unable to stir a single ripple, utterly suppressed by Uchiha Sasuke. Now, allow me to bring you the deepest despair. Uchiha Sasuke's ocular power surges like a tsunami, engulfing the entire Suki no Mi space. Where the scarlet light touches, shattered fragments of space begin to reassemble. Upon reformation, it is no longer a blood-red void, but rather the vivid imagery of Konoha, as familiar as it is to Uchiha Itachi. Cherry blossoms fall beneath the Hokage rock. Steam rises from a ramen shop around the corner, and countless children play joyfully in the village, while ninjas navigate the rooftops on their missions. Everything appears strikingly real. Take a good look at your beloved Konoha. Soon, I will trample this decaying place inch by inch. Uchiha Sasuke's voice reverberates throughout the Tsuki no Mi space. Layered and chillingly cold. The Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly ignites with light, a torrent of chakra surging skyward, enveloping Uchiha Sasuke, as he transforms into a towering complete Susanoo. The chakra wings behind him flap violently, launching the Susanoo into the sky, wielding two enormous chakra blades. With the blades raised high, the Susanoo descends like a projectile toward Konoha. No. Uchiha Itachi, even bound upon the cross, feels an agonizing heartache, knowing this is an illusion. Yet he begins to struggle frantically. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo crashes down before Uchiha Itachi, creating a massive crater in the earth. The energy generated by the descent unleashes a violent whirlwind, akin to a merciless reaper, sweeping away life in its path. Uchiha Sasuke commands the Susanoo step by step into Konoha. With each footfall, the ground quakes violently, causing buildings to collapse one after another. He sweeps the chakra blade, the cutting wind slicing through the Hokage rock, shattering its stone visage, as immense debris rains down upon the playing children below. Do you see it, Uchiha Itachi? Is this the outcome you desired? Uchiha Sasuke's form appears before Uchiha Itachi, the Kusanagi sword slicing through Itachi's body. You wish to eliminate the Uchiha clan members to secure peace for Konoha. Yet now, the one who will annihilate Konoha will be me. Though this exists within an illusion, it shall also represent Konoha's future. All that you behold shall become reality. Do you know the capability of my father's Mangekyo Sharingan? It possesses the ability to foresee the future. It is precisely for this reason he sent you into the Umbu, and having fused with my father's eyes, I too can glimpse Konoha's destiny. With that, Uchiha Sasuke commands the complete Susanoo to unleash a brutal slaughter upon Konoha. The chakra blade descends, cleaving the earth of Konoha, creating a gaping chasm like the gaping maw of death, swallowing the villagers whole. Following that, he sweeps the blade across the commercial district, severing shop signs and pillars alike. As countless children purchasing sweets are pierced by the splintering wood, their candies rolling into pools of blood. Stop, Sasuke. They are innocent villagers. You cannot treat them this way. Uchiha Itachi, bound to the cross, cries out in desperation, torn between his beloved Konoha and the brother he longs to protect. He merely wishes for his brother to grow up safe and sound in Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke's figure materializes before Uchiha Itachi, the Kusanagi sword piercing into his thigh, abdomen, and arm. He coldly gazes at Uchiha Itachi upon the cross, relentlessly stabbing the sword into his body, blood dripping from the wounds onto the cross. Innocent? Haha. They are innocent. But are not the members of the Uchiha clan innocent as well? Why did you never consider sparing them? Did the sight of Konoha's villagers perishing drive you to madness? A chilling, vengeful voice resonates, as the blade held by the Susanoo suddenly vanishes, replaced by a purple bow and arrow. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. As Uchiha Sasuke's voice rings out, a pitch-black flame ignites upon the purple chakra arrow, aimed directly at the Hokage's office. The arrow, imbued with dark flames, pierces through Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, pinning him to the wall. Uchiha Itachi's eyes bulge with excruciating pain, blood vessels crawling across his gaze, as he weakly struggles upon the cross, helplessly witnessing Konoha, the place he cherishes, being ravaged time and again by Uchiha Sasuke. Gradually, he ceases to fight back. With hollow eyes, he watches the burning Konoha, tears mingling with blood trickling from the corners of his eyes, as his Mangekyo Sharingan begins to lose its luster. Enough! Sasuke, enough! His feeble cries resonate, as faint as a whisper. Not enough. Still not enough. You have yet to experience true despair. Chapter 150. The Clash of Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke's furious roar reverberates throughout the Tsuki no Mi space, causing the entire realm to tremble. The blood-red Tsuki no Mi space begins to fracture, and the two emerge onto a battlefield shrouded in dust. He will not allow Uchiha Itachi to perish so easily. He intends for Itachi to die engulfed in despair. Uchiha Sasuke, bearing the Kusanagi sword, stands before Uchiha Itachi, looking down upon the kneeling figure of his brother with a chilling voice laced with murderous intent. Can you still dance, Uchiha Itachi? You sought to protect Konoha, did you not? Then let your life be the instrument of my pleasure. If you can bring me joy, perhaps I shall spare Konoha. Uchiha Itachi's body stiffens. The Tsuki no Mi is dispelled, and he returns to reality. But this also signifies that Uchiha Sasuke never intended for him to die easily. He gazed with a sense of solace upon the grown Uchiha Sasuke, whose strength now eclipsed his own. It was evident that Sasuke no longer required his protection. Yet he was acutely aware of Sasuke's intentions. The hatred harbored by Uchiha Sasuke towards Konoha was no less potent than that of Uzumaki Naruto. One day, Konoha would inevitably fall by the hands of these two. He knew he must prevent that from happening. He channeled the remaining chakra within him into his Mangekyo Sharingan. And suddenly, Uchiha Itachi coughed up a jet of blood. He clutched his chest, his body weary from relentless battles and the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His battered form could no longer withstand the strain. The once clear vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan began to blur, and he struggled to discern the features of Uchiha Sasuke before him. Nevertheless, he resolutely declared, "I absolutely cannot allow you to destroy Konoha." Uchiha Itachi bit his tongue, using the sharp pain to forcibly summon the remaining chakra within him. An orange-red chakra surged forth from his mangled body, rapidly reshaping his bones and muscles, followed by the armor of Yada's mirror enveloping his Susanoo. With his left hand grasping the Yada's mirror and his right wielding the Totsuka blade, the towering fourth stage Susanoo, exuding an aura of terror, loomed over the battlefield, his maniacal visage adorned with a wild grin. "Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you, Sasuke. Stop me." Uchiha Sasuke roared, his own Mangekyo Sharingan igniting with a crimson glow, unleashing a chakra more formidable than Itachi's that soared into the heavens. First, his skeletal structure materialized, followed by muscle, and finally, the armor of Yada's mirror. The fourth stage purple Susanoo coalesced around him, its rapid formation and massive size doubling that of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Standing atop the cliffs of the Broken Dragon Valley, Sasuke's Susanoo was battered by the gusts of wind carrying the scent of the sea, as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. "You wish to stop me? You are not worthy, Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke channeled his immense chakra into the chakra's sword, enveloping the blade in lightning chakra. The silver arcs crackling as he swung the sword with ferocity. The terrifying blade of light cleaved through the sky towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi swiftly raised his right hand, the gourd containing the Totsuka blade exhaling a chakra sword, which intersected with the Totsuka blade before him. Clang! The moment the lightning chakra sword collided with the Totsuka blade, an invisible shockwave emanated from the point of impact, scattering dust for hundreds of meters. The cyclone generated by the chakra wave spiraled at the edge of the Broken Dragon Valley, lifting debris and seawater to form a miniature tornado. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo sank into the ground under the tremendous force, causing the rocky layers beneath to tremble as chakra surged into the Yada's mirror. A dazzling light erupted, and the Yada's mirror, adorned with the sharp tomo, shot forth. Uchiha Sasuke stood his ground, allowing the Yada's mirror to collide with his Susanoo's armor. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Sasuke's Susanoo remained steadfast, seemingly unscathed, controlling the towering Susanoo. He charged at Uchiha Itachi. The moment their Susanoo collided, the cliffs of the Broken Dragon Valley groaned under the strain. The ground began to fracture beneath their feet, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward for dozens of meters, as countless boulders tumbled into the sea, creating waves higher than the cliffs themselves. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo was forced back by the immense power, carving a deep furrow into the rocky terrain. Gritting his teeth, he poured his last remaining chakra into the Totsuka blade, aiming to seal Sasuke's Susanoo. Mere trifles. Uchiha Sasuke's chakra sword intercepted the path of the Totsuka blade, while another sword descended, wreathed in lightning chakra, targeting Uchiha Itachi. Realizing the threat, Itachi quickly raised the Yada's mirror, the surface colliding with the sword. Brilliant white light intermingling with silver lightning. The rebound from the Yada's mirror redirected a portion of the sword's force into the sea, where the turbulent waters boiled into thick mist upon being struck by the violent lightning. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed, insignificant on the battlefield. Yet Uchiha Itachi heard it. He glanced at the Yada's mirror, noticing fine fissures forming along its edges. His chakra was nearing its limit in sustaining the divine artifact. Sasuke sensed that Itachi's chakra was almost depleted. With a sudden surge of power, his Susanoo pressed down on the Yada's mirror, forcing it deeper. "Uchiha Itachi, you cannot obstruct me. Sasuke, abandon. Revenge." Itachi's voice emerged from within his Susanoo, strained and breathless, as he spat blood, struggling to maintain control over his Susanoo. Despite the overwhelming difficulty, his voice remained resolute as he withdrew the obstructed Tatsuka blade and lunged like lightning towards the chest of Sasuke's Susanoo. Unfortunately, the disparity in chakra prevented Itachi's Tatsuka blade from penetrating the Susanoo's defenses, yet its formidable sealing ability caused a momentary disruption in Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke's icy gaze fell upon the Tatsuka blade. He commanded his Susanoo to withdraw, gathering chakra to form a longbow. Katon, Kagatsuchi. The chakra arrows upon the bow ignited with dark flames, and as he released the bowstring, the arrows shot forth, trailed by black flames. The air warped in the wake of the arrow. Even the sea breeze carried a scalding heat. Uchiha Itachi raised the cracked Yada's mirror before him. The arrow collided with it, and the dark flames rapidly spread, enveloping the Susanoo. Crack! The Yada's mirror, riddled with fissures, ultimately succumbed to the arrow's might and the scorching flames, shattering into shards that dissipated into chakra. A glimmer of despair flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. His brother surpassed him in both ocular prowess and chakra reserves. He had exhausted every technique at his disposal, yet still could not overcome Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi understood he had no means left to protect Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke perceived the flicker of despair in Itachi's eyes, yet found it insufficient, far from enough. Uchiha Itachi, your paltry despair is but a drop in the ocean. Now, prepare to truly experience despair. Chapter 151, The Conclusion of Uchiha Itachi. With that, Uchiha Sasuke relinquished all restraint on his chakra. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted forth, causing the fourth stage Susanoo to swell dramatically. The purple armor of Yada's mirror transformed into a fluid-like chakra, inching its way up the rapidly expanding Susanoo. In the blink of an eye, the height of the Susanoo soared to over 100 meters, morphing into a warrior clad in armor. A pair of colossal chakra wings sprouted from the back of the armored warrior, and two massive swords hung at his waist. The complete Susanoo, which had instilled profound despair in Uchiha Itachi within the Genjutsu realm, materialized once more before him. The oppressive presence of the real complete Susanoo was worlds apart from that in the Tsukuyomi space. Its terrifying height, unparalleled chakra, and soul-stirring gaze were akin to a deity descending upon the earth. Faced with such a divine entity, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed Uchiha Itachi's heart. In that moment, the flicker of despair within his Mangekyo Sharingan was magnified infinitely, filling his vision as he compared his Susanoo to that of Uchiha Sasuke. It is akin to an ant facing a human. Whether it lives or dies is entirely at the discretion of humanity. A mere gentle tread from a human could seal the ant's fate to death, standing atop the head of Susanoo within a prism of space. Uchiha Sasuke's cold voice pierced the ears of Uchiha Itachi. What? Have you lost even the courage to resist? What of your resolve to obliterate the Uchiha clan? What of your determination to protect Konoha? Has it vanished? If this is all you possess, then I am profoundly disappointed. Yet no matter how Uchiha Sasuke mocked him, Uchiha Itachi remained silent. The silence of Uchiha Itachi rendered Sasuke bored. He casually drew a great sword, his icy gaze locking onto his opponent. With an overwhelming aura of devastation, the sword swung down toward Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo showed no sign of resistance, allowing the massive blade to cleave through him effortlessly. The cataclysmic strike shattered Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo along with the cliffs of the Broken Dragon Valley. In the wake of that earth-shattering blow, stones were reduced to dust, dissipating in the hurricane generated by the sword's arc. The unparalleled force of the strike even caused the sea to surge, unleashing towering waves hundreds of meters high that crashed against the remaining cliffs. The tempest born from this strike howled, and the colossal tsunami rampaged for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Once tranquility returned, Uchiha Sasuke withdrew his chakra and descended before the battered form of Uchiha Itachi. The faint breaths, the fading heartbeat, and the hazy eyes bore an unwilling gaze towards Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, I am sorry. As Uchiha Itachi hovered near death, a flicker of regret surfaced in his heart. Had he not chosen to massacre the Uchiha clan, perhaps the future of Konoha would have been graced with two formidable warriors. Once they matured, they could have safeguarded Konoha's peace for decades, but alas, one misstep led to another. Uchiha Sasuke, holding the Kusanagi sword, pointed its tip at Uchiha Itachi's heart. Even upon hearing his apology, Sasuke remained emotionally unperturbed. At this juncture, what good is an apology? Moreover, you owe your apologies not to me, but to the clan members you abandoned, those who loved and protected you. Everything you have done is unforgivable, and I am fully aware of the truth behind the clan's annihilation. What you bear is nothing but your delusions. At that moment, Vortex Naruto and his companions approached, and Naruto, gazing at the dying Uchiha Itachi, spoke with a mocking tone. All darkness arises from Konoha. The decayed Konoha should be uprooted entirely. Only through complete destruction can rebirth be welcomed, and you, merely a brainwashed hound. Lacking your own thoughts, devoid of a correct value system, your musings have been entirely manipulated. I suspect Shursui may have stealthily employed Kotoame Tsukumi on you. You are not a worthy Uchiha. Vortex Hina and others surveyed Uchiha Itachi with disdain. Having never experienced the agony of a clan's annihilation, he could never comprehend the value of kinship. You little wretch, had Naruto not forbade us from intervening with my temper, I would have long since subdued you. Annihilating your clan? If you are so formidable, why not choose to eradicate the Sarutobi clan? Why choose to wipe out your own family? Do you understand what family means? They are your kin, your comrades, those who steadfastly support you. Listening to their accusations, Uchiha Itachi felt his heart grow icy. He turned to Uchiha Sasuke, and a barely audible voice emerged. Sasuke, kill me. Realizing he could no longer alter reality, Uchiha Itachi harbored a wish for death, his original plan culminating in his demise at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. Although fate had twisted, the outcome remained unchanged. Regrettably, the Konoha he cherished would soon be confronted by two terrifying powerhouses, destined to bring about its ruin. Uchiha Itachi cast his gaze toward Konoha, his blurry vision carrying a final trace of yearning. Uchiha Sasuke tightened hhis grip on the Kusanagi sword, its tip piercing Uchiha Itachi's heart. Rest assured in your descent to hell, I shall seek justice for the Uchiha clan. Vortex Naruto retrieved 2 glass vials from his spatial pouch, using one to extract Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. He then employed a kunai to scrape a portion of flesh from Uchiha Itachi's corpse, placing it in the other vial. By the way, I should mention, I harbor a long memory and detest being morally coerced with references to my parents. Naruto whispered into Uchiha Itachi's ear, fully aware that he could no longer hear him. However, Naruto remained unconcerned, as he merely acted in accordance with his convictions. Looking at the Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction. He had already fused Shursue's eyes, so this pair would be his. He then turned to Uchiha Itachi's lifeless body, removing the ring inscribed with the character Fujo from his hand and tossing it to Uchiha Sasuke. This is Uchiha Itachi's ring from the Akatsuki. It is yours now. Also, please incinerate this corpse. Uchiha Sasuke accepted the ring, threading it onto a string to wear around his neck, as he was still too young to wear it properly. After completing these tasks, he activated Amaterasu upon Uchiha Itachi's body. Jet black flames engulfed Uchiha Itachi, followed by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Thus, the legendary commander of the Pacific War, the ultimate filial son of Uchiha, and the quintessential brother complex, exited the stage. Vortex Naruto produced several firecrackers from seemingly nowhere and distributed them among the onlookers. The gathered crowd wore expressions of bemusement, their reactions causing him to feel slightly bashful. Come on, hurry and set them off. We have more enemies to face. After the celebratory ceremony concluded, Naruto's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 152. The people of the Hidden Mist Village, a middle-aged man with short, bluish-gray hair, a black eye patch over one eye, and earrings adorning his ears surveyed the surroundings, seeking enemies as part of the Hidden Mist Village's pursuit team. Have you found them? Those 2 intruders who ambushed the Fourth Hokage. The 2 invaders wore peculiar uniforms, certainly not typical ninjas. A month prior, 2 individuals clad in strange attire infiltrated the Hidden Mist Village, slaughtering their upper echelons. They even ventured into the Fourth Hokage's chamber, attempting to assassinate him. Had it not been for the Fourth Hokage's formidable strength, they might have succeeded. The actions of these 2 intruders caused considerable turmoil within the Hidden Mist Village. Their decisive maneuvers prompted an immediate withdrawal upon inciting chaos. The Fourth Hokage, accompanied by the pursuit team of the Hidden Mist Village, set out to chase the intruders, killing one on the spot, while the other severely injured the Fourth Hokage before escaping. By the time he arrived, only the gravely injured Fourth Hokage, a deceased intruder, and many wounded ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village's pursuit team remained. Upon examining the deceased intruder, He discovered that the individual was one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Pipa Juzo. As for the other, they had fled too swiftly to ascertain their identity. Following the orders of Lord Fuyuan, he led the remaining pursuit team in search of the other intruder, who was exceedingly cunning, fighting while retreating, making it impossible for them to catch up. Now, a month had passed without a trace of the other. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Beside him stood a stunning woman with emerald green eyes and long brown hair, delicately touching her fiery red lips. The alluring figure, adorned in an off-shoulder long gown and fishnet stockings, exuded an irresistible charm with every movement. Qing, have you yet to find them? At this rate, how long will it take? It has already been a month. Perhaps they have long since escaped the land of water. I have scarcely had time for beauty treatments. The woman's voice, as melodious as wind chimes, was lively and ethereal, stirring the imagination. Faced with this woman, Qing felt somewhat helpless. Despite her youthful appearance, her prowess ranked among the elite in the entire Wuyin village. Furthermore, she wielded 2 Kekkei Genkai, melt release and boil release, rendering her true strength formidable. Underestimating her youth would be a grave mistake. Cao Mei-in, I am the captain of this operation. You are to follow orders and refer to your title while on duty. Just as Qing reprimanded Cao Mei-in, a youth with peculiar ninja blades, white hair, and violet eyes, wrapped in bandages around his neck, approached him. Lord Qing, explosions have been reported from the direction of Duanlong Valley. It may be the intruder. Should we proceed? The young man, with teeth as sharp as piranhas and a confident demeanor that contrasted sharply with the somber ninjas of Wuyin village, respectfully delivered the report. Observing this talented young man, Qing nodded in approval. He was not only a member of the 2nd generation of Mizuki's clan, the Kirigakure, but also exhibited a composed and adept approach, unlike the procrastinating Cao Mei-in. With astonishing talent, he had already mastered the use of 3 ninja blades, becoming a new member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly be a strong contender for the next Mizuki. Menu. Lead everyone to Duanlong Valley. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Guei Dengman Yu departed to gather the remaining pursuit team from Wuyin village. A formidable force of over 200 ninjas heading towards Duanlong Valley. Wait for me, Qing. Cao Mei-in, watching Qing hastily leave, stamped her foot in frustration before utilizing the body flicker technique to catch up with the pursuing team. Duanlong Valley. After launching fireworks, Uchiha Naruto and his companions stood quietly, beginning to wait. He found it peculiar. This situation seemed to repeat itself more than once. Whenever they engaged in any endeavor, inexplicable troubles would inevitably arise. However, this time, even if the adversary did not come to them, they would seek out trouble. A sinister smile crept across Uchiha Naruto's face. Wuyin village and Kumogakure were 2 of the main instigators behind the downfall of the land of Whirlpool. Their purpose in coming here was not only to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, but also to deliver a profound lesson to Wuyin village, ultimately absorbing it into their ranks. Should they refuse to submit, then let the land of water become the 2nd land of Whirlpool, with 6 shadow-level powerhouses and 2 nearing super shadow-level strength among them. Their might was sufficient to annihilate the entire land of water. Uchiha Naruto quietly sensed the approaching ninjas from Wuyin village, awaiting their arrival. Grandma, the people from Wuyin village are coming. From now on, you seek revenge for grievances. I will cover everything. Uchiha Hayu planted a kiss on Uchiha Naruto's cheek. Ever since meeting this grandson, she had grown fond of him, wishing to be by his side every day. In her eyes, Uchiha Naruto was not only powerful but also deeply caring towards his clan, albeit with a somewhat heavy killing intent. Yet, that was merely a minor flaw. In this world of ninjas, who did not have blood on their hands, Uchiha Naruto simply had a slightly heavier hand. Naruto, leave it to your grandma. If it weren't for those rascals taking advantage of numbers, I could have easily dealt with those ninjas from Wuyin village. Uchiha Naruto wiped the drool from his face. Ever since reviving Uchiha Hayu, she had taken to kissing him frequently. He felt rather awkward, especially since the current Uchiha Hayu appeared incredibly youthful, resembling a woman in her 20s, the prime of her beauty. As for her coarse language, Uchiha Naruto had learned to filter it out, having grown accustomed to it. He would think something was amiss if one day she stopped cursing. Uchiha Qinghe maintained a gentle smile, yet beneath it lay a profound, killing intent. Had it not been for Wuyin village, the land of Whirlpool would not have faced destruction, and the Uchiha clan would not have been annihilated, leaving their kin scattered throughout the ninja world. He held the members of the Uchiha clan in the highest regard. Otherwise, how could he have sacrificed himself for their protection? Naruto, could you refrain from intervening this time and let us old bones handle it? To those unfamiliar with Uchiha Chingha, his cheerful words would seem amiable. Only those who knew him well would understand the depth of his anger. Uchiha Manshion clenched his fists, grinning broadly. Chingha, just stay behind me. No matter how many there are, watch me take them down with these fists. Uchiha Lu Ming's hands were tucked into his sleeves. As an elder who survived since the Warring States period, his killing intent was no less fierce than the others. Ruthless in nature, he would show no mercy to any enemy daring to harm the land of Whirlpool. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 153. Encounter, the imminent slaughter has arrived. Uchiha Naruto opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing towards the eastern forest. Uchiha Lu Ming and the other three also turned their attention in that direction. Only Uchiha Sasuke appeared bewildered. Among the six present, he was the only one lacking sensing ability. Yet, the ever-pretentious Uchiha Sasuke, even with doubts, would not voice them, pretending to know everything as he followed the gazes of the others. In less than 3 minutes, over 200 ninjas bearing the insignia of Wuin Village appeared on the cliff. Uchiha Naruto observed the 3 leading ninjas and the multitude of Wuin ninjas behind them. Ching, Cao Mei-in, and Gue Dengmanyu. And a bunch of rabble. The familiar faces of the 3 leaders matched those from his memories, albeit appearing significantly younger than he recalled. Cao Mei-in, with her exquisite makeup and vibrant lipstick, combined with her alluring figure, looked to be in her 20s. Her beauty rivaled that of Conan, one of the most renowned beauties in the ninja world, making it hard to fathom why she remained single. Mastering 2 Kekkei Genkai, she was destined to be the 5th Mizukage, though she was still too weak at present. Gue Dengmanyu, still a youth, appeared healthy, as if he had not yet fallen ill. He bore the dual blades of a flatfish on his back, and his chakra surpassed that of an ordinary ninja, barely reaching the level of a jonin. However, the question remained, how proficient was he with the use of several ninja blades? Moreover, was he truly the prodigy of the Gue Deng clan, now one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Yet, the most concerning aspect was the Gue Deng clan's hydration technique, which could render them immune to physical attacks. Uchiha Naruto murmured to himself, then shifted his gaze to Ching, looking at his right eye concealed by a black mask. Uchiha Naruto's eyes brimmed with killing intent. Byakugan? Though I know not where you obtained that Byakugan, your death is inevitable today. Ching also regarded Uchiha Naruto and the others with a grave expression. Their uniforms matched precisely with those of the 2 intruders. However, the one who had escaped that day was absent from their ranks, and the sense he received from these individuals was not much weaker than that of the intruder he had encountered. The features of the individuals across from him were strikingly conspicuous, with their vibrant red hair unmistakably identifying them as members of the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, Ching's heart was enveloped in confusion. The land of whirlpools had long since perished, so from whence had these Uzumaki ninjas emerged? Byakugan, activate. In his determination to gather intelligence on the group, Ching decisively activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged as he surveyed the chakra within the bodies of the individuals before him. Cold sweat broke out on his brow, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. This was due to the fact that, aside from the black-haired boy, the chakra of the remaining individuals was a menacing crimson hue, wholly unlike that of ordinary ninjas. The ominous crimson chakra radiated an aura of extreme danger, while the black-haired boy, despite not possessing red chakra, had an overwhelming quantity of chakra that far surpassed that of an average ninja, rivaling even that of their 4th Mizukage. What manner of beings were these individuals? He gestured discreetly behind him. Terumi Mei and Kaido Manji tensed at once, fully aware of the implications of the gesture, understanding that the threat they faced was even greater than that posed by tailed beasts. Terumi Mei, her fingers trembling slightly, prepared to weave hand signs and unleash ninjutsu. Her gaze fixed anxiously upon Ching. She was not yet the formidable 5th Mizukage of the future. At present, she was merely an elite jonin, untested against foes of such caliber. Is it truly so perilous over there? Terumi Mei whispered to Ching, who, without turning, remained warily focused on the group across from him. Indeed, their strength was far beyond that of typical ninjas. The power exhibited by those individuals might even eclipse that of the 4th Mizukage. You must exercise utmost caution, he warned. Kaido Manji gripped the hilt of his dual blades tightly, only to find his grip slipping due to perspiration. Could it truly be that he was so unnerved? He prided himself on his prodigious talent, convinced that given time, he would surpass the fourth Mizukage. His gaze shifted to the group and noted the presence of two young children among them, a ripple of unease stirring within him. Could it be that those two children possessed strength greater than that of the fourth Mizukage? The mere thought jolted him upright, and he suppressed such notions, his confidence evaporating from his eyes. Ching discerned the discontent brewing within Kaido Manji, yet there was no time for consolation. He stepped forward, positioning himself approximately 30 meters from the group, maintaining a safe distance. Who are you? Is that intruder one of your companions? Why did you attempt to assassinate our fourth Mizukage? He deliberately invoked the names of the Hidden Mist Village and the fourth Mizukage in an effort to intimidate the Uzumaki Naruto and his companions, hoping to extract information about Uchiha Itachi. Yet, his hopes were destined for disappointment, as the strength of Uzumaki Naruto and his companions was undeniably at the level of a Kage, rendering them indifferent to the titles of the five great nations or the so-called Mizukage. A cold smile graced Naruto's lips as he regarded Ching, taking note of the black eye patch covering his right eye, sensing the sealing technique inscribed upon it. A barrier seal, perhaps? Is that earring also part of the seal? He mused, sneering. 30 meters, you don't actually believe that distance will protect your eyes, do you? What did you say? Ching observed Naruto's murmured words, his lips moving as if uttering something, but the distance rendered it inaudible. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow crossed his vision, yet the individuals across remained motionless, as if unaffected. Only the golden-haired boy appeared to be holding something, a peculiar sensation that sparked his curiosity. Had the fatigue of relentless pursuit finally driven him to hallucinations? As he watched the golden-haired boy slowly open his palm, revealing a Byakugan and a familiar black eye patch, realization struck him. The excruciating pain surged from his empty right eye socket, and he clutched his bleeding eye in shock. That was no illusion. The speed of the golden-haired boy was beyond comprehension, having snatched away his Byakugan. How could such power be possessed by a mere child? The terrifying velocity with which the golden-haired boy had acted had rendered him incapable of perceiving the deed, shattering the seal on his eye without a hint of warning. Chapter 154. The secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. With this thought, Ching's remaining eye widened in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, shouting as he ran, "Hurry, inform Lord Mizukage, the enemy." Yet before he could relay the crucial information, he felt the strength within him wane. Glancing down in disbelief at the piercing spike protruding from his chest. Following the spike back, he saw a thick chakra chain, its end connected to the back of a woman with wine-red hair. "Damn it, our intelligence has yet to reach safety," Ching murmured, his expression one of regret, still concerned for the Hidden Mist Village in his dying moments. As the village faced a formidable invasion, he was determined to relay the information. Alas, his weakened body succumbed to inertia, collapsing to the ground as the vibrant hues around him faded to gray, the encroaching darkness of death consuming his vision. Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the Byakugan in his hand, retrieving a glass vial from his dimensional space to secure it, before turning his attention to the diamond chains binding Uzumaki Hiyori. In an instant, he leaped, his movements swift as he soared over Ching's lifeless body to confront the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. Clapping his hands together, he bellowed, "Diamond sealing barrier." Multiple colossal diamond chains, resembling dragons, enveloped all the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village and Uzumaki Naruto's group. "Grandmother, unleash your fury. Annihilate every last ninja of the Hidden Mist Village," he commanded, excluding only the woman clad in fishnet stockings and the boy wielding dual blades. Uzumaki Hiyori beamed, her smile exquisite and deadly, akin to a thorny mandala flower, vibrant and beautiful, yet laced with lethal venom. "Ha! Naruto, leave those wretches to me. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist shall taste my vengeance." With that, Uzumaki Hiyori retracted the diamond chains that had slain Ching and clapped her hands together, unleashing a torrent of red chakra from her being. Eternal red flame, immortal body. A translucent, glass-like flame enveloped her, entwined with mysterious crimson runes. Following this, she shouted, "Crimson seal of the soul lock." Countless diamond chains erupted from her back, wreathed in glass-like flames, hurtling toward the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. Uzumaki Lanming and the others, too, released their own crimson chakra, their reserves surpassing even that of Uzumaki Hiyori. Crimson Pulse Resonance Domain. A pale red semicircular barrier emanated from Uzumaki Lanming, encompassing a radius of 10 kilometers. Sensing the capabilities of the Crimson Pulse Resonance Domain, Uzumaki Naruto grinned. Feeling his blood boil, this was the domain-type secret technique awakened by the Crimson Pulse. The chakra within Naruto surged, sharing its power with his companions through this technique. Boom, boom, boom. Four towering crimson pillars erupted from Uzumaki Lanming and his companions, the ferocious chakra igniting the very air around them. The moisture in the air began to evaporate, causing the atmosphere to become oppressively hot, with even the air inhaled feeling particularly scorching. The crimson beams of light soared as if ignited by the wrath of a fire deity, melting the ground beneath into magma, emanating a somewhat acrid scent. Xuanwu Qinghe sensed the vast amount of chakra within him, although he was already aware that Xuanwu Naruto surpassed them by countless degrees. The sheer magnitude of this chakra exceeded even his imagination. Even if Xuanwu Naruto evenly distributed his chakra among the four of them, the amount within him had increased tenfold. What kind of concept was this? He dared not imagine, nor did he understand what experiences this descendant of the Xuanwu clan had endured to attain such formidable strength. However, such thoughts were no longer significant. Now empowered by his enhanced chakra, Xuanwu Qinghe wore a faint smile as he shaped his hands into the form of pistols. Scarlet Heaven Light Annihilation Ray. A crimson sphere of light coalesced at his fingertips, and in an instant, the sphere shot forth a blinding scarlet beam towards the ninjas of the Mist Village. Xuanwu Minniong activated the indestructible body of Scarlet Flame, Lioli. And with the support of Xuanwu Naruto's chakra, his fists ignited with Lioli-colored flames as he lunged towards the Mist Village ninjas like a cannonball. As the former combat captain of the Xuanwu clan, he relished close combat, eschewing other clan techniques in favor of a direct assault, charging into the ranks of the Mist Village ninjas and delivering powerful punches. At that moment, Terumi May found herself amidst an unprecedentedly brutal scene. Qing stepped forward, preparing to negotiate with the individuals before her. Suddenly, without warning, Qing turned and fled, and a stunningly beautiful woman behind her unleashed a chain that pierced through Qing's heart. As Qing collapsed, the golden-haired imp crossed over her lifeless body and approached the ninjas of the Mist Village. From her back, several identical chains erupted, forming a barrier that enveloped the entirety of the Mist Village forces. Before she could make a move, the beautiful woman who had killed Qing extended countless chains from her back to ensnare everyone, rendering her chakra inaccessible as the Lioli flames on the chains scorched her body. Not only were her outer garments incinerated, but her flesh and soul also began to be seared by the flames. Then, several crimson pillars of light shot into the sky, causing the air to become parched. Just then, another handsome man with red hair pointed his finger at them, and a glaring crimson sphere materialized at his fingertip. Subsequently, the crimson sphere unleashed an even more dazzling red beam that traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, striking the Mist Village ninja stronghold. A thunderous explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud soared to a height of 100 meters where the beam had struck. The shockwave from the explosion radiated outward, instantly vaporizing the Mist Village ninjas caught in its path, leaving no bodies behind. Dozens of Mist Village ninjas perished under this assault, while she, positioned farther from the explosion, was merely propelled over 100 meters by the shockwave. Terumi May lay on the ground, feeling as if all her bones had shattered into fragments, pain coursing through her entire being. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she managed to rise and witnessed a red-haired man charging into the panicked, disoriented Mist Village ninja ranks. His fists, enveloped in semi-transparent Lioli flames, struck with such force that each blow created a hollow space that revealed a clear passage through the body, devoid of blood. As the flesh was charred at the moment of impact, the red-haired man continued to unleash punches, and the Mist Village ninjas fell before him like ants. None able to match his might, Terumi May observed the massacre of the Mist Village ninjas, which seemed to stretch on for an eternity, though in reality, it lasted less than a minute. The 200 or so ninjas who had come to pursue them were now reduced to a mere handful. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she could no longer contain her voice, screaming in desperation, "Stop! Everyone stop!" However, regardless of her cries, the invaders showed no signs of halting their assault. The deafening sounds of explosions continued to resonate, the gale generated by the blasts whipping through her brown locks, while the chains binding her seared her delicate skin. Stripped of all protection, Terumi Mei's tender flesh bore the marks of the burning chains, her awareness fading under the relentless heat. Her emerald eyes, akin to glistening crystals, welled with tears as she helplessly watched her comrades fall to the invaders. Suddenly, a white-haired youth landed beside her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Aoi Mizukichi. The sight of his battered form compelled her to exclaim, "Mizukichi! Mizukichi, are you all right?" Yet, no matter how she called out, Aoi remained unresponsive, ensnared by the chains ablaze with flames. Terumi Mei understood the potency of the flames on those chains, but she was powerless to aid him. As her gaze fell, she was horrified to see Aoi's body marred by burns, his breath faint, eyes tightly shut, lying on the ground with his heartbeat weakening. Despite his grievous injuries, Aoi's hands clutched tightly to his twin blades, determined to fight the invaders. His expression bore a stubborn defiance, with his eyes rolling beneath closed lids, as if trapped in a nightmare. "Mizukichi! Mizukichi! Please wake up!" Terumi Mei cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she repeatedly called his name. 3 minutes later, Xuanwu Naruto and his companions withdrew their chakra, ceasing their onslaught. Not because they had grown weary of killing, but because there were no longer any enemies left to slay. Aside from Xuanwu Naruto and his 5 allies, as well as Terumi Mei and Aoi Mizukichi, no Mist Village ninja remained alive. The pursuing forces of the Mist Village had all perished, their bodies reduced to ashes by the flames. Xuanwu Naruto approached Terumi Mei, observing her voluptuous figure, stark naked and on the brink of unconsciousness. Her beautiful eyes appeared dazed, clearly teetering on the edge of oblivion. He then turned his gaze to Aoi, who was robust, yet covered in wounds, deep in thought. This technique is indeed powerful, but it tends to incinerate clothing. It's somewhat indecent. If we do not intend to kill our enemies and wish to spare their lives, it would be wise to refrain from using this move, lest we find ourselves constantly needing to prepare a multitude of garments. At that moment, Terumi Mei could no longer hold on, darkness enveloping her vision as she fell into unconsciousness. In her final moments of awareness, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. The golden-haired imp and the dark-haired lad were indeed adorable. She wondered when they would grow up. Surely they would become quite handsome. And could she perhaps support them when that time came? Alas, she would never witness the maturation of these 2 charming boys, for she feared she would perish in this very place. Uchiha Sasuke regarded the 2 figures on the brink of being reduced to charred corpses, perplexed by Xuanwu Naruto's intentions. The Mist Village ninjas had been entirely annihilated, a declaration of war against the Mist Village, so why not eliminate these 2 as well? Preserving them would only sow seeds of hatred, while he harbored no fear of their vengeance. What if they returned to the Mist Village to inform their kin of their plight? Naruto, why not eliminate them as well? What purpose do they serve? Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the bloodthirsty Sasuke Uchiha before him and playfully slapped the top of his head. Have you been killing too many people lately? Just look at yourself. You resemble a maniac. Sasuke, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted in silence, knowing that despite his own tally of kills, it paled in comparison to Naruto's. You call me a maniac. Yet have you reflected on your own actions? Hearing Sasuke's murmured protest, Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. What did you say? Sasuke shrank slightly, turning his head away and choosing to ignore Naruto. Regardless of Naruto's words, he remained unconvinced. With a resigned sigh, Naruto acknowledged Sasuke's formidable strength. Apart from himself and Mikoto Uchiha, it seemed Sasuke would not heed anyone else's counsel. Furthermore, he was still quite young, having yet to complete his studies at the Ninja Academy. If he were not properly guided, he might truly become reckless in the future. Remember, our aim has never been to obliterate the ninja world, but to unify it. To achieve that, we need talented individuals. We cannot simply eradicate everyone in the pursuit of unity. What would be the point of that? Naruto continued, retrieving 2 Akatsuki uniforms from his dimensional space. Glancing at the last 2 uniforms, he sighed, lamenting the recent excessive wear and tear. These were no ordinary uniforms. Crafted from precious materials, they were comfortable, breathable, waterproof, and fire-resistant. Even the sharpest kunai could not pierce them, and each cost a staggering 1 million ryo, causing him some heartache. He draped the uniforms over the 2 individuals, and with a surge of crimson chakra, he clapped his hands together. Akai Konrin Shinjitsu. The crimson chakra coalesced into fiery threads, enveloping the 2. Their life energy flowing back into their bodies like a torrent. Within 30 seconds, the charred marks on their skin visibly faded, and the burned, necrotic tissue fell away. At that moment, Mei Terumi fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes, still dazed and seemingly not fully emerged from her previous unconsciousness. Is this heaven? Why does it feel a bit cold? I wonder if there are handsome men here? I've never been in love. To think I would die so young. I wish I could experience a passionate romance. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her youthful exuberance, surprised by Mei's theatricality in her youth. Hearing his laughter, Mei instantly snapped to attention, searching for the source. The familiar figures were unmistakable. She sprang to her feet, causing the Akatsuki uniform draped over her to tumble to the ground. Several gentlemanly figures in the group turned away, refraining from looking at Mei's exposed form. But Hinata Hyuga was less restrained. She not only looked, but also scrutinized, offering her commentary. Not bad, just not as well endowed as me, and her legs aren't as long. Nor is her skin as fair. Clearly, I win this round. Naruto, don't you agree? Amidst her teasing remarks, Naruto slapped his forehead, exasperated as he glanced at Mei. Could you please put on some clothes? Chapter 156. A woman in her 30s startled by the voice of the blonde boy before her. Mei glanced down at her body. A piercing scream erupted as she hurried to pick up the Akatsuki uniform from the ground, hastily throwing it over herself to cover her exposed skin. She had felt cold because her clothing had been reduced to ashes. Yet, she was still an innocent girl, unaccustomed to being seen by the opposite sex, and her temper flared. You lecherous little brat. I will kill you. Yotan, Yoka no Jutsu. Corrosive acid resembling molten iron erupted from Mei's fiery red lips, covering a vast area and engulfing Naruto and his companions. Why do you all keep calling me a pervert? I'm just a kid, Naruto exclaimed, feeling exasperated. This is beyond my control. In a fit of indignation, he activated his Nine-Tails chakra mode. The once golden chakra now transformed into a brilliant crimson gold after awakening his bloodline. A majestic cloak of chakra enveloped him, adorned with intricate golden runes that added an air of mystery. He conjured a colossal hand of Nine-Tails chakra to catch the corrosive acid, flinging it aside. Simultaneously, he summoned several adamantine chains from behind, binding the furious Mei in a tortoiseshell style. Her already alluring figure became even more pronounced, leaving Naruto somewhat flustered. Oh, avert your gaze. Avert your gaze. Hinata observed the peculiar binding with a mischievous smile, seemingly entering a new realm of understanding. Naruto, are you smitten with this woman? Leave her to me. I promise to train her well. Grandma, don't mess around. I'm still just a child. This woman is practically old enough to be my mother. Naruto panicked at the implication, firmly believing himself to be a virtuous young man. He could accept an age difference of a few years, but a decade or more was unfathomable, regardless of her beauty. However, Hinata saw things differently, asserting that age could bring tenderness. You're mistaken, Naruto. As the saying goes, a woman past 30 can embrace riches. A woman past 30 can become Hokage. Naruto hurriedly interjected, Stop. We really can't continue this conversation. It's bound to lead to trouble. Wait, how did we even get on this topic? Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to dismiss the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind. Now was not the time for such musings. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage pierced the air, akin to a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. You little brat, I will kill you. You lecherous boy, let me down. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Naruto regarded Mei, who was thrashing wildly against the adamantine chains, her face contorted in fury, perplexed. What has gotten into her? Why is she acting so mad? Hinata, suppressing a giggle, replied, Naruto, women despise being told they are aging. Naruto felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he tightened the chains further, silencing Mei's shrieks. Calm down. If you keep screaming, I swear I will end you. Sensing the depth of Naruto's murderous intent, Mei suddenly regained her composure, cold sweat breaking out as her uniform became damp. She had been overly impulsive, forgetting that this blonde boy was not someone to be trifled with. She still had to live, to avenge her fallen comrades. Realizing her injuries had completely healed, she marveled at her smooth, flawless skin, devoid of any scars. My injuries? Naruto shrugged, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. Observing Mei's newfound calmness, he retracted the adamantine chains and softly said, I healed you. The garment you wear belongs to me as well. Should you find it unsatisfactory, you may remove it and return it to me. I do not insist. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Meiming tightly wrapped her clothing around herself, seemingly genuinely apprehensive that the golden-haired imp before her might forcibly strip her of it. She instinctively shielded her most vital areas with her hands. Feeling the fabric rub against her sensitive skin, and the vacuum within made her somewhat uncomfortable, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Guoding Manhua had been awake for some time, but did not exhibit the same disarray as Zhao Mei. After all, he was a man, and being exposed was of little concern. However, he did not loosen his grip on his twin blades, slowly rising to his feet. His violet pupils fixed intently on Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra coursed through his body, and he realized not only had his injuries healed, but his internal chakra was also brimming, despite his previous memory of exhausting it to withstand harm. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Guoding Manhua's voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with murderous intent. After a brief adaptation upon awakening, he finally recalled the events prior. These individuals had slaughtered the entire pursuit team of Kirigakure while sparing only him and Zhao Mei. Given their actions, he was certain they had ulterior motives. He could not believe they would show such benevolence as to spare their lives, especially considering they had annihilated over 200 ninjas in mere minutes. Zhao Mei's crystalline, emerald eyes were fixed on the golden-haired imp before her, noting the terrifying chakra manipulation ability he possessed. His chakra was even more substantial than that of the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure, and the dense killing intent emanating from him indicated that he was no ordinary individual. The few individuals with red hair, if her memory served her correctly, were likely members of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools. The annihilation of the Land of Whirlpools was also documented in the records of Kirigakure. If they were seeking revenge against Kirigakure, she was determined to thwart them at all costs. Uzumaki Naruto felt a sense of admiration for Kirigakure. After his defection from Konoha, he should have been well known throughout the ninja world. The bounty issued by Konoha must have spread across the entire ninja realm. Yet the ninjas of Kirigakure did not recognize him. This indicated that the Blood Mist village had brought more than just cruel policies to Kirigakure. It resembled a certain insular dynasty from his previous life, engaging in isolationist practices. Observing the murderous intent emanating from the two before him, Uzumaki Naruto opted for a direct approach, calling out into the tailed beast space. "Kyubi, transform into your tailed beast form." This marked the first time Uzumaki Naruto would transform since awakening his bloodline, and he was eager to witness the extent of his power in this state. In the tailed beast space, the Kyubi, having endured a cataclysm in the Land of Whirlpools, had been intimidated by Uzumaki Fuyo and others. He vowed that unless only Uzumaki Naruto remained, he would not make an appearance in the outside world. Within the tailed beast space, the crimson chakra of the Kyubi surged forth, merging with Uzumaki Naruto's body. Their chakra began to resonate within him, causing the very tailed beast space to tremble. Influenced by Uzumaki Naruto's bloodline awakening, their chakra synchronization rate had reached 100. As their minds connected, the speed of their chakra resonance far exceeded past experiences. In mere seconds, they completed the transformation into the tailed beast form, with a colossal nine-tailed beast standing nearly 500 meters tall emerging from the earth. The moment it appeared, it left a massive crater several meters deep, causing the ground to crack under the weight of its transformation. The originally golden chakra of the Kyubi had shifted to a deep crimson, with the black markings on its body now transformed into a resplendent golden hue, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. The sheer size of the nine-tailed beast, now towering at 500 meters, instilled a profound sense of terror that could shatter the resolve of even the most fragile-hearted adversaries. Simply standing there was enough to induce despair. The chakra of the nine-tailed beast was as vast as the ocean, and Uzumaki Naruto meticulously sensed the surging energy within him, silently calculating. Since my bloodline awakening, my chakra has reached 5,000 units, and with the enhancement from Kyubi, it is approximately 10,000 units. Now, with our chakra resonating during the transformation, it has surged to a full 30,000 units. Although I am unaware of the exact amount of chakra possessed by Senju Hashirama, I am confident that this power is sufficient to overpower him in his normal state. The Kyubi felt a surge of excitement. Although it had faced a terrifying calamity during Uzumaki Naruto's bloodline awakening, it had also gained some benefits. Its power, which had stagnated for millennia, began to rise, and it firmly believed that as long as it continued to accompany Uzumaki Naruto, it would eventually reach the heights once attained by the Sage of Six Paths. At that time, it would be the mightiest of all tailed beasts, and it yearned to subdue all the others, especially that rotund raccoon. Contemplating this, the QB could not help but let out a triumphant howl. Naruto, find an opportunity to seek out that fat raccoon and bring him forth. I want to give him a good thrashing. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto found himself both amused and exasperated, fully aware of the QB's thoughts in his mind. However, since it was the QB's dream, he was determined to fulfill it. Of course, I will take you to find Shikaku when the time is right, and then we can bring him out. Once I become even stronger, I will resurrect Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. How does that sound? Upon hearing this plan, the QB became even more ecstatic, its 9 tails thrashing wildly behind it. The prospect of thrashing those two insufferable individuals had been a long-held dream of the QB, especially the one who played with wood, who always claimed to be dangerous. It would ensure that he understood what true danger entailed, and that red-eyed fellow who controlled it would learn why flowers bloom in such vibrant hues. Thus began their nefarious scheme, with both Naruto and the QB growing ever more animated. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei Ming and Guiding Manhua found themselves in a dire predicament. After the QB transformed, Zhao Mei Ming abandoned all semblance of dignity, collapsing to the ground as the overwhelming chakra of the QB pressed down on her like a mountain, rendering her breathless. She struggled to rise, desperately resisting the oppressive force of the QB's chakra, which threatened to shatter her bones. The QB's triumphant howl felt like a terrifying sonic assault to her, sending ripples through the air that battered against her mind, leaving her dazed. The sweeping tails of the QB, resembling colossal dragons, whipped up violent gusts of wind, hurling countless debris upon her. At that moment, she could no longer deny the identity of the golden-haired imp before her. This was the QB the Jinchūriki? How could he be so much stronger than the Fourth Hokage? Each word Zhao Mei Ming uttered was fraught with difficulty, the oppressive weight of the QB's chakra preventing her from lifting her head, leaving her only to behold the immense claws of the QB. Beside her, Guiding Manhua was equally overwhelmed, having only recently awakened. He was once again knocked unconscious by this terrifying pressure, while Zhao Mei Ming, nearing the level of a shadow, could barely withstand it. He had only just reached the status of a jonin. If Zhao Mei Ming struggled, what hope did he have? However, this was merely the beginning. Uzumaki Naruto's exhilaration was uncontainable. He thought, having transformed into the tailed beast, why not proceed with a full set of QB Susanoo as well? The kaleidoscopic Sharingan emerged within his gaze. The once crimson kaleidoscope transforming into a resplendent golden hue following the awakening of his bloodline. The golden chakra flowed like liquid fire around the crimson figure of the QB, who soon rose to its feet. Uzumaki Naruto clasped his hands together and shouted, "Consolidate." In an instant, the golden chakra solidified, morphing into a Susanoo armor that enveloped the QB. Intricate, lava-like red patterns interspersed with black flowed across the golden Susanoo. Witnessing this magnificent and divine manifestation of the Susanoo QB, Uzumaki Naruto could hardly contain his excitement. The QB exuberantly wielded its golden, spiraling spear, each sweep of the weapon obliterating the earth within a 3,000-meter radius. The resultant winds from its strikes sent trees and boulders flying thousands of meters away, crashing to the ground with a resounding roar. The QB, reveling in its newfound destructive power, laughed heartily. "Ha ha, this feels fantastic." After indulging in its exhilaration for a full 5 minutes, it finally ceased its assault. Observing this, Uzumaki Naruto retracted his beastly transformation and returned to solid ground. Puzzled, he noted that the previously awakened Terumi Mei and her companion had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Turning to Uchiha Sasuke and the others, he inquired, "Did you knock them out?" The group, too weary to respond, had just witnessed Uzumaki Naruto's playful destruction. While they had struggled immensely to resist the QB's antics, nearly exhausting half of their chakra reserves in the process. Noticing their silence, Uzumaki Naruto dismissed them and shifted his focus back to Terumi Mei and her companion. Resigned, he once again utilized the technique of Red Soul Rebirth to heal them. Chapter 158. Become my people. Terumi Mei felt as if she were sinking into an unfathomable sea of despair, her body descending deeper into the abyss. She flailed her arms desperately, striving to swim to the surface, yet her efforts were futile as she continued to sink. She wished to scream, but found her throat constricted as if grasped by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. Just as she felt all hope dissipate, a warm ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating her like a lifeline. This warmth seemed to be her last glimmer of hope. invigorating her weary body with newfound strength. With her final reserves, she propelled herself towards the surface. As she broke through the waves, Terumi Mei abruptly opened her eyes, her chest heaving as she gasped for the precious air. Her fearful gaze fell upon the golden-haired boy before her, her small frame trembling uncontrollably, her voice quaking alongside her body. You are the Kyuubi. Jinchūriki. Bingo, you are correct. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the authentic Kyuubi Jinchūriki. Uzumaki Naruto replied mischievously, snapping his fingers. However, his playful demeanor quickly morphed into one of cold intensity, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. As for you, Terumi Mei of Kirigakure and Kagaya Fuyuki, had your potential not been deemed useful, you would have long since vanished with the ninja of your village. As his words fell, a dense crimson chakra surged around him, mingling with the fearsome shadow of the Kyuubi. Terumi Mei felt her heart constrict as if gripped by a colossal hand, her breath becoming shallow. Beside her, the recently awakened Kagaya Fuyuki was pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, the veins in his hands bulging as he clutched his dual blades. Once a prodigy, his confidence was shattered by Uzumaki Naruto's sheer might. At his current age, he barely matched the strength of a jonin, while Uzumaki Naruto possessed the power to crush even the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure. Biting his lip until it bled, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he hoarsely exclaimed, Why? Why do you target our Kirigakure? We have no grievances with you. Why slaughter our ninja, who are living beings? In that moment, Kagaya Fuyuki finally understood Uzumaki Naruto's identity. He was a Jinchūriki like their fourth Mizukage. Yet, in his recollections, Kirigakure had never been enemies with Uzumaki Naruto. So why had he come to their village, unleashing unrelenting carnage upon their ninja? Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Uzumaki Naruto chuckled, a chilling smile reminiscent of glacial ice forming on his lips. The crimson chakra surged toward Kagaya Fuyuki, causing him to collapse instantly. No grievances, you say? Did the land of whirlpools bear no grudges against you? Did you consider the possibility of retribution when you annihilated the land of whirlpools? You obliterated an entire nation for your gain. Is it wrong for me to seek vengeance by destroying your Kirigakure? How is it that the 5 great nations can set the world ablaze, while small nations are forbidden from retaliating? Only the 5 great nations are permitted to extinguish others. Yet no one is allowed to challenge you. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto retracted his murderous aura, looking down with disappointment at the kneeling Terumi Mei and Kagaya Fuyuki. He had expected them to possess a different perspective compared to other ninja, yet they remained ensnared within the antiquated ideologies established by Senju Hashirama. You are no different from ordinary ninja. Aside from your heightened strength, your beliefs remain shackled by the decaying system created by Senju Hashirama. Terumi Mei and Kagaya Fuyuki were rendered speechless by Uzumaki Naruto's words. Terumi Mei was aware of the historical context. Kirigakure was one of the principal architects of the destruction of the land of whirlpools. The village had long coveted the powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, while Kumogakure sought to plunder their bloodline. Thus, the 2 great ninja villages had allied with smaller villages to launch an assault on the land of whirlpools, exterminating the Uzumaki clan and their homeland. They had never considered the morality of their actions, as the 5 great nations had covertly waged wars since the death of Senju Hashirama. They exploited conflict to seize resources, fortify their ninja, and perpetuate a cycle of warfare. However, they never anticipated that one day, a formidable ninja like Uzumaki Naruto would emerge, fueled by hatred towards the 5 great nations, seeking vengeance. Yet, Terumi Mei remained deeply devoted to her homeland of Kirigakure. Even in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful Uzumaki Naruto, she stood resolutely. Her emerald eyes, tinged with fear and despair, locked onto his azure gaze. Trembling, she positioned herself in front of Kagaya Fuyuki. Kagaya Fuyuki gazed in astonishment at Terumi Mei's defiance, gritting his teeth as he attempted to rise. But his trembling legs faltered repeatedly, and his hands, once gripping the dual blades, fell powerless to the ground. He felt a profound hatred for his own impotence, for his weakness, and for his feeble will that rendered him unable to act before an adversary. Tears of frustration streamed down the face of this once promising prodigy of Kirigakure. Uzumaki Naruto, what is it that you truly desire? If your aim is to obliterate Kirigakure, I will stop you, even at the cost of my own life. Terumi Mei's resolute voice rang out, vowing to protect her village, unwilling to retreat even against an insurmountable foe. Kagami Mei, you wretched creature. I cannot be this weak. Kagaya Fuyuki, inspired by Terumi Mei's unwavering spirit, finally found the strength to stand, relinquishing his grip on the blades only to grasp their handles once more. His violet eyes remained fixated on Uzumaki Naruto and his companions, prepared to act at the slightest hint of aggression. Naruto Uzumaki gazed appreciatively at Terumi Mei, truly deserving of her future title as the fifth Mizukage. His efforts were not in vain. Without such tenacious resolve, she would only face annihilation. He gently uttered, "I want you to be mine." What? Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, a sudden flush of crimson spread across Terumi Mei's exquisite visage. She scrutinized Naruto's appearance closely. Remembering the formidable prowess he had just exhibited, her heart began to race uncontrollably. That striking countenance, coupled with remarkable strength, nearly conquered her spirit. Yet, the reality of their age difference lingered. Biting her fiery red lips, she hesitantly replied, "However, although you are quite handsome and fit my type, and I too wish to be in a relationship, you are still too young. Surely, you cannot expect me to wait for you to grow up?" In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere fell into silence. A few crows flew overhead, cawing mockingly, adding a touch of derision to the awkward situation. Chapter 159. The truth within the blood mist. Naruto's head swirled with question marks, doubting whether his ears had deceived him. With arms crossed and a quizzical expression, he turned to Terumi Mei, pondering, has this woman developed a desperate yearning for marriage so soon? Yet, I have not uttered anything ambiguous. His words were clear. How had the conversation veered into such territory? Uzumaki Namikaze and the others wore knowing smiles as they regarded Naruto. The remaining members of the Uzumaki clan were few, and they wished for Naruto to mature swiftly, marry, and propagate their lineage, thereby strengthening the clan. Even preemptively selecting future brides would meet their full approval. Standing aloof, Uchiha Sasuke wore a cold expression, seemingly displeased with everyone, particularly Naruto for his inclination to flirt with women. Is I not enough? Why must he provoke those women daily? He could not comprehend the allure of women, believing they only hindered his swordsmanship. If Naruto continued to indulge in the softness of their company, Sasuke was certain he would eventually surpass him. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Kaigetsu Manatsu, standing behind Terumi Mei, gently tugged her sleeve. "Terumi, I believe you have misunderstood the Jinchūriki's intent. He means for you to become his subordinate, not in the way you think. Do not provoke his wrath. Our village needs him. If you anger him, we are doomed." Realizing her error, Terumi Mei's face, already flushed, grew even redder. What have I done? I cannot believe I entertained such thoughts about a child. Covering her crimson cheeks with her hands, she dared not look at Naruto again, feeling embarrassed by her thoughts. Her delicate feet began to massage Kaigetsu Manatsu as she lamented, "Why did you not say so sooner? If you had, we would not be in such an awkward predicament." Amidst the chaos, Naruto felt at a loss. The malicious gazes of his clan, Sasuke's disdainful expression, Terumi Mei's embarrassment, and Kaigetsu Manatsu's pleas for help all overwhelmed him. "Enough. Everyone stop. No more antics," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the tension, finally subduing the various hidden agendas around him. He felt weary. The ninja world was rife with complications. Engaging in conversation with them was not only exhausting, but often led to unpredictable tangents. Naruto fixed his gaze on Terumi Mei's still bashful eyes, forcibly redirecting the conversation. "Let's discuss serious matters. My request is for you to become my subordinates. If you agree, I will help your village in the blood mist." At the mention of the blood mist, Terumi Mei paused her relentless assault on Kaigetsu Manatsu, her agitation subsiding. She had long harbored doubts about the policies of Kirigakure. The fourth Mizukage was certainly no fool. However, the recent policies had been exceedingly strange. From the brutal exams at the Ninja Academy to the persecution of clans with bloodline limits, and the oppressive internal policies, as well as the isolationist stance that allowed the 7 ninja swordsmen to slaughter dissenters unchecked, these measures had plunged Kirigakure into prolonged chaos. Dissatisfied with these policies, she was determined to alter the current state of affairs and had quietly gathered like-minded individuals. Yet, under the formidable authority of the fourth Mizukage, she had refrained from initiating her coup. Glancing subtly at Kaigetsu Manatsu, she contemplated whether to eliminate him, as he was a loyal supporter of the fourth Mizukage and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Removing this trusted aid would undoubtedly ease the obstacles to her plans. Kaigetsu Manatsu, feeling a chill down his spine, looked questioningly at Terumi Mei. confused as to why the companion he had fought alongside moments ago now bore such murderous intent towards him. Before he could voice his concern, he saw Terumi Mei forming hand seals, her fingers dancing with urgency. Boil release, skillful mist technique. With a fierce cry, Terumi Mei unleashed a scorching white mist from her fiery red lips, enveloping Kaigetsu Manatsu in a corrosive, acidic fog that threatened even Susanoo. The air crackled with a sizzling sound as debris on the ground turned to sludge upon contact with the mist. Kaigetsu Manatsu's pupils dilated. He had no time to ponder why Terumi Mei had suddenly turned on him. He was acutely aware of the technique's potency. If he did not act swiftly, he would surely perish. As he prepared to utilize the water transformation technique to evade the acidic mist, a golden figure dashed before him. "Stop!" Naruto commanded, his nine-tails chakra surging into a formidable barrier that shielded Kaigetsu Manatsu. The acidic mist collided with the chakra barrier, producing hissing white smoke but failing to penetrate its defenses. "Step aside, Jinchūriki," Terumi Mei shouted, her eyes wide with disbelief that Naruto would intervene to save Kaigetsu Manatsu from certain death. Yet, her intentions were now laid bare. Leaving no room for alternative decisions, she had to eliminate Kaigetsu Manatsu here and now. Otherwise, if he reported to the Fourth Hokage, all her efforts would be in vain. Those who shared her ideals would perish due to her reckless actions, a scenario she could not allow to unfold. Naruto Uzumaki. He is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a trusted aide to the Fourth Hokage. If you do not kill him here, your so-called end to the blood mist will be impossible. The truth is not as you perceive, Naruto shouted, withdrawing the chakra barrier and turning to the astonished Kaigetsu Manatsu before shifting his gaze to the enraged Terumi Mei, his tone growing grave. Have you not questioned the abnormal changes in the Fourth Hokage over the years? Reflect on when the blood mist began and why your Fourth Hokage has transformed into this. Chapter 160. The Divine Moonlit Night. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Mei was momentarily taken aback. She had long sensed the peculiarities surrounding the Fourth Hokage. Yet the cause of his current state eluded her understanding. The group known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, led by Shiguashan, Hitungue, and Haishuleya, had been vigilantly guarding the Fourth Hokage side for an extended period. She found it impossible even to approach him, let alone unveil the truth hidden within the blood mist. Were it not for the support of Yuanshi, she would have long since abandoned her naive aspirations. Now, Uzumaki Naruto informed her that the changes in the Fourth Hokage's character were not as she had envisioned, but rather concealed truths lay beneath. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Uzumaki Naruto, what do you mean by that? What is the truth within the blood mist you speak of?" Kisame Mangetsu lowered his guard and glanced at Zhao Mei, who had nearly taken his life, his brow furrowed. In truth, he harbored dissatisfaction with the current state of Kirigakure. The brutal policies inflicted severe harm on the Hozuki clan, and the rampant slaughter within the village was unbearable. He, too, desired to alter the existing conditions of Kirigakure. Unfortunately, Zhao Mei seemed to harbor considerable animosity toward him due to his affiliation with the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, even contemplating his demise because of it. Kisame then turned his gaze to the figure before him, emanating a mysterious and imposing aura. "Lord Jubi Jinchūriki, please reveal what you know without further concealment. As a member of Kirigakure, I wish to change its current state as well." Zhao Mei shot an incredulous glance at Kisame Mangetsu. Having presumed he would staunchly support the Fourth Hokage, only to discover he shared her sentiments. After hearing Kisame's words, Uzumaki Naruto's lips curled into a mischievous smile, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Kirigakure, reflecting on the reasons behind its current plight. For the Fourth Hokage, Yagura, had long been ensnared by Genjutsu. The revelation struck like thunder in the ears of the two, and Zhao Mei's pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible. The Fourth Hokage is far too powerful to be controlled by Genjutsu. Furthermore, as a Jinchūriki of the Three Tails, who could possess the strength to subdue him? Zhao Mei could hardly accept Uzumaki Naruto's truths. To control the Fourth Hokage, a Jinchūriki of such caliber, was an insurmountable feat. Observing their expressions of disbelief, Uzumaki Naruto's smirk deepened. If they were skeptical, he would allow them to experience the might of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Gazing intently, the distinctive patterns of the Sharingan manifested within his eyes, shimmering with a regal golden hue. Uzumaki Naruto formed hand seals and softly uttered, "Be Tianshin Ranjawai." As the words left his lips, a wave of ocular power surged forth, enveloping Zhao Mei-in and Kisame Mangetsu. This technique was a low-level Jinjutsu inherent to Uzumaki Naruto after merging with Uchiha Shurisui's Sharingan, capable of activation without direct eye contact. In an instant, as his chakra swept over Zhao Mei-in and Kisame Mangetsu, the grim battlefield vanished, replaced by a dim forest shrouded in mist, characteristic of the land of water. The ground beneath her feet was damp, and the faint moonlight filtered through the trees, casting twisted shadows upon the earth. Instinctively, Zhao Mei-in raised her hand to her cheek, the sensation remarkably vivid. She scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of Uzumaki Naruto. Is this an illusion? How infuriating! When was I ensnared in this Jinjutsu? She recalled how Uzumaki Naruto had merely made a subtle sound, and she was abruptly drawn into the illusion. Release, Zhao Mei-in declared decisively, forming hand seals to disrupt the flow of chakra within her, attempting to break free from the Jinjutsu. As her chakra began to reverse, she kept her eyes tightly shut, only opening them when she sensed chaos within her chakra. Yet, the scene before her remained unchanged, the moonlit forest still enveloping her. Is it unbreakable? What manner of Jinjutsu is this? Zhao Mei-in's face contorted in confusion as she struggled to disrupt her chakra flow, yet the illusion persisted without any alteration. Gritting her teeth, she chose a direction and began to sprint. Her speed escalated, and time slipped away, leaving her uncertain of how long she had been running. Perhaps a day, perhaps two, or even a year, yet regardless of her efforts, the environment remained unchanged. Panic began to seep in. If she could not escape, she feared she might perish within this illusion. Uzumaki Naruto, release me. Do not confine me here any longer. The oppressive darkness and eternal solitude enveloped Zhao Mei-in's heart, compelling her to shout in despair. However, her voice echoed through the moonlit forest, met only by her own reverberations. Am I destined to die here? The true horror lay not in death itself, but in the terrifying solitude of being utterly alone in the world. Overwhelmed by this dreadful isolation, Zhao Mei-in sank to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. As she cried, the surroundings abruptly shifted, the dark forest dissipating, and she found herself once more on the battlefield of Dantian Valley. The sharp stones beneath her feet and the briny sea breeze against her face jolted her senses. Zhao Mei-in looked up to see Uzumaki Naruto standing not far away, his enigmatic golden eyes captivating her. She then turned her gaze to Kisame Mangetsu, who sat dazed on the ground, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, evidently having just escaped the same terrifying Jinjutsu. Tell me, this must be your most powerful Jinjutsu, right? Zhao Mei-in wiped away her tears, her voice trembling with unspent emotion, tinged with a glimmer of hope. You wish for us to experience how the Fourth Hokage felt under Jinjutsu, correct? With your strength, it must be effortless to control him silently with such an illusion. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled derisively, observing the naivety of the pair, and uttered the harsh reality. This technique is merely the most rudimentary Jinjutsu I possess, and yet you could not even break free from it, let alone the fact that the Fourth Hokage has been under the control of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan for years. That is the truth behind the blood mist. As the patterns of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan gradually faded from Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, the golden chakra receded into his being. The origins of this tale trace back to the Third Shinobi World War, beginning with the Konoha specter known as Uchiha Obito. Chapter 161, The First Kiss Lost. In simple terms, the Fourth Hokage was ensnared by a scoundrel named Uchiha Obito, utilizing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan for control. And your Kirigakure was but an unfortunate scapegoat. Isn't that oversimplified? Zhao Mei-in exclaimed, incredulity lacing her tone. Are you mocking us? Both Zhao Mei-in and Kisame Mangetsu had anticipated an epic, grand tale filled with tumult and drama. Yet Uzumaki Naruto had condensed the entire saga into a single sentence. Kisame Mangetsu's mouth twitched, his curiosity having been piqued only to be met with Uzumaki Naruto's dismissive explanation, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Zhao Mei-in's cheeks flushed with anger. Her hands clenched tightly. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, she would have relished the opportunity to engage Uzumaki Naruto in a fierce confrontation. Uzumaki Naruto, what kind of explanation is this? You think you can dismiss us with just one sentence? Zhao Mei approached Xuanhua Mingren. Her head bowed as she fixated intently on his pupils. Her emerald green eyes were brimming with fury, and the fragrant breeze from her crimson lips brushed against Xuanhua Mingren's face. You must clarify this for me. Who is Uchiha Obito? Why is he manipulating the Fourth Hokage? And who is the Konoha female ghost you mentioned? How is this all connected to the Third Shinobi World War? If you refuse to elucidate these matters, do you truly expect us to follow you? You are overreaching. Xuanhua Mingren scratched his head, looking helplessly at the beautiful face so near to him, her eyelashes almost brushing against his skin. It's not that I wish to withhold information, it's simply that you need not know. This matter involves far too many intricacies. Discussing everything from the Third Shinobi World War to the blood mist of Kirigakure would take 3 days and nights to fully explain. Rather than recounting it, it would be more effective to take you to witness it firsthand, for hearing is but a shadow of seeing. You only need to be aware that there are those in the shinobi world plotting a conspiracy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei instantly regained her composure, though the worry in her eyes deepened. She gazed into Xuanhua Mingren's eyes, sensing his sincerity, yet she dared not let her guard down. Why did you assist Kirigakure in ending the blood mist? And if we follow you, will you choose to massacre the village? Zhao Mei had to tread carefully, as this was a matter of life and death for Kirigakure. The policy of the Fourth Hokage regarding the blood mist had inflicted tremendous harm upon the village, and with Xuanhua Mingren's formidable strength as a ninja, if he truly intended to use the termination of the blood mist as a pretext to invade Kirigakure and commence a slaughter, the village would be utterly powerless to resist. Xuanhua Mingren was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to laugh heartily, but found himself nearly bumping foreheads with Zhao Mei due to her proximity. He stepped back, his expression suddenly turning serious. Zhao Mei, have you forgotten something? With my strength, I need not rely on you to commit a massacre. I could simply march into Kirigakure and eradicate every ninja there. Moreover, you underestimate me. Slaughter is not my aim. I have but one goal. As he spoke, the crimson gold chakra of the Nine Tails surged around him in response, exuding an unparalleled and overwhelming regal aura. He fixed his gaze upon Zhao Mei, slowly parting his lips, his voice rising with fervor. What I strive for is to unify this shinobi world, to bring an end to all wars, and to allow every inhabitant of this realm to exist in peace. No one shall impede my march towards unification. I will clear all obstacles from my path. And before me, there shall be no rival. I, Xuanhua Mingren, shall ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of this shinobi world, becoming its sole emperor and ushering in everlasting peace. My final aspiration will be to explore the boundless cosmos. As she beheld the resplendent crimson gold radiance and listened to those soul-stirring words, Zhao Mei's heart raced like a wild stallion. The brilliance of that crimson gold light dazzled her senses, and the domineering aura felt akin to a blazing sun, compelling her to kneel in reverence. Her verdant eyes were filled with that radiant light, leaving no room for anything else. And she could not help but clench her teeth in frustration. How vexing it is to encounter someone so astonishing in youth. How will I ever find another man worthy thereafter? Are the unattainable treasures of youth destined to become regrets? No, I shall wait, contemplating her next actions. A flush of crimson crept across Zhao Mei's fair visage as her fiery lips unexpectedly pressed against Xuanhua Mingren's. He widened his eyes, staring at her blushing face, the soft sensation of her lips leaving him momentarily stunned. Hey, don't stick your tongue out. After a moment, feeling something soft invade his mouth, Xuanhua Mingren quickly recoiled, wiping the saliva from his lips and glaring fiercely at Zhao Mei. That was my first kiss. You wretched woman. Not only did you steal my first kiss, but you also dared to stick out your tongue. Do you not see? I am still just a child. Upon hearing Xuanhua Mingren's declaration of it being his first kiss, Zhao Mei's eyes sparkled with mischief, a smile curving her lips. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers brushing her mouth as she licked her fiery red lips, seemingly savoring the sensation of their recent contact. With a playful giggle, she gazed intently at Xuanhua Mingren, her expression imbued with pride. Xuanhua Mingren, I accept your request. I am willing to give you everything, even myself. Listening to Zhao Mei's bold words, Xuanhua Mingren chose to selectively ignore her, dismissing her entirely. The people of the shinobi world were far too uninhibited and mature, their days consumed by either violence or passion, leaving him somewhat incredulous. He turned to face the bewildered figure of Kirigakure's own Goto Mangetsu, whose twin swords had clattered to the ground. Goto Mangetsu, what is your choice? Still lost in the reverberations of the earlier astonishing scene, Goto Mangetsu only snapped back to reality when Xuanhua Mingren called his name. He hastily retrieved his dropped swords, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. As a once-in-a-century swordsmanship prodigy of Kirigakure, the thought of following Xuanhua Mingren was hard to swallow. His pride as a genius would not allow him to simply acquiesce. Although Zhao Mei had made her choice, he still wished to make an attempt. He could not yield so easily. However, the imposing crimson-gold figure before him felt like a mountain pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. Surveying the scene, he noted that he could not hope to match the red-haired individuals arrayed before him. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. If they are so strong, I refuse to believe this little brat possesses such strength. Goto Mangetsu inhaled deeply, addressing Xuanhua Mingren slowly. Lord Ninetails Jinchūriki, I wish to challenge your companion. If I lose, I shall fully submit to you without any reservations. If I win, I must decline your command, for I will choose my own path to save Kirigakure. Xuanhua Mingren regarded Goto Mangetsu's bravery with curiosity. Oh, very well. Whom do you wish to challenge? The black-haired little brat. With that, Goto Mangetsu pointed towards Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 162. Journey to Kirigakure. Ha! This lad truly possesses remarkable audacity. Audacity? I perceive it as foolishness, ignorance, a gross overestimation of his own abilities. The crowd erupted in laughter as they turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke, the target of Goto Mangetsu's challenge. Xuanhua Mingren could not help but smirk slightly at Goto Mangetsu's courage, yet he found himself questioning the young man's intellect. It seemed he might lack any semblance of common sense. Though Goto Mangetsu was puzzled by the laughter surrounding him, he considered Sasuke nothing more than an inexperienced black-haired boy. He was confident that with his own strength, he could easily overpower his opponent. Despite the ridicule from those around him, he stood tall, resolute in his determination. Hey, little brat, do you dare to battle me? Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke was in a state of agitation, having witnessed Xuanhua Mingren kiss Zhao Mei. It felt as though a boulder had lodged itself in his chest. His grip on the Kusanagi sword tightened, veins bulging as the blade slightly emerged from its sheath. His crimson Sharingan fixed malevolently on Zhao Mei, the chill in his fingertips unable to suppress the murderous intent threatening to erupt. Now, being openly provoked by an insignificant insect, he slowly raised his gaze, the patterns of his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. Oh, so now even insects dare to challenge me? His tone was as frigid as ice as he slowly approached Guei Dengmanyu. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within him, followed by a solitary, chilling voice echoing in the ears of those present. Susanoo, the already irritable Uchiha Sasuke, provoked, had no desire to engage in the flamboyant dances of attack and defense with Guei Dengmanyu. He resolved to demonstrate to this ignorant insect the true essence of power. In mere seconds, a towering silhouette of a violet-armored warrior ascended from the ground, resembling the descent of an ancient deity. The complete form of Susanoo unfurled a pair of wings that obscured the heavens, with chakra blades gripped firmly in both hands at his waist. Uchiha Sasuke stood within the diamond-shaped crystal at the warrior's brow, gazing down upon Guei Dengmanyu from a position of superiority. This was the divine power of the Uchiha clan, the third power, Susanoo. Guei Dengmanyu stared in awe at the immense violet giant before him, oblivious to the dual swords that had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground. He stood transfixed, murmuring to himself, "Are these individuals all monsters? What use do we serve? They could simply march into the hidden mist village themselves, couldn't they? With their strength, they could easily flatten the village, so why go through the trouble of recruiting us?" Terumi Mei was also shaken, trembling from the sheer magnitude of the display. Fortunately, having faced the intimidating presence of Uzumaki Naruto, she managed to maintain her composure. Though she had never before witnessed such a colossal entity, she had learned from the historical records of the hidden mist village about the ninja possessing such power, tracing back to Uchiha Madara of the Warring States period. She never anticipated that this black-haired youth before her belonged to the Uchiha clan and possessed abilities akin to those of Uchiha Madara. Turning her gaze toward Uzumaki Naruto and the others, her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. As the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, she had already experienced Naruto's formidable prowess, which instilled in her an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The few red-haired members of the Uzumaki clan also exuded terrifying power. Just 4 of them could effortlessly slaughter over 200 ninjas from the hidden mist village. Coupled with this cold, handsome black-haired youth, who possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary ninjas, she could not help but reflect on Naruto's earlier words. If the opposition truly wished to obliterate the hidden mist village, they would not require her assistance. Guei Dangmanyu's reaction was even more pitiful than Terumi Mei's. He collapsed to his knees, gazing at his trembling hands. His pride shattered. The so-called genius was merely a local prodigy within the hidden mist village, but under the might of those before him, he was but a mere trifle. Faced with the violet giant, he lacked even the courage to fight. His once prized talent was reduced to a mere jest in the presence of true strength. I concede, Uchiha Sasuke remarked gently, observing Guei Dangmanyu, who could not muster even a semblance of resistance. How dull. Guei Dangmanyu forced a bitter smile, retrieving the dual swords that had fallen to the ground, and knelt before Uzumaki Naruto. From this day forth, I, Guei Dangmanyu, pledge my loyalty to you. At your service. Uzumaki Naruto assisted Guei Dangmanyu to his feet, directing his gaze toward the hidden mist village as he casually remarked, "Let us go and meet the fourth Mizukage." With that, Naruto led the way toward the heart of the land of water, and the others followed closely behind. 3 days later, snow fell. Uzumaki Naruto stood beneath the eaves of an inn in the hidden mist village, gazing up at the overcast sky as large snowflakes drifted down with the wind. He raised his hand to catch a snowflake, feeling its icy touch dissolve into droplets in the warmth of his palm. Observing the water bead in his hand, he exhaled a breath of white mist. Has there been no news from Terumi Mei? Naruto turned to Guei Dangmanyu. Their original plan was to storm the Mizukage's building, forcibly extract Kage Yagura, and utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan to dispel the Genjutsu upon him. However, Terumi Mei insisted that such a plan would inflict too much damage on the hidden mist village and was adamant about seeking the elder for a diplomatic audience with the fourth Mizukage. Naruto found this approach to be an utter waste of time, preferring a more straightforward and expedient plan. Nonetheless, after much pleading from Terumi Mei, he ultimately acquiesced, considering it merely a matter of wasting a bit more time. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye when the inn's door swung open, and Terumi Mei entered the room, her face alight with excitement. "Naruto, we succeeded. The fourth Mizukage has agreed to meet with you." She paused, her expression turning serious. "However, the fourth Mizukage has decreed that you may go alone, without any companions." Naruto dismissed the condition with indifference, confident that he alone could handle any situation. "Let us proceed, as I am eager to witness the fourth Mizukage's capabilities." The others were unconcerned about this stipulation, placing their faith in Naruto, believing that no challenge would be insurmountable in his presence. The snowfall intensified as Uzumaki Naruto traversed the slippery streets of the hidden mist village alongside Terumi Mei. Upon arriving outside the Mizukage building, they found an elderly man with white hair, tall and dignified, waiting patiently at the entrance, leaning on a cane. The elder approached Terumi Mei with a quickened step, his age belied by his vigor, and scrutinized Naruto's appearance closely. "You must be the Snow Shadow, indeed. One cannot judge a book by its cover. I never expected someone so young to possess the strength to contend with the ninja world." Uzumaki Naruto assessed the elder before him, recognizing him as the so-called elder of the hidden mist village. Terumi Mei moved to introduce the elder, but was interrupted by Naruto. "You are the elder, correct? Henceforth, you shall assist Terumi Mei diligently." Chapter 163. The Battle in the Mizukage Hall. Uzumaki Naruto spoke with an authoritative tone, reminiscent of the sinister demeanor of Shimura Danzo. Fortunately, this elder genuinely sought change for the hidden mist village, unlike Danzo, who had been driven solely by the thirst for power. Moreover, with Terumi Mei being rather young and lacking experience in governing a ninja village, she would require assistance. Otherwise, he would have sent the elder to meet the Sage of Six Paths directly. Upon hearing Naruto's command, the elder's expression darkened, for he was a senior figure within the hidden mist village, and the so-called Snow Shadow showed him no respect, barking orders at him. How could he endure such indignity? "You may be small in stature, but your arrogance is anything but." Humph. Naruto did not even spare the elder a glance as he brushed past him. Entering the Mizukage building, Terumi Mei observed the charged atmosphere between the two, wishing to mediate, but unsure how to intervene. The group ascended the staircase of the Mizukage building and arrived at the grand hall. The dimly lit chamber was illuminated by flickering candles, casting shadows that obscured the details in the corners. Uzumaki Naruto activated his Kagura Shingon, detecting the presence of dozens of hidden mist village Umbu ninjas lurking in the darkness, their murderous intent unmistakable. At the main seat of the Mizukage, Kage Yagura, clad in the Mizukage robe, sat with his arms crossed, scrutinizing Uzumaki Naruto with a childlike face that concealed a hint of hollowness in his gaze. "You are the Snow Shadow? From the land of snow?" Kagaya Yagura's fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest as his eyes roamed over Naruto's silver cloak and youthful visage, a derisive snicker escaping his lips. The land of snow is perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with hardly any ninja presence. When did a snow shadow emerge? What kind of remote village dares to claim the title of shadow? Surely it is a self-bestowed title. Uzumaki Naruto brushed the snow from his shoulder, his silver cloak sweeping across the icy floor tiles, his tone devoid of warmth. Although Shuin Village was established not long ago, its strength is formidable. Underestimating it could lead to dire consequences. In contrast, Wuin Village, blessed with the abundant resources of the Land of Water, has seen a significant decline in its power due to the policies of the Blood Mist. The brutal graduation fights of the ninja school and the indiscriminate slaughter of clans with bloodline limits render Wuin Village unworthy of mocking Shuin Village. Such audacity! Guoju Itsong slammed the table, his chakra seething beneath the water shadow's robe, causing the candles in the grand hall to flicker violently. When did the internal affairs of Wuin Village become subject to the evaluation of a mere outsider? The Blood Mist policy is designed to forge the strongest ninjas. Such profound strategy is beyond your comprehension, little brat. Calm down, Lord Mizukichi, urged Suigetsu Hozuki, a towering figure exuding an aura of intimidation, his skin brushing against the ground as he approached Uzumaki Naruto, who barely reached his thigh. This was not a mission of diplomacy. It was a provocation against Wuin Village. "How dare you, Shuin Village, speak boldly before Lord Mizukichi? Today, I shall ensure your demise right here." With that, Suigetsu drew his sword, aiming it menacingly at Uzumaki Naruto. The electric light of his blade crackled ominously as he maneuvered around Naruto, creating a pincer attack, his voice laced with malevolent intent. "You, an inexperienced child, dare to impersonate the name of a shadow." Naruto, recognizing the two figures, couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. "Oh, aren't you the auspicious trio? Where's the third?" Though they did not grasp the meaning behind Naruto's jest, Suigetsu and Hozuki felt the sting of his mockery. Their murderous intent surged as they lunged at Naruto, while hidden Umbu ninjas simultaneously drew their blades. The glint of their swords encircled Naruto, freezing the atmosphere in the grand hall. The smile on Naruto's lips faded, and the golden chakra of the Nine Tails erupted like a volcano, enveloping the entire Mizukichi office. The silver cloak billowed violently in the wind of his chakra. Without moving a muscle, Naruto unleashed a tempest with his chakra, sending the foremost Umbu flying against a pillar, their necks snapping in an instant. "Foolish mortals, since you wish to engage, let us dance." His deep voice echoed as Naruto transformed into a streak of golden light. Suigetsu, having just swung his sword, felt a searing pain in his wrist. Looking down, he discovered that his arm had been shattered by Naruto's golden flash, the sword clattering to the ground. Before he could scream, a tremendous force pierced through his chest, propelling him out of the Mizukichi building. Suigetsu crashed to the ground, a gaping hole in his chest, blood spilling onto the snow, a once proud member of the 7 ninja swordsmen now lifeless. Hozuki's dual blades barely reached Naruto before being consumed by the golden chakra. Naruto's fingertip gently touched Hozuki's heart, a surge of chakra obliterating it into dust. Hozuki fell, blood spilling from his mouth, his weapon slipping from his grasp, his chakra flickering like a candle in the wind. The Umbu ninjas behind him were no match for Naruto. His form darted through the grand hall, each motion accompanied by a cry of agony. Within mere moments, dozens of Umbu lay dead, their bodies piled in the Mizukichi hall, blood seeping through the cracks in the tiles, stark against the white snow outside. Silence enveloped the hall. Even the elder's trembling hand clutched his cane. Casting a glance at Terumi-Mei, seemingly reproaching her for not revealing Naruto's true strength sooner. Reflecting on the recent events, he felt as if he had danced with death. Terumi-Mei stood quietly, having stationed guards outside the Mizukichi building. No disturbance would breach their domain. Understanding Naruto's prowess and methods, she accepted that bloodshed was inevitable. If the sacrifice of a few could secure peace for Wuin Village, she would not oppose Naruto. Witnessing the swift demise of Suigetsu and Hozuki, the Umbu had not even managed to graze Naruto's clothing. Guoju Itsong's pupils constricted, filled with fury. "You have thoroughly enraged me," he bellowed, his chakra surging. crimson-tailed beast chakra pouring forth as three deep red tails swirled behind him. Is he transforming into a tailed beast? This inferior transformation has been long neglected. Naruto observed the nearly irrational Guoju Itsong, his golden chakra blazing like fire, contrasting sharply with Guoju Itsong's inferior beast transformation. Chapter 164, just unraveled a Jinjutsu, and now faced the 10th god. Guoju Itsong had completely entered a semi-tailed beast transformation, his form expanding as he charged at Naruto with the ferocity of a storm. His deep red claws slashed through the air, sending debris from the hall soaring, aimed directly at Naruto's head. Naruto stood firm, gathering golden chakra in his fists, lifting them to shield himself. The claws collided with Naruto's fists, producing a deafening clang. Guoju Itsong was sent flying, crashing into the walls of the Grand Hall, which shattered into countless fragments, dust swirling around him. Staggering to his feet, he was struck with astonishment for the first time. Impossible. Who are you? You are no ordinary ninja. I wield the power of a tailed beast. Naruto, with a smirk, retorted, as if anyone here isn't a Jinchūriki. Guoju Itsong was momentarily stunned, the brief clarity vanishing as he began to gather tailed beast chakra, condensing it into a tailed beast ball. He then swallowed it, compressing the energy within, before aiming it at Naruto. The tailed beast ball, imbued with cataclysmic force, hurtled towards Naruto, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, the ground cracking beneath its path, threatening to collapse space itself. Yet, just as the tailed beast ball was about to strike Naruto, his golden chakra surged, the massive silhouette of the nine tails materializing behind him. The golden chakra formed a colossal barrier, enveloping the tailed beast ball. With a muffled thud, the barrier expanded before contracting back to its original size. Naruto slowly lowered the barrier, revealing a plume of white smoke. The once cataclysmic tailed beast ball vanished without a trace. Such power cannot even be called a tailed beast ball. Not even my chakra could pierce through it. Naruto's calm words inflicted profound humiliation upon Guoju Itsong. Guoju Itsong fell into a stupor, unable to comprehend how Naruto had caught the tailed beast ball barehanded without sustaining any harm. This level of strength surpassed his understanding of ninja capabilities. Yet under the influence of the Jinjutsu, he had long lost the ability to gauge the disparity in strength. At this moment, within the Water Shadow Hall, a flash of crimson-golden radiance illuminated the space as Xuanhua Mingren instantly appeared before Kokiyatsu, seizing him by the neck with a single hand, lifting him before his gaze. Kokiyatsu struggled desperately, his tailed beast claws frantically clawing at Xuanhua Mingren's arm, yet failing to penetrate even his chakra defenses. Only able to emit a hoarse roar in vain. Listening to the incomprehensible cries, Xuanhua Mingren's kaleidoscopic Sharingan suddenly blazed to life, intricate crimson patterns weaving within his pupils. An overwhelming, irresistible force surged into Kokiyatsu's mind, causing him to feel a searing pain deep within his consciousness. Following this, a refreshing sensation washed over him, as muddled memories began to surface, restoring clarity to his eyes. The deep crimson-tailed beast chakra retracted back into his body, revealing his doll-like face. Almost instantaneously, Kokiyatsu grasped the events that had transpired, gazing at Xuanhua Mingren with gratitude, softly uttering, "Thank you, Shuang Daxia, for freeing me from the illusion that has bound me for years. Do not thank me yet. Bi Tianxian." Xuanhua Mingren's Sharingan's power abruptly shifted, Bi Tianxian's influence altering Kokiyatsu's subconscious. The expression of gratitude on his doll-like face remained unchanged, yet a subtle hint of obedience flickered in his eyes. Xuanhua Mingren released his chakra grip, and Kokiyatsu stood upright, composed. Beside them, Yuanshi and Tomei quickly approached, concern etched on their faces as they addressed Kokiyatsu. "Lord Fourth Hokage, are you all right? How is your health?" Hearing their voices, Kokiyatsu turned to see two familiar faces, reflecting on the harm he had wrought upon Kirigakure over the years. As Mizukage, he had not led the village to strength but instead had slowly dragged it into despair. Guilt washing over him. "It's Yuanshi and Tomei. It has indeed been a long time." "Mizukage," Tomei began, yet was cut off before she could finish. "Do not call me Mizukage. I am unworthy of this position," Kokiyatsu interrupted, fixing his gaze upon the assembly, finally landing on Tomei. "Tomei, from this day forth, you shall be the fifth Mizukage." "What?" Tomei gasped, her face paling as she stumbled back, her hands flailing like a windmill. At merely over 20 years of age, How could she possibly shoulder the weight of the Mizukage's mantle? No, Lord Mizukage. I am still too young. You have regained your strength. Please, continue to fulfill the role of Mizukage. Koki Yatso stepped forward, intending to place a hand on Tomei Mei's shoulder, but the height difference made him abandon that thought. Nevertheless, he spoke with conviction. Tomei Mei, I have witnessed all that you have accomplished. You are the finest ninja in Kirigakure, and I believe in you. The position of the next Mizukage is rightfully yours. He then turned to Yuanshi, the elderly man whose hair was white as snow, a figure who should have been enjoying retirement, yet Kirigakure still needed him. Yuanshi, I implore you to assist the fifth Mizukage with utmost dedication. I entrust everything to you. With that, Koki Yatso bowed slightly to Yuanshi. Very well. I shall assist you wholeheartedly, I promise, Yuanshi replied, helping Koki Yatso to his feet, tears glistening in his eyes. As an elder of Kirigakure, he had watched Koki Yatso grow from childhood, witnessing his ascent to the position of Mizukage. Yet he had been oblivious to the fact that Koki Yatso had fallen victim to an illusion, requiring the aid of an outsider to resolve it. With this thought, Yuanshi approached Xuanhua Mingren, bowing slightly. Shuang Daxia, I apologize for any offense, and I express my gratitude for all that you have done for Kirigakure. Koki Yatso also stepped forward, though under the control of Tianxian, the necessary formalities still had to be observed. Shuang Daxia, thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I would not know how long I would remain trapped in that illusion. Observing this harmonious atmosphere, Tomei Mei felt utterly powerless to resist. She wished only to save Kirigakure, yet found herself thrust into the role of the fifth Mizukage. Approaching Xuanhua Mingren, she cast him a pleading glance, recalling that he had always been her subordinate. Xuanhua Mingren took Tomei Mei aside to a small room, lifting her skirt. Chapter 165. Extracting the three tails. Feeling the coolness below, Tomei Mei's cheeks flushed crimson. Her limbs flustered. Mingren, what are you doing? You are still too young. These matters should wait until you have matured. You are overthinking, he replied. A resounding slap echoing as Xuanhua Mingren struck Tomei Mei's fair skin, leaving a flying thunder god seal. Ah! The force of the strike elicited a soft gasp from Tomei Mei, and she glanced at the imprint left upon her skin, a seal bearing the character for emperor. Excitement flickered in her eyes as she looked at Xuanhua Mingren, anticipating what might happen next, only to see him pull her skirt back down, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Mingren, will you not do anything else? I have left a flying thunder god seal on you. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, simply activate the seal with your chakra, and I will sense it and arrive directly. Xuanhua Mingren disregarded Tomei Mei's eager gaze and her crestfallen expression. Pretending he had not heard her words, he was still but a child, oblivious to the thoughts of this woman. He then led Tomei Mei back to the Water Shadow Hall, addressing the assembly. All matters have been resolved. The rest is entrusted to you. I must take my leave. And Yatso, come with me. Upon hearing Xuanhua Mingren's intent to depart, Tomei Mei's gaze held a hint of longing. For the past few days, she had been occupied with arranging Xuanhua Mingren's meeting with the Mizukage, leaving her no time to bond with him. Now that the matters had finally been settled, Xuanhua Mingren was to leave, and she felt a pang of reluctance. Could you not stay with me for a few days? Tomei Mei's fingertip traced her soft pink lips. She had taken great care in her appearance today to meet Xuanhua Mingren. Xuanhua Mingren regarded Tomei Mei, noting how her once exquisite visage had transformed. With only a subtle touch of makeup, the fiery red lips were replaced with a delicate pink gloss. She wore a sky blue long dress, having abandoned her previous fishnet stockings for elegant white thigh-highs, evolving from a fiery beauty to a gentle lady. Regrettably, he understood her meaning, yet the time was not right for him to indulge in such gentleness. We shall speak of this later. For now, focus on managing Kirigakure, and I will visit you when time permits. With that, Xuanhua Mingren departed the Water Shadow Tower with Koki Yatso, arriving at the edge of the sea. He quickly formed hand seals, pressing his palm against Koki Yatso's abdomen, activating the tailed beast extraction technique to release the three tails. Deep crimson-tailed beast chakra flowed forth like a gentle stream from Koki Yatso, a testament to the painless nature of the extraction technique. Within 5 minutes, the massive form of the three tails coalesced in midair before crashing into the sea, creating towering waves. Roar! Human, you dare to control this tailed beast? You seek death. The three tails, having just emerged from an illusion and now separated from its Jinchūriki, was evidently bewildered by the situation. Its eyes, the size of a carriage, fixated on Xuanhua Mingren, who was smaller than a single scale of its body. Kubi, can you tolerate the arrogance of Io? I certainly cannot. In the realm of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails observed the haughty Three Tails with a disdainful snort. Humph, Mingren, go ahead and teach Io a lesson in humility. Very well. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhua Mingren immediately activated his tailed beast transformation. Moments later, the towering figure of the Kyubi, standing at 500 meters, appeared by the seaside. The Sanbai gazed in terror at the colossal Kyubi, its prior arrogance vanishing in an instant as it cowered by the shore, trembling. Why you are? Kyubi, but how could you grow so large? Do not speak. The Kyubi extended its forepaw, seizing the Sanbai as if it were a mere toy and bringing it close to its fearsome maw, revealing its glistening white fangs. It has been long since we last met. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? And no. Bang. Before the Sanbai could finish its plea, the Kyubi slammed it forcefully into the ocean, generating a massive wave that surged into the sky. The Sanbai expelled a torrent of water, propelled by the impact that forced the seawater from its stomach. Agonizing pain surged through its back, causing it to howl in distress as it raised its hands in surrender. Guoji Shika, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in shock, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The Sanbai was indeed a formidable creature, and the towering entity before him was none other than the Kyubi. He could not fathom why the Kyubi was so much larger than the Sanbai, yet he understood that if the Kyubi desired his demise, a mere gentle step would suffice. Before the Sanbai could regain its composure, the Kyubi, filled with excitement, leapt into the sea, grasping one of the Sanbai's tails and swinging it like a flail, driving it towards the ocean floor. Please, stop. Stop? Very well. The Kyubi, incited by the Sanbai's words, intensified its assault. The Sanbai, dizzy and disoriented from the relentless swinging, wished to clarify that it meant to cease the flinging, yet it only invited more merciless torment. Crash! The relentless impacts created a massive pit in the ocean floor, shattering the Sanbai's shell and echoing its cries across the coastline. Please, I was wrong. Kyubi, cease this at once. If you continue, I shall surely perish. Seizing a brief moment of respite, the dazed Sanbai finally pleaded for mercy. I shall no longer be arrogant. Kyubi Jinchūriki, I apologize. Please, spare me. Upon hearing the Sanbai's pleas, the Kyubi halted its onslaught, casually tossing the Sanbai into the ocean, allowing it to float upon the waves. Xuanhua Mingren, reverting from his tailed beast form, stood upon the Sanbai's belly, wearing a mischievous grin. See, this is what happens when you boast. Do you dare to be arrogant again? I dare not, I dare not. Haha. Observing the Sanbai's subservient smile, Xuanhua Mingren paused, then shook his head. Following the precedent set by the Nibi and Hachibi, he sealed 1/10 of the Sanbai's chakra within the tailed beast space. Within the tailed beast space, the Nibi and Hachibi chuckled heartily upon witnessing the newly entered, battered Sanbai. Ha! Jifu, who has bested you to leave you in such a state? You truly are in dire straits. By the way, did you get drawn out by Mingren? You might as well follow him. At least we can reminisce. Enough. You can reminisce later. I must attend to matters first. Xuanhua Mingren interrupted the banter of the tailed beasts, leaving a flying thunder god seal on the Sanbai's belly. Jifu, have you decided to stay, or will you accompany me? Chapter 166, Blood-Spitting Uchiha Obito. Ah? You are not sealing me. The Sanbai, with its singular eye, looked perplexed at Xuanhua Mingren, who had not proceeded with sealing him within. Xuanhua Mingren approached the Sanbai's head, gently patting its hard shell. Of course not. If you wish to accompany me, you can remain by my side like Okuro and Yoao. If you prefer solitude, find a safe hiding spot. The current shinobi world is perilous. The Sanbai, resembling a child yet to mature, gazed up at the golden-haired, azure-eyed figure, feeling warmth akin to sunlight, albeit with some hesitation. Well, while I hold great affection for you, I still wish to dwell in the ocean. Since the Sanbai chose to live independently, Xuanhua Mingren did not impose his will, merely advising it. Very well, find a secure spot beneath the waves. I have left a flying thunder god seal atop your belly. Should danger arise, remember to activate this seal or call for me within the tailed beast space. With that, Xuanhua Mingren leaped from the Sanbai's head and approached Guoji Shika, placing another flying thunder god seal on his shoulder. Shika, remain here to care for Jifu. When you have time, instruct Terumi Mei on how to be an appropriate Mizukichi. As you command. Watching the Sanbai submerge into the depths and Shika kneeling, Xuanhua Mingren employed the body flicker technique to depart the coastline. Meanwhile, In a certain location in the southern part of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Obito was sprinting towards Kirigakure when suddenly, he halted atop a tree trunk. Kurizetsu emerged from the trunk, approaching Obito with an impassive expression. "Obito, why have you stopped? Were you not headed to Kirigakure?" "The Jinjutsu I left for the Fourth Hokage was dispelled. It is impossible. How could this happen?" Obito realized the moment the Jinjutsu he had planted within Gwaji Shika was undone. However, it was a technique executed with his Mangekyo Sharingan. To dispel it, one would need a greater ocular power, and the only individuals with superior visual prowess would be from the Uchiha clan. Who among the remaining Uchiha would be in the company of another? Realizing this, he furiously spat a stream of blood into the sky. "Schwanwa Mingren, damn you. Is it your sole purpose to thwart me?" He turned to Kurizetsu. As the will of Uchiha Madara, he should possess a solution. "Kurizetsu, the Jinjutsu on the Fourth Hokage has been lifted. Think of what can be done now." "What?" Kurizetsu gasped, his exaggerated performance almost unbearable to witness. Fortunately, his face concealed any visible expression, but given Obito's limited perspective, he likely could not discern it. Nonetheless, as the apparent will of Uchiha Madara, he felt compelled to offer Obito some dubious advice. "Obito, the only remaining option is to find a way to summon Uchiha Madara. With your current strength, you cannot contend with the Kyuubi Jinchūriki. Your influence has been nearly stripped away, and with the Kyuubi Jinchūriki in Kirigakure, Uchiha Itachi is likely dead. The opportunity to seize his Mangekyo Sharingan is probably lost." Listening to Kurizetsu's analysis, Obito recognized the validity of his words, sinking onto the tree trunk with hollow eyes. "It is all gone. Everything is lost. Ever since Schwanwa Mingren defected from Konoha, my plans have strayed far from their intended path. Nagato's failure to capture the Kyuubi, the Rinnegan lost, and the Akatsuki disbanded. Uchiha Itachi's failure to capture the Sanbai means he is likely dead, and his Mangekyo Sharingan is lost. Kamui has been stolen, and the eyes left for Hatake Kakashi are gone. Both Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan now lie in Schwanwa Mingren's possession." He realized that everything stemmed from Schwanwa Mingren. The hardships he faced were all due to him, and as Obito pondered further, his anger surged. Puff, puff, puff. Overcome with rage, Obito spat 3 jets of blood, each more forceful than the last. His gaze was fixed upon Kirigakure, as if attempting to pierce the distance to see that detestable Kyuubi Jinchūriki. "Schwanwa Mingren, I vow to be your nemesis. You wretched cur, I curse you. You deserve to have been born without parents, destined to be an orphan. I should have detonated you with an explosive tag from the very start." After cursing, he sat vacantly on the tree trunk. Heiju looked at the impotently furious Uchiha Obito and, while harboring disdain in his heart, pondered, "Naruto, Uzumaki. How much longer must I endure? I truly do not wish to accompany this fool any longer. Could you not hasten to eliminate him? I am utterly exhausted, too weary." Though he yearned to end Uchiha Obito's life, Heiju maintained a facade of concern. "Obito, I recall there exists a forbidden jutsu in Konoha known as Edo Tensei, which can summon the deceased. I believe you should venture to Konoha to seek out this technique and summon Uchiha Madara. This may be the only course of action available to you. Otherwise, the Eye of the Moon plan shall never succeed. Think of Rin." Upon hearing the name of Noara Rin, the once despondent Uchiha Obito seemed invigorated, rising from the tree trunk. "Indeed, Rin, and Rin alone, I shall not give up. No matter what. Rin, wait for me. I will surely rescue you." With that, Uchiha Obito turned and dashed toward Konoha. In the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the leaders, including Yamurin, Mabuai, Sukadai, and numerous elite shinobi, had gathered. Following Kumogakure's devastating defeat in the Land of Fire, Yamurin led the remaining shinobi away from the battlefield. They had suffered a complete loss, sustaining grievous injuries, and now, with their Raikage deceased, and the 2 Tails and 8 Tails captured, only Yamurin remained as the village's strongest asset. Mabuai stood beside Yamurin, holding documents. "As you are all aware, we have suffered significant losses on the battlefield in the Land of Fire. The 4th Raikage and Lord Killer Bee both perished in combat. The 2 Tails and 8 Tails were extracted using a secret technique that allows for swift removal without harming the Jinchūriki. The 4th Raikage left no heirs, and all present are the pillars of Kumogakure. We must now vote to determine the candidate for the 5th Raikage." After speaking, Mabuai stepped back behind Yamurin, having received the intelligence about the battle conditions and the enemy's extraction technique from Yamurin herself, thereby signaling her support. As the optimal candidate for the Fifth Hokage, Yamurin, the former Jinchūriki of the Two Tails, was undeniably suitable. The attendees remained silent, recognizing that while their strength was considerable, it paled in comparison to Yamurin's. Sukadai, who had served under two previous Hokages, stepped forward first. Observing Mabuai's positioning, he understood that she had already made her choice. Since no one else is speaking, I propose that Yamurin assume the role of the Fifth Hokage. Mabuai cast a grateful glance at Sukadai, aware that he was assisting her, and then surveyed the quiet assembly. Is there anyone else who wishes to nominate a candidate? If not, we shall proceed to a show of hands. As her words concluded, nearly all the shinobi present raised their hands in agreement, with only a few abstaining. In a village that revered strength above all, Kumogakure operated under the principle that the strongest would become the Hokage. The process transpired with astonishing swiftness. Upon confirming the selection of the new Hokage, I stood once more. Therefore, I announced that Yamurin will assume the position of the Fifth Hokage effective immediately. Next, we shall address our second agenda item. Kumogakure has lost both the Two Tails and the Eight Tails, yet we cannot simply let this matter rest. Our losses must be compensated. Does anyone have suggestions? The atmosphere grew tense, as Kumogakure's strength had dwindled significantly following the loss of thousands of shinobi. It was not merely a matter of ranking among the 5 great shinobi countries. They faced a dire situation, particularly as many of the fallen were elite shinobi, intensifying their anguish. Can anyone say who took the Two Tails and Eight Tails? A jonin suddenly inquired, for to seek compensation. They at least needed to know who had taken the tailed beasts. The newly appointed Fifth Hokage, Yamurin, regarded the jonin and, adhering to Naruto Uzumaki's instructions, guided the meeting. The Two Tails and Eight Tails were taken by the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. His prowess now stands at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. No one can challenge him. Mabuai, please share the information with everyone, Yamurin instructed. Upon hearing this, Mabuai distributed the documents she held to the assembly, which contained detailed intelligence on Naruto Uzumaki, including his appearance, age, and accomplishments. Impossible. This Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails is merely 7 years old and can fully control the power of the Nine Tails. What do you mean he killed Lord Killerbee in one strike and erased everything within a 2,000-meter radius? The explosion range of Lord Killerbee's tailed beast ball barely reached 200 meters. Are you saying that the Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails obliterated everything within a 2,000-meter radius? Whose intelligence is this? No exaggeration could possibly reach such extremes. Observing the murmurs of disbelief among the crowd, I cast a worried glance at Yamurin, for much of the information had originated from her. Concern gnawed at her as she feared that Yamurin might struggle under the weight of this pressure. Yamurin, you. Yamurin halted Mabuai's words, recognizing her concern. Yet, as long as her master, Naruto Uzumaki, required her, she would offer everything in her power. Silence, Yamurin commanded, quelling the discussions within the office. The assembly fell silent. Yamurin's gaze swept over each individual present as she spoke in a grave tone. You are not mistaken. Every detail in the information before you has been personally verified by me. Whether it pertains to the age or strength of the Nine Tails Jinchūriki, I have experienced it firsthand. Moreover, the Two Tails within me was extracted by him. With the confirmation from the protagonist, the assembly no longer harbored doubts, resuming their examination of the documents word by word. However, the more they read, the more alarmed they became. Each word was familiar, yet combined, they defied comprehension. The strength of the Nine Tails Jinchūriki surpassed their wildest imaginations, leaving them at a loss for words to describe him. A peculiar silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of gasps. Ultimately, it was Tsukadai who spoke. The Nine Tails Jinchūriki is far too powerful. We stand no chance of seeking compensation from him. In that case, why not approach Konoha and demand compensation from them? After all, the Nine Tails Jinchūriki is an S-rank rogue ninja who defected from Konoha, so the deaths of the Hokage and the loss of the tailed beasts should fall upon them. This declaration elicited widespread agreement from the assembly, voices rising in support. Indeed, Konoha must compensate for our losses. If they refuse, we shall continue the war. Right. I refuse to believe that the Nine Tails Jinchūriki can assist Konoha once and not again. I am willing to lead a team to Konoha to negotiate, ensuring they pay dearly. Conversely, the more radical factions of Kumogakure believe that since the Nine Tails Jinchūriki had slain their Fourth Hokage, he should pay with his life. I disagree. The Nine-Tails Jinchūriki has taken so many lives from Kumogakure. He must pay with his own. I propose we mobilize all of Kumogakure's shinobi to target the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. Since we have lost the Two Tails and the Eight Tails, let us turn the Nine Tails into a weapon for Kumogakure. Upon finishing his statement, the ninja cast a self-satisfied glance at the crowd. However, he presumed that his proposal would garner support, but was met with countless disdainful looks. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. If you seek death, do not involve me. Go avenge the Raikage. If you can slay the Jubi Jinchūriki, I shall support your claim to the position of the Sixth Raikage. Even more conservative ninjas boldly suggested even more radical proposals. Why don't we simply recruit the Jubi Jinchūriki to secure the position of the Sixth Raikage? This idea has merit. Strength is revered, and if he possesses sufficient power, why should he not serve as Raikage? Yet, he slew the Raikage, and there are so many ninjas from Kumogakure. Are you foolish? The Jubi Jinchūriki is immensely powerful. If he were to become Raikage, wouldn't our strength elevate to unprecedented heights? Enough. Silence. Yoma bellowed, halting the rampant discussions. Casting a veiled glance towards the ninja who had proposed the assassination of the Jubi Jinchūriki, with a flicker of murderous intent hidden beneath her composed exterior. She then directed her gaze towards Mabu-e, who, upon receiving her signal, nodded and stepped forward. The Fifth Raikage has issued an order. Yomu shall lead the delegation to Konoha for negotiations, and you are to determine the content of the discussions. Inform the Hokage of Konoha that should the terms of negotiation be unsatisfactory, Kumogakure is prepared to engage in battle once more. That concludes today's agenda, and all may depart. After everyone had left, Yomu sat alone in her office, contemplating the forthcoming plans. Chapter 168. Reactions from all sides in the Land of Grass. In the frontline command room of Awagakure, a tall man with a simple appearance and an Awagakure forehead protector entered the command room, speaking in a deep voice. Father, the counterattack from Konoha is ferocious, as if they have nothing to lose. Should we continue our retreat? How many times must I remind you to address your superiors appropriately during work? Inoki floated above the ground, studying the map on the wall. Even before Uzumaki Naruto defected from Konoha, spies hidden within had already relayed vital information back. Not only had Uzumaki Naruto betrayed Konoha, but he had also taken the Uchiha clan with him and severely injured the Third Hokage. Consequently, the Wagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure calculated that this presented a prime opportunity, leading the three villages to launch a united offensive against Konoha. Initially, their progress was exceedingly smooth. Konoha, stretched thin across three fronts, struggled to hold its ground, even pushing deep into the Land of Fire. Alas, the reckless actions of the ninjas from Kumogakure, coupled with the untimely death of the Fourth Hokage, led to a complete rout. When Inoki received this news, he could scarcely believe it. Yet the sudden influx of support for Konoha left him no choice but to accept its veracity. On the battlefield between Sunagakure and Konoha, nearly 2,000 civilian ninjas appeared, along with a bizarre individual claiming to be the Azure Beast of Konoha, who relentlessly forced Rozuna to retreat. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Awagakure and Konoha, they faced over 1,000 civilian ninjas, and had Konoha not changed its command, they would have likely faced defeat long ago. Nara Shikaku proved to be a formidable opponent, skillfully executing a strategy of attrition, while the new commander merely sent all ninjas into battle recklessly, a useless leader. Fortunately, he was indeed inept, otherwise, the losses for Awagakure would have been far greater. Suchikage, who is this new commander? Upon hearing his father's question, Kodo answered honestly. He is a ninja from the Sarutobi clan, though I am unaware of his specific name. The Sarutobi clan? The Third Hokage. You truly are losing your touch, Inoki murmured. However, upon glancing at Kodo, his frustration boiled over. His son possessed sufficient strength, but was far too earnest to ever become Tsuchikage. He was far less cunning than that scoundrel Deidara. Contemplating the future of the Tsuchikage position without an heir filled Inoki with melancholy. Just then, a charming girl with long, straight legs and striking black hair entered the command room. Grandfather, news has arrived from Kumogakure. You must see this. Oh, my precious granddaughter. Come here and let grandfather embrace you. Upon seeing his beloved granddaughter Kuratsuchi, Inoki's demeanor instantly transformed, the speed of his change astonishing to Kodo. After a moment of affectionate banter, Inoki released Kuratsuchi and accepted the letter from her hands, casually inquiring, "Where is that rascal Deidara? Where has he run off to?" Brother Deidara is still with the demolition team, bombarding the ninjas of Konoha. As Inoki gazed at his adorable granddaughter's visage, his heart melted, yet upon unfolding the letter, his expression turned grave. Noticing this, Kodo approached. Tsuchikage-sama, what has transpired? Inoki tore the letter into pieces, narrowing his eyes. As a shrewd politician, he was acutely aware that knowing when to withdraw from war maximizes benefits. He would not be swayed by emotions. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched 10,000 Awagakure ninjas to besiege the Third Hokage during the Third Shinobi World War. He produced paper and a pen, swiftly drafting a message, and then turned to Kodo, speaking in a serious tone. Kodo, take this letter to Rozuna with utmost haste. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. Kodo discerned the gravity of the situation from his father's expression and wasted no time, taking the letter and heading straight for Sunagakure. In the Land of Wind, Rozuna sat within the command tent, his expression dark as he recalled being forced back by the ninja who claimed to be the Azure Beast of Konoha and Hitaki Kakashi. As Sunagakure was the weakest of the 5 great shinobi countries, their strength was limited. In the early stages of the war, they had managed to gain some advantage merely due to the opposition being primarily the Hyuga clan. However, once Hitaki Kakashi arrived, their advantages began to dwindle, pushing them further away from Konoha. By the time reinforcements from Konoha arrived, they had already been expelled from the Land of Fire, now finding themselves battling within the territory of the Land of Wind. At this point, the war could almost be deemed a failure, with even the daimyo of the Land of Wind beginning to question him. Yet, he was unwilling to concede, particularly with that Azure Beast of Konoha, who had fought him several times without ever remembering his name. Each encounter, he was derisively referred to as the one who plays with sand, a most infuriating experience. At that moment, a jonin entered the tent, kneeling on one knee. Wind Shadow-sama, a messenger from Awagakure has arrived and is awaiting outside. Rozuna paused, surprised that Awagakure, having retreated to the Land of Grass, would send a messenger at this time. Let him enter. Moments later, a tall figure stepped into the tent, and Rozuna focused and exclaimed, Kodo, what brings you here? Kodo produced a letter from his robes, and after spending half a day to reach the Land of Wind, he finally arrived. Rozuna took the letter, opened it, and was instantly overjoyed. This was indeed monumental news, arriving just as they were on the brink of collapse. Now Kumogakure and Awagakure planned to unite for negotiations with Konoha. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Kodo, return to the Third Tsuchikage and assure him that I will definitely attend. In Kirigakure, Uzumaki Naruto stood at the gates of Kirigakure, preparing to depart, when a white Zetsu suddenly appeared, whispering something in his ear. Instantly, Naruto halted his departure. Standing at the gates of Kirigakure, Terumi Mei, had it not been for Jinjetsu holding her back, she would have surely followed Naruto. Seeing him stop, she assumed he was reluctant to leave and promptly approached him. Naruto, do you find it hard to part with your sister? If so, you may stay in the Hidden Mist Village for a few more days. Your sister can show you around the village, and you can buy anything you desire. She has the means. As Uzumaki Naruto gazed upon Terumi Mei's lovely face, a mischievous smile crept across his lips. Terumi Mei, hurry and gather your belongings. Come with me. Terumi Mei's cheeks flushed crimson at Naruto's forthrightness. She had not anticipated such a direct invitation, as he was essentially proposing to elope with her. All right, wait for me. I'll be right there. Naruto stood, bewildered, as he watched the dust swirl behind Terumi Mei, perplexed by her sudden enthusiasm. Chapter 169. The White Blood. In merely 10 minutes, Terumi Mei appeared by Naruto's side. Even Master Yuan was powerless to stop her, his face darkening with frustration. Terumi Mei, as the 5th Hokage, how can you just leave? What will happen to the village matters? Are you abandoning your duties so soon after taking office? Terumi Mei hesitated. As the 5th Hokage, her responsibilities to the village were significant, yet her attachment to Naruto made departure difficult. At that moment, Naruto stepped forward. Master Yuan, you can handle the village affairs for now. I just need Terumi Mei for a few days. She will return in due time. Seeing Naruto take charge, Master Yuan felt helpless, knowing that he alone was responsible for the village's predicament, and so he permitted Terumi Mei to depart. Rest assured, I am merely going out for some fresh air. There will be no issues. Terumi Mei reassured Master Yuan. Besides, with Naruto accompanying me, I am not in any danger. She waved goodbye to Master Yuan and joined Naruto. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to him. By the way, did you bring your Hokage cloak? With a radiant smile, Terumi May patted her bag. The cloak is not ready yet, but I have brought the Hokage hat. Naru, where shall we go next? Naruto gazed up at the ominous clouds and the thick, feather-like snowflakes falling around them, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. He turned to Terumi May. Where are the children of the Mizuno Kuni family scattered? Terumi May paused at his words, recalling the Mizuno Kuni clan, known for their ice-based Kekkai Genkai. She remembered that this clan had been nearly annihilated during the early days of the Blood Mist. It seemed the Hidden Mist village no longer had any children from that clan, yet for some reason, seeing the sorrow in Naruto's eyes caused her heart to ache. I'm not entirely sure, but I can take you to places where they might still exist. Naruto, what is troubling you? Uzumaki Hayu lifted Naruto, stroking his golden hair. It was the first time she had seen him wearing such an expression. Strangely, through her divine perception, she sensed the profound sadness enveloping Naruto's chakra, a sorrow that seemed to infect her as well. Naruto observed the concerned gazes surrounding him and shook his head. He was no longer alone. He had companions, family by his side, and he needed to lift his spirits. Let us go, lead the way, and we shall find the children of the Mizuno Kuni clan. With a flutter of her skirt, Terumi May rushed towards several locations etched in her memory. 2 days later, the snowfall intensified, weaving an endless net that enveloped the world. The landscape was shrouded in white, resembling a frozen apocalypse, with only the sound of a few people running piercing the silence. They passed through deserted villages, where thick snow blanketed the roads, leaving no trace of human life, save for the wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Observing Naruto's face, now red from the cold, Terumi May felt uncertain about what he sought. Yet, the sorrow emanating from him grew ever stronger. Naruto, we have searched over 20 villages. Do you not wish to rest? She expressed her concern. Despite Naruto's remarkable resilience, she feared he might succumb to illness from the relentless cold. Naruto stubbornly shook his head. In such weather, even adults would struggle, let alone a child. Moreover, with the flutter of his butterfly wings, he feared any careless actions might yield unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a house pierced by a massive icicle, its sharpness radiating a bone-chilling aura. Naruto hastened his steps toward the house. Am I too late? Trembling, he gently pushed open the door and entered. Inside, he found several male corpses encased in ice, preserved remarkably well in the frigid air. One gentle-faced woman lay among them, covered by a thin layer of frost, dressed in scant clothing, sprawled across the cold floor. Approaching her, Naruto noticed a long, deep wound running from her neck to her right abdomen, crimson blood trapped within the cold air, crystallizing into beautiful yet ironic blood-red ice beneath the white snow. The woman bore no other injuries, save for that single, fatal blow. She had not even had a chance to resist. A mere ordinary person had slain a ninja so effortlessly. Fury ignited within Naruto. He could hardly fathom the depravity of someone who would inflict such harm upon a beloved spouse. Even if this woman had possessed a Kekkai Genkai, she was still his wife, deepening his disdain for this twisted shinobi world. From his spatial pouch, he retrieved a blank scroll to preserve the woman's remains and stepped back outside, his voice cold as ice. Sasuke, burn this house. Uchiha Sasuke and the others did not enter, yet they sensed Naruto's emotional turmoil as he emerged. Amaterasu, a jet-black flame erupted, engulfing the house and its occupants in a conflagration that reduced them to ashes. With a darkened gaze, Naruto watched the house disintegrate into nothingness, then formed hand seals, summoning 1,000 shadow clones. Search for him. In such heavy snow, he cannot have gone far. Find him. 10 minutes later, a memory from one of the shadow clones flooded into his mind, prompting Naruto to sprint in that direction. Passing an old, dilapidated house, he finally spotted a small figure huddled beneath the eaves, the ceiling having long since crumbled, leaving 3 walls collapsed and only a small corner remaining. Dressed in thin clothing, the child's hands and feet were frostbitten, his head buried between his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Naruto approached, draping his warm silver cloak gently over the child. This small gesture seemed to awaken him, slowly raising his head with great effort to reveal a face tinged with purple from the cold. Who are you? His voice was soft as water, a gentle smile gracing his lips, unafraid of the golden-haired figure before him, sensing warmth akin to sunlight emanating from him. Naruto gazed into his unfocused eyes, relieved to have found him. Your name is Haku, is it not? Chapter 170. A mere fatal wound, you know me? But why are you not afraid of me? Haku curled into a ball, burying his head back into his knees, his small frame trembling as he murmured, "Father, mother, and those uncles, aunts, they all fear me greatly, yet I have done nothing wrong. My father killed my mother, and now he wishes to take my life as well. I am terrified, truly terrified." At this point, I seemed to recall a haunting memory, his small frame trembling even more violently. Suddenly, the temperature around Bai plummeted, icy crystals emerging all around him, and the chakra within him began to surge uncontrollably. In this rapidly cooling space, even the snowy landscape appeared to freeze, with falling snowflakes suspended motionlessly in midair. The biting cold wind abruptly solidified, a thin layer of frost creeping over the shattered rooftops and collapsed walls. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the companions of Xuanwu Naruto widened their eyes in astonishment. Such a power that seemed capable of freezing everything was indeed frightening. They stood on high alert, maintaining their hand seals, their gazes fixed intently on the young boy. Should he make any sudden movements, they would not hesitate to act. "Naruto, quickly distance yourself from that boy. You must feel it. His chakra is far too volatile. You know what that implies. Whatever you plan to do, your safety must come first." Terumi May recalled the scene from the previous house and looked at the young boy before her, evidently the instigator of that horrific event. However, as the Mizukage of Kirigakure, she had witnessed countless tragedies within the blood mist and felt no sympathy for such a child. Her heart was solely focused on Xuanwu Naruto, and anyone daring to harm him would be regarded as her enemy. The Vajra chains behind Xuanwu Feiyao began to stir, as they would not permit even the slightest harm to come to Naruto, even if this boy was the one Naruto had been searching for. As the hope of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto was the key to their resurgence. Xuanwu Feiyao was particularly anxious, fearing that Naruto might act impulsively and make unpredictable decisions. "Naruto, leave quickly, let me deal with this boy." The Sharingan in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flickered, the power within him subtly stirring. He remained silent, focusing his gaze on the boy before Naruto. Yet, Naruto seemed oblivious, allowing the frost to creep over his hands and torso. He crouched down, gently embracing the curled-up figure, tears of ice dripping from the corners of his eyes and landing upon the snow-covered ground. This slight gesture seemed to touch the deep-seated fear within Bai, and in an instant, countless ice spikes erupted, piercing everything around them. The already dilapidated house succumbed to the weight of the ice spikes, collapsing with a resounding crash and stirring up a swirling white snowstorm. Naruto's limbs and abdomen were instantly pierced by the ice spikes. The one that penetrated his abdomen protruded out, and the blood had not even begun to flow before it was frozen into brilliant red crystals. Seeing Naruto harmed, his companions' eyes widened in rage, their chakra surging forth recklessly. "Damn it, little boy! How dare you harm Naruto? You shall pay." Amaterasu. Lava release. Melted creature technique. Crimson seal of soul lock. Crimson sky light destruction ray. At the moment the ice spikes appeared, a series of formidable attacks surged towards the young figure nestled in Naruto's embrace. "Don't kill me." Feeling death approach, Bai lowered his head and shouted, instinctively unleashing his powers in a desperate attempt to survive. Countless icy projectiles formed in midair, like lethal raindrops, aimed at the group. Several ice mirrors materialized around him to fend off the attacks, but his age rendered those mirrors too fragile, shattering under the onslaught. Bai, in despair, raised his head to witness the impending assault, surrendering all resistance and awaiting death. At that moment, he noticed that he was cradled in the arms of the figure that radiated warmth like sunlight. He gazed at the dazzling figure glowing with a golden hue, resembling the blazing sun, which shielded him from all attacks. He extended his frostbitten, crimson hand to caress the warm face, brushing away the ice crystals from the corners of his eyes, softly murmuring, "So warm." He observed the golden-eyed figure, whose eyes reflected the same sorrow he felt. "Your eyes are just like mine." A gentle smile spread across Bai's face, his eyelids slowly closing as he gradually succumbed to slumber in that warm embrace. As Bai drifted off, the howling winds of ice solidified around them, and the suspended snowflakes began to fall gently. Terumi May instantly arrived beside Naruto, cradling him in her arms, allowing the ice spikes to pierce her clothing. She gazed at the horrific wounds on Naruto's body, her hands trembling as she held him. "Naruto, are you alright? You mustn't scare me like this." Xuanwu Feiyao rushed to their side, intending to embrace Naruto, but she was a moment too late, as Terumi May had already taken him into her arms. She inspected Naruto's penetrating wounds, sensing his chakra, and after a while, she finally sighed in relief. Given Naruto's constitution, as long as his chakra did not deplete, he would not perish. It was merely a grave injury, and Terumi Mei was overreacting. Nonetheless, she still voiced her discontent. Naruto, you must not be so reckless in the future. You nearly gave your grandmother a heart attack. Uchiha Sasuke, having just stepped forward, paused mid-motion. Noticing someone had reached them faster than he, and silently retracted his foot, turning his head away. You big fool. Xuanwu Lu Ming and the others. Seeing Xuanwu Fei Yao's reassuring gaze, finally relaxed, for Naruto's earlier actions had truly put their hearts in their throats. As Naruto felt the concern emanating from his friends, warmth filled his heart, and his chakra surged, melting the ice spikes embedded in his body. The ghastly wounds began to heal at a visible pace, and within mere seconds, his injuries were restored to their former state. However, the torn clothing was beyond repair, but with his constitution, he felt little discomfort from the cold. He freed himself from Terumi Mei's embrace, lifting Bai in a manner that surprised the latter, and said, "Fear not. Mere fatal wounds cannot claim my life. Let us find a place to settle down." With that, he took the lead, moving towards the distance. Chapter 171. So adorable, it must be a boy. The warmth of the bedding felt like melted snow water, gradually seeping into Bai's icy limbs as he opened his eyes on the soft mattress. The scene before him was not that dilapidated house, nor was there the heavy snowfall or the piercing cold wind. He gazed vacantly at the yellowed ceiling beneath the light, wondering, where is this? His memories were a chaotic jumble, only recalling the old house, the frigid winds and snow, his father wielding a knife intending to kill him. But everything thereafter was a blur. All that remained was a fragment of warmth, as if someone had draped a cloak imbued with warmth over him. The wooden door creaked open gently, and as Bai turned to look, he saw a boy with dazzling golden hair entering, holding a steaming ceramic bowl. Following the golden-haired boy was a brown-haired woman, her water-blue skirt sweeping across the threshold, her stunning face marred by a layer of frost, her cold gaze fixed upon him, a murderous intent enveloping him. Bai's pupils dilated, shattered memories piecing together at that moment. The golden-haired boy was the one who had found him in that icy landscape. He instinctively sat up, unexpectedly feeling significantly better than before. The fatigue of the past and the numbness in his hands and feet had returned to normal. He looked questioningly at the golden-haired boy, his voice soft. "Is it you? Did you save me?" Uzumaki Naruto quickly approached the bedside, placing the bowl of medicine on the nightstand, observing the frail body of Bai and his pale complexion. "How do you feel? I have treated your injuries with medical ninjutsu. However, you must have gone several days without food, which has left you somewhat weak and in need of recuperation." Noticing that Bai remained silent, Naruto gently scooped a spoonful of soup from the bowl, blowing on it to cool before offering it to Bai's lips, his movements as natural as they were tender. Bai was momentarily taken aback but obediently opened his mouth, the medicinal soup carrying a hint of sweetness, unlike the usual bitter brews. He gazed intently into Naruto's azure eyes, allowing the boy to feed him the soup. Terumi Mei clenched her teeth, a seething jealousy threatening to consume her, the murderous intent in her eyes barely concealed. She watched as Naruto patiently cooled each spoonful before feeding it to Bai, a gentleness she had never witnessed in all her time knowing him. This was the very soup Naruto had prepared himself. How she wished to fall ill, just to receive his care. In her mind, she raged, her gaze sweeping over Bai's delicate features, his smooth skin, and his glistening eyes, his soft voice more gentle than many female ninjas she had encountered in Kirigakure. Terumi Mei tugged at her skirt, her murderous intent transforming into a sense of unwillingness, simply because Bai appeared even more fragile, like flowing water. Just looking at him felt like a cleansing of her spirit, banishing any wicked thoughts from her mind. Who is this girl? What is her relationship with Naruto? Why does he treat her with such tenderness? I am the one who likes Naruto. How infuriating that his gentleness has been experienced by a mere child before me. The flames of jealousy ignited within Terumi Mei, contemplating whether she should find an excuse to eliminate this little girl right then and there. Sensing the overwhelming jealousy behind him, Naruto felt utterly perplexed. He was merely acting as a caretaker for a patient and could not fathom the origin of Terumi Mei's envy. Moreover, he had not intended for her to accompany him. However, she insisted on following him closely. Once there, she remained silent, leaving him to pretend not to notice her presence. After feeding the last spoonful of soup, he softly spoke. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am a ninja. You will follow me from now on." Naruto looked at Bai's still pale face, his tone becoming serious. The ability within you is known as Kekkai Genkai. It is your unique power. You need not fear it any longer. In the future, I will teach you how to control your abilities. You need not hide or fear being regarded as a monster. Bai nodded absently. Since fleeing from the village that had seen him as a monster, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. He had wandered aimlessly, met with only disdain and insults. Tears began to fall unexpectedly, landing on the back of Naruto's hand, warm to the touch. He did not understand what a ninja was, nor did he grasp the significance of Kekkai Genkai. He only knew that the golden-haired boy before him was the sole light in his life, illuminating the darkness he had fallen into. As long as you need me, I would give everything. Naruto. Bai's voice was soft yet resounded with undeniable conviction. Rest well, we will not stay here for long. Naruto ruffled his hair before turning to leave the room, with Terumi trailing behind, her tone laced with longing. Naruto, who is that lovely girl? What is your relationship with her? Huh, a girl? Naruto paused, turning back to look at Terumi, and suddenly realized what her jealousy stemmed from, a bemused smile spreading across his face. Terumi, you should understand. Bai is a boy, not a girl. What? A boy? Terumi froze in place, her mouth agape, a mix of jealousy and astonishment flooding her expression. She instinctively recalled Bai's appearance, his delicate frame and soft-spoken nature, which did not resemble that of a boy at all. He was so adorable. How could he not be a girl? He was undeniably charming, thus must be a boy. Naruto wore a mischievous smile, choosing to ignore Terumi as he turned to leave. Moments later, Terumi, still in shock, exhaled in relief, the flames of jealousy extinguished, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Thank goodness, as long as she wasn't a rival. She hurried to catch up with the already distant Naruto. Naruto, wait for me. Inside the room, Bai lay on the bed, listening to the gradually fading conversation in the corridor, unable to resist touching his cheek, a faint smile gracing his lips. 5 days later, Naruto and his companions finally returned to the onsen and located in Boisuzhuang, glancing at Bai beside him. He had intended to rest a few more days until Bai's health improved before continuing their journey. However, Bai proved to be more stubborn than he had anticipated, dragging his frail body along with them. Despite their efforts to slow their pace, Bai still struggled since he had yet to learn how to utilize chakra. Then looking at the others, the thought of the scene they would soon face made Naruto feel a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 172. The trial that will eventually come. Listening to the sounds within the onsen inn, a smile appeared on Naruto's lips. It had been a long time since he had seen them, and he missed them. He walked into the inn with ease, heading to the backyard, where the warm winter sunlight bathed the area, providing a sense of warmth amidst the chill. Hyuga Neji was still practicing the Hyuga family's gentle fist with a serious expression, his palms glowing with blue chakra as he repeatedly struck the wooden post before him. Uzumaki Karen stood by a table, enveloped in a faint green glow, beside a large scroll that lay atop it, along with a nearly lifeless fish. Her eyes were fixed intently on the fish, the green light from her hands resting on its body as she practiced her medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Karen's gaze shifted from the table to the recently arrived Naruto, her eyes brimming with tears. He was the figure she had longed for day and night. Naruto. Surprise flashed in her eyes as she abandoned the half-dead fish and rushed toward him, wrapping around him like an octopus. Her delicate face rubbed against Naruto's, her lips murmuring, "Naruto, I missed you so much." Naruto lifted Karen, her faint fragrance filling his nostrils as he stroked her red hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "From now on, can I take you with me wherever I go?" Karen nodded vigorously, wishing never to part from Naruto, wanting to always be by his side. Meanwhile, Terumi, following behind Naruto, felt less than pleased, witnessing once again the gentle side of him that she had never received. Her gaze was fixated on the red-haired girl in Naruto's embrace. If she was not mistaken, that girl belonged to the Uzumaki clan, a relative of Naruto. Moreover, judging by the girl's actions, their relationship was certainly not simple. It was far beyond mere familial ties. As she contemplated this, Zhao Meiming's heart was engulfed in a subtle sense of desolation. How could she possibly compete with that red-haired girl? Suddenly, a fiery glimmer ignited in Zhao Meiming's forlorn gaze as she slapped her cheeks. "Zhao Meiming, you are already the 5th Mizukage. What could possibly daunt you? How can you so easily surrender? Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, you must forge ahead. Have faith in yourself." She is merely a little girl. How could she surpass you? With renewed vigor, Zhao Mei rekindled the confidence befitting the fifth Mizukage. At that moment, Uzumaki Xianglin, endowed with a woman's sixth sense, suddenly sensed a surge of battle intent, a third-party's fighting spirit. Her vigilant gaze drifted behind Uzumaki Naruto, where 7 figures stood, of which she recognized only Uchiha Sasuke. The remaining 6 figures were strangers, 3 of whom were women. She inhaled deeply, detecting no trace of other women's sense on Uzumaki Naruto. Her attention then shifted to the 3 women. One had long, burgundy hair and an exquisite beauty, exuding a mix of charm and grace. The second had brown hair and emerald green eyes. Her fiery figure, though not as alluring as her teacher's, possessed its own allure. The last one, with sleek black hair reflecting the sunlight, appeared gentle as water, despite being a child, potentially the most dangerous of them all. Uzumaki Xianglin leaned closer to Uzumaki Naruto and whispered, "Naruto, you've been out for a few days and brought back so many people. Aren't you going to introduce me?" Upon hearing her voice, Uzumaki Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine. Her gentle tone felt like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Gazing at Uzumaki Xianglin's smiling face, he noticed the deep-seated murderous intent in her eyes, sending chills across his body. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to muster his courage and took her little hand to present her to the others. "Xianglin, this is my grandmother. You can also call her Grandma." As soon as she heard this, Uzumaki Xianglin breathed a sigh of relief. This stunning woman, whose beauty instilled a sense of danger, could easily overshadow her teacher in both appearance and stature. However, since she was Uzumaki Naruto's grandmother, there was no cause for alarm. Uzumaki Hayo smiled warmly at Uzumaki Xianglin and crouched down to gently stroke her hair. From the very first moment, she laid eyes on Uzumaki Xianglin. She felt an unexplainable fondness for the red-haired girl, so much so that she rarely refrained from her usual colorful language. "Your name is Xianglin, right? I'm Hayo. You can call me Grandma along with Naruto." "Hello, Grandma." Uzumaki Xianglin respectfully bowed, understanding that since she was Uzumaki Naruto's grandmother, she must leave a good impression in her eyes. Uzumaki Naruto then led Uzumaki Xianglin to the others. "This is the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, formerly the leader of our clan. This is Uzumaki Kawa, who was responsible for the clan's archives and records. And this is Uzumaki Manshio, the former captain of the clan's combat team, renowned for his strength." The eyes of Uzumaki Lu Ming and the others sparkled with pride, having once more encountered a member of the Uzumaki clan. Since the fall of the Land of the Whirlpools, they had not seen fellow clansmen, and the news of another survivor stirred their hearts. Regrettably, they had not prepared any gifts for this reunion. After Uzumaki Xianglin had completed her formalities, Uzumaki Naruto guided her before Bai, and she clutched his hand tightly. Her heart raced uncontrollably, for she perceived this girl as the most formidable of threats. Not only did she share a similar age with Uzumaki Naruto, but her delicate beauty also made her feel somewhat inadequate. "This is Bai, he is a boy." Uzumaki Naruto quickly clarified Bai's gender, anticipating potential misunderstandings. "Huh, a boy." Upon hearing that the girl before her was actually a boy, Uzumaki Xianglin looked at Bai incredulously. Bai, accustomed to such assumptions about his appearance and demeanor, greeted her amicably. "Hello, I'm Bai. I look forward to our future interactions." "Hello, I'm Uzumaki Xianglin." Although she found his voice distinctly feminine, she dismissed it, reassured by Uzumaki Naruto's declaration. Surely, he wouldn't have an inclination towards boys, would he? After their friendly introductions, Uzumaki Naruto led Uzumaki Xianglin to Zhao Mei. "This is Zhao Mei, the fifth Mizukage." He intended to pull Uzumaki Xianglin away, but each attempt yielded no results. Uzumaki Xianglin stood her ground, having already discerned the source of the third party's battle intent. Fearlessly, she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Mei, and with a single phrase, pierced deeply into her heart. "Hello, Water Shadow Auntie." The term auntie floated lightly from her lips, akin to a gentle whisper that shattered Zhao Mei's composure. In an instant, it ignited a fire of fury within her, making the veins on her forehead throb and her lips twitch, yet she maintained a smile. "Little sister, you may call me sister. After all, I've never been in a relationship, so I cannot be called auntie." "Sister?" Uzumaki Xianglin regarded the shameless Zhao Mei, who was evidently older than Uzumaki Naruto. The audacity of this woman to insist on being called sister was baffling. Uzumaki Xianglin resolved to drive her away. She would not share Uzumaki Naruto with anyone. Auntie Xiaomei, considering your age, you must be older than I am. If I call you sister, wouldn't that imply I do not understand the virtue of respecting my elders? I think Auntie is more appropriate, wouldn't you agree? Xiaomei Ming absorbed none of this. All she heard was the word old. Her carefully maintained smile froze on her face. Subconsciously, she raised her hand to caress her own delicate visage, and with her meticulous care, she appeared youthful and radiant. Yet, this sharp-tongued little girl pierced her heart with every word, each sentence like a dagger. She admitted her age was significantly greater than Uzumaki Naruto's, a fact she was particularly sensitive about, as it felt akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass. However, she was the old cow, and Uzumaki Naruto was the tender grass. Surrendering was out of the question. What did age matter? Love knows no bounds. And in this world of ninjas where death looms ever-present, one must bravely pursue true love when it arises. Do you not agree, little sister? Xiaomei Ming emphasized the word little while puffing out her impressive bosom. Witnessing this, Uzumaki Xianglin's face flushed with anger, her head steaming. Realizing the other party was clearly mocking her immaturity. Oof, what does age matter? When you grow old, everything will sag. By then, I will still be young. Who knows who is older or younger? Uzumaki Xianglin placed her hands on her hips, exuding an aura reminiscent of an enraged lion, echoing the spirit of Uzumaki Kushina. Enough of this racket. Can't anyone get some sleep? Just as the two were on the verge of a confrontation, a bold female voice resounded. Tsunade entered wearing loose pajamas, yawning, her golden hair tousled, and the scent of alcohol wafting from her, clearly still recovering from a hangover. Naruto Uzumaki gazed up at the sun overhead, now at the zenith of noon. He then turned his attention to the still drowsy Tsunade, approaching her with a look of exasperation. Teacher, did you drink again last night? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade squinted her eyes open and offered an awkward smile. Haha, it's Naruto. You're back? Had she known that Naruto would return today, she swore she would not have indulged to such an extent the previous night. She then turned to glance at the unfamiliar red-haired individuals in the room, her still groggy mind suddenly alert as she scrutinized their faces, which grew increasingly familiar. Uzunami Rumi was the first to react, recognizing the woman before him as strikingly similar to someone from his memories, his tone laced with uncertainty. Are you little Tsunade? Are you the leader of the Uzunami clan? Tsunade was astonished to find that the visage of the man with the long red beard mirrored someone from her past, her spontaneous exclamation plunging the lively scene into silence. Aren't you dead? The somewhat friendly inquiry left the others in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. However, Tsunade was unperturbed. Her straightforward nature had long accustomed her to such situations, and this was not the time for dwelling on it. She remembered that Uzunami Rumi had perished during the destruction of the land of whirlpools, yet here he stood before her, alive. And Aunt Hina, Uncle Kaiohira, Uncle Manchio. Weren't you all supposed to be dead? Gazing upon those she believed lost, now miraculously returned, she found it hard to believe. Yet if she could uncover the secret to their revival, might she also be able to bring back those she longed for? Tsunade rushed toward Uzunami Rumi. Her eyes filled with hope. Rumi, you have been resurrected, right? Can you tell me how you came back? Uzunami Rumi sighed at Tsunade's eager expression, fully aware of her intentions. However, the power of resurrection was not theirs to possess, nor could they decide for Naruto, especially considering that their own revival came at a significant cost. In fact, the price of resurrection was quite severe, and they did not wish for Naruto to undertake detrimental actions for Tsunade's sake. Uzunami Hina stepped forward, recalling the last time she saw Tsunade when she was still a little girl, astonished by how much she had grown. Little Tsunade, I can't believe you remember me. But the ability to resurrect is not ours. We returned to this world for reasons beyond our control. Uzunami Hina refrained from disclosing that Naruto possessed the ability to resurrect others, for Tsunade belonged to the Senju clan, although allied with the Uzunami clan and through intermarriage. Naruto was her beloved grandson, and regardless of Tsunade's belief, she would not divulge this power. Observing the expressions of those present, Tsunade's glimmer of hope faded, and her desire to resurrect certain individuals seemed thwarted. Sigh, teacher, please follow me. Naruto, noticing Tsunade's dejected demeanor, sighed and walked toward her room, casting a reassuring glance at Uzunami Hina and the others before departing. Although Tsunade was puzzled by Naruto's intentions, she followed his lead. Uzunami Hina discerned Naruto's intent to confess and understood their relationship from the way he addressed Tsunade. She approached the arguing Uzunami Karin and Terumi Mei, intervening to halt their quarrel, as she regarded both as her future granddaughters-in-law. It would not do for them to disrupt familial harmony over such trivial matters, preventing her from holding her great-grandchild. All right, both of you, stop arguing. Whether it be Terumi Mei or Karin, you are both individuals I accept. As a family, harmony is paramount. A bit of bickering is fine, but do not let it damage our bond, understood? The two, previously red-faced from their argument, turned their heads away in unison. Terumi Mei smirked, knowing she had no intention of monopolizing Naruto. She understood his allure and that there would certainly be more than just the two of them in the future. However, Uzunami Karin felt a pang of sympathy, having been the first to arrive, yet now having to share her beloved with another, casting a forlorn glance at Uzunami Hina. Grandma, how could you assist a stranger? Chapter 174. A chaotic life. Naruto entered Tsunade's room, closing the door behind him once she had entered, turning to gaze deeply into her eyes. He had no intention of concealing the ability of resurrection from Tsunade, as he would eventually need to revive both Senju Hashirama and the malevolent Senju Tobirama, should he confront the Akatsuki clan in the future. As the god of shinobi, Hashirama's prowess was such that even he was not a match for him now, and he would require Hashirama's strength to combat the Akatsuki. Although Tobirama held a decidedly biased view towards the Uchiha clan, his prowess in ninjutsu development and scientific acumen were invaluable to Naruto. Furthermore, Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido, was regarded as the most powerful of the Uzumaki clan, having supposedly developed their bloodline to unprecedented levels according to Uzunami Rumi and the others. Moreover, the secret techniques in the Crimson Blood Codex were all mastered by Mido, making her power second only to Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, the antiquated views of these three would hinder their revival. Should he resurrect them now, they would undoubtedly intervene when the time came to destroy Konoha. Therefore, he resolved to wait until he had grown sufficiently powerful before attempting to revive them. Speaking calmly to Tsunade, "Teacher, Rumi and the others were revived by me. The ability to resurrect lies within my grasp. I understand your aspirations, but now is not the time to resurrect those individuals. Moreover, the cost of resurrection is quite steep, beyond what I can bear at the moment. I will revive them when the opportunity arises." What? Naruto, are you telling the truth? You are not deceiving your teacher? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade's pupils dilated, incredulity flooding her expression. She had not anticipated that her newly acquired student would possess such an extraordinary ability, and her previously vacant eyes sparkled with renewed life. Seeing Naruto's affirmative nod, her excitement intensified, bolstered by her belief that he would not deceive her, especially since Rumi and the others corroborated the authenticity of his resurrection abilities. Not only that, but their post-resurrection state indicated they had regained optimal strength and physical condition. If they could be revived, surely her grandparents and younger brother could too. Moreover, Naruto had promised her, and she believed he would fulfill it. Tears welled in Tsunade's eyes as she suddenly embraced Naruto tightly. "Naruto, thank you." Caught off guard, Naruto felt himself enveloped in darkness, the familiar softness and the comforting scent of milk enveloping him. As he struggled for breath, he flailed his arms against Tsunade's embrace. Believing Naruto was moved by her affection, Tsunade tightened her embrace, her arms like steel bands around his neck. "Let go, I'm going to die." Just as Naruto thought he might suffocate, the door swung open, and Shizune entered, taking in the peculiar scene with confusion. "Lady Tsunade, what are you doing?" Hearing a third voice snapped Tsunade back to reality, and she released Naruto, hastily adjusting her disheveled clothing to cover her exposed skin. She understood the formidable power of the resurrection ability. This matter must remain concealed from others. Should it reach the ears of those with malicious intent within the shinobi world, it could spell trouble for Xuanhua Mingren. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I sent Mingren back. I have been nurturing my mentor-student bond with him. Do you need something?" Jingyin cast a helpless glance at Tsunade, who seemed dismissive, and then looked at Xuanhua Mingren, who was lying on the ground, panting. "Lady Tsunade, lunch is ready." "Ah, is it? Then let us go eat." With that, Tsunade hoisted the still breathless Xuanhua Mingren and headed toward the dining hall, with Jingyin reluctantly following behind. Upon entering the dining hall, Xuanhua Mingren felt overwhelmed. The room was filled with several individuals seated around a table, and Xuanhua Xianlin had deliberately left the middle seat vacant. The implication was clear. Xuanhua Mingren stepped cautiously into the space between them and sat down slowly. Tsunade observed the three with keen interest, casually opening a bottle of wine. Knowing that with Xuanhua Mingren in such a precarious state, no one would bother to stop her from drinking. Before Xuanhua Mingren could pick up his chopsticks, Xuanhua Xianlin swiftly offered him a piece of sashimi. Mingren, this is deep-sea cod sashimi. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. Faced with Xuanhua Xianlin's dangerously alluring smile, Xuanhua Mingren realized that refusing to eat might prevent him from leaving the dining hall alive. Trembling with apprehension, he accepted the sashimi, while Toyo Mei also seized a piece of snowflake beef. Mingren, this is a specialty from Yunnan Village, top-quality Highland snowflake beef. Come, let me feed you. Confronted by Xuanhua Xianlin's menacing gaze, Xuanhua Mingren initially intended to decline, but was deterred by Toyo Mei's mischievous demeanor. He understood that not eating would likely provoke some earth-shattering reaction from the woman before him. Xuanhua Xianlin, noticing Toyo Mei's provocative stare, ceased eating and began piling dishes into Xuanhua Mingren's bowl. Toyo Mei mirrored her actions, her movements swift enough to create afterimages. Moments later, Xuanhua Mingren found himself staring at an insurmountable mountain of food before him, torn between laughter and tears. Just as he contemplated how to persuade the two women, Xuanhua Xianlin slammed her chopsticks onto the table, startling Xuanhua Mingren. She glared fiercely at Toyo Mei. Old woman, enough. Have you forgotten what Grandma said? From now on, I am the one in charge here. And what of being in charge? Does that mean you can't serve Mingren? Little brat. Toyo Mei retorted nonchalantly. She was indifferent to the hierarchy, determined to prove that she could do everything Xuanhua Xianlin could, and even what she could not. The term little brat ignited the flames of conflict anew. The fragile harmony they had maintained for less than half an hour quickly spiraled into another quarrel. Xuanhua Xianlin stood on her chair, needing the height to meet Toyo Mei's gaze. Who are you calling a little brat? Whoever agrees with me is the one. Toyo Mei, too, climbed onto her chair and provocatively leaned forward, her ample bosom hovering above Xuanhua Mingren's head. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Xuanhua Xianlin seized Xuanhua Mingren, adjusting his position while firmly grabbing Toyo Mei's bosom. I'll show you who's in charge. I'll crush you today. If you can, grow another pair. Feeling the assault on her chest, Toyo Mei's eyes widened in shock, a gasp escaping her lips. The seductive sound rendered the room silent, causing everyone present to flush with embarrassment, while Xuanhua Xianlin's anger reached a boiling point. You vixen. Chapter 175. The fusion of divine might. Realizing the impending physical altercation between the two, Xuanhua Mingren understood that this meal was beyond salvaging. He grasped each of them by an arm and dragged Xuanhua Xianlin and Toyo Mei away. Once back in his room, Xuanhua Mingren feigned anger, casting them aside and standing before them. Now speak. What do you wish to do? Humph. The two echoed in unison. Sensing that Xuanhua Mingren was genuinely upset, they refrained from further arguing. Instead, Xuanhua Xianlin and Toyo Mei exchanged glances and turned away, ignoring one another. Observing their mutual disdain, Xuanhua Mingren felt exasperated. These two women were a conundrum. He could neither scold nor strike. All he could do was advise. Toyo Mei, Xianlin, from now on, we are family. If you two continue this way, our home will be torn apart. I simply hope you can coexist peacefully and refrain from quarreling. Is that too much to ask? As he spoke, Xuanhua Mingren winked at Toyo Mei. Understanding his implication, Toyo Mei was suddenly elated. She had long pursued Xuanhua Mingren, but he had never reciprocated. Now, his words indicated that he considered her part of the family, a veiled promise. The meaning in Xuanhua Mingren's eyes was clear. He wanted her to be lenient toward Xuanhua Xianlin. With this realization, Toyo Mei softened her tone as she addressed Xuanhua Xianlin. Xianlin, I know I'm the third party here, but do you understand what it feels like to encounter true love? I, too, am captivated by Mingren's magnetic charm. I cannot leave him, nor would I want to. However, if you are willing to accept me, I will submit to your wishes from here on out. What do you say? Xuanhua Xianlin was momentarily taken aback by Xuanhua Mingren's response, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She longed to monopolize Xuanhua Mingren. Yet his stance compelled her to suppress her anger toward Toyo Mei. Understanding Xuanhua Xianlin's feelings, Xuanhua Mingren approached her, embracing her and gently stroking her hair. Xianlin, if you need someone to blame, blame me. I will not offer any excuses. As a man, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I will shoulder the responsibilities that come with them. Upon hearing this, Xuanhua Xianlin turned her head, her eyes trembling as she gazed into Xuanhua Mingren's. She found it impossible to reproach him, for he was her beloved. If blame was to be placed, it could only fall upon that wild woman. She turned her glare toward Toyo-Mei but, reflecting on Xuanhua Mingren's attitude, remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. Sigh. Toyo-Mei, this is what you agreed to. From now on, you must heed my wishes. All right. Toyo-Mei responded sweetly. As long as Xuanhua Xinlin consented, she had no objections. She stepped forward, embracing both Xuanhua Mingren and Xuanhua Xinlin, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Being near Xuanhua Mingren, even if it meant adhering to Xuanhua Xinlin's wishes, was worth it. Once Xuanhua Mingren matured, she could claim him entirely. Seeing the two women, once at odds, finally reach an understanding brought a smile to Xuanhua Mingren's face. Let us go back and eat. With that, he led the two of them out of the room. In the dead of night, Xuanhua Mingren ventured to an uninhabited valley, observing the dark forest surrounding him, with the silvery moonlight filtering through the tree branches. He then formed a series of hand seals, releasing an invisible wave that enveloped a 1-kilometer radius around him. Baijue, come forth. As the words left his lips, a pale, peculiar creature emerged from the ground. However, this version of Baijue was distinctly different from the previous ones, its body contorting in an inexplicable manner. Yo, Mingren, what do you want me for? Planning to show me your business? Xuanhua Mingren felt a vain throb on his forehead, staring at the white vortex mask adorning the creature's face and its bizarre retort. Are you a fae? How did you get here? Weren't you with Uchiha Obito? A fae fidgeted awkwardly for a moment before approaching Xuanhua Mingren, somewhat bashfully. It's Heijue. Heijue suggested that Obito go to Konoha to seek the Edo Tensei technique. Hoping to summon Uchiha Madara, he asked me to bring the intelligence over and casually inquire if there was anything he needed to do. Having conveyed the information, I turned to Naruto and asked him what the sensation of nature's call felt like. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto raised his gaze towards a fae. This unique being before him, a manifestation of the white Zetsu born of the god tree, yet distinct from other white Zetsu individuals. He possessed independent wisdom, albeit rather peculiar, with thoughts that often wandered, constantly questioning the essence of nature's call. Reflecting on this, he spoke directly of fae. You shall experience the sensation of nature's call for yourself in due time. I will transform your body into that of a normal human, and then you will come to understand it. Is that true? How wonderful, Naruto. Upon hearing that Naruto was willing to enhance his body, a fae leapt onto Naruto in excitement, thrilled at the prospect of experiencing nature's call independently. Observing a fae's exuberance, Naruto smiled, recognizing that a fae resembled a child yet to mature. As for the Uchiha Obito mentioned by the Black Zetsu, thoughts of that scoundrel ignited a surge of killing intent within Naruto's eyes. With the Rinnegan and Kamui under his command, Uchiha Obito was merely a grasshopper in late autumn, unable to leap for long. Naruto pushed a fae's face away and continued, there is one more task. I need you to infiltrate Konoha and help me locate my parents' cells. Additionally, I require your assistance in finding Noera Rin's cellular remains. Her body may no longer be in Konoha. Can you find it? Noera Rin? She is Obito's little girlfriend. Right? Leave it to me, Naruto. A fae gave an okay gesture, leaping down from Naruto and utilizing the insect technique to burrow underground. After a fae departed, Naruto activated the Kagura Shingon, ensuring no one else was around, and retrieved a vial of light blue serum adorned with sparkling starlight from his spatial pocket. This was the Bloodline Limit Perfect Fusion Agent. He wondered if it could upgrade his Sharingan into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan manifested in Naruto's eyes, a golden radiance enveloping them. He then produced another glass vial containing Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Uchiha Obito was a scoundrel, one could not deny the sheer invincibility of Kamui. As long as one had sufficient ocular power, they were almost inherently unbeatable in battle. Had it not been for the formidable ocular techniques of Izumi and Shursui, they would have struggled to exploit Obito's weaknesses. With this in mind, Naruto no longer hesitated. He inserted the syringe into his body while simultaneously holding the Mangekyo Sharingan imbued with Kamui before his eyes. Naruto commanded the ocular power within his gaze to envelop the crimson eyes in his hand. As time passed, the Mangekyo Sharingan transformed into a pure stream of chakra, flowing into his eyes. Once all the ocular power was absorbed, the crimson hue of the Mangekyo Sharingan faded into a grayish-white. With a gentle exhale, Naruto watched as those grayish-white eyes disintegrated into ash, scattering through the heavens. Chapter 176. The new Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto caressed his newly acquired Mangekyo Sharingan, reveling in the enhanced vision it bestowed upon him. The scenes that unfolded before him were vastly superior to anything he had experienced before. With focused attention, the world within his eyes transitioned from slow motion to a state of complete stillness. Even the tiniest particles of dust in the air appeared suspended, no longer drifting downward. Was this the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Indeed, it surpassed the conventional Mangekyo Sharingan by leaps and bounds. Naruto recognized that his ocular power had now eclipsed that of Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He then procured a mirror, scrutinizing the intricate patterns within his gaze, and could not help but marvel at the radiant golden glow. "How magnificent!" he exclaimed, observing the intertwining patterns of Koto Amatsukami and Kamui. With Koto Amatsukami's original design now adorned with 4 curved sides, reminiscent of a symbol associated with death. It bears a resemblance to the Nazi insignia, yet possesses its own distinctions. Time slipped away in his self-admiration. "My goodness, these eyes are too stunning. I've lost track of time," Naruto exclaimed, realizing how swiftly the moments had passed. He glanced left and right before reluctantly placing the mirror back into his spatial pocket, eager to experiment with the abilities of Kamui. He infused chakra into his eyes, and suddenly, a swirling vortex manifested before him. Almost instantaneously, his form was drawn into the vortex, reappearing from another vortex in the distance. Thus, Naruto continued to vanish and reappear within the valley, wearing an excited smile akin to a child who had just acquired a new toy. Haha. Is this the capability of Kamui? To mark a spatial anchor point with insight and utilize ocular power to create a spatial passage leading to that anchor point? The prowess of this spatial ability was indeed formidable. Perhaps only Uchiha Shirsue's incredible speed could rival Kamui in terms of spatial manipulation. Once he fully adapted to the utilization of Kamui, Naruto invoked its power once more, entering the Kamui space. Before him lay an abyssal darkness, with enormous stone blocks standing erect within the Kamui space, and he found himself amidst one of these colossal stones. Anime is deceiving. This wretched space lacks even a hint of light. Gazing around the pitch-black environment, Naruto could not restrain his expletives. He felt utterly duped. When he had watched the anime, he had held immense anticipation for this space, even contemplating the mischief he could conduct within it, as in this realm, there would be no response to his calls. Alas, the dismal Kamui space before him was a profound disappointment, consisting solely of stone blocks. Were it not for the upgrade to his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would scarcely have been able to discern the surroundings. At that moment, a foul odor wafted into Naruto's nostrils. What on earth stinks so badly? Uchiha Obito hasn't defecated in the Kamui space, has he? Naruto summoned hundreds of shadow clones, positioning them around the Kamui space, and unleashed the Great Fireball technique. Utilizing the light from the fireball, he finally discerned the full scope of the Kamui space, revealing that the distant view was no different from what lay before him. In the desolate silence, save for his own voice, Naruto approached a heap of clothing, finally identifying the source of the noxious stench. "Uchiha Obito, you scoundrel, you tossed your dirty laundry all in here." Witnessing the filthy garments, including undergarments and socks, Naruto hastily opened the Kamui space and expelled the mildew-ridden clothes. With his 100 shadow clones simultaneously employing wind release techniques, they dispersed the pungent odor, and only then did Naruto breathe freely. Phew, it no longer reeks so terribly. Glancing around, Naruto suddenly found himself feeling a bit disenchanted. Aside from traversing space, Kamui's abilities did not exceed his expectations. Beyond phasing through objects, traveling through space, and utilizing spatial abilities to sever an enemy's vital points, there seemed to be no other capabilities, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, the 2 newly awakened ocular techniques surpassed his imagination. Upon realizing the combination of Koto Amatsukami and Kamui that birthed these techniques, even he could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Powerful, unparalleled. Did this delve into the realm of soul-level attacks? Moreover, the capacity related to time. Was this an ability accessible only to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Naruto marveled at the formidable nature of his new ocular techniques, though they did not match Uchiha Sasuke's awakening of 4 new abilities. However, in comparison to Uchiha Sasuke's ocular techniques, it is evident that his abilities are exponentially more formidable. Nevertheless, despite this, Vortex Naruto remains content, The only regret is the absence of the Rinnegan awakening. Must the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan require Senju Hashirama's cells to unlock the Rinnegan? This cannot be right. In terms of physique, my sage body is not significantly inferior to that of Senju Hashirama. The only distinction lies in Ashura's chakra. Uchiha Madara could awaken the Rinnegan due to the Indra chakra within him, combined with the flesh of Senju Hashirama. The blood of Senju Hashirama, infused with Ashura's chakra, intertwines the two powers, allowing the Rinnegan to be awakened. Is it merely that Ashura's chakra is too scarce, resulting in the awakening of the Rinnegan only in old age? Surely, I cannot resort to biting off a piece of Sasuke's flesh and consuming it. What difference would that make from cannibalism? Lost in contemplation, Vortex Naruto shook his head, dismissing the thought. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never choose such a path. Otherwise, the idea of consuming Uchiha Sasuke's flesh is utterly repugnant to him. With these thoughts in mind, Vortex Naruto plunged his consciousness into the tailed beast space, arriving at its innermost depths. He looked up to see a colossal sphere of chakra floating in the air, resembling a star, emanating light and warmth. That blinding radiance filled the entire tailed beast space, and Vortex Naruto recognized it as Ashura's chakra. Subsequently, the chakra within Vortex Naruto surged violently, coalescing in his hands to form a sphere of yin-yang chakra, surrounded by orbiting rings akin to stars. Great Spiral Sphere. Vortex Naruto hurled the yin-yang chakra sphere at the floating chakra with immense speed. The Great Spiral Sphere striking the chakra sphere almost imperceptibly. Boom. The air was filled with a deafening explosion, followed by a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Vortex Naruto gazed at the chakra sphere, its surface unscathed, indicating that the previous attack had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Damn Ashura, you have perished yet continue to reincarnate. What is so enjoyable about reincarnation? Frustrated, Vortex Naruto vented his anger at the motionless chakra, which seemed to mock his weakness. Chapter 177. Parting Vortex Naruto glared at the chakra sphere with gritted teeth, having attempted countless methods. Whether it be the adamantine chains, the secret techniques awakened from the red pulse, or directly entering tailed beast transformation within the tailed beast space, while donning Susanoo, all attacks failed to affect the chakra sphere, which remained as eternal as a star. It stubbornly resided within him, impervious to his attempts to expel it. In countless instances, this chakra sphere even influenced Vortex Naruto's will, and had it not been for his resolute determination, many decisions might have faltered. Ashura, you wretched being, forcibly occupying my body without paying rent. And yet I cannot rid myself of you. Are you a barnacle? A barnacle can be scraped off with a bit of effort, yet you refuse to budge. The Ninetales, who had been sleeping soundly in the tailed beast space, awoke to Vortex Naruto's exclamations. It approached from behind, its massive claws resting on Vortex Naruto's head, a smirk forming on its lips. Naruto, are you once again meddling with Ashura's chakra? How many times have you tried? Are you not weary yet? Sensing the Ninetales' presence, Vortex Naruto swatted the claws from his head and jumped onto the Ninetales' back, crossing his arms defiantly. Kyubi, how far do you think my chakra is from Ashura's? The Ninetales pondered for a moment, recalling Ashura's strength. It hesitated to answer, fearing it might discourage Vortex Naruto, but since the question had been posed, it replied. Your current strength is comparable to the pinnacle of Vortex Mizuho. However, your mastery of abilities far surpasses Mizuho. In relation to Senju Hashirama's normal state, you are equivalent to half of him. If Hashirama were to activate sage techniques, his chakra would be approximately 40 times yours. Even with my presence, the gap in strength between us and Hashirama remains vast, while Ashura's standard state already exceeds Hashirama's sage state. Hiss. Vortex Naruto inhaled sharply. His chakra now hovered around 5,000 calories, meaning 10,000 calories equate to 1 Hashirama. Moreover, Hashirama's enhancement upon activating sage techniques is roughly 20-fold, translating to 200,000 calories. The Ninetales stated that Ashura's standard state is already stronger than 200,000 calories. Contemplating this, he inquired of the Ninetales, Kyubi, does Ashura possess sage techniques? If his speculation were accurate, then Ashura's strength truly surpassed his imagination. And how formidable would Indra, who is evenly matched with Ashura, be? I am uncertain. I have never witnessed Ashura employing sage techniques, though the Sage of Six Paths has utilized them. As the son of the sage and the successor of the shinobi clan, Ashura must have learned sage techniques as well. Yet, do not lose heart. You are still young. When Ashura was your age, he was merely a clumsy child. You will eventually surpass him. The Nine Tails observed Vortex Naruto perched atop its head. Since being sealed within Naruto, it had witnessed every endeavor of his, from the initial training and restraint to rescuing those afflicted with the red-eye disease, defecting from Konoha, establishing Yuki no Kuni, and releasing the 2 Tails, 8 Tails, and 3 Tails. Everything Vortex Naruto undertook fulfilled his promise. He was resolute in battle, yet patient and gentle with friends and companions. The Nine Tails believed that with Naruto's will and methods, one day he would surpass Ashura, perhaps even the Sage of 6 Paths. Vortex Naruto understood he still had time to grow, but he feared that his butterfly's wings may stir the actions of those cunning elders within the shinobi world. He affectionately patted the Nine Tails' head, smiling as he spoke. "Kyubi, it is truly wonderful to have you. Now, I must return to rest." The following morning, Vortex Naruto groggily opened his eyes, noticing 2 figures, one large and one small, embracing him beside him. He gently withdrew his hand, careful not to disturb the 2 still in slumber. After returning to the inn the previous night, Vortex Naruto had gone to bed, only to suddenly feel 2 figures burrowing into his bedding during the night. Initially, he assumed someone was attempting to ambush him, but upon sensing their chakra, he discovered that Vortex Karui and Terumi may had simultaneously entered his room as if by arrangement. He had contemplated ejecting them, but abandoned the idea, recalling their earlier quarrel during the day. As Vortex Naruto prepared to leave the room, a drowsy voice called out, "Naruto, you're awake so early?" Vortex Karui, seated on the bed, rubbed her eyes and gazed at Vortex Naruto, then began to climb onto him like an octopus. "Karui, if you're tired, you can continue to sleep for a while. There's no need to rise so early." "No, wherever you go, I will follow." Vortex Karui shook her head, refusing to budge from Vortex Naruto's side. With no other option, Vortex Naruto carried her and began to wake everyone else. Once all had gathered, Vortex Naruto first approached Vortex Fu, placing a flying thunder god mark on her shoulder, instructing her, "For the next phase, we shall separate. Grandmother, you and the Liu family members will search the shinobi world for the remaining members of the Vortex clan. Here lies 50 million ryo. Furthermore, Ningxi will accompany you. Once you locate the members of the Uzumaki clan, you can lead them to the Land of Snow. Ningxi knows the way. That place is my stronghold. As for the mark left on you, it is my flying thunder god mark. Should any danger arise, be sure to activate it, and I will arrive promptly." Uzumaki Naruto retrieved a heavy wooden box from his spatial dimension and handed it to Uzumaki Feiyao, simultaneously arranging for Hyuga Ningxi to join her group. "By the way, Baiju, come forth." Upon his command, a peculiar pale entity emerged from the ground, no longer the same Fei from yesterday, but one of the myriad Baiju. "This is Baiju. If there is any information, you can relay it through him." Uzumaki Feiyao accepted the wooden box from Naruto, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Since her resurrection, she had only spent a few days with Naruto, a span she deemed utterly insufficient. She longed to remain by his side, witnessing him grow, marry, and bear children. Yet, she understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. "Naruto, grandmother understands. Rest assured, I will certainly bring back the members of the Uzumaki clan." With that, Feiyao and her companions, including Hyuga Ningxi, departed from the hot spring inn, glancing back 3 times. Chapter 178. I have stolen them all. Subsequently, Uzumaki Naruto approached Tsunade, observing her in a state of drunken stupor, and sighed helplessly as he extended the wooden box toward her. "Teacher, this also contains 50 million ryo. We must part ways now. And as for when we might meet again, I cannot say." He continued, "Teacher, have you no thoughts of settling down? Will you continue to wander indefinitely?" Tsunade, with a slight headache from her hangover, gazed at her disciple. Since their bond as mentor and student began, it seemed she had yet to teach him anything substantial. The memory of compelling Naruto to become her student felt like a distant past, and now, just as he returned, they were to part ways again. She wished to indulge in this carefree life a bit longer. When asked where she wished to go, she found herself uncertain. The Land of Fire, which had once brought her sorrow, was a place she did not wish to return to. Yet, apart from the Land of Fire, where else could she go? Suddenly, she thought of the Land of Snow and looked up at Naruto. "Naruto, do you think I could go to the Land of Snow?" Upon hearing this question, a smile graced Naruto's face. Of course. He then handed her the meticulously prepared map and passed the wooden box filled with money to Shizune. "Sister, I entrust you to take care of teacher and sisters Yukaina and Mei. The funds here are sufficient for your journey to the Land of Snow. Also, this is the route map. You can reach the Land of Snow by following it, and when you arrive, simply mention my name. Turning to gaze at the ever-watchful Asakura Yukaina and Morita Mei, Naruto approached them and embraced them warmly. Sister Yukaina, Sister Mei, you should head to the Land of Snow for now. Once I have handled everything, I will return to the Land of Snow. Tears welled in the corners of Yukaina and Mei's eyes as they held Naruto close, stroking his hair. Naruto, be careful on your journey. We will take good care of your teacher. All right, I must take my leave now. Farewell. Naruto nodded heavily, departing the hot spring inn with the 2 tails, 8 tails, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Karen, Terumi Mei, and Bai. 3 days later, in a forest over 100 kilometers from Konoha, Naruto and the others were taking a moment to rest. Only Bai continued to diligently practice ninjutsu during this brief interlude. Observing Bai drenched in sweat, Naruto spoke up. Bai, take a break. Okay. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Bai paused and joined him at his side. Terumi Mei cast a worried glance at Naruto. He had already shared his plans with everyone over the past few days. While there were no objections from the group, Mei felt that Naruto was being rather audacious. Nevertheless, considering Naruto's strength, she found solace in the fact that a powerful man stood behind them, providing a sense of reassurance. At that moment, a pale figure emerged from the ground, shyly approaching Naruto while holding several scrolls. Hey, Naruto, what a bountiful harvest. Not only did I retrieve your parents' bodies, but I also managed to dig up the remains of the Senju brothers and Uzumaki Mido. As he spoke, Afei extended his other hand. This is the body of Noera Rin, which I found in the mountain graveyard, along with Uchiha Madara's remains. I have stolen them all. Naruto gazed at Afei in shock, astonished that he could procure so many corpses. Moreover, he had initially instructed Afei to acquire only some cellular tissue. Yet he had managed to bring back the entirety of their bodies. Naruto, bemused by Afei's eagerness for praise, patted him on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done." Afei blushed at the compliment, hiding behind a tree trunk, shyly revealing only his backside as he replied from behind, "It wasn't that impressive. All right, go on and play, but remember not to get into anything messy." After giving Afei his instructions, Naruto stored the scrolls containing the corpses into his spatial dimension, leaving only the scrolls of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Noera Rin. He then summoned several Baiju, contemplating the scrolls in his possession. Initially, Naruto had intended to seek Orochimaru's assistance to achieve the resurrection of several individuals. However, plans often change, and now that all prerequisites for resurrection had been met, it was time to bring back his parents. Naruto unsealed the remaining scrolls, standing before the bodies of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, who had perished protecting him. He found himself momentarily frozen. Wiping the corner of his eye, he approached the corpses to extract some cellular tissue, subsequently resealing their remains within the scrolls. Facing the gathered Baiju, he hesitated, aware that these beings had once been human a millennium ago before being transformed into their current forms by the God Tree's infinite Tsukuyami. I will be sacrificing you. Do you have any unfinished business? If so, please share, and I will fulfill it for you. Naruto addressed the Baiju solemnly, harboring a subconscious aversion to the sacrifices required for certain jutsu. However, he recognized that to resurrect his parents, he must proceed with this course of action. Naruto acknowledged the hypocrisy of his actions, yet he never aspired to be a saint. In this regard, he had to make concessions. The Baiju exchanged glances, then shook their heads. As creations of the God Tree, they lacked the independent consciousness of a Fae and could only follow orders. Sensing their response, Naruto took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and approached Bai. Bai, do you wish to see your mother again? If you do, I can bring her back. Bai paused, momentarily taken aback. He had never considered the possibility of reuniting with his mother. Although he had learned of Naruto's ability to resurrect others a few days prior, he had never thought to ask Naruto to bring his mother back. The memory of his mother's death lingered in his mind. Recalling the day he had awakened his bloodline limit and excitedly rushed to tell her, only to be met with a slap followed by her embracing him in tears. Bai regained his senses, gazing intently into the eyes of Xuanzhua Mingren, and softly inquired, "Mingren, is this truly feasible? Will it impose an excessive burden on you?" "Do not worry. Leave it to me," Xuanzhua Mingren replied with a nod, retrieving the Death God mask and the scroll containing Bai's mother's remains from his dimensional space. Subsequently, He extracted a portion of cellular tissue from Bai's mother and presented the Death God mask to one of the Baizha. Chapter 179. The Death God Bug. Upon receiving the Death God mask, Baizha began to form hand seals, invoking the Shiki Fuin technique. Instantly, a chilling wind swept through the forest, rustling the leaves and dimming the light, imparting an eerie atmosphere to the surroundings. Xuanzhou Xianglin and Zhao Meimin couldn't help but shudder, perceiving only the ominous gusts. They instinctively embraced each other, hoping to dissipate the chill with their shared warmth. Xuanzhou Mingren fixed his gaze behind Baizha, yet saw nothing, and then turned to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, can you discern what lies behind Baizha? It is unclear. I can only barely make out a vague silhouette, Uchiha Sasuke responded. Intensely scrutinizing the space behind Baizha, he had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan the moment Baizha commenced the Shiki Fuin, yet even with this power, he could only discern a blurred outline, astonished by the extraordinary technique present in the ninja realm. Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's reply, Xuanzhou Mingren activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan, its golden light illuminating his eyes. At that moment, a figure with dark blue skin, draped in a white robe, adorned with horns and sharp fangs, appeared before him, wielding a short blade. Is this the Death God? Xuanzhou Mingren was taken aback by the terrifying visage, sensing that this Death God was not merely a program as Xuanzhou Qinghe had described. He distinctly perceived a glimmer of awareness in the Death God's eyes, which subtly directed a knowing glance towards him. Though the moment was fleeting, so brief it scarcely registered, Xuanzhou Mingren was certain that what he witnessed was no illusion. The Death God behind Baizha had momentarily gained consciousness. Was this technique merely a sealing technique, or was it something more profound? Was the Death God fixated upon me? Dismissing such thoughts, he resolved to seek a way to visit the underworld once he attained sufficient strength. With that, Xuanzhou Mingren cast aside his contemplations. Regardless of whether he was being targeted by the Death God, now was not the time for such musings. He addressed Baizhu, commence. Without hesitation, Baizhu obeyed the command, controlling the Death God to pierce its abdomen. In that instant, Baizhu's own abdomen suffered a mirrored wound. Following this, a pale blue chakra surged forth from the Death God's belly and vanished, leaving Baizhu sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Observing that all preliminary preparations were complete, Xuanzhou Mingren approached the other four Baizha, inscribing the Earth Rebirth technique upon the ground as dictated by the sealing scroll, placing the cellular tissue within. He then formed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground. Earth Rebirth technique. The chakra within Xuanzhou Mingren flowed into the four Baizha through the inscribed seals. And before his eyes, a rift in space suddenly opened, releasing several pale blue souls. At that moment, in the Pure Land, the semi-conscious sage of six paths opened his eyes, witnessing the souls entering only to swiftly exit again, accompanied by three others. Casting a glance toward the ninja realm, he saw the souls heading towards Xuanzhou Mingren, and, seeing it was Xuanzhou Mingren who summoned them, he paid no further heed and closed his eyes once more. As the souls emerged, a chill ran down Xuanzhou Mingren's spine, and he realized that the only entity in the ninja world capable of evoking such a sensation was the Sage of Six Paths. Damn, that old sage. What does he intend to do now? He dismissed the thought, knowing that with his current strength, he lacked the capacity to counter any actions the sage might take. His focus shifted back to the four Baizhu on the ground. He observed the pale blue souls entering Baizhu's body, from which a multitude of dust particles materialized, enveloping Baizhu entirely. Four uniquely distinct figures of ninjas emerged from the technique, sharing only the commonality of gray-white cracks adorning their faces. Uchiha Sasuke gazed in astonishment at the four who had been revived. No, it could scarcely be termed revival, for they remained in the form of Earth Rebirth bodies, yet to be truly resurrected. So this is the Earth Rebirth Mingren mentioned earlier. By the way, Mingren, besides your parents and Bai's mother, who is the other young girl? Her? She is Yi Yuanlin. Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's inquiry, Xuanzhou Mingren merely uttered her name, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he fixated upon the girl adorned with purple markings beneath her eyes. At last, I see you, Yi Yuanlin, the origin of all my tragedies. Following a brief silence, the four summoned by Earth Rebirth gradually opened their eyes. Xuanzhou Jiu Xian Nai, upon opening her eyes, immediately noticed Xuanzhou Mingren. She rushed towards him, embracing him and rubbing her face against his, her expression radiating excitement. Mingren, mother has finally seen you again. How have you been? You seem thinner. Have you not been eating well? Xuanzhua Jiu Xin scrutinized her son, oblivious to how he had accomplished their revival. Yet her sole concern lay with his well-being. Xuanzhua Mingren, with reddened eyes, embraced Xuanzhua Jiu Xin, savoring the precious warmth of maternal love. Bo Feng Shui Feng looked on with satisfaction at the mother and son, uncertain how much time had elapsed since he last saw Xuanzhua Mingren. For now, he thought, let this pair enjoy their reunion. He turned to the other two beside him, where a stunningly beautiful woman, after a moment's daze upon opening her eyes, dashed towards the girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. The other figure was someone he recognized well. Bo Feng Shui Min spoke with a tinge of regret. Lin. It has been so long. I never anticipated seeing you again. Bo Feng Shui Min had long harbored guilt over Yiyuan Lin's death, feeling as her mentor that he had failed to protect her during the Third Great Ninja War. Upon hearing Bo Feng Shui Min's voice, Yiyuan Lin understood his sentiment. She first bowed respectfully to him, then replied earnestly, Teacher, there is no need for apologies. My death was not your fault. We are all ninjas, and sacrifices are inevitable in the face of war. Moreover, do you not have your own duties? Your circumstances are far more challenging than mine. Upon hearing Yiyuan Lin's words, the weight in Bo Feng Shui Min's heart finally lifted, a warm smile gracing his face akin to the sun. Lin, you remain as understanding as ever. Chapter 180. The Revived Four. After a brief reunion with Xuanzhua Jiu Xin, Xuanzhua Mingren extricated himself from her embrace. Mother, wait. Now is not the time for reminiscing. You have not yet fully revived. Let me complete your revival before discussing anything else. He then approached Bo Feng Shui Min, gazing at the figure that bore a striking resemblance to himself, and landed a punch squarely on his face. Though he had already struck him once before, Xuanzhua Mingren felt that it was still insufficiently satisfying. After all, the last encounter had merely been a manifestation of chakra, whereas this time it was a tangible blow. Well done, Mingren. That's the way to do it. Kushina Uzumaki stood behind Naruto Uzumaki, brandishing her fists and vociferously cheering him on. Ever since she learned about his life within him, she has felt that Minato Namikaze, his father, was utterly incompetent. The chaos of the Nine Tails incident could have claimed her life alone, allowing Minato to live on and nurture Naruto into adulthood. Now, as Naruto's fists rained down upon Minato, she felt no discontent. In fact, she believed he deserved every blow. Minato, with a pained expression, gazed at Naruto, allowing the punches to fall upon him. After 2.5 minutes of unrestrained emotion, Naruto's pent-up feelings began to ease. He extended his hand to help Minato up and turned to face Lin Noera, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated animosity intertwined with a hint of resignation. The tragic circumstances of his childhood were rooted in this woman before him, though not directly her fault. She was inextricably linked to it. Noera Lin, my father's disciple. To be frank, I have little desire to resurrect you. Yet, for reasons I shall not disclose, I have done so. To Naruto, Lin was merely a tool, to be used and discarded as she pleased thereafter. Lin, bewildered by Naruto's intense hostility, smiled warmly at him despite their first meeting. You must be the teacher's child. What is your name? It seems you already know mine. Naruto, taken aback by Lin's radiant smile, could not help but reflect on why she was regarded as Obito Uchiha's beloved. Her gentle demeanor and sunny disposition were disarming. He suppressed his animosity. He believed in avenging grievances, but would never implicate the innocent. He then turned to Minato, saying, Father, please transfer the other half of the Kyuubi within you into my body. Noticing Naruto's disregard for Lin, Kushina playfully tapped the top of Naruto's head. Naruto, what are you doing? She chided, tugging at his ear and whispering, boys should be gentlemen. How can you be so rude to Watergate's disciple? Lin passed away before you were born. Even if you harbor resentment, it cannot be directed at her. Apologize properly. With a resigned click of his tongue at Kushina's admonishment, Naruto approached Lin again, saying, I apologize. I was indeed a bit out of sorts earlier, and my name is Naruto Uzumaki. After this, he turned and walked towards Minato, while Kushina embraced Lin softly. Lin, it has been so long. When we visit your teacher's home, shall we have a meal prepared by her? Yes, thank you, teacher. Minato smiled as he observed the unfolding scene until Naruto stood before him, bringing him back to the matter at hand. He began to unseal the chakra of the Kyuubi within him, allowing the dark chakra to flow toward Naruto. In the space of the tailed beasts, the Kyuubi excitedly watched its other half converge toward it, howling with exhilaration. Oh, finally, I am whole. Haha. The QB manifested from Naruto, taking the form of a petite crimson fox atop his head. Minato gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. The small fox resembled the QB, albeit with slightly different hues. Naruto, what is that on your head? You mean the QB? Father, can't you recognize it? Naruto explained the current state of the QB, who chimed in, Yongdai Mei, what? You can't recognize me after I've shed my old skin? When you sealed me with the Shiki Fujin, I didn't look like this. The QB, harboring a grudge, seemed to have adopted Naruto's vengeful spirit after their time together. Minato sensed that the QB was now far stronger than when he had sealed it, indicating a significant enhancement from its time within Naruto. Moreover, it seemed that the QB and Naruto shared a harmonious relationship. With this realization, Minato could only scratch his head with an awkward smile. Ha ha ha, what you say is quite unfounded. It was all to protect the village. Now, let us set aside reminiscing for later. It is time to truly resurrect you all. Naruto interrupted Minato and the QB's banter and approached Bai, observing the tearful embrace of mother and child. Auntie, please stop crying and come here. I will fully resurrect you. Bai's mother glanced at Bai before stepping in front of Minato and the others, awaiting Naruto's next move. Once everyone was in place, Naruto clapped his hands and bellowed. Vajra binding spirit barrier. 8 golden chains shot forth from Naruto, enveloping the group. Confirming the barrier's integrity, Naruto retrieved a substitute doll from his spatial pocket, dripping a drop of blood onto it, and inserting the Rinnegan into the doll's eyes. Edo Tensei no Jutsukai. Upon completing the release of the Edo Tensei, the bodies of Minato and the others began to disintegrate into dust, leaving only a few white Zetsu corpses behind. However, their souls did not return to the Pure Land. Instead, they floated within the Vajra binding spirit barrier. The substitute doll clapped its hands, and the Rinnegan emitted a blinding light, conjuring a massive Yama figure behind it. Geto Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. The Yama figure exhaled 4 pale green orbs of light, which drifted toward the souls of Minato and the others, beginning the reconstruction of their bodies. Chapter 181. It is time for reckoning. An invisible wave slowly enveloped the souls of the 4, solidifying their bones, followed by the formation of blood vessels, muscles, and nerves entwining around the skeletons. Finally, skin and hair sprouted from the muscles. At this moment, Naruto suddenly realized, oh no, the resurrected individuals have no clothes. He hurriedly searched his spatial pocket for garments, but, regrettably, the Akatsuki uniforms prepared by Konan had already been depleted, leaving only a few silver cloaks purchased in the Village of the Mist. In a rush, Naruto tossed the cloaks before them, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, please make do with these. I have no clothes left, just these cloaks. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kushina realized she was completely unclothed, and a flush crept across her face. Fortunately, the only adult male present was her husband, while the others were mere children, making the situation less troubling. She picked up a silver cloak from the ground, draping it over herself, feeling the fabric brush against her sensitive skin, intensifying her blush. Minato was the quickest to react, understanding Naruto's intent almost instantaneously and swiftly putting on the cloak before it even touched the ground. Bai's mother took a moment longer, standing in stunned silence for a few seconds before blushing and wrapping the cloak around herself. Meanwhile, Lin Noera, being an innocent girl who had never even experienced romance, stood there, exposed before several males. Her embarrassment surpassed even that of Schwanwa Jixinai, a crimson hue creeping up her neck. She shielded her vulnerable areas while hastily donning the cloak that lay on the ground. Schwanwa Jixinai approached Schwanwa Mingren, hands on her hips, glaring at him. She could not believe that after such a brief separation, Schwanwa Mingren had become so lecherous. With this thought in mind, she resolved to teach him a lesson. Mingren, how can your resurrection jutsu be so indecent? Well, there's no helping it. The outer path, samsara technique, can only restore the flesh of the resurrected, but cannot conjure clothing from thin air. Schwanwa Jixinai pondered this, and it indeed seemed true. Yet her gaze towards Schwanwa Mingren held a hint of skepticism. Observing Schwanwa Jixinai's doubts about his character, Schwanwa Mingren felt compelled to explain the principles behind the jutsu. However, the nagging voice of his parents warmed his heart, as a part of his long-held obsession was finally fulfilled. He then returned the Rinnegan to his spatial pocket. Leading Schwanwa Jixinai before Schwanwa Xianglin and Torai Mimi, he introduced them one by one. Mother, this is Xianglin, a member of the Schwanwa clan, and this is Torai Mimi. the fifth Mizukage of Kirigakure. They are both my future wives. Upon hearing Xuanhua Mingren mention his future wives, Xianglin's petite face flushed a deep crimson. She shyly shuffled her small feet towards Xuanhua Jixinai and slightly bowed. Mother, oh no, auntie, hello, I am Xianglin. Xuanhua Jixinai's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not expected this red-haired little girl to be Xuanhua Mingren's partner, and she appeared so adorable. Overwhelmed by maternal affection, she embraced Xianglin. Do not call me auntie. From now on, you shall call me mother along with Mingren. Yes, mother. Xianglin, enveloped in Xuanhua Jixinai's embrace, felt her face redden further as she softly agreed to her request, her voice almost inaudible. Meanwhile, Torai Mimi stood awkwardly. Although Xuanhua Mingren had acknowledged her identity with delight, she felt uneasy in the presence of Xuanhua Jixinai, who appeared only slightly older than herself. Her toes awkwardly dug into the ground, and, like Xianglin, she approached Xuanhua Jixinai, gently saying, Mother. Xuanhua Jixinai gazed at Torai Mimi in astonishment, momentarily frozen. Although this stunning woman looked exceptionally well-preserved, she seemed considerably older than Xuanhua Mingren. The fact that even such a woman willingly chose to remain by his side made her marvel at Xuanhua Mingren's allure, which surpassed even that of Bofeng Shuomen. Nevertheless, recognizing Torai Mimi as Xuanhua Mingren's future wife, Xuanhua Jixinai had no intention of making things difficult for her. Striving for fairness, she approached Torai Mimi and embraced her. Xiao Mimi, you too shall call me the same as Mingren. In that instant, the atmosphere among them became exceedingly warm, the vast forest resonating with laughter and joy. Xuanhua Mingren observed the heartwarming scene, where old acquaintances reminisced and others flaunted their bravado, while only Yuan Lin stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. He approached Yuan Lin, who was fidgeting with her hands, and tidied the cloak she had haphazardly worn, letting out a sigh. It was only then that Yuan Lin, still bowing her head, noticed his sigh and lifted her eyes to meet the gaze of Xuanhua Mingren, who appeared even younger than her. Mingren, is something wrong? Since his resurrection, Xuanhua Mingren's demeanor towards her had shifted, and while she did not understand what she had done wrong, she sensed that he must have his reasons. It's nothing. Xuanhua Mingren recalled Xuanhua Jixinai's words, realizing that his suffering should not be directed at innocence. He produced a shuriken, grasping Yuan Lin's small hand. Seeing the shuriken glinting ominously, Yuan Lin's heart swelled with sorrow. Did this mean she was to meet her end again so soon after her resurrection? Yet, since Mingren had bestowed upon her a new life, she resolved to let him take it away once more if it would quell his resentment. With this thought, Yuan Lin gradually lifted her head, exposing her delicate neck, closing her eyes and quietly awaiting her fate. However, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Instead, she felt a sharp sting at her fingertip. Opening her eyes, she saw Xuanhua Mingren piercing her finger with the shuriken, then retrieving a glass vial to collect her blood. Mingren, my mother was right. No matter the grievances, you died before my birth, and I shall not transfer that hatred onto you. However, your freedom cannot be granted just yet. Once I have completed my tasks, I shall set you free, and at that time, you may do as you will. Xuanhua Mingren fixed his gaze upon Yuan Lin, interrupting her doubts. After concluding his matters, he approached Bofeng Shuomen and the others, addressing the cheerful group. Father, mother, let us go. It is time to settle accounts. Chapter 182, The Truth of the Past. With that, Xuanhua Mingren charged ahead towards the location of the flying thunder god mark he had left on Kurizetsu. His animosity towards Uchiha Obito had reached a fever pitch, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to eliminate him, internally roaring with excitement. Ha! Uchiha Obito, you wretched scoundrel. I am coming. I wonder if you are prepared to face despair? The mere fact that he had allowed Uchiha Obito to live this long was a tremendous favor, and now it was time to claim his life. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, the target of Xuanhua Mingren's wrath, found himself in a valley outside of Konoha. His expression grave as he observed the sudden lockdown of the village, feeling somewhat flustered. He recalled that during his last visit to Konoha, although the village was also under lockdown, there had been gaps through which he could infiltrate. Now, however, Konoha's defenses had been fortified, and even the guards at the village gates had been replaced with Umbu shinobi, with numerous Umbu patrolling the area. He turned to Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu, has something significant occurred in the ninja world recently? Why has Konoha's defense increased so drastically? Significant? Not really. Konoha is merely engaged in battle. What could possibly be more significant? Kurizetsu's response was extremely dismissive. He had received word that Schwanwa Mingren was preparing to kill Uchiha Obito, and thus had discreetly activated the Flying Thunder God mark on his body. The foolish Uchiha Obito was about to meet his end, and Kurizetsu would soon be liberated, no longer having to follow this imbecile. At that point, he could eagerly await Schwanwa Mingren's arrival to save his mother. Uchiha Obito paused at Kurizetsu's words, feeling quite displeased with his nonchalance, and he found Kurizetsu's recent behavior to be rather peculiar. As Kurizetsu, the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will, had lost his previous fervor for the Eye of the Moon plan, even his pace had slowed. Nevertheless, he had no choice in the matter. Just as he was about to reprimand Kurizetsu, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Adamant sealing chains. Simultaneously, in Uchiha Obito's line of sight, several thick adamantine chains surged forth, sealing off a 20-meter radius before he could even react. As the chains closed in, Uchiha Obito finally regained his senses. What the hell? It's Schwanwa Mingren. Kurizetsu, why didn't you alert me to the surroundings? The voice, reminiscent of a nightmare, was one he vowed never to forget. If he were to compile a list of his enemies, Schwanwa Mingren would undoubtedly claim the top spot, far surpassing the second. All of his plans were derailed due to the interference of Schwanwa Mingren. Had it not been for Schwanwa Mingren, his Moon Eye plan would not have faced such incessant obstacles. With this thought, he clenched his teeth and shouted angrily at his surroundings. Schwanwa Mingren, stop hiding and show yourself. If you have the ability, come out, you wretched cur. With a whoosh, several figures suddenly appeared before Uchiha Dato. As he beheld the familiar silhouettes, his pupils widened beneath his mask. The Fourth Hokage and Schwanwa Jisanai. The sight of these two long-dead individuals left him in utter shock. What has happened? Have they returned from the dead? Turning his gaze to others present, Uchiha Dato's body trembled uncontrollably when he finally saw the figure he had long yearned for. Lin, is it truly you? Lin, you have returned as well? In that moment, Uchiha Dato could no longer suppress his longing, rushing towards Noera Lin, desperate to embrace her and cherish her. However, upon seeing the towering figure in a mask, cloaked in black robes, and seemingly not in his right mind, Noera Lin felt a surge of panic and instinctively took a step back, questioning him. Who are you? How do you know me? Seeing her retreat, a wave of sorrow washed over Uchiha Dato, halting his advance. He removed his mask, gazing at Noera Lin with a hint of nostalgia. Lin, it is I. I am Dato. Dato? But wasn't he already dead? Are you truly Dato? Noera Lin recalled the face of Uchiha Dato at the time of his demise and looked back at the stranger before her, noting the slight resemblance. Yet, she could not accept this unfamiliar figure's words based on mere dialogue, especially since his appearance had rendered her unable to recognize him immediately. Fear gripped her. For though she had also experienced death and rebirth, it was Schwanwa Mingren who had resurrected her. And the relationship between this stranger and Schwanwa Mingren seemed too fraught with tension. Seeing the fear etched on Noera Lin's face, Uchiha Dato felt as if his heart had been pierced by a needle. He wished to prove that he was indeed Uchiha Dato. Lin, do you remember? Kakashi's eyes are mine, and all those memories in Konoha. Noera Lin, do not doubt it, he is Uchiha Dato. Schwanwa Mingren interjected, affirming his identity to the crowd. Then, Schwanwa Mingren stepped in front of Noera Lin, placing himself between her and Uchiha Dato. His purpose in reviving Noera Lin was to ensure that Uchiha Dato would experience despair before his demise. Now, having allowed Uchiha Dato to see Noera Lin, how could he easily let him touch his beloved? With a hint of malicious amusement, Schwanwa Mingren gently wrapped his arm around Noera Lin's slender waist, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Enraged by this display, Uchiha Dato bellowed at Schwanwa Mingren. Schwanwa Mingren, release your filthy hands. Consumed by fury, he hurled a kunai towards Schwanwa Mingren, but before it could reach him, Bofa Mizuho appeared in an instant, deflecting the weapon. The familiar attire and voice allowed Bofa Mizuho to quickly discern the truth behind the Kyuubi incident. He had not anticipated that the mysterious figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara would actually be his disciple, Uchiha Dato. Dato, it is you, the one behind the Kyuubi incident. Realizing that his attack had been thwarted only fueled Uchiha Dato's anger. He suddenly clutched his face and erupted into a fit of manic laughter, glaring fiercely at Bofa Mizuho. Fourth Hokage, you are reputed as the fastest in the ninja world, yet where were you when Lin died? You could not even protect your own disciple. During the Kyuubi incident, you did not even recognize my identity. After all these years, you only now realize who I am. With such behavior, how could you ever become Hokage? Bofu Mizuho stood firm before Xuanhua Mingren, unaffected by Uchiha Dato's furious outburst. He acknowledged that he was not a good teacher, but that did not mean he would allow his disciple to harm Xuanhua Mingren. At that moment, Noera Lin, held by Xuanhua Mingren, turned to the blonde boy beside her. Puzzled, Mingren, what was the Kyuubi incident? She keenly sensed the significance of the conversation between Bofu Mizuho and Uchiha Dato regarding the Kyuubi incident. Yet she had already perished at that time and was unaware of the truth. A sinister smile graced Xuanhua Mingren's lips as he reveled within. For bringing Noera Lin here was precisely for this purpose. The Kyuubi incident. Do you know how my parents perished? It was due to the Kyuubi incident. That scoundrel Uchiha Dato not only ambushed my mother on the day of her childbirth, but also unleashed the Kyuubi from within her. My parents sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha, sealing the Kyuubi within me. Had it not been for this scoundrel before me, I would not have endured such a painful childhood. Xuanhua Mingren succinctly recounted the conspiracies and suffering of those years, leaving Bofu Mizuho and Xuanhua Jisanai with reddened eyes. They looked at Xuanhua Mingren with remorse, regretting their inability to be by his side during his childhood. Terumi Mei, hearing of Xuanhua Mingren's past for the first time, fixed her gaze filled with murderous intent on Uchiha Dato. So it was this scoundrel who caused Mingren such suffering. Those already aware of Xuanhua Mingren's identity remained silent, their hearts aching as they gazed at his silhouette, burdened by the weight of his young shoulders. Upon learning of Xuanhua Mingren's background, Noera Lin covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked incredulously at Uchiha Dato. In her memory, the friend who had always regarded comrades as paramount had committed the unthinkable act of betraying his master. Dato, is what Mingren said true? Lin, I have my reasons. Silence. Noera Lin interrupted Uchiha Dato's explanation, unable to believe, nor willing to accept, that the passionate and friendly Uchiha Dato had transformed into such a cold-hearted being. She gazed at Uchiha Dato with a mixture of pain, disappointment, and disbelief, shouting fiercely, Dato, you have deeply disappointed me. How could you commit such an act? That was your master, and your mistress, Mingren. He was still an infant. You actually harmed them. Are you even human? You are not the Dato I once knew. The Dato in my memories would help an elderly lady cross the street and dream of becoming Hokage. He was that optimistic boy. Listening to her anguished accusation, Uchiha Dato felt his heart shatter into pieces, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Lin, listen to me. I did all this for you. Your death was the catalyst for my actions. Silence. An enraged Noera Lin interrupted Uchiha Dato once more, unable to fathom how he could lay the blame for everything at her feet. In that moment, she finally understood why Xuanhua Mingren had harbored such intense murderous intent when reviving her. It was all due to her dear friend. What you have done is no different than a beast. Why, after committing such a heinous act of betrayal, can you stand there and claim it was for me? My death was a choice I made willingly at Kakashi's hand. I have never blamed anyone for my demise. Having embraced the path of a ninja, I have long been prepared to confront death. I do not require you to take any actions regarding my demise. With these words, Yi Yuan Lin stepped before Xuanhua Mingren, locking her gaze onto Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, articulating her resolve with each syllable. Uchiha Obito, from this day forth, our ties are severed. Since your actions led to such a tragic fate for my teacher and the others due to my death, I shall return this life to them. With that, Yi Yuan Lin summoned a radiant aura of chakra in her hand and thrust it towards her heart. Lin. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened with fury as he moved to prevent Yi Yuan Lin's suicide, but Xuanhua Mingren was swifter. He grasped Yi Yuan Lin's hand as she aimed for her heart, and with a gentle tone, he spoke, I have resurrected you. I will not allow you to so lightly disregard your own life. Whether you live or die, that is for me to decide. Then, Xuanhua Mingren advanced towards the others, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Obito, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. Ninetales Chakra Mode. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Fire Release Chakra Mode. Wind Release Chakra Mode. 8 gates. Opening of the first gate. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Xuanhua Mingren unveiled the entirety of his formidable strength. Aside from not opening the final gate, this was his most powerful state. The tempest of chakra he unleashed wreaked havoc, while Bo Feng Shui Min and Xuanhua Jiu Xi Nai stood before the others, straining to withstand the onslaught. They gazed in disbelief at Xuanhua Mingren, astonished that their child had grown so immensely powerful in such a brief time. His strength surpassed theirs by countless measures. Ming-ren. Uchiha Sasuke approached their side, observing Xianhua Ming-ren shimmering with multicolored light, the golden glow intermingling with silvery lightning, while invisible blades of wind intensified the raging flames. Coupled with the roaring blue steam, his pure golden hair stood erect, illuminated by a radiant golden hue, and the crimson runes surrounding him exuded an aura of both destruction and sanctity. Noticing the puzzled expressions of Ming-ren's parents, he addressed Bo Feng Shui Min and Xian Wujio Xian Nai. Ming-ren has never slackened in his training these past years. His trials have been 1,000 times more arduous than you could imagine. Is this the extent of Ming-ren's current power? Just wait for me. I will surely catch up to you. Within Uchiha Obito, a tempest of emotions surged. The overwhelming chakra erupted, propelling him backward, crashing violently against the adamantine barrier, which splintered with numerous cracks. He coughed a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixated on the vibrant figure of Xianhua Ming-ren, roaring in fury. What in the world is this abomination? Xianhua Ming-ren had yet to make a move. Even the sheer force of the chakra's eruption was beyond Obito's capacity to withstand, let alone the impending tempest of assaults from Xianhua Ming-ren. He was acutely aware of Xianhua Ming-ren's ruthless nature. He would show no mercy to his adversaries. Yet, despite this knowledge, Uchiha Obito was unwilling to perish at the hands of Xianhua Ming-ren. He still had Yi Yuan Lin. He could not abandon her, and he must rescue her from the clutches of this formidable adversary. Focusing on Uchiha Obito, Xianhua Ming-ren gathered chakra in his right hand, the yin-yang chakra surging forth from within him. A purple-black sphere of chakra, swirling with celestial rings, formed in his grasp, emitting a piercing howl from its terrifying rotational velocity. The chakra contained within rivaled the combined force of multiple-tailed beast bombs, as Xianhua Ming-ren's feet firmly anchored to the ground. Boom! The mere act of stamping the ground caused the earth to fracture, sending clouds of dust swirling into the barrier. Great spiraling ring. Xianhua Ming-ren surged forth like a meteor toward Uchiha Obito. The great spiraling ring aimed directly at his head. Uchiha Obito stood frozen in place, unable to do anything but watch as the purple-black sphere hurtled toward him. By the time he processed the threat, it was already a hair's breadth away. He was powerless to resist. Time seemed to slow in his mind, and all he could perceive was the purple-black sphere in Xianhua Ming-ren's hand, along with the glimmer of golden light in Xianhua Ming-ren's eyes, and the faint whisper echoing in his ears. Do not be trapped in the cycle of dreams. Chapter 184. Uchiha Obito's Rebirth? The System? Darkness surged like a tide, engulfing Uchiha Obito's vision. He felt no acute pain. Merely a fleeting moment before his consciousness dissipated into the cosmos. Uchiha Obito's soul drifted aimlessly, arriving in a nebulous gray realm, shrouded in an oppressive fog, where silence reigned supreme. Where's this place? Just as Uchiha Obito pondered his surroundings, a beam of golden light pierced through, enveloping him and whisking him away from the gray expanse. He then plummeted into an abyss of unending darkness, devoid of light, sinking toward the depths of the ocean. Yet the instinct to survive ignited within him, compelling him to struggle. He flailed his limbs, striving to ascend to the surface, for he was not ready to die. Many tasks remained unfinished, including the vision of the one he cherished most. At that moment, a blinding light emerged before him, prompting him to shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself in a completely different scene. Uchiha Obito turned to behold a familiar setting, extending his hands in confusion. Is this my home? Why have I become so small? Is this an illusion? He retrieved a kunai and plunged it into his palm. With a sharp gasp, blood spurted from the wound. How painful! Uchiha Obito savored the sensation of pain. This was certainly not the result of an illusion. He stepped out of the room and executed several ninjutsu techniques. His chakra remained intact, but wasn't he dead? Beep, detecting the death of the destined child of the ninja world. System binding initiated, binding in progress. Binding successful, host. Uchiha Obito, strength. Jinin, identity, the least of the Uchiha clan. A mechanical voice resonated in Uchiha Obito's mind, and he looked around in confusion. Who are you? Show yourself. Beep, please do not be alarmed. This system is a reincarnation system, focusing on selecting destined children across various worlds, assisting them in becoming the sovereign of their realms. System? What is this system? Uchiha Obito was encountering such a wondrous phenomenon for the first time, and this so-called system claimed he was the destined child? He knew he was certainly not the least among them. He was a genius, a true genius, surpassing even Hitaki Kakashi. Then, the mechanical voice in his mind spoke once more. The system is a creation of the high-dimensional creator, the most powerful existence across the myriad realms. The reincarnation system activates upon the host's first death. Now that the host has been reborn, please establish a reincarnation anchor point. Once set, if the anchor point dies, the host will reincarnate randomly. Anchor point? Random reincarnation upon the anchor point's demise? Uchiha Obito did not fully grasp the concept of an anchor point, nor did he fully understand what random reincarnation entailed, but one candidate filled his mind. He shouted urgently, "Lin, set Lin as the anchor." Beep, reincarnation anchor set successfully. Anchor is Yi Yuan Lin, strength, Jinin, identity, a civilian ninja of Konoha. Hearing the voice in his mind, Uchiha Obito finally let out a sigh of relief, his heart ignited with ambition. Although I cannot fully comprehend the concepts of reincarnation and systems, now that I have been reborn, I am determined to become the master of this world and to marry Lin. Uchiha Obito eagerly dashed out of his home, heading towards the residence of Noira Lin. Sprinting through the familiar streets of Konoha and inhaling the fresh air, Konoha appeared unchanged, just as it always had. After half an hour, Uchiha Obito stood breathlessly at the doorstep of Noira Lin's home, calming his excited heart as he approached the door and pressed the doorbell. When the door opened, he beheld the figure he had longed for and suddenly rushed forward to embrace Noira Lin. Noira Lin was at home refining her chakra when she heard the doorbell. Rising to open the door, she had yet to discern who it was when the figure at the entrance surged forward and enveloped her in an embrace. Oh no, a pervert. In a panic, she struck the figure's abdomen with a punch, causing Uchiha Obito to double over in pain, at which point she finally recognized who he was. "Obito, what brings you here?" Hearing that familiar voice, Uchiha Obito knelt upon the ground, the agony in his abdomen causing his voice to tremble. "Lin, I just wanted to see you." Noira Lin looked at her dear friend helplessly, helping Uchiha Obito to a sofa in the room. She handed him a glass of water and, with concern, said, "Obito, you mustn't be so reckless. We are leaving Konoha for the battlefield tomorrow. If you act so impulsively, what will happen if you encounter danger out there?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito suddenly remembered how he had been too excited upon his rebirth to check the time, realizing that they were indeed set to depart for the battlefield the following day. Did this mean that Noira Lin would soon face a threat to her life? No, I must return quickly to prepare. My current strength is far too inadequate to protect Lin. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Obito immediately rose to leave and, before departing, said to Noira Lin, "Lin, I'm sorry, but I must go." Noira Lin watched Uchiha Obito hurriedly leave, pursuing him to the threshold of her home and lamenting, "Really? What is Obito thinking?" Back at his own home, Uchiha Obito gathered the few kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags that remained, sighing at the meager arsenal. Alas, these ninja tools are far too few to be of any use, especially since the war would begin with a Wagakure and later involve Kirigakure. My chakra is only sufficient for a few jutsu. If only I had Kimui now. Yet, I have not even awakened my Sharingan. How can I possibly save Lin? Just as despair clouded Uchiha Obito's thoughts, a spark of inspiration struck him. While he lacked ninja tools, others possessed them. He could borrow from his comrades. Thus, he dashed out of his room, knocking on doors one by one to borrow tools, only to have the Uchiha clan members slam their doors shut upon seeing him, unwilling to lend him anything. Humph, what else with their arrogance? If they want to lend me anything, so be it. Disheartened, Uchiha Obito returned home, lying on his bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. It seems I can only rely on Minato-sensei. Perhaps he can accompany us. As Uchiha Obito pondered his next steps, he remained oblivious to the crimson-golden Sharingan in the sky observing him, its patterns unmistakably resembling a swastika. Chapter 185. The Peculiar Death of Noira Lin the next morning. At the gates of Konoha, exhausted from a night without sleep, Uchiha Obito arrived with dark circles under his eyes. At that moment, Namikaze Minato, Noira Lin, and Hitaki Kakashi were already waiting at the gate. Hitaki Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Obito, assessing his disheveled appearance, and lightly remarked, "Idiot." The two words floated into Uchiha Obito's ears, and he shot a glare at Kakashi but refrained from arguing, as he was no longer the child he once was. Noira Lin approached Uchiha Obito, noticing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and could not help but chide, "Obito, What did you do last night? Look at those dark circles. Don't you know we have a mission today? Noera Lin's hands glowed with a faint green light as she gently touched Uchiha Obito's eyes, instantly bringing him a refreshing sense of comfort. He gazed at the tender girl before him, inhaling her subtle fragrance, and felt waves of emotion surge within him. Lin, it's so good to have you. Namikaze Minato smiled warmly as he waited for Noera Lin to finish treating Uchiha Obito. All right, it's time for us to set off. With that, Namikaze Minato led the way towards the battlefield at Iwagakure, with Hitaki Kakashi and the others following closely behind. Uchiha Obito trailed behind Namikaze Minato, contemplating how to express himself in a manner that would persuade Minato to remain with them. He dared not disclose that he had been reborn from the future, nor could he reveal his foreknowledge of future events, knowing that doing so would result in his immediate capture by Konoha, condemning him to a fate of imprisonment. The consequences of becoming a captive would entail endless torture and punishment. At that point, he would not only fail to save Noera Lin, but might also meet his end within a cell. As time passed during their journey, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. Upon arriving at a plain, Namikaze Minato observed his 3 students as they faced the ambush from the Iwagakure ninjas. Hitaki Kakashi exhibited remarkable composure and decisiveness, albeit with a hint of impulsiveness, which was a minor flaw in the grand scheme. This gave Namikaze Minato the confidence to leave them and proceed to the battlefield. He produced a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal and presented it to Kakashi. Kakashi, this is a gift to congratulate you on becoming a Jonin. From now on, you shall be the team leader. The rest is entrusted to you. Noera Lin, holding a ninja tool pouch, approached with a blush on her cheeks. Though shy, she mustered her courage to confront Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, congratulations on becoming a Jonin. This is a ninja tool pouch I sewed by hand. Hitaki Kakashi accepted the gifts with a calm demeanor and approached Uchiha Obito, extending his hand towards him, still preoccupied with thoughts on how to keep Namikaze Minato with them. Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the outstretched hand, having completely forgotten about the matter at hand. Moreover, after the recent ambush by Iwagakure ninjas, he had performed even worse than Kakashi due to his distracted thoughts. Ignoring Kakashi entirely, he approached Namikaze Minato, realizing that he had no other options left. Minato-sensei, the battlefield is perilous, and Kakashi's strength may not suffice to lead the mission. I believe it would be prudent for you to stay behind to address those dangers. Namikaze Minato was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Uchiha Obito seemed somewhat different. Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, Obito, Kakashi's strength is more than sufficient to lead the team. Besides, I must go to the front lines to rescue the Konoha ninjas. You must trust Kakashi. But Uchiha Obito was about to voice further concerns when Noera Lin interrupted him, feigning anger. Obito, what is wrong with you these days? Why are you always so distracted? Are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Obito had exhausted all his excuses over the past few days, and aside from revealing that he was a traveler from the future, he could think of nothing else. Yet he dared not utter that truth, fearing that Namikaze Minato might strike him down on the spot. Seeing Uchiha Obito's hesitance, Noera Lin grew anxious. Obito, what is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Wolfgang Schumann observed that Uchiha Dato appeared to be preoccupied and approached him with a smile. Dato, as a ninja, you must place your faith in your comrades. Our teacher has significant responsibilities as well. Therefore, I urge you to heed Kakashi's directives. Upon uttering these words, Wolfgang Schumann utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and departed. Meanwhile, Noera Rin noticed that Uchiha Dato remained lost in thought and offered her comfort. Dato, there's no need to worry. Kakashi is exceptionally powerful, and regardless of the dangers we may face, I trust that he will safeguard us. Moreover, our teacher's mission is crucial, so please refrain from sulking like a child. While reassuring Uchiha Dato, Noera Rin also winked at Hitaki Kakashi, hoping he would likewise offer some solace to Uchiha Dato. Fool. The stoic Hitaki Kakashi scoffed, focusing instead on the map as he advanced toward their mission objective. Left with no choice, Uchiha Dato followed Kakashi, but he resolved within himself that he would save Rin no matter the peril they encountered. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. As they traversed a rocky grove, a faint sizzling sound reached Uchiha Dato's ears, one he recognized all too well, having once affixed countless explosive tags to the newly born Uzumaki Naruto. No, Rin, be careful of the explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Uchiha Dato attempted to rush towards Noera Rin, He witnessed her being propelled into the air by numerous explosive tags before he could react. Thud. When Noera Rin fell to the ground, she was left with only half of her body intact, blood streaming from her lips, her pupils beginning to dilate. Rin, Uchiha Dato, in a state of desperation, rushed to her side, cradling her remaining half in his arms. Overwhelmed by excruciating anguish, his eyes turned crimson, evolving from 1 tomo to 2, and then to 3, finally revealing a mysterious pattern. Tears of blood cascaded from the corners of his eyes, falling onto Rin's lifeless form as Uchiha Dato howled in agony. Rin. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Death at the reincarnation anchor point detected, initiating random reincarnation. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Uchiha Dato's vision, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 186. Surely, there cannot be accidents during the practical training at the Ninja Academy? Rin. A startled cry shattered the silence as Uchiha Dato abruptly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the dimly lit cavern walls, upon which he lay on a stone bed. In the shadows, a colossal and grotesque statue loomed between the walls, beneath which sat a gaunt man. Recognizing the scene, Uchiha Dato realized he was in the graveyard of mountains, confronted with the Outer Path statue and Uchiha Madara. Was this the moment I was ambushed by the Iwagakure ninja, when I bestowed my eyes upon Kakashi? Rin. As he recalled the imminent danger Noera Rin was about to face, his heart raced with urgency. However, a sharp pain coursed through his right side. Glancing down, he saw his right half enveloped in a pallid skin, with even the slightest movement eliciting agonizing sensations. Nonetheless, thoughts of Noera Rin's impending assault by the Kirigakure ninjas and her ultimate demise at Kakashi's hands compelled him to disregard his injuries and struggle to rise from the stone bed. He sought the stone wall of the cave, pounding his fists against it in a desperate attempt to shatter it and escape. Observing Uchiha Dato's peculiar behavior, Uchiha Madara's gaze shifted towards him, his voice hoarse and lifeless, as if he were on the brink of death. What are you doing, child? There's no time. Let me out. I must save Rin. Uchiha Dato, consumed by thoughts of Noera Rin, paid no heed to the potential exposure of his intentions. Madara turned to Kurizetsu, his expression suggesting a query regarding the mental state of this Uchiha youth. Madara, I have observed this child. He is undoubtedly the ideal executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. Kurizetsu emerged from the ground to address Uchiha Madara. This Uchiha child, in my observations, exhibits a notably low intellect and possesses a profound love for a single individual. Such a disposition renders him an excellent pawn. Severing his ties to that beloved will transform him into an exceedingly obsessive individual. He might even plunge the entire ninja world into war to save his beloved, providing the perfect opportunity to revive my mother. However, Uchiha Dato's current impulsiveness, heightened since their encounter in Konoha, necessitated that he witness the demise of that girl first. Kurizetsu suggested to Uchiha Madara, this child has displayed some changes in temperament since our last meeting in Konoha, perhaps due to recent traumas. Yet, his affection remains unchanged. It might be advantageous to release him so he can witness the death of his beloved. That seems reasonable. Let him out. Uchiha Madara replied from his stooped position beneath the Outer Path statue. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu approached Uchiha Dato and activated a mechanism. The cavern's entrance rumbled open, and without waiting for it to fully ajar, Uchiha Dato dashed out. Rin, wait for me. You must wait for me. The relentless pain in his right side slowed his movements, yet he persevered, determined to reach the location embedded in his memory. The overcast sky suddenly unleashed torrential rain, droplets hammering against the foliage as Uchiha Dato navigated through the downpour. After over 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the site etched in his mind. However, the scene before him starkly contrasted his memories. Hatake Kakashi lay lifeless on the ground, a short blade protruding from his heart. Noera Rin stood before Kakashi, kunai in hand. Facing dozens of Iwagakure ninjas, the situation dire. Uchiha Dato had no time to ponder how Kakashi had perished. He rushed towards Noera Rin, shouting Rin. Hearing the familiar voice, Noera Rin turned, her eyes widening in alarm as she beheld the deceased Uchiha Dato. Dato, run. Don't come near. Doton, Sakido gun. Just as Noera Rin let her guard down, the Iwagakure ninjas wasted no time executing their jutsu, and countless spikes erupted from the ground. Uft, 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 uft. Those spikes pierced through Noera Rin's body, leaving numerous gaping wounds. Rin. Uchiha Dato witnessed Rin, momentarily distracted by his voice, being impaled by the jutsu. And he collapsed to his knees, crying out in torment. Overwhelmed by anguish, his eyes turned crimson as rain cascaded down his cheeks, mingling with his blood. In an instant, Uchiha Dato's Sharingan evolved from one tomo to the kaleidoscopic Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Detection of reincarnation anchor point death, initiating random reincarnation. Immediately, Uchiha Obito was engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Rin. The unconscious Uchiha Obito screamed out the name of his beloved, his vision still blurry and not yet restored, when a chalk piece struck his forehead. Obito, if you do not pay attention in class, get out of the classroom. Instantly, a burst of laughter erupted around him, and the familiar scene came into view. This was Konoha, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy. Damn it, what is that system? Does random reincarnation mean being revived at different points in time? But even if I were revived, how could I save Rin with my current strength? With that thought, Uchiha Obito quickly turned his head to search for the memory of Noera Rin, and upon seeing that familiar figure, he finally felt at ease. No, I am too weak right now. I cannot prevent Rin's death no matter what. The only solution is to find a way to stop the Third Great Ninja War. Just as Uchiha Obito pondered how to avert the Third Great Ninja War, the teacher at the podium spoke after the classroom had quieted down. Everyone, follow me outside for practical training. After speaking, the teacher led the students from the classroom to the training ground of the Ninja Academy, glancing at the combat chart in his hand. First match, Noera Rin versus Nara Shikamaru. As the words fell, Noera Rin and Nara Shikamaru stepped onto the training ground to form their hand seals. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito's racing heart finally calmed down. Surely, the practical training at the Ninja Academy wouldn't go awry, would it? Chapter 187. Uchiha Obito's passionate confession on the training ground. Noera Rin and Nara Shikamaru warily eyed each other. As a civilian ninja of Konoha, Noera Rin had only mastered the body flicker technique taught at the Ninja Academy. In contrast, Nara Shikamaru, belonging to a small ninja clan of Konoha, was slightly stronger than Rin but lacked the overwhelming power of those from larger clans. The battle between the two primarily relied on taijutsu, supplemented by shuriken and kunai techniques. Initially, their skirmish was rather unremarkable, with Uchiha Obito cheering for Noera Rin from the sidelines. However, when Nara Shikamaru suddenly threw a kunai, its speed was not particularly swift, allowing Noera Rin ample opportunity to evade. Yet, it seemed she stepped on a protruding rock, causing her to slip. The kunai, unfortunately, struck her heart, and a jet of blood erupted from her chest. Rin, witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito stood frozen in place, disbelief consuming him as he gazed at Noera Rin, lifeless on the ground. How could this happen? This was supposed to be practical training. Why did she die? In the throes of intense emotion, Uchiha Obito's eyes suddenly turned crimson, the patterns within shifting ominously. He observed the three tomos spinning wildly in his gaze. But just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the Mangekyo Sharingan, the spinning tomo abruptly halted. This time, despite his turmoil, he did not fall unconscious. Instead, he watched helplessly as the teacher took Noera Rin towards the hospital, paralyzed into inaction. Ding! Detection of reincarnation anchor point death, initiating random reincarnation. In that instant, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, jolting Uchiha Obito awake. He sensed something was amiss. It was impossible. How could practical training have gone awry? Recognizing the tiny discrepancy between this and reality, he unhesitatingly drew a kunai and plunged it into his throat. This must be an illusion. This is not real. I refuse to believe it. With a sickening sound, the kunai pierced his throat, and his terrified classmates fled in panic. Teacher, Obito just committed suicide. Someone hurry. Take him to Konoha Hospital. If we delay, he will die. Uchiha Obito heard the chaotic voices surrounding him, feeling the strength ebbing from his body, the air escaping through his throat. Gradually, he closed his eyes. His vision blurred, consciousness began to fade, and he lay on the cold ground as his heart slowly ceased to beat. Obito, Obito, what are you doing? In the darkness, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Uchiha Obito's ears, and he snapped his eyes open to see his beloved Noera Rin before him. This must be an illusion. Just as Uchiha Obito believed he had broken free from the illusion's grasp, the familiar voice echoed again. Obito, what is wrong? Why do you look so down? Noera Rin reached out her delicate hand to touch his forehead, then placed her other hand on her own forehead. Strange, you don't have a fever. Uchiha Obito felt the coolness on his head, gazing at Noera Rin with a complex expression, unable to distinguish whether this was illusion or reality. The sensation of her hand on his forehead was incredibly vivid. Her features, her voice, and every movement mirrored the memories etched in Uchiha Obito's mind. Yet the feeling of death was equally palpable. If this were indeed reality, then why did Noera Rin continue to perish in countless ways? This method of death, apart from an illusion, he could think of no other means to ensnare him. With that thought, Uchiha Obito grasped Noera Rin's small hand tightly, gazing deeply into her eyes. His voice soft yet resolute. Rin, let us elope. I beg you, come away with me. He longed to shield Noera Rin from the war, to spare her from combat. Only then could he save her. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's plea to elope, Noera Rin's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Obito, do you mean you like me? And we are Konoha ninjas. Even if we elope, where can we go? Do you intend to become a rogue ninja? Seeing the blush on the face of the girl he adored, Uchiha Obito could not help but embrace Noera Rin, whispering sweetly in her ear. Rin, you are right. I do like you. Your gentleness envelopes me like the stars in the sky, and I am lost in your embrace. I love you, as certain as the sun rises each day. My feelings for you are as constant as the sun itself, unwavering and eternal. Let us abandon our roles as ninjas. Shall we? Let us leave Konoha and find a place where no one knows us to live together. As Uchiha Obito's heartfelt confession echoed in her ears, Noera Rin's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, and she suddenly pushed him away, her voice barely a whisper. Obito, what are you saying? We're still so young. With that, Noera Rin hurriedly fled the scene, flustered by her first confession, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Rin, get out of the way. At that moment, a loud shout reached their ears, and the ground began to tremble ominously as a wild boar, with large tusks, charged toward them. Its blood-red eyes, monstrous jaws, and wounds oozing blood indicated its madness. Caught up in the flurry of emotions from Uchiha Obito's confession, Noera Rin was oblivious to the approaching beast until it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the massive tusks pierced her body. Rin. Uchiha Obito witnessed yet again the tragic demise of Noera Rin before him, helplessly kneeling on the ground as he watched the wild boar carry her lifeless body away into the distance. His eyes turned crimson, the patterns within them began to shift, gradually transforming from the single tomo of the Sharingan to the three tomo, only to come to an abrupt halt. Shimu Kakashi stood before Uchiha Obito, regarding him with an air of indifference, his voice laced with a hint of anger. Fool, what are you doing? Why are you daydreaming during the mission? If the task fails, are you prepared to take responsibility? Upon hearing Kakashi's remarks regarding the mission, Uchiha Obito looked up, glaring at him, struggling to contain the overwhelming power surging within him. Kakashi, as a jonin, you cannot even subdue a wild boar. What right do you have to blame me? You worthless fool. With that, unable to bear the absence of Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito, under Kakashi's shocked gaze, drew a kunai and unhesitatingly plunged it into his throat. In his final moments, he heard Kakashi's frantic shouts and the mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Detection of the death of the reincarnation anchor point. Initiating random reincarnation. Chapter 188. You pervert. Get out. The dissipating consciousness of Uchiha Obito returned, the pain of his suicide jolting his mind awake, and he slowly opened his eyes. Is this my home? Have I returned home? Observing his surroundings, Uchiha Obito gradually sat up from his bed, pondering deeply for a moment, before his gaze hardened. Rin, wait for me. This time I will not allow you to die before my eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Obito could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality. He was solely focused on saving the girl he cherished. He dashed out of his home, arriving at Noera Rin's residence, resolutely deciding to remain by her side. Come what may. Seeing Uchiha Obito's strange behavior, Noera Rin was filled with confusion, yet no matter what she asked, he remained silent, his eyes fixed solely upon her. Time passed, and after an entire day, unable to endure any longer, Noera Rin yelled at him. Obito, what are you trying to do? You followed me all day. It's already night. You need to go home. No, I must protect you. I will stay by your side and ensure you suffer no harm. Uchiha Obito declared with conviction, realizing that this approach was effective. As long as he remained vigilant, Noera Rin would not meet her demise in front of him. Throughout that day, he successfully averted numerous crises that could have led to her death. Do whatever you want. I'm going to take a shower. Noara Rin found herself at a loss against Uchiha Obito, who persistently followed her, making it impossible to shake him off. Now it was nighttime, and she needed to wash up and rest. As she entered the bathroom with her bathrobe, Uchiha Obito followed her inside. As he prepared to watch her bathe, Noara Rin could no longer tolerate it. She punched Uchiha Obito out of the bathroom and shouted, "You pervert! Get out!" With a resounding bang. She slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it. Outside, Uchiha Obito incessantly knocked on the door, shouting, "Rin, let me in. I need to protect you. Go away." After a day of guarding Noara Rin, Uchiha Obito was met with nothing but her cold rebuke. Helpless, he sat quietly outside the bathroom, his tense spirit gradually relaxing. He thought, at least nothing should happen while she was at home, right? 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. An hour later, Uchiha Obito sensed something was amiss. He typically took only 5 minutes to shower, and even if a girl took longer, it shouldn't be this long. "Rin, are you still in there? Rin." He called out to the bathroom, but silence enveloped him. No matter how loudly he shouted, there was no response. It was then that Uchiha Obito finally realized something was wrong. He forcefully burst through the bathroom door, only to find Noara Rin lying naked in the bathtub. Her wide eyes, terrified expression, pale skin, and stiff limbs all conveyed the agony she experienced before her death. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito completely broke down. His eyes turned crimson once more, the patterns within them beginning to shift again. This time, however, the tomo of his Sharingan ceased to evolve after reaching 2. He rushed forward, cradling Noara Rin's lifeless body, feeling the residual warmth from the water, staring blankly at her familiar face. Ding! Detection of the death of the reincarnation anchor point, initiating random reincarnation. It was only when the mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts that he snapped back to reality. Looking down at Noara Rin's corpse, drawing a kunai, and stabbing it into his throat. In the outside world, Uchiha Sasuke approached Uzumaki Naruto, who had just exhibited an aura that felt somewhat terrifying. However, Naruto's thunderous yet ineffectual attacks left him puzzled. He had expected Naruto to directly eliminate Uchiha Obito. Just as he was about to do so, Naruto suddenly dispelled his jutsu, looking at the weeping and laughing Uchiha Obito with confusion. "Naruto, why don't you just kill him?" A cruel smile crept across Naruto's lips. To kill Uchiha Obito outright would be too merciful. He wanted to ensure that Obito experienced the most despairing scene possible to alleviate his own resentment. With this thought, he decided to impart some wisdom to Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, you must understand that when dealing with enemies, it is crucial to make them endure the most brutal form of death. Only then can you instill fear in them, preventing them from daring to resist you again. Of course, this method has its flaws. Hatred accumulates over time, and when it reaches a critical point, it will erupt, resulting in tens of thousands, or even millions, of adversaries. However, as long as you handle the aftermath properly, there will be no issues, for instance, by cutting the roots and leaving no room for escape." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke pondered deeply, realizing that Naruto's foresight was remarkably profound. It seemed he had much to learn. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina sensed the overwhelming hatred within Naruto, embracing him with tears in her eyes. Whether from their previous encounter within Naruto or from the information she had gathered since her revival, Kushina felt an indescribable pain. Her son, Naruto, had not only been deprived of parental love throughout his life, but had also been subjected to the malice of foolish people in Konoha, which ignited her fury. "Naruto, no matter what you do, your mother will stand by your side. Even if you oppose the entire ninja world, I will never let you face it alone again." This profound maternal love brought tears to Naruto's eyes, and he embraced Kushina in return. "Mom, don't worry. I will not do anything to disappoint you." Wolfing Minato stepped forward, enveloping Kushina and Naruto in his embrace. Once, as the Fourth Hokage, he had believed that after his sacrifice, Naruto, as the son of the Hokage and a hero's descendant, would receive the nurturing of Konoha. Yet, he never imagined that Naruto had struggled alone since the tender age of 2, facing life without a warm meal. He despised himself for being such an inadequate father. Had he not chosen to sacrifice himself, perhaps the outcome would have differed. Upon learning everything about Naruto, his position in Minato's heart shifted significantly. "Naruto, no matter what you do, your father will stand by your side. I am sorry for letting you down. I will do everything in my power to make amends for my shortcomings." Chapter 189. Killing her with my own hands, awakening from his stupor. Uchiha Obito gazed blankly at the scene before him, utterly lost as to how to prevent Noara Rin's demise. He could only collapse to the ground, weeping inconsolably. No more reincarnation, I beg you. Do not let it happen again. I cannot bear to witness Rin's death before my eyes any longer. I implore you. Allow me to perish. With desperation, Uchiha Obito drew a kunai to his throat, his desire to save Noara Rin extinguished. Only the wish to end his own life remained. Just as he prepared to pierce his throat, a familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Ding! Reincarnation anchor point death detected. Random reincarnation now commencing. Stunned by the voice, Obito stood frozen, bewildered as to why Rin was still dying when he was not present before her. Grasping his hair, he tore it out in agony. Blood trickling down his scalp. Again she is dead. What is happening? I want to change the anchor point. I no longer desire this one. Obito shouted at the voice in his mind, rejecting the notion of being the chosen one or the world's ruler. All he wished for was to die. He could no longer endure the relentless cycle of despair. Ding! To change the reincarnation anchor point, the host must personally eliminate the current anchor point. Taken aback, Obito could hardly fathom the idea of killing Rin, his beloved. How could he possibly commit such an atrocity? As he stood dazed, his consciousness faded once more. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his home, staring blankly at the ceiling, no longer wishing to engage in any futile actions. Ding! Reincarnation anchor point death detected. Random reincarnation now commencing. A hollow laugh escaped Uchiha Obito's lips as he listened to the mechanical voice, his mind growing numb as he oscillated between darkness and reality. With each iteration of the mechanical voice, the last thread of sanity in his mind snapped. He experienced countless reincarnations, listening to the notifications of Rin's repeated deaths, his nerves becoming frayed, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated this cycle until this moment, when he regained consciousness once more. Standing at the door of Noara Rin's home, he beheld the familiar scene and knocked on the door. Obito? What brings you here? Rin inquired, glancing at him. However, when he lifted his gaze, her expression shifted to one of horror as she perceived the terrifying countenance he bore. In an instant, Uchiha Obito lunged forward, pinning her to the ground, his hands tightening around her throat. Rin stared at him in disbelief, desperately clawing at his arms, leaving trails of blood. Her legs flailed, seeking to push him away. Obito's eyes glowed with a sinister red as he gazed upon the girl he had longed for, exerting pressure with his hands as he rasped, Rin, I am sorry. Please forgive me. The suffocating sensation gradually enveloped Rin's mind. Her eyes widened, blood vessels creeping across the whites of her eyes, her strikes against Obito losing strength. Her fierce struggles waned, and as he looked down at Rin, now motionless, he released his grip, gasping for breath. I have killed Rin with my own hands. Laughter, manic and chilling, erupted from the deranged Obito as he cradled Rin's lifeless body. Ding! Host has personally eliminated the reincarnation anchor point. The anchor point is liberated. Random reincarnation commencing. You may now rebind the reincarnation anchor point. As he drowned in his anguish, the familiar mechanical voice resounded in his mind, and his consciousness slowly dissipated. When he awoke once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, with a pristine white ceiling and the acrid scent of disinfectant permeating the air. Where am I? Obito, what are you daydreaming about? A voice roused the confused Uchiha, and as he turned to face it, he recognized Hatake Kakashi, now clad in Hokage robes. Kakashi, you have become Hokage? Kakashi's deadpan gaze fell upon Obito, perplexed by the question, as he had been present when the position was transferred to him, yet he patiently explained. You forgot. The teacher passed the Hokage position to me. Upon hearing this, Obito's pupils constricted in shock. This meant that Namake's Minato was alive and had bequeathed the Hokage title to Kakashi. What was happening? As he gazed through the glass of the hospital room, he noticed his own visage. His once gruesome scars had vanished. Even his eyes were unmarred. My scars, they are gone? At that moment, a nurse entered, cradling a baby girl before Kakashi, exclaiming, Congratulations, Hokage-sama. It's a daughter. The revelation deepened Obito's confusion. Kakashi had married and fathered a daughter. Just as he was about to voice his queries, a woman emerged from the operating room, and upon seeing her, he froze. That familiar face he would never forget. Even in her fully grown form, he recognized her instantly. Rin, This was impossible. How could this be? Lying on the hospital bed, Noera Rin appeared slightly weakened as she gently took the white-haired infant from Kakashi, affectionately asking, "Darling, what name do you think we should give our daughter?" Kakashi tenderly grasped Rin's hand, leaning down to kiss her lips, speaking softly, "Since she is our daughter, how about we name her Hitaki Bibidong?" Obito stood by, utterly at a loss, watching the intimacy between Rin and Kakashi. He could no longer contain the rage within, roaring silently, "That should have been me. Only I deserve Rin." Hysterical laughter erupted from Obito. Such a world should not exist. His heart shattered into a million pieces. He realized that nothing could be more painful than witnessing his beloved marry Hitaki Kakashi and bear his child. In a moment of despair, Uchiha Obito drew a kunai and, under the shocked gazes of those around him, plunged it into his heart. Chapter 190. The Death of Uchiha Obito TSK. This illusion was rather poorly designed. I should not have relied on the system. Had I known, I would have devised a different method. However, perhaps in the future, I could offer it to the Uchiha clan's ninjas to see if it could help them awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto observed Uchiha Obito as he began to awaken, feeling somewhat helpless. This was his first time utilizing the new ocular technique. Unlike the infinite Tsukuyomi, which enveloped individuals in beautiful fantasies, this technique instead plunged its victims into an abyss of despair from which they could not escape. Uchiha Obito was the inaugural subject of his experiment, and unfortunately, he had been somewhat heavy-handed in his execution. Within the illusion, Obito had endured hundreds of despairing scenarios, witnessing Noera Rin perish in an array of bizarre and grotesque methods. Unintentionally, he had even orchestrated a subplot involving minotaurs, only to discover that the minotaur scenes were even more unbearable for Obito than Rin's deaths. Had I known this would transpire, I would have orchestrated more segments featuring the bull-headed tribe, perhaps including characters like Benzi Lei, which would surely plunge him into greater despair. Alas, this is sufficient. His psyche teeters on the brink of collapse, and further torment may very well drive him to madness. In his final act of desperation, Uchiha Obito beheld a scene that shattered like fragile bubbles before his eyes, and he dared not open them again, fearing that he would once more confront the desolation that awaited him. After an agonizing wait, the familiar mechanical voice that echoed in his mind fell silent, and Uchiha Obito slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood Uzumaki Naruto, bearing a smile that was both mocking and sinister, his voice rasping with barely concealed fury. "Indeed, it was you, Uzumaki Naruto. Those illusions were your doing." "Correct, they were indeed my illusions. Yet now, we face reality." With a cruel smile, Uzumaki Naruto declared that it was not enough. He had yet to torment Uchiha Obito sufficiently, and he wished for Obito to perish in the depths of despair. Driven to the brink of insanity by the illusions, Uchiha Obito had long lost his reason, disregarding the disparity in their strengths. Consumed by an uncontrollable hatred, he launched an attack on Uzumaki Naruto, wielding a kunai rather than employing any jutsu. "Die, you wretched Jinchūriki of the Nine Tails." However, reality often exceeds expectations. As he observed the unguarded Uzumaki Naruto, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Uchiha Obito's eyes. He had not anticipated Naruto's blatant carelessness, neglecting to defend himself against an impending attack. "How arrogant of you, Uzumaki Naruto, for underestimating me. You shall meet your end." Just as Uchiha Obito's kunai was about to pierce Uzumaki Naruto, an unexpected figure interposed herself before him. In that moment, it was too late for Uchiha Obito to halt his strike, and the kunai, aimed at Naruto's throat, found its mark in Noera Rin's heart. With a sickening sound, the blood from Rin's heart sprayed onto Uchiha Obito's face, and she slowly grasped his hands. Her eyes reflected sadness and pain as she gazed into Obito's crimson orbs. "Obito, do not err once more. You have already harmed Naruto. Do you truly wish to kill him?" Uchiha Obito stared in shock at the figure before him, the overwhelming hatred in his mind instantly transforming into profound sorrow. "Why, Rin? Why did you save Uzumaki Naruto? Should you not stand by my side? Why did you take this blow for him?" Yet, in that moment, the mortally wounded Noera Rin could offer no reply, and she gently closed her eyes. As she began to collapse, Uchiha Obito caught her lifeless body in his arms. He looked down at Noera Rin with deep anguish, yearning to scream. But no sound emerged from his open mouth. He wiped the blood from her lips, caressing her sorrowful visage, his mind flooded with memories of their cherished moments together. Her smile, her tenderness, Her care pierced Uchiha Obito's heart with unbearable pain. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, turning abruptly to face Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. Uzumaki Naruto, tell me, this is all a lie, isn't it? This must be your illusion, right? No, all of this is real. Noera Rin, whom I resurrected, lies dead by your hands. You killed her with your own hands. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he whispered into Uchiha Obito's ear. How do you like the tragic ending I have arranged for you? The harsh reality delivered the final blow to Uchiha Obito, as the last vestige of light faded from his eyes, and his expression of anguish contorted into something twisted. Ha ha ha, how delightful, truly delightful. I wish to play more. Uchiha Obito suddenly cast Rin's lifeless form to the ground and began to dance wildly within the confines of the barrier. Witnessing this, Uzumaki Naruto's smile widened as he approached Obito, delivering a swift kick that shattered both of his kneecaps before seizing him by the throat. Gazing at the now delirious Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. The torment had gone on long enough. He gathered his chakra into his palm, shaping it into a massive Rasengan. Uchiha Obito, had you harmed anyone else, I would not have treated you this way, but alas. You are the one who caused my parents' demise. Now, allow me to send you on your way. With that, Uzumaki Naruto unleashed the Rasengan upon Uchiha Obito. The explosion echoed as Obito's body twisted and vanished under the assault, disintegrating into nothingness. Finally, a sense of relief washed over Uzumaki Naruto as he watched Uchiha Obito disappear without a trace, releasing the pent-up anger within him. Subsequently, he opened the Kimui dimension to release Noera Rin, who lay on the ground transformed into a pure white doll. Looking at Noera Rin before him, Uzumaki Naruto softly spoke. Having avenged his great loss, I have accomplished everything I set out to do. Noera Rin, you are now free. You may go wherever you wish. But it would be wise to stay far from Konoha, as it is about to become a battlefield, and your strength would only lead you to your demise there. Freed from her bonds, Noera Rin gazed around in confusion. Now, Uzumaki Naruto had informed her that she was free to leave, yet she had no idea where to go. Her parents had long since passed, leaving her alone in the world of shinobi. Chapter 191. The dawn of Konoha's collapse plan. Noera Rin looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a glimmer of hope. She had already died, and now he had resurrected her. With nowhere else to turn, she wished that he would take her in. Understanding the implication in Rin's gaze, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. He had no intentions toward her. Rather than keep her by his side as a mere ornament, he preferred to grant her the freedom to depart. Upon receiving Uzumaki Naruto's clear rejection, Noera Rin could not help but weep. Her pitiable countenance tugged at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. Uzumaki Kushina, perceiving Rin's distress, approached her and gently embraced her. Rin, if you do not mind, would you like to become my goddaughter? Minato and I can adopt you, and you may stay with us from now on. Sensei, can I truly be your goddaughter? Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's offer, Noera Rin could not contain her tears. She had never aspired to greatness, merely wishing to live as an ordinary ninja. If possible, she longed to experience the warmth of being cared for, much like Uzumaki Naruto, who had also lost his parents at a young age. Observing the lonely and sorrowful Noera Rin, Uzumaki Kushina's maternal instincts surged, unable to bear her continued wandering. It is all right. At that moment, Namikaze Minato stepped forward, gently stroking her hair with a smile. Rin, my wife's decision is my decision. From this day forth, we are family, and we will take care of you. From now on, do not call me teacher. If you wish, you may call me father, just like Naruto. How wonderful, father, mother. As she listened to those gentle words, Yi Yuan Lin embraced both Bo Feng Shui Min and Xian Wu Jiu Xian, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes like raindrops upon them. She had never anticipated that in her moment of utmost helplessness, it would be her teacher and his wife who offered her the most tender solace. Xian Wu Xiang Lin approached Xian Wu Mingrun, wrapping her arms around his, and gazed at the three in an embrace with a puzzled expression. Mingrun, why don't you take her in? She looks so pitiful. Hearing Xian Wu Xiang Lin's question, Xian Wu Mingrun paused for a moment. Take her in? What a jest. He considered it a great mercy not to have killed Yi Yuan Lin. And now she wanted him to adopt her? However, upon observing Xian Wu Xiang Lin's reddened eyes, he understood she was reminded of her own painful memories. Xiang Lin, I comprehend your feelings, but there are far too many unfortunate souls in this shinobi world. If it were solely up to me, I could not save them all. Ultimately, it is not the fault of the individuals, but rather the nature of this shinobi realm. My goal is to transform this world. Only then can we eradicate the existence of the wretched. Xian Wuxianglin nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, though she did not fully grasp it. She chose to trust Xian Wu Mingren's words. Observing the three in an embrace, Xian Wu Mingren realized they would take some time to calm down. He approached Heiju and conjured 2 shadow clones. Heiju, arrange for Baiju to notify all members of the Uchiha clan in the shinobi world to arrive outside Konoha within 3 days. Remember, only inform those Uchiha with combat capability. Those without it need not be notified. As for Akatsuki Kagaya, wait for me. It will not exceed 10 years. And I shall rescue her. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Heiju, thrilled by Xian Wu Mingren's promise, departed with excitement. After waiting for a millennium, he could certainly afford to wait another mere decade. Now, he needed to execute the task assigned by Xian Wu Mingren. This mission was undoubtedly far more manageable than accompanying that fool Uchiha Obito on his antics. Subsequently, Xian Wu Mingren led Xian Wuxianglin before the others and turned to Uchiha Sasuke, speaking solemnly. Sasuke, the time for vengeance against Konoha has arrived. But I need you to conceal your killing intent. Can you manage that? If not, you will have to wait outside. Uchiha Sasuke, aware of Xian Wu Mingren's plan, harbored a hatred for Konoha that rivaled his own. However, for the sake of revenge, he would tread through fire and water. Mingren, I will manage. Good. Then we shall split up. Xian Wu Mingren had already disclosed the entire plan to the group on their journey. With a single command from him, he, Uchiha Sasuke, and Terumi Mei departed first, heading towards Konoha village. Outside the gates of Konoha, at this moment, Terumi Mei donned the Mizukage hat, flanked by 2 towering figures. Xian Wu Mingren and Uchiha Sasuke had already utilized transformation techniques to assume different appearances. Given their strength, it was nearly impossible for anyone, unless they were of Uchiha Madara's caliber, to see through their disguise. Moreover, after leaving Konoha, Xian Wu Mingren's chakra had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had its volume increased, but its quality had also become extraordinary. Attempting to discern his identity through chakra would be nothing short of folly. Uchiha Sasuke's chakra had similarly seen significant growth, making it a trivial matter to blend in. And with the authentic Mizukage of Kiri at their side, who would suspect that these individuals were the S-rank rogue ninjas, Xian Wu Mingren and Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha? At that moment, several Umbu ninjas appeared to obstruct their path, staring in shock at Terumi Mei, who wore the Mizukage hat. It was important to note that Konoha was currently in a sensitive state of war, and given the prolonged conflict, no one wished to prolong it further. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure had all expressed intentions to negotiate, sending their respective elite ninjas to do so. Yet, according to their intelligence, Kiri was still entrenched in its blood mist policy, making the appearance of its Mizukage in Konoha highly unexpected. Such a delicate time made the Umbu ninjas cautious. May I inquire about the purpose of the Mizukage's visit to Konoha? They asked with caution, fully aware that provoking Kiri could spell disaster for Konoha, which was already in a precarious situation. Terumi Mei approached the Umbu ninjas with a hint of a smile. I am the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. As a newly appointed Mizukage, having heard that Konoha is the strongest shinobi village in the realm, I wish to pay a visit. Rest assured, I am aware that Konoha is currently in a state of war, and Kirigakure has just emerged from the blood mist era. We pose no threat to you. However, even with Terumi Mei's assurances, the Umbu ninjas remained vigilant. The leader of the Umbu instructed the others, you too, escort the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure to the guest accommodations for rest. I will inform Lord Hokage. Xian Wu Mingren and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged glances, smirking, and then followed the Umbu ninjas into Konoha. Chapter 192. Merely a chicken and a dog. The Hokage Tower office. In a haze of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office chair with a furrowed brow. Since awakening from his serious injuries, his craving for tobacco had intensified, compounded by the tense situation in Konoha, causing him to be rarely without a cigarette. Moreover, with his advancing age and declining strength, he felt increasingly helpless. Yet, there were only a handful of candidates capable of succeeding the Hokage position in Konoha. The only good news might be the victory on the battlefield against Kumogakure. According to the returning Might Guy, Kumogakure had unexpectedly withdrawn from the Land of Fire for unknown reasons. By the time Might Guy and his team returned, They had lost over 1,000 ninjas, and even the Sarutobi clan ninja he had sent to take command had not returned. At that time, Shimura Danzo had believed that Might Guy and the Konoha civilian ninjas had mutinied due to dissatisfaction with the command change, resulting in the death of the Sarutobi clan ninja. Infuriated, Danzo had considered throwing all those Konoha civilian ninjas into prison, subjecting them to severe interrogation by the torture team. It was only after the Yamanaka clan ninjas examined their memories and found no useful information that they had no choice but to release Might Guy and his companions. Nevertheless, they remained skeptical of Might Guy's group. Konoha now had only a handful of Umbu and Root ninjas guarding the village. They could not afford to leave such a large force in Konoha. If anything went awry, their safety would be compromised. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to reassign them to the battlefields of Awagakure and Sunagakure. Thanks to the support of these Konoha civilian ninjas, the offensives of Awagakure and Sunagakure were thwarted, granting Konoha a much-needed respite. Now that Kumogakure, Awagakure, and Sunagakure had also conveyed information about their desire to negotiate, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained troubled. He understood that the so-called negotiations were merely about the distribution of interests. Those ill-intentioned ninja villages sought to carve out a substantial piece of the pie from Konoha. If the negotiations were mishandled, Konoha could find itself deeply indebted. At that moment, an Umbu ninja appeared silently before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure has visited Konoha and is currently arranged at the guest reception inn. Please provide instructions. Hearing the mention of the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen took several puffs from his pipe, aware that Konoha was in a tumultuous period. The representatives from those ninja villages had yet to arrive. Yet Kirigakure had come first, and it was none other than the 5th Mizukage. He regarded the Umbu ninja before him and spoke. Have our spies in Wuin village uncovered any valuable intelligence? Sarutobi Hiruzen must ascertain the true purpose behind the arrival of the 5th Mizukage. If it is merely a social visit, then a cordial reception would suffice. However, if there are ulterior motives for coming to Konoha, he must proceed with caution, as Konoha is no longer the formidable force it once was and cannot withstand further devastation. Respectfully reporting to you, Lord Hokage, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, has unexpectedly stepped down, and the formidable member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu, alongside Raiga, has perished. Our spies in Wuin village have not transmitted any useful information. Is that so? Listening to this futile information, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of irritation, taking several deep puffs from his pipe, which set him into a coughing fit. Cough, cough, Jiraiya. Have you located Tsunade and Asuma yet? An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, lowering his head to respond in a low voice. Tsunade-sama has yet to be found. Jiraiya Dano is en route back to the village upon learning of the impending negotiations among the major ninja villages. As for Sarutobi Asuma, he remains steadfast in guarding the daimyo and refuses to return. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, reflecting on his son's rebellious nature. He had initially hoped that if Jiraiya and Tsunade could not be found, Asuma might step up to assume the Hokage's mantle. But given the current circumstances, that seemed impossible. He waved his hand to the Umbu ninja. Summon Danzo, Hayashi, and Koharu. Yes. Watching the departing Umbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within them. In this smoke-filled office, he appeared rather ruthless. 20 minutes later, bang! The door to the Hokage's office was thrust open with vigor, and Shimura Danzo entered, leaning on his cane with an air of confidence. Recently, he had been in high spirits, especially after acquiring 10 Sharingan from a mysterious intruder at the root base, making him feel rejuvenated. As for the position of Hokage, with Orochimaru's support, Danzo felt no urgency. He had all the time in the world as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen grow increasingly frail. Hiruzen, what is the reason for summoning us? As you may be aware, in a few days, envoys from Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure will be arriving. I wish to inquire about your opinions on the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, casting a discontented glance at Danzo. Since a few days ago, his old comrade had shown diminishing respect for him as Hokage. Hiruzen had a nagging feeling that Danzo was withholding information, but he refrained from stating it outright, instead signaling with his eyes. However, Danzo seemed oblivious, taking a seat to the side. Meanwhile, Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku exchanged surprised glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since the invasion of Konoha by Uzumaki Naruto, They had retreated to a shelter, and their influence had waned. Though they still held sway over the logistics and medical departments, they were largely detached from village affairs. They had assumed Hiruzen's summoning was merely for routine matters, yet to their astonishment, he sought their counsel regarding the impending negotiations. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed their grateful expressions with satisfaction, reveling in the political maneuvering at play. This was the essence of the struggle for power. A mere morsel of favor could secure their unwavering allegiance. Danzo, you shall never be my equal, as long as I draw breath. The position of Hokage will remain beyond your reach. With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged knowing glances with Mito Kazumi and Narashikaku, both of whom nodded in agreement. If they were to negotiate, then let them do so. It sufficed to grant them some favorable terms. At that moment, Danzo, having regained his composure, spoke up. In his decaying mind, he still perceived Konoha as the strongest of the ninja villages, viewing Iwagakure and Sunagakure as insignificant foes. Kumogakure was even less of a concern, as they had retreated without Konoha deploying its main forces, likely out of fear of Konoha's ninjas. Furthermore, as long as he and his root ninjas remained, Konoha would forever stand as the mightiest village in the ninja world. His thoughts were solely fixated on the Hokage title. Upon hearing Danzo's audacious remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of frustration rising within him as he began to reminisce about his mentor, Senju Tobarama. Why had he left behind such a cadre of incompetents? Mito Kazumi and Narashikaku offered no assistance, while Danzo was blinded by his ambition for Hokage. Akimichi Choji had retreated into the Akimichi clan, neglecting village matters, and Uchiha Kagami was privy to secrets shared among their select few, ensuring that none would be revealed. Chapter 193. The mess made. One cannot dismiss the gravity of this impending conflict, as it pits Konoha against several major ninja villages. If the negotiations are mishandled, the war will persist, and you are well aware that Konoha is on the verge of collapse. When the time comes, and our ninjas are sacrificed, your clan's ninjas will be required to take the battlefield as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo, contemplating the ease with which Danzo perceived the negotiations. He intended to assign the task to Danzo, confident that his nature would lead to a disaster. As per his character, Danzo would surely botch the negotiations, allowing Hiruzen the opportunity to step in and placate the other villages, thereby claiming all the credit for himself. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo understood his old comrade's intentions. Both were wily foxes, having played the game of politics for ages. Furthermore, in Danzo's eyes, his clan members were mere pawns, disposable at his whim. Anyone who did not aid his ascent to Hokage was expendable. If Konoha requires it, I can readily send them to battle. The Shimura clan will never shy away from combat. Unlike certain individuals who hesitate to deploy their own clan's ninjas, Danzo's words were laced with derision, managing to insult 3 individuals in a single breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other members of Konoha's F4 glared at him in outrage. They could not tolerate Danzo's scorn, and in enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Mito Kazumi. Receiving the silent cue from Hiruzen, Mito Kazumi stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo. Danzo, what do you mean by that? If you truly are unafraid of battle, why not send your root ninjas and the Shimura clan to the front lines? If you are truly courageous, why did you not protect our teacher during the retreat? Had you shown a modicum of bravery then, you might very well be the one seated in the Hokage's position today. Mito Kazumi's words struck at Danzo's most vulnerable point, a regret that haunted him. In the stillness of the night, he would awaken in a cold sweat, pondering whether a little more courage at that pivotal moment might have altered his fate. Perhaps today, the Hokage's mantle would rest upon his shoulders. Fuming with rage, Danzo brandished his cane toward Mito Kazumi, retorting, what do you mean by that? Do not forget that Konoha's power is inextricably linked to our own. Without Konoha, which ninja village would take you in? Have you forgotten your reputation in the ninja world? The dark of the shinobi world. Who does not know of your treacherous and ruthless nature? Your root exists solely because of Konoha's support. Without it, what use are your root ninjas? Mito Kazumi unleashed a barrage of retorts, unyielding in the face of Danzo's provocations, leaving him momentarily speechless. Seizing this hard-won opportunity to re-enter the inner circle, he would not let it slip away. Beside her, the anxious Xuanqin Xiaochun tugged at Mizutomo's sleeve, signaling him to slow down. She had allowed him to finish speaking, but what about her own words? She wished to assert herself. Longing to re-enter the core circle of Konoha's elite, unwilling to remain sidelined by a select few. The once comfortable life had long since eroded her resolve. As for Konoha, what was it to her? If it could not provide a life of luxury, it held no value in her eyes. Rising to her feet, she addressed Shimura Danzo directly. Danzo, In is correct. This negotiation must be meticulously arranged. Success would be a significant achievement, while failure would brand us as traitors to Konoha. Moreover, since Hiruzen Sarutobi is the Hokage, his decisions embody Konoha's will, and you must heed him. At that moment, it was evident to Shimura Danzo that these three had conspired against him, intent on ousting him from the inner circle. It was one thing for Sarutobi to criticize him, but now even the two inept fools, Mizutomo In and Zhuanqin Xiaochun, dared to reproach him. Fury coursed through Danzo, and he pointed an accusatory finger at them. What qualifications do you two worthless beings have to criticize me? Were it not for my handling of your dirty affairs, could you enjoy your lives in Konoha so leisurely? Reflect on how much the root has shielded you. Without root, do you think your misdeeds could remain concealed? Having vented his frustration on the two, Danzo turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and continued his tirade. And you useless wretch, without me, do you think you could have regained your senses? Absent my support, you would have perished in your sickbed, never to return to the position of Hokage. Your position as Hokage would have long since vanished without my backing. If you are so fond of being Hokage, then do it until death. Do not relinquish it to me. After this outburst, feeling invigorated, Shimura Danzo turned on his heel and departed. Since these individuals deemed him superfluous, he would embark on a significant endeavor to prove his worth to them. He, Shimura Danzo, was the one who tirelessly devoted himself to Konoha's advancement. Without him, Konoha would have perished long ago. With a loud bang, Sarutobi watched as Danzo stormed out. His own anger surging anew. Danzo had grown too arrogant, disregarding even the Hokage. Yet, he sighed, realizing that Konoha's peace must be preserved, and negotiations were imperative. If Danzo refused to participate, then the task would fall to Mizutomo In and Zhuanqin Xiaochun. Moreover, there was something even more pressing at hand. He spoke in a grave tone. In, Xiaochun, the matter of peace can wait slightly longer. Our primary task now is to receive the 5th Mizukage from the Hidden Mist Village. With the 5th Mizukage visiting Konoha, I need you both to ascertain her true intentions. Do you understand? Taken aback, Mizutomo In and Zhuanqin Xiaochun realized they were only now learning of the 5th Mizukage's arrival in Konoha, a sign they had indeed been out of the core circle for too long. In the past, they would have been the first to know, yet now they had to rely on Sarutobi for such news. However, they remained steadfastly aligned with Sarutobi, confident that if they executed his orders well, they would soon reclaim their positions in the inner circle. No problem. Leave it to us. We shall take our leave now, Hiruzen. With that, the two departed hand in hand from the Hokage's office. Sarutobi watched their retreating figures with a tinge of worry. Was it truly wise to entrust such a crucial matter to them? Would they handle it competently? Would they not mismanage the situation? If Uzumaki Naruto were present, he would undoubtedly quip, "Count on it, they'll mess it up, brother." Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto and Terumi may found themselves alone in a room at the inn, while Uchiha Sasuke, unable to tolerate the intimate exchanges between Naruto and Mei, isolated himself in his own quarters. Presently, Naruto had adopted the appearance of Uzumaki Minma, resembling his grown self, albeit with black hair and black eyes. When Terumi Mei first beheld this visage, she was captivated, her admiration evident. Upon entering the inn, Mei eagerly dragged Naruto into the room, pressing him against the wall as she kissed him. While kissing Naruto, her hands roamed over his body with fervor, stirring something within him that he struggled to contain. Were it not for his determined resistance, he might have found himself in a rather compromising situation. Frustrated by the interruption, Mei leaned against Naruto's shoulder, her gaze lingering on his flawless profile, her eyes glimmering with desire, yet her tone bore a hint of displeasure. "Naruto, I've met your parents. Why won't you let me enjoy myself just a little?" With a sardonic smile, Naruto glanced at the now flustered Mei and chuckled. "Mei, are you feeling frisky? Understand that this is merely a transformation technique. At my core, I am still a child. You ought to discard those lewd thoughts, or I shall ensure your head receives a thorough wash in the hot spring." "Really? Then let's wash together." Mei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she attempted to drag Naruto into an indiscreet escapade, only to be thwarted as he gently pushed her head away. With a sigh of resignation, she turned her gaze elsewhere, fearful that she might succumb to bolder impulses. At that moment, a maid gently knocked on the door, softly announcing. Mizukage, Elder In, and Elder Xiaochun have arrived and are waiting in the reception room. Upon hearing the knock, Terumi Mei swiftly masked her previous demeanor, adopting a posture of authority combined with courtesy as she looked up at Naruto. Menma, what shall we do next? With a sly grin, Naruto replied. I cannot believe Sarutobi dispatched two inept individuals. This is a turn of events I did not foresee. I had expected at least Shimura Danzo to be sent. Rising, he pulled Terumi Mei into his embrace, planting a fervent kiss on her lips before teasing. Let us go meet those two worthless beings. Mei languidly reclined in Naruto's arms, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at him. Yet, she did not linger on his warm embrace for long, reluctantly extricating herself from his hold. In the reception room, Mizutomo In and Zhuanqin Xiaochun leisurely sipped their tea, accompanied by 4 ANBU ninjas standing guard behind them. Ever since Naruto's incursion into Konoha, they had taken to traveling with ANBU for their own safety. Even within Konoha, they felt no sense of security. As they savored the tranquility, the door creaked open. Both In and Xiaochun rose slowly but did not move forward, merely turning to observe the two figures entering. One was a stunning woman with long brown hair, and the other a tall man with black hair, measuring 6 feet. Upon seeing the pair, they could not help but exclaim, "What youthful Mizukage!" Terumi Mei observed the two, standing rigidly, their expressions betraying a hint of disdain, though she quickly concealed it, reflecting inwardly. These two truly are as Naruto described. Their strength is wanting, yet their demeanor is quite arrogant. As representatives of Konoha, one would expect a modicum of humility in receiving guests, yet here they stand, utterly unmoving. As the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei's fundamental composure prevented her from openly expressing her thoughts. With an official smile, she took a seat across from the two, while Uzumaki Naruto stood impassively behind her. At that moment, Mito gate and was about to engage in some polite banter before inquiring about Terumi Mei's true intentions. But she preempted him. Is this how Konoha treats its guests? Do you have ANBU stationed behind me as if I were a criminal? Furthermore, outside this inn, there are no less than 10 ANBU ninjas guarding the premises. Your village's actions are truly disappointing. If Konoha cannot respect the privacy of others, I see no reason to continue this conversation. We shall depart from Konoha tomorrow. I kindly request that you inform your Hokage. Faced with Terumi Mei's aggressive demeanor, Mito Gate, In, and Torian Koha exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted. In terms of strength, they knew they were no match for this striking woman. And without the protection of ANBU, they dared not confront the fifth Mizukage alone. However, this mission had been personally entrusted to them by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and failure could mean the loss of his trust forever. They shared a silent agreement. They were within Konoha, and even if the Mizukage harbored ill intentions, she would likely refrain from acting against them. Their priority was to gain Sarutobi's trust and extract benefits from Konoha. Mito gate and waved his hand, signaling the ANBU behind him to leave the room, and then spoke courteously. Your Excellency, the Mizukage, you misinterpret our intentions. Konoha's hospitality has always respected our guests' privacy. The previous actions were entirely the initiative of my subordinates, and I apologize for any offense caused. Yet, in Mito Gate NS gaze, Terumi Mei's formidable aura remained unchanged until the black-haired man behind her whispered something in her ear, prompting her to restore her official smile. However, Mito Gate N and Torian Koha's expressions turned to sheer terror as they beheld the man's eyes, which glowed with a radiant golden hue, enveloping them in its brilliance. A smirk crept onto Uzumaki Naruto's lips, and with his Kagaya sense, he sensed that the surrounding ANBU had withdrawn. Without hesitation, he activated his ocular technique, Kodoamatsukami. Kodoamatsukami Regetsu. The golden light flickered in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, momentarily ensnaring Mito Gate In and Torian Koha. Regrettably, despite merging with Kamui and upgrading his Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kodoamatsukami could not be used continuously without cooldown, still requiring an hour's respite. Yet even so, this duration sufficed. He merely needed to wait an hour before deploying Kodoamatsukami again to control another. Chapter 195. Do not let her escape. Once both Mito Gate In and Torian Koha were ensnared by Kodoamatsukami, Uzumaki Naruto released his illusionary hold over them. As they groggily emerged from the illusion, he inquired, "Where is Konoha's treasury?" Mito Gate In and Torian Koha gazed at Uzumaki Naruto with expressions of reverence, though confusion lingered until Mito Gate In finally spoke. "Apologies, Lord Mima. The treasury of Konoha has always been under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, and we are unaware of its location. TSK. Two useless fools. Although he had suspected as much, hearing it from them still left Naruto somewhat disheartened. He had initially hoped to seize Konoha's treasury directly, avoiding unnecessary complications, but now he could not even ascertain its whereabouts. Nevertheless, this did not deter Uzumaki Naruto. The treasury was not his primary objective. He sought knowledge of certain undisclosed matters. He produced a camera, activated the recording, and asked, "Did you have any involvement in the deaths of Uchiha Kagami, Kato Dan, and Senju Rope Tree?" Upon hearing this question, Mito Gate-in and Torian Koha wore troubled expressions, yet ultimately chose to respond. As they relayed their answers, a smile crept upon Uzumaki Naruto's lips. This was the truth he sought. While it would be easy to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could not allow the Hokage to die so readily. The dark and brutal truth left Terumi Mei, who had been listening, astonished. In her view, the blood mist of Kirigakure paled in comparison to the darkness harbored by Konoha's upper echelons. If the blood mist was a blade wielded by the Fourth Hokage to harm the bloodline clans of Kirigakure after being manipulated, then the darkness within Konoha's hierarchy was a poison that kills without bloodshed. Furthermore, the Fourth Hokage's cruel policies were not born of his own volition. Whereas Konoha's leaders acted with deliberate intent for their own interests and power, harming the ninjas of their own village. It was only then that Terumi Mei truly comprehended the world in which Uzumaki Naruto had grown up. Their conversation persisted for a full 2.5 hours. Once Uzumaki Naruto had unraveled all the truths, he departed the meeting room with Terumi Mei. In the deep of night, at the front line of Konoha in the land of grass, Uzumaki Naruto, clad in a black cloak and hood, stealthily infiltrated the encampment. Within a tent, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Chozo were gathered, discussing the forthcoming trajectory of the war. Signs of negotiations had emerged among several ninja villages, and the recent days had seen a marked reduction in hostilities, with most skirmishes being of a harassing nature and casualties minimal. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji wore grim expressions, their faces nearly unrecognizable. Since their arrival, they had only been tasked with patrolling the camp's safety, yet being on the battlefield, their nerves had been perpetually strained, and they were beginning to feel the toll. Suddenly, a shadow burst into the tent, prompting Nara Shikaku and the others to instinctively position themselves in front of their children. Shadow manipulation technique, shadow strangulation technique, partial expansion technique. Without hesitation, the trio launched their jutsu, aware that anyone able to approach them silently at this time was likely an adversary, especially amidst wartime. Whoever it was, they would deal with it first. However, their ninjutsu had little effect on Uzumaki Naruto. He merely raised a hand to block Akimichi Chozo's enlarged palm. Yamanaka Inoichi's technique was repelled by the roars of the nine-tail spectral form that burst forth from Naruto. As Nara Shikaku's shadow strangulation technique ensnared Naruto's wrist, it faltered, unable to advance further despite Shikaku's attempts to amplify his chakra. The three were taken aback. Nara Shikaku maintained his hand signs while Akimichi Chozo continued to exert force, seeking to eliminate Naruto. Only Yamanaka Inoichi lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping. As an elite jonin, his spirit was no match for the Nine Tails. Even a mere spectral manifestation of the Nine Tails was beyond his capacity to withstand, and when he was cast out of Naruto's body by the Nine Tails War, he had already been backfired by his own technique. The three were disheartened. Half their morale had already been extinguished, and the remaining half was in jeopardy. The strength of the enemy before them exceeded their expectations. As they contemplated shouting for their children to flee, Uzumaki Naruto spoke. The reception from the three clan leaders is indeed grand. As the trio of Nara Shikamaru, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choji finally reacted, they stood behind their father, cautiously regarding the silhouette in the center. Observing that Nara Shikaku and the others were unwilling to relent, the helpless Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to remove his hood, revealing his true visage. What? Do the three clan leaders truly wish to end my life? The voices of the 6 individuals within the tent echoed simultaneously, calling out, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Nara Shikaku cast a glance at Akimichi Choji, who, understanding the unspoken message, ceased his jutsu and assisted Yamashiro Aoi into a seated position on the wooden bed. Nara Shikaku sighed in relief, cognizant that Naruto had not come with the intent to slay them. From what he knew of Naruto, if he truly desired their demise. He would not have gone through such trouble. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the silence of the tent, causing Naruto to look blankly at Yamashiro Ino, his mind racing with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What is this girl doing? Why is she attacking me? In a moment of fury, Naruto's chakra surged violently. A terrifying force directed toward Yamashiro Ino. Nara Shikaku, more bewildered than Naruto, felt his heart race anew. He was keenly aware of the kind of person Naruto was. Labeling him a mere killer would be an understatement, for he had never encountered anyone with a more fearsome intent to kill than Naruto. His thoughts racing. He quickly positioned himself in front of Ino, warily eyeing Naruto as he urgently shouted, Naruto, let us speak calmly. Do not direct your anger at a girl. Choji, quickly restrain Ino. And Aoi, stop lying down and seize your daughter. Otherwise, Ino will perish. Nara Shikamaru also approached Naruto, but the overwhelming chakra prevented him from getting close. He could only shout incoherently from a distance. Naruto, Ino acted impulsively. Please do not harm her. No, Naruto, do not let your anger consume you. Let us resolve this calmly. A glimmer of fear shone in Nara Shikamaru's eyes. The chakra emanating from Naruto was exponentially stronger than that of their fathers. The sheer terror of it, coupled with the frenzied intent to kill, left him breathless. He anxiously regarded Naruto, fearing that in a fit of rage, Naruto might annihilate everyone present in the tent. Chapter 196. You are a wise man. Yamashiro Aoi, enduring the backlash of his jutsu, hoisted Yamashiro Ino onto his shoulder. Yet Ino continued to scream, Naruto, have you forgotten Hinata? Do you not know that since your departure, she has been weeping daily? Do you realize that she thinks of you every day? She is currently on the battlefield in Sunagakure. What are you doing here? Go find Hinata. She thinks of you every single day. Do you know that? And what about Sasuke? Where is Sasuke? If you were to defect from Konoha, why take Sasuke with you? Sakura misses him dearly. Even in the face of Naruto's wrath, the passionate Yamashiro Ino continued to express her grievances. Witnessing the expressions of her two friends, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, unsure of how to comfort them. Yet, upon seeing Naruto, all her pent-up emotions erupted. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by her words, his anger dissipating as the chaotic chakra within him calmed. He had not anticipated that a small gesture from years ago would leave such a profound impact on Hyuga Hinata. He recalled that winter when he saw the lonely Hinata. Her figure resonated with his own, stirring something deep within him that prompted his earlier choice. Sigh, he explained. I only sent a shadow clone to Sunagakure. You need not worry about Hinata. I have faith that I can handle things there. As for Sasuke, Sakura has already met him, so you need not fret excessively. With that, Naruto nonchalantly took his seat at the head of the table. At this moment, Akimichi Choji offered him a chip. His plump face was adorably round, albeit slightly dirty. Would you like a chip? Naruto turned to Choji, noticing the empty bag in his hand, revealing that he was holding the very last chip. Aren't you afraid of me? Not at all. I believe you are a good person. Choji's sincere smile stirred something within Naruto, causing him to reflect on the countless bloodshed on his hands. A good person? He could hardly accept such a label. If he were a madman, he would embrace it with a smile and then eliminate the witness. But to be called a good person left him at a loss. He accepted the chip from Choji's hand and placed it in his mouth. As Choji stood momentarily dazed, Naruto retrieved a handkerchief from his space and gently wiped the dirt from Choji's face. Thank you, Choji. Naruto then turned his attention to Akimichi Choji, aware that the recent commotion had drawn several ninjas from the camp. Not wishing to reveal himself just yet, he instructed, Choji, take Shikamaru and the others outside. Also, Aoi, you should tend to your injuries. Though Akimichi Choji and Yamashiro Aoi wished to say more, they were interrupted by Nara Shikaku's piercing gaze. Reluctantly, the two departed with the three younger ones, filled with concern. Once the tent was devoid of all but Naruto and Nara Shikaku. Naruto regarded the composed Nara Shikaku with an unwavering stare. Under Naruto's scrutiny, Shikaku's initial calmness gradually gave way to unease, culminating in a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Surely, Naruto does not truly wish to kill me. If that were the case, he could grant me a swift end. Why stare at me so? Speak. If you do not, how am I to know? If you utter your thoughts, I might deduce your intentions. But if you remain silent, how can I guess what you desire? After much internal deliberation, Nara Shikaku decided to let Naruto speak first. Naruto, what is your purpose in coming here? And what do you suppose, Nara clan leader? You are a wise man. I trust you understand my intentions better than anyone else. Naruto flashed a slight smile, confident that Shikaku could discern his purpose, given that the Nara clan was renowned for its intellect throughout the ninja world. Nara clan leader. You must realize that following Sarutobi Hiruzen will only lead you down a path of doom. Consider the children of your clan, surely. You do not wish for them to perish by my hand. Oh, and let me share a secret with you. My father has returned. At this revelation, even a seasoned ninja like Nara Shikaku felt a tumultuous wave within him. The father of Naruto was none other than the Fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. But had not Minato perished during the Kyuubi incident? Now, Naruto was claiming that Minato had returned, implying that Naruto possessed some form of resurrection jutsu. He did not doubt the authenticity of Naruto's information. Someone of Naruto's strength would not resort to deceitful lies. Moreover, the evident warning suggested that if the trio of clans, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, continued to align with Sarutobi Hiruzen, based on his understanding of Naruto, it seemed they would have no path to survival. I understand. Nara Shikaku's expression turned grave. Having grasped Naruto's meaning, he had made his choice. From any perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not compare to Naruto. Not to mention, Naruto had already proven to be immensely powerful at such a young age. If they resisted Naruto's intentions now, it would render him a traitor to the three clans. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in satisfaction. Conversing with an intelligent individual was a breeze, far easier than subjugating the Uchiha clan. However, this was still insufficient, as he smirked slightly. I require a token of loyalty. Nara Shikaku fell silent for a brief moment before making a decision, rising to leave. Naruto remained firmly seated at the head of the table, listening to the sudden shouts outside the tent, the sounds of ninjutsu being unleashed, various explosions, and cries of despair. Chuckling to himself. In less than 10 minutes, Nara Shikaku entered the tent, holding a severed head that still bore expressions of disbelief, fear, and anger. Naruto gazed at the head, recognizing the likeness to the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan from the intelligence reports, utterly content. You have 3 days to return to Konoha with everyone. With that, Naruto dispersed his shadow clone, transforming into a wisp of white smoke that vanished. At that moment, Yama no Ichi and Akimichi Choza had already cleared the camp of all the Hokage faction's ninjas and entered the tent. Shikaku, where's Naruto? Nara Shikaku looked at the dissipating shadow clone of Naruto, reflecting internally on the emergence of a true master in the ninja world. Though this master was young, his intellect and strategies were far more formidable than those of the seasoned veterans. And it seemed that the ninja world was on the brink of a genuine storm of bloodshed. He turned to the puzzled Yama no Ichi and softly remarked, Ichi, the structure of the ninja world is about to change. I wonder whether this is a boon or a bane. Yama no Ichi and Akimichi Chozo exchanged glances, uncertain of what their friend was lamenting. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Wind, a small team from Sunagakure was stealthily advancing towards the camp of Konoha. Chapter 197. Embrace under the moonlight, Captain. Didn't Lord Kazekage say he would not pursue further conflict? Is it truly wise for us to ambush the Konoha camp? One of the less formidable ninjas in the Sunagakure team inquired of their leader. Lord Kazekage is too feeble. Konoha has breached our borders, yet he still seeks negotiation. The captain of the Sunagakure ninja, filled with rage, declared, I will not allow such disgrace. Regardless of the circumstances, I must uphold the honor of Sunagakure. We shall never surrender. It was known that in the early stages of the war, they had advanced deep into the Land of Fire. Now, being pushed back into the Land of Wind by the ninjas of Konoha was an unbearable humiliation that he could not accept. At that moment, one of the sensing ninjas in the team seemed to have detected something and quickly informed their captain, Captain, ahead there is a ninja team in retreat. They seem to have noticed us. Pursue them, hurry. The leading Sunagakure ninja, upon hearing of the Konoha team, burst into joyous laughter and charged towards them, intent on eliminating these ninjas to cleanse the shame of Sunagakure. On the other side, a 4-member team from the Hyuga clan was on a patrol mission when they suddenly spotted a Sunagakure team. Oh no, we encountered the enemy. Quickly, return to report to Lord Kakashi. The strongest ninja in the group voiced urgently, as they needed to rush back to inform their camp. They dared not engage, for even their strongest member was merely a chunin, and one of their own was not even a ninja. Given their composition, they were ill-equipped to confront the Sunagakure team. Upon seeing the enemy, the decision was made. However, the disparity in strength meant they could not shake off the pursuing ninja team, who were drawing ever closer. In a state of anxiety, the leader urged Hinata Hyuga, "Lady Hinata, you must return to the camp and request support from Lord Kakashi. We three will do our utmost to delay them." As a branch family ninja of the Hyuga clan, they had distanced themselves from the main family after the death of the clan head and harbored deep resentment towards the main family's ninjas. Moreover, upon Hinata's arrival at the Konoha camp, they had made her life difficult, assigning her all the arduous and unpleasant tasks. Yet, throughout these days, Hinata's actions profoundly affected them. No matter how dirty or laborious the work was, she undertook it with unwavering dedication, displaying no complaints. Through her deeds, Hinata proved her distinctiveness, leading them to realize that there were exceptional ninjas even among the main family. From that moment, they resolved that they could perish. But Hinata Hyuga must never be endangered. "But you, Lady Hinata, do not speak. Quickly leave." The leading Hyuga ninja pushed Hinata away, exchanging glances with the remaining two before charging towards the Sunigakure team. Hinata watched the three depart, tears welling in her eyes. She understood that her duty was to return to the camp and request aid, and there could be no further hesitation. Unfortunately, the three resolute Hyuga ninjas could not hold out for long, as the Sunigakure ninjas swiftly caught up and eliminated them within minutes. The four members of the Sunigakure team surrounded Hinata, and the leading ninja, upon seeing her eyes and forehead, could barely contain his excitement. "Haha, look at her forehead. No caged bird. She is actually from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. This is a jackpot. Just think of the value of those Byakugan." Faced with four Sunigakure ninjas, Hinata understood that her fate was sealed. Her strength was no match for them. She was not even a proper ninja. If it were not for this war, she would still be at the Ninja Academy. The Sunigakure ninjas would not care whether she was a child or a ninja. In wartime, any inhabitant of Konoha was fair game. Moreover, as a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, her death would yield their coveted Byakugan. The leading Sunigakure ninja brandished a kunai, slowly approaching Hinata with a cruel smile. "Little sister, do not be afraid. My skills are quite proficient. It will be over in an instant." As the approaching Sunigakure ninja drew near, Hinata closed her eyes in terror, awaiting the arrival of her demise. Countless images flashed through her mind, ultimately fixating on a figure with golden hair. "Naruto, I might be dying, yet I long to see you one last time." Suddenly, Hinata felt as though she had been lifted into someone's arms, intensifying her fear. The Sunigakure ninja had not killed her, but instead carried her off. "What now? What do they intend to do with me? Will they torture me?" "Hinata, do not open your eyes just yet." Just as Hinata was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice reached her ears, a voice she would never forget, the one who had helped her that winter. Now, in this dire situation, he had saved her once more, and she could not resist the urge to open her eyes to behold the figure she had yearned for. Yet remembering Naruto's instruction, she refrained from doing so. Moments later, she heard a few cries of anguish, followed by an eerie silence. "All right, you may open your eyes now." Upon hearing this voice, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. The cool breeze tousled her hair as the cold moonlight bathed the desert. Naruto Uzumaki, with his golden hair and azure eyes, wore a gentle smile, the moonlight casting a soft glow on his handsome face, creating a breathtaking tableau with his tender grin. The sight before her left her entranced, her heart racing like a fawn. Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "Naruto, what is it?" Listening to the gentle voice whispering in her ear, Hinata Hyuga suddenly realized that she was being cradled in the arms of Naruto Uzumaki. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the hue spreading from her face down to her neck, resembling a ripe apple. Her hands were clasped tightly together in front of her, yet her body instinctively nestled deeper into Naruto's embrace. "And nothing," she stammered. Naruto, observing Hinata's bashful demeanor, understood her nature and chose not to say anything further. He approached the lifeless bodies of the branch family ninjas from the Hyuga clan and formed hand seals. Akihun Rina Shinsei. A vibrant crimson chakra flowed from Naruto into the corpses of the branch family ninjas, gradually healing their wounds. They blinked in confusion, recalling their demise. Yet now they found themselves inexplicably revived. Naruto noticed something amiss and leaned closer to one of the ninjas, removing his forehead protector to reveal a smooth forehead. "What the? The caged bird seal is gone." Chapter 198. Do not dwell on past sorrows. Naruto proceeded to remove the forehead protectors of the other two. astonished to find that the caged bird seals had vanished from all three. This method is splendid. Far more convenient than unsealing them one by one. Otherwise, should I kill all the branch family ninjas and then bring them back to life? A wicked thought began to swell in Naruto's mind, causing the branch family ninjas to tremble in fear at the sinister grin on his face. They were acutely aware of his identity as the youngest S-rank rogue ninja in the history of Konoha and knew their strength was no match for him. Now that Naruto stood before them, they dared not resist, hoping for mercy. Naruto looked helplessly at the quaking trio, internally lamenting, I am, after all, your savior. Is there really a need for such fear? Hinata stifled a giggle, fully aware of Naruto's identity, yet her unwavering faith in him remained intact, regardless of his transformation. She approached the three, her blush still lingering, and gently assured them, you need not fear Naruto. He is not a bad person. He just saved you. Hinata, forget about them. Let me take you back. Before the trio could respond, Naruto disregarded them entirely, lifting Hinata into his arms and heading towards the Konoha camp. Ah, Naruto, put me down. I can walk on my own, Hinata exclaimed, startled by Naruto's sudden embrace. The blush that had not yet faded returned to her cheeks. However, her body betrayed her words, instinctively leaning deeper into Naruto's hold. Observing her conflicting actions, Naruto couldn't help but smile gently. Do you truly wish to be set down? Hearing this, Hinata felt a twinge of disappointment. She did not want to leave the warmth of his embrace, but upon seeing the playful smirk on Naruto's face, she realized he was teasing her. Ah, Naruto, you are so mischievous, she thought, choosing not to insist on being let go, instead gazing at his perfect profile while nestled in his arms. Yet, the blissful moment was fleeting. Within 10 minutes, Naruto brought Hinata into Kakashi Hitaki's tent. He gently set her down, and as the warmth of his embrace faded, Hinata felt a pang of loss, longing to remain enveloped in Naruto's arms. Yet she understood her fate was already sealed. She would cherish this brief happiness and tightly grasp Naruto's sleeve. Noticing the unusual grip, Naruto turned to look at Hinata, taking her small hand in his. Having made his choice, he would see it through to the end. As for the main branch of the Hyuga clan, he had promised them mercy. Should they act wisely, he would spare them, but if they were ungrateful, he would not hesitate to take action. Feeling the warmth in his grasp, Hinata's cheeks flushed again, and she lowered her head, standing quietly beside Naruto. Kakashi, who had intended to rest, immediately stood upon seeing Naruto. However, Naruto said nothing, directly tossing him a pile of dog food, prompting Kakashi, who was still single, to nearly choke on his frustration. Hey, could you at least consider me, the unmarried one? If you want a date, could you do it elsewhere? Kakashi, haven't you installed the Sharingan I gave you? Naruto disregarded Kakashi's complaints, noticing Kakashi's tightly closed left eye with a hint of doubt. But that thought was fleeting. Naruto was not there to reminisce, as he had other matters at hand. Set that aside. Without the burden of the Sharingan, focus on honing your swordsmanship. Go fetch Gai-sensei. I have something to discuss with him. Kakashi hesitated, initially thinking Naruto sought him for a reason, but it seemed he was not. If that were the case, why not go directly to Might Guy instead of feeding him dog food? Nevertheless, Kakashi waved his hand at Naruto, grumbling as he exited the tent. As Kakashi's silhouette faded, Naruto suddenly called out, Yahiko Rin has been revived. Forget your past sorrows. Do not dwell in despair. Focus on your training. Regarding Obito Uchiha, he was the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident, and he has perished at my hands. If you must harbor hatred, let it be directed at me. Kakashi halted, struck by the sudden shift of emotions. His two closest friends had experienced such a dramatic twist, with the deceased now alive and the living suddenly gone. He tilted his head slightly, wishing to hold back his tears, understanding that Obito, as the instigator of the Ninetales incident, along with Naruto's tragic childhood, meant that his friend could never survive at Naruto's hands, nor could he sway Naruto's resolve. Reflecting on his life, Kakashi felt it had been a string of failures as a prodigious ninja of Konoha. He could not prevent his father's suicide, save his dear friend, nor even care for his teacher's child. Only upon hearing of Rin's revival did he realize how little success he had achieved in his life. Kakashi remained silent as he walked out, while Naruto watched his despondent figure, murmuring, Kakashi, I hope you can rise again. Do not continue to wallow in despair, or you will be unable to follow me in the future. Although you did not become my teacher this time, I still hope you can find your strength. Naruto took Hinata's hand and sat on the wooden bed, patiently awaiting Might Guy's arrival. His fingers occasionally grazed Hinata's palm, causing her to blush profusely. When Guy finally entered the tent, Naruto ceased his playful gestures. Upon seeing Naruto, the memories sealed within Guy were unlocked. He paused, intent on greeting Naruto. But his gaze sharpened. "Naruto, are you ready to execute your plan?" Naruto nodded. His preparations nearing completion, it was time to commence his scheme. "Indeed, Teacher Kai. You led those individuals to Konoha within 3 days." Hatake Kakashi's dead fish eyes continuously swept back and forth between Uzumaki Naruto and Might Guy. Their tacit communication made him feel like an outsider. Observing the perplexed gaze of Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto understood that it would be impossible to elucidate his plan due to Might Guy's character. Thus, he reiterated the details of his plans to Hatake Kakashi once more. Chapter 199. Negotiation 2.5 hours later, Uzumaki Naruto slowly exhaled, feeling somewhat parched from his lengthy explanations. He grasped a nearby teapot and drank deeply. Hatake Kakashi gazed at Uzumaki Naruto in shock, bewildered by the recent transformations in Naruto's capabilities, which left him astounded. In Naruto's narration, not only had Narao Rin been resurrected, but also his teacher, the Fourth Hokage, and his mentor, Uzumaki Kushina. Such formidable abilities were beyond Kakashi's comprehension. Uzumaki Naruto paid no heed to the stunned Hatake Kakashi. He took Hinata's small hand and gently spoke. "Hinata, I am merely a shadow clone. When the time comes, please return to Konoha with Kakashi and the others. My true self will be waiting for you in Konoha." "Okay, I understand," Hinata Hyuga replied shyly. With Naruto's decision made, she resolved to bravely share her thoughts with her father upon their return to Konoha. With everything arranged, Uzumaki Naruto dispelled the shadow clone, transforming into a wisp of white smoke that vanished. As he rested, the real Uzumaki Naruto awakened after receiving the memories of his 2 shadow clones, sighing, "Ah, another entangled fate." He then turned to the side, where the enchanting Terumi Mei, clad in silk pajamas, lay beside him. The sight of her slender figure, with her fair skin and alluring red lips, rendered Naruto momentarily speechless. Suppressing his thoughts, he tenderly embraced Terumi Mei, savoring her soft touch, and gradually succumbed to slumber. 3 days later, in the Hokage building's conference room, the representatives of Konoha's F4, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure were seated, and the atmosphere was tense. In this war, if one were to assess which ninja village suffered the most significant losses, it would undoubtedly be Kumogakure. Not only had the Fourth Hokage and the Jinchūriki of the Eight Tails perished, but they had also lost the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. Nearly 10,000 ninjas had fallen on the battlefield of the Land of Fire, leading to a drastic decline in Kumogakure's strength. Currently, Kumogakure was the most eager to receive compensation to restore its power. However, Tsuchikage understood that Konoha resembled a lion. Even though this lion had aged, it remained formidable. Yet, knowing that he was not confronting Konoha alone, he felt reassured. In this war, our Fourth Hokage and the Jinchūriki of the Eight Tails both fell at the hands of your S-class rogue ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Furthermore, the Two Tails and Eight Tails were taken from us by Naruto. As a condition for peace talks, we demand that Konoha compensate Kumogakure for our losses, totaling 2 billion ryo. Additionally, we request the return of the Two Tails and Eight Tails. Otherwise, Kumogakure will not cease hostilities and will fight to the bitter end. If Konoha is a lion, then in the eyes of Kumogakure, Uzumaki Naruto is akin to the Grim Reaper, challenging the lion while provoking death itself. Kumogakure was well aware that it would be more prudent to confront Konoha than to provoke Naruto, for angering a lion may allow for a chance to escape. But inciting the Grim Reaper could only lead to their doom. At that moment, Konoha's F4 realized why Kumogakure had withdrawn from the Land of Fire. The reason was that the Nine Tails Jinchūriki, Uzumaki Naruto, had slain both their Hokage and the Jinchūriki of the Eight Tails. However, after the initial shock, Konoha's F4 quickly recognized that Kumogakure was merely seeking an excuse to obtain more compensation. They would not acquiesce easily, and the sum demanded was exorbitant, bordering on fantasy. Shimura Danzo coldly remarked, "The Hokage and the Jinchūriki of the Eight Tails perished at the hands of Uzumaki Naruto, who has already been classified as a rogue ninja by us. Your demands seem devoid of any genuine intent for negotiation. Moreover, are you not being a tad too greedy, demanding 2 billion ryo and the return of the Two Tails and Eight Tails? If you insist on such compensation, then let the fighting continue. Konoha will not fear you." As a staunch hardliner, Shimura Danzo would never concede to Kumogakure's demands, especially considering he still owed Orochimaru 1 billion ryo. Furthermore, he believed that once Sarutobi Hiruzen passed away, he could ascend to the position of Hokage, at which point everything in Konoha would belong to him, Shimura Danzo. Thus, he would never agree to such conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, puffing on his pipe, clearly in agreement with Danzo's position. Regardless, Konoha would never agree to compensate 2 billion ryo, especially since they currently lacked the strength to capture Uzumaki Naruto. The stout figure radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. He knew it was his turn to step forward. The 3 ninja villages they represented had already formed a united front before the meeting commenced. Konoha's Hokage appeared to lack genuine intent for negotiation. Did this shadowy figure truly represent Konoha? Or was it Shimura Danzo who held the authority to decide for Konoha? Shimura Danzo's singular eye glimmered ominously as he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeking his stance. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, applying gentle pressure with his fingers to leave several imprints on it. This simple yet effective tactic of sowing discord was lethal. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen could not express his true intentions directly. He needed Danzo to act as a disruptive force. Of course, Danzo was also a high-ranking official in Konoha, and his opinions represented Konoha's stance, but ultimately, the decision rested solely with me. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's implication, Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration, his grip on his cane causing it to crack. Meanwhile, Maki, the representative of Sunagakure, was lost in thoughts regarding the directives of his Kazekage, instinctively straightening his back. Our position in Sunagakure aligns with Kumogakure. We demand that Konoha immediately withdraw from the Land of Wind and compensate Sunagakure with 800 million ryo as reparations for the fallen ninjas. However, at that moment, Shimura Danzo, engulfed in anger, found Maki's tactless words to be intolerable, inadvertently striking at Danzo's sore spot. Chakra surged within Danzo, and his murderous intent was unabashedly directed toward Maki. As one of the weakest present, Maki's previously straightened back crumpled under the weight of Danzo's malice. The united front of the sturdy Tsuchikage and Tsuchikage stepped in front of Maki, shielding him from Danzo's murderous aura. As Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Danzo's intent to strike, he barked, "Danzo, stop!" His goal was to negotiate and end the war, not to incite the major ninja villages into further conflict. Yet, Danzo was far too agitated. Infuriated by the reprimand, Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, astonished that his longtime comrade would not side with him but instead obstruct his actions. Chapter 200. The Carnage Begins. Hiruzen. You. Danzo stared incredulously at Sarutobi Hiruzen, initially intent on hurling a few curses at him. However, he quickly realized that Hiruzen was no longer the formidable ninja he once was. Contemplating this, his inner fury dissipated, and he merely uttered, "You will regret this." After speaking, Shimura Danzo departed from the conference room, this time without slamming the door, but rather leaving in silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the desolate figure of his old comrade as he walked away, his heart suddenly fluttering. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that this might be the last time he would see his old ally. Meanwhile, within the root space, Uchiha Sasuke, disguised as an Umbu guard, stealthily infiltrated the premises. After eliminating all the guards stationed there, he took a seat in Danzo's former position, patiently awaiting his arrival. As Danzo returned to the root space, grumbling all the way, he remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere until he entered the main hall, where he noticed a strange man seated in his chair. Observing the intruder, Danzo felt a surge of disdain for his subordinates, who had repeatedly failed to prevent unauthorized entries into their stronghold. "Who are you? How dare you invade the root space? Do you know the consequences of trespassing in Konoha? Guards, seize this intruder." Danzo's command echoed in the silence, but instead of a flurry of loyal subordinates springing into action, there was only the sound of his own voice. Just as Danzo's confusion grew, Uchiha Sasuke revealed his true identity, shedding his disguise. He looked down at Danzo, who resembled a clown in his bewilderment, his heart ablaze with fury. This was the man who sought to annihilate the Uchiha clan, responsible for his father's death, forcing the Uchiha to abandon their beloved Konoha. Sasuke's murderous intent surged forth, unmasked. "Danzo, there's no need for further pleasantries. Your subordinates have perished beneath my Kusanagi sword, and you shall meet the same fate." "Uchiha Sasuke," Danzo exclaimed in shock upon recognizing his adversary. But his astonishment quickly morphed into excitement as he twisted his face into a malicious grin. Haha, the little brat of the Uchiha clan. After you defected from Konoha, not only did you not hide, but you dare return. Today, I shall personally eliminate you, wicked Uchiha. As Danzo reveled in his exultation, Sasuke's eyes flared with a crimson light, the intricate patterns of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan materializing. Rising slowly, he gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, launching forward with a swift motion. The blade gleaming with lethal intent aimed at Danzo's neck. Danzo's pupils constricted in disbelief at Sasuke's astonishing speed, far too swift for him to react. Instinctively, he drew a kunai to defend himself. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Kusanagi sword collided with the kunai, sparks flying in a dazzling display. Caught off guard, Danzo was sent flying by Sasuke's strike. Boom! He crashed into the wall, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Sasuke, smirking coldly, fixed his blood-red gaze on the cloud of dust. Amaterasu, black flames ignited from the haze, incinerating it to ashes, accompanied by a chilling wail. Within the smoke, Danzo, enveloped by the flames of Amaterasu, gritted his teeth against the pain and activated his Anaji, his form dissipating like a mirage, reappearing stealthily behind Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's focus still on the smoke, Danzo felt a surge of confidence as he brandished a kunai, lunging towards Sasuke's heart. Clink! Just as Danzo believed he had the upper hand, a purple skeletal chakra surrounded Sasuke, causing Danzo's kunai to shatter upon impact. Startled, Danzo had no chance to retreat as a colossal hand formed from the purple chakra seized him. Sasuke, regarding Danzo in the grip of Susanoo, showed no mercy and crushed him, blood seeping through the cracks in the chakra. Watching Danzo vanish within Susanoo, Sasuke murmured, "Is this what Naruto referred to as his Anaji?" According to Naruto's intelligence, Danzo possesses at least 10 Sharingan, meaning I must eliminate him 8 more times. Danzo, recognizing the gravity of his situation, acknowledged his oversight in underestimating Sasuke. The Uchiha before him was not a mere clan member. In their first confrontation, he had already lost 2 precious Sharingan within a mere 2 minutes. The purple chakra undoubtedly belonged to the Uchiha clan's most formidable power, Susanoo. To activate Susanoo, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan was essential. Greed filled Danzo's eyes as he surveyed the unique patterns in Sasuke's gaze. His avarice overwhelmed his reason, but in that fleeting moment, Sasuke's eyes glowed once more with a blood-red light. Blazing eye of the future. Prepared for an attack, Danzo attempted to dodge to the side. However, the dark flames did not ignite where he had stood, but rather engulfed him. How is this possible? Wasn't that technique supposed to require direct eye contact to activate? Why did the flames ignite on me as I evaded? As Danzo was reduced to ashes once more, he vanished, reappearing on the opposite side of the root space. As Danzo pondered how to counter Sasuke, a chilling voice echoed through the air. For the 3rd time, Danzo, I wonder how many Sharingan you have left? Impossible. How do you know? Danzo's expression shifted from grave to astonished. In the world of ninjas, battles were fought as much with information as with strength. And it seemed that Sasuke knew all too well about his Sharingan and his Anaji. Realizing his intelligence had been compromised, Danzo's resolve to fight waned as his gaze shifted toward the root's entrance, seeking an escape. If he could just get out, he might still have a chance. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure he loathed above all others, and he spat the name with venomous hatred. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 201. Danzo's deadlock. Naruto Uzumaki crossed his arms, leaning casually against the entrance of the root space, observing the flustered Danzo with a sly grin. Hello, old dog Danzo. Long time no see. I never expected our reunion would coincide with your demise. How tragic, indeed. Haha. But rest assured, your old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen will soon join you. And I want to forget about Mito and Toka, those 2 useless fools. By the way, I can see in your eyes that you wish to escape. But I advise you to abandon that hope. The entire root space is encased in my barrier. You cannot flee, and no matter how much noise you make, the outside world will remain oblivious. As he spoke, Naruto tapped the wall with his fingers. If it weren't for the intel from White Zetsu, finding this desolate place would have been quite the challenge. Blame yourself for choosing such a remote location to establish your base. It certainly took me some effort to locate it. Listening to Naruto's mocking words, Danzo's rage boiled over, and he charged directly at Naruto. As long as he could eliminate Schwanwa Mingren, he would be able to escape. Once free, He would rally all the forces of Konoha to vanquish the detestable Kyuubi Jinchūriki. Uchiha Sasuke quietly observed Shimura Danzo rush toward Schwanwa Mingren, remaining motionless. Given Schwanwa Mingren's prowess, even a surprise attack from Shimura Danzo would fail to inflict harm. Moreover, the latter's reckless advance was utterly predictable, and Sasuke foresaw Danzo's inevitable fate, which unfolded exactly as he anticipated. Schwanwa Mingren merely leaped lightly on the spot, stretched his limbs, and then propelled himself upward with force, executing a 720-degree spin before delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that sent Shimura Danzo flying. Danzo's body traced a straight line through the air, soaring over several dozen meters of the root base before crashing heavily against the opposite wall. A resounding thud echoed as Danzo's form became firmly pressed against the wall, causing it to fracture with numerous cracks. Blood flowed from his body, seeping through the fissures and forming a grotesque, yet beautiful blood flower against the wall. Schwanwa Mingren shook his ankle, cleared his ears, and glanced at the Danzo pinned against the wall, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What were you thinking, coming to find me? Look at you now. You can't even peel yourself off the wall. This is the fourth time. If you don't pull yourself together, you might just meet your end today. Schwanwa Mingren's tone dripped with mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse before delivering the final blow. At that moment, the mouse, Shimura Danzo, vanished from the wall and reappeared before Uchiha Sasuke, silently counting the number of Sharingan he possessed. During Schwanwa Mingren's previous incursion into Konoha, he had been unable to activate Izanagi before all of his Sharingan were obliterated by Schwanwa Mingren's assault. The Sharingan he had seized from Hatake Kakashi had yielded 10 eyes from the mysterious figure, of which he had already expended 4, leaving him with 6. Danzo hesitated no longer. Physical prowess had proven ineffective, and Kunai could not eliminate 2 opponents, so he resorted to ninjutsu. With a series of hand seals, he unleashed a gust of wind chakra from his mouth, forming a high-pressure cutting wave. Futon Shinkaha. The transparent wave surged toward Uchiha Sasuke, who swiftly began weaving hand seals in response. Katon Gokaku no Jutsu. Compressing his chakra, he expelled a colossal fire dragon from his mouth. Under the influence of Danzo's wind technique, the fire dragon's size doubled from approximately 20 meters to nearly 40. The dragon opened its immense jaws, lunging toward Danzo. As it appeared imminent that the fire dragon would engulf him, Danzo's expression hardened. He bit his finger and quickly formed seals. Summoning technique, Dream Baku. A puff of smoke enveloped the scene as the Dream Baku materialized before the colossal fire dragon, opening its abyss-like maw to devour the flame. However, Uchiha Sasuke was swifter. He followed closely behind the fire dragon, enveloping his Kusanagi, sword and lightning chakra, maneuvering around Danzo's summoned beast. The Kusanagi sword, encased in silver lightning, glistened with lethality as Uchiha Sasuke struck at Danzo, severing his head cleanly. Almost immediately, his chakra surged, transforming into a purple skeletal hand, which came crashing down upon the Dream Baku. The creature, having merely consumed a single ninjutsu, was obliterated into a pulp beneath Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. 5th time. Uchiha Sasuke's cold voice resonated, his gaze fixed on the rolling head, which he crushed beneath his foot, splattering brain matter and blood. Danzo's form gradually emerged between Schwanwa Mingren and Uchiha Sasuke, beads of sweat streaming down his face, as his greed for the Mangekyo Sharingan dissipated. With danger looming ahead and behind, he found himself with no avenue of escape. His left hand brushed across his right arm, where 4 Sharingan remained, alongside the one in his eye, granting him 5 more chances to utilize Izanagi. He had to devise a way to break through Schwanwa Mingren and return to Konoha. It was his only hope for survival. In a fleeting moment of carelessness, Uchiha Sasuke's lightning-infused Kusanagi sword sliced toward him. Realizing the danger, Danzo attempted to form hand seals to fend off Uchiha Sasuke, but the speed of the Kusanagi was such that it left afterimages in its wake. In the instant he completed his first seal, the blade imbued with lightning cleaved him in 2. 6th time. The chilling sound of Uchiha Sasuke's voice prompted even Schwanwa Mingren to look away. The disparity in strength was stark. Uchiha Sasuke executed his attacks with effortless grace. In less than 10 minutes, Danzo had perished 5 times at Uchiha Sasuke's hands, and once at Schwanwa Mingren's. It was perplexing why someone of Danzo's caliber needed so many Sharingan. It seemed a waste. Just as Schwanwa Mingren pondered this, a ripple of energy surged before him, eliciting a grin of delight. Concentrating his chakra into his right hand, a crimson chakra sphere materialized. Old dog Danzo, have you forgotten my lineage? Attempting such subterfuge before me is simply foolish. With that, Xuanhua Mingren raised the chakra sphere and unhesitatingly thrust it into the translucent space ahead. The space rippled, and Danzo's figure slowly emerged from the void. The chakra sphere collided with him, twisting his form in its vortex until he dissolved into a mist of blood. Seventh time, Xuanhua Mingren teased. Come on, Danzo, put in some effort. If you don't, you're really going to die? Are you content to perish like this? Surely you wish to fight back, right? So what are you hesitating for? Xuanhua Mingren's tone was laced with mockery. He had always believed that villains perished due to their verbosity, yet he was no villain. He was a paragon of righteousness. Moreover, Danzo's wretched state compelled him to deliver a few jabs, for many tragedies in the ninja world were wrought by this old schemer. As the saying goes, to kill is to shatter the heart. Before eliminating Danzo, he must first crush his spirit, cursed Kyuubi Jinchūriki, and that wicked Uchiha brat. I shall drag you both down with me today, even if it costs my life. The re-emerging Danzo glared at Xuanhua Mingren and Uchiha Sasuke, his teeth clenched, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. For the sake of Konoha, he had to eliminate these two threats, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Futon, Shinkarenpo. Before his words could settle, Danzo rapidly formed hand seals. His summoning beast had been slain by Uchiha Sasuke, and he knew he could not match Xuanhua Mingren in physical combat, thus resorting to ninjutsu. Multiple compressed cutting waves surged toward Xuanhua Mingren, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. In the face of these high-pressure waves, Xuanhua Mingren was faster than Danzo. In a single second, he completed his hand seals, his chest swelling as he bellowed. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The roaring inferno surpassed the high-pressure waves in ferocity, evaporating the moisture within the root base and rendering the air arid. The fiery tempest swept through the debris of the base, bearing down on Danzo, and in an instant, it consumed the high-pressure waves entirely. Confronted by the ferocious inferno, Shimura Danzo's eyes were filled with a glimmer of despair. As the raging flames sealed off every possible escape route, he wished to form hand seals to unleash a jutsu to counter the fire, yet found himself powerless, forced to merely watch as the flames consumed him. Uzumaki Naruto observed the re-emergence of Shimura Danzo, his lips twitching in irritation. This dogged individual was notoriously difficult to kill. Unless caught off guard, the only option was to exhaust all of his Sharingan. However, doing so would necessitate employing powerful jutsus or jinjutsu, which contradicted his original intent. Danzo, I must admit, while your strength is lacking, your vitality surpasses that of a cockroach. Can you not simply accept your fate? I am weary from your incessant use of Izanagi. You treat the Sharingan in your possession as though it were a mere tool, squandering its potential. By the way, this marks the 8th time. I presume you have only 2 Sharingan left. Breathless, Shimura Danzo stood his ground. In less than 10 minutes, he had used Izanagi 8 times, despite having transplanted the latest Senju Hashirama cells from Orochimaru. Yet, such frequent usage of Izanagi was taxing even for his chakra reserves. In stark contrast, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke appeared as though they had barely exerted themselves, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Remarkably, both were still under the age of 8, yet possessed such formidable strength. A wave of resentment surged within Danzo. He had yet to become Hokage, his dreams unfulfilled. His earlier threats had failed to intimidate his adversaries, and he begrudgingly pleaded, Uzumaki Naruto, if you spare my life, I shall grant you any favor you desire. Whether it be wealth or power, I can provide. Even if you wish to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi, I can assist you. His eyes gleamed with a hint of hope, as he considered that despite Naruto's undeniable prowess, he was still but a child. Surely, his intellect could not rival his strength. Should Naruto choose to spare him, he could exact revenge in the future for this present humiliation. As Naruto witnessed Danzo's desperate pleas, he realized the futility of treating him as an ordinary child. Yet, since Danzo had begun to beg for mercy, Naruto felt compelled to toy with him, not to the extent of causing him physical harm, but to unnerve him. Danzo, you are beseeching the wrong person. You should be pleading with Sasuke, not me. Upon this declaration, Naruto pointed towards Uchiha Sasuke, prompting Danzo to turn and face Sasuke, his heart tormented by conflict. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, he had always been met with deference by the Uchiha clan. Now, to lower himself to plead with them was absurd. He, who had inherited the will of Senju Tobarama and dedicated his life to eradicating the Uchiha clan, could never submit to them. This thought ignited a furious rage within him. Curse you, you wretched little brats. How dare you toy with me? I shall ensure your demise. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke approached the enraged Danzo, plunging his Kusanagi sword through Danzo's heart. With an air of indifference, he declared, "You are but a relic of a bygone era, unaware of your own folly." Sasuke raised the Kusanagi sword, casually discarding the lifeless corpse. The body vanished, and Danzo reappeared, now genuinely gripped by fear. For he had but one Sharingan remaining. His chakra reserves could only sustain one more use of his Anaji. It seemed he had made a decision, abruptly turning to flee. Danzo stumbled forward, desperately escaping, while Sasuke, wielding the Kusanagi sword and enveloped in Susanoo, coldly followed behind. To Danzo, the younger Uchiha appeared as a grim reaper, harvesting lives. As he fled in panic, the gravel beneath him tripped him up, yet he quickly rose to continue his escape until he reached a cracked wall. He pounded his hands against the surface, as if this action could open a path to salvation, but regardless of his efforts, the wall remained unyielding. With no escape left, Danzo gazed towards Sasuke, who stood before him in Susanoo, ultimately kneeling upon his stiffened knees. All of this is my fault. I should not have targeted the Uchiha clan. I beg you spare me. My dreams remain unfulfilled. I swear, if you let me go, I shall never again pursue the Uchiha clan. Enough of your prattling. Perish. Sasuke coldly replied, unperturbed by Danzo's desperate facade. He raised the Kusanagi sword and severed Danzo's head. Watching the corpse dissipate, he turned to Danzo, who had reappeared, and coldly remarked, "You have no Sharingan left, do you?" Chapter 203. The death of Shimura. Danzo. Hearing Sasuke's icy voice, Danzo felt his heart plunge into despair. All his Sharingan had long been depleted. Moreover, it was clear that neither Uzumaki Naruto nor Sasuke harbored any intentions of sparing him. At this moment, his heart brimmed with regret. If only he had known he would meet his end today, he would never have saved Sarutobi Hiruzen. He should have forcefully seized the acting Hokage position from Hitaki Kakashi. Had he been more assertive at that time, he might have at least experienced the sensation of being Hokage before his demise. Unfortunately, all of that was to end today, along with his life. With that thought, Danzo abruptly ripped open his shirt, revealing the sealing technique inscribed on his torso. With a fierce glare directed at Naruto and Sasuke, he spoke with unwavering resolve. "Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, I shall never allow you to harm even a fragment of Konoha. We shall descend into hell together. You should blame your own negligence. Had you chosen to eliminate me from the start, this crisis would never have arisen." With that proclamation, Danzo activated the sealing technique, and dark energy surged forth from him in every direction. However, Danzo found it perplexing that upon witnessing this sealing technique, Naruto neither retreated nor attempted to thwart him. Instead, he detected a mischievous grin upon Naruto's face. As Naruto beheld Danzo invoking the sealing technique, he chuckled, "Danzo, are you growing senile, forgetting who I am? I previously warned you." With that, Naruto began forming hand seals at an astonishing speed, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers. 8 trigrams sealing technique. As he finished speaking, Naruto halted his hand seals and gently pressed his palm against Danzo's chest. In an instant, 2 seals from the 4 symbols technique appeared on Danzo's chest, and the dark energy he had unleashed surged back towards him like a tidal wave. A scene of despair unfolded before Danzo's eyes as he realized that his final gambit had been undone by Naruto. Now, he had no recourse left. Naruto's smile faded as he stepped closer to Danzo, recalling the latter's earlier boastful words. "Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? You claim you will protect Konoha? Without you, Konoha would not have fallen to such depths. Aside from scheming for power, what else can you offer? Such a selfish and self-serving old dog. Would you sacrifice your life for others? That's quite laughable, don't you think?" With that, Uzumaki Naruto did not afford Shimura Danzo the opportunity to retort. In the midst of the latter's furious gaze, he delivered a powerful punch that shattered Danzo's vocal cords. Subsequently, he broke all of Danzo's limbs, and once he had completed this gruesome task, Uzumaki Naruto turned to Uchiha Sasuke and inquired, "Sasuke, would you care to give this old dog a few more cuts?" Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, having fully vented his pent-up rage. What remained for the Uchiha clan's members to witness was sufficient. Noticing Uchiha Sasuke's disinterest in Danzo, Uzumaki Naruto offered a few parting words before seizing Danzo by the neck and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the root base. Approximately 5 kilometers east of Konoha, within a secluded valley, stood hundreds of ninjas with eyes gleaming crimson, their clan emblem unmistakably that of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki Naruto, holding Shimura Danzo, arrived at this location after executing the Flying Thunder God technique multiple times. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui approached, gazing respectfully at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, as per your command, all capable members of the Uchiha clan have assembled here. What are your orders? Let us not discuss that now. Come with me. I have brought you a gift. With that, Uzumaki Naruto casually tossed Shimura Danzo to Uchiha Shursui and led the way into the valley. Uchiha Shursui caught the object hurled by Uzumaki Naruto, and upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in shock. The figure tossed carelessly was none other than the high-ranking official of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. The state he was in suggested his vocal cords had been shattered and all his limbs broken, hanging unnaturally. As Danzo laid eyes on Uchiha Shursui, his eyes widened in disbelief. According to his intelligence, Uchiha Shursui had long been deceased, yet here he was, near Konoha. He could only emit muffled sounds, unable to articulate a single word. As he was carried into the valley, panic set in further. There was not just Uchiha Shursui, but at least 100 Uchiha ninjas present. Given the Uchiha clan's grievances with Konoha, the only outcome he could envision was the annihilation of the village, but alas, he could not relay this information. Uzumaki Naruto, standing before the assembly of Uchiha, felt an overwhelming surge of pride. Esteemed members, today I bring you a gift, the very architect of the persecution against the Uchiha clan. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. You all know who it is, who in all of Konoha desires your extinction most fervently. Speak up. At his words, the Uchiha clan's crimson eyes glowed ominously as they fixed their gazes upon Uzumaki Naruto. Had it been anyone else, the intense pressure of their stares might have shattered their resolve. It's undoubtedly that scoundrel, Shimura Danzo. Indeed, that dog Danzo deserves the most dire of fates. I suspect it's Sarutobi Hiruzen. That bastard is no saint either. Would Danzo dare to act so brazenly without his consent? And the other 2 old dogs of Konoha's upper echelons should meet the same fate. Listening to their fervent curses, Uzumaki Naruto could only chuckle in disbelief. Their sentiments clearly indicated that none of Konoha's leadership were deemed worthy. Thus, he chose not to continue being enigmatic. Shursui, throw him into the crowd. Once Uchiha Shursui had hurled Shimura Danzo into the throng, Uzumaki Naruto continued, no need for further guessing. I have brought forth Danzo. Now, I leave him in your capable hands. Ensure he does not suffer an easy demise. The Uchiha ninjas erupted in excitement at the revelation that Uzumaki Naruto had truly extracted Danzo from Konoha, their crimson eyes fixated eagerly on the limp figure. In stark contrast, Shimura Danzo found himself in a state of utter despair. He harbored no other hope than to wish for a swift end at Uzumaki Naruto's hands. Chapter 204. The aspirations of a young girl. Alas, Shimura Danzo's hopes were destined to be in vain. As the Uchiha ninjas surged forward, encircling Danzo for a merciless onslaught, the cacophony within the valley grew deafening, filled with shouts and curses. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas clamored to take their turn, fearful that Danzo might perish too swiftly before they had a chance to deliver their own blows. Step aside, let me have a kick, just one. Be gentle. Don't kill him yet. I haven't had my turn. Damn it, don't crowd. I'm almost done, and then he's all yours. Shut up. By the time you finish, that old dog Danzo will be dead already. Uzumaki Naruto observed the chaotic scene with a bemused expression, choosing not to engage further with the raucous atmosphere. With Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Shikuna, and Uchiha Izumi in tow, he exited the valley, allowing the Uchiha clan to vent their pent-up frustrations. Upon reaching the valley's exit, Uzumaki Naruto retrieved a glass vial from his spatial storage and tossed it to Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, I had intended to return your eyes, but I have already transplanted them. Here are Uchiha Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. You should implant them. Uchiha Shursui, stunned, stared at the vial containing the eyes, recalling his former dear friend, Uchiha Itachi. The reality that Uchiha Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan now lay in Uzumaki Naruto's possession implied that Itachi had perished at his hands. He had entrusted everything to Uchiha Itachi. only to discover that Itachi had forsaken the Uchiha clan, resolutely aligning himself with Konoha. Had he chosen to uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan instead of siding with Konoha, perhaps fate would have dealt him a different hand. Only by following Uzumaki Naruto did he come to truly understand what it meant to belong to a village. A village is not merely a demand for the sacrifice of its ninjas. It must be a symbiotic relationship where both the village and its ninjas thrive together for harmony to flourish. I understand. Seeing Uchiha Shursui accept his offering, Uzumaki Naruto turned to the other two with a sense of purpose, retrieving two syringe-like objects from his spatial storage. Shikuna, Izumi. Inject these into your bodies and see if they yield any results. Without further inquiry, the two accepted the items and injected them into themselves. As the liquid from the syringes coursed into their bodies, Uzumaki Naruto waited in silence. Yet the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. Their vision remained unchanged, just as it had been before. Observing their unaltered gazes, he realized his ambition to summon four Susanoo simultaneously to obliterate Konoha was now unattainable. TSK. The side effects of the Manjikyu Sharingan are hardly a bloodline ailment, are they? Truly, not a single bug to exploit. It appeared that he would have to seek out Orochimaru once more. After giving him a sound thrashing last time, he contemplated delivering another beating when next they met. All right, I must take my leave. Shursui, remember to await my signal. Just as Uzumaki Naruto turned to depart, Uchiha Izumi called out to him. Having not seen him since leaving the land of snow, her longing intensifying. She could no longer suppress her feelings and approached the puzzled Uzumaki Naruto, whispering, Naruto, could you come here for a moment? There are a few things I wish to discuss with you. Uzumaki Naruto regarded Uchiha Izumi with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Sensing an unsettling feeling within him, shaking his head, he convinced himself that he had likely done nothing wrong and that this was merely one of life's many illusions. Uchiha Shana gazed through her nostrils at the departing figures of the two individuals. She was perplexed as to what secrets Uchiha Izumi possessed that even they could not be privy to, compelling her to converse privately with Uzumaki Naruto. Shursui, what do you think is wrong with Izumi? She seems rather strange. Uchiha Shursui opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon noticing Uchiha Shana's nostrils, he chose to disregard his troubled clan member and turned back towards the valley. Uchiha Izumi slowly made her way to a grove outside the valley, fearful of looking back, worried that Uzumaki Naruto had not followed her. Izumi, is something the matter? It was only upon hearing that familiar voice that Uchiha Izumi's racing heart began to steady. She turned and embraced Uzumaki Naruto tightly. The softness of her blossoming form gently pressed against his chest as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Naruto, thank you. Uzumaki Naruto immediately sensed something amiss the moment Uchiha Izumi enveloped him in her arms. Thoughts surged uncontrollably in his mind. Thank me? For what? Have I done anything noteworthy? He pondered, feeling that Izumi was distinctly different from her usual self. Could it be that the three great illusions of life had manifested? Realizing her impulsive behavior, Uchiha Izumi quickly released Uzumaki Naruto, clasping her hands tightly together and lowering her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Ever since that fateful night when Uzumaki Naruto saved her, as she walked alongside him, her feelings had gradually crystallized. The admiration she once held had dissipated, replaced now by a profound affection for Uzumaki Naruto. She would willingly do anything for him. Her mind was awash with myriad thoughts, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Yearning to confess her feelings, but fearing that he might distance himself upon learning the truth. Naruto. You. Uzumaki Naruto had already discerned Uchiha Izumi's inner turmoil. As a gentleman, he could not allow her to take the initiative. He stepped forward and gently took her small hand in his. Izumi, you need not say a word, I understand. Will you walk beside me from now on? At the sound of his voice, Uchiha Izumi lifted her gaze to meet his azure eyes, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. She nodded excitedly, tears glistening in her eyes. Falling onto Uzumaki Naruto's hand. I will. With that, she once again embraced him, unwilling to let go, fearing that this might all be a dream. As Uzumaki Naruto felt her trembling form in his embrace, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her, allowing her to release her emotions within his hold. Once her heart had found solace, Uchiha Izumi loosened her grip, her slightly reddened eyes gazing at the golden-haired figure before her, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Uzumaki Naruto gently brushed away the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes, holding her hand tenderly. You should return and join the main group. Once the plan is complete, we will leave together. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Izumi nodded, departing the grove. As she watched his retreating figure, Uzumaki Naruto began to formulate his next plan. Chapter 205. The collapse begins the following day. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, observing the arrival of Mito Kazan and Toka Koharu, a sense of unease gnawing at him. The negotiations from the previous day had ended abruptly due to his quarrel with Shimura Danzo. Before the meeting concluded, he and representatives from several major shinobi villages agreed to reconvene for discussions today. Now that Mito Kazan and Toka Koharu were present, the absence of Shimura Danzo weighed heavily on him. Without Danzo, how could this negotiation proceed with these two ineffectual representatives? Danzo has yet to arrive? Report, Hokage-sama. We have not yet located Elder Danzo. As Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the report from the Umbu ninja, his anxiety deepened. In the past, Danzo would have been eager to take charge, yet now he was nowhere to be found. As the time for negotiation approached, Hiruzen found himself at a loss. Relying on Mito Kazan and Toka Koharu to provide some measure of assistance, merely acting as a nuisance would suffice. Kazan, Koharu, let us proceed to the next round of negotiations. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen hunched his shoulders and made his way to the conference room. His age and injuries were increasingly burdensome. All he desired was to find a successor and embrace a life of retirement. Meanwhile, Terumi-mei, accompanied by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, arrived at the Hokage building. The Umbu guards stationed at the entrance, upon seeing Terumi-mei, were about to inquire. But Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword was swifter. In an instant, he swung the blade, severing the heads of the Umbu guards. The trio slowly made their way to the conference room, where the sounds of heated arguments echoed within. Terumi-mei pushed open the door to the meeting chamber. Quite the lively gathering. Her enchanting gaze swept over the assembly, taking note of one individual who was large and burly, and another whose face was partially obscured by a white cloth, though even the visible portion did not impress. Additionally, there was a ninja from Kumogakure. She had heard that their ninjas tended to be rather brash, and this one appeared somewhat aged. The remaining three elders must surely be from Konoha. Terumi-mei's eyes fell on the frail Sarutobi Hiruzen, and she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She had anticipated meeting the so-called strongest Hokage, but instead encountered a decrepit old man. Despite her disillusionment, she still smiled charmingly and said, "What are you discussing? It seems rather lively. I hope you don't mind if I join in." The room fell silent as everyone turned to the striking woman who had just entered. After a moment of shock, Yono recognized the hat of the Mizukage atop her head and exclaimed, "You are the Mizukage of Kirigakure?" With a slight smile, Terumi-mei casually pulled out a chair and sat down, then turned to Yono. "Oh, I didn't expect someone who looks so unremarkable to possess such insight." She teased Yono playfully, knowing that Uzumaki Naruto stood behind her, and it was his wish that she be a bit audacious. With the backing of her formidable boyfriend, she felt unafraid of anyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted through the haze of smoke at Terumi-mei. Although her entrance had taken him by surprise, as the Hokage of Konoha, he could not allow her to dominate the proceedings. Moreover, he found it peculiar that none of the Umbu guards had attempted to stop her upon her entrance. "Mizukage, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Hokage building?" Konoha was currently facing tumultuous times, and Hiruzen had deliberately avoided meeting Terumi-mei, fearing that Kirigakure might intervene in the conflict. Konoha was no longer the powerhouse it once was, struggling against Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. If Kirigakure were to intervene, it would spell disaster for Konoha, and he needed to ascertain Terumi-mei's intentions. Upon hearing Hiruzen's inquiry, Terumi-mei turned her head to regard the so-called strongest Hokage and chuckled. "Hee, Hokage-sama, I have no particular business. However, the two behind me wish to discuss some old matters with you." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked quizzically at the two individuals behind Terumi-mei, as he had no recollection of them and could not recall any past entanglements with them. As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the visage of Uzumaki Naruto, an unsettling recognition began to dawn upon him. The countenance appeared hauntingly familiar, yet its origin eluded his memory. Uzumaki Naruto flashed a grin and exchanged a glance with Uchiha Sasuke, both simultaneously dispelling their transformation jutsu, revealing their true appearances, with Naruto exuberantly exclaiming, "Old dog Sarutobi, are you surprised?" Did you expect this? Your dear grandson has returned. By the way, it seems your last injury healed rather swiftly. I wonder if you can endure this time. Upon encountering the figure he loathed most within his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Crimson veins rapidly spreading across his sclera. Clenching his teeth, he enunciated each word with fervor. Uzumaki. Naruto. This figure was eternally etched in his memory. Had it not been for him, Konoha would never have plunged into chaos. And he would not have suffered a decline in strength due to grievous wounds. All of this was a consequence of that very individual. At that moment, Kuratsuchi, Inoki, and Maki, upon witnessing Uzumaki Naruto, instinctively took a step back, fully aware that this was an internal conflict within Konoha, and they had no desire to intervene. Naruto cast a casual glance at the retreating trio, dismissing them entirely. Their non-involvement spared their lives, yet should they dare to interfere, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the true meaning of cruelty. That mere glance sent a shiver down the spines of Kuratsuchi and her companions. The frigid indifference in Naruto's eyes made them feel as though they were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. Meanwhile, an enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen tore off his Hokage cloak, revealing the armor beneath, and bellowed, Uzumaki Naruto, I shall not permit you to leave Konoha today. I will ensure we perish together. Fully aware that he was no match for Naruto, and with nothing left to sacrifice for the protection of Konoha, he resolved to stake his very life against Uzumaki Naruto in a desperate gambit. Shiki Fujin. What the hell? He's going all out from the start. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve and sought to intervene before this forbidden sealing technique could be unleashed. However, Hiruzen's determination exceeded Naruto's expectations. By the time he moved, the Shinigami had already been summoned. With no other recourse, Uzumaki Naruto, alongside Tsunade and the others, crashed through the Hokage building and leapt outside. His actions serving as a signal for the hidden shinobi forces and the Uchiha clan to mobilize. Realizing Naruto's intent to flee, Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded all else and charged toward him. He understood the dreadfulness of the Shiki Fujin. After invoking this jutsu, he had little time to squander. If he did not seal Uzumaki Naruto swiftly, his soul would be devoured by the Shinigami following the technique's conclusion.